when my wife and I got married. We made a pact: for every wrong she did to me, I would take a piece of candy from the small candy jar and eat it. The jar originally had 7 pieces of candy. If there were 5 left, I would stop talking to her. If only 3 were left, we would separate, and if the jar was empty, I would choose to forget her and discard all memories between us. She thought it was just a joke, not knowing that I had already contacted the top hypnotist in the country, preparing to have him erase all memories of her from my mind. After hearing my request, the hypnotist's expression became serious. This level of hypnosis could easily turn me into a fool if not done carefully. After the hypnosis, the hypnotist asked me, "Where should I send you?" I was silent for a moment, then wrote a string of numbers on a piece of paper. "This is my wife's phone number. Please contact her to pick me up." At this point, my eyes suddenly felt warm, and my voice was barely audible. "If she doesn't come, just send me to Moon Bay." The hypnotist sighed and nodded in agreement. The pendulum swayed, and I slowly closed my eyes, memories flashing by like a revolving lantern. After the hypnosis was completed, the hypnotist picked up the number I left and sent a message to Gu Lancheng. "Your wife is here with me. Come quickly." At that moment, Gu Lancheng was sitting in Xiao Xian's hospital room, feeling a sense of relief wash over him after the disaster. Assistant Huang Lei walked in with a phone and quietly reminded him, "President, you have a message." She took the phone, glanced coldly at it, and scoffed. The audacity of today's scammers. How could her wife, Xiao Mi, who was clearly still in the hospital recovering, possibly run out to be deceived? But after putting down the phone, she felt inexplicably anxious and suddenly got up to rush to the next hospital room. The moment she pushed open the door, her face suddenly turned pale. The hospital bed was empty, the blankets neatly folded, as if silently bidding farewell. It turned out that text message was real. Gu Lancheng clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, gritting her teeth and cursing. "Xiao Mi, can you be any more foolish? Running around before your injury is healed, and you actually got targeted by a scammer. Only I would fall for you." She immediately had her assistant track the other party's location, but unexpectedly, the other party was completely unguarded and was easily located. Afterwards, she drove with the money to the Eden on Shenghua Avenue. It was a desolate area overgrown with weeds, and she didn't expect there to be such a dilapidated place in Kyoto. They searched the vicinity and finally found me in front of a shop with a misty pattern hanging outside. However, my behavior was very strange. I was dancing at the door, humming a tune off key. Gu Lancheng frowned. This was completely unlike the Xiao Mi she knew. With a cold expression, she strode over and said harshly, "Xiao Mi, who allowed you to run out on your own? Your wound isn't healed yet." But as soon as I saw her, I immediately jumped back a meter in fear, my eyes filled with dread. "Who are you?" I asked timidly, hunching my shoulders. "I am your wife." Gu Lancheng was so angry she gritted her teeth, but I didn't believe her and turned to flee into the shop. She chased in and found me hiding behind the hypnotist, only daring to peek out with half my head, trembling as I stared at her. Gu Lancheng finally realized that I had really forgotten her. Her eyes suddenly turned icy, piercing like a blade towards the hypnotist. "What have you done to my wife?" Her first reaction was to think about what methods the hypnotist had used to make me like this. The hypnotist handed her a contract. "A month ago, your wife contacted me, asking me to hypnotize him." Gu Lancheng caught a glimpse of the hypnotist's badge and recognized that the other party was actually a world-renowned hypnotist. But she couldn't understand why I didn't just tell her directly, but instead wanted to secretly erase her memory. She opened the contract. The terms were clear and the fees reasonable, but when she saw the content of the hypnosis, her heart sank. First clause, let Xiaomi forget her origins, forget her mother, forget her sister. Second clause, let Xiaomi forget the fact that she is married, completely erase Gu Lancheng's traces in her life. Third clause, let Xiaomi forget the pain of having donated a kidney in the past. The last point is the most crucial, let him learn to love himself. Gu Lancheng's tall figure suddenly swayed, and for the first time, the eyes that were always calm and composed showed a hint of panic. She stared at the hypnotist fiercely. "This contract is fake. How could Xiaomi do such a thing?" The hypnotist calmly explained. "At first, Mr. Fong only wanted to erase someone's memory, but later realized my fees were low, so he added a few more items. We agreed that I would help him forget the past, and he would pay all his assets as compensation. In other words, Xiaomi is now broke, and he specifically instructed that if you no longer want him, just send him to Moon Bay." The words Moon Bay made Gu Lancheng shiver all over, and her delicate face showed a crack for the first time. She suddenly remembered that for the past few months, every time she went to the ward to see me, I was asleep. At that time, she didn't pay attention. After seeing me, she would go next door to talk to Xiao Xian. Only now did she realize that I was pretending to be asleep to avoid her. Gu Lancheng felt a tightness in her chest. She had been outsmarted by me. Looking at the innocent and naive me in front of her, she suddenly sneered. "Xiao Mi, stop acting. What hypnosis can make someone forget? It's all a trick." She reached out to grab me, but I dodged like a frightened rabbit. tightly holding onto the hypnotist's arm. "Master, help me. She's so fierce, I don't want to go with her," the hypnotist helplessly said. "Mr. Fong, the number was left by you. I can't take it back." I was so anxious that I stamped my feet. The hypnotist turned to Gu Lancheng. "Now I understand why Mr. Gu wants to forget the past. As his most trusted person, you don't even have the most basic patience. He suffers from severe depression, and if he hadn't sought my help, he would have." He said he was afraid to commit suicide because he heard that those who commit suicide will be forever lonely. Gu Lancheng's eyes were red. "Shut up, you're just a liar. Did you drug him?" Xiaomi was never a weak person, believe it or not. The hypnotist sighed. "Take him back. If you can't treat him well, send him to Moon Bay, that's his last wish." "Xiaomi," Gu Lancheng said sternly, "if you don't want to die, come home with me." I suddenly gathered my strength and rushed madly towards the door. In the end, Gu Lancheng found me curled up under the bridge at Moon Bay. Just like when we first met 3 years ago, I was still the same innocent me, but she was no longer the same innocent her. "Come home with me." She extended her hand. This scene overlapped with 3 years ago when I was thrown out of my home, covered in wounds, and Gu Lancheng suddenly shone into my life like a beam of light. Naive as I was enchanted by her gentle smile and followed her without hesitation. "Miss Gu, why choose me? I know there is no free lunch in the world." She was silent for a long time. "It can only be you." At that time, I naively thought that I was no different from those impoverished children she sponsored. "Miss Gu, I can do housework, cook, do laundry, and mop the floor. I'm not looking for a nanny." "Then how can I repay you?" She smiled slightly. "A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain." Gu Lancheng stood under the bridge, looking at me curled up in the corner, his eyes complex. After 3 years together, she understood my thoughts too well. Choosing to return to Moon Bay was just to go back to the point where we met. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Are you regretting meeting me?" I did not answer. The wound on my back reopened violently, blood already soaking through my shirt. I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Gu Lancheng reached out to touch my head, but I instinctively dodged. She sighed lightly. "Xiaomi, I will make it up to you in the future." At that moment, her phone suddenly rang, and an anxious voice came from the other end. "President Gu, Xiao Xian is very unstable after learning that Xiaomi is missing. The doctor said his condition is not good. You should come and talk to him quickly. He listens to you the most." Gu Lancheng hurriedly hung up the phone, her eyes filled with worry. "Xiaomi, your sister just had surgery and can't be stimulated. I need to go to the hospital to check on her. You go home with the assistant first." She stood up and instructed the assistant, completely unaware of my pale face, weak to the point of almost not being able to stand. Half an hour later, Gu Lancheng appeared in Xiao Xian's hospital room. "Lancheng, does my sister hate me for taking her kidney?" Xiao Xian rushed into her arms, trembling all over. Gu Lancheng gently patted his back and comforted him. "Don't think too much. He donated it willingly. Does he also hate you for marrying him but loving me?" Xiao Xian raised his tearful eyes. Gu Lancheng felt a surge of irritation and replied perfunctorily. "He is easily satisfied, just having the title of Mr. Fong is enough for him. Maybe he has been neglected recently because I've been with you too much." Fong's mother looked at her younger son with concern and complained. "Xiaomi is too inconsiderate. Xiao Xian just got her life back, and he is making such a fuss." Gu Lancheng shot her a cold glance. "Don't forget, she is also someone who just had surgery." Fong's mother awkwardly closed her mouth. Xiao Xian suddenly grabbed Gu Lancheng's hand. "Lancheng, the love of 3 people is too crowded. Since you love me, why not divorce my sister? We can compensate her well." Gu Lancheng calmly withdrew his hand. "I won't divorce her. She is not in good health right now, and I want to take care of her for a lifetime. In this marriage, I don't have the right to give up first. If it weren't for you, I would rather not have this kidney." Xiao Xian painfully held her head. Gu Lancheng said lightly, "You lost love but gained a new life. She lost a kidney but gained the title of Mrs. Gu." Fong's mother quickly comforted her daughter. "Sweetheart, don't worry. Mom will go talk to your sister. She is the easiest to persuade. If we give her some benefits, she will definitely be willing to let go." Xiao Xian's eyes brightened. "Right, my sister can't resist temptation. If we buy her a house and a car, she will definitely leave Lancheng." When Gu Lancheng returned to the villa, the whole house was eerily quiet. The figure that used to cheerfully call out husband and rush to him was nowhere to be seen, which made him frown unconsciously. "Where is my wife?" he asked the servant while taking off his coat. The servant took the clothes and said worriedly, "Young master." The lady came back and locked herself in her room. No matter how we called, she didn't respond, and she hasn't even eaten dinner. Gu Lancheng looked up at the second floor, a sudden sense of unease rising in his heart. He quickly walked upstairs and gently knocked on the bedroom door. "Xiaomi." The room was silent, without the usual cheerful husband. "You're back." He frowned, pushed the door open, walked to the bedside. and looked down at me. Have you caused enough trouble today? Do you know that your sister feels very guilty for leaving home because of your stubbornness? Jomi lay on the bed, a face as desolate as a desert, without any semblance of life. Gu Lancheng muttered to himself 100 times, why don't you say something? On weekdays, Xiao Mi, who flattered him in every way, was like a mute who had no response to him this day, and even Gu Lancheng, who was even more sluggish, finally realized that she was unusual. He lifted the covers, and the crimson red of the white sheets stood out to him, a stark contrast to Jomi's bloodless skin. Jomi, why didn't you tell us when you were sick? A huge wave of panic surged through him. Convinced at the moment, the hypnotist said that Jomi was suffering from depression. He hugged Jomi, his hands trembling. I'm sorry, I neglected you. He sincerely apologized to her. Hospitals. The doctor did a full body check for Xiaomi, and although he took Gu Lancheng's hefty position into consideration, his duty and morality as a doctor still made him not hold back from criticizing the patient's family. Mr. Mrs. Gu just had a kidney transplant, but now the wound is reinfected. Even the skinniest body can't withstand such a build. Gu Lancheng tensed his face. I know. The fever slowly went down after Jomi was given fluids. The disheveled and powerless eyes were full of focus. Only, when her gaze swept aside to Gu Lancheng, it was as if she had seen a flooding beast, and her whole body shrank. Why are you here? Her eyes were wary of him, as if he were a flooding beast. Gu Lancheng opened his drowsy eyes and looked at Jomi, who had rejected him. In confusion, the deep black eyes instantly sank coldly. I am your husband. You're sick and I'm no longer with you to be with you. Where do you expect me to be? Jomi freed her other hand to surreptitiously grab the syringe on the bedside table, her sense of self-defense evident. Gu Lancheng looked at her restless hand. His handsome face darkened. Really don't recognize me? Jomi Baba nodded. Gu Lancheng pulled her innocent and pure face towards himself. Then look at me well and make sure to memorize your husband's looks, because every day that follows, we're going to be under the same roof. I don't want you to look at me every time you see me like you have Alzheimer's disease and need to recognize me all over again. Jomi timidly asked, you're saying we're married? Is there any proof? Gu Lancheng was speechless, pulling out his cell phone from his arms and handing the photo of the marriage certificate to Xiaomi. Keep your eyes open and see clearly. We are a legal couple. Jomi then moved to the side, ostracizing him with obvious intent. Certificates can be forged. Gu Lancheng took her actually some headache. Then how do you want me to prove it? If it's a couple, there are so many means of proving it. Like children? Like diamond rings? Or pictures of us making out? Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. All this evidence that could prove they were a couple. He was saddened to realize that he hadn't given any of it to Jomi. Jomi, I'm sorry, I'll give you all of these later. Jomi said angrily. I knew you weren't my husband. How could my husband neglect me so much? That's when Xiao Xian and Xiao's father came over. Xiao Xian was sitting in a wheelchair, with Xiao father pushing her. As soon as Xiao father came in, he counted on Xiaomi. Xiaomi, why are you such an unintelligent child? Why don't you stay in the hospital when you're sick and sneak out? Running out even caused Lancheng to look for you everywhere. You deserve to have your wound infected. Simply let people not worry? Xiaomi looked at Xiao father with a blank face. Perhaps it was because Xiao father's counting had made her revolted. Xiaomi's scales were enraged, and she didn't have the good sense to dislike him back. This grandpa, who are you to teach me a lesson? Even my parents who gave birth to me and raised me didn't lecture me. Who are you to lecture me? Zhou's father was mute in place. Jomi's words hit him hard. Although he was her biological father, he had not raised her, so was not qualified to discipline her. Lancheng, what is she? Father Qiao looked at Gu Lancheng curiously. She lost her memory. Gu Lancheng said stiffly. Zhou's father was petrified on the spot. Lost your memory? So you don't recognize me as your father? He was surprisingly a little frustrated. Gu Lancheng leisurely looked at Father Qiao. She had the hypnotist deliberately wash you all out of her mind. Zhou's father was dumbfounded. The shame he had never felt before finally germinated, and he glanced at Jomi with an embarrassed face, complaining in a sly manner. Jomi, why do you want to forget about your dad? I'm your dad. Ha! I had thought that Jomi was just like she used to be, that all Zhou's father had to do was give in and she was guilty as hell. But the current Xiaomi was clearly the Xiaomi that had been reborn in Nirvana. She pointed at the door and gave them an expulsion order. All of you get out. I just want to be alone now. Father Qiao felt that Xiaomi was not giving him face and was furious. He had no patience for Xiaomi, and immediately stormed out. Xiaomi, how do you talk to Dad? I'm your father. Dad came to see you with good intentions. How dare you let me out? Why are you so uneducated? Xiaomi disliked back with sharp teeth. Since you say you're my father, shouldn't my upbringing be taught by you? If you say I have no upbringing, it's also you who didn't teach me well. You get out, get out. Gu Lancheng stood up and said to Father Qiao, go out. She probably doesn't really want to see us right now. Joe's father was furious. Xiao Xian pushed the wheelchair to the side of the hospital bed, and she persuaded Xiaomi in a serious tone. Sister, I know that Lancheng asked you to donate your kidney to me, and you were unwilling to do so. When she heard kidney, Zhoumiai became unusually excited. What? Kidney donation? Why should I donate my kidney to you? If I donate it to you, won't I not be able to live well? Gu Lancheng looked at the frenzied Xiaomi in surprise, and realized at this moment that the kidney donation matter was not as peaceful as he thought. It turned out that deep down Xiaomi really resisted this matter. No wonder after the end of the kidney donation, she was not treating him well. Gu Lancheng reminded Xiao Xin, don't bring this up before Mimi in the future. It was as if by covering his ears, he would be able to gain Xiaomi's understanding. Xiao Xian then changed her words. Sister has a request. Sister and Lancheng truly love each other. Please give him back to me. Without Lancheng, I can't live at all. Sister, can you spare Lancheng and divorce him? Make my sister whole. After Xiao Xian finished her sentence, Gu Lancheng became silent for a moment as he quietly looked askance at Xiaomi, waiting for her answer. Chapter 5, Treasure when loved, grass when hated. Xiaomi looked at Xiao Xian and said cheerfully, since you want it, just take it. It's as if he's a piece of merchandise on a display rack that anyone who likes can buy. Xiao Xian was so happy that she hugged Gu Lancheng, but her surprise came fast and went even faster, because she realized that Gu Lancheng in her arms was stiff, as if he was a stone statue. She looked at Gu Lancheng in disbelief, but saw that Gu Lancheng was staring blankly at Xiaomi, and that look was especially terrifying. Zhoumiai, I think you must be burning up. Do you realize what you're doing to yourself? The old Zhoumiai loved him to the point of suffocating him. She gave up her beloved job to take care of him, and insisted on drinking those bitter Chinese herbs every day in order to give him a child. She loved him to the point of losing her self-esteem, and was teased by the people of the imperial city as Mrs. Dog Liquor. Zhoumi, who loved him so much, was now transferring him to someone else with a tone of abandonment. My fever's gone down. I'm in my right mind and I know what I'm doing, Zhoumiai said languidly. Gu Lancheng looked at her with a half-hearted glance. No regrets? Xiaomi glanced at the couple's ring on Gu Lancheng's finger that was exactly the same as Xiao Xian's, and the corner of her lips slightly hooked. Mr. Gu, the couple's ring that you're wearing on your left hand is the same one as Xiao Xian's. Since the person you love is Xiao Xian, what makes you think I would want you? I don't expect much from my significant other, but loyalty is the bottom line in the first place. I will find a good man who loves me consistently and live a solid life. Men like you, the legendary scum of the earth, what pity is there for me to lose? You when I'm healed, I'll divorce you. Gu Lancheng looked down at his ring, and a flash of emptiness flashed under his eyes. You're mistaken. Your sister and I just accidentally bought the same style of ring. This is not a couple's ring. After saying that, he took off that ring and put it into his coat pocket. Xiao Xian looked at Gu Lancheng in shock, tears glistening under her eyes. Seemingly greatly stimulated, she cried and ran out. Gu Lancheng looked at Xiao Xian's back, his handsome face sunk like iron, his fists clenched tightly. It's best to drop a sentence. Xiao Mi, your body is not well now. If I abandon you at this time, it's very unkind. When your body is well adjusted, if you still want to insist on divorce, I will fulfill you. After saying that, he chased out with a hasty look. Xiaomi looked at the infusion bottle and didn't try to be brave anymore. Her body was weak nowadays, and it was useless to try to be strong. After she was discharged from the hospital, she was going to divorce this man no matter what. She doesn't want a double-minded man. The next day, Zhoumi was half asleep when she heard the nurses whispering. The one in the next ward was trying to jump off a building last night. The prince accompanied her on the rooftop all night, and only after saying all the nice things did he coax her down. I really don't know what the crown prince thinks. A woman with a physical illness is simply not a good match, yet the crown prince treats her as a treasure. In order to help her get a new kidney, he even went to great lengths to help her find her sister. Now that she's successfully replaced her kidney, she doesn't cherish the new life that the crown prince has painstakingly begged for her. According to me, the crown prince is blind and heartless, and has brought this upon himself. The truly most pitiful person is this one lying on the bed, having been drained of her value by those two pure love warriors. Now that her sister has gotten what she wanted, she's crossing the river to break down the bridge, and she's going to steal her sister's man. This fool will soon be left with nothing, and hasn't half resisted. Zhoumiai's toes curled up, gouging the bedpan in death. The red blood in the circles of his eyes, however, looked like they were stained with blood. The nurse hooked her up to an 4 bottle and left. Zhoumiai slept in a daze until mid-morning. She had woken up hungry, and with no breakfast she would be front and center. She picked up her cell phone and ordered herself a takeout, chicken stewed mushrooms, bird's nest with abalone, clear porridge steamed buns. She felt that she was so hungry that she could eat a cow. After ordering takeout, Gu Lancheng came in an unprecedented manner. his eyes were a little red, and his eyes were laced with what Jomi couldn't read, guilt. Jomi, I'll send you out of the country. Jomi was stunned. Your presence is just too much of an influence on your sister's mood. She's not in good health and has to stay in a good mood. So, you go abroad to avoid it for a while, and when her health stabilizes, I'll pick you up and bring you back, okay? Xiaomi looked incredulously at the man in front of her, and the words of the nurse ringing in her ears. She suddenly snapped and threw the nebulizer machine on the bedside table, smashing it into Gu Lancheng before he skillfully avoided it. Gu Lancheng, men like you who both want and need are disgusting. You like Xiao Xin? So divorce me and go live with her. Gu Lancheng looked at the out-of-control crazy Xiaomi. He didn't get angry. He just picked up the fog machine and then walked over to her and took her into his arms. Me? I know you're aggrieved. Just this once. When you return home, I promise I'll break it off with her and live a good life with you. A wave of filth turned up in Jomi's stomach and she was sick to her stomach, finally vomiting Gu Lancheng all over her body. She pointed at Gu Lancheng's face and exasperatedly said, "You make me sick. Get lost. I don't want to see you." Gu Lancheng, however, hugged him tighter and tighter as he sighed. Me? You're jealous, aren't you? I know you love me, but Xiao Xin is your sister. You don't want anything to happen to her either, right? Jomi was so emotional that she couldn't even say a complete sentence. You go, please, I don't want to see you. Gu Lancheng finally put her down. Xiaomi, believe me, I will not abandon you. You just think of it as going abroad to take a break. For 3 months at the most, and I will pick you up and bring you home. Scram! Xiaomi hissed a growl. A mouthful of filth mixed with acid sprayed in Gu Lancheng's face, and Gu Lancheng left resentfully. Jomi collapsed onto the bed in a disheveled heap, as if she'd been in a fight to the death, so exhausted that she nearly wiped out. Outside the corridor, Gu Lancheng confided in the doctor. Xiaomi is throwing up. What's going on? The doctor returned to him. Madam herself has a cold, coupled with the fact that she has been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. She may have exhausted her gastrointestinal organs. Vomiting is common. Mr. Gu recently remembered to ask Madam for 3 meals at regular intervals. Only after being reminded by the doctor did Gu Lancheng realize that he seemed to have forgotten to buy breakfast for Xiaomi. But it's close to lunch? A touch of guilt rose in him. As Xiaomi's husband, he hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities as a husband. However, he secretly vowed that when Xiao Xin passed this hurdle, he would make it up to Xiaomi in the future. He quickened his pace and prepared to get Jomi's food, not realizing that he had a head-on collision with the delivery man. He witnessed the delivery man enter Jomi's room with a generous amount of food. Chapter 6 Borrowing his hand. Shedding his child. Gu Lancheng's eyes floated with a touch of thick confusion. Once upon a time, Xiaomi was pampered by him and extremely dependent on him. 3 meals a day, necessarily waiting for him to arrange. It's amazing that you know how to take care of yourself nowadays. Inside the ward, obviously, people who are so hungry that their chests are pressed against their backs. At the moment, looking at the various kinds of food delivered by the takeaway man, they instantly have no appetite. Jomi's hand slowly stroked her stomach. Only she knew that her bowels had always functioned healthily and she had never suffered vomiting from a cold. She recalled the night 3 months ago when Gu Lancheng had begged her to donate a kidney to Xiao Xin, and she had made the mistake of begging him to pamper her. There was most likely a new life brewing in her belly. Jomi's pale lips curled feebly. This child had come at a bad time. When Gu Lancheng came in, Xiaomi looked out the window with a pale face, but her exit voice was incomparably firm and resonant. Gu Lancheng, can you get me some mifepristone tablets? Gu Lancheng stayed in place. The little girl who had always been afraid of him had actually started to make him? He didn't move. What does that do? I'm on my period and my stomach hurts. Jomi turned around. Please. Gu Lancheng's gaze fell to her hand, which was pressed against the small of her back. He ghostly nodded his head. Good. Jomi looked at his departing back. Those clear pupils clouded over. Gu Lancheng walked out of the hospital room, so he took out his cell phone and dialed his female assistant. Buy some mifepristone tablets and come to the hospital. Soon, Jomi received a whole bottle of mifepristone tablets from her assistant. The corridors of the hospital were silent that night. Gu Lancheng was in Xiao Xin's hospital room, tenderly and considerately nursing her fragile emotions. Xin, this life of yours is something I took great pains to beg for. You should cherish her in the future and not take life lightly. Xiao Xin held his hand, and although her face was pale after recovering from a serious illness, her whole body was overflowing with happiness when she had the company of her lover to care for her. Lancel, you know how much I love you. Without you, I'm worse than dead, so you can't leave me. Okay, I'll stay with you from now on. You need to get better soon. In the meantime, Jomi curled up alone and forlorn on her bed, staring up at the white ceiling, feeling the hollowed-out feeling in her stomach as a snowflake fell under her eyes. As the blood stained the entire mattress, she closed her eyes and hot, wet tears dripped from the corners of her eyes. Tears of joy. She and Gu Lancheng finally had nothing to do with each other anymore. The next day, Gu Lancheng sent his assistant to deliver her luggage and passport, as well as a bank card. The assistant stammered, "Ma'am, the president has bought you a plane ticket. The flight is at 7 o'clock this morning." Jomiai's body was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to speak. He just asked breathlessly, "Isn't he coming to see me off? Your sister had a meltdown last night and the president didn't feel comfortable leaving her." Suk didn't dare to look Jomiai in the eye. Jomiai, however, was half lost, as if everything had been foreseen for her. "I know." The assistant handed her the bank card. "This is the living expenses the president gave you. After 3 months, the president will come to pick you up and take you home. Also, the president entrusted me to find a Chinese couple to take care of you over there. You can contact them when you go over there." Jomiai didn't take the bank card. She struggled to hold herself up and climb to her feet, very surprised that she had dressed herself in the old clothes she had brought into the Gu family 4 years ago. Then she shoved the suitcase into her assistant's hands along with the new clothes Gu Lancheng had bought for her. With a single straight spine, she headed out the door without looking back, ignoring the assistant's words. The assistant looked at the suitcase and bank card she had shoved hard at her and was confused. "Ma'am, what are you doing?" Jomiai's faint voice came out. "The rest, I don't need. Throw it all away." The assistant gaped. "The clothes may not be to Madam's liking. She can go over there and buy them again. But this bank card, Madam doesn't want it. How can she survive there?" "Ma'am, you need to keep the bank card." Because of the assistant's insistence, Jomiai took it helplessly. The assistant sighed in relief. He said, "Who can't live with money?" The assistant takes Jomi to the check-in physical at the international airport. "Ma'am, this is as far as I can send you. I hope you take good care of yourself when you go over there." Jomiai, however, ignored the assistant's words as she walked towards the medical checkup without any attachment. The assistant even felt that Jomiai's footsteps seemed to be a little wobbly, but it didn't affect her walking extremely fast in the slightest. It was as if she couldn't wait to get out of here quickly. Just as the assistant was watching Xiaomi leave with a straight face, Xiaomi suddenly made an action that shocked him. She actually threw the bank card Gu Lancheng gave her into the trash. The assistant gaped. It was as if he woke up at that moment. Was the lady trying to draw a line with the president? She was saving up enough disappointment, finally recognized her position in the president's heart, and made up her mind to leave the president's world. Right? The assistant was apprehensive, wondering what the president's state of mind would be when he knew that his wife was in such a temper. Gu family villa. Gu Lancheng accompanied Xiao Xian in the hospital for most of the day and returned home exhausted. The assistant had been waiting for a long time, and when Gu Lancheng saw the suitcase next to the assistant, his pleasant expression instantly froze. "What's going on with Jomi? Wasn't she told to leave the country as soon as possible? Why hasn't she left yet?" he ranted in displeasure. The assistant shook his head and explained, "Young master, don't worry, Madam has already left the country." Gu Lancheng looked at his assistant and was surprised. "Then what's with the suitcase?" The assistant warily said, "President, these are the things that Madam doesn't want." Gu Lancheng's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by something, and a flash of an unnameable feeling flashed through it. It was only fleeting. "I gave her so much money. She doesn't bring these old clothes, is determined to go for new ones, right?" At the end, he also touched his heart and laughed to himself. "She has lived 4 years of pampering, but was raised by me in luxury." But the assistant's words poured cold water on him. "President, when Madam entered the ticket gate, she threw the bank card you gave her into the trash." Now, Gu Lancheng's expression was completely taut. His handsome face looked like a petrified sculpture, broken into pieces. After a long time, Gu Lancheng snorted, "This mud person has even grown in temper? Is she angry with me for neglecting her? Humph. When her anger subsides, I'll pick her up again. Messing with me? Who gave her the nerve?" The nanny walked out and couldn't help but tease, "Young master, Madam just had an operation and is not in good health. If you deport her out of the country at this time, aren't you afraid that she will resent you?" She was Gu Lancheng's nanny, but she liked Xiaomi. That child didn't make a fuss and was well behaved. She never makes things difficult for her subordinates. It's just that the young master is blind and can't see how good Madam is. Chapter 7. Being in a difficult situation and building on it. Gu Lancheng, however, was quite conceited. "She can't survive without me. You see, it won't be more than a week. When she is desperate, she will remember my goodness. By then she will take the initiative to contact me." The nanny shook her head and sighed. "You're just bullying that girl so much because she loves you. Young master, not everyone will wait for you where you are." Gu Lancheng sat on the sofa, a little tired. "This is the last time." Exotic. Jomi didn't walk out of the airport after stepping off the plane, but instead turned around and bought herself tickets to other cities. After bouncing around a few times, she arrived in Milan, Italy. A strong sense of loneliness instantly wrapped around her as she looked out at the unfamiliar streets and the white-skinned, curly-haired Caucasians that passed by. Penniless, she found a restaurant near the airport and helped the owner wash dishes and do odd jobs for a meager paycheck. As for lodging, until her paycheck was paid, she had to rub up against the airport benches every night. Having just undergone surgery and a miscarriage, she did so much heavy lifting that she was often so tired that she was physically weak. Her wounds became repeatedly infected, and she nearly fainted in the dining room on several occasions. The restaurant owner was afraid that something would happen to the Chinese girl and politely made an excuse to dismiss her. Jomi lost her job, and horribly, she tossed what little paycheck she had left in order to find a new job. When she was at the end of her rope, the place where she slept in her white whorehouse was taken over by those punks. When she went to get her luggage, the punks looked at her as if they were devouring her clean, and she couldn't care less about her luggage and turned her head to run. Jomi crouched on the curb and broke down, bawling. After crying, she wiped her tears and laughed again. 4 years ago, before Gu Lancheng picked her up, she was also a beggar with nothing, wasn't she? In order to survive, Jomi learns from the beggars who rummage through the garbage cans for food. Perhaps the sky is the limit. This day Jomi found a precious wallet in the garbage can. It was a money clip containing various documents that the thief had thrown into the trash can after stealing cash from a rich lady. Jomi recognized that the leather of the money clip was very precious, and she figured out that it must mean a lot to its owner. So she enthusiastically delivered the money clip to the address on the ID card. The owner of the money clip was a Chinese noblewoman, and when Jomi returned it to its rightful owner, she just examined Jomi's face suspiciously. Jomi shrugged without saying anything and said, "I didn't steal this money clip, I swear. I was just so hungry I found it while rummaging through the trash for food." After a pause, Jomi said, "I recognize this leather. It is the first generation of luxury bags created by MS Jasmine, limited to 9 worldwide. I think it must mean a lot to you. That's why I sent it back to you." The noblewoman was shocked at her words. "Now I believe that you must be the princess who has strayed." Jomi smiled bitterly. "Then you're wrong. I really was born a pauper in the city." She turned to leave, but the noblewoman suddenly grabbed her hand. "Miss, no matter what, I have to repay you for helping me retrieve the money clip my late husband gave me. What do you need? You tell me?" Jomi said, "It's not necessary." The noblewoman was confused. "But you look like you need help." Jomi said, "I need money, lots and lots of money. More than that, I need love. You can't satisfy me, but I can offer you a job. Would you like to be a tailor?" The noblewoman said. A glint flashed under Jomi's eyes. "What did you say?" "I can recommend you for a tailor in a big factory." Jomi suddenly came forward and hugged her. "Thank you, I love this job." She used to be the virtuous wife whose daily job was to help everyone in the Gu family iron their clothes, and of course those heavenly handmade items. If there were any flaws, she couldn't bear to have them thrown away, so she would dig in and fix them. Instead, it gave her a chance to practice her skills. It also made her flat out interested in the clothing industry. The new owner was a very loving old woman, and instead of resenting Jomi's rags for it, she gave her some preferential treatment. She allocated a single room for her to rest and allowed her to schedule her work hours freely. And Jomi was so grateful to her boss that she always doubled her work to silently show her gratitude to her boss. The boss became more and more fond of this tough Chinese girl, and she got the idea of getting to know Jomi. "Me, why did you come to Milan? You have no family here. You don't speak the language, and life is so hard." Xiaomi tilted her head, her gaze deep as if through a long river of time, and she said in a sad and gentle tone, "I came here to wait for someone, to wait for a chance of redemption, to wait for an encounter of nirvana rebirth." Therefore, no matter how bitter or tired she was, she could not beat a retreat. No matter how bitter or tired she was, she had to grit her teeth and tough it out. The boss kindly reminded her, "Xiaomi, I see that you have a good mind and you seem to have a talent for clothing design. Have you ever thought about going to school? If you get a degree in clothing design, you'll definitely have a great future." Xiaomi pondered, looking at the difference between her and Xiao Xian. Although Xiao Xian's appearance was not as good as hers, the fact that Xiao Xian possessed a high degree of education made everyone look at her a little higher. And because she does not have a good education, in their eyes she is as lowly as a dog. No thought of their own subordinate. She cannot get their respect. A piece of true heart also by their naked trampling. Xiaomi immediately asked her boss for advice on the re-enrollment process, and she secretly resolved that since she had gotten rid of Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, she would have to work hard for herself to live at once. This time, she was going to stand on a high stage and shine. Let everyone honor her. Jomi didn't dare to desert her studies. She picked up her books again and began to study fashion design diligently. She wanted to get into the best fashion school in Milan in the coming year. Time passes. 1 month later, imperial capital. Gu Lancheng was not idle this month. He labored hard to pave the career map for Xiao Xian, pushing Xiao Xian's clothing design to the throne of fashion queen. He thought that Xiao Xian's disappointment in her love life and her success in the workplace could also pacify her lost heart. Xiao Xian's body and mood both recovered quickly because of Gu Lancheng's heart full of love. On the day that Xiao Xian's company opened, Gu Lancheng invited many of his friends from the shopping mall to support Xiao Xian. The way he took care of Xiao Xian, he was more than a husband. After arousing the jealousy of Zhoumi's best friend, Nan, she mentions the forgotten man in the corner. Jiazhen, how come Zhoumi I didn't come to celebrate you on such an important day? The room was silent. Chapter 8 Love Brain Healing. Life opens up. Someone unprecedentedly mentioned Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng Fong as if waking up from a dream. Seems to be a few days. Xiaomi seems to have never taken the initiative to contact him. Not even a short message. Not a single one for voice. He finally realized that something was wrong. After all, this girl used to be very clingy to him, even if they met every day. As long as she couldn't see him anywhere, she found all sorts of excuses to find him. One day she was sharing her food. The next she was urging him to remember to add clothes as the weather changed. The next she was telling him to come home early. She had a surprise for him. He only felt that she was extraordinarily noisy. It was unusual to see such a quiet Zhoumi. Looks like he did piss her off this time by forcing her out of the country. If she doesn't contact him, she has to claim her living expenses from someone close to him. Gu Lancheng turned his head and asked his assistant, "How is the lady these days? Has she said she's missing anything? You remember to fulfill her request." The assistant's face was unnatural. He stammered, "President, Madam is nowhere to be seen since she left the country." Gu Lancheng's expression froze. What's wrong with this girl? Is it possible that she's been too wild abroad and forgot that she's a family member? The assistant's expression was all over the place. The day the lady left the country she lost all the things the president had bought for her. She even lost the bank card the president had given him. Had he forgotten all about it? Nan sneered and reminded Gu Lancheng, "Is it possible that your obedient and well-behaved looking little wife might want not only the title of Mrs. Gu, but also the love that Mrs. Gu deserves? You couldn't give her love, Mr. Gu, so she abandoned you?" Gu Lancheng didn't seem to hear Nan's cynicism, but was immersed in the countless romantic scenarios that Xiaomi had created for him in the past. She loves me so much, how could she really want to leave me? She doesn't contact me, but she's just playing a trick of desire. If I cooperate with her, I'll lose. Gu Lancheng's words caused Nan to spit. "Mr. Gu, since the woman you love is Xiao Xian, why don't you divorce Xiaomi? Let her live." Xiao Xian relieved Gu Lancheng. "Nan, you're not me. You don't understand her at all. You think it's arsenic for her to marry a loveless person, but it's honey for her." Nan disliked back. "Ms. Xiao is just generous. Mr. Gu brings his wife sent to date you every day and you're not jealous?" Xiao Xian, however, was very generous. "If it were any other woman, I would not be able to tolerate her, but Xiaomi is my sister. Besides, she donated her kidney to save me in the first place. I have no problem with Lancheng treating her well. Besides," Xiao Xian held up the ring on her hand. "This is a gift that Lancheng carefully selected for me. Unlike the gifts that Xiaomi received, they were all bought by Lancheng's commissioned assistants. I got Lancheng's love, so I can't be greedy and still hog Mrs. Gu's status. I'm content." After Xiao Xian finished speaking, in order to show that she was really generous, she also urged Gu Lancheng one after another. "Lancheng, you have to pick up me home earlier. I'm afraid she won't be used to being alone abroad." Gu Lancheng responded, "Good." Heather was so angry that he drained a glass of brandy in one gulp. Milan. Zhoumi was so tired that she almost collapsed into bed at midnight one day. After finishing her work, he opened his phone only to see the hot search pushed over by Nan, and the sky was covered with news about Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. Gu Lancheng transported Xiao Xian in and out of the hospital, accompanied Xiao Xian to participate in her favorite clothing exhibition, in and out of a variety of upscale restaurants, personally escorted Xiao Xian to start a business news. Gu Lancheng that careful nursing attitude, and look at Xiao Xian's eyes competing with the feeling of pulling silk, said this: "The two people do not have adulterous feelings, ghosts do not believe." Photos of them going in and out of various occasions were hung on the hot search by the paparazzi. Netizens who didn't know the inside story even praised their pair of CPs and urged Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian to tie the knot earlier. In the face of the online marriage talk, Gu Lancheng turned a blind eye to it, without the slightest intention of clarifying. Xiaomi's heart is like water. Decisive and sharp reply to Nan, "Hate these kinds of articles. Do not push in the future." "Me, can you really let go of Gu Lancheng?" Nan really loved and hated this BFF. Every time she said with her mouth that she wanted to stay away from Gu Lancheng, but as soon as Gu Lancheng coaxed her, she went back with him with her ass. "My relationship brain has healed. Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, I never want to see them again in my life. In the future, don't mention them in front of me again." Heather said, "Zhoumi, I hope you do what you say you're going to do this time." Zhoumi, when Zhoumi got her month's paycheck, she just set aside a few €100 for the next month's crunch. while the remaining 1,000 euros were saved. She bought books and used all the time she had to study, staying up the most hateful nights and sucking in the inspiration of this clothing capital like crazy. Jomi has improved immensely. In the end, the kung fu was not enough. Jomi succeeds in getting into the best fashion school in Milan and becomes a fashion design student. Only the huge tuition fee on the acceptance letter crushed her immediately. 8,000 euros per school year? It was really affordable for other students, but for someone like her, who had trouble feeding herself, it was sky high. She had a balance of just over 4,000 euros, and there was no one she could borrow money from in this unfamiliar and foreign country. Jomi sat on the cold floor of her rental room and racked her brain all night. At dawn, she rose from the floor and slowly moved to her safe, removing the platinum ring with a circle of broken rice-pink diamonds that she had carried abroad with her. It was a gift from Gu Lancheng to propose to her. She had wanted to keep it with her, to use it as a reminder that she could not forget those humiliating years. But right now she was in desperate need of money, so she had no choice but to hit it. With the ring in his pocket, Jomi went to a jewelry pawn store. The boss was full of joy when he saw her ring, although the diamonds are small and the ring is thin. But after all, it's made by a big brand. Just take it. Small diamonds and thin rings? The corners of Xiaomi's lips piled up in a bitter smile. Just because this ring was just a giveaway, it was a gift from a merchant when Gu Lancheng purchased a sky-high birthday gift for Xiao Xin, and he used it to propose to her in passing. How much? Jomi pushed down the unpleasant memories. She was more concerned with the tangible benefits at hand. Let's say 4,000 euros. The owner opened the price. Jomi snapped. Deal. With this amount plus her balance, the tuition is enough. After the owner gives her 4,000 euros, Jomi sheds the ring and leaves without looking back. It was getting late when I got home. Jomi walked quickly in the direction of the rented room, traveling to the Milan Bridge, where streetlights were scarce and the light was obscure. But there was a faint gasp from somewhere. Jomi's heart plummeted, and her whole body shrank in place like a quail. It took a long time to calm down before she could muster the courage to follow the voice. On the back of the abutment, she saw the injured teenager. But when she got a good look at the teenager's face, Jomi was so shocked that her soul was separated from her bones. Chapter 9, Encountering a Big Brother and Recognizing Him as a Brother. The youthful face in front of him overlapped perfectly with the handsome, cast-like face of the man who was resolute in killing, bloodthirsty like a demon, and stood at the top of the pyramid. The teenager lay covered in blood at the end of the bridge, staring around with a pair of beautiful, but untamed eyes. It was like a forgotten coyote looking for life. Jomi abruptly reddened and crouched in front of him. Come with me? The young man looked at her, obviously a scanty and dirty clothes, but just can't hide his body's elegance and nobility. He looked away arrogantly. What's the name? Jomi hesitated for an instant. Niansheng. The real name was hidden. The teenager looked at her, and dark shadows seemed to flash under his eyes. Which two words? Chanting and pithing. Jomi said it again. The teenager suddenly gripped her hand in excitement, and he spoke with a composure that belied his age. Those are two good words. My name is Yan Hongsheng. He introduced himself. Jomi smiled. That's a coincidence. We both have the word Sheng in our names. This shows that you and I are destined to be together. Yan Hongsheng smiled wisely. In that case, why don't you recognize me as your sister? How? Xiaomi's warm smile made Yan Hongsheng a little stuck. Sister? He eyed her suspiciously. You're skinny and short, and you clearly don't look my age. Jomi said. How old are you? I'm 23. Jomi lost her smile. The little liar. Want to come home with me? Jomi asked. Yan Hongsheng nodded. Xiaomi will Yan Hongsheng back up. Although he is malnourished, but he is extremely tall. Weight is not very light. This is a weak Xiaomi back Yan Hongsheng as if carrying a Tarzan. Walk a few steps on the kick to come up for air. Sister, put me down. Jomi, however, was stubborn. No, I'm not going to put you down in the middle. Yan Hongsheng was stunned. Sister, you saved me. I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. Jomi was stunned. He was going to be admired by millions of people in the future, and she didn't feel safe pinning her feelings on him. I don't need anything from you in return for helping you. You just need to take care of yourself, and it won't be in vain for me to save you this time. Jomi said. Jomi carried Yan Hongsheng to the rented room with 10,000 difficulties. After settling him into bed, Jomi rushed out to get some tourniquets and gauze, iodophor and the like, and to prepare some more necessities as well. Instantly the empty rented room was stuffed with a little bit of her own lived-in home, and Jomi broke into a satisfied smile. She came to Yan Hongsheng's side, carefully treating his wounds. Taking off his shirt and seeing the shocking wounds on his body, Jomi couldn't help but get red in the eyes. You're only a half-grown child. How could they lay such a heavy hand on you? Yan Hongsheng, however, did not have the pessimism of being in a perilous situation. As he said unruly, they wanted me dead, and laid a deadly hand on me. It's a pity that I'm so lucky that I didn't die. Humph, if they didn't screw me over this time, they'll surely regret it in their guts in the future. He was exceptionally handsome, born with a king's reserved demeanor, but when paired with this gloomy look in his eyes, he instantly erupted with a dark chill. It was chilling, Xiaomi secretly thought. Although he looked pure and innocent, his bones were incomparably dark. She took the initiative to provoke him. She really didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. "You're in for a big ride," Zhou said. Yan Hongsheng looked at her. "Sister, I'm homeless now, can I stay with you for the time being?" Zhou smiled lovingly. "If you live here, you have to listen to me. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to go south, you must not go north even if you hit the south wall. Can you do that?" Yan Hongsheng nodded. "Aha." Zhou handed her the iodine vapors. "The upper body wound is taken care of. The lower wounds, you take care of them yourself. Yan Hongsheng's eyes instantly softened like a 2-month-old milk dog. "Sister, I can't move. You help me." Xiaomi hesitated for an instant and suddenly picked up the nearby sarong and covered Yan Hongsheng's face, then tenderly helped him take off his pants. Zhou saw the wound at the base of her thigh and a look of horror passed over her eyes. "Almost, you were about to be cut off." Her voice trembled and she choked. "How could he do that to you?" She seemed to have some understanding of why that Yan Hongsheng, who stood at the top, extinguished his love and was so lonely. How can a child who has not been loved as a child love others? "Sister, don't cry. I'm not in pain," Yan Hongsheng said. Zhou sniffled, holding back all the tears. "It's better if you don't mess with him before your wings are full." "Good. I'll listen to you. When the wound heals, I'll find a way for you to go to school. You'll have to go to college. A very, very good college." "Aha." After rubbing the medicine, Xiaomi no longer puts on his pants for him, but just gently pulls the sheet over and covers Yan Hongsheng, then removes the veil. "You get some rest. I'll go make you some porridge." "Thank you, sister." Zhou left with the ointment gauze. Yan Hongsheng looked at her slender figure, his beautiful pupils tinted with an obscure color. 3 months snapped by. Imperial capital. Gu Lancheng accompanied Xiao Xian back to the hospital for a routine retest. All Xiao Xian had to do was rest in the waiting area while Gu Lancheng ran up and down the stairs, paying fees, standing in line, and doing all the boyfriend's part. As he assisted Xiao Xian to the blood draw, even his good behavior was praised by the other girls. Some girls take him as an example of a model husband and teach their men. Look at other people's husbands, who spoil their wives into crap. What about you? I'm pregnant with your child and you want me to run up and down the stairs by myself while you sit here and swipe your cell phone on other. The man was so busy swiping his cell phone that he said something that smashed his heart without even lifting his head. How do you know that woman is his wife? What if she is his lover? Men are all this in front of their lovers. You have to allow me to pick wildflowers and I'm nice to people. Gu Lancheng's face instantly turned into a pig's liver color. The woman listened to her own man's words, and really looked at Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian suspiciously. "You're a couple, right?" Gu Lancheng's face became even more embarrassed. Xiao Xian relieved herself. "You've misunderstood. I'm very sick. My brother-in-law is just helping to send me to the hospital for a medical checkup." Who knew the woman would come along and say, "Your sister is very generous." Jiazhen silenced her face. After drawing blood, he and Gu Lancheng left in a mess. In the corridor where no one was, Xiao Xian looked at Gu Lancheng's pig liver-colored face and soothed. "Lancheng, don't listen to their nonsense. We are in the right shape. We are not afraid of being misunderstood." Chapter 10, Wife's Miscarriage and Remorse. Gu Lancheng's face gradually softened. He assisted Xiao Xian into the doctor's office. Who knew that after the doctor read Xiao Xian's medical report, he didn't say anything, but only asked Gu Lancheng again with a grave expression. "What about Mrs. Gu's medical report?" Gu Lancheng's newly calmed mood darkened again. Xiao Xian hurriedly answered for him. "Oh, my sister, she's abroad." The doctor frowned. "Although Mrs. Gu is a donor, her physical health cannot be ignored as well. And the doctor revealed a hidden matter. On the day Mrs. Gu was discharged from the hospital, when I went to check on her room, I found blood all over her bedding sheets. It's been so many days since the surgery ended and the wound is recovering, so it's reasonable that there shouldn't be any more hemorrhaging. Mr. Gu, is it possible that Mrs. Gu's body has other hidden problems? You should have her come back for a physical examination as soon as possible. Troubleshoot her other hidden problems." The doctor sighed helplessly around the end of the sentence. "Her body is so weak. She shouldn't have been discharged from the hospital at all." Gu Lancheng's face was white, and he held Xiao Xian's hand very hard. Xiao Xian almost screamed out in pain. Surprisingly, he didn't know that Zhou was in such a poor state of health the day she left the country. Otherwise he would have never let her go that day. Facing the condemnation of the dutiful doctor, Xiao Xian took the blame for Gu Lancheng. "Doctor, I can't blame Mr. Gu, it's my sister who insisted on going abroad. She envied the life in the West and clamored to go abroad. Mr. Gu really couldn't argue with her. so he could only agree to her. The doctor looked at her with the look of see-through contempt. Mr. Gu, after Mrs. Gu's kidney donation surgery, her body will not be as good as it was before, so you'd better instruct her to seek medical attention on time. If she fools around like that, even an iron body will be ruined. Maybe she's not as alive as the recipient. Gu Lanqing's handsome face could no longer be tensed. He drooped and questioned. You are her attending physician. Shouldn't it be clear to you why she is hemorrhaging? The physician looked at him in dismay, his mouth moving. In the end, he held back from snapping. Mr. Gu, I've read Mrs. Gu's previous examination reports, and there shouldn't be any major problems with her body. After the surgery, the wound is also recovering quite well. With the sudden hemorrhage, I'm considering a reinfection of the wound. Or, the doctor stared into Gu Lanqing's eyes and said definitively, I suspect she had a miscarriage. Impossible. Gu Lanqing denied. The doctor was perplexed, but her symptoms really look like the hemorrhaging that occurs after taking mifepristone tablets. When Gu Lanqing heard mifepristone tablets, he just remembered that the day before Xiaomi left the country, she had entrusted him to buy mifepristone tablets for her. What's that for? His voice began to tremble. For abortion. Gu Lanqing's face was instantly bloodless. The night that Xiaomi agreed to donate his kidney to Xiao Xin, because he was so happy, he broke through his bottom line that day and rewarded himself to Xiaomi. Could it be that she actually got pregnant after that, but she didn't tell him, and secretly aborted the baby? Gu Lanqing's long body trembled. Why did she abort this child? The physician said, Mr. Gu, Xiaomi is your wife. Did she have an abortion without consulting you? Gu Lanqing only felt a mouthful of bad gas blocked in his chest, unable to spit it out and swallow it. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the Jomiai who had gone against him and treated him like a god, that she would lend him a hand and abort his child herself? He stumbled and nagged. Why would she do that? That's one of his children with her? Hadn't she always hoped that he would give her a home, a child, so that their home would be complete? At this moment, he was vaguely aware that something precious seemed to be lost. The doctor shook his head ruefully. Mrs. Gu is actually very unsuitable for pregnancy at this time as well. Walking out of the hospital, Xiao Xian looked at Gu Lanqing's gloomy face. She was very uneasy in her heart, so she generously made a proposal. Lanqing, don't be sad. In my opinion, Xiaomi didn't abort the child because she had no feelings for you. At that time, Xiaomi had just had donor surgery and her body was not suitable for pregnancy. Perhaps she was afraid that you would be worried, so she hid this from you and did it secretly. Xiao Xian's comforting words ironed out Gu Lanqing's heart. Yes, that girl loved him so much. How could she abort their child for no reason? She should be afraid of him worrying about her, only chose to conceal the matter of pregnancy and miscarriage. She is used to reporting good news in front of him. Seeing Gu Lanqing's brows relax, Xiao Xian added, she doesn't really want to leave you. It's just a trick to attract your attention. Girls love to use these tricks to compete for favor. Xiao Xian took his arm and rested her head on his shoulder. A picture of years of peace and quiet. Lanqing, stay with me while Xiaomi isn't back. Gu Lanqing silently pushed Xiao Xian away. A flash of panic flashed under Xiao Xian's eyes. Lanqing, why don't you condescend for once and pick her up? Gu Lanqing hooked his lips. Aborting my flesh and blood. She has gone a bit too far. It seems that I have spoiled her. In a short period of time, she can't expect me to take her back to the country. When she knows she's wrong, come and kowtow to me and apologize. Only then can I forgive her. Xiao Xian sighed weakly. Surprisingly, she was not happy at all. The more Gu Lanqing hated Xiaomi, the more uneasy she felt. A person, only when he can't let go of another person, will he give his emotions of joy and sorrow for her. Milan. Yan Hongqing's injuries came and went, but Xiaomi's pockets were almost empty. Xiaomi pondered how to break out of the immediate predicament and find an avenue to make money. Finally she came up with an excellent idea. She was going to use her best skill of clothing design to purchase some fabrics at a low price, make them into garments, and then sell them at a reasonable price in order to earn the middle difference. Say it and do it. Jomi bought some cheap loose fabric with the few euros left in her pocket, and then bit the bullet and rented a sewing machine. When she got home, she leapt to her feet and told Yan Hongsheng, Xiao Shang, I'm going to be a dressmaker. Yan Hongsheng, however, said in a single sentence, Sister, you should be a world-class costume designer. It was as if Jomiai had been struck in the brain by Buddha's light and was enlightened. Yes, oh, I should be a designer. She was accustomed to being struck down, and her habitual mindset was to define herself as the lowest class of the toiling masses. Yan Hongsheng, however, did not discriminate against her, and his encouragement and trust in her caused a warm current to ripple through Xiaomi's heart. Yan Hongsheng flirted. Sister, I can be your clothing model. Oh, Jomiai nearly spewed out all the tea he had just taken in. Chapter 11, His Arsenic. My honey, the wolf hadn't grown up yet, but he was still a mouth-watering tit. Since he'd offered himself, Jomi wondered if she should make the most of it. Can think of standing at the top of the pyramid of the Dark Knight Emperor? Although it is a perfect color on Earth. But let people can only be seen from afar cannot play the flowers of the high ridge. Jomi finally backed off. She couldn't risk it. It's not necessary. I'll do the women's section I know best for now. Yan Hongsheng exuded a hurt expression. Sister, then when you do men's clothing in the future, the models will look for me. Oh. Jomi responded perfunctorily. Okay. Jomi kicked off the work mode from hell by designing a few women's dresses on sketch paper, then hand-picking the one she was most happy with, followed by cutting the fabric and sewing it into a ready-to-wear garment. Grass green high-waisted skirt, valiant short suit jacket, with oatmeal-colored soft lining. It instantly blends the girl's Englishness and softness into one. Xiaomi took the ready-made clothes to the clothing line to do sales promotion, but she is a small person, many times pressed to meet the head of the clothing store, and was inside the clerk to blow out. The long hours of staying up all night running around finally wiped out and withered Jomi, whose body was already weak. That day when she was making kanji for Yan Hongsheng, she suddenly went dark and her entire body fell to the ground. Yan Hongsheng didn't see her for a long time, so he pulled up his voice and called out to her a few times. Sister. Jomi didn't even answer him. Yan Hongsheng then limped from house to house looking for her, and finally found her on the kitchen floor. She was still holding his favorite dumpling skins, but she was curled up on the floor, unconscious. Yan Hongsheng's face went white. With lightning speed, he flew over. He carried Xiaomi on his back and ran towards the hospitals downstairs. The doctor gave Xiaomi a full-body physical examination and then asked Yan Hongsheng in confusion. The patient is missing a kidney in her body and there are surgical marks behind it. Did the patient have a kidney removal surgery not long ago? Yan Hongsheng's face instantly turned as white as paper. His fists clenched tightly, his knuckle bones exposing scarlet microscopic veins from the exertion. Doctor, then how should she live in the future? Yan Hongsheng deplored this. The doctor looked at Yan Hongsheng, although he was only half a child, but because of the overly somber face, coupled with the fact that he possessed a height of 1 meter 8, it made him very juvenile, and the Xiaomi on the hospital bed was petite, with a natural doll face, very age-reducing, so the doctor misinterpreted their relationship, reduced the frequency of intercourse with her in the future, and also make sure you take safety measures. It's best not to get pregnant with the patient's constitution. Yan Hongsheng's ears abruptly turned red. I know, he didn't deny it, just responded awkwardly. The doctor said in broken Mandarin, her body is very weak, and there is severe malnutrition. You should stew some nutritious soups for her, such as chicken soup, pigeon soup, with some qi and blood replenishing ingredients, red dates, wolfberries. Yan Hongsheng's face grew more and more grave. His mind conjured up scenes of Xiaomi working sick to make money to save him. She stayed up all night drafting, and gave him those nutritious ingredients to eat, while she herself dragged her sick body through. How in the world can there be such a simple, kind, stupid girl? Yan Hongsheng's heart seized with raw pain. It didn't take long for Jomi to awaken in a muddled state after being transferred to the general ward. Realizing she was in a hospital, Jomi weakly said, "What's wrong with me?" Yan Hongsheng held her hand, his eyes slightly red. Sister, the doctor said that your body should not be worked hard. In the future, you're not allowed to stay up late and work. Just leave the earning and supporting the family to me. Jomi understood a few things in her mind. Show, you know, don't you? Yan Hongsheng nodded, his voice a little choked. Sister, I can't believe I didn't know that you were missing a kidney in your body. Jomi's face turned sad. Those painful memories that she had deliberately sealed away welled up again. I was your age then, and I didn't know the world. When I was desperate, he took me home. He let me go to school, fed me well, let me wear new clothes, and I became grateful to him. I thought it was worth it if I just gave my life to him. So then, when he asked for one of my kidneys for his white moon, I didn't hesitate to say yes. Xiaomi paused, and a heavy weight of sorrow was added to his porcelain white face. Later, I unintentionally overheard his conversation with Bai Yueguang, and it turned out that he had adopted me in the first place just for my kidney. His kindness to me was just to make me willingly donate my kidney 4 years later. I then backtracked. I figured I didn't know him anything after I saved her white moon, so I left him again. She suddenly cried with unbearable grief. Xiao Shang, don't trust anyone in the future, including me. Yan Hongsheng tenderly took Xiaomi into his arms. She was trembling in his arms like a broken doll, helpless and uncertain. He could only gently pat her back and soothe her. Sister, I will definitely protect you in the future. I will make those who bully you pay. Xiaomi shook her head. Xiao Shang, I don't want to be like him and use favors to morally kidnap you. You can just live for yourself from now on. You don't need to do anything for me. I'll deal with my grudge against him on my own. Yan Hongsheng opened his confused black pupils. Why are you so kind to me? A 16-year-old child. His voice had not yet metamorphosed completely. The low alcohol hoarseness was particularly seductive. Jomi didn't answer for a long time. Ryoga murmured, maybe I owe you from my past life. Yen Hongsheng pondered, so it turns out that a debt has to be repaid. Then I owe my sister a life in this life, and I'm afraid I can't pay it back in this life, so I'll have to come back to my sister in my next life. Yen Hongsheng suddenly brought his head over and bit hard on Xiaomi's shoulder blade. A row of neat teeth marks resembling a seal was carved on Xiaomi's body just like that. Jomi grimaced in pain. Snort dash, to mark you so that I can still find you when I reincarnate in my next life. Obviously they were words of jest, but Yen Hongsheng's beautiful eyes were full of seriousness, as if they were solemn as if they were taking an oath. Jomi looked at him, her eyes suddenly moist. The fortune teller said that I had a thin life and shallow fortune, so I was abandoned by my own father and disliked by my own mother when I was born. Those relatives in my family also shunned me, yet you rushed to kiss me. Stupid or not, Yen Hongsheng said, sister's life is thin and blessed, while I am a heavenly fate Lone Star life, and sister will not just be born together? In my opinion, it's not that I'm stupid, but your family relatives are. Sister is smart, kind and hardworking, and being your sister's family is the happiest person in the world. Xiaomi then smiled and stroked Yen Hongsheng's head, saying amiably, in that case, I'll be your sister for the rest of your life, okay? Then elder sister can protect my tender little brother. Yen Hongsheng smiled a scenic smile. Jomi nodded. Aha! Chapter 12, The Rise of the Heroine, with a request for help. As Jomi recovered to the 7th degree, it was also the beginning of the school year. Perhaps it's because of the joy that comes from sadness. Jomi's lifelong bad luck seems to have turned around, and she's welcomed the springtime of her career. Her designs quickly gained traction with her students, many of whom booked inexpensive and beautiful clothing from her. Word of mouth has spread, and Jomi's business has grown, serving groups from low-end to mid-range. Her wallet is gradually bulging. Jomi was happy that she finally had the confidence to make her own money to support herself. Yen Hongsheng laid leisurely on the bed, playing the game while reminding her, sister, human energy is limited. Even if you're an Iron Maiden cast in steel, your daily output is limited. This means that your earnings will be limited. Xiaomi also realized that she had so many orders that she was already too busy. She plopped down in front of Yen Hongsheng and asked for advice with an open mind. Then how do you think my sister should break the game? Yen Hongsheng stopped playing the game. Sister, you have two paths to take now. The first is to transform into a high-end route, and the second is to create your own brand. He was succinct, but Xiaomi was, after all, a daughter-in-law of a wealthy family and had seen a lot, instantly understanding Yen Hongsheng's deeper meaning. But she rubbed her hands together. The inferiority complex in her bones overflowed. Most of the noble women worship the brand name effect. I'm afraid that the works designed by such a small person like me can't catch their eyes. Sister, name tags aren't name tags when they come out either. Jomi's career map was tampered with by Yen Hongsheng's grandiose boundaries in a few words. So I'll try? A light blossomed in her eyes. Yen Hongsheng tossed a customer's order to her and said, sister just need to serve her well. Then she will definitely surprise you. Jomi looked at the order with a skeptical look on her face. It's only a mid-range customer. Yen Hongsheng said, just listen to me. On this day, this client came to her rented room to collect her gown. The client was disdainful of the humble rental. How can I make the classy dress I want in a place like this? Jomi whispered to calm her client's dissatisfaction. Ma'am, my rental is humble, but it's very clean. I also assure you that your gown will be to your satisfaction. Jomi held out the gorgeously wrapped gown and respectfully handed it to the client. The client took it, opened the gown, and her eyes lit up when she saw the gentle colors and fine workmanship. I really like this color so much. Can you tell me what color it's called? Oatmeal color. Would you like to try it, ma'am? The client took the dress out carefully and brought out the lining inside. What is it? Jomi explained. This lining is specially matched with this oatmeal-colored cashmere coat. If you don't mind, this lining is for you. It's just that this lining is a gift, and the texture is inferior to this coat. The client jumped for joy. Oh my God, you are such a generous girl. I love you so much. Within a few days, the client came to Jomi with a couple of expensive women. She excitedly complimented Jomi. You designed the dresses with high-end quality and unique styles that made me shine at the prom. My friends have been asking me where I bought the dresses and I had to bring them all to you. Jomi bowed to the client and thanked him. Madam, thank you for helping me promote. To thank you, I decided to design a necklace for you for free. The other noble women rushed to communicate with Jomi about their requirements for the costumes, and Jomi answered them with professional knowledge. And the noble women did not hesitate to pay the considerable deposits one after another, and then left happily. After a few deals, Jomi managed to make her way into the upper-class circle of noble women, and every day her rented room was filled with a steady stream of aristocrats. Jomi serves an increasingly high-end clientele. The more orders she gets, the bigger her wallet gets. the more rigorous her professionalism becomes. In just a few months, she had amassed 100,000 euros. Then she turned her attention to Yan Hongshang, who was playing a game. Yan Hongshang only felt chills through his body as an unsettling premonition struck him. He met Xiaomi's sharp gaze with trepidation. Xing, we're not short of money now, so you'll be able to go to the best school. Sister, when I read, my head hurts, my feet hurt, my stomach hurts, all over. Yan Hongshang's face resisted. Xiaomi said in an old-fashioned manner, Xiao Shang, all things are inferior, but only reading is superior. Sister, I have a stupid brain and the lessons taught by the teachers are heavenly to me. Instead of wasting money on me, why don't I give it to you for your business venture? Yan Hongshang made all sorts of excuses. Xiaomi purposely made a small face. Xiao Shun, you said you would listen to your sister. Yan Hongshang had no choice but to compromise. Alright, I promise you to study. Zhou instantly charmed and reached out to stroke his head. That's a good boy. Xiaomi broke the bank and begged for help, and after several attempts finally found a good international private high school for Yan Hongshang. Yan Hongshang looked at her humble and pleasing attitude whenever she called to beg for help, and he was no longer so resistant to going to school. Spring is gone and spring is back. Imperial capital. The big year is just around the corner. As a prestigious company in the imperial capital, Gu Group naturally had to organize an annual celebration. As the company's executive president, Gu Lancheng could not help but bring his female companion to the ceremony, and he was needed to support the opening speech or the finale dance. Gu's father attached the greatest importance to the company's face, and he called Gu Lancheng early to urge him. Lancheng, this annual celebration is jointly organized by several famous enterprises, and the mainstream media will also broadcast live at that time, so your personal image is especially important. And this time, your female companion must be your wife. Xiao Mi. Gu Lancheng's heart thumped for some reason, and he spun for himself. Dad, Xiao Mi, she is abroad. There's still some time left for the annual meeting. It's not too late to pick her up. Gu's father's tone was not to be denied. Recently, there's been a lot of negative news about you and Xiao Xin circulating on the internet, and it's had a big impact on the company. Taking advantage of this annual event, all you have to do is show your love with Xiaomi, and all those false news about you cheating on your wife will go away. I think you are an adult and know what choice to make. Gu Lancheng said wanly. I know. Hanging up the phone, Gu Lancheng sat in silence for a moment before flipping through his phone's social software. He pulled up Xiaomi's dialogue box with him, only to find that the last time Xiaomi took the initiative to chat with him was half a year ago. So it's been that long since Zhou left the country? He remembered in a trance that he had promised Zhou that he would pick her up and return her home in 3 months. And he had broken his word. Chapter 13, Love Affair is Broken. Unbelievable. Gu Lancheng's heart inexplicably surged with a wave of annoyance as he upsetly flipped through his and Xiaomi's chat logs. At that time, Zhou took the initiative to greet him morning and evening almost every day. The scenery she had seen, the food she had eaten to share with him, everything, it simply made him feel super sticky. But ever since he sent her out of the country, it was as if she had evaporated and never took the initiative to SMS him again. And he hadn't even noticed a change in Zhou for so long? His neglect of Zhou is evident. He messaged Zhou on social media. Me, what's going on? You haven't contacted me in so long. You're not mad at your husband, are you? After a long hesitation, send the text message. Who knew that a big red exclamation point would pop up in the dialog box? Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. Did Zhou's social media app get stolen? He flipped through Zhou's international number again and dialed it. The beeping busy signal was followed by a gentle voice note. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is not available. Gu Lancheng shocked and dismayed. The assistant beside him reminded him. President, you seem to have been blacklisted by the madam. Gu Lancheng's face went green for a while. For a long time he couldn't accept this fact. He had been blackballed by Xiaomi? The assistant glanced at his own president. The president's low emotional quotient was really anxious. Madam threw away the items he bought for her, refused to accept his monetary assistance, and even went so far as to pull him into the blacklist to completely disconnect. All signs indicate that Madam really has the idea of leaving the president this time. President, may the lady be plotting to leave you altogether? Gu Lancheng laughed aloud, practically speechless at his assistant's speculation. Leaving me, she sheds? He thought, she had given up a kidney to sit in Mrs. Gu's position. How could she easily give up the happiness that was within her reach? The assistant screamed for Xiaomi. President, no woman is willing to share her husband with others. You dote on Miss Xiao Xian so much that you repeatedly broke Madam's heart for Miss Xiao Xian. Maybe Madam is really too disappointed in you this time, so she chose to leave. Gu Lancheng was unimpressed. I have neglected her, but before she met me, she was just a little beggar who was discriminated against. The fact that I gave her the title of Mrs. Gu is already a great gift of fate for her. She won't think of things she doesn't deserve. In this world, There is no such thing as a Cinderella turning into a phoenix overnight. The assistant sighed helplessly. Gu Lancheng used his assistant's cell phone to text Xiaomi. Me. The company is going to hold a large-scale celebration. You are my wife. You should accompany me to appear for a social event. Speed back to the country. Lancheng. He said nothing about Zhoumi's broken promise. It was as if Zhoumi was a puppet on strings, soulless, mindless, at his mercy. After he sent the message, he turned off his phone screen and waited for Zhoumi to reach out to him. And in a good mood, he instructed his assistant, call up those deadbeats of mine and go out for dinner. Milan. Xiaomi was busy stepping on her sewing machine when her cell phone beeped. She could only turn to Yan Hongsheng for help. Xiao Shang, help me check my cell phone for text messages. She figured it would be the customer's order information. Yan Hongsheng picked up Xiaomi's cell phone in his hand, and when he saw the text message, Yan Hongsheng's face was instantly covered in ice. He stole a glance at Zhoumi. Sister, it's a stranger sending the wrong text. Zhoumi, I said, then just go back to him for me. Yan Hongsheng then neatly wrote a line in the dialog box. What kind of dog is barking here? Please go back and ask your Chinese teacher to teach you the polite words to use when asking for help. When Gu Lancheng received Xiaomi's text message, he was having dinner with a few diehards. The atmosphere was thick. Someone teased Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, I heard that Uncle Gu ordered you to pick up Xiaomi. Did you have to go abroad recently? I've been busy lately. She came back on her own. Gu Lancheng said in a cloudy manner. Lancheng, you left your sister-in-law abroad for half a year without paying attention to her. What if she gets angry with you and she doesn't come back? Gu Lancheng was full of confidence. She's very easy to coax. The crowd laughed. It's also true that Zhoumi is so in love with Lancel, that even when Lancel asked for her kidney, she gave it without saying a word. Ha ha. When the phone's text message alert tone sounded, the assistant's expression brightened as she raised the phone and said, Mr. Gu, it's the madam who texted back. The deadbeat who had previously flirted with him for losing Zhoumi had a look of hatred. A dog can't change its ways. How can Zhoumi, the licking dog, not change his ways of kneeling to Lancel City? Gu Lancheng lit a cigarette and smiled. Xiao Xian said, it is you who do not understand women. Women are just pretentious, obviously love you to death, but deliberately mess with you. It's just to attract your attention. My sister's family of origin sucks, so when Lancel gives her a little favor, she treats him like life-saving driftwood. In this life, she can't get away from him. Gu Lancheng took his assistant's cell phone and leisurely opened the text message, only to see Yan Hongsheng send over the eye-catching big words get lost. His face was better than a dye room. Then seeing the last sentence Yan Hongsheng sent over, he almost stormed off. The others saw that something was wrong, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and suffocating. Lancelot, who recruited you? Deadpool put his head together. Seeing the text message on the screen, Deadpool nearly broke out in shocked emojis. Oh my god, this is the text message that Zhoumi sent back to you? Laozi has never seen anyone dare to be so arrogant in front of you when I was growing up. Is she tired of living? All the people looked at each other. How dare Zhoumi threaten our Gu Shao? Oh, grow up. There's a good show. Gu Lancheng threw his cell phone on the dining room table. Green-faced, lend her 10 guts she wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. Someone must have tampered with Xiaomi's cell phone number and sent me a text message. The assistant picked up his cell phone and seeing the avatar, he said suspiciously, this avatar is clearly the lady's but the tone of this person's speech, it's like a man. Xiao Xian's eyes widened. Did Mimi find a boyfriend abroad? Gu Lancheng killed himself not to believe that Xiaomi would betray him. He bit his back teeth grew fiercely. She dares to. The assistant suddenly realized something. Strange, why did Madam change her name to Yisheng? Deadpool's brain was extraordinarily clear, saying, Zhoumi even changed her name. Is this to completely say goodbye to the past? Gu Lancheng, however, was conceited as hell. She won't leave me. She loves me so much. She won't do anything to wrong me. Eyes dropped to the social media program and said with certainty, it should be her number that's been stolen. Chapter 14, Wife's Disappearance. Mr. Gu's Confession. The deadbeat patted Gu Lancheng's shoulder and flirted. Lancheng, you'd better go get Xiaomi back as soon as possible. If she comes back one day with a big belly and divorces you, you'll only have to cry. Also, your hallowed Gushao really lost face if he was dumped by Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng gritted his back teeth. She dares. In the end, probably forced by the fact that the annual meeting celebration was imminent, Gu Lancheng chose to compromise. Lee evening, buy me a ticket to the US, and buy some gifts for Madam along the way. The assistant looked cagey. Yes. Next day, Gu Lancheng took the gift Muppet cat that his assistant had bought on his behalf and boarded the plane to the United States. He finally decided to personally go to the United States to take Xiaomi home. Consider it compensation for the months he'd ignored her. He secretly said, when I go to America and coax her, she will still come back with me on her ass. He went to the home of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, who 6 months ago, had commissioned his assistant to find a reliable Chinese-speaking family for Jomi to help take care of his little wife, who was unfamiliar with the area. Who knows that when Gu Lancheng knocked on the door of Mr. and Mrs. Smith's home with great excitement and explained his intention with eagerness, Mr. and Mrs. Smith exuded a dumbfounded expression. Chow me! Gu Lancheng shouted towards the house. Gu Lancheng thought that when Jomi heard his voice, she would definitely run out to greet him with joy. But what he predicted did not happen, and what responded to him was the Smith's rejection. Mr. Gu, please don't make a lot of noise. It will affect the neighbor's rest. Mr. Smith, I'm Jomi's husband. I've come to take her home. Please let her out. Who knew that the next words of Mr. and Mrs. Smith were even more like a pot of cold water poured over his head. I'm sorry, Miss Jomi, I didn't come to us. Gu Lancheng was completely dumbfounded. What? Jomi didn't come to you guys? It was at this moment that he realized that Jomi hadn't just gambled for a moment when she had cut her ties to him 6 months ago. She really wanted to leave him. Jomi was like a kite with broken strings, slipping out of his hands. He said goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, lost in thought. Mr. Gu. Mr. Smith chased him out and kindly suggested. One thing that comes to mind is that 6 months ago, a foreign student was tragically shot and killed in a street riot in California. Her body remained unclaimed and was finally disposed of by the federal genus on her behalf. Why don't you ask at the federal genus? Gu Lancheng's handsome face whitened a few points, and his voice softened a few points. I know, thank you. He came to the federal agency in a state of dismay and told them why he was there. The federal staff reprimanded him. You're late. What were you doing 6 months ago? Her body has been cremated and the culprit has been shot. There is no way to find out her identity now. However, according to the autopsy records at the time, we can provide you with some information. The other party was 22 years old, wearing a red dress, with long hair, and weighing about 90 pounds. We don't know anything else, so please go back. Gu Lancheng didn't even know if Xiaomi had a red dress or not. Even her hairstyle he wasn't very clear about. He was in a rage and hammered his fists on the table in anger. Is there any of you who do things like this? The deceased could be my wife. Can you guys sympathize with my pain? The staff looked at him as if he were an idiot. Sir, if you really cared about your wife, you wouldn't have realized that she was missing 6 months after your wife's death. With a husband like you, your wife probably died not wanting to be found by you. Gu Lancheng is like sinking into an ice cave. Yeah, he really wasn't a proper husband. He wouldn't reach out to Jomi if she didn't contact him. He was naturally superior in front of her. He trembled as he left the federal genus. He heard the people inside laughing at him. Scum! How could his wife love such an irresponsible contraption? Gu Lancheng's heart trembled steeply, and for the first time, he sprouted a strong guilt towards Xiaomi. He had failed her after all. Jomi, I'm sorry. Where the hell are you? People's sorrows and joys are not connected. Jomi, who was in Milan at the moment, was overjoyed. That day she was called to the office by her teacher. The teacher brought her some exciting news. Yi Sheng, I've enrolled you in the 24th Global Costume Festival's new talent competition. You have to prepare yourself well, and teacher believes that you will be able to achieve notable results. Xiaomi instantly chicken blood boiling. This competition, although it is not the battle to establish the industry status of fashion designers, but after the competition there is a big brother in the clothing industry to accept the apprentice. If she can win the championship, she will have the opportunity to worship the fashion industry's titan Jasmine as a teacher. MS. Jasmine is the originator of luxury apparel design. Not only did she create a global luxury brand and achieve great success in her career, she is one of the top 10 outstanding people who have influenced women around the world, and she is also a philanthropist. Speaking of which, she and Jomi had a history. It was just that kind of bond that Jomi had half a mind to look back on. At that time, she accompanied Gu Lancheng to a grand banquet as his official girlfriend. Because of Gu Lancheng's cold negligence, she hadn't prepared a decent dress at all, which made her a joke in the circle of noble women. Behind her back, everyone else laughed at her for being nothing more than a watchdog raised by Gu Lancheng. Although she was born humble, she was also a person with dignity. She found Gu Lancheng and begged him to give her a little more money for her living expenses, so that she could also buy a slightly more decent dress. But what did Gu Lancheng say? He gave her a blank look and said very coldly, Jomi, will you stop being so vain? Jomi froze in place. All she asked for was a slightly more decent dress and he called her vain? Then why didn't he call Chow Xin vain when he gave her all those countless jewels, countless limited edition bags and big name clothing? She didn't weasel her way out of it. She just stumbled out of Gu Lancheng's room. That night she hid in the lounge room and cried her heart out all night. She thought sadly that it turns out that a person's birth determines the end of her life. In her most wretched time, MS. Jasmine came to her side. She lifted her tearful face. She praised her for being a natural dresser. She praised her for having a supermodel face. Jasmine teacher also presented Jomi with a very expensive piece of jewelry that was able to match the queen's crown lone moon. That was the most expensive piece of jewelry Jomi had ever received. On her way out MS, Jasmine also gently taught her, remember, Jomi, every girl is her own queen. You have to learn to love yourself well. Jasmine is Jomi's guiding light. It's just a shame that stupidity awakened her too late. Too late, Jomi? The teacher walked up to Jomi. What's the holdup? Did you hear what I said? Jomi snapped back. I'll do my best, teacher. The teacher was very pleased. If you are in trouble, remember to ask me for help. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 15, Brothers Boredom, Sisters Explosion. Gu Lancheng returned to the imperial capital alone. When Gu's father learned that Gu Lancheng had not brought Xiaomi back, he was furious. He scolded Gu Lancheng. I forbade you to marry Xiaomi, but you insisted on marrying her in order to save your white moonlight. Now that you're married, you should live a good life with Xiaomi and work together as a couple. Although Xiaomi's family is not good, but the child is good and filial, we also accept. But you have a tendency to get entangled with her sister. You broke Xiaomi's heart, and that's why she doesn't want to come back with you, right? The more Gu's father said, the more angry he became. If Xiaomi doesn't come back, there's no need for you to participate in the Gu family's annual reunion. I don't see the need for you to participate, lest you be criticized. Gu's mother was so frightened that she lost her color. Hubby, Lancheng will definitely coax Xiaomi back. You give him some time. Gu Lancheng was the only son of the Gu family, but that was if he could hold up the Gu family business. If he couldn't support the Gu family's business, there would be countless illegitimate children in the Gu family to take his place. This was the reason why Gu mother was afraid that Gu father would disqualify Gu Lancheng from participating in the annual reunion. Gu mother persuaded Gu Lancheng bitterly. Lancheng, this year's annual meeting is unprecedented in scale. The Gu family is uniting with the Yen family and the Si family to carry out an alliance gathering. You must attend the annual meeting as the Gu family's heir, so that you can get to know the elders of the Yen and Si families. As long as you are recognized by a few uncles, your career is bound to grow like a tiger in the future. Lancheng, do as you're told, no matter what means you use. You must coax Xiaomi back. Gu Lancheng suddenly pulled open the door, his face disheveled. Mom, Xiaomi is missing. Gu mother was dumbfounded and opened her mouth to scold Gu Lancheng, but she saw Gu Lancheng's dark and disheveled look. She couldn't bear to do so. Gu father kicked Gu Lancheng hard in the stomach. Gu Lancheng did not resist. Finally, Gu father said in pain, how are you being a husband? Your wife disappeared for so long before you realized it? You bastard. Do you know what disastrous consequences this matter will bring to you and the Gu family? Never let the media know that you did something to wrong Jomi. Remember, the fault for the triggering of Jomi's disappearance must never lie with you. Gu Lancheng's mouth moved, wanting to say a few words in defense of Xiaomi, but in the end, he thought of his own future. He closed his mouth again. Gu's mother spoke. You're always a womanizer, so you needn't interfere in this matter. I'll handle it. A few days later, the network appeared Gu's young lady cheated on her husband and ran away with a wild man overseas. Gu's young master, in order to recover his beloved wife, at all costs, chased abroad, but Mrs. Gu's mind was already made up, and decided to abandon the infatuation of Gu's young man. The report of Gu Xiao returning to his home country glumly. The report portrays Jomi as a woman who was extremely irresponsible and watery in her relationships, and sketched Gu Lancheng as a devoted, doting wife-favoring fiend. In the media, the Gu family's young master, after marrying Cinderella Xiaomi despite fighting the family's immense pressure, pampers her and even takes good care of Xiaomi's seriously ill sister because of his doting on her. The report carried images of Gu Lancheng's airfare out of the country and Gu Lancheng's attentive care for Xiao Xian. Under the hot search, Xiao Xian was the first to like the tweet, sort of tacitly recognizing the veracity of the story. As a result, public opinion was full of sympathy and pity for Gu Lancheng, while it was storming and raging against Xiaomi. Netizens who didn't know the truth cursed Xiaomi. Heavens, it's really smoke from her ancestors' graves for her to be able to marry Gu Lancheng. Such a good husband, she doesn't even know how to cherish it, and she even gave Gu Xiao a green hat. Where's this woman's face? Does she have one? Could it be that she's a faceless woman? Even her own sister had to come down and tear her apart, so it's obvious how bad her character is. This kind of woman should go out and get run over. Yen Hongsheng was playing a handheld game when he accidentally glanced at the domestic hot search. Seeing that Xiaomi was about to be drowned by the wave of public opinion, Yen Hongsheng couldn't stand it any longer, and he registered an account called Protector of Flowers to voice his objections under the 10,000-foot-high building. Is it possible that young Master Gu cheated on his wife with his sister-in-law and broke Mrs. Gu's heart? So Mrs. Gu doesn't want to come back to be his tool person? This post is proof. Waiting for Mrs. Gu to return home to tear Gu dog by hand. Yen Hongsheng also paid to buy hot searches for himself. His comment was quickly mobbed by multiple people, and then some sensible netizens began to echo the voice of the flower protector. Sit back and wait to eat melon. I don't think this drama will end anytime soon. Mother Goo kept an eye on public opinion dynamics, and with regards to the flower protector who brought up the tempo, she just lightly instructed her beloved. This flower protector seems to know some insider information. Dig up the ground and find this flower protector. Give him some money and make him change his confession immediately and use it for us. Yes, ma'am. Recently, Xiaomi was busy preparing for the competition and neglected to discipline Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng seems to be making extra trouble to get her attention. That morning, Yan Hongsheng curled up on the sofa in the living room. His eyes looked at Xiaomi with a grudge, as if he was a stray dog being bullied by her. His book bag was thrown casually at his feet. Xiaomi, I couldn't bear it. Xiao Shang, do you not want to go to school again? Yan Hongsheng covered his stomach, his face pale, his expression pained. Sister, my stomach hurts. Xiaomi, I giggled. Originally, he thought that Yan Hongsheng was lying when he said that he would have all sorts of pains in class. However, half a semester into the school year had passed, and every time he went to school, he really did have the strange problem of headaches, stomach aches, and leg pains. Doctors say this is a typical symptom of an anorexic student and is a serious mental illness. At the moment he looked at her with those innocent eyes pitifully. Even the most hard-hearted person would be melted by such soft eyes. Xiaomi, I nodded furtively. All right then. After all, Yan Hongsheng was still a minor child now. In case he had psychological problems, in case he got depressed or something like that, wouldn't she be an incompetent guardian? Yan Hongsheng's face instantly charmed up. Xiaomi, however, was very worried. Yan Hongsheng was a genius with a lot of wisdom and close to a demon. Would she let this genius fall by indulging him so much to give up his studies? She finally stroked his head against her will. It's good that you're happy. Then Yan Hongsheng nestled in his room and played games. Xiaomi took a leave of absence from home and served him at her pleasure. As she tidied up her room, she eloquently picked up Yan Hongsheng's school bag, but found it to be exceptionally light. Open a look. The book bag inside what professional books are not, only an immodest yellow disc. Xiaomi was instantly furious. Yan Hongsheng, you get out of here. Chapter 16, Parting arrives. Restoring identity. Yan Hongsheng rolled and crawled out. Sister, what's wrong? Xiaomi's red eyes, tears pooled in her eyes, her shoulders pumping with anger. You even pretended to be sick in order not to go to school. Do you know that all things are inferior, but only reading is high? If you don't want to be bullied again in the future, you have to study. Well, Yan Hongsheng wimped out in seconds, a pair of cool peach blossom eyes drooping. Sister, I was wrong. Xiaomi was pained. Xiao Shang, sister is willing to cover the wind and rain for you, but Xiao Shang, the world is so big, and when a rainstorm comes, not all the wind and rain are covered for you. You reflect on that. She huffed, grabbed her book bag, and slammed the door. Yan Hongsheng pouted. So grumpy? The creak of the door panel sounded again. Yan Hongsheng knew mouth snickering. I knew that sister's mouth is hard and heart is soft. A pair of black clanking leather shoes stepped into his room. Yan Hongsheng's heart instantly sank. He suddenly jumped off the bed and ran quickly to the floor-to-ceiling window, and through the thin window screen, he saw Zhoumiai's slender back slowly walking away. Zhoumiai seemed blessed and suddenly turned back. Yan Hongsheng lifted the window screen and raised his hand to slowly bid her farewell. Xiaomi's unhappiness was instantly dissolved by his innocent, harmless smile, and she shouted at him, Xiao Shang, sister will make you your favorite sweet and sour pork tonight. Because Yan Hongsheng was still in the stage of growing his body, she always took great pains to cook all kinds of food for Yan Hongsheng. And this year, Yan Hongsheng's height exploded to grow by 15 cm. Yan Hongsheng's gaze was loving, gentle and harmless. Sister, I'll wait for you to return. The door panel was violently opened, and outside the door, a cold, middle-aged man walked in. He stood behind Yan Hongsheng and arrogantly asked, You're the flower protector? Yan Hongsheng suddenly pulled back the curtains and nodded his head in a cold, deep voice. The man threw Yan Hongsheng a thick envelope, and Yan Hongsheng didn't need to wait for him to open his mouth to explain. He guessed his intention. Did Mrs. Gu send you here? Buy me off with money? The man was slightly surprised. You're very smart. Young man, you've messed with the wrong people. Yan Hongsheng threw the envelope back at him, so far away. But the light envelope seemed to have been injected with inches of strength, and when it landed in the man's hand, the sharp edge forced its way through the man's hand. Just for the sake of maintaining Gu Lanqing's reputation, Mrs. Gu really spared her blood and sent you all the way here to bribe me. What if I say that I don't care about her money? Mrs. Gu said that as long as you're willing to cooperate with us and tamper with the story, how much money you want, just ask. The man looked as if he was certain that Yan Hongsheng would accept their conditions. After all, there was no one who hadn't been defeated by Mrs. Gu's generous money power. Yan Hongsheng, however, lightly despised a smile. Your master should first go and find out who I am before coming to talk to me about this business. After all, I'm a person that can't be bought by just any cat or dog. The man scrutinized Yan Hongsheng, seeing that although he was wearing inexpensive clothes, he had a reserved elegance throughout his body, and was by no means a child from a small family. Who are you? You don't deserve to know my name yet. Yes? The man clapped his hands and in moments the room was packed with black heads. Boy, my lady wants to see you. I'm sorry, you'll have to come with me. Yan Hongsheng looked around the simple rental room, his eyes full of reluctance. However, he knew that if he stayed forcibly, his identity was bound to be leaked, and at that time he would only add big trouble to Nianxing's sister. He said, then I'll come with you guys. But you guys go out first. I have to leave a letter for my roommate or my roommate will call the police. The men were waiting outside the door at the head of the crowd. Yan Hongsheng simply packed his bags, only bringing a change of clothes. That set of clothes Xiaomi personally sewed for him. He left a message for Zhoumiai, sister. It's been a year since I left home. It's time for me to go home. I'll see you in the Jianghu. After saying that, Yan Hongsheng left the rented room without looking back. After noon, Zhoumiai rushed home after school, looked at the empty room and dropped onto the couch. Lost, although she knew that she and Yan Hongsheng were not on the same path. But after half a year of spending time with each other, even a dog has feelings, let alone a human being. She was saddened by Yan Hongsheng's resignation. At the same time, he was quite worried about Yan Hongsheng's future. Xiao Shang, I wish you a bright future in everything you wish for. She thought that she and Yan Hongsheng had finished their destiny in this life. In the meantime, Yan Hongsheng took an international long-distance flight, and the Gu family's minions were afraid that he would escape, and a dozen of their big men grouped him in the middle, making up for the leaky air surrounding her. After sending a text message before the plane took off, Yan Hongsheng rested with his eyes comfortably and remarkably closed. They could still hear his evenly rising and falling breaths as he slept. Humph, this kid's heart is so big that he can still sleep after offending Mrs. Gu. Isn't he afraid that the black and white irregulars will hook his life away on this trip? Yan Hongsheng closed his eyes and responded, who is Mrs. Gu? Not to mention her, even her son, I don't give a damn. Yo, pretty arrogant. It's just so arrogant. If you're capable, let Gu Lancheng come and beat me up. The plane landed, but the airport is exceptionally quiet. Usually noisy and lively waiting room today is sparsely populated. That Gu family's bodyguards looked at each other in dismay. Although Mrs. Gu had money and status, but to charter this airfield was not something that a plutocratic wife of her power could do. Yan Hongsheng walked straight towards the outside of the airport. The man instructed his bodyguard, hurry up and follow him. However, when they came within a meter of Yan Hongsheng, a group of well-trained guards suddenly emerged from nowhere, and they blocked them outside of Yan Hongsheng. Their resistance easily suppressed by this group of guards. The power isn't even in the same order of magnitude. They could only watch as Yan Hongsheng got into a luxury car and left. The Yan family of the imperial capital. Yan Hongsheng stood in the living room waiting for his grandfather. The teenager's just opened body, the magnificent beauty of a sesame tree, but already exuding the composure that only mature men have. The luxuries around him were dwarfed in his presence. His darker face is written with a maxim, when people fight, winning or losing never depends on truth, but on power and status. That's why he condescended to show up here today. When the Yan family's eldest young master came down from upstairs, he saw Yan Hongsheng's chiaroscuro figure, his inviolable air of superiority, which hardened and rendered his reserve. Young Master Yan's eyes instantly reddened. Yan Hongsheng clearly hadn't done anything, but his loneliness and arrogance hardened him, the young master of the plutocracy, as if he were a joke. Yan Hongsheng, what are you doing here? You are not welcome in my home. Chapter 17, Young and Wild. Two heroes struggle for the first. Yan Hongsheng's voice was clear and cold. This is my home. I come and go as I please. It's out of your hands. Young Master Yan was so angry that his face was full of scorn. This is my home. I've lived here since I was a child. And you're here for the first time in 16 years, aren't you? Yan Hongsheng said, hatching a magpie's nest and having the face to say so. Young Master Yan was furious enough. I'm a full 12 years older than you. My mother knew my father before your mother did. Yan Hongsheng sneered back. Do you want me to help you popularize the law? The civil code stipulates that only children born to couples with a marriage license are legal. And your mom and my dad didn't have a marriage license, which means she gave birth to you as a mistress. Young Master Yan's cheeks are red with anger. Just you wait. I'll have dad throw you out. At this time, the butler walked out from the study, looking at the furious young Master Yan, and then at the calm and relaxed Yan Hongsheng. The corners of the butler's lips hooked up slightly as he walked in front of Yan Hongsheng, respectfully inviting, young master, the old master has asked you to go in. Yan Hongsheng nodded silently and raised his feet towards the study, with a surprised look on his face. Young Master Yan turned his head and went to find his father. Study. Master Yan sat on a swivel chair of black leather, his face expressionless as he looked directly at Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng also stared straight at him. Master Yin thought that this child could not hold his breath, and when he saw him, he was bound to complain to him first. But when he saw Yin Hongxing's deep and inscrutable eyes, and his handsome face, he realized that he couldn't control this child in front of him at all. "I'm really happy for you to be back," he said meaningfully. Yin Hongxing said, "My grandson's life is good, turning misfortune into good fortune and difficulties into good fortune, and with the help of noble people, he will surely live a long life." Elder Yin sighed. "Grandpa has heard all about what happened to you in Milan. Grandpa will definitely help you find out who was behind your murder and give you an explanation." Yin Hongsheng, however, said, "Grandfather, I don't need you to bother about grandchildren's matters. Grandson will handle it himself." Master Yin revealed a stunned expression. Yin Hongxing's composure, calmness, and concealment all surpassed that of a child of his age by an unknown number of times. "I'm sorry about your mom. It was Grandpa and your grandpa who were headstrong and forced her to marry your dad in a union. Your father didn't love your mom. He always loved Chunyun. For so many years, your mom didn't muffle your dad's heart. Your mom, she ended her life in such a tragic way. I hope you can understand your mom's choice and sympathize with your dad's pain." The hand in Yin Hongxing's sleeve clenched tightly into a fist, but on his face he hung a cloudy expression. "It's all in the past." Master Yin was very pleased. "Hongsheng, those who are alive should look forward. You are the first grandson of the Yin family and the grandson of the Si family. No one in this imperial capital is more reserved than you. As much as you are capable, you will have as much of a stage as you are capable of. You'll be staying at the Yin family for a while, and during this time, you'll follow the Yin family's private tutor to learn more about the company's business. Grandpa hopes that you can take over my company sooner." Yin Hongsheng said. "Grandson obeys grandpa's orders." Master Yin said, "You go down first." He also asked the housekeeper, "Have you packed a room for young Master Hongsheng?" The housekeeper returned, "Master, I'll allocate a room on the third floor where the young masters and young ladies are staying for young Master Hongsheng. Hongxing's identity is not comparable to those bastards out there. Directly arrange his room next door to mine, and give him a monthly allowance up to 8 figures. This child, I will personally temper him," the old master commanded. "Yes, Gu family." Gu's mother sat in the gazebo in the garden, sipping tea, her face beaming with the springtime joy that only a rich wife could have. "Madam, Cheng Cheng is back, let him in." Mother Gu was very joyful. Cheng Cheng had always done things with 9 out of 10 assurances, and she believed that he wouldn't let her down this time either. "Madam." Unexpectedly, Cheng Cheng had just seen Gu's mother and slapped himself twice with a guilty, self-condemning face. "Ma'am, I failed to bring back that escort as you wished. Please, ma'am, chastise me. What the hell is going on here?" Mother Gu was amazed. After all, this mission seemed so simple to her. "Madam, that escort. I'm only afraid that his identity is not simple. We've already brought him back to the imperial capital, but we didn't expect to be cut off at the airport gate." The man whispered a few more words in Gu's mother's ear, and she looked ham-fisted. I'm afraid that the person who can use his power to put the airfield is powerful." Realizing that she might have messed with a big shot that she shouldn't have messed with, Gu's mother only wanted to turn a big problem into a small problem at the moment. "Never let the old man know about this. Otherwise, he should blame me for failing to accomplish anything. I must not become a liability to Lan Cheng's fight for the air." "Don't worry, ma'am, I'll keep my mouth shut. Why don't you sneak off to poke around again and find out who that escort is? He has such a reserved status. If he has any friendship with a lowly wild girl like Xiaomi, that would be a bit troublesome." Mother Gu speculated apprehensively. "Okay, I'm on my way." The annual year-end celebration organized by the Zaibatsu Alliance finally arrived on schedule. The sons of the Zaibatsu group's worldly families can fight tooth and nail to create a flawless image. Gu Lan Cheng, on the other hand, was deprived of the honor by Gu's father. "Lan Cheng, since your wife didn't come back, you shouldn't participate in the grand finale of this celebration, lest people with ulterior motives look deeper into the reasons for Xiaomi's absence. When the time comes, even if you have a mouth, you won't be able to tell the details of your daughter-in-law's disappearance." Gu's mother was so furious that her face looked worse than a pig's liver. "Hubby, if you won't let Lancheng have the grand finale, then which bastard are you going to let replace Lancheng?" Gu's father gave her a blank look. "It's your own son who's not competitive. Now that my other son is wiping Lancheng's ass, how dare you have the temerity to speak ill of him?" Gu's mother was furious enough, and yet there was nothing to say. At the celebration party, Gu Lancheng's half-brother, Gu Weijun, made a high-profile appearance in attendance, especially after he hosted the celebration in Gu Lancheng's place. The heads of several major plutocrat groups smelled something different, and they flattered Gu's father in front of Gu Lancheng. "Brother Gu is truly blessed. We've all seen this Lancheng has talent. It didn't occur to me that you still have such an excellent son hidden away. When is Brother Gu going to let him enter the Gu clan's industry?" Gu's father smiled brightly. This time, Letting him make an appearance is to pave the way for him to become the executive president of the GU Group's artificial intelligence field. I would also like you to give him more support at that time. Chapter 18, touching his scales, having a hard time saying anything. That's for sure. Several elders responded, like the Yen family, the Si family, the Gu family and the Lu family, such a prominent big plutocratic family. Several family heads are cultivated for thousands of years of human essence. Their ability to read people naturally called others cannot be expected. The juniors that they had their eyes on, those were definitely candidates for the heirs of the Zaibatsu group and the promising future. The Gu family had formerly groomed Gu Lanchang, and now they were re-pushing Gu Weijun. So that meant that the candidate for the successor of the Gu group was becoming vague. Gu Lanchang saw that Gu Weijun was full of red face, talking highly with several family heads, and he already smelled a crisis in his heart. His face then never looked better. The biased house is not a good place to be. A teasing voice suddenly rang out. Brother Gu has fallen out of favor? Gu Lanchang turned around and saw his good brother Yen Shirue walking over with 2 cups of white wine. Handing him a cup, Lanchang, don't blame your brother for not reminding you that your operation to send away the original match for the sake of the white moonlight was truly foolish. Now it's good. You personally lifted your archenemy to your own territory. Do you see how popular he is with a few family lords? Gu Lanchang disliked back. Don't you talk about me in a bad way. You're not much better? I heard that your brother came home? Yen Shirue disdain. It's just a milky rash. Not enough for the club. Rash? But he has the dual patronage of Master Yen and Master C, and as long as he grows up well, Cherry, your position is precarious. Yen Shirue's eyes sank, the hand pinching the wine glass unexpectedly hard. My grandfather and Master C are both getting old. You're not unaware that once a person is out of office, then the power in him is also out of office with him. Gu Lanchang shook his head. As the saying goes, ginger is still old and hot. Wrong. I've only heard that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the front. The one in charge of the Yen family today is my dad. My dad and my mom are the true love. As he spoke, suddenly the banquet hall resounded with a commotion. Wow. So handsome. What kind of cockney is he? Why haven't I seen him before? So good looking. It's a big star who invited and leaped atmosphere, right? What kind of big star has this kind of passable air? At the entrance of the banquet hall, Yen Hongsheng is wearing a black suit. His 1-meter-8 head is straight as a green mountain. A clear and elegant face is filled with a calm and steady atmosphere that does not fit a teenager. Elder Yen and Elder C had exuded expressions of relief as they walked towards Yen Hongsheng one after another with a sturdy stride. Hongsheng, what took you kids so long? Master Yen chided him with a smile. The level of pampering is evident. Master C was even more gentle and loving. He took Yen Hongsheng's hand and marveled. Brat, Grandpa thought you were suffering outside this year? I can't eat or sleep every day. I didn't realize that this child of yours had not only gained weight, but had also grown taller. Ha ha, it seems that you have had a good year. After saying that, he didn't forget to put gold on his own face. Worthy of being my Siju's grandson. Master Yen disliked him. Grandson. Grandchildren are also grandchildren. The two best buddies just argued in front of everyone. Yen Hongsheng's gaze is a profound fall to Gu Lanchang not far ahead. Gu Lanchang was surprised. Shouldn't Yen Hongsheng's nemesis be Yen Shirue? But why was he staring at him? Yen Hongsheng was humble and courteous to Master Yen Si. Grandpa, excuse me. Then he lifted his foot and walked to Gu Lanchang, extending his hand in a friendly manner with an extraordinarily deep smile. Mr. Gu, I've heard a lot about you. Gu Lanchang had just stretched out his hand to shake his, when he heard the news he least wanted to hear by his ears. I heard that your wife is missing. If Mr. Gu needs help, I'm willing to do my bit. The sounds around them died down, and everyone's faces were shocked out of their emoticons. Then whispers resounded around them. Mrs. Gu is missing? Someone was enlightened. Ah, is it any wonder we didn't see her even on such an important occasion? So Dong Gu suddenly wants to cultivate second young Master Gu. So it's the drunkard's intention. Gu Lancheng's heart sank into an ice cave as he looked at the culprit in front of him. But Yen Hongsheng was wearing an innocent smile. It was as if he didn't even know what kind of disaster he could bring to Gu Lancheng with these few close words of his. Gu Lancheng only felt that his smile was extraordinarily warm, but it made him so cold that his bone marrow shivered. He also had to politely perfume him. I wonder where young Master Yen heard the false rumors. Yen Hongsheng looked serious. Isn't the internet abuzz with rumors? Mr. Gu and his sister-in-law got too close, causing his wife to be jealous and leave home. Mr. Gu chased his wife overseas a few days ago, but went home in joy and defeat. The thing Gu Lancheng regretted the most in his life was this moment. Why did he have to talk more to ask this guy with negative emotional intelligence? Young Master Yen is young and doesn't know that it's hard to tell falsehoods in the internet environment. I advise you to read less of those false rumors on the internet. My wife is in the United States, alive and well. As for my relationship with Xiao Xin, it's not as absurd as the internet rumors. I just appreciate Xiao Xian's talent and am prepared to support her as the chief designer of my luxury company. Yan Hongsheng pretended to be surprised. What a coincidence. I'm also planning to create a luxury goods company recently, so young Master Gu and I met on a narrow path. Gu Lansheng gritted his teeth. If not for Yan Hongsheng's innocent smile on his face, and the fact that the other party had no grudges against him, he would have almost thought that he was a comedian sent by the heavens specifically to work against him. Why else would he be offended by everything? I wonder which young Master Yan's chief designer is. Gu Lansheng knew how to do business. The so-called know your enemy and know yourself. You can win 100 battles. Yan Hongsheng really had no heart. Her name is Niansheng. Gu Lansheng's eyes showed a disdainful smile. How come I haven't heard of this designer in the industry? Yan Hongsheng mentioned Niansheng, but was very proud. She's been busy participating in the international fashion competition recently. When she's busy with this period of time, I'll definitely introduce her for Gu Xiao. Gu Lansheng snorted in his heart. What kind of nobody deserves to be introduced to him? He ended on a high note. What a coincidence. My chief designer Xiao Xian will also participate in this clothing competition. So much so, that the two upstart companies, early on, battled it out. Gu Lansheng swore, young Master Yan can remind this MS Niansheng to be careful. Our chief designer will surely go all out. Yan Hongsheng smiled meaningfully. We'll see. After the two people finished chatting, Gu Lansheng left with a dark face. As he passed by Yan Qirui, he patted Yan Qirui's shoulder and said in a very small voice, "This younger brother of yours is truly a strange one. Every word he says succeeds in provoking my anger." Yan Qirui thought deeply. I told you a long time ago that this rash young man is not to be feared. With such a lack of understanding of words and colors, he will only be an idle young master. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of Yan Hongsheng's lips were curled into an ironic smile at this moment. Chapter 19, Reunion of Husband and Wife. Transformation of the Lady. Soon there were rumors in the plutocratic circles about Gu Lansheng's crime of doting on his concubine and destroying his wife. And Gu Lansheng was unanimously reviled by the noble women and ladies. It took Gu's father quite a bit of effort to remove all the unfavorable rumors. Gu Lansheng's reputation was more or less tarnished. Gu's father hated Gu Lansheng and simply rewarded Gu Weijun with a few more companies. Gu Lansheng wants to reclaim his former glory, and now he can only throw his weight behind his newly created luxury brand company. This was a battle he had to win. He had to let everyone know that the flaws in his private life couldn't overshadow his talent for business. More importantly, he had to prove that his close association with Xiao Xian was only for work. Milan. Zhoumiai's preparations for the contest were in full swing, except that she had made many outfits, but not one that targeted the upper-class group. Not because she couldn't design it, but because she was shy, couldn't afford the finest fabrics and accessories. It made her apprehensive, and she was worried that her shortcomings would be cut short by Ms. Jasmine. At that exact moment, a huge sum of money inexplicably appeared in her bank account. Zhoumiai counted the zeros behind it, a full 8 digits, and was so shocked that her pupils quaked. She's never seen so much money in 2 lifetimes? Should she go to the police station and call the police? The cell phone rang suddenly, the unfamiliar digital number blinking, and Zhoumiai tapped it with a trembling hand. Sister. Thoughts sounded like running water. Zhoumiai patted his chest and exhaled. Shou, where have you been? Yan Hongsheng's voice was filled with sadness as he said, I'm going home. Sister, I don't want to leave you, but I can't fight the family's arrangement right now. Sister, you will forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, right? Xiaomi's heart soured. Xiao Shang, I don't blame you. I just worry about you. The Yan family she knew, although the first plutocratic family in the imperial capital, accompanied by the splash of riches, was the rapid turnover of power in the Yan family, and the deaths of pawns after the Yan family fell out of favor. Yan Hongsheng stayed in that turbulent place, and Xiaomi gripped her heart for him. Yan Hongsheng seemed to be silent for a long time. Sister, Grandpa treats me well, you don't have to worry about me. How have you been lately? Xiaomi had always reported good news but not bad. Xiao Shang, I'm very busy. I've just been busy participating in the new fashion talent competition, so I've neglected you. Yan Hongsheng was very happy for her. Sister, you focus on the competition. Take that money and use it. Ask me again if it's not enough. Puzzled, Zhoumi asked, why are you giving me so much money? Yan Hongsheng said truthfully, Sister, this money is for me to support you to participate in the clothing rookie contest. I heard that Gu Lansheng spent a huge amount of money to sponsor Xiao Xian to participate in this competition. After a pause, Teacher Jasmine is specialized in serving the queens and princesses of the various royal families in Europe, and the entries are bound to be detached from the display of luxury goods. Sister, if you don't have any money, the odds are that you'll just run with the pack in this competition. Xiaomi also knew that this money from Yan Hongsheng was a blessing in disguise for her. However, she was terrified that she had spent so much money but had not achieved success and let Yan Hongsheng's money go down the drain. Sister, I actually don't care about the ending. I'm just worried about you. You'll be unhappy if you lose to the competition. So, I'll give you money, so go all out. Xiao Shang, I can't spend that much money. I'll save the remainder for you. When you grow up, this money will give you a daughter-in-law. Yan Hongshang, brother, I'm so handsome, do I still have to pay money backwards to get a daughter-in-law? Zhoumi's stomach hurt from laughing so hard. After laughing, he rationally analyzed. With Xiaoxing's condition, naturally, countless girls will chase after you. But Xiao Shang, if you meet the one whose heart and eyes are full of you, what's the harm in pampering her? Sister, don't worry, if the person I marry is one that I, Yan Hongshang, have found for myself, then I will spoil her to the end in this life. Xiaomi laughed. I really don't know which girl will be lucky enough to marry my family Xiaoshang. Although there was a 6-year age difference between Yan Hongshang and Xiaomi, they had endless conversations. When it finally ended, Yan Hongshang reminded Xiaomi, sister, don't look at the intranet lately. Zhoumi froze, and she guessed roughly what it was. She was living like a lowly creature haywire these days, tending to avoid all harm, always running away from all harm. So she listened very much to Yan Hongshang. Okay, I won't ask for trouble. Yan Hongshang said, that's good. 3-day countdown to the costume design competition. New fashion designers from around the globe have already made their way to Milan, and in just a few days, the city street hotels have filled up. Gu Lanqing couldn't bear to see his sweetheart suffer, and he deliberately chose to stay at the most expensive hotel in Milan. In order to perfect her design, Xiao Xian begged Gu Lanqing to take her to the wholesale market of raw materials in Milan to seek inspiration, in an attempt to utilize some tiny additions to the design to make her work more perfect. Gu Lanqing refused at first. Xian, you're not well, you can't work too hard. Xiao Xian spilled her guts. Lanqing, this competition is very important to me. You know, my dream and long-cherished wish is to get the champion of the global costume competition. Gu Lanqing was defeated in Xiao Xian's expectant eyes. Okay, he then acted as Xiao Xian's escort, accompanying her to run around the biggest raw material market in Milan. They came to the most luxurious cloth house in Milan. Xiao Xian was instantly captivated by the colorful cloths hanging in the sky. She touched the east and the west with a look of love. By coincidence, Zhoumi was also at the rag house at the moment. Using the huge sum of money Yan Hongshang had given her, Xiaomi cut her flesh and gnashed her teeth to buy a few top-notch fabrics duome, which were high-class fabrics made of top-quality cashmere mixed with hippocampus hair and alpaca wool. Aided by gold diamond powder, she was able to get such a good fabric, but she also had to be grateful to her mentor for stepping in and putting in a good word for her in front of the boss, so that the boss could be so generous in offering up the valuable tome. Otherwise, this kind of limited edition fabric would not even be seen by a person of her status. The boss was about to remove the cloths from the cabinet shelves to pack them for Xiaomi when Xiao Xian suddenly tugged on the cloths. Boss, I'll take this cloth. The owner had a hard look on his face. I'm sorry, this cloth has already been bought by that girl. Gu Lanqing walked over. I can buy your cloth at a high price. The owner pointed at Zhoumi. Sir, this cloth is the most expensive in our store, selling 1,000 meters a year worldwide and no more. If you must have it, you can ask that girl to even it out for you. Gu Lanqing and Xiao Xian's gazes naturally fell on Xiaomi. At this moment, Xiaomi, wearing a grass-green suit jacket, below with the same color A-line big swing skirt, but in the waist an extra palm-wide floating belt casually fluttering, the belt printed with Chinese-style patterns. She also wore a princess hairstyle with curly hair, and this outfit made her very energetic. Gu Lan looked at Xiaomi in a daze. He didn't recognize Xiaomi. He was just filled with a good feeling for the girl in front of him who was on the thin side, of average height, and exuded a girl next door affinity. He didn't know how he could suddenly develop an inexplicable good feeling for a girl, until Jiazhen called out, me. Gu Lanqing was like being struck by lightning, and it was only after looking again that he was alerted to the fact that this girl and Xiaomi really did have a slight resemblance to each other. Chapter 20, Sisters Fight for the Title. Sister against all odds. Gu Lanqing suddenly lost control and reached out to pull Xiaomi, but he didn't expect Xiaomi to give him a slap on the backhand, and then screamed as if in shock, ah, colorful wolf, how dare you harass me. As soon as the words fell, several men in the store stopped Gu Lanqing. Xiaomi took advantage of the chaos and flew out of the store. Gu Lanqing's face was ashen, although he hadn't seen Xiaomi's face clearly, but hearing her voice, he was already sure that it was his wife Xiaomi. He tried his best to explain to the foreigners, I am not a pervert. The girl just now, she is my wife. You guys let go of me, I want to take her home. A few of the men who had seen the right thing but looked at Xiao Xian suspiciously. She's your wife? Then who is this one beside you? Gu Lanqing was dumbfounded. The men's eyes were clearly filled with scorn for him. Xiao Xian, who was always eager to stick to Gu Lanqing, in order to relieve the situation, she hurriedly excused him. You guys misunderstood us. I'm his wife's sister. I came out with him to look for my sister. The men half-heartedly released him. Gu Lancheng stumbled out after him. Zhou he yelled at the top of his lungs. Xiaomi was very familiar with this street. She hid in the shadows and looked at Gu Lancheng from afar as he looked around for her, her eyes getting colder and colder. Looking for a wife while flirting with her first love. This kind of dog man, why didn't she dump him earlier? A kidney for nothing. Gu Lancheng's throat was hoarse from shouting, and Xiaomi didn't respond to him. There was confusion in his eyes, disbelief. He didn't understand why Zhou didn't want to see him. Hadn't she always loved him and depended on him? Then when she saw him, she should have swooped over to him. Xiao Xian walked out and stopped him from continuing to go crazy. Lancheng, don't look for it. It's our mistake to recognize the girl. I just asked the store owner and he told me that the girl just now wasn't called Xiaomi at all. Gu Lancheng was stunned, and a flash of intense skepticism passed through his eagle pupils. If it wasn't her, why did she run away when she saw me? Xiao Xian's voice was soft. Lancheng, if it were Xiaomi, she would only swoop over to meet you when she saw you. Gu Lancheng's expression then began to waver. Could he really be mistaken? Lancheng, that girl just now must also be participating in the costume new talent competition. You'll definitely be able to see her on the day of the competition. Let's go. Xiao Xian pulled Gu Lancheng away. Gu Lancheng took one step and turned back 3 times. Xiaomi stepped out from the corner and darted in the opposite direction from Gu Lancheng. Back at the rental, Zhou sat limply on the couch, her mind a mess. Although she had already guessed that she would inevitably see her late friend in this rookie tournament, she had had a lucky break. Gu Lancheng was busy with his work, so perhaps he wouldn't personally accompany Xiao Xian to compete. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was the white moonlight that was placed on her heart, and he really didn't move an inch towards her. Gu Lancheng's careful care for Xiao Xian increasingly set off his contempt and indifference towards her as his wife. Zhou suddenly wanted to get a divorce regardless. Why don't we mention divorce to Gu Lancheng when we see him tomorrow? If he doesn't, then she'll sue for divorce? She didn't want to have anything to do with Gu Lancheng for even a moment. The day of the race went as planned. Participants arrive early to draw lots to determine the order of appearance. While Xiaomi drew the last number, Xiao Xian drew the first. There were 30 contestants in total, and each contestant's entry would have a model on display for a runway show. Each judge will control the score of the work. The contestant with the highest total score at the end wins. The atmosphere in the venue was tense as soon as the competition began. When the lights of the stage dropped, the models stepped elegantly and made their appearance one after another. Xiao Xian's work, the use of expensive cloth, with expensive jewelry, the European and American style to highlight the best, the queen of the temperament to take the dead, winning the open door. It can be said that the applause is thunderous and long-lasting. The judges and teachers unanimously gave a high score of over 9.5. Many people began to whisper, "This Ms. Xiao Xian is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse of the night. The champion is his." After Xiao Xian's exhibition ended, Gu Lancheng's suspended mind let go and his attention was focused on finding Xiaomi. It was just that the next contestants were particularly disappointing to Gu Lancheng, as they were clearly not the oriental faces he was looking for. So Gu Lancheng had already given up on finding Xiaomi. The contestants at the back, their scores were undoubtedly lower than Xiao Xian's, which made Xiao Xian secretly happy, and she almost decided that she was the winner of tonight's championship. Until the exhibition of the last contestant's costume, the stage, which had been dead, was instantly revitalized. There was a burst of applause from the stage. Wow! All of these outfits are so creative and each set is very unique. Xiao Xian immediately felt the pressure as she asked her sidekick in a low voice, "Who is this contestant number 30? Looking at the cut of her work, she clearly doesn't look like a youngster. It's like an old designer with many years of experience." The contestant next to her happened to be a student at the Milan Fashion Design Institute, and she excitedly said, "She's an oriental face like you, and her name is Yisheng." Xiao Xian said naively, "Yisheng? It's a very raw name, and it's not even a little-known designer in the clothing industry." The sound of something falling to the ground suddenly came from the side. Xiao Xian twisted her head to look at the out-of-sorts Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng lowered his voice, "Yisheng, isn't the chief designer hired by Yan Hongsheng named Yisheng?" Xiao Xian's face instantly turned white. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? Her and Gu Lancheng's gazes, coincidentally, went to the podium. When the modeling runway was completed, the contestants were to go up to the stage to report their design concepts. As Xiaomi stepped onto the stage with a confident and leisurely pace, she faintly swept past Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, knowing that the reunion she dreaded the most had inevitably come. Gu Lancheng's gaze was dead on Xiaomi, although her back was slim, but she was reserved and upright in her manners. Her swan neck was white and slender, her Hepburn hairstyle, and her temperament was noble and cool. At first glance, it really doesn't look like Zhou, but after all, they had been together for so many more years. They were still married. How could she stand up to his scrutiny? he finally recognized her as Jomi. Gu Lanqing's fists were clenched so tightly that his bones were white. He remembered that he had traveled hard to the United States, searching for her without success, and had been misled by the federal affiliates into believing that she had met with misfortune. All this time he had been filled with guilt about her. I didn't expect her to end up sitting here in living color. Jomi's work was met with a round of applause from the audience. Chapter 21, as always, defend your lover. Wave after wave endures. Xiao Xian was apprehensive. Lan Cheng, Mi's work is so popular. She'll be the biggest threat on my path to winning the title. Gu Lanqing sulked. With me here, no one can stop you from winning the championship. Gu Lanqing's gaze fell gloomily on Xiaomi, and when he saw that Xiaomi was wearing a general-priced suit, the corners of his lips slightly hooked. Ms. Jasmine is the founder of a luxury brand that specializes in serving the nobility of the European royal family. Xiaomi's work was certainly good, but the humility and poverty in her bones could certainly not be hidden from Ms. Jasmine. Ms. Jasmine's designs were rich and luxurious. She would never accept a designer born from the lower class. Watch, Ms. Jasmine will not give her a high score, much less accept her as a disciple. Xiao Xian's eyes lit up. Lan Cheng, it's still you who has unique insights. She was immensely grateful. It's a good thing that Mi doesn't have any money and can't buy herself an extravagant costume. Gu Lanqing's lips curled into a smile. At first, you were high-minded and refused my assistance. Now that you have suffered a loss, there will always be a time when you turn around and beg me. Who knows? Ms. Jasmine suddenly stood up. She was like traveling in the desert for a long time and suddenly saw an oasis. At the moment, her expression was permeated with excitement and surprise. Miss Niansheng, the clothes on your model is with the Queen of England to wear the duo-may fabric to do the European and American style tweed trench coat. The crown jewels is the value of the dazzling. This set of clothing design, obviously the price is approaching the 8-figure price, but there is not half a bit of aristocratic extravagant wind. It is very in line with the Oriental women charming. It's very much in line with the feminine mood of Oriental women. Your design really is deep in my heart. Xiao Xian was dumbfounded. No way. Where would Jomi get the money for such expensive raw materials? Gu Lanqing's handsome face was as black as ink. He was not expecting that Jomi, the one who had always been in her control, to leave his grasp and still be able to mix it up so much. It tore at his control so hard he felt his face hurt. Many of the judges on stage stood up and applauded. Good. Xiao Xian broke her defenses and instantly collapsed in tears into Gu Lanqing's arms. Lan Cheng, Ms. Jasmine loves Xiaomi's work. I've worked so hard for so long. I'm bound to be a lost cause. I can't be Ms. Jasmine's student anymore. My career is over. Gu Lanqing's thoughts were pulled back, and when he saw the red-eyed Xiao Xian, he made a promise without even thinking about it. Xian, don't worry. I will find a way to make Xiaomi take the initiative to give you the opportunity to worship her teacher. As long as she doesn't accept Teacher Jasmine's invitation, Teacher Jasmine will have no choice but to settle for you as the second best choice. What if Jomi doesn't agree? Lan Cheng, Xiaomi has also done a lot of preparation for this rookie competition. Xiao Xian was an insider, and she could tell that the amount of energy Xiaomi had put into the competition was definitely not less than hers. Gu Lanqing handed her a reassuring look. Don't worry, I'll give her some money to compensate her. She's the young lady of my Gu family. She doesn't need to start her own business. The match ends and Jomi wins over Xiao Xian by a single point to get the champion of the rookie tournament. Ms. Jasmine personally presented her with the award, but because the evening lasted so long, the organizers cut out the part where the teacher chooses his or her apprentice on the spot. The host took the stage and announced, "This competition has come to a successful conclusion. If the judge teacher has a favorite student, he or she can take on a private apprentice." Jomi looked at Ms. Jasmine, who was leaving the podium, with a slightly lost look in her eyes. Jomi, just as Xiaomi froze, Gu Lanqing, however, had already gotten up and stomped over to her. The large, vice-like hand tugged her wrist in a deadly grip. Jomi looked at him with cold detachment, as if he were a stranger. Her eyes pierced him. Jomi, why are you in Milan? Didn't I tell you to be a good boy and stay in America? He questioned huffily. Xiaomi teasingly hooked her lips. He sent her to the United States. She must obediently listen to him? In his eyes she was a thoughtless appendage, right? Gu Lanqing was stunned. Even if you're coming to Milan, you should have greeted me in advance. At this time, Xiao Xian walked over, and she put on her sisterly demeanor and lectured Xiaomi. Me, do you know how worried Lanqing was about you after you disappeared? You shouldn't be so capricious. She thought that Xiaomi was still like before. Whatever she said, she accepted it. Who knew that Xiaomi, however, playfully sized up the two of them and hooked up the corners of her lips to tease. He's busy accompanying you. The white moonlight. How can he have time to worry about me? A flash of embarrassment floated up on both Gu Lanqing and Xiao Xian's faces. Gu Lancheng seemed to be trying to prove that he wasn't such a bad husband as he explained. I went to the United States to look for you. If it had been the old Jomi, she would have been grateful that he did this for her. But now, she only felt the irony. When she paused, I remember before I left the country, you promised me you'd pick me up in 3 months, yet you left for America last week. Xiaomi even mercilessly exposed Gu Lancheng's hypocrisy and heartlessness. If it wasn't for the fact that the Gu family needed me, their daughter-in-law, to attend the annual celebration to create a good husband persona for you, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been happy to make this trip to the United States? Gu Lancheng's face was ashen. He was not expecting today's Xiaomi to be eloquent and unforgiving. She slapped him in the face with every word. Xiao Xian's face was irritated by Xiaomi's conspiratorial irony. Why have you become so mean now? Jomi pointed the finger at her. Think my words are mean? Then don't do the disgusting thing. For example, no 3 win 3. Who knew that Xiao Xian was squirming and crying? How can you misunderstand me like this? Lan Chang and I were indeed childhood sweethearts, the first love of 2 children. But ever since he married you, he has been a gentleman. Never did any out-of-the-ordinary behavior with me again. Xiaomi's gaze fell onto her and Gu Lancheng's hands with their fingers crossed, and the corners of her lips slightly curled into a sneer. Gu Lancheng unnaturally loosened Xiao Xian's hand, but the exit was aggressive. Xiaomi, don't think of me as so sordid. As I said, in this life, I will be responsible for you. You don't have to test us. Xiaomi snorted. Gu Lancheng, how are you going to be responsible for me? Leaving me abroad to fend for myself? Is this how you're going to be responsible for your wife? Gu Lancheng's eyes flashed with a flash of guilt. I gave you money. It was you who didn't want it. Jomi said. Because I don't want anything more to do with you. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. Chapter 22, Escape from a Scummy Husband, Help from a Nobleman. Jomi finished and turned to leave. Gu Lancheng, however, suddenly arrowed forward, his large pincer-like hands suddenly gripping Xiaomi's wrists tightly, strangling Xiaomi and causing her to suck in a breath of cold air. Xiaomi, where are you going? You have to come home with me. Xiaomi's gaze fell coldly onto his hand. Gu Lancheng never took pity on her, even if he knew that her skin was exceptionally delicate and would ooze a patch of blood with the slightest exertion. Gu Lancheng realized that he had exerted himself too much under her resentful gaze, and he let go of her hand. I'm sorry, I lost my temper. He resumed his reserved elegance. Xiaomi shook off her painful wrist and looked at Gu Lancheng expressionlessly. Gu Lancheng, let me go. Gu Lancheng had a slight sting in the bottom of his eyes. Once how hot Xiaomi looked at him, now how unfamiliar it was. What went wrong? Gu Lancheng carried an overbearing presence that could not be refused. Xiaomi, you are my wife. How could I possibly not care about you? Jomi gasped and laughed. Young Master Gu was suddenly badgering me. So it's not because he's tired of playing with her, is it? Her gaze was nakedly cast at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian's blood froze throughout her body at these words. Lan Chang, a weak voice, full of miserable despair. When Gu Lancheng turned around, he saw Xiao Xian, like a remnant of red in the wind, as if she was about to float away at any moment, gazing at him in misery and despair. A flash of panic flashed under Gu Lancheng's eyes, and he let go of Xiaomi's hand as if he had been stung by a hornet, then walked quickly to Xiao Xian. Shinur. Xiao Xian looked at Xiaomi with tears in her eyes and begged bitterly. I've already endured the pain of giving up Lan Chang to you, but why are you still being catty? Do you have to be cruel and deprive me of my meager wish to be ordinary friends with him? You are my sister. Why are you so cruel as to want me to die alone? You hate me so much, you might as well kill me, so that I don't have to live and suffer. Xiaomi looked at Xiao Xian speechlessly. It was true that the child who would cry would have sugar to eat. Whenever Xiao Xian cried, she had to be scolded by her husband, scolded by her father, and scolded by her mother. It was obvious that she was the one who was lonely and the one who suffered a lot of grievances. But Xiao Xian always sold her misery and made everyone around her misunderstand that she was a vicious and poisonous woman. Now such a charade. Once again, Xiao Xian couldn't breathe well for a while because of her excitement. Gu Lancheng was heartbroken and gently patted Xiao Xian's back, thoughtfully helping her smooth out her breath. Gu Lancheng cut Xiaomi with a vicious glance while he did so, his eyes carrying a silent condemnation. Xiaomi, how do you talk to your sister? Apologize to your sister. Jomi was speechless as she said, if you two want to show your love, are you looking for the wrong person? In front of her, the rightful wife, the scummy man and the play sadistic love, evil not disgusting people. Jazan, Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng's face was as ugly as eating. Jomi, I know I've upset you by getting too close to your sister. Don't worry, once your sister's condition is stabilized, I'll distance myself from her. Have a good life with you. Xiaomi was so angry that her mammary glands hurt. Gu Lancheng, it's impossible for me to live a good life with you, unless you clean up the women around you. They're not destined to return. but since Gu Lancheng was begging to pester her, she would give him a difficult problem. At least it would make him unhappy for a few days. She needs to stay away from scumbags and protect her mammary glands. Xiao Xian's face abruptly turned white. Her lips trembled. Me? Do you hate me that much? Zhou ignored her, turned and walked away. When Xiao Xian thought that she still wanted Xiaomi to transfer the qualification to worship to her, she instructed Gu Lancheng, Lancheng, go and coax me back. Gu Lancheng gets Xiao Xian's support and is relieved to go after Xiaomi. Zhou pulled out his legs and ran, but her legs are short. Her body is weak. Gu Lancheng big long legs, 3 steps and 2 steps, did not run a few times was Gu Lancheng chased, looked to be about to catch up with Xiaomi, but Xiaomi suddenly crossed the road. A top-of-the-line sports car suddenly raced over, and Gu Lancheng's pupils widened. Xiaomi. The sports car suddenly slowed down and the window slid down, revealing a delicate face. Sister, get in the car. Xiaomi froze slightly. She did not recognize this girl. However, her name-calling made Xiaomi uncontrollably think of Yan Hongsheng. With no time to think, Zhou opened the passenger seat and got in. Gu Lancheng ran over to him, but the sports car suddenly ran away like a stray arrow. Zhou is gone too. Gu Lancheng looked at the sports car suspiciously. His fists suddenly clenched. When did Zhou list such a rich friend? Is it any wonder she had the nerve to throw away his bank card when she left the country? Is it any wonder she has money for a costume design competition? The sports car drove a long way away and finally came to a stop on the side of the highway. Zhou looked at the young girl in front of him, but at the age of 17 or 18, but with a high ponytail, melon face, almond eyes, a black suit, very clean. Thanks for taking the heat off me, Zhou said. The young master asked me to help you. The little girl spoke, her voice brittle. Zhou froze slightly. The little girl continued, the young master of the Yin family. Zhou froze, her heart suddenly warming through her body like coals roasting in the cold. He's a snowflake. The little girl took out a brocade box from the car and handed it to Xiaomi. Young master said that if sister fetched a good result, he would ask me to give you the congratulatory gift. Zhou took it and opened it. Inside lay a pink diamond necklace. The diamond was surrounded by green grass and life. It was as if Zhou saw her new life, and her eyes not only moistened, he put his heart into it. She gulped. The little girl said, young master said that sister is worth the best thing in the world. Zhou touched the tears and smiled brightly. Gratitude for Yan Hongsheng was embedded in his heart. Little girl, thank you for bringing me such a precious blessing. Sister, my name is Gunpowder. Young master asked me to follow you, and I will be in charge of your daily life from now on. Zhou paused. She was born in a humble way, and has been doing dirty work since she can remember. When she was a child, she had to serve her mother, who had a wild temper, and later she served her benefactor Gu Lancheng in a discreet manner. Now that she was being raised by Yan Hongsheng in such a pampered manner, it was a bit difficult for her to adapt. You don't have to follow me. I can take care of myself. She refused decisively, but the little girl's eyes reddened. Sister, if you are not willing to take me in, the young master will dismiss me. By then my father will definitely want me to marry the old man from the same village. Zhoumi's heart tipped. Another child without parental favor. Rather, he was in the same boat as her. At once, mercy struck and took in Gunpowder. If you don't want to go back, then you can stay by my side. Gunpla breathed a dark sigh of relief. And with that, Zhou brought home the tribute grain. Chapter 23, Scumbag Husband Backstabbing. Zhoumi's serious illness. In the meantime, Gu Lancheng, however, was not idle. In order to pave the way for Xiao Xian's career, he almost dissipated $1,000 just to let Xiao Xian and Mr. Jasmine meet. Mr. Jasmine couldn't resist the layers of connections, and finally reluctantly agreed to meet Xiao Xian. That day, Gu Lancheng assisted Xiao Xian into Ms. Jasmine's lounge, where Ms. Jasmine was sitting on the sofa, with both of Xiao Xian's artwork basking on the hanger next to her. Xiao Xian's smile froze when she saw Xiaomi's work. A look of embarrassment surfaced on her face. Ms. Jasmine said bluntly, Ms. Xiao Xian, both you and Ms. Nianqing are both very talented, but after I carefully compared your works, I have to regretfully inform you that I've decided to take Ms. Nianqing as my apprentice. Xiao Xian was upset. Ms. Jasmine, can I know where I lost? Teacher Jasmine stroked the stitches of the clothes and said, you are impatient. Unlike Nianqing, who can sink his heart and be meticulous and patient in order to achieve great things, Jiaxing's tears were streaming down her face. Gu Lancheng suddenly stood up. Ms. Jasmine, then I am also very sorry to tell you that the Miss Nianqing in your mouth is my wife. Our Gu family is a prestigious family in the imperial capital, and I will never allow my wife to create her own business. She will soon have to return with me. Ms. Jasmine gave a stunned expression, then shook her head inside. Pity. Xiao Xian took advantage of the situation and said, Teacher Jasmine, As long as you're willing to accept me as a disciple, I'm willing to change my bad habit of impatience, because of Xiao Xian's initiative to fight for it. Ms. Jasmine took Xiao Xian as her disciple. The first thing Xiao Xian did was to post on her official blog. He really didn't lie to me. Thank him for getting me the qualification to be a student of the idol. Accompanying this statement was a photo that answered to the occasion. It was a photo of hands clasped together. Zhou recognized that it was Gu Lancheng and Ms. Jasmine's hand through the ring on her slender finger. After learning this news, Zhou only felt a black eye. Her brain went blank, as if she was a stone statue staying in the center of the room for a long time, until Gongmi called her, "Sister, sister." Zhou mind only slowly came back to her as she stumbled over to the couch, grabbing her cup of tea and slamming it down. Gongmi squatted in front of her, as if she were a kitten meekly coaxing her. "Sister, what's wrong with you? It's just that you missed an opportunity to learn from a master. Sister is a jade pearl. It's going to shine wherever you are. Sister doesn't have to be so sad." Xiaomi looked at the tender Gongmi. She did not understand that this rookie competition was an important opportunity for her to change her fate against the odds, and she obviously won the championship. But the trajectory of fate was still not biased in her favor, and Ms. Jasmine was still biased in favor of Xiao Xian. Does this mean that no matter how hard she tries, she can't change her destiny? Perhaps too much trepidation, perhaps days of late nights and overtime. Zhou fell ill. She launched into a high fever and collapsed into bed, exhausted and weak. In a daze, she seemed to hear Gu Lancheng and Gunmi arguing. "Where's Zhou? I need to see her." "Mr. Gu, my sister is sick. It's not convenient to see you. Her body has always been skinny. How could she be sick? Clearly faking illness to avoid me? No half concern, just malicious speculation about her. My sister is really sick. She has a high fever." Gunmi was assertive and blocked the doorway. "Fever?" Gu Lancheng's attitude softened. "How did you suddenly get sick when you were fine?" Gongmi didn't know about Gu Lancheng and Xiaomi's grudge, and didn't set up any defenses against Gu Lancheng at all. My sister didn't get to worship Ms. Jasmine as her teacher. She was disheartened and became depressed. Gu Lancheng froze slightly and said with a few moments of weakness, "She is Mrs. Gu, she eats and wears nothing, and doesn't even need to start her own business outside. Why be sentimental about not worshipping a master?" Gunmi said, "You have no idea how much effort my sister has put into this competition? For the sake of this competition, my sister hasn't properly closed her eyes for a month straight, and she's been working on her costume show all by herself." Gu Lancheng was stunned in place, and his mood was a bit complicated. Xiao Xian prepared for this clothing show. She only had to come up with the design drawings and she was still so tired. Xiaomi had no one to help her, and she had to do all the hard work herself, from designing to handcrafting, and her hard work was evident. Zhou struggled to his feet and stumbled out. "Gu Lancheng." Gu Lancheng was really shocked to see Xiaomi. "When I saw her yesterday, she was still full of energy. Today, however, she was so haggard that her feet were weak and her face was colorless." "Why are you so sick? Did you see a doctor?" he asked. Xiaomi glared at him. "Gu Lancheng, husband and wife, I'm only asking you one question. Answer me honestly." Gu Lancheng was stunned. "You ask." It was always good for Zhou to initiate conversation with him, he thought. Who knew that when Zhou opened her mouth, his heart sank to the bottom. "Teacher Jasmine chose Xiao Xian as her disciple. Is it possible that you secretly made a mistake?" Xiaomi looked him forcefully in the eyes. Gu Lancheng's pupils dilated vainly, and his hands had nowhere to rest. It's a sign that he's weak and panicked. Xiaomi instantly understood, and instantly went berserk, breaking down and crying. "Gu Lancheng, who are you to do this? Who are you to do this to me?" Gu Lancheng was also a bit unreasonable and could only pacify him in a good-natured manner. "Don't be sad. I can compensate you for your loss in this competition." Xiaomi looked at him coldly. $20 million in cost, a month of staying up all night to rush the production, and only sleeping through the night every day. "Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Gu Lancheng was incredulous. $20 million? Where did you get that much money? He never dreamed that Zhou had invested $20 million in the competition. Suddenly remembering something, he huffed and questioned Zhou. "Where did you get all this money?" Xiaomi didn't want to drag Yan Hongqing into her family war. She avoided talking about it. "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you." Gu Lancheng huffed. "Did you borrow from loan sharks?" Gu Lancheng felt that with Xiaomi's unpleasant character, it was unlikely that anyone would lend her that much money. He speculated. Zhou looked at him with a really one-liner. In his mind, she probably deserved to live at the bottom of the social ladder for the rest of her life, a puppet to be enslaved and held by him. Gu Lancheng saw that she didn't say anything and just assumed that he was right in his speculation. His face became more and more ugly. "Xiaomi, I will never help you pay back the loan sharks. You borrowed the money yourself and find a way to settle it yourself. And I didn't expect you to pay it back for me." Zhou sneered. She never expected him to be generous to her for once. After all, the living expenses he gave her every month never exceeded 5 figures. But the gifts he bought for Chow Xin were never less than 6 figures. Even the salary he paid his nanny was higher than hers. In this life, how could she still expect him to be generous to her? Gu Lancheng gasped and laughed. You think you can make a lot of money just because you learned a skill, don't you? Xiaomi, recognize the reality. Without me to help you pave the way, you can only start from zero when you return to China to find a job. By then the monthly salary of a few $1,000s you work for a lifetime cannot afford to pay back your current loan. Zhou said, if you're afraid I'll drag you down, then divorce me. Chapter 24, Weakness of Body, Strength of Mind, Reclaiming Glory. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. For a moment, he almost believed that Zhou really couldn't wait to get rid of him, but he quickly came back to his senses. Zhou, you're not going to end well if you play off this trick of trying to get away. He gritted his teeth. Xiaomi only felt that saying any more to him was a waste of words. Gu Lancheng, get lost. I don't want to see you again. A face of grief. A face of hurt. Gu Lancheng slowed his tone. Me, your sister doesn't have any swan aspirations in her life. That's all she wishes for, so I can only fulfill her. What about me? That's all I've ever wished for in this life. Zhou heart felt as if it had been plucked out alive, and the pain was excruciating. Gu Lancheng's gaze twisted away from Xiaomi's stubborn face. It's enough that you have me. Zhou laughed in exasperation. I'll let you go to Jiazhen, and you let her let Ms. Jasmine go to me, okay? Gu Lancheng's smile condensed a little. Xiaomi, don't say anything angry. He couldn't believe that he was less important in her heart than an outsider. Xiaomi said breathlessly, Gu Lancheng, being your wife is actually quite unlucky. She was already sick and her face was scarlet, and because of her anger, blood suddenly welled up on her face. Gu Lancheng didn't think that his favoritism towards Chow Xin would make Xiaomi so angry. He could only patiently coax her. Xiaomi, what's so good about being a fashion designer? It's hard and tiring, and you have to look at your employer's face. Isn't it good for you to focus on being my missus? Gu, Xiaomi suddenly looked at him quietly, those eyes carrying a naked sneer. Gu Lancheng, do you believe yourself when you say this? If it's not good to be a costume designer, then why did you go to all the trouble of paving the way for your white moon? Gu Lancheng was a little embarrassed. He felt that Xiaomi suddenly wasn't that coaxable anymore. Zhou instructed Gunmi with a grimace, close the door and shoo the dog. Gu Lancheng completely froze. Xiaomi's aversion to him, so obvious. Zhou, stop it and come home with me. Zhou, however, didn't even look at him and turned toward the inner room. Gunmi smiled daintily. Yes, sister. Then he pushed Gu Lancheng to the door and closed the door of the room sharply. Gu Lancheng knocked frantically on the door, and Zhou ignored him, just worried that Gu Lancheng was affecting the neighbor's rest, so Xiaomi called the police. The police took Gu Lancheng away for disturbing the neighbors. Gu Lancheng was confused for a long time. He really never dreamed that Xiaomi would solve his entanglement in such a way. Next day, Zhou dragged his sick body to the hotel where Ms. Jasmine was staying, accompanied by Gunpla. The meeting didn't go too well, and she waited in the cold for a couple of hours for Ms. Jasmine and her assistant to go out. Zhou rushed over. Ms. Jasmine, please stay. I'm Nianchen, who participated in the costume design competition. Before she could finish her self-introduction, the assistant interrupted her with a smile. Ms. Nianchen, Ms. Jasmine especially likes your work. She praised you as a designer with spirit and craftsmanship, so she's eager to buy your work at a high price. Are you willing to sell it to her? Zhou was very surprised. She looked at Jasmine gratefully. Teacher Jasmine has designed so many best-selling pop-ups, yet she has given such high recognition and praise to me. A newcomer. Niancheng thanks teacher for her love. She respectfully bowed to Teacher Jasmine. Teacher Jasmine smiled warmly. Niancheng, you're not my student. There's no need to give me this big salute. Xiaomi's eyes were like brilliant stars, firm and resonant. Although Niancheng has no chance to be a face-to-face student of the teacher, but in Niancheng's heart, Jasmine will always be my benefactor. I'll never forget how much Ms. Jasmine encouraged me back then, Zhou said as she pulled out the gift that Ms. Jasmine had given her back then. Ms. Jasmine exclaimed, it's you? She surveyed Zhou incredulously. I haven't seen you in a few years, but you've grown so much. Zhou was coy. Thanks to the warning quotes gifted by my teacher back then, I was able to get lost. Jasmine froze, then choked with red eyes. Niancheng, I really like you. If you hadn't given up on this path, I think we would have been the most taciturn master and disciple in this world. Xiaomi blanched. Teacher, what do you mean by that? I've never given up on the idea of costume design. Ms. Molly stood up in shock. Really? But your husband said. Xiaomi realized that it must be Gu Lancheng who went out of his way to discredit Chow Xin in front of Teacher Jasmine in order to push her to the top. Teacher, he can't represent me. I am not going to give up my career. MS. Molly exclaimed. Great. She hugged Jomi tightly. That day, MS. Molly and Jomi had a great time talking to each other. They talk about everything from clothing design to personal preferences. And MS. Jasmine, as an elder, is incredibly concerned about Jomi's personal life. After all, the student's future in the workplace is tied to her family's marriage. Xiaomi will be her festering marriage, and entrepreneurial soul beauty of the heart lightly set out. Jasmine listened to it and was overwhelmed with emotion. I said that Xiao Xian is physically disabled and has a strong will, and although I don't like the style of her work being too ostentatious, I was ultimately impressed by her resilience. But I don't know that behind her. It is you who made it so hard. Jomi was apprehensive. She wondered if MS. Jasmine would have any qualms about her being such a Thai private person. Who knew that the next day MS. Jasmine's assistant would deliver a letter in which MS. Jasmine told Jomi that she had decided to take Jomi as her only face-to-face disciple, and that she would let Jomi drop out of school and go to the United States with her after the first of the year. Jomi was ecstatic. The assistant was also very happy for her. After MS. Jasmine went back yesterday. She did some research on your life, and after determining that what you said was true, MS. Jasmine immediately made the decision to accept you as a face-to-face student. MS. Nianqing, you've come to the end of your suffering. Xiaomi's eyes were filled with hot tears as she bowed to her assistant. Thank you, assistant sister. It was hard for you to make this trip to tell me this good news. The assistant smiled and reminded her. MS. Nianqing, I have to remind you that MS. Jasmine is very strict. You'd better take advantage of your vacation now to finish what you want to do. Next, you'll be busy when you go to America. Thank you, sister. I know. After the assistant left, Jomi sat on her bed in a daze. She was happy silly. Gunpla was also very happy for her. Sister, while there's still some free time, think about what other wishes you have to do. Let's take this time to accomplish it without any regrets. Jomi looked into the innocent and pure eyes of Gunpla, very different from the despondent way she sat alone on the windowsill during the night. Jomi said, Grain, go and buy a cloth for me. Remember, no matter the price, as long as it's something you like. Gunpla was a little puzzled, but responded obediently. Okay, I'm on my way. It wasn't long after Gunpla left that Xiaomi received a text message from Gu Lancheng. She furrowed her brows. Was Gu Lancheng idle, so free to dig up her contact information? She thought for a moment and slid her cell phone screen away. Me. Tonight Lancheng is going to hold a celebration banquet for me. I hope you can come. Sister would love to meet you. Chapter 25 Green Tea Set. No Way Out. Xiaomi was speechless. What did Xiao Xian mean by texting her on Gu Lancheng's phone? Showing off Gu Lancheng's favor to her? Oh, playing the soft and unable to take care of herself look. But the organs are all over the place. Gu Lancheng ate her up, and her mom and dad ate her up, but she was not used to her. Using my husband's cell phone to send me a text message is to prove that your green tea is strong and pure than that? Xiao Xian. No one is good at this stinky green tea except Gu Lancheng, who is good at your stinky tea. After posting this, Jomi felt extraordinarily uninterested in tossing her phone aside, then covered herself in the quilt and fell into a big sleep. Xiao Xian's face was horrified when she saw Xiaomi's unceremonious cynicism. She really didn't expect the always honest Xiaomi to learn to dislike people, and to dislike her with such vicious language. She actually just wanted Xiaomi to know that the person Gu Lancheng really loved was her. She wanted to let Xiaomi know that she was in trouble. She thought that Xiaomi would hold back like before. She didn't expect her to react so much this time. She immediately cried to Gu Lancheng in aggravation. Lancheng, how could my sister humiliate me like this? I was only kind enough to invite her to my celebration banquet. Gu Lancheng saw the text message and his handsome face darkened. She's taking it out on you because she didn't get to worship successfully. Jomi is too disappointing. She should blame me even if she wants to. Xiao Xian said sadly. What should I do? Sister, she's angry with me? Lancheng, I only have this one sister, and she saved my life. I don't want us sisters to have a grudge. How about you take me to apologize to her? Gu Lancheng said. You're not well, so why toss and turn? Let her be as angry as she likes. Xiao Xian's end was the face of a virtuous lady. Lancheng. All it took was a little pampering and Gu Lancheng surrendered. All right. Gu Lancheng escorted Xiao Xian to Xiaomi's floor. He had originally planned to avoid suspicion and let Xiao Xian meet Jomi alone, but Xiao Xian came down from the car with a weak gait. Gu Lancheng was ultimately relieved to see her, and eventually assisted Xiao Xian to the door of Xiaomi's rented room. After the doorbell rang once, Gunpla opened the door. Seeing Gu Lancheng, Gunpowder didn't have a good face and said, What are you doing here again? Gu Lancheng's mind was complicated. Gunpowder's attitude towards him mirrored Jomi's attitude towards him. He couldn't figure out how Jomi seemed to be a different person. Gu Lancheng stiffly introduced Gonggel. This is Xiao Xian, Xiaomi's older sister. She wants to see Xiaomi. Tell Xiaomi to come out. Gongjel suspiciously scrutinized Xiao Xian. She looks old and ugly. She doesn't even look like someone who was related to her sister by blood. Xiao Xian's nails almost pinched into her flesh. She had been a proud daughter of heaven since she was a child. Not only was she beautiful, but she also did well in her studies, so she could be called the center of attention. However, after she got sick and neglected her maintenance, her skin gradually lost its luster, and she no longer had her former radiance. Only because the people around her spoiled her and always complimented her beauty against her will, she was kept in the dark. Now that Gunpla had told the truth, Xiao Xian was devastated. Her body fell straight down, and Gu Lancheng could only hold her. He angrily scolded Gongjel. Shut up. Gunpla shuddered in fear. That's when Zhoumiai's gentle voice came from behind. Grain. Let them in. Gunpla sidestepped as Gu Lancheng assisted Xiao Xian to approach the living room, with Xiao Xian's body resting almost entirely on Gu Lancheng's. Xiaomi sat in front of the sewing machine, skillfully weaving the needle and cloth, taking the time to raise her eyes to glance at Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng, a teasing smile spreading out from the bottom of her eyes at the sight of their tightly pressed bodies. What a show of love all the time. It's a good thing she stopped loving this scumbag a long time ago, or how much her heart would have hurt. Gu Lancheng seemed to realize his outburst in Xiaomi's teasing gaze as he let go of Xiao Xian. Me, who are you making clothes for? Gu Lancheng looked at the gray fabric laid out on the sewing machine, obviously a man's fabric, and the cold ice under his eyes slowly melted away. He expected Zhoumi to be making clothes for him. Zhoumi, however, did not answer him. Xiao Xian interjected. Lancheng, this looks like it was made for you. I told you, my sister loves you the most. She's making new clothes for you for the new year. Gu Lancheng reached out his hand and rubbed the fabric. He looked down on the production of the newcomer like Xiaomi and said, Xiaomi, I buy my own clothes. I don't need you to make them. Xiao Xian snickered. Lancheng, this is you being insensitive. This fabric is a rumored domei fabric that is provided to the powerful members of the royal family. The price is not expensive. What Mimi gives you is always the most expensive. It can be seen how high you are in Mi's heart. Zhoumi yanked the fabric back from him and said absently, Who said this dress was made for you? Don't flatter yourself. Gu Lancheng's face was embarrassed and angry. He grabbed the fabric angrily. If it wasn't made for me, then who was it made for? Gongjel was afraid that he would ruin the fabric and busily explained. This is what sister made for my master. Zhoumi smiled slightly. Grain, you and your master both have a part in this. Gu Lancheng was inexplicably upset when he learned that Xiaomi had made the clothes for someone else. Zhoumi continued to interject. It's almost New Year's Eve, and all the other kids have new clothes to wear, so you must have them too. Gunpowder's eyes reddened with excitement. Thank you, sister. Sister, this is the first time I've worn new clothes for the new year. Zhoumi looked tenderly at Gunpla. Her face was a look of compassion and her voice carried a healing power. Softly, she said, In the future, I will make you new clothes every year. Xiaomi and Gongjel are obviously not sisters, but they share the same illness and sympathize with each other as confidants. One knows how to give, the other knows how to move. Can be said to be the highest level of mutual fulfillment. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng were set off very awkwardly by their sisterly love, and Xiao Xian teased, Me, who is this girl that you treat her so well? Better than me, your own sister? Xiaomi stopped the movement in her hand, her eyes looking at Xiao Xian with a deep look. I just gave her a dress, I gave you a kidney. Ah, Xiao Xian smiled dryly. We're pro-sisters. Naturally they are different. Zhoumi said sheepishly. I gave her a dress in return for the girl taking care of me when I was sick with my clothes on. I gave my sister a kidney. And what did she repay me for? Alluding to Xiao Xian as an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Xiao Xian was extremely heavy on face in front of Gu Lancheng, and when she was degraded by Xiaomi, her face was even more ugly than a pig's liver color. Sister is not that I don't want to repay you. It's just that I have this handicapped body, and it's hard to do things. You have to sympathize with me. You can't do anything with this crippled body, yet you still enter some rookie contest and take away the honor of being my champion. Xiao Xian cried in anger. Gu Lancheng glanced at Xiao Xian in pain, and his gaze was colored with a layer of resentment when he cast it at Xiaomi. Xiaomi, you're unforgiving when you're reasonable? Chapter 26 favors sister. I want a divorce. Zhoumi's tone was icy. Being reasonable? It's better than being unreasonable. Xiao Xian huffed. Sister, we are here today to invite you to my celebration banquet. I hope you can come. Of course if you don't want to come, I won't force you. It's just that sister really wants to share my joy with you. After saying that Xiao Xian threw her an invitation, then stumbled away. Gu Lancheng was stunned in place, looking at Xiao Xian, then at Xiaomi, and finally sighed and went after Xiao Xian. His choice was never Jazan. Zhoumi dropped the invitation sticker into the fireplace in one smooth motion. A smell of burning plastic instantly filled every corner of the room. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng, who hadn't yet walked out, turned back in shock, and when they saw the invitation sticker engulfed in a blazing fire, both of them exuded disbelief. After all, the previous Xiaomi, she was very active in attending various banquets in order to see Gu Lanqing a few more times. Gu Lanqing's eyes added a heavy dose of thick ink, and he exited, his voice mixed with a great deal of stoicism. Xiaomi, your sister's celebration banquet. If you don't go she'll be sad? Xiaomi directly rolled her eyes. Gu Lanqing, it's your business if you want to be her licking dog, but don't drag me along. Gu Lanqing's face turned slightly white. He unnaturally explained, your sister is not well. I'm just taking care of her a little more. Why are you talking so hard? Zhou sneered, and I haven't seen you so attached to me as a proper wife. Gu Lanqing was embarrassed. Xiao Xian said with tears in her eyes, me, Lanqing and I were originally lovers in love, and he married you out of necessity. If you have a conscience, give him back to me. Gu Lanqing angrily rebuked Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? Zhou was suddenly sick to his stomach. Gunpla worriedly said, sister, what's wrong with you? Xiao Xian and Gu Lanqing both looked at Xiaomi in confusion. Xiao Xian glanced at Gu Lanqing's head with particular uneasiness, as if he was wearing a green hat that attracted attention. Gu Lanqing glared at Xiaomi with questioning eyes. Zhou glanced at Gunmi and said in a cloudy voice, it's okay, I'm guilty of nausea at the sight of filth. Gu Lanqing was dumbfounded. Xiao Xian was dumbfounded. Gu Lanqing's face instantly sank. Xiaomi, I think you've been wandering around for a long time, and you don't know the heights of heaven. Come home with me in a few days and collect your temperament. Zhou rolled his eyes straight away. You want me to leave the country and I have to dust off and pack up and leave the country, and you want me to go back and I have to go back? On what grounds? Gu Lanqing, I am not your puppet on strings. You are not qualified to manipulate me. Gu Lanqing froze. Once again, Zhoumi's rebellion refreshes his perception. Gu Lanqing said firmly, Xiaomi, it's not up to you. Zhou saw a hint of the businessman's bold determination in his face. She panicked inside for no reason. In the evening, Zhou received a text message from Yin Hongsheng. Sister, I'm so happy for you after hearing from Gunpowder that you've successfully worshipped Jasmine as your teacher. In order to celebrate your fulfillment of your wish, I have prepared a surprise for you at the Milan clubhouse. Sister must remember to pick it up in person. The corners of Zhoumi's mouth couldn't help but grin. Milan clubhouse? Xiao Xian's celebration banquet was also held at the city's largest Milan club. Some prestigious local entrepreneurs, due to Gu Lanqing's status, attended to support Xiao Xian. Gu Lanqing and Xiao Xian's best friends also traveled all the way here to give Xiao Xian FaceTime. Gu Lanqing chartered a luxurious VIP room in the hotel clubhouse, and invited many famous singers and dancers to sing celebratory songs and dance hotly in the hall. Xiao Xian looked at the joyous and lively scene, and she was moved to tears. Holding Gu Lanqing's hand, Lanqing, thank you for organizing the celebration for me. I'm really happy. Gu Lanqing gently looked at Xiao Xian, who could not hide her gauntness even with makeup, and he remembered what the doctor had said. Although the kidney transplant had been successful, Miss Xiao Xian's body had been weak for a long time, and he was afraid that the sole kidney would not last long. Anyway, do everything you can to make her happy. Gu Lanqing tenderly said, Xian, as long as you're happy, it's worth it for me to do this. Xiao Xian gently rested her head on his shoulder. Lanqing, being able to meet you is the greatest blessing of my life. Unfortunately it's my greatest jinx. Xiaomi had just walked into the lobby of the clubhouse when she heard Xiao Xian and Gu Lanqing's disgusting talk. She really couldn't hold back her spitting. Xiao Xian and Gu Lanqing felt as if they had been stung by bees, and their embracing bodies hurriedly popped apart. Xiao Xian leaped. Me, I'm so happy that you can come to my celebration banquet. Zhou said, you're mistaken. I'm not here for your celebration. Jiazhen was puzzled. So what are you doing here? Gu Lanqing suddenly protected Xiao Xian behind him. He stood tall in front of Xiaomi, his face defensive. Xiaomi, your sister is so happy once in a while. You're not allowed to fool around. Xiaomi stared at him. Gu Lanqing was indeed good looking, plus he was rich and well educated. It was no wonder that she had been dead in love with him. But the person Gu Lanqing loved was always Xiao Xian, and all his tenderness and favoritism went to Xiao Xian, leaving only the coldness, indifference, and calculations to his wife. So Xiaomi decided not to love him. Gu Lanqing, the one who won the championship is me, and I'm the one who's your wife. Instead of organizing a celebration banquet for me, you're organizing it for an outsider. Don't you think you're behaving improperly? Xiaomi's voice was devoid of any emotion, but Gu Lanqing's heart was stirred up with ripples. He rarely revealed a guilty look. Me, you have a long rest of your life. I will compensate you for whatever you want in the future. But for now, don't fight with your sister. Zhou laughed. In your heart, I will always come second. But Gu Lanqing, what to do? I also want my husband to put me first? Gu Lanqing grimaced. Xiao Mi, for an occasion like today, you'd better not make a scene. Zhou Mi snorted. You can't do that, so why don't you just leave me alone? What do you mean? Gu Lancheng asked suspiciously. Xiao Mi stared into his eyes and threw her voice. Gu Lancheng, let's divorce. Gu Lancheng stared at her in shock. Divorce? Don't even think about it. He never thought he'd be dumped by a woman. Zhou Mi dropped. This marriage. I'm getting a divorce. With that, he turned around and headed up the stairs. Gu Lancheng asked, where are you going? Zhou Mi turned her head to stare at him and said, word for word, my celebration. Upstairs in the presidential suite. Gu Lancheng's face turned blue. Who organized this for you? Chapter 27, if he doesn't spoil her, someone else will. Xiao Xin began to preach with her sisterly demeanor again. Me, you used so much money to participate in the rookie competition. It should all be loans. Your side of the money has not been repaid, and now you are so generous to come to Milan's most expensive club to spend money. You will owe a lot of debt this way. You have to know that Dad's company has been poorly run for the past 2 years and has not made much profit, but he doesn't have the money to help you pay off your debts. Xiaomi looked at Xiao Xin indifferently. He doesn't have the money to help me pay off my debt. He only has the money to help you get a new kidney, right? Xiao Xion's tears rolled down her face. Me. Sister doesn't want to use Dad's money either. Then go ahead and die. If you die, won't you not involve the Qiao family? Xiaomi really couldn't stand to see Xiao Xin in this posture of being and standing. Snap. Gu Lancheng slap-flung hard on Xiaomi's face. He was like a maddened leopard. Scarlet eyes, glaring angrily at Xiaomi. Xiaomi, you dare to curse your sister. You're looking for death. Xiaomi covered her burning face and glared viciously at Gu Lancheng. Mr. Gu, I remember that we haven't even received a divorce certificate yet? Mr. Gu curses his own wife to death in order to protect other women. Doesn't Mr. Gu feel that the woman who is your wife is very unlucky? Gu Lancheng sought his own fierce reflection in Xiaomi's violent eyes. He calmed down and reached out to caress Xiaomi's face, and Xiaomi reflexively avoided his hand. As for the gunpowder on the side, she did not expect the human like Gu Lancheng to suddenly hit someone, and she huffed and puffed as she straddled in front of Gu Lancheng. Mr. Gu, touch my sister one more time and don't blame me for being rude to you. She gritted her teeth and milked her fierce words. Gu Lancheng's hand hung in the air, and when he saw the look in Xiaomi's eyes that hated him, he unnaturally dropped his hand. I'm really tired of being caught between you and your sister. Can you please stop? He was surprisingly a little frustrated. Xiaomi sneered. Gu Lancheng, then you should divorce me, and then be open and honest and double date with your white moonlight. Why do you have to live such a screwed up life? A flash of light flashed under Xiao Xion's eyes. Gu Lancheng, however, refused without hesitation. I admit that I didn't care about you enough in the past, but I'll change, and when you come back to me, we'll live a good life. Xiaomi had an expression of looking at a psychopath. Gu Lancheng, you can wait if you like. Zhou Mi finished and turned to leave. Gong Zhel glared viciously at Gu Lancheng. My sister is a Virgo. She is never going to accept a man with a derailed mind, so I advise you to be sensible. Divorce your sister earlier and set my sister free. When he finished, Gunpla spat her tongue at him and departed. Gu Lancheng's face was as black as carbon. Xiao Xin muttered. How did Nini become like this? Talking rudely and being vain and gold digging. I'm really worried that she'll cause some kind of trouble. Gu Lancheng watched as Xiaomi walked into the presidential suite, his eyes roiling with resignation. With that he followed. Lancheng, wait for me. Xiao Xin followed. Presidential suite. Zhou Mi pushed open the door to his room and saw a long, straight back standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the warm winter sun against the light enveloping him as if gilding him. Pith. Zhou Mi was elated. She walked over to them quickly, not noticing that Gunpla behind her was not following at all, but just thoughtfully closed the door for them, and then stood in the doorway like a statue. Yan Hongsheng turned around. He reached out his hand for a hug. Sister, long time no see, give me a hug. Zhou Mi took a step back, a pouty expression on her face. Why do you need a hug? Xiao Sheng, you're a big boy. Was going to say that hugging wasn't for them. However, thinking that this child had not received much favor since he was a child, and now that he was rarely close to her as a family member, why didn't she make him whole? So Sex greatly reached out his hand, originally thought it was a slapdash embrace. Who knew that Yan Hongsheng grows extremely tall? She is petite, actually accidentally wrapped around his strong and thin waist. This little guy's body is really good, thin but tight, as if he's been working out all year round. Zhou Mi didn't think much about it, just asked him in a brainwave. Are you used to being home? Did your stepmother and brother give you the cold shoulder? Does grandpa love you? Yan Hongsheng just hugged her tightly, afraid that she would turn into a butterfly and fly away. He remembered the day he came home, because he disliked his stepmother a few times. She then deliberately complained to his father at dinner, who, without asking, took away his rice bowl and smashed it on the floor, then ordered him to go and kneel. He knew that they were demonstrating to him, warning him that he was just an outsider to the Yin family. That night, he endured. Sister, I'm fine. He finally let go of her and told her with a smile on his face. Jomi looked him up and down, turning him back and forth a few times to make sure he was truly intact before she breathed a sigh of relief. It was only now that she remembered what she had come for, so she nonchalantly held out her hand to ask for it. Didn't you say you had a surprise for me? Yin Hongxing took 2 steps closer to her and pointed at his face. Sister, the surprise is here. Jomi realized that the surprise he called was himself. She couldn't help but smile and pretend to complain. What kind of surprise is this? It can't be eaten or rewarded. Yin Hongxing complained. Sister, am I not good looking? If you enjoy the flowers and the moon, you should also enjoy me. I'm the school bully of our school. Xiaomi gently doted on him and straightened his tie. Yes, my family's Xiaoshang looks the best. Unfortunately, it's cheap to that pair of unscrupulous mother and son. When they see such a good-looking Xiaoshang every day, they will eat 2 more bowls of rice. Yin Hongxing smiled modestly. He was so transparent in his heart. That mother and son hated to drink his blood and skin him. How could they think he was good-looking? Sister, do you have any plans after worshipping teacher Jasmine? After sitting down, Yin Hongxing asked the doubts in his heart. Xiaomi's eyes diffused the calmness of the years. First follow Jasmine teacher to learn, and so on after learning. I would like to create their own clothing brand, open their own clothing and jewelry company. Yin Hongxing frowned. Just like that? Jomi nodded. It would have been a great gift if she had been able to fulfill those 2 wishes. Sister, then you and Gu Lancheng. Xiaomi's face was slightly white, filled with strong resistance. This abusive relationship between Gu Lancheng and I has already left me battered and bruised. I am definitely going to divorce Gu Lancheng. It's just that the cost of divorcing him and me is too great, and he won't be able to easily agree to a divorce. Yin Hongxing was silent for an instant and laughed. Sister, it was not easy for you to worship Ms. Jasmine as your teacher. This stage is the best time for you to spell out your career. As for the divorce, think about it in the long run. Jomi's eyes sparkled with stars. Yeah, I'll give all my zeal, all of it, to my cause. Yin Hongxing poured a glass of milk and shoved it into Xiaomi's hand. Then he picked up a glass of white wine. Then let's have a drink. I wish my sister a bright future, and when she returns in the future, she will be a shining light. Xiaomi's Zine smile, but the smile in the Yin Hongxing hands of the cup of white wine but abruptly disappeared. She huffed his white wine snatched over, and then handed him a cup of herbal tea. Sister wish you 1,000 sales. Return is still a teenager. The 2 men smiled at each other, and many obscure sentiments swirled in the milk of the clear tea. Gu Lancheng came out of the elevator and screamed as he rushed to Gunpla. Jomi's in there? He questioned. Chapter 28, Past Lives and Present Lives, Karmic Origins and Disappearances. Gunpowder looked at him teasingly. Mr. Gu finally remembered that he has a wife. Ha! The blood under Gu Lancheng's eyes colored red as he roared. Who is she in there with? Gong Zhel glanced at Xiao Xin who was kicking in the air next to her. Mr. Gu, you'd better take care of Miss Xiao Xin. My sister doesn't need your concern. Someone else cares. I'm her husband. He snarled. I'm the one who has the right to care about her. Gunpla agitatedly said. You mutilated her body. You don't even deserve to be her husband. Xiao Xin stepped forward. Little girl, my sister and brother-in-law's affairs are not clear in a few words. My brother-in-law saved my sister's life, and the entanglement between them is so deep that we outsiders can't see their relationship. My sister's mouth says she doesn't love, but it's just a gamble of love but not love. Gunpowder was actually young, ignorant and childish, and after a flash of confusion in her eyes, she called out towards the house. Sister, brother-in-law is here. Before the words left his mouth, the door pulled open and out walked a tall, thin man. He was wearing a duck-tongued hat, sunglasses, and a scarf that Jomi had knitted for him, and a suffocating sense of oppression shot through his body. Opened his mouth, his voice was thick and low, wrapped in a solemn majesty. Who are you calling brother-in-law? Dare to call him brother-in-law again. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the sea and feed you to the sharks. Gunpowder shrank into a quail and whispered, Master, but is he really sister's husband? A husband is only a husband if he is within a fathom. But which woman is he serving close by? It's the poisonous woman who mutilated your sister's body. Where does he deserve to be your brother-in-law? Tribute brains only if they're worthy of your stature. Gunpelt was ashamed. I was wrong. Master. Xiao Xian's face lost all its blood. She was brought up by the stars. Others praised her for her beauty and kindness. She didn't expect that one day she would become a poisonous woman in other people's mouths. Her persona fell apart. Gu Lancheng's eagle pupils examined the man in front of him straightly. This man gave him an invisible oppression. In the imperial capital, he was confident that he did not have this kind of role. Who are you? Gu Lancheng asked, holding back his anger. You don't deserve to know. The grim voice was like it came from sure as hell. Gu Lancheng glared angrily at Xiaomi. You're a girl. You should be cautious in making friends. Be careful of being sold one day and still helping to count the money. Xiaomi, I couldn't help but feel amused. Isn't that right? Didn't I just get sold by you once? Gu Lancheng knew that she was mapping out the fact that he had taken her kidney, and he ultimately felt that he hadn't done enough to be open and honest about it, and that he was really sorry for Xiaomi. Me? What do you want me to do to take the edge off? Xiaomi's fists clench abruptly. Take the edge off? How could she possibly be upset? Once, he bullied her into being young and ignorant and promised her a bright future. She foolishly followed him. She jumped for joy when he offered her a cramped guest room and a bowl of hot, clear porridge. She hugged his arm and swore to him, Mr. Gu, thank you for giving me such a warm home. I will repay you in the future. I'll do anything for you. She did what she said. Those years, she stayed in the Gu family, carefully served him. He has a bad stomach. She learned to do a variety of stomach kanji, but also over and over again to heat the meal, just for him to rush home to eat just the right temperature. If Gu Lancheng had been honest from the beginning, Xiao Xian was his lover. He couldn't bear to see her die, and he needed her kidneys. She would certainly have willingly cooperated with them. After all, she was willing to sacrifice her life for Gu Lancheng. But who knows? The truth is so cruel. So cruel. He pretended to love her, pretended to marry her. He even restrains his nausea from rounding up with her in order to get her kidney. He coaxed her to be happy and made her sign the consent form for the operation without any defense. But unfortunately after that night she got pregnant. And then what? Xiaomi's thoughts traveled through long stretches of time. As a mother, she begged him to cancel the surgery or delay it for the sake of her child. But his face was colder than ever. He drew a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and said without any emotion, Xiaomi, Xiao Xian has waited too long for this moment. I don't want her to wait any longer. If she waits one more day, she will suffer one more day. But I'm carrying your child in my belly. If you hurt my body at this time, something will happen to the child. Get rid of the baby. You can have another one later. Honey, don't. This is our baby. I don't want to abort him. You want to keep it, then keep it. She thought he had finally gone soft and spared their child. But then what? Later, she was forced into surgery by him. He did keep his promise to let her have a child as well. But she used too many drugs and only gave birth to a child who was born with a congenital deficiency and a disease. He never looked the boy in the eye. But she couldn't do it by abandoning her child, and she carefully nursed him as he grew up, and he finally reached the age of 3. The powdered girl is cute as a button, but Gu Lancheng let her daughter give blood to Xiao Xian, who had a relapse. Because her blood type matched Xiao Xian's, she was frantic to stop it, but Gu Lancheng coaxed her over and over again that it was just a blood donation and would be fine. She was powerless to stop it, and with a few moments of trust in Gu Lancheng, she assumed that her daughter would be fine. But her daughter came home with a fever the same day she got home from the blood transfusion. That night she desperately called Gu Lancheng's phone, begging him to find a way to open a green channel for her convulsive and spastic daughter. With his connections, it was just a matter of passing the word. But Gu Lancheng guarded Xiao Xian all night. He hung up on her numerous times, and the last time he roared at her, Xiaomi, go cure yourself if you're sick. Don't disturb your sister's rest. Then hung up on her. Xiaomi didn't actually delay, and while she was begging Gu Lancheng for help, she also worked hard to implement efforts to save the child. Call 120 to take your child to the hospital. But without a green light, she's still a step too late. Snow flurries flew that day as she walked out of the hospital carrying the cold body of her child. The death of her child also took away the last bit of her attachment to the world. Instead of going home, she took a path of no return. It was a cold day, cold to her bones. Even reborn, that bone-chilling cold she remembered so clearly. So, in this life, she chose to give up her child's life early. Coming to this home, she wouldn't get happiness. Zhou suddenly gathered his clothes together, as if that would make him warmer. Seeing this strange movement of hers, Yan Hongsheng suddenly took off the trench coat he was wearing and draped it over his sister's body. Gu Lancheng couldn't help but furrow his brows. The air conditioning temperature in this room is so high. And you're not cold. Why are you wearing his clothes? Take it off. Yan Hongsheng suddenly clenched his fists, then punched Gu Lancheng's face viciously. Gu Lancheng climbed up in a sorry state. How could he be willing to take a loss? Swinging his fist and about to pounce on Yan Hongsheng. Chapter 29 Love is gone. But he's restless. Xiaomi was scared out of her wits as she hurriedly shielded Yan Hongsheng behind her. Gu Lancheng's raised fist ended up being slow to fall. He just stared at Xiaomi in shock. Seeing her defending another man with such a determined look in her eyes, a certain part of his heart was slowly caving in. The once cowardly Xiaomi would only be brave for him. Now this bravery is not exclusively his. He finally realized that he had lost the girl who loved him with all her heart. Xiaomi took advantage of Gu Lancheng's daze to pull Yan Hongsheng and run. Running to a deserted street, Xiaomi patted her chest and exhaled her bad breath. Then a pink fist hammered at Yen Hongxing's chest, but it was loud thunder but little rain. She reprimanded him angrily. He is the crown prince of the imperial capital. Even your elder brother has to scorn him a few points. You messed with him. Do you not want to mix in the imperial capital anymore? Yen Hongxing revealed an aggrieved expression. He just owes a beating. When Xiaomi thought of Gu Lanqing's bruised panda eyes, she inexplicably felt happy, but also worried about Yen Hongxing's safety, repeatedly urged, back to the imperial capital. Before the wings are full, remember to pin the tail as a person. Yen Hongxing smiled in a scenic manner. Sister, I'll listen to you. A big stone fell from Zhoumiai's heart. Xiao Shang, during my sister's studies, she can't care about you. You must hide your mane and show your clumsiness. Don't be counted out. Yen Hongxing's eyebrows were like the stars and moon, especially harmless when he smiled lightly. Sister, why are you rambling like an old mom? You're only 22 years old. Zhoumiai froze. Yeah, she's only 22, but she's been through the mill for a long time, even at a vivid age. He has a heart of vicissitudes because he has experienced too many vicissitudes of separation. This wasn't how she was supposed to look when she was reborn. She endeavored to squeeze out a radiant smile towards him. Yen Hongxing complimented. Sister, you only look good when you smile. You must smile more often in the future. Got it. Yen Hongxing transformed like a magic treasure, suddenly taking out a brocade box from behind him, handing it to Xiaomi. Sister, congratulatory gift. Xiaomi covered her mouth in surprise. To her, the fact that Yen Hongxing could travel across the ocean to see her was already the most sincere gift. Unexpectedly, he had also prepared a gift for her. He was much more sincere in his intentions for her than that nominal husband of hers and her disingenuous family. Thank you. Show. Open it up. Zhoumi opened the box and inside lay a green lady's diamond watch. Yen Hongxing said, Sister, since you've become Mr. Jasmine's student, I'm sure you'll be going to the United States to study in seclusion at the beginning of the year. I won't be able to see you for a long time. Can you promise me that you'll come back for my bar mitzvah on the day I turn 18? Of course, it has to go back. The tension in Yen Hongxing's eyes dissipated. He bid her a pleasant farewell. Sister, I've recorded the countdown to my bar mitzvah in my watch. It will remind you of your return date. It's a deal then. I'll be waiting for you in the imperial capital. Zhoumiai smiled and said goodbye to her. Take care, Show. Zhoumiai turned back toward the rental. Downstairs in the rental room, Gu Lanqing stood as if he were a statue, staring in the direction that Xiaomi had come from. The few cigarette butts on the ground signaled his depressed mood. Xiaomi wanted to go around him, but Gu Lanqing tugged at her. Xiaomi, let's talk. Zhoumiai looked at him languidly. Talk about what? Gu Lanqing looked at her expression that was full of concern for him, and inexplicably his heart stung again. Turns out, love fades. Me, do you hate me for taking your kidney? Zhoumiai curled her lips feebly. She hated him for so many reasons she didn't know where to start. But the whole kidney donation thing, if there was no deception, she actually didn't hate it. You've saved me and paid for my education. This kidney will be my repayment of the favor. We don't owe each other anymore. She finished and pivoted to leave. However, Gu Lanqing did not intend to let her go. Me, since you don't hate me, then come home with me. Zhoumi stared at him blankly. She just didn't hate him for taking her kidney, but there was so much she should hate him for. I'm not going with you. Gu Lanqing couldn't see a trace of scorching heat in her indifferent eyes. He said somewhat feebly, but we're married. Zhoumi added, why should a couple without love be bound together in torment? Xiaomi's flat and unperturbed expression, but she used the word torment to reveal her despair over the marriage and her discouragement towards Gu Lanqing. Gu Lanqing's heart surged a wave of annoyance. He has always been proud and arrogant. Think he is the proud son of heaven, only he dislike other people's share. Kai young other people dislike him? Not to mention a girl like Zhoumi who came from a humble, mediocre background. Zhoumi, I'm going to give you a little time to think about it. I hope you'll think deeply before you position yourself in our relationship. Gu Lanqing furrowed his brows. I don't want you to regret it then and stalk me again. Gu Lanqing finished speaking and left with hurried footsteps. He was alerted to the fact that he was a little flustered, but he didn't know where the fluster was coming from. Zhoumiai called out from behind him. Gu Lanqing. He paused. Zhoumiai was heard warning in a rusty tone. There are rumors about me on the intranet, and I want you to deal with them as soon as possible. Otherwise I don't mind clearing up the rumors in my own way. Gu Lanqing looked at her, inexplicably a little weak. You saw it all? Xiaomi said. I'm not a soft persimmon to be needed. Gu Lanqing, if you piss me off, don't blame me for not remembering old times. The things you did with Xiao Xian are honorable in your eyes, but I'm only afraid that they are against ethics and morals in the eyes of the netizens. She dropped the sentence and left. Gu Lanqing returned to the hotel disoriented and collapsed on the bed. Xiao Xian walked over and gave him a massage. Lanqing, what's wrong? A look of preoccupation. Gu Lanqing's face was somber as he said, Xiner, It seems like Xiaomi really doesn't love me anymore. Xiao Xin was stunned. I also find it strange. That girl used to love you so much. How come she suddenly seemed to have been taken over? Her attitude towards you took a 180-degree turn. Could it be that after that master sleep hypnotized Xiaomi? Xiaomi really couldn't remember the kindness between you? The decadence in Gu Lanqing's eyes flickered. I originally thought that hypnotist was just a charlatan of the jungle. Now it seems that I'm afraid that he has some skills. It seems that I have to go back to meet him and ask him to lift Xiaomi's hypnosis. A flash of uneasiness flashed under Xiao Xian's eyes. Lan Cheng, haven't you always disliked Xiaomi pestering you? Wouldn't it be better for her to lose her memory now? A hesitant look flashed under Gu Lanqing's eyes. Although I don't like her, she is my Mrs. Gu after all. It's not good for our Gu family for her to be so confrontational with me. Joshing breathed a sigh of relief. Jomi was like a gust of wind. She packed her bags that night without a word, checked out of her room in a blaze of glory, and then bought a plane ticket out of Milan. When Gu Lanchen went to catch her the next day, Xiaomi had already disappeared. Chapter 30, Finding the Master Sleeper and Saving the Marriage. Gu Lanchang stood in the doorway for a long time, his expression stinking the whole time. In the end, he could only resentfully carry Xiao Xian back home, imperial capital. Washing away the exhaustion of traveling, Gu Lanchang returned home. Only, instead of recalling his family's grand villa, he returned to the most unassuming little abode of his many properties and his and Jomiai's marital home. The house is only 89 square feet, and for a civilian, in this kind of location, it's a good asset to have a house. It was just that he was the heir to the Gu family, and the family owned tens of billions of dollars in assets and numerous villa properties. Using this kind of house as a bridal chamber showed his contempt for Xiaomi. At that time, Gu Lanqing subconsciously felt that a girl who was born with a father who did not love her mother and who relied on garbage collection to make ends meet, he gave her such a life, which was also a gift to her. She used to be very content. But when exactly did she even want to get away from the false beauty of the dream he had woven for her? Gu Lanqing sat by the windowsill, smoking a cigarette. The past came flooding back. Hubby, today is our wedding anniversary. Oh, you come back early, okay? Xiaomi was always careful to look at his face in front of him. I'm not available today. Is something wrong with the company? Her voice trembled as she tried to hide her sadness. No, to keep your sister company. Honey, just for today, stay with me, okay? Her hand grasped his wrist roguishly. He pushed her away. Get over yourself. He had returned home in the wee hours of the morning, and the sight of the leftovers lying in the trash can made him frown just a little. It seemed like she hadn't cooked for him since that day. He occasionally came home hungry and she had the nanny cook for him. Another time, she had just gotten her driver's license and he asked her to help him deliver papers to a client. But she rear-ended someone on the highway. The car broke down in the middle of the road. She called him in tears. Honey, I've been in a car accident. His first thought was that the file wouldn't make it to the client in time, and he scolded her. Jomi, can you be reliable for once? Jomi, I cried in a muffled voice. Honey, you didn't even ask me if I was hurt? Better off dead. He huffed. Jomi begged him. Can you help me? Before she could finish, she heard Xiao Xian's voice. Lan Cheng, I'm thirsty. Xin right away. Gu Lancheng's very gentle voice rang out. Then Gu Lancheng smashed the phone very nonchalantly. You clean up your own mess. When Gu Lancheng thought back on this incident again, it was as if a feather had crossed his heart, and a faint feeling of guilt permeated his heart. At that time, Jomi was only in her early 20s, not yet experienced in the world, facing these accidents. In fact, she should be very helpless. But as a husband, he didn't seem to be the one she relied on. Is that why she's so independent now? To have the courage to leave him? Gu Lancheng shook his head. It's not like that. Jomi had always regarded him as a savior and treated him with respect. She was very content with all the alms he graciously bestowed upon her, and she was full of gratitude to him. Her transformation happened after she was hypnotized. It was division sleep that transformed Jomi. Gu Lancheng picked up his cell phone and dialed a call out. The call was connected and the assistant's voice came over. President, what's the order? Find someone for me. His name is Shermian, and bring him to me at all costs. His voice was ghastly. Okay, President. A few days later, the assistant brought the division sleeper to the door for a visit. I heard that the prince wants to see me? Shermian smiled cynically. Gu Lancheng's pupils were covered in shadows. Shermian, I really underestimated you. Do you remember my lady Jomi? Shermian said. The memory is fresh. Gu Lancheng gritted his teeth and said, that's good. Shermian, I need to know, what exactly did you do to my wife? Why, after she took a trip at your place, is she like a different person? His questioning tone, mixed with the huffing and puffing of a person in a high position, instantly caused the atmosphere in the room to become tense with swords. Shermian playfully said, Crown Prince, you've seen the contract between me and your highness. I'm just following the contract to make the crown princess forget about her past with you. So, if my guess is correct, your wife should not love you anymore, Gu Lancheng said viciously. I want you to restore her memory. Shi Mian shrugged. Crown Prince, if I were to restore your wife's memories, it is tantamount to tearing up my contract with her. Then I will face a huge amount of compensation. I'll give it to you, Gu Lancheng said, at odds of 1 to 10,000. The default is $100 million. Is the prince sure he wants to pay? Gu Lancheng gulped. He changed tactics. How about I make sure Jomi doesn't hold you responsible for breaking the contract? Shi Mian shook his head. You are not the client. You can't make decisions for my client, unless my client personally tells me that he is willing to break the contract. Shi Mian. Gu Lancheng drew up his angry volume. Do you know what happens when you go against me? Shi Mian finally showed his cowardice. Prince, it's not that I'm not willing to help you. I'm a businessman, and honesty is worth 10,000 gold. Gu Lancheng's voice was laced with ice cold. Shi Mian, I see that you don't want to walk out of this door today. The threat was full of meaning. The assistant sniffed and his body had moved to the door, blocking Shi Mian's way. Shi Mian was terrified. Is the crown prince trying to imprison me? Gu Lancheng's face was permeated with ruthless determination. Shi Mian sighed, a flash of shakiness in his eyes. Prince, when I hypnotized your wife, I actually discovered a shocking secret. I think you must be very interested. What secret? Shi Mian thought for a moment and deliberately organized his wording. You could say that your lady is both her and not her. Gu Lancheng was full of doubts. What does this mean? Shi Mian said. Prince, do you believe in reincarnation? Gu Lancheng squinted his eagle pupils. Past life and present life? Shi Mian continued. If the crown prince is willing to accept my hypnosis, I think the crown prince will surely know why your ladyship is a different person. It's just that I have to remind the crown prince that the person who receives hypnosis, he may undergo a radical change. The crown prince has to be mentally prepared for that. Gu Lancheng only felt that it was incomparably ridiculous and snorted, pretending to be a god. Shi Mian shook his head helplessly. If the crown prince doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can do. In the end, Gu Lancheng had to end the torture because he was unwilling to accept Shi Mian's hypnosis. 2 years later, Xiao Xian's career was booming, and as a working student of MS. Jasmine, although she only met with MS. Jasmine in person a few times a year, and then mostly received remote guidance from MS. Jasmine, it was enough for Xiao Xian to use as bragging capital. She is also famous in the fashion circle in the imperial capital. She founded her own company. With the support of the Gu family and the Qiao family, she is also considered to have a firm footing. Chapter 31 Wife returns. Strong divorce. She is also in a very stable state of health, thanks to the gift of a very healthy kidney source from Jomi. Perhaps it was the blossoming of her career that made Xiao Xian was raised to look radiant. Her beauty is also a good story in the celebrity circle. Of course her long love affair with Gu Lancheng was a default fact in the upper class. People say that Gu Lancheng is a good person and loves Xiao Xian so much that he promised marriage to Xiaomi after begging her for a kidney. This kind of man with love, responsibility and morality is simply rare on earth. Gu Lancheng has become the god of thousands of young girls who are looking for him. Gu Lancheng's career, but also rising. But underneath the glamour, the tumor of marriage grows in secret, waiting to strike and destroy this flawless world. In the end, only a piece of devastation remains. An airplane crossed the sky over the ocean and flew in the direction of the imperial capital. On the airplane, a woman with a lonely and cold temperament was leaning on the back of the seat and resting her eyes. She possessed a head of seaweed-like hair, exquisite as sculpted cheeks, as big as a palm, small and moist, as if God's masterpiece. The beauty is mesmerizing, yet a cold arrogance that alienated people spread all around. The powdered young girl next to her opened the pillow into a small blanket and gently placed it over the woman. How much longer until we get there? Little sister? The woman didn't open her eyes, but inquired the girl beside her in a jarred voice. It was evident that she was a light sleeper and had things on her mind. Sister, there's still half an hour to go before we reach the imperial capital. Gunpowder leaped forward. Where will we stay when my sister goes to the imperial capital? Gunpla asked. Jomi pondered for a long time and finally said, let's find a hotel first. Gunpowder was confused. Sister, didn't we come back specifically to celebrate young Master Yan's bar mitzvah? Why don't we go to the Yin family to pay him a visit? Jomi's eyes tailed slightly. It's going to be a surprise for him. Gunpla laughed. Fair enough. Then why didn't sister look back at her family? Didn't she want to divorce the surname Gu? I'll delegate it to a lawyer to handle this matter. She and Gu Lancheng would not meet if they could, lest it affect her good mood. When the plane landed at the imperial airport, Jomi and Gunpla walked out dragging a large suitcase each. At this time the sky of the imperial capital was drizzling. The weather in the depths of winter was a bit icy and bone-chilling. Jomi hurriedly took out the down jacket in the box and draped it over Jomi. Sister, you mustn't get cold. Jomi was draped in a long down coat, warm on her body and warm in her heart. In the past 2 years, she and Gunpla can be said to be dependent on each other, holding each other warm, sisterly feelings deeper, like family. Xiaomi's career has developed particularly fast in these 2 years. She is the thin accumulation of 2 lifetimes, coupled with the personal guidance of Ms. Jasmine in this life, and Ms. Jasmine has provided human resources, goods channels, and even the technical team to help her start up business, which makes Xiaomi is tantamount to standing on the shoulders of the giants, and utilizing just 2 years. She has created a fashion empire that belongs to her. She founded the East Rhyme brand, has opened a dozen chain stores in the country, and the price inclusive of high, middle and low end, particularly competitive in the market. Business is doing a booming. Nowadays, the bigwigs in the fashion circle also have to honor her with the name of General Manager Xiao. But on this return, Xiaomi had another purpose, and that was to divorce Gu Lancheng. The Gu family elders were all snobs, and if they knew that she wasn't what she used to be, they would certainly reweigh the leverage that this marriage brought to the Gu family. After weighing the pros and cons, they may not be so quick to let her divorce Gu Lancheng. So Jomi decides to hide her identity and get a divorce first. At the request of Xiaomi, cheap hotel prices, quiet environment, lot closer to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gong Grain will find a 100-years-old hotel. Who knew that after Xiaomi stayed in, she realized that the hotel was actually the property of the Yin family. When she entered the hotel, she immediately caused the waiters to marvel. She looks so pretty and has such a noble temperament. It looks like she's not a girl from a small family. She must be a big star. Jomi, I just thought it was funny. They don't understand that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. And under her skillful hands, any decay can be transformed into a miracle. They enter the VIP hotel with their room cards, only to have a chance encounter with the hotel's owner, Yen Shirue. In the hallway, it could be that she was indeed beautiful enough to warrant a glance, and Yen Shirue couldn't take his eyes off of her. The person beside him did not notice Yen Shirue's perversity as he chattered on and on. Reporting, eldest young master. The weekend is young master Hongxing's 18-year-old bar mitzvah, and the elder master has put the word down that he is going to make a big deal out of it, inviting all of the alliance's business friends to come and attend his bar mitzvah. Yen Shirue let out a snort from his nose. He thinks that grandpa favors him and he'll be able to make a name for himself this time? When the time comes, give him a set of miscellaneous branded suits and an A-Goods Rolex watch. The bigwigs present who are not savvy, see his shabby clothes and know that his status in the Yin family is less than a dog. At that time, this bar mitzvah is the Hongmen banquet that will bury his future. The dog leg behind him laughed loudly. Young master, it's worthy of you. That young master is young. I'm afraid he doesn't even know that wearing the wrong clothes for the banquet will bury his future. Humph. Although he is the young master of the Yin family, my father doesn't like him at all. So he's never seriously taught him the ways of luxury goods, and he's still not familiar with the ways of the clothing and jewelry industry even as an adult. I'm afraid he doesn't even know what luxury brands are out there. Just by looking at the miscellaneous brands he usually wears, I can tell that he's an idiot in this area. One of them said, young master, we need to be more cautious. That guy may be young, but he's extremely sophisticated. Don't forget how many times we've fallen for him. Yen Shirue said, don't worry, I came prepared this time. I've already greeted a few high luxury brands and they won't lend him any clothes. He just can't do anything even if he knows about our scheme. Jomi brushed past Yen Shirue, her ears tuned to their calculations about Xiao Shang, her hand gripping the rune card losing its blood color from the exertion. Xiao Shang, who was only 16 years old when he returned to the Yen family. Yen Shirue, however, completely disregards the friendship between brother and sister and counts on Xiao Shang in this way. Her heart aches that Xiao Shang, whose mother died early, does not have the favor of family, and how lonely he should be. Her cold, arrogant gaze turned to Yen Shirue. It was like 2 dark arrows in the night, deadly, but Yanshir was mesmerized by the beauty and he came in the direction of Jomi. Closer, closer. Xiaomi suddenly remembered that this Yen Shirue and her scumbag husband Gu Lancheng had grown up in the same pants, afraid that he would recognize her. Xiaomi hurriedly left. Yen Shirue watched her turn into the guest room, and reluctantly instructed the renegade at the side, go and poke around to find out more about this beauty. Yes. Chapter 32, Hongsheng in trouble, Jomi to the rescue. Once Xiaomi entered the hotel room, he couldn't wait to instruct Gong Gel, Xiao Gel, take out the most expensive cloth from the box. I'm going to rush a gown out for Xiao Shang, and I must not let him be reduced to a joke for all of Imperial Capital. Gong Gel didn't dare to slow down for a moment. She nimbly prepared the cloth, needle and thread scissors, sketch paper, and paintbrushes. Jomi quickly sketched out a few sketches. Grain, which one do you think looks good? Gunpowder was in love with each one. Sister, as long as the clothes are designed by you, they all look good. Xiaomi recalled her last life, when she saw Yen Hongxing's appearance at a certain banquet. At that time, he was wearing a black suit, all ascetic and high-strung, so that people could only look at him from afar. Yan Hongsheng stood in the children of the world's families, outstanding, and set off the group of rich second-generation eclipsed. Nowadays, although he is young, but the man's silhouette is basically grown, right? A while ago also gave her a height report. He even grew to 185 meters. Jomi had an idea in mind, both to make him distinguished and reserved beyond his years, and to let his composure shine through. So she finally chose a simple, yet generous and elegant design. In the end, she stayed up for 2 nights, almost without sleep, to handcraft a luxurious and understated suit. Paired with her treasured ties, brooches, the dresses were instantly elevated in build. Gong Gel touched it lovingly. Sister, this fabric is the fabric worn by the royals of the British royal family, and it is personally designed and made by Ms. Jasmine's favorite love. How much do you think the pricing of this dress has to be? Jomi said, it's easy to set the price, but a limited edition is priceless. Gunpowder rejoiced. If young Master Yan wears it to the bar mitzvah, it will truly be a starry night. Xiaomi said, Xiaoru, find a chance and send the clothes to Xiaoshen. Just say that it's a bar mitzvah from me to him. Yes, the night was cold and long. Jomi actually lost sleep. Standing in front of the high floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the luxurious charm of the imperial capital, while her heart was locked, it was as if those unpleasant pasts had been like demons, choking her throat and preventing her from breathing. Gu Xiao, this little beggar is the one you're looking for. Beggar? Gu Lancheng furrowed his brows and looked at her with eyes that couldn't hide his dislike, but she was too young and hadn't experienced too much of the human condition, so she couldn't see his distaste for her. She wanted to tell them that she wasn't a beggar, that her mom was sick and that she was just out picking up trash for money to get her mom some medicine, but she saw her dirty, tattered clothes and those words hardened in her throat. Gu Lancheng probably sensed her rejection of him and condescended to squat down. Your name is Xiaomi? She nodded timidly. Will you come with me? I'll pay for your schooling from now on, and I'll give you money for your mom's medical care? Xiaomi could not see the calculations behind his complex eyes. She felt that she had gotten lucky, and immediately kowtowed to him with gratitude. You are really my nobleman. Thank you for being willing to help me. I dreamed of going to school. Then she followed him without looking back. He did keep his promise to send her to a nondescript school, and she went to high school and got into a third-rate college with a clothing program. And he found her real father and sister and got her back into the Zhou family. Should she be grateful to him? She often wondered what her fate would have been if Gu Lancheng had not existed. Would she have continued to lurk at the bottom of society? Or would she have walked out on a well-trodden path with her unyielding stubbornness? For a long time, she treated Gu Lancheng as his salvation and revered him as a god. But now, after she had perused the vicissitudes of the human world, after she had unconditionally sponsored many helpless orphans and widows, her thoughts were somewhat shaken. She even very much rejected Gu Lancheng's redemption of her back then, because his ulterior motives were not worthy of the respect she had for him. He's not a philanthropist, he's a liar. It was an unspeakable pain in Jomi's heart. Divorce, imminent. The next day, the entrance to the Gu family villa. Xiaomi changed into ordinary clothes, her face was plain, and she was slightly haggard after a night's sleep, so she appeared at the door of Gu's house unannounced. Just someone was one step ahead of her. A luxury car costing several $1 million was parked in front of Gu's house. Xiao Xian walked down from the car carrying big and small gift bags. She knocked on the Gu family's doorbell. The housekeeper opened the door and saw Xiao Xian with a surprised expression. Miss Xiao, Mrs. Gu was just mumbling about how you haven't been here for a long time. It's so true that when you speak of the devil, he arrives. Xiao Xian handed one of the gift bags to the housekeeper. Chan Ma, a gift for you. The housekeeper took the gift and said with a smile, Miss Xiao buys so many gifts every time she visits. Even our subordinates have a share for everyone. You really have a heart. The butler warmly welcomed Xiao Xian through the door. Jomi and Gunpla were sitting in the cab, witnessing the scene, and Gunpla couldn't help but spit out. It's obvious what intentions you have when you're that close to your own brother-in-law's family. Jomi laughed. You girl, you don't need to know about male love at a young age. Gunpla picked up the file bag from the car. Sister, this, I'll deliver. You just don't go see those disgusting people. Aha! Inside the living room, Mother Gu and Gu Lancheng were sitting on the sofa, and when they saw Xiao Xian, Gu Lancheng hurriedly got up and walked over to Xiao Xian to take the heavy gift bag in her hand. He also couldn't help but complain to her. Xian, just come, don't buy gifts. You're weak, how can you lift something so heavy? Xiao Xian looked at Gu Lancheng with tenderness. Lancheng, I got a few good fabrics, so I made some clothes for you and your aunt and uncle. It will soon be the new year, and all kinds of banquets are inevitable, so I want you to participate in the banquets in a dignified manner. Mother Gu put down her teacup and said despondently, Alas, Xian, You are really considerate and thoughtful to Lancheng. It's a pity that my family Lancheng is not fortunate enough to marry you. Finished in hate iron is not steel white gu Lancheng a glance. I do not know you this child how to think. Hall listed company's president. But in order to pay back the favor, will marry so a woman who cannot be on the stage. You see what she did after the marriage of what asshole thing. Left home. No news. Really call people on fire. At the mention of Xiaomi, Gu Lancheng's face also sank. Gu's mother added, it would be better to divorce her cleanly. Gu Lancheng said, Mom, Xiaomi has been kind to Xiner and I. If I divorce Xiaomi, I'm bound to fall into the name of crossing the river and breaking up the bridge. My personal image will be affected and I'll exhaust the company. Don't say such words again in the future. Chapter 33 Divorce Agreement. Gu family fury. Gu's mother then fell silent. Xiao Xin comforted Gu's mother. Auntie, don't be angry. In fact, it's good to be like this now. Although I'm not Lancheng's legal wife, in my heart, he's already the husband I'll join hands with for the rest of my life. I will love him for the rest of my life and take care of him for the rest of my life. That certificate is just a piece of paper to us. Gu Lancheng glanced at Xiao Xin, his eyes obscure and complicated. Mother Gu was quite relieved. That's true. You and Lancheng are taking care of each other like this nowadays. There's no difference between your feelings and a real couple. As for that Xiaomi, she can act as she wants. Who cares if she acts like she does? Are we waiting for us to beg her back? Not even a door. It's better for her to die outside. Unfortunately, things don't quite work out that way. Just as Xiao Xin and the Gu family were getting along, the open doorway was suddenly clogged by a dainty figure, a dark shadow spilling onto the floor, followed by a brittle voice. Yo, look what I've seen. This guy who should be here didn't show up, and the guy who shouldn't be here is here. Gu Lancheng steeply heard this deja vu voice, and a flash of dismay bubbled up under his eyes. Immediately, he raised his eyes and looked at the voice. They saw Gunpla walk up to them with a light step. Xiao Xian's back teeth grooves almost crunched. Gunpowder, how did you become as uneducated as your sister Xiaomi? Gunpowder laughed instead of being angry. You have a family education? You have a secret affair with your own brother-in-law, and this is your tutelage? For 2 years, Gungnu and Zhoumiai were dependent on each other. She experienced the loneliness of Zhoumiai, and she witnessed the damage caused by the betrayal of Zhoumiai's closest relatives. It can be said that the hard work behind Zhoumiai's success is 100 times more than that of ordinary people. So the grown-up Gunpowder, with sound values and a sense of right and wrong, was even more hateful to Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. Gu Lancheng was so irritated by Gong Gel's rudeness that his liver exploded. He stood up with a huff and raised his hand to fall. Gong Gel. Yet in the end, it was all thunder and no rain, and his hand fell in defeat at Gunpla's mocking look. Unconsciously it drooped. Where's Zhoumi? Did she go back to China with you? Gu Lancheng looked behind Gunpowder. It was empty and nothing was there. The bright light in the bottom of his eyes instantly dimmed. Gu's mother was displeased. Humph, she still knows to come back? I thought she died outside. Gunpla's pretty face went slightly white, and her grip on the papers tightened. She couldn't imagine that even she couldn't yet get used to the shame of being disrespected when she occasionally heard Mother Gu's cold words. Then Sister Xiaomi must have been bullied by Mother Gu on a regular basis. So it was no wonder that every time her sister heard about old people and old stories in the imperial capital, her torso would react in a stressful way and her fingers would tremble violently. I'm here to deliver the papers. Gong Gel finished handing the document containing the divorce agreement to Gu Lancheng, turned around and left. Gu Lancheng wanted to chase him out, but Mother Gu obstructed. Lancheng, what are you doing? Do you really want to get that embarrassing thing back? Humph, you can't spoil her. If you spoil her once, she'll be even more aggressive next time. I'd like to see, if our Gu family doesn't beg her to come home, what other backstabbing tricks she can hold back. Gunpowder shook her head feebly as she listened to Mother Gu's words. She just couldn't resist turning around and asking for a word of justice for her sister. Gu Lancheng, when did you ever spoil Sister Xiaomi? Also, don't be so self-righteous as to think that Gu Lancheng is such an unattainable man. My sister doesn't care to play any lustful tricks on him, not realizing that my sister she really wants to get rid of Gu Lancheng, adding at the end, dream on. After saying that, he took a big step away. Furious, Gu's mother broke her teacup. Gu Lancheng, on the other hand, stood dumbfounded and watched Gunpowder leave, until Xiao Xian reminded him, Lancheng, what did Mimi send you? Only then did Gu Lancheng come back to his senses, and he couldn't wait to open the seal of the document bag and pull out the documents inside. When he saw the divorce agreement written on the document, his handsome face instantly darkened, as if he had been slapped hard, and it was a humble girl whose life was as cheap as grass. The blood rushed up from the soles of his feet. When Mother Gu and Xiao Xian saw that he didn't look right, the two of them looked at each other. Lancheng, what is that thing? Gu Mother and Xiao Xian both looked at him curiously. Divorce agreement. Gu Lancheng almost gnashed a mouthful of copper teeth. Divorce. Agreement? Mother Gu revealed a stunned expression. She probably never dreamed that the glutinous and weak daughter-in-law of her family would one day have the heart to abandon Gu Lancheng. Gu's mother froze for a long time, and when she came back to her senses and realized that her heavenly son had really been disliked by her daughter-in-law, she slapped her hand on the coffee table in exasperation. Who does she think she is to initiate a divorce? If we want to divorce, it's our Gu family that will do it. Xiao Xian pacified Gu's mother. Auntie, don't be angry. Xiaomi is not disliking Lancheng. She probably just wants to fulfill Lancheng and me. After all, she has always been very self-aware. She knows that she doesn't deserve Lancheng. Gu mother's anger dissipated quite a bit. Xin, you're right. That girl Xiaomi has no reason to dislike my family Lancheng. After all, my family Lancheng is the most high-matched husband candidate she could find. Her wanting to fulfill Lancheng and you is rather her style. After all, she's always been this kind of lousy person. Gu's mother praised Xiao Xian with her mouth. But if she really wanted to agree to her son marrying such a frail woman, she resisted. Auntie, then do you agree to their divorce? Xiao Xian inquired, unable to hold down her inner excitement. Gu mother said in vain, Lancheng's divorce at this time will affect the listing of the new company. Lancheng, go tell Xiaomi that the divorce will be discussed later. Gu Lancheng nodded sullenly. At noon, Zhoumiai returned to the hotel, perhaps too tired from rushing to make the clothes all night. She fell asleep. Gong Zhel, on the other hand, hugged the clothes that Xiaomi had made for Yan Hongsheng and hurried to Yan's house. As the Yan family was the #1 plutocratic family in the imperial capital, the gate control was very strict. Gong Pellet explained the reason to the doorman. I was entrusted to deliver a parcel to young master Yan Hongsheng. Please inform me for me. Instead, the doorman called directly to the butler, who hammered away at Gunpowder. Girl, who is your friend's last name? What exactly is in this package? Gunpowder shielded the package tightly in his arms and said, You tell young master Hongsheng that Miss Nianqing has a gift for him. He'll know what's going on. The butler grimaced. Nianqing? Who is Nianqing? The butler's eyes were beady. Gong Zhel sensed that the housekeeper seemed to be very defensive towards Yan Hongsheng, and her face did not look too good. You're just the housekeeper of the Yan family. Aren't you crossing the line by prying into the young master's privacy? Chapter 34, Stepmother's Difficulty, Sister's Relief. The butler looked slightly nervous, probably not expecting this little girl to be able to smell his air of caution towards young master Yan Hongsheng. He immediately revealed a fox-like smile. Miss, you have misunderstood me. Young master Hongsheng is young, so the master instructed us subordinates to take care of him more, and I couldn't help but ask a few more questions about his visitors. I'm sorry for offending the girl. Gong Zhel obviously didn't believe his bull ********. Your young master will be an adult by the end of the week, yet you still treat him as a baby doll. Aren't you afraid that he'll get upset and seek trouble from you? The words carried a vague implication. After Yan Hongsheng's bar mitzvah, he would be in charge of the Yan family's businesses. Although his shares would not be more than the eldest young master's, he would be considered to truly hold real power. If these subordinates are so blatantly defensive of him, they are afraid that Yan Hongsheng will be dissatisfied with them. Yan Hongsheng can't pin down the top, but it's incredibly easy to pin down these subordinates. The butler's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he finally realized that this little lamb was not to be messed with. Miss, wait a moment, I'll go inform the young master. The butler came to Yan Hongsheng's study, where Yan Hongsheng was sitting in front of his computer, swimming in the intranets of the major families as a hacker. The moment the butler entered the room, Yan Hongsheng swiftly switched the computer screen to the game interface. The butler's eyes showed a contemptuous sneer when he heard the game. He also laughed at himself in his heart. What is he afraid of him for? This is clearly a Luado who can't help himself. What are you doing here? Yan Hongsheng glared at him unhappily. Young master, there's a girl outside, bringing you a package. She also said that this parcel is it's from Miss Nianqing for you. Yan Hongsheng said with a cold face that didn't change even when Tarzan collapsed in front of him. I know. You go out first. The butler bowed and withdrew. Sister Nianqing. Yan Hongsheng's iceberg handsome face is like the weather in June. One moment there is flying snow. The next moment the ice melts and everything recovers. He stood up pleasantly from his computer chair and walked towards the door with light footsteps. At the entrance of the Yan family manor, Yan Hongsheng stomped towards the tribute pellet. Young master. Gunpowder leapt to greet Yan Hongsheng, handing the rectangular carton to him. Young master, this is the bar mitzvah that sister entrusted me to bring you. The starlight under Yan Hongsheng's eyes abruptly became obscure, and then exported. His voice could not hide the loss. My bar mitzvah, sister does not come? Gong Zhel mysteriously and furtively patted the carton. Young master, this gift needs to be given to you in advance. You'll need it on the day of your bar mitzvah. As for sister, don't worry, she's already in the imperial capital, but she hasn't forgotten about your bar mitzvah. Yan Hongsheng glowed up. He fished out 2 gold cards from his bosom and slipped them to Gunpowder. I have long prepared pass cards for my sister. When the time comes, you will enter the venue with the cards. Gunpla took the card with a greedy light in her eyes. Wow, this is a gold card? She was busy putting the gold card into her mouth and biting it, then got excited. It's really a gold card, yeah. It can be exchanged for quite a lot of money, right? Yan Hongshang. After the matter was completed, Gunpowder bid farewell to Yan Hongshang. Young master, goodbye. But Yan Hongshang was slow to move his feet. He looked like he wanted to say something, so Gongjel didn't dare to move. Anything else, young master? Yan Hongshang said in frustration. I haven't seen my sister for 2 years. How is she? Gunpowder laughed. She's been busy creating her business empire in the past 2 years, and although it's been a bit grueling, it's still a success. She is now a gold standard in the fashion industry, and many luxury companies want to hire her as their chief designer. Yan Hongshang said naively, then she must have had a hard life, right? The thought of her surviving with one kidney made his heart ache vaguely. Gong Jel said, you know that sister has a knot in her heart. Her marriage contract with Gu Lanchang, the day it is not dissolved, is a hurdle that she can't leap over in her heart. Yan Hongshang said grimly, tell your sister that the divorce is final. After saying that, Yan Hongshang left in style. Gunpla, however, fumed. He's so young, what can he do against the crown prince? On his way back to the house, Yan Hongshang stumbles upon Yan Shirue. Yan Shirue tossed him a gift box. Yan Hongshang, this is a bar mitzvah from mom and dad. Yan Hongshang took the gift box, his sharp eyes not missing the evil smile on Yan Shirue's face. He opened the gift on the spot and saw a suit lying inside. The fabric was slightly wrinkled, the stitching was still jointed, and it looked like a shoddy product that was roughly stale and poorly made. Yan Shirue also owed a punch. Yan Hongshang, Dad told me to tell you that this suit was specially prepared by him for you. You'd better wear this suit for your bar mitzvah to please Dad. Yan Shirue smiled lewdly, causing Yan Hongshang to retch. Yan Hongshang smoothly threw the suit into the garbage can. This outfit, to his taste, does not meet my taste? Yan Shirue said angrily. Yan Hongshang, don't give your face away. If you lose this suit, there will be no better clothes for you on the day of the bar mitzvah. Yan Hongshang controlled his burning anger as he spoke coldly. Yan Shirue, what has it got to do with you as to what I wear to the bar mitzvah? Yan Shirue's face became embarrassed. His calculations seemed to have been recognized by Yan Hongshang. Yan Hongshang hugged Zhoumiai's package and raised his head. Back in the bedroom, Yan Hongshang then carefully unwrapped the gift box. Seeing the clothes inside, as well as the accessories, he froze. A slip of paper was left in the carton with the source of the fabric for the dress, the story of the accessories and the selling price. Yan Hongshang lost his smile. The gown his father had given him looked incredibly cheap against Zhoumi's elaborate custom-made gown. Fatherly love. It seems ridiculous. Yan Hongshang tenderly stroked the soft clothes, but the smile under his eyes disappeared inch by inch. Silly sister, making clothes for me all night, don't you want your body? Yan Hongshang's birthday banquet was on schedule. The banquet venue is booked in the Yan family clubhouse. Yan master happens to be unwell, so the birthday banquet is fully entrusted to Yan Hongshang's own father, and the man who forgets the chaff when he has a new love. Without frowning, the banquet is handed over to Yan Hongshang's stepmother. How was the wicked stepmother willing to labor for this thorn in her side, a thorn in her flesh, who ate up huge sums of money, and merely appropriated a small sum from it, so that her underlings could do as much as they could with as much money as they had? She wants to narrow down Yan Hongshang's grandiose coming-of-age ceremony to a small, humble birthday party. She is so difficult for Yan Hongshang, only want Yan Hongshang's bar mitzvah to become a joke in the circle, so that the partners in the circle know that Yan Hongshang in the Yan family is a man of few words, so that Yan Hongshang's future will not have a nobleman to help. Yan Hongshang then could not stop the rise of her own son, Yan Shirue, but she was wrong. Chapter 35, Failure to Compute, Loss of Decency. That day, the Yan family's clubhouse was unexpectedly full. When Mrs. Yan and Yan Shirue dawdled their way to the clubhouse, they were stunned when they saw the rows of luxury cars listed at the entrance of the clubhouse. Mrs. Yan's fists clenched as she gritted her teeth. It's just the birthday banquet of a little scumbag from the Yan family. How come so many heavyweights have been recruited? Yan Shirue was still quite composed as he comforted his mother. Mom, don't be angry yet. These heavyweights aren't here for Yan Hongshang. They're here for my Yan family's brand name. Later, when they see Yan Hongshang wearing that shabby outfit, they will know that Yan Hongshang's status in our family is comparable to nothing more than a dog. A sobbing, venomous smile radiated from the bottom of Mrs. Yan's eyes. She puffed out her chest and headed inside the clubhouse. Yan Cherry was a close second. Stepping into the clubhouse, it should have been a paper trunk, luxurious to the extreme decoration, only worthy of the Yan family's position as the first plutocrat, but the expected scene did not see, but only see the calligraphy of the world's ink-hanging paintings, as well as everywhere visible ancient rhyming poetry. Each pair of couplets are written on the blessing of Yan Hongshang, the blessing of the Yan family. Mrs. Yen was born in a small family. She didn't know about poetry and songs, not to mention the rarity and nobility of collectibles in everyone's works. She just felt that these paintings and calligraphy everywhere were not luxurious at all, and many of the works were very decayed and old. She immediately smiled with a smile on her brow, and praised young Master Yen in a low voice. Son, these paintings and calligraphy, were they collected from the ground stalls? You've gotten a lot of kickbacks from them, haven't you? Yen Shirue discounted the funds allocated by the old master for the banquet and gave them to his subordinates, and he naturally ate a lot of kickbacks. But he was not happy. His mother does not know how to appreciate calligraphy and painting, although he grew up with a Western education, but he knows that calligraphy and painting have a price and priceless. This room full of books and ink treasures, he cannot estimate the price. His heart is inexplicably apprehensive. Mom, this calligraphy and painting is not worth much as a rule, but this room full of calligraphy and painting is also bookish and elegant, setting off that brat as if he is very knowledgeable. Yen Shirue was dissatisfied with the subordinate's arrangement. Mrs. Yen, however, said, it is best to do so, not only not to lose the face of my Yen family's bookish family, but also to let the insiders see the Yen family's contempt for Yen Hongsheng. At that exact moment, Yen Hongsheng arrived. He casually draped a down jacket, $1,000 down jacket, cheap price. The guests present in the fancy dress who was not more expensive than him, the protagonist of the famous. Yen Shirue's uneasiness was swept away. He hooked his lips and walked over to Yen Hongsheng, sheepishly saying, brother, look, this is the bar mitzvah I worked so hard to prepare for you. Are you satisfied? Yen Hongsheng's gaze swept over the endless expensive calligraphy and paintings on the walls, and he was grateful. He hadn't asked Grandpa to frame these depreciated priceless treasures with boundless splendor, and that was why the two illiterate people in front of him who had eyes without a pearl hadn't been able to recognize his true form at first glance. I'm satisfied as hell. Thank you, big brother. His eyes were smiling, but the smile didn't reach the bottom of his eyes. His voice was gentle, soft as a bone, but it was inexplicably a bit creepy when it entered Yen Dishao's mouth. Just be satisfied. Yen Shirue's gaze fell to the top of his down jacket, and the corners of his lips curled into a despicable smile. Brother, these clothes are not bad, they suit you well. His body hand touched the down jacket on Yen Hongsheng's body. Yen Hongsheng, however, suddenly took off his clothes and threw them into the trash can. Yen Shirue's face was stunned. Yen Hongsheng, what do you mean by this? My mom chose the clothes for you by the thousand. How dare you throw it away? Due to Yen Shirue roaring this voice, all the eyes in the clubhouse were cast over Yen Hongsheng's handsome face, as if a refrigeration machine had suddenly opened its gates. Surrounded by gray and black suits, wrapped around his initially grown and slightly mature body, the aura of a high-powered person loomed all around him. His calm self-possession and the stormy Yen Shirue stood together, but also set off Yen Shirue's youthful childishness. Yen Hongsheng's tone was calm. It's dirty. I'm a person with a cleanliness fetish. Yen Shirue froze, reacting to the fact that Yen Hongsheng was disgusted with him for touching his clothes. He was instantly furious. He snorted mockingly and looked at Yen Hongsheng's suit. Yen Hongsheng, the clothes my mom bought for you are worth a small few thousand at least. You'd rather take off that expensive clothes and wear this cheap ground floor goods. You're really discerning. Yen Hongsheng looked down at his own clothes. Clothes without brand. How much money he really do not know. But this is the Xiaomi sister stayed up all night for him to boil out of the suit, which is her favor to him. Love. This heart is priceless. The crowd suddenly erupted with a soft sigh of terseness. Young Master Yen, your Yen family's luxury clothing store is famous all over the world, and you, as the Yen family's heir, can't even recognize the cloth on young Master Hongsheng. The voice was gentle, without any sharpness. However, it went more than a sharp sword stabbing into Yen Shirue's heart, causing Yen Shirue to panic. Yen Shirue nervously explained, how could I not recognize the fabric Hans Hongsheng is wearing? I still bought this outfit for him. The light and shadow cast on Yen Hongsheng's body, only his silhouette could be seen, chiaroscuro and magnificent, but it was impossible to see how soft the eyes he cast on the woman were. The crowd sighed. This young master's bar mitzvah turned out to be underwritten by the eldest young master. It seems that this Yen family really does value the eldest young master. Yen Shirue had a smug look on his face as he heard the praise around him. At this time a fashionably dressed woman, carrying a multi-million-dollar bag, wearing multi-million-dollar jewelry, with a pair of very trendy glasses on her white face, walked out from the crowd. She walked up to Yen Hongsheng, her eyes showing her sizing him up. Young Master Hongsheng, can I touch the fabric on your body? Yen Hongsheng stared straight at her. 2 years have not seen. He almost did not recognize her. She is no longer the kind of timid and humble, all cold and arrogant. Her nirvana really made him happy. Sister, please go ahead. In a reversal of his usual behavior, he shed his high-flying exterior and became clear and gentle. The girl symbolically reached out and touched the fabric and said, Young Master Hongsheng, I'm being abrupt. Thank you for allowing me to see this top-of-the-line piece of fabric from the legendary duo May brand up close. I'm counting my 3 lifetimes as fortunate. Legend has it that this fabric is only available in limited quantities to Ms. Jasmine's team. The fact that young Master Yen was recognized by Jasmine's team at such a young age shows that your strength is extraordinary. After all, Ms. Jasmine appoints people based on merit. At these words, a commotion immediately resounded from below. Why is this young Master Yan's mouth full of hair? How could he not recognize such a good fabric? If it wasn't for the top stream fashion blogger who faked it, we would have believed his bull ********. Can we trust the Yen family in his hands? Chapter 36, True and False Disciples. Sisters Rivalry. Jomi's comment caused a furor. Yen Shirue's face was disgraced and he pointed at Xiaomi in anger. Who are you? I don't even recognize you. And I'm sure you're not a fashion industry player. What proof do you have that the fabric of the clothes on Hongxing's body came from Team Jasmine? Mrs. Yen hastily chimed in. That's right, I don't know where a wild girl has drilled out from. I can remember that we didn't invite a little-known person like you. Yen Hongxiang stepped forward, his upright stance shielding the delicate Xiaomi behind him. She's a guest of honor that I invited here. Stepmother has a problem with that? Mrs. Yan's face was crumpled. After all, Yen Hongxing's bar mitzvah, he was the main character. It was too normal for him to invite a few friends to help out. Hongxiang, you are young. Don't make careless friends. I see that this girl is young. How can she recognize the international limited edition high-luxury fabric dome? You don't mistake those crooks of unknown origin as big names in the fashion industry? As soon as Mrs. Yen said this, her people muttered quietly. This girl couldn't have been invited by young Master Hongxing to support him, could she? Those words just now were all colluded by them, right? Xiaomi looked at Yan's mother and son's desperate attempt at death, so she decided to make him lose. She pulled out her business card from her bag and handed it to Yen Shirue. I'm teacher Jasmine's first disciple. My name is Feng Xin. Yen Shirue's body obviously staggered, but he, who would not die until he reached the Yellow River, was never willing to admit that he had eyes that did not recognize this top-quality cloth on Yen Hongxing's body. He looked at Jomi suspiciously. You say you're Ms. Jasmine's disciple, are you? We also have Ms. Jasmine's disciple here, so I'll call her over to identify with you and find out if you're an imposter. Yen Shirue's gaze swept around the venue and finally landed on Gu Lancheng and Qiao Xian in the corner. He walked up to Qiao Xian and invited her. Miss Qiao Xian, it is known that you are Miss Jasmine's student. Do you recognize that Miss Feng Xian on the stage? Is she really your senior sister? Gu Lancheng and Yen Shirue were hairdressers and had close business cooperation, so they could be described as grasshoppers on a rope. Qiao Xian naturally did her best to help Yen Shirue. She strutted out, walked over to Jomi and circled around her. Can you plant your sunglasses? Xiaomi was hesitant and torn because she didn't want to expose her status as a big brother just yet until she and Gu Lancheng were divorced. She was afraid that the Gu family would not let her go painfully after realizing that she was a cash cow. At this time, Yen Hongxiang stepped forward. Miss Qiao, in terms of seniority, Feng Xian is your senior sister. Who are you to order Miss Feng Xian to remove her sunglasses? Although Yen Hongxiang was young, his aura had the intimidating pressure that only a grown man could have. Qiao Xian instantly blushed. Gu Lancheng hurriedly rushed over to relieve Qiao Xian. He didn't put Yen Hongxiang in his eyes at all, and coldly said to him, Yen Hongxiang, is this your way of treating guests? Yen Hongxiang hooked his lips, not giving Gu Lancheng any face at all. If I remember correctly, I don't recall handing Mr. Gu an invitation, right? I'm not familiar with Mr. Gu. What is Mr. Gu's intention in coming here uninvited? Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. Yen Shirue huffed. I was the one who told Gu Lancheng to come. Yen Hongxiang, how can you be so rude to a guest? Yen Hongxiang coldly looked askance at Yen Hongrui. Big brother, this is my bar mitzvah, not yours, right? All the guests present today were personally invited by me, Yen Hongxiang, and they all have gold cards in their hands that I handed out. Please, you and your people should not clamor for attention. Yen Shirue laughed loudly. Yen Hongxiang, without me to back you up, how many guests do you think will come today? And how many big shots will reward your face for coming to this Thai banquet? Yen Hongxiang frowned. Where is it broken? Yen Shirue pointed at the ink treasures all around. Look at these old calligraphy and paintings. Look at these decorations. They are worthless. If it weren't for the people I invited to fluff up your bar mitzvah, what's the difference between your banquet today and a rustic village man's running banquet? Yen Hongxiang couldn't help himself. Ignorance is terrible. He looked up at Yen Shirue scornfully. Do you know how much this pair of calligraphy and paintings in front of you cost? Yen Shirue was at a loss. Yen Hongxiang said, Yen Jinqing's Duo Bao Pagoda stele was auctioned for billions a few years ago. This is the cheapest painting and calligraphy in the venue. Big brother, why don't you take a guess as to what person owns this authentic painting? At these words, Yen Shirue directly sand-sculpted. That's impossible. How could you possibly get such expensive paintings? Yen Hongsheng glanced at Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, and said coldly and quietly, so blow these friends of yours who have nothing better to do than to find trouble out of here. I don't welcome people who are looking for trouble here. Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian's faces were suddenly more ugly than pig liver color. Yen Shirue hurriedly pacified Gu Lancheng. They are all important guests that I invited. Yen Hongsheng ignored him at all. Instead he walked up to Xiaomi. The ice and snow on his brow instantly swept away. Sister, thank you for traveling across the ocean to attend my bar mitzvah. Jomi cleared his throat and said in a dark voice, I'm finally relieved. Yen Hongsheng is no longer the little chicken that was hunted down 2 years ago but had no power to fight back. His wings are already full, and the Yen family's brats are afraid that they won't be able to suppress his sharpness. Only, again, Jomi felt vaguely regretful. In the future, Yen Hongsheng will only have one hand to cover the sky. Rumor has it that he is a plutocrat who is unkind, unsympathetic, and tyrannical. He and she were afraid that they were going down different paths. They may soon be on a different fork in the road. It's probably time for karma to end. Gu Lancheng suspiciously looked at the Miss Fengxin in front of him. Her voice line made him feel inexplicably familiar, as if his wife Xiaomi, Ms. Winsong, can I talk to you? Gu Lancheng had wanted to test Xiaomi for a moment or two, so he had nothing to say. Nay, Feng Xin was too lonely and arrogant, and she didn't even look at him squarely. She straight away skipped him and only talked to Yen Hongsheng. Xiao Sheng, I heard that you founded a luxury goods company and opened a luxury goods specialty store. How's business? Yen Hongsheng screamed, Sister, the prince's store fights me face to face. He lives well. There is a white moonlight dying to help me. Unlike me, I am alone. Coupled with the fact that I'm an amateur, my store will have to declare bankruptcy if I don't have any more strong generals to join me. Gu Lancheng, who was on the side, was dumbstruck. Although this Yen Hongsheng's company and his company were competitors, he had never taken advantage of Yen Hongsheng's hands, and he's getting aggravated? Xiaomi really felt sorry for Yen Hongsheng. She got close to him and whispered, Xiao Sheng, how about my sister being your chief designer? Yen Hongsheng's fox's tail almost reached the sky. Sister, what style do you like the office to be decorated in? I'll send someone to decorate it tomorrow. Chapter 37 Divorce Negotiations, Winning Over the Scummy Husband. Jomi couldn't help herself. I'll come when I'm done with my business. Yen Hongsheng was jubilant. Sister, I'll wait for you. The rest of the party went very well. In the past, the Yen family's dealings were mainly with people from the business community. However, this time, it was injected with bigwigs from the Red Circle and the Cultural Circle. Moreover, these bigwigs are the bigwigs that people in the business circle don't usually see, but are in charge of the economic lifelines of the business circle. As the saying goes, elegance and vulgarity coexist together, as if washing away the copper stench of the business circle. Those businessmen at the venue were desperately trying to flatter them. The friends that Yen Shirue had invited seemed to have turned on each other in the end, and one after the other. They were all sucking up to Yen Hongsheng. Yen Shirue and Mrs. Yen were left out in the cold and were furious. In the corner, the Yen family father and son stood in the crowd, Yen's father grimacing and not speaking. Master Yen smiled broadly and said, This Shirue took great pains to make things difficult for Hongsheng, but I didn't expect Hongsheng to have the help of a nobleman. Shirue has failed in this calculation. I don't know if he will learn from his mistakes. Yan's father said disdainfully. Hongsheng isn't just a child of the Yen family, he's also the grandson of the Si family. His resources are naturally stronger than Shirue's, but if it's just about individual talent, Shirue may not lose out to Hongsheng. When it comes to the talent show later, Shirue will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. Let's wait and see then, Master Yen said. During the talent show, Yen Shirue did his best to perform a piano show, which was a huge success. But to the end, Yen Hongsheng did not perform on stage. Yen Shirue was lost and indignant in his heart. He grabbed Yen Hongsheng in the corner and questioned, Why don't you go on stage and perform? Yen Hongsheng was arrogant. Why should I go on stage? To clown around like a circus monkey like you? Big brother, you like being a monkey? I don't. Yen Shirue's face was as if he had been ruthlessly stepped on and rubbed under his feet by Yen Hongsheng, and he immediately lost his face. This birthday banquet, whether it is strategy and temperament, whether it is an open or secret fight, Yen Hongsheng absolutely killed Yen Shirue. When the birthday banquet dispersed, the Yen family's grandparents and grandchildren stood at the door to send the guests away, and all of the VIPs, all of them praised the Yen family's youngest young master, Yen Lao. This young grandson of yours has a calm character. He is not arrogant. He is really a future that can be expected. Young Master Hongsheng is so young, yet he was able to invite the bigwigs of the Red Circle. It's really a fearful young man. Elder Yen, with young Master Hongsheng in the Yen family, you can finally step aside and give up your leisure with peace of mind. Master Yan's friends were not without envy. Master Yen laughed. I will slowly transfer the work in hand to Hongsheng next. My Hongsheng will then formally go into business. I hope you uncles will support him more. Master Yen was clearly paving the way for Yen Hongsheng, which made Yen father's heart unable to follow the taste, and Yen Shirui's face was even more ugly. Xiaomi had handed Gu Lancheng the divorce agreement for many days. However, Gu Lancheng did not give any feedback. This made Xiaomi's heart very uneasy. She had vaguely guessed that Gu Lancheng would not easily agree to her request for a divorce. Confused, Gunpla said, "Sister, could it be that he's not divorcing you because he still has a little bit of affection for you?" Jomi said, "It's not that he has feelings for me, he just doesn't know how to respect me, because in his eyes, I am nothing but a beggar with nothing to lose. And the fact that he can provide me with shelter from the wind and rain, and can let me go to school, is already a great gift to me. I should have been grateful to him for all I had to give, and I was in no position to leave him." Gong Jel hummed, "This man is indeed a businessman. Even the giving of favors is clearly calculated by him. Had I known that he was of such an unforgiving nature, my sister would not have cared for the thin kindness he bestowed." After deep thought, Jomi said, "If he doesn't get a divorce, I will have to resort to the law." Gunpowder said, "But litigating for divorce is a protracted battle. Sister, you hate him so much, but you have to face him every day. Won't you suffer twice as much?" Jomi I thought for a moment and endured the great physical and mental discomfort. Then I'll have a good talk with him. Xiaomi chose to call Gu Lancheng after 9 p.m. According to her understanding of him, Gu Lancheng was free at this time of day. The phone rang twice before the other end picked up. "Hello, who is it?" A delicate voice. Who was it if not Xiao Xin? Xiaomi was stunned. Put Gu Lancheng on the phone. Xiao Xin was clearly shocked when she heard her sister's voice. She couldn't say a word for a long time. It was a long time before she heard her find her voice. Me, what are you looking for Lancheng for?" Xiaomi sneered. "I'm looking for my husband. Do I have to report to my sister? Isn't sister's control too wide?" Xiao Xin was out of breath. I just casually asked. "Why are you so jealous?" "I'm sorry, Lancheng is taking a bath. I'll have him call you back later," Xiaomi said. Xiao Xin, "If I don't receive a call back from Gu Lancheng, I'll put up the recording of you and Gu Lancheng double dating online tomorrow." With that said, Jomi I hung up. Perhaps it was Xiaomi's deterrent that worked, and it was only half a quarter of an hour before Gu Lancheng called. Xiaomi had just connected her cell phone when she heard Gu Lancheng's thunderous voice. "Xiaomi, you've turned against the heavens, haven't you? How dare you scold your sister into tears?" Jomi I held the phone away from her ear, and when he was done ranting, she put it back to her ear. "Gu Lancheng, the divorce agreement was received. When are you free? Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get divorced." Xiaomi's voice was as calm as water, without the irritation of being scolded or the hurtful collapse of divorce. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded, because until then, he had been convinced that Jomiai's divorce was fake, but was just trying to use the excuse of divorce to get his attention. "Are you for real?" Xiaomi furrowed her brows. "Gu Lancheng, I'm very busy and don't have time for your lustful tricks." There was a long silence on the other end. Only then did I hear Gu Lancheng's somewhat irritated voice. "Xiaomi, I put you outside for 2 years, and I thought that after you had suffered enough you would come back and live a good life with me. I didn't expect that you would intensify your behavior and even want to divorce me. Think about it. Who will dare to want you after you divorce me? Gu Lancheng, someone who truly loves me, he won't care about my past. What's more, I have a clear conscience about this marriage. You're the one who did something wrong, and you're the one who's guilty. If God has eyes, you are the one he should punish. What makes you think I won't be happy?" Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. "Jomi, divorce and you will have nothing. There is no way I will ever share a single penny with you." Gu Lancheng gritted his teeth. Xiaomi laughed out loud. "Gu Lancheng, at one time I did think that I wouldn't be able to live without you, but it turns out that without the 3 melons and 2 jujubes you gave me, I was able to make a lot of money. These 2 years I have lived a good life. I don't have to look at your face to act. I don't have to serve your family for you. It's the most comfortable 2 years I've ever had." Chapter 38, Revisiting Home, Angry Green Tea. Gu Lancheng's handsome face was as cold as an ice sculpture. Shame. Strange shame. A good-for-nothing beggar who'd rather be clean than dump him. Gu Lancheng felt a rush of hot blood to the sky. "Xiaomi, I don't agree with the divorce." Gu Lancheng was so angry that he smashed the phone. Jomi was in a state of frustration when the negotiations failed. She curled herself up in the corner of the sofa, and then picked up the phone in the major forums for help. "Want to divorce the scummy husband who keeps a mistress. The scummy man does not agree. Ask for advice." It didn't take long for the floors to be stacked high. Although there are many different opinions, there is no lack of insight in it. One of the most striking comments, "Since the scum man loves the little 3, then things are much better. As long as the owner can endure the nausea and pretend to show love with the scum, I will keep the little 3 will not be able to sit still. She will be with the scum to make trouble." Let her assist you to convince the scum man to automatically divorce you. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable? Take 10,000 steps back. If the scum man is still not willing to divorce, then the owner of the building will be in the guise of Sherlock Holmes. You have to get close to the scum man in order to catch the scum man's evidence of cheating, and then threaten him with divorce. The scum man has a big family, so why worry about him not getting a divorce? Jomiai was like an enlightened man. That night, Jomiai packed her bags and came to the Gu family. When Gu Lancheng saw Xiaomi, he was first shocked, then he looked huffy. Jomi, what are you doing back here? Xiaomi said lightly, since you don't want a divorce, we're still legally married. Shouldn't couples live together? Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. After scrutinizing Xiaomi for a good half day, she couldn't help but sneer. Xiaomi, you can also play tricks now. Earlier, when you were messing around with the divorce, I still admired you for having a bit of bloodlust. I didn't realize that the divorce wasn't even a trick that you wanted to escape. Jomi was speechless. The offer of divorce is valid at any time. After saying that, she went around Gu Lancheng and entered the house. Dislike for Gu Lancheng truly comes from the bone. It is a pity that Gu Lancheng is so arrogant at night that he only thinks that her detachment from him is a tactic to escape. Xiaomi dragged the luggage into the room at the corner of the third floor. This room was not only small but also poorly lit. It was originally reserved for the nanny or as a guest room, but Gu Lancheng liked the quiet so much that most of the rooms on this floor were empty. Gu Lancheng went upstairs and trailed Jomiai into the guest room. What do you mean? To separate from me? Gu Lancheng was stunned. Xiaomi skillfully took out the clothes from the suitcase and put them into the closet, while carelessly responding to Gu Lan. Do you really want me to live with you? Gu Lancheng's eyes flashed with complex and obscure colors. He didn't know what was wrong with him. When Xiaomi was close to him, he resented it. When Xiaomi rejected him, he was uncomfortable in his heart. You can stay next door to me? That room is roomier and brighter, he said. The movement of Xiaomi's hand stalled. As she went upstairs she passed by the second bedroom, which was dressed up as a pink castle, with light gauze flying in romance all over the room. At a glance it was the room Gu Lancheng had carefully decorated for Xiao Xian. Jomiai curled her lips. That room is decorated in a really fancy style that I don't like. Can I redecorate it? Gu Lancheng categorically said. No, Jomi said. Then I'll stay here. As you wish. Gu Lancheng ignored her and turned to leave. Xiaomi didn't want to stay at Gu's house permanently, so the luggage she brought was extremely simple. Soon after packing, she sat on the bed and fumed. She had to find a way to get the evidence of Gu Lancheng's cheating as soon as possible so that she would have the capital to negotiate a divorce with him. However, Gu Lancheng was a typical spiritualist, and he loved Xiao Xian. And despite the fact that he loved her so passionately that people and gods were outraged, she had never witnessed anything substantial and sordid happen between them. It seemed she had to do something to help them in order to sit on the charge that he was cheating on her. Xiaomi took out his cell phone, and then ran to the second bedroom. Lying on the bed clicked a photo, and then the photo to the 9-grid force put in the circle of friends. Only Xiao Xian visible. P.S. Thanks to my husband for dressing up my room. It's very romantic. I like it very much. Once the operation was complete, she went back to her room and waited for Xiao Xian's counterattack. With her understanding of Xiao Xian is a Virgin Mary on the surface and a blue lotus in the interior. She holds that Gu Lancheng loves her, so she doesn't bother to compete with her on the surface. But when it comes to her personal interests, she is very calculating. Now that she's back, she's just going to fight her and steal from her. It always forces her to reveal herself. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Xiao Xian to question her excitedly. Me, you recalled home? Xiaomi looked at the text message. Through the screen she could see Xiao Xian's furious look. She intensified her irritation. Yeah, sis, Lancheng told me to have a good time with her. There was no response from the other end for a long time. Jomiai sneered. That's too much to take? She's just doing it the way it was done, I guess. Xiao Xian's SMS was once again loaded in like a mountain of water. Me, Lancheng, he doesn't love you. A marriage without love won't last long. I advise you to retire early and find another marriage. Xiaomi, on the other hand, had the attitude of soldiers coming to the rescue, lazily returning. Love is the most worthless thing in this world. As long as I'm Mrs. Gu for one day, I'll be able to get the Gu family's care, money, fame, and status. I wouldn't think twice about going against these wonderful things. Xiao Xian was on fire. Why are you so greasy? Xiaomi, you should know that a woman with no background like you, the Gu family elders won't accept you at all. Xiaomi's hand gripping the phone abruptly hardened and said, I'm blood related to you. We both have a mentally ill mother and a father who abandoned his wife and daughter. If I can't get the Gu family's approval, do you think you can? Xiao Xian said. I will prove to you that the Gu family elders will accept me. Jomiai said. I'll see what happens then. Successfully provoking Xiao Xian's jealous rage, Xiaomi contentedly tossed her phone aside, letting Xiao Xian's side flood. That night, Jomi slept soundly. The next day, she slept until sunrise, and after a lazy wash, she lazily made her way downstairs. In the living room, Gu Lancheng sat on the sofa, originally gazing tenderly at his cell phone, and after glancing at Xiaomi, his smile instantly disappeared. Xiaomi, however, turned a blind eye as she walked straight to the dining room, realizing that there was no breakfast reserved for her, and she turned her head to look at Gu Lancheng. Where's my breakfast? Xiaomi, being the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, you shouldn't sleep in. Gu Lancheng's voice was hard. Your breakfast was dumped into the trash by my mom. Starve yourself for a meal. Just buy yourself a lesson. Jomi stifled a grunt. I'm responsible for my own stomach. Then she took the eggs out of the fridge, set up the juicer, picked out the best fruit, bread, made homemade pizza, and then filled the table with a rich breakfast and ate it with gusto. Gu Lancheng's eyes deepened as he looked at her detached back. After 2 years abroad, you have learned nothing but pleasure. The disgust in his words overflowed. Chapter 39, A Narrow Road Between Foes, Swords at War. Xiaomi barfed on the pizza in her hand, her light gaze flickering to Gu Lancheng. You, the young master born with a golden key, eating abalone and bear paws every day. Aren't you more hedonistic than me? Gu Lancheng, can you compare yourself to me? Gu Lancheng grunted in a low voice. Although the voice was light, it couldn't hide Gu Lancheng's condescending arrogance, causing Xiaomi to frown in displeasure. She gave him a blank look. Do I have less of a heart than you? Or less eyes than you? Gu Lancheng, born and bred, please be kind. The two of us are equals. You are not nobler than me. Gu Lancheng was stunned. Then his handsome face sank, sharp-tongued. Don't be a parasite if you have the ability. Jomi said, I am your wife and I get half of your income. It's reasonable and legal for me to use your money. If you don't like me being a parasite, then you can divorce me. Ha! Gu Lancheng was furious. He definitely didn't expect that the Jomi who had been allowed to be rubbed in the dirt would now be defending her interests with the law. He had a vague premonition that Jomi was not as easy to pin down as he used to be. When Jomi finished her breakfast, she stood up gracefully and turned to leave the dining room. Gu Lancheng glanced at the mess on the dining room and crumbled, growling, Xiaomi, clean up the table. Xiaomi didn't even look back. I'm Mrs. Gu, not the Gu family's maid. This kind of thing, just let the maid do it. Xiaomi, don't think that I can tolerate you without a bottom line just because of the little favor you showed Xin. I'm warning you, if you can't see yourself clearly, don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. I will really divorce you. At that time, you mustn't cry and beg me to get back together. Gu Lancheng was so angry that he kicked the sofa leg. Xiaomi's voice came out lightly. Gu Lancheng, who cares about your tolerance? If you can't stand me, you can divorce me, please. Gu Lancheng was furious. Weekend time, leisure and cozy, Yan family hotel. However, welcome two reserved young masters at the same time. Yan Shirui and Yan Hongsheng met by chance at the door. Yan Shirui stared at Yan Hongsheng warily. Yan Hongsheng, father has already transferred this hotel to me. What are you doing here? Yan Hongsheng hooked up his thin lips, his milky skin floating if a sneer. Yan Shirui, what are you nervous about? It's also true that after all, it's natural to worry about being reclaimed by the original owner at any time when something doesn't belong to you. Yan Shirui was furious. Bull asterisk. How come this hotel doesn't belong to me? Dad gave it to me. I am the rightful heir. Yan Hongsheng swung his fist out unexpectedly. Yan Shirui, keep your mouth clean. He loathed these brutes who gnawed on his mother's human blood buns but had no respect for her. If it wasn't for my mom, your dad he'd be a carless, houseless phoenix of a man. Your dad is a soft eater, made his fortune on my mom's huge dowry, but turned his back. Yan Hongsheng didn't know where he got the strength from, punching Yan Shirui to the ground with punch after punch. The bodyguards hurriedly pulled the fight. Young Master Hongsheng, please calm down, Yan Shirui wailed. Rabbit child, you dare to hit me? Is my dad not your dad? I'm going to tell dad how you unfilial son made him up in private. Yan Hongsheng was so angry that he kicked over again. Tattletale spirit. The Yan family bodyguards hurriedly pulled Yan Hongsheng away as Yan Shirui climbed up in a sorry state. He glared indignantly at Yan Hongsheng. You brat, wait for me. If I don't kick you out of the Yan family, I'm not the Yan family's youngest. Yan Hongsheng, you will always beg me one day. Yan Hongsheng snorted. Do your spring and autumn dream. Yan Shirui, it's still uncertain who will beg who. Yan Hongsheng sparingly straightened his clothes and left. Yan Shirui's gaze wrapped around Yan Hongsheng like a poisonous snake until Yan Hongsheng arrived at Xiaomi's guest room, and Yan Shirui instantly blew up. Who is the person living in that room? He asked suspiciously. Young master. The assistant pressed his mouth to Yan Shirui's ear. The one living inside is the girl you asked us to inquire about. A stylish silhouette floated in Yan Shirui's mind. He was jealous. How did he recognize her? The assistant said. Who knows? Yan Hongsheng knocked on the door of the guest room, and Gunpowder opened it for him. Gunpla, where's sister? Gunpla looked chagrined. Looking back home, Yan Hongqing's face slightly condensed, and then exported. His voice unexpectedly contained a touch of hidden, hateful anger. She still can't forget him? A dog is just a dog. As to let her think about it for so long? Gunpla shook her head. Not at all. Sister is going back for her testimony. Forensics? Yes. Without getting evidence of the scumbag's marital infidelity, my sister's divorce is very passive. Yan Hongqing's expression soothed quite a bit, only to be covered in gloom. That old fox is very cunning. Sister is pure of heart. How is his opponent? Another light snort. If she wants evidence of the crown prince's cheating, I will deliver it to her hands for her. Why should she bother? Gunpla froze. In his heart, he said, the crown prince has always been very resourceful. How could he easily send the evidence of cheating to the young master's hands? Before Yan Hongqing left, he specifically instructed Gongra, tell sister to protect herself. Gu family villa. Gu Lanchang had a rare absence of official business and sat in front of the TV to watch a legal program, and Xiao Xian suddenly visited, adding a layer of scarlet sweet color to Gu Lanchang's monotonous holiday. Lancelot, where is my sister? I heard she's back. I came to see her. Xiao Xian's eyes kept darting upstairs after she entered the house. Gu Lanchang was Xiaomi gas not depression remains. Mentioning Xiaomi is very good-natured said, do not mention her. Out of the country for 2 years. Others are gold-plated. She is the degree of a layer of thick copper flavor. Xiao Xian hadn't meant to come for the sake of caring about her sister, but she had come to the Gu family to offer her courtesy in the name of caring about her sister. She sat down next to Gu Lanchang with great generosity, and expressed her gentle expression of a deciphering flower to the fullest. Lanchang, what's wrong with you? Did my sister make you angry? Gu Lanchang grimaced. Zhoumi's ability to gaslight people, that's really something, but being the big man he was, he didn't have the heart to bother with her. No harm done. It's all trivial. Xiao Xian's eyes darkened slightly as she said, you're always so tolerant of her. It'll encourage her. Gu Lanchang said darkly, who asked me to owe her? Xiao Xian said excitedly, Lanchang, the person who owes her is me, not you. You owe her nothing. If she pisses you off next time, you needlessly look at my face. I won't blame you for how you discipline her. Gu Lanchang's eyes flashed with a touch of confusion. Did he really not owe Xiaomi? At this time, suddenly a shocking tremor came from upstairs. Gu Lanchang and Xiao Xian shuddered at the loud noise. It turned out that Zhoumi had returned to his room after eating and drinking and turned up the music speakers to the max, causing the entire building to seem to be in an earthquake. Zhoumi, what are you doing? Chapter 40, A Child's Pain, An Everlasting Hate. Gu Lanchang was so angry that his blood rushed up as he stood up and rushed upstairs. Xiao Xian followed closely behind. They arrived upstairs only to find that Zhoumi had rested a video speaker in an opening in the hallway, which played educational videos on street dance while the music was hard rock music. Zhoumi was wearing a dance costume, and was there dancing with one thing or another, moving in a highly uncoordinated manner. Gu Lanchang walked over with an iron face and turned off the speakers straight away. Xiaomi was just about to get angry, but when she saw Xiao Xian behind Gu Lanchang, she immediately turned her anger into joy. Hubby, I'm going to work out, so when I'm physically fit, let's have a child. She smiled as she said this and walked to Gu Lanchang, very naturally taking Gu Lanchang's hand. Xiao Xian's face was incomparably ugly. Her mouth opened and closed several times, but in the end, she closed her mouth because her name was not correct. Gu Lanchang scrutinized Xiaomi, the person who had been arrogant and rude to him a moment ago, but at this moment, it was as if she had been a few years ago, full of adoration and love for him. Such a torn personality. How did she do it? Xiao Xian suddenly let out a light laugh. Sister, do you really want to give birth to a child for Lanchang? Xiaomi held back the nausea in her small abdomen. Sister, what are you talking about? Lanchang and I are husband and wife. We naturally want to have children. After all, I don't want to end up childless like you. The blood drained from Xiao Xian's face. Gu Lanchang angrily rebuked Xiaomi. Xiaomi, how did you become so vicious? You know full well that your sister's health is not good and she can't have children in this life. Why are you poking her scars? Xiaomi, you remember, what your sister doesn't have, you won't have either. I will only give you the identity of Mrs. Gu, don't even think about the rest. Gu Lanchang said word for word. Zhoumi's face paled at those words. Gu Lanchang's favoritism towards Xiao Xian evoked many unpleasant memories for her. It was as if she had never been the outcast that her family and husband had given up on choosing. Gu Lanchang, she can't give birth to a child. Do you not want a child either? Xiaomi roared. The coldness under Xiao Xian's eyes turned to sarcasm. Sister, if you really wanted to add to the Gu family's flavor, how could you have capriciously aborted Lanchang's child 2 years ago? At the mention of the aborted child, the air became instantly still. Xiaomi bit her lip, which was pale. The hand hidden in her sleeve was suddenly trembling. Mom, I hurt. She always had a vague image in her mind, a little girl snuggled in her arms as she wept and cried softly. Mom, I want to see Dad. I haven't seen Dad in a long time. Mom, am I dying? If I'm going to die, Daddy's going to come visit us, right? Mom, I'm not going to make it. Why isn't Daddy coming? Mommy, Daddy doesn't love me. I don't want Daddy. Mommy, you don't want Daddy either. He's always making you cry. Jomi closed her eyes in pain and opened them again. Those complicated feelings hidden from her. Gu Lancheng's voice harboring anger suddenly broke through the air. Xiao Mi, why did you abort my child? Jomi looked at him icily, and she wanted to tell him that he didn't deserve to be a father at all, much less to enjoy the joys of heaven, but she couldn't afford the consequences of offending him. She had to put on a false mask and fudge with him. How could I conceive and give birth when I had just donated a kidney at that time and was not well? Gu Lancheng didn't give Xiaomi any more trouble. After all, he wasn't looking forward to Xiaomi's child with him at all. It's better to abort it. With an irresponsible mom like you don't deserve to have my child, Gu Lancheng said. The hand on Xiaomi's sleeve abruptly clenched into a fist, her nails almost pinching into her flesh, but she suddenly deflated when she swept up Xiao Xian's villainous face. She forced herself to put on a false face. Honey, if I don't have a baby, you'll end up childless. Gu Lancheng was furious. Xiao Xian, however, was unimpressed and said, Me, who doesn't have a few dissolute flowers outside of successful men nowadays? Who doesn't have a few sons outside of successful men? With a warm smile, Jomi reminded the other man. Oh, and a child you have with another woman can only be called a bastard. Xiao Xian said. Me, you're Lan Cheng's original wife. You should be more generous. Xiaomi stared at Xiao Xian, her tone stern. I'm a person with a small heart. I don't like to share a man with other women, so a dirty man, I will never want. Gu Lancheng furrowed his brows and scowled. Xiaomi, are you warning me? Jomi leaned back and looked straight at him. Yes, I want to tell you that if you don't want to divorce me, you'd better clean up your act. Don't flirt with the women outside. Xiao Xian was inexplicably a little flustered. Me, do you not like me and Lancheng getting too close? Jomi disliked her nonchalantly. Nonsense, do you expect your husband to be that close to me? Xiao Xian gulped and blushed. Gu Lancheng stared straight at Xiaomi. Such a sharp, opinionated Xiaomi. It really surprised him. Jomi, how could he succumb to Jomi's might? He gritted his teeth. You'd better stay out of my private life or I don't know what I'll do to you. Jomi had a roguish look on his face. What do you mean by that? Do you want to go your own way? Gu Lancheng was silent, as if he had found an exit from his marriage. I don't care about you. You don't care about me. This is good. Xiaomi's eyes were secretive. However, she deliberately showed a small woman's posture and cried. When you wanted my kidney, you said you would take care of me for the rest of my life. Now that you've taken my kidney, you've crossed the river and want to live your own life. Gu Lancheng, I was blind to see such a vain and selfish man like you. Gu Lancheng was scolded by Xiaomi. Trying to defend himself, he realized that what Jomi had accused him of was supposed to be the truth. Come on, I'm just talking to you. You can't accept playing each other, and I'll still take care of you. Gu Lancheng's tone was mournful. Xiaomi, however, didn't want to say a word to him anymore, and huffed and carried the speaker into the house, shutting Gu Lancheng out of her world along with Xiao Xian. Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian looked at each other, their eyes mixed with sympathy and appeasement for each other. Xiao Xian's eyes darkened. How did Mimi become so insensitive now? It seems like I need to have my mom come and discipline her a bit. Gu Lancheng held his forehead and his head was big. Your mom didn't treat Xiaomi well in the past. Xiaomi had a strong psychological shadow when she saw your mom. Lancelot, my mom raised my sister anyways. My sister might be able to listen to her. Gu Lancheng always felt that it wasn't right, but he was used to obeying Xiao Xian, so he didn't object anymore. Jomi definitely didn't think that one day, her mother would pay a visit to her door. She looked very old, dressed in cheap, floor-length clothes, and her face was so densely wrinkled that if she didn't tell her true age, she looked like an old woman in her 70s or 80s. Chapter 41, Mother Double Standard, Pain to the Bone. She scrutinized Jomi with a probing look. I heard your sister say that you've developed and become the wife of a rich family nowadays. Jomi's heart gripped tightly as a reflex. It was as if every nerve in her body was torn raw, and for a moment she felt as if her blood had curdled and her life force had frozen. What brings you here? Her voice trembled imperceptibly. How long did you say you haven't come back to see me? Xiao's mother started her shredding mode. Me, I have a terminal illness and won't live long. Before I die, I want to see you. I called you many times earlier and you didn't answer. I texted you, but you didn't answer. Are you developed and don't want to recognize me as an incapable mom? She said and sobbed and cried. Xiaomi looked coldly at the woman who had brought her bad luck. How could she have the face to come and see her? She was so small back then, but she took all the misfortunes given to her by Xiao father and transferred them to her. She was abusive. Verbally abusive. and even used her as a punching bag, kicking and punching her. She did not allow her to go to school, but also a small her to go to the road to beg. The proceeds of all her belongings were confiscated by her. She has nightmares just thinking about her mother. It's not that she doesn't want to recognize her incompetent mother. It's that she doesn't want to recognize you as a cruel human trafficker, Mom. I'm not a doctor, and I can't help you if you come to me. Jomiai's voice was unheated. Me, I am literally dying. When she reached a moving point, she suddenly reached out and took Xiaomi's hand. Mom has some personal things she wants to talk to you alone. Xiaomi's icy eyes slightly loosened. She thought that in the end it was blood and bone. As long as her mother's words are good when people are dying, she should be generous enough to forgive her. Come with me. Jomi took her mother to the bar near the front of the house. If you have anything to say, let's talk here. Xiao's mother just sat down and burst into tears. Me. Back then you were very small and there were many things you didn't understand. Your father cheated on me within marriage and forced me to divorce. I was a housewife and had no power to fight back. I brought you with me in a clean house. I was pressed by the poor life and couldn't stand up straight. I was agitated inwardly, and inevitably, I was a little less temperamental towards you. Jomiai stroked the hair on her forehead, and when her nails touched the groove, the warmth in her eyes was instantly replaced by indifference. Mother is more than ill-tempered? She broke a few ribs beating her up. It was tossing her life to death. So many times, she didn't think she'd make it through, except that her life was just too hard. Mother Chow blushed in embarrassment and stammered. Me, now that it's better. Your days are better. And Mom is relieved. Mother Chow laid out too much and used her feelings to play too much, causing Xiaomi to be disgusted. She grew a little impatient. If Mother has no pressing matters, then please return. She stood up, made a show of walking away. Mother Chow excitedly stopped her. Me, your sister came to me. You also know that back then, when I divorced your father, I didn't manage to keep her by my side, which is my biggest regret in this life. Me, I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a mother all these years. I'm so sorry for her. Jomiai was chilled to the bone. When her parents divorced, and everyone struggled to get custody of her sister, while abandoning her as a child, the frustration of being disliked by her own parents was etched into her bone marrow, so much so that when she later met Gu Lancheng, and Gu Lancheng was that much nicer to her, she treated him like a savior and answered all her requests to him. It was the spurning of her family of origin that imprinted the seeds of self-preparation in her bones. If you've wronged her, you should go to her. How you want to make it up to her is none of my business. What did you come to me for? Xiao Mi, your sister is weak and he likes Gu Lancheng. Just let her have it. Mother Chow finally stated her intentions. Jomiai smiled a sad heartbreaking smile. Haven't I let in enough? When I was little, I also wanted to follow my rich father, but she chose him first, so I was silent. Later, she had bad kidneys, and I gave up my own kidneys to her. Now, she wants my husband. She looked at Zhou's mother with a cold gaze. Tell me instead. Why do I have to give it all up to her? You're the one who owes her, not me. Mother Chow's eyes flashed with a touch of weakness. She was raised to be petulant since she was a child. Without Gu Lancheng, she would not be able to live. Me, you suffered a lot as a child anyway. Without Gu Lancheng, you can also adapt to the grueling environment. You just do the right thing and give Gu Lancheng to your sister. Xiaomi stared at her mother, her voice quivering, her face whiter than paper. I'm your daughter too. So why do you think that only Chao Xian deserves happiness and I must live in the mire for the rest of my life? You're not just Chao Xian's mom, you're my mom too. How could you bear to do this to me? She forced herself to, shutting back the tears that glistened in her eyes so fiercely. You don't deserve to be my mother. Mother Chao stumbled. Why are you so careful? Your sister's health is not good, so it's only natural for me to think about her. Jomiai only felt as if her throat was being viciously choked. She wanted to speak, but she couldn't. Just a pair of scarlet, ghastly eyes. She closed her eyes in despair, knowing that this her old illness was acting up. Her family of origin brought her not only psychological devastation, but also severe physical somatization symptoms. She hated her mother at the moment, and she hated Gu Lancheng even more. Gu Lancheng knew exactly what would happen to her if she met her mother, but he coldly watched Chao Xian's calculations against her. This man, how is he her husband? She was really blind in the first place. A hand suddenly landed gently on her shoulder, gently rubbing and pinching her shoulder well. A gentle and warm voice sounded in her ears. Sister, relax. It was as if a dry desert met a spring rain, and Jomiai's suffocation and depression were eased. She kicked in a big, ragged breath and slowly came to life. Mother Chao was oblivious to her daughter's suffering. She scrutinized Yan Hongsheng, looking at him in all his reserve, her eyes diffused with novelty. Me, this is. When Xiaomi saw her mother's eyes blossom with greed, she was afraid that she would pester Yan Hongsheng and hurriedly explained. He's just my friend. Mother Chao's gaze had moved from Yan Hongsheng's noble clothes to the gorgeous wristwatch on her wrist. the bottom of her eyes full of calculations. Me, when did you date such a gentleman? This friend of yours looks like he's doing well. Can you borrow some money from him? Mom needs a lot of medical bills. Jomi blushed like a pig's liver. Mother Chow had never taken on the responsibility of a mother, but now she was always squeezing her without a bottom line. This behavior of nothing Xiaoying Chen nothing Zhong Woyan made her feel incredibly ridiculous. Chapter 42, Wife Cheating. Mr. Gu doesn't believe it. Who's going to pay back the borrowed medical bills? Jomi asked her with a raised eyebrow. Mother Chow rightfully said, you are my daughter. Surely the money I borrowed must be repaid by you? Jomi growled defiantly. It's not like I'm the only daughter you have. Mother Chow said angrily, why are you so small-minded? I didn't support your sister. How can I have the face to ask her for money? Besides, your sister's health is so bad, and she needs a lot of money. What's wrong with you helping her share the financial pressure? Jomi was shaking with anger. You. Yan Hongxing's long and slender jade-like fingers gently patted Xiaomi's shoulder, soothing Xiaomi in a silent manner. Xiaomi turned her head and gratefully smiled at him, but it was bitter. Sister, you're a little agitated right now. Let me talk to her? Yan Hongxing proposed. Jomi also knew that she couldn't communicate properly with Zhou's mother when she faced her with her entire being in a state of collapse, so she took a step back. Yan Hongxing took a step forward and shielded Xiaomi behind him. His handsome face was like an ice sculpture as he looked coldly askance at Xiao's mother. I can lend you the money, but you have to sign an agreement to sever ties with me. Its aura instantly shocked Zhou's mother. Zhou's mother was dumbfounded. It took a long time for her to react, and then she sneered. I raised her so well, without merit but also with hard work, and yet you want her to sever her relationship with me. So who will provide for my old age in the future? I still count on her to serve me when I'm paralyzed in bed in my old age. Xiaomi has been serving people since she was a child. Her sister is not as attentive as her. When Mother Chow remembered how attentive Xiaomi had been to her when she was a child, a satisfied expression surfaced on her face. Yan Hongxing's eyes were cold and hostile at first glance, saying, you'd better go and ask a lawyer. Like me's daughter who doesn't have any financial income, how much alimony can she give you at most? A few $100s a month at most, and also have to mill it happy to give you. Not happy she can drag you. As for you want her to take care of you, it is not impossible, but you used to be how to treat Xiaomi's you know clearly in your heart. She now has anger and resentment in her heart. You are not afraid that she will wait for an opportunity to retaliate against you? I'll give you $1 million at once. It's your only chance to get rich. Zhou's mother was deep in thought. In fact, after Xiaomi left home, she wanted the newly adult Xiaomi to pay her alimony, so she moved to file a lawsuit against Xiaomi. However, the lawyer told her that with Xiaomi's zero income and the fact that Xiao's mother had not yet reached the age of legal retirement, her chances of getting alimony were zero. But now, when she saw that Xiaomi was wearing such gorgeous clothes and possessed the same noble aura as a rich young lady, her greedy desires were completely aroused. My knee is Mrs. Gu, her value is expensive. Mother Chow attempted to bargain. $1 million you're paying off a beggar? Xiaomi coldly said. I signed a prenuptial agreement when I married Gu Lanchang. The Gu family's money has nothing to do with me. Mother Chow reached out and scratched her head, scolding her with hatred. Why are you so stupid? How could you sign that kind of agreement? Yan Hongxing took hold of Xiao Mother's hand and pushed it so hard that Xiao Mother stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Yan Hongxing's gloomy and icy voice sounded like a demon above Xiao Mother's head. Mimi has had to beg everywhere since she was 6 years old, and every cent she earned was given to you. Counting up, you've only raised her for 6 years, while she begged for a living to raise you for more than 10 years. You've earned a lot. I advise you to learn to be content or I'll charge you with child abuse. Zhou's mother's eyes widened as she tried to retort. Yan Hongxiang, however, pressed on. In the future, I don't want you to appear in front of me again. If you upset her again, I'll make sure you go to prison for the rest of your life. Xiao's mother was visibly startled. Who are you? Do you have that ability? Although it was a question, it was obvious that the bottom was not strong enough. Yan Hongxiang said coldly, my name, you don't deserve to know. Wait a few days, and one of my men will come to your door and bring you the check. After saying that, Yan Hongxiang pulled Xiaomi away. Mother Chow stared at Yan Hongxing's back. The bottom of her eyes were panicked and unwilling. Mother Chow turned her head and came to the Gu group. When the assistant brought Mother Chow to Gu Lanchang's office, Gu Lanchang was surprised and a flash of disgust lifted in his handsome eyes. What brings you here? Mother Chow timidly rubbed her hands together. Son-in-law. Ah, I really do have something very important to say to you. Gu Lanchang nodded toward his assistant. You go out first. The assistant left, covering the door slowly, then silently in front of the door, and did not leave immediately. Indoors, Gu Lanchang didn't bother to pretend anymore as he revealed an impatient expression. There's something to talk about. Mother Chow was a bit formal. Xiao Xian came to see me. She knew that only by mentioning Xiao Xian would Gu Lanchang be able to look at her squarely. Gu Lancheng really raised his eyes to look at her in silent inquiry. Zhou's mother said, I heard her say that Zhou hasn't been on good terms with you lately? Gu Lancheng frowned. He had never put Xiaomi in his eyes. Naturally he didn't quite understand that Xiaomi messing with him could create a storm here in Xiao Xian Xiao's mother. She's just having a little tantrum, he said in a cloudy voice. Mother Xiao smiled, and for some reason, Gu Lancheng always felt that her smile was mixed with a touch of sympathetic sarcasm. Mother Xiao said, my daughter, I know her best. She's always been good-tempered and soft, and until she hits bottom, she won't have a backbone. For her to lose her temper with you, that can only mean that she is quite dissatisfied with you. Gu Lancheng was silent for a moment and squared his shoulders. Even though you're her mother, you don't love her, you don't understand her either. What girl doesn't have a temper? In his opinion, Zhou was no different from other pretentious girls, and she also liked to use lustful tactics to gain his heart. Too bad he won't fall for it, Zhou's mother said. Then she cheated. Did you know? Like a thunderbolt from the ground, it exploded, leaving Gu Lancheng dumbfounded. What do you mean? Zhou cheated? Gu Lancheng felt that Mother Qiao must be mistaken. Mother Qiao was always a windless person. You must be mistaken. Any woman can betray her husband. Xiaomi won't. He knew how high Zhou's moral code was. Mother Qiao was anxious, son-in-law. Believe me, Xiaomi is really cheating on me. I went to look for her today, and saw with my own eyes that she came together with a man who was especially loving towards her, and even helped her to deal with me. Chapter 43, Wife Cheating. Mr. Gu's fury. The pen in Gu Lancheng's hand slipped onto the table. His chest rose and fell, and his emotions became slightly agitated. Who is that man? Regardless of whether Xiaomi had cheated or not. In Gu Lancheng's opinion, Xiaomi getting too close to a man was a thing that made him sweep his face off. Xiao's mother said, I don't know what his name is. I only know that he is very tall, very thin, wearing sunglasses, wearing a Givenchy dress, wearing a very expensive diamond watch. He is very protective of Xiaomi. I just scratched Xiaomi's head. He pushed me away as if he was crazy. I can see that he cares a lot about my Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng's face suddenly became gloomy. Though he didn't adore Zhou, the thought of other men traveling the duty of caring for Zhou on his behalf as her proper husband cynically stirred his jealousy fire. Mother Qiao's eyes scrutinized Gu Lancheng. Son-in-law, that man looks either rich or noble, and he's also exceptionally good-looking. The demeanor isn't below you in the slightest either. Xiao's mother's last sentence completely triggered him. What's more, he's also willing to raise me. For Xiaomi, I see that Xiaomi seems to care about him as well. Gu Lancheng suddenly went berserk and slammed the water cup on the desk. Even though he didn't love Zhou, the dignity of a man made him absolutely unable to accept Zhou's betrayal of his feelings. Zhou, I will never forgive you if you try to be unfaithful to me, he said indignantly. But he forgets that he was clearly the one who was unfaithful to his feelings in the first place. The starry night sky is bright and quiet. Xiaomi and Yan Hongsheng sat on a bench by the moat, and the two of them didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, Xiaomi turned her head sideways and asked Yan Hongsheng, Xiao Sheng, you don't have to care about my mom. She won't be satisfied with any amount of money you give her. Zhou looked at the hill not far away, his eyes bleak and sad, as if looking through time and space into a pile of decay. Even if I gave my life to her, she wouldn't even think a thing of me. Yan Hongsheng suddenly reached out, holding her trembling hand. He could empathize with her despair, as he, too, had been abandoned by his father. Even though he had done nothing wrong, merely, he was born of a woman his father did not love. Sister, you're fine. A few short words, but they gave Zhou endless strength. Yes, she had been under her father's indifference, her mother's fists, and for a time mistakenly thought she was born inferior. It wasn't until she traveled a lot and seen the sights that she realized how good she was on her own. It's not her fault that her parents don't love her. The most important person to you is me. He snuggled his head into Zhou's shoulder, pouting and pouting. Sister, look at me more often from now on. Someone who was both scenic and evil. Someone who was also good and evil. Someone who was mature and youthful. Suddenly pampering someone only made Zhou irresistible. Yeah, you're the most important person to your sister. Zhou rubbed his dark, shiny hair as if he were her pet. Yan Hongsheng suddenly cupped her face, forcing her to look at him. Sister, it's not just now. In the future, I am your most important person. You are also my most important person. Zhou's expression stiffened at his gesture. The look in Yan Hongsheng's eyes was something she had seen often when Gu Lancheng faced Xiao Xian. That was the meticulous care that only a grown man would show to a beloved woman. She squirmed and broke away from his hand. Xiao Sheng, men and women are not related. She admonished him gently but without losing strength like an elder. Yan Hongsheng froze slightly, the force in his hand slackening slightly. But in the next second, his hand turned into a huge vice, imprisoning her palm face tightly in his palm. What man and woman? Sister looked at me all over when she saved me in the first place. We've been honest with each other for a long time. I've already treated my sister as my closest and dearest family member. This candid look of Yan Hongsheng made Xiaomi's heart feel ashamed. She's treating him like the charismatic man from her previous life, forgetting that at this moment, he's also still a child. His dependence on her was on his family. Xiaomi suddenly smiled brightly as she pinched Yan Hongsheng's face. Well, we will always be the closest and dearest. Just let her, always, live in the moment. The murderous determination of Yan Hongsheng's previous life was completely uprooted by her. He would always be the brother she was willing to protect. I've heard that elder sister has recalled her family? Yan Hongsheng suddenly turned his words around. His handsome, cast-like face surfaced with a touch of obscure coldness. Xiaomi said to herself, I'm Mrs. Gu, there's no reason I shouldn't look back home. Yan Hongsheng mumbled, during the 2 years you were abroad, Gu Lanchang and Xiao Xian were out and about, and the Gu family never announced your existence as Mrs. Gu to the public. I'm afraid that in the Gu family's hearts, they have never accepted you. If you take the initiative to go back, I'm afraid that they will humiliate you in 100 ways. Zhou Miai's eyes were as serene as the deep sea. The Gu family was more than just not accepting her as a daughter-in-law. Mother Gu never allowed her to come to the table and dine with them? From time to time, we have to insinuate and ridicule her as a mountain chicken turned phoenix, and also implicitly disparage her for not being able to get on the stage and losing face of the Gu family. She was even ordered not to expose her identity as Mrs. Gu in public. Where's Gu Lanchang? As her husband, he only frowned lightly when he saw her being taunted and made difficult by Gu's mother for no reason. If she complained to him twice, he always impatiently told her to learn to endure, and he insisted on sleeping in a separate room from her. Of course, to cover up what little mercy he had left for her, he would take care of her pride and make a grand excuse. He said, Jomi, I sleep late, so I won't sleep with you, so as not to disturb your rest. In the Gu family, all of them treated her as a plaything with no feelings and no nerves of pain. All her pain had to be digested by herself. Xiaomi's prolonged silence caused Yan Hongsheng to furrow his brows in displeasure. Sister, if looking back home is so unhappy, then don't go back. He gripped her skinny shoulders with both hands and agitatedly said. Zhou Miai's eyes reddened their frames. Xiao Sheng, I have to go back. Yan Hongsheng's handsome eyes roiled with great helplessness. Sister, tell me, do you still have a trace of affection for Gu Lanchang in your heart? An intense wave of resistance and hatred rolled up under Zhou Miai's eyes. She shook her head desperately. How can I still love him? In her previous life, he had caused the tragic death of their mother and daughter. She couldn't wait to kill this scum. How could she still have feelings for him? A pleased smile diffused from the bottom of Yan Hongsheng's eyes. Sister, this makes me feel relieved. As long as re-injuring Gu Lanchang won't break your heart, then I'll let go of dealing with this scum. Yan Hongsheng said. Sister, I will help you get rid of this scummy man as soon as possible. Xiaomi stared blankly at Yan Hongsheng. She had a vague premonition that in this life, because of the backing of Yan Hongsheng on her list, the trajectory of her destiny might really be different from her last life. Xiaomi said. Xiao Sheng, I know him too well. He's a person who puts on an extremely benevolent demeanor on the surface, but secretly he's scheming and hypocritical. You must be careful when dealing with him. Yan Hongsheng said. Sister, wait for my good news. At midnight, Zhou Miai returned to Gu's house. Gu Lanchang sat on the sofa, invading the huge blackness. When Xiaomi turned on the light and saw Gu Lanchang's ice-sculpted face, she commissioned a shock. Chapter 44, Double Standard Dogs. Ah, nice comeback. But she quickly gathered her uneasiness and indifferently changed her shoes before heading upstairs. Straight away, Gu Lanchang was treated like air. Gu Lanchang was furious. Xiaomi, stop right there. Zhou Mi stood on the stairs and looked back down at him. Something? Where have you been this late? Don't you need to give an account? Gu Lanchang questioned. Zhou Mi frowned. As I recall, you said just during the day that we both go our separate ways and leave each other alone. Then it doesn't seem necessary to tell you where I've been, does it? Gu Lanchang was deflated. I didn't think it would hit you in the face so soon. He was previously certain that a woman like Zhou Mi who had no value background could not find a better man than him. He was even more certain that a traditional woman like Xiaomi couldn't do such a bold thing. That was why he was able to recklessly propose the suggestion of each playing his own open marriage. At the moment, he had some regrets. He walked over to Xiaomi with a tight face. Even if we have an open marriage, but don't forget that you're still the Gu family's young lady, and you can't disgrace the Gu family with your words and behavior. Gu Lanchang, you've played the double standard to the hilt. Xiaomi sneered with her arms tucked in. Gu Lanchang was enraged by her perfunctory attitude and abruptly grabbed her by the throat and lifted her chin. Xiaomi snorted in pain. At that instant, her mind inexplicably loaded the image of Yan Hongsheng pinching her chin and lifting it upward during the daytime. The same action. Gu Lanchang with trampling cruelty. Yan Hongsheng is gentle care. She smiled to herself. Gu Lanchang didn't even love her in his bones. so why had she ever spent her whole life not seeing through his true colors? And Xiao Shang, true to form, was the child she had raised so carefully, and he truly loved and honored her. Gu Lanqing saw that Xiaomi's eyes were suddenly filled with warmth for some reason, and he loosened his hand in disgust. Xiaomi touches her neck, which is reddened by strangulation, but remembers that after Yan Hongxing touches her neck, there will not be a single trace wherever he goes. His respect for her was expressed in the details. A terrible life. Because of the warmth brought to her by Xiao Shang, she suddenly felt that the world wasn't so despairing. She spread her eyebrows in pleasure and smiled. Gu Lanqing narrowed his eagle pupils in confusion. He was so rude to Xiaomi and she was still laughing? Could it be that his touch on her had fostered feelings she shouldn't have? Exiting again, Gu Lanqing's tone was more disgusted. Who was the man you were with today? When Xiaomi's gaze turned to Gu Lanqing's face, it abruptly turned icy. None of your business. The keen Gu Lanqing finally realized with hindsight that the gentleness she had shown just now did not belong to him. He was instantly furious. Who the hell is he? Zhoumi, you're a married woman. How can you get so close to other men? Zhoumi I eloquently disliked back. What about you and my sister? Gu Lanqing was furious enough. I'm innocent with your sister, Xiaomi said. Gu Lanqing, you are acting all ambiguous with her in the name of affection. It's disgusting, you know? Xiaomi gulped. It's not physical communication that's called cheating. Gu Lanqing, mental cheating is also cheating. Gu Lanqing froze in place. Zhoumi's words seemed to nail him to the cross of shame. For the first time, he realized that his getting too close to Jiazhen turned out to be something that Zhoumi disliked. Zhoumi finished, turned and spilled out of the room. In order to prevent Gu Lanqing from seeking trouble with Yan Hongsheng, she dropped a sentence. I'm just friends with him. Gu Lanqing was relieved. Since they are friends who cooperate normally, then in the future, pay attention to the proportion and occasions. Don't people cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Xiaomi seemed to think of something, abruptly stopped and turned around. Her eyes were filled with the dead silence of an ancient well. Gu Lanqing, who poured dirty water on me? Gu Lanqing's eyes flashed with a touch of weakness. He knew that Xiaomi's relationship with Xiao Mother was very bad, but he didn't stop Xiao Mother from seeing Xiaomi today, indulging in her rumor-mongering and harming Xiaomi. Gu Lanqing, I am grateful that you once saved me from the fire, but now you've pushed me back into the fire. Your kindness to me has been reduced by another point. No emotion could be heard in Xiaomi's voice. Gu Lanqing was inexplicably cautious in his heart. He had consumed his favor with Zhoumi more than once, and wondered what light their relationship would turn into when his favor with Zhoumi was consumed. This time it was an accident. He inexplicably wanted to defend himself, but when he exited, he really didn't know how to defend himself. Zhoumi looked at him slyly. You have very few points left in my heart. Cherish it. Gu Lanqing's handsome face suddenly turned pale. The next day, Xiaomi was still asleep when the Gu family's maid came to her bedside to wake her up. Ma'am. Zhoumi opened her eyes in displeasure. Something wrong? The maid said. Mr. asked me to inform Madam that there is a very important banquet tonight. Mr. asked Madam to attend this banquet with him. So, Madam has to get up early and go to the mall to pick a suitable dress. Zhoumi was a little surprised. An epiphany followed. This was Gu Lanqing's way of apologizing to her. He was never like that, slapping her hard and rewarding her with a sweet date. She used to eat it up. Now that love was gone, she didn't want to cater to Gu Lanqing. Zhoumi was disinterested. Can I not go? The maid froze. Such a rare opportunity to perform, but the lady was so unappreciative? The maid looked embarrassed. Madam, Sir said that this banquet is a banquet of the upper-class plutocratic family alliance. It's about the Gu family's image in front of the elders of the major families, so it's better for Madam to treat it seriously. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid that Madam won't be able to afford it. Zhoumi dozed off by the maid's mincing, reluctantly got up, dawdled, washed up, ate breakfast, and then was dragged out the door by the maid. The mall. The maid takes Zhoumi to the largest dress-selling mall in the empire. And what a coincidence that Zhoumi bumps into Xiao Xian. Miss Chen, I'm here to pick up my customized gown here. Xiao Xian looked like a familiar customer who frequented this luxury store, and she chatted warmly with the clerk. Miss Xiao, we know you have a very important banquet tonight, so the gowns were prepared long ago. The waiter brought out the gown box and respectfully handed it to Xiao Xian. Mr. Gu specifically instructed us to clean the gown before trying it on for Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao, why don't I serve you in the gown? Joshing fell to nodding her head. The waiter opened the gift box, and the diamond-studded gown, gorgeous and famous, appeared in Zhoumi's eyes. Xiaomi looked at the flashy dress and fumed. Gu Lanqing obviously intended to let Xiao Xian accompany him to tonight's banquet. What did he mean by arranging this for her? Xiao Xian walked out of the fitting room in her gown. It was truly as beautiful as heaven. The diamonds exuded a cool light that glowed on her snow-white face, making her look untouched by dust. Zhoumi was even more confused. Chapter 45, Fooling Zhoumi and Getting Revenge. The gown. whether it was the size, or the style, even the potential harm caused by the chemicals in the new clothes, were all carefully considered by Gu Lancheng. The price was bound to be sky high. How could Gu Lancheng suddenly change his mind and let her replace Xiao Xian at tonight's party? The Gu family maid also felt embarrassed. She sympathetically comforted Xiaomi. Mrs. Gu, should we look at another house? Instead, Zhou waved her off, and she ended up walking into the high-luxury boutique where Jiazhen was. Xiao Xian raised her eyes to see her and visibly froze. Then she began to show off her gown carelessly. Me, look at this gown of my sister's. Is it pretty? Xiaomi said without a trace. Sister, diamonds represent love constant forever. Sister wears it for fear that those elite men will misunderstand that sister is already a married woman. In that case, won't sister miss out on many good marriages? Xiao Xian's face went white as she wisely changed the topic. Me, you're here to buy a dress, right? You choose whatever you want. Sister will help you pay. The people around immediately threw envious and jealous eyes towards Xiaomi. The waitress, Ms. Chen, said, "This young lady, you are truly blessed. Your sister is too good to you." Zhou looked at the coquettishly smiling Xiao Xian out of his mind. Xiao Xian always likes to set up the persona of loving her sister. But who would know that it is such a pampered sister demon that took her sister as kidney, took her sister as husband, and best, took her sister as life. Xiaomi hooked up her lips. She would let Xiao Xian know that the persona of a spoiled sister demon was not so easy to set up. She glanced around the store at the gowns, giving up on the overpriced models in the counter, lest people say she sucked her sister's human blood buns. Finally she picked up a random one on the rack. This one then. This gown, although piled up on the racks, is very expensive, second only to the limited editions that are lightened up in the counters. Xiao Xian was certain that Xiaomi didn't know how to read, and knowing her frugal nature, she wanted to play the role of a sisterly love. Who knew that when she saw the price tag on the gown, her face instantly fell. Me, this gown doesn't suit you. You have fair skin. This gown doesn't match your skin tone, the maid whispered belabored. Don't brag if you don't want to buy. Zhou ordered the maid with her head held high. I'll take this, and these, all wrapped up. Then a few more random items were pointed out until the maid whispered to her, "Ma'am, the money from Monsieur may not be enough." It took Zhou to stop spending. She ended up buying 5 dresses, and threw one to Xiao Xian in passing. Sister, your brother-in-law gave me too much pocket money. I can't spend it all, so you help me spend it. Xiao Xian couldn't help but frown as she watched her spend money like water, with no thought of economizing at all. It was as if Xiaomi had cut her flesh, and her flesh ached. Me, you buy so many gowns and spend so much money. You are not at all distressed by how hard it is for Lancel to make money. The maid fought back on behalf of Xiaomi. Miss Xiao, your gown is much more expensive than my lady's. You are so extravagant yourself. Why should you let my lady economize? Xiao Xian was so embarrassed that she had no place to go, and for a long time she squeezed out a sentence that was not nutritious. I'm the one who has to wear it out to social gatherings. Unlike my sister, after all, my brother-in-law never seems to allow you to attend his parties. Xiao Xian said conspiratorially. Zhou said, to disappoint my sister, your brother-in-law has invited me to tonight's banquet. I've heard that tonight's banquet is very important and cannot be replaced by any other woman, so it is necessary for me to personally accompany him. A touch of pity surfaced under Xiao Xian's eyes. Sister, Lancheng is just coaxing you. He has long since paved the way for me to attend the banquet. Zhou fists clenched under his sleeves. Xiao Xian's scorn was even harsher. Lancheng connived with Mom to come to you and let her hurt you. He's just guilty in his heart, so he gave you the opportunity to attend the banquet. But, she put her mouth to Zhou's ear. He's sure you don't like this kind of occasion. That's why the dress he bought you was so cheap. Zhou hooked her lips into a smile. Then I'll do what he wants and wear a cheap dress to the banquet. It's not like I'm the one who's disgraced anyway. Xiao Xian didn't expect to steal a chicken without success, but she was used to being proud. How could she allow the lowly Xiaomi to ride on her head? She tugged at the corner of her lips and said in a voice that only Xiaomi could hear, Sister, between you and me, Lancheng's choice has never been me. If you don't believe me, wait and see. This banquet, no matter how much you want to attend, as long as I don't want you to go, Lancheng will listen to me. Zhou looked flustered. I'll see what happens then. Zhou bought the dress and spilled out of the boutique without trying it on. Xiao Xian heard the admiration coming from the waiter. The wives of rich families are really lucky, buying such expensive gowns without blinking an eye. Xiao Xian's face darkened. The deep sea of jealousy churned madly. In the end, she took out her cell phone and dialed Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, for tonight's banquet, I want to be your date. A doting voice came from the other end. Xiner, don't make a fuss. Being my female companion, you'll inevitably be filled with a lot of alcohol. Your body is not suitable for drinking. Or let Zhou be my female companion. Xiao Xian was fuming. Just because of this broken body of mine, it made me lose the chance to walk side by side with you. So what am I still keeping it for? Lan Chang, you won't let me go to the banquet today, so I'll go into the bar and drink my heart out. Xiner, don't joke about your body. Ooh, Lan Chang, you don't know. Today Mimi bragged to me that she's going to accompany you to the banquet. I'm so jealous of her. Xiaomi? Gu Lancheng's voice held fire. Then she'd better not go. Gu Lancheng said somberly. Gu family. Zhoumi changed dress after dress and the maid couldn't give constructive advice. Madam looks good in either set. The red gown looks dainty for Madam. And the white gown looks gentle. Madam is already naturally beautiful. And the gown is the icing on the cake. The door to the living room was suddenly pushed open. And Gu Lancheng's footsteps clanged up the stairs. Zhoumi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. Her heart clenched involuntarily. Xiaomi, you don't have to go to the banquet tonight. Gu Lancheng's clear voice rang out. Xiaomi knew it was going to end like this, but she still couldn't help but tremble. She stared back. Gu Lancheng, I even bought a dress. Next time. Gu Lancheng's gaze lingered on her for a moment, flashing a flash of fleeting amazement before indifferently and mercilessly shifting his gaze. Zhoumi's expression was all over the place. To say that it is a loss, it is more like the numbness of compromising reality. After all, after 2 lifetimes, Gu Lancheng here has never competed to win. Gu Lancheng long ago did not bring any expectations, but the shame of being made a fool of like a plaything tore at her nerves even more intensely, raw and painful. Why? She finally asked those 3 words through clenched teeth. Chapter 46, 2 beauties competing for beauty, each with their own gold masters. There's no reason. Gu Lancheng didn't bother to explain to her. Zhoumi's nails almost pinched into her flesh. It's because Chao Xian is going to accompany you to the party, isn't it? Being poked by Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng's face had a moment of embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure. Xiaomi, for that kind of occasion, your sister is more appropriate than you. Zhoumi's fingers curled into fists. In Gu Lancheng's heart, it was as if it was branded with the imprint of her perpetual shallow ignorance without background or education. Even though she was now Miss Yi Sheng, a globally renowned clothing designer, Gu Lancheng's prejudice against her still caused her inferiority complex to ripple from the bottom of her heart. A stubbornness that would not admit defeat seized her, and she reassured herself, it's okay, Zhoumi. It's not that you're not good, it's that he has a bad eye. She unclenched her fists and walked gracefully towards Gu Lancheng. She looked out of the corner of her eye at Gu Lancheng. Is it really because Chao Xian is more suitable than me? Gu Lancheng was under her burning gaze, and his gaze was actually somewhat nowhere to be found. What else could it be for? Xiaomi snorted. Gu Lancheng, since you decided a long time ago to let Chao Xian accompany you to the banquet, what are your intentions in tossing me around today? Gu Lancheng was petrified like a statue. Seeing the anger burning under Zhoumi's eyes, he realized he had played it off. Zhoumi, I'm sorry about what happened with your mom yesterday. My intention was to make it up to you by letting you attend tonight's banquet, but your sister also wanted to go. You know she's a fashion designer, and it's highly likely that the bigwigs attending this banquet will be her clients. I pondered that this banquet is more important to her, so I finally agreed to her. Zhoumi laughed without anger. Gu Lancheng found her smile creepy. Zhoumi, I know I'm sorry. Why don't I give you money and you go shopping so you'll be happy? Zhoumi waved her hand. From memory, in her last life, she was the one who attended this banquet. However, the attendees at this banquet were the real power players of famous families, and Gu Lancheng, as a junior, could not help but drink when he was toasted by his elders. He could not hold his liquor and got slightly drunk very early, so in order to maintain his relationship with the bigwigs of the major corporate world, he could only let Xiaomi step in. She blocked off one glass of wine after another for Gu Lancheng, and when she came back she had a stomach bleed and almost hung up, and after a long time of recuperating she didn't recover, but Gu Lancheng never thanked her for it. Gu Lancheng was slightly lost in thought. He always felt that Xiaomi's eyes were too dark and inscrutable. Xiaomi took off her gown in front of Gu Lancheng's face, sparingly, and then threw the gown into the trash. Gu Lancheng, you're disgusting. Getting 2 female companions for a party. What you consider to be amends is insulting to me. Gu Lancheng bit his lip. Abruptly, he frowned again. I heard you spent my card today? Xiaomi looked at him with disdain. You have only a few tens of thousands of dollars in your card. What? As your wife, spending tens of thousands of dollars on you makes you feel sorry for the money? Gu Lancheng had always been very generous, and tens of thousands of dollars was just a meal to him. He was just surprised. You didn't spend so much before. He remembered that she used to buy $1,000 down jacket that hurt like hell. Xiaomi smiled to herself and hooked her lips. I used to be a beggar girl in the slums, and no one laughed at me even when I dressed shabbily. I was comfortable with myself anyway back then, but now I'm the young lady of the Gu family, but wherever I lose my manners, I'll be greeted by your mom, your sister, and the 18 generations of my ancestors. Gu Lancheng's expression stiffened a bit. There's no need for you to care about what they say. Ha! Zhou sneered and laughed. Gu Lancheng looked at him unhappily. Where did I say it wrong? Is it that funny? Xiaomi said. When these rumors fall on me, you will only ask me to endure. If it falls on Xiao Xin, will you be willing to let her endure? Zhou finished and threw his bank card on the ground with a flourish, then raised it and walked away. Her voice came out in a clear voice. Buying a gown for my sister. You're quite generous. Gu Lancheng, however, froze in place, and Zhou's words made him feel ashamed. It did seem like he would only defend Xiao Xin and never cared about Zhou's aggravation, but he eyed Zhou's back, and Zhou's attitude of being full of concern for his cold shoulder somehow annoyed him to no end. Back in her bedroom, Zhou threw her weary body on the bed and closed her eyes. The phone suddenly rang with a familiar ringtone, causing Zhou to quickly pick up the call almost as a reflex. Sister, the organizers of tonight's Fashion Week banquet have sent an invitation card for you. Are you going? Gunpla's pleasant milky voice came over. Without hesitation, Zhou said, Go. Why don't you go? She was going to show Gu Lancheng that what he was handing out to her was nothing more than something she had at her fingertips. His handouts are a joke. Grain, prepare my gown. The gown should be of the highest standard. Gunpla said excitedly. Sister, is this going to be a big kill? I'll bring you the gown right now. 6 o'clock in the evening. Xiaomi heard the whistle of Gu Lancheng's car pulling out of the villa. Zhou stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a playful sneer erupting from the bottom of her eyes. The banquet time was clearly still early. Gu Lancheng was rushing to greet Xiao Xin, International Club. Gu Lancheng joined hands with Xiao Xin to attend the Fashion Week preview banquet organized by the Upper Deck. They were groom and daughter, and just after entering, they received a chorus of acclaim. Mr. Gu and Miss Xiao are a perfect match. Knowing the inside story, but also for Gu Lancheng Xiao Xin side, just a pity. Gu General back then in order to save Miss Xiao, the identity of Mrs. Gu promised to a mediocre woman, just because that woman donated a kidney to Miss Xiao. In my opinion, I'm afraid that Mrs. Gu had to live 10 lifetimes to repair this beautiful marriage. Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xin immediately became the revered magical couple at the venue. Mr. Gu has love for white moonlight and keeps his integrity to his wife. It's really a rare thing on earth to have love and justice. In the midst of all the acclaim, a voice of opposition suddenly rang out. Ha, do people nowadays talk about cheating in such a refreshing way? Since Gu Xiao can't forget the old man, he shouldn't mess with the new man until his heart is clean. Now Gu Xiao obviously has a good wife at home, but behind his wife's back an ex-girlfriend coupling. Such behavior and cheating, what is the difference? There are still people praising the cheating scum of the world for their love and loyalty? Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xin's faces bristled. Gu Lancheng was even more uncomfortable as he shook off Xiao Xin's hand holding him. The crowd followed the sound and saw a beautiful silhouette, coming in style. Chapter 47, Amazing Debut. Finding fault with the scummy husband. It was Zhou who spoke. She had deliberately dressed up today, with a big wavy hairstyle, flaming red lips, and a flattering emerald smoke-colored cheongsam, which was both sexy and flirtatious, holding the qualities of an oriental woman to a T. Only, she was wearing huge framed sunglasses on her face, which was out of place with this outfit. However, anyone with eyes could see that she clearly didn't want to expose her true face of Lushan. Young master, she's the girl you're looking for. Yan Shirui's dogged assistant's eyes glowed. Yan Shirui was lost in thought as he looked at the voluptuous woman in front of him. He just loved women who were ostentatiously beautiful. He whispered to his assistant. Later, you must help me get her contact information. The assistant nodded. Yes. Zhou stepped elegantly, her shapely body swaying like the wind, her arse emitting a deadly seduction. Her beauty was just so voluptuous and sexy without giving off a cheesy flavor, and somehow there was an air of innocence in this voluptuousness. She deliberately stopped for a split second as she passed by Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xin. Gu Lancheng glared at her viciously and warned, "Mind your mouth." Gu Lancheng did not allow anyone to provoke his relationship with Xiao Xin. Other people would reward him with a few points for being a prince, never giving him a hard time, but he didn't expect to kick a hard stone today. Zhou said sarcastically, "The prince has the guts to cheat on his sister-in-law, but not the guts to let people say." Gu Lancheng raised his fist in anger. "Shut up, don't force me to hit a woman." Ha! Xiaomi tilted her face. The crown prince is used to having no manners in front of women. What are you pretending now? Confusion shot through Gu Lancheng's pupils. I pride myself on always being tolerant of women. I'm sure you've heard some false rumors about me. Zhou hit the nail on the head. The prince is tolerant of all women. But is the prince tolerant of your wife? Gu Lancheng's eyes diffused a touch of messiness. Xiao Xin suddenly flung Xiaomi in her haste. Pa! Who gave you permission to rumor about my relationship with the prince? Xiaomi covered her face, but a scornful sneer surfaced on her clear face. They wouldn't let her say it, so she just had to say it. The crown prince cheated on Mrs. Gu's marriage, and after he got Mrs. Gu's kidney, he was all kinds of cold violence to her, refusing to fulfill the responsibilities of a husband. This is what the Crown Prince calls tolerance towards women? In 3 words, Gu Lanchang's human despicability was sketched out to the fullest. Gu Lanchang was so angry that his whole body trembled. You don't know the whole story nonsense. You are deliberately coming to cause trouble for me. Come on people, drag her out immediately. The security at the venue was not moving. Gu Lanchang was furious. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and throw her out. The head of security at the venue looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Gu, she is an important guest for this fashion week. Gu Lanchang was dumbfounded. Yan Shirue hurriedly came out to round off the scene. Lanchang, why bother with a little? Go in. Gu Lanchang got a step and took the initiative to step down. He lowered his voice and said to Yan Shirue, that woman must have been planted by someone else, specifically to destroy my reputation. Will you help me investigate her identity properly? Yan Shirue hesitated for a few moments and said, Lanchang, don't you think that her voice sounds a lot like your wife Jomiai? Gu Lanchang seemed to be struck by a shock of lightning and stayed in place. Every word of Xiaomi's was a devastating blow to Gu Lanchang. If it was really Xiaomi, then how much did Xiaomi have to hate him to strike him so relentlessly? Impossible. Gu Lanchang shook his head. He had always felt that Jomiai loved him and couldn't possibly hate him so much. Jomi had accomplished her mission for the day and was about to make a quiet exit when she accidentally bumped into a firm chest. A hand gently assisted her. She looked up and saw Yan Hongsheng playfully squeezing his eyebrows at her. Sister, your masquerade skills are really getting better, Xiaomi said. If I don't give him face like this today, I'm sure he'll come looking for trouble from me soon. You stay away from me so that you won't be affected by me, Yan Hongsheng said. Sister doesn't have to leave so quickly. Wait and watch the good show. I'll make sure he has no time to trouble you later. Jomiai came to be interested. Then she sat on the mountain and watched the tiger. It might even be a favor to show. This episode passed quickly. The venue was filled with drink. Unlike in the past, many people surrounded Gu Lanchang and respectfully courted him. The guests clustered into several groups. This meant that Gu Lanchang's era of exclusivity was like fireworks going up in smoke after they had sparkled in the sky. Gu Lanchang frowned, contemplating when his status had slipped so silently. He was puzzled, until he saw a large group of people clustered around Yan Hongsheng in the corner of the venue. They talked and laughed with him, and Yan Hongsheng's face always had an elegant and unobtrusive smile on it. His knit brows and smile, all reserved full, like an emperor who has been in a high position for a long time. He has his own group of ministers bowing down to him. Gu Lanchang was even more confused. This Yan Hongsheng was only just 18 years old. How did he gain the trust of so many people? Sherry, you should watch out for this brother of yours. I'm afraid that in time, he will snatch away everything that belongs to you. Gu Lanchang kindly reminded his good friend. Yan Shirue, however, laughed coldly. You think too highly of him. His mother's family's strength is huge, so naturally some people will give him a few moments of thin air and hold him up openly. But he is, after all, the grandson of the Xi family, and the Xi family will naturally not delegate real power to an outsider. He, is merely a sandwich between the Xi family and the Yan family, possessing a bit of sweetness, nothing more. At this time, Gu Lanchang saw Yan Hongsheng's thin lips move, and then the group of people clustered around him suddenly walked towards him, with wine in their hands. Each of them enthusiastically raised their cups to invite Gu Lanchang. Gu Xiao, I'm the general manager of Mingqi Group. I've long heard of Gu Xiao's great name, so this cup of wine is toasting your youthfulness. I'm the founder of the Manhwa Group, and I'm honoring Gu Xiao's beautiful woman beside me in the spring. They were too enthusiastic and touted Gu Lanchang, who couldn't resist the hospitality and had to be greeted with a glass of wine. Not being able to win the wine, he soon drifted off. Xiao Xian was anxious when she saw this. She quietly reminded him, Lanchang, the banquet hasn't officially started yet, so take it easy. There are more big shots later on that need you to toast. Gu Lanchang forced himself to cheer up. He fell sober and politely refused the group politely. Sorry, I can't hold my liquor. But where they spared him, they pointed at Xiao Xian. It doesn't matter if Gu Xiao can't drink, then just let your female companion drink for you. Chapter 48 Sisters and Brothers Alliance. Invincible. Joshing stepped back in panic as she panicked. I can't drink. A sharp snort came from the crowd. What's the point of pretending to be noble? Who doesn't know that there are only two identities of ladies attending this kind of occasion? One is the wife of the boss of a major conglomerate, and the other is an assistant who works for the boss of a major conglomerate. You are neither Mrs. Gu, nor are you willing to share Gu Xiao's worries. So what are you doing here? Xiao Xian's face went green and white for a moment. Gu Lanchang stepped forward and relieved her. My wife had a temporary problem and couldn't come, so she temporarily begged her sister to come in her place. Sister's health is not good and she can't drink. Sorry, so it is. Joshing was relieved. Who knew that the voice just now was unforgiving? Mr. Gu, is it true that Mrs. Gu can't come? Gu Lancheng looked askance at the questioner with a stern face. What do you mean? Don't I understand my wife's situation? Mrs. Gu went to my boutique to pick out a dress today with great excitement, and she's clearly looking forward to tonight's banquet. Isn't Xiao Gu afraid that Mrs. Gu won't be upset in her heart if she suddenly changes? The man continued to dislike Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng was a little weak. He was secretly annoyed with Xiaomi, but just let her go to buy a dress. How does she make it known to the world? Making it known to everyone. When the people around them looked at Gu Lancheng again, their eyes were particularly playful. This circle of people? Keep a lover. Package female college students are many, but they are clear about the occasion, such as this important occasion, and the main house out of the show of love. To create a harmonious family is the most sensible and most correct way to deal with the media. Gu Lancheng's behavior undoubtedly made people feel slightly childish. When Xiao Xian saw Gu Lancheng in a dilemma, she suddenly took the wine and drank it all in one go. Then she smiled and explained, everyone has misunderstood. Mrs. Gu was suddenly found out that her body was pregnant, so it was inconvenient for her to attend this kind of occasion. I am indeed here to hold back the wine for Mr. Gu. This roundup dissolved the saber-rattling atmosphere in an instant. The surrounding skepticism against Gu Lancheng also dissipated and was replaced by a chorus of blessings. Gu Xiao, congratulations, you're going to be a father. In the corner, however, there was the sudden crunch of a wine glass hitting the floor. The crowd was so shocked that they turned around in unison, and they saw Yan Hongshang with a look of lost concentration. It was only his naturally solitary face that contained a puzzling indifference. Sensing that he was the center of attention, he said with endearment, sorry, hand slipped. The crowd sighed and laughed softly. Young Master Yan has grown up, growing more and more handsome and upright. An elder laughed. Young Master Hongsheng has already reached adulthood, and I think that in 2 more years, he should reach the age of marriage. I just don't know which young lady has the good fortune to be favored by young Master Hongsheng. Gu Lancheng had the intention to lead the topic to Yan Hongsheng. Young Master Yan, I have a younger sister, Fanghua 18, multi-talented, beautiful as a flower. Young Master Hongsheng, if you do not mind, I can lead the line. Yan Hongsheng's obscure gaze turned to Gu Lancheng. The sexy, thin lips gently lifted. Then, as if nothing had happened, he elegantly took 2 glasses of wine from the wine driver, walked over to Gu Lancheng, and handed it to him, saying, thanks to Xiao Gu's kindness, then I'll toast to Gu Xiao. Gu Lancheng looked at the full glass of white wine and showed resistance. Yan Hongsheng didn't wait for him to hesitate, and simply handed the glass to Xiao Xian. I see that Xiao Gu is not capable of drinking, so this glass of wine is better for you to drink for your families, Mr. Gu. Xiao Xian's face was worse than crying. But who made her just admit that she came to blot drinks for Gu Xiao? You can only crane your neck and drink it all in one go. Unexpectedly, Yan Hongsheng filled another cup of wine for her. Miss Xiao is a good drinker. This cup, I toast you. Xiao Xian was forced to pour another glass of. Yan Hongsheng filled another cup of wine for her. This cup of wine, I'll toast you and Gu Xiao. Again, Xiao Xian didn't know if it was from drinking or being scared, but her entire face suddenly turned green. Gu Lancheng looked out of place as he hurriedly pressed down Xiao Xian's wine glass. He apologized and said to Yan Hongsheng, young Master Hongsheng, a little drink is good for the soul. Don't get drunk. Yan Hongsheng nodded and let Xiao Xian go. It was just that no one saw the calculating glint in the bottom of Yan Hongsheng's eyes. The wine he handed to Xiao Xian was the highest concentration of white wine present. Xiao Xian drank 2 glasses in a row, and he was certain that her body couldn't handle it. Next, Xiao Xian couldn't withstand the toasts of several powerful bigwigs, so she only had to drink a few more cups with a stiff upper lip. Before the banquet was over, her body developed an abnormality. She ran to the bathroom frequently to vomit and was a mess. Lancheng, I'm a bit uncomfortable. Can I leave early? She quietly said to Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng saw that her face looked really bad, and out of concern for her health, he simply took Xiao Xian and left early. At that day's banquet, Yan Hongsheng replaced Gu Lancheng, and established deep friendships with the power holders of the major famous families, and successfully snatched a few of the most influential and large projects in the clothing industry from Gu Lancheng's hands. When the banquet was over, Gu's father came to Gu Lancheng's villa in a rage, smashing the fruit plates on the coffee table to pieces and cursing Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng, you're really getting better and better. This kind of business banquet, you even brought a sickly woman out. She cannot create a good image of love for you, but also cannot block the wine for you, and finally dragged your legs. Is your head short-circuited? Why did you come up with this stupid idea? Now it's good. Several big projects that were originally intended to be signed with the Gu family have now trickled down to the Yan family. I'm afraid that the Gu group's performance this year will meet its Waterloo. Gu Lancheng lowered his head and dealt with Gu father's monstrous anger in silence. He's an adult and he knows what he did was inappropriate. Gu's father was unforgiving, and Gu Lancheng could only swear to him in the end. Dad, I caused the trouble. Don't worry, I'll definitely take these projects back. Gu's father let out a cold grunt through his nose. You're a married man. You'll have to keep your distance from that Xiao Xin in the future. Don't let anyone catch you cheating on your wife and attack you again. Gu Lanqing's face was somber. Gu's father hated the iron and said, with everything that happened at the banquet today, my intuition tells me that someone must have deliberately targeted you. That's what made you lose a lot of money. Pay more attention to your words and actions lately. Don't get counted in again. I know. After Gu father left, Gu Lanqing sat on the sofa for a long time and a daze. He reviewed the events before and after today's banquet and finally focused on two people. One is Yan Hongsheng. He was the culprit who made Xiao Xian drink excessively. He was also the biggest winner of tonight's banquet. This made Gu Lanqing suspect that he was behind tonight's attack on him. But Yan Hongsheng was only 18 years old and had just returned to the Yin family not long ago. He had no past enmity with Xiao Xian, and his toast tonight was purely a tribute to him. The other was the fashionable woman in disguise. Yang Carey suspects she's Zhou. Gu Lanqing suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked upstairs with a gloomy face. He kicked in Zhou's bedroom door, startling Zhou violently. Chapter 49, Forced Blood Transfusion. She disgusts him. Zhou looked at him with an innocent, guileless face. Gu Lanqing, however, was furious and walked to her, pulling her up with one hand, his hand strangling Xiaomi's wrist with raw pain. Xiaomi, was it you who deliberately set up Xiao Xin? So that she was ridiculed at the banquet and had to hold back the drinks for me. Do you know how much her body suffered after drinking today? Gu Lanqing's scarlet eyes, like a ferocious beast, growled at Xiaomi. Gu Lanqing, what are you doing? I can't understand. Xiaomi attempted to break free from his shackles. Her mouth said she didn't understand, but her heart was as clear as a mirror. She knew that Xiao Sheng had poured 2 glasses of wine into Xiao Xian. With her special body with 1 kidney, it would be strange for her to suffer. It hurt her quite a bit. After all, Jackson had only suffered what she had suffered. Gu Lanqing looked at her confused and bewildered expression, and also wore a silly white sweet face, which was very different from the starry-eyed fashionable woman at the banquet. He feebly let go of her hand. He thought with chagrin, what was Xiaomi's status? How could she possibly assign those people at the banquet to retaliate against Xiao Xian? Then again, with her intelligence, she couldn't have schemed this big play to count him out so thoroughly. He was pissed off. He sat disheveled on the couch. Your sister drank and had a kidney flare-up and was hospitalized. Zhou blinked her innocent eyes and bloated. It's karma. Gu Lanqing huffed. You, Xiaomi leisurely said. Who told you to go back on your word and let her attend the banquet instead of me? Otherwise, I should be the one to suffer from this drinking and suffering. Gu Lanqing's handsome face froze. A flash of embarrassment drifted across the bottom of his eyes. That's when the hospital called. Gu Lanqing couldn't wait to pick up the phone and didn't know what was said on the other end. So he saw Gu Lanqing staring at Xiaomi with a calculating gaze every now and then. Zhou had a premonition of what to expect and was ready to bolt. Gu Lanqing, however, suddenly took a big step to chase after her and grabbed Xiaomi's hand. Xiaomi, your sister's life is in danger. You need to give her a blood transfusion. You're coming with me to the hospital now. Xiaomi almost fell to her knees because her legs were weak. Despair welled up in the bottom of her eyes. Gu Lanqing, you asked me to donate blood. Did you ask me if I was happy to do so? Gu Lanqing was dumbfounded. It was the sort of thing that he assumed the good-hearted Zhou would be happy to do. She's your sister. Shouldn't you save her? Grief and anger surfaced on Zhou's face as she clenched her fists and snarled at him. I'm not happy about it. Gu Lanqing's expression was stiff at first, followed by anger. He grabbed Xiaomi's wrist and said in a domineering and authoritarian manner, she's your sister. If you don't save her, who else can? Zhou said. She's already taken my kidneys. Why should she take my blood? Zhou, your sister is very important to me. I can't let her die. Gu Lanqing's eyes were clouded with pain. So you'll give her your blood then? Zhou growled in a frenzy. It's not like I'm heartbroken if she dies or not. Why should I use my blood to save her? Gu Lanqing's expression froze as he looked at Xiaomi incredulously. Xiaomi, how did you become so cold-blooded and heartless now? You weren't like this before? What was I like before? Zhou looked askance into his eyes. She wondered if he remembered her well. Gu Lanqing said, in the past, you wouldn't have been so selfish. You have always been very obedient. You would do whatever I asked you to do. Donating a kidney to Xiao Xian, making kanji for me, waiting for me to come home no matter how late it was, and being polite to me and your sister. And what did I get? She sneered back. Mrs. Gu's status. Gu Lanqing had a gracious look. Xiaomi laughed. Mrs. Gu's status? Can you eat it? Can you drink it? Gu Lanqing was dumbfounded. He appeared to realize that the identity of Mrs. Gu didn't bring any benefits to Xiaomi. He also realizes that Zhou, who is uninitiated, is finally taking on the appearance of a businesswoman, and she is beginning to reckon with the unfair deal. When you save your sister this time, I'll give you whatever you want, Gu Lancheng said without thinking. I want a divorce. Is that okay? Gu Lancheng was frozen in place. He examined Xiaomi's eyes, and after he was sure that she wasn't joking, he somehow got a little angry. Don't talk in anger. I'll satisfy you with everything but this. Xiaomi, however, insisted. I just want a divorce. Otherwise, we don't have to talk anymore. You find another person to save your sweetheart. Gu Lancheng stared fixedly at Xiaomi. Her raised eyebrows gave birth to a wave of pride for no reason. Something Gu Lancheng had never found in Xiaomi. He anxiously squeezed her wrist hard, biting his back teeth and groaning. Xiaomi, what are you? Our marriage is not for you to decide yet. Then he ignored her resistance and dragged her all the way to the basement, roughly shoving her into the limo. Whether you like it or not, you have to go to the hospital to get a blood transfusion for your sister. Xiaomi, this is what you live for, and you should see yourself for what you are. Xiaomi was thus brought to the hospital by Gu Lancheng's domineering ways. A wave of despair welled up in her heart. Was she that lowly in Gu Lancheng's eyes? She was so frustrated by his words that she didn't have half the strength, and like a puppet, she was pulled by Gu Lancheng to the hospital's blood transfusion room. Doctor, give her a blood test right away? She's Qiao Xian's own sister. Their blood types match, so go ahead and draw her blood for Qiao Xian. Gu Lancheng, in the doctor's dismayed eyes, straightened up Xiaomi's sleeve, revealing her snow-white lotus root arm, and extended it to the blood transfusion table. The doctor glanced at Xiaomi and was actually a little overwhelmed. Xiaomi's mournful expression made him feel that a forced blood transfusion was a crime. Gu Lancheng roared up in an unfriendly manner. What are you waiting for? Qiao Xian is waiting for her blood to save her life. The doctor ghosted the needle into Xiaomi's vein. Xiaomi closed her eyes, the sting of pins and needles instantly spreading throughout her body, her heart aching to the core. Gu Lancheng, I hate you. She softly uttered these words. Gu Lancheng looked at her expressionlessly, and when he saw the shadowy hatred in her eyes, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. I'll be good to you from now on, he said. If it was in the past, every time Xiaomi heard him condescend to coax her like this, even if she knew he was lying to her, she was happy to be happy. But now, he is to say a broken mouth. Draw down the sky big cake. She cannot move the slightest bit. She's just revolted and disgusted. The blood draw was over, and the doctor handed over a cotton swab to press the bloody eye of the needle prick. Gu Lancheng offered to help her press it, but Xiaomi suddenly and vigorously pushed his hand away, letting the blood gurgle and getting up to leave without even looking at him. Gu Lancheng froze in place. He followed her grimly. I know you're angry, but saving lives is important. You'll sympathize with me, won't you? Chapter 50, Jumping Against the Building. Mr. Gu despairs. I'm sympathetic. Xiaomi wanted to roar in hysterical fury, but her upbringing in her bones prevented her from doing the spilling, and she just swept him away with a faint glance, her eyes overflowing with disgust, before turning her head to look askance out the window. Gu Lancheng was inexplicably a bit flustered, and he reached out his hand to try to treat Xiaomi's bleeding needle eye, but Xiaomi turned around and stubbornly faced him with her thin back. Exiting, his voice was even so cold that it could freeze a cow to death. Gu Lancheng, stay away from me, you make me sick. Gu Lancheng's hand lagged in midair. The atmosphere became tense and depressing. A long time later, the results of Xiaomi's blood test came back. When Gu Lancheng went to pick up the inspection report, Xiaomi closed her eyes in despair. Her blood type, exactly the same as Qiao Xian's. She can't hide from being her blood bank. As if in her last life, when Qiao Xian's platelets inexplicably decreased, she was put under house arrest by Gu Lancheng, eating pig liver that she regurgitated every day, and giving Qiao Xian regular blood transfusions every week. It wasn't that she hadn't resisted, but she was weak as a blood donor, and her weakness plus dizziness made it so that she didn't run far from the villa before Gu Lancheng's men grabbed her back again. Then she didn't have the strength to fight back. She gave her body's blood to Qiao Xian, and her blood production couldn't keep up. She was as pale as a zombie. Gu Lancheng realized that her body seemed even weaker than Qiao Xian's before he mercifully stopped letting her supply blood. And that was the day she stopped loving Gu Lancheng. The trajectory of history plays out across time and space. Xiaomi thought desperately about how she was going to get out of this damned fate. She pushed the window open and looked 6 stories into the sky as she slowly climbed onto the ledge. Gu Lancheng came out with the report card with excitement. Great. Your body is healthy. You can give your sister a blood transfusion. He looked up to see Xiaomi, his legs dangling off the windowsill, and he was too frightened to speak. Gu Lancheng, if you force me to donate blood to your mistress, then I'll jump off a building. Jump for you right now. Gu Lancheng half opened his mouth. It's just a blood donation. I won't. Xiaomi snarled. That's your sister. The surrounding people stopped to watch and chimed in with a hilarious chorus. Too selfish. It's just a blood transfusion. It's not something that's going to kill her. This is something that you are not willing to do for your sister. This woman is so inhuman. Gu Lancheng hooked his lips. a touch of smugness spreading under his eyes. Jomi is happy to be misunderstood, but he knew Jomi so little. She had long since ceased to be the rebellious softie. Jomi was relentless. I would give a blood transfusion to anyone in the world but her. Gu Lanchang, I hate her. How can you hate your own sister? Gu Lanchang was puzzled. As she is my sister, how can she seduce her own brother-in-law? Be your mistress willingly? Jomi landed a jab. The crowd drew a sudden change and condemned Gu Lanchang. It's too much. Forcing his wife to give his mistress a blood transfusion. It's worse than a beast. Husband cheats on his wife. Not to mention that he wants her to give her lover a blood transfusion. It's murderous and heartless. Gu Lanchang's face was ugly. Jomi, Xiaomi opened her arms. Gu Lanchang, you forced your own wife to jump off a building for your mistress. I want you to live in self-blame and guilt forever. Fine, I take it back. As long as you don't make a scene, I'll allow you to not give your sister a blood transfusion. Gu Lanchang was in a hurry and rushed out. Xiaomi's originally downward bent body popped up again. She looked straight at Gu Lanchang. Her heart heaved a sigh of relief. Kindly onlookers helped her down. Jomi backed up against the wall and slid to the floor. Either way, she won this bet. Gu Lanchang glared at her grimly before abandoning her. Ward. Xiao Xian's face was like ashes lying on the hospital bed. The aftermath of drinking is that the kidney metabolism is abnormal. She can't urinate, and the whole person presents a state of edema. Gu Lanchang half-kneeled in front of the bed, guiltily holding her hand and apologizing. Xin, I'm sorry, me is unwilling to have a blood transfusion, so I can only find another suitable blood bank for you. Xiao Xian's face couldn't hide her grief. It's just a blood transfusion. How dare she not agree? Lanchang, she hates me, doesn't she? Gu Lanchang shared the same sentiment. Xiaomi doesn't know what's going on. It's as if she's changed. She is no longer as meek and kind as before. I really looked away. Xiao Xian said helplessly. Blame my own weak body. She was unwilling to save me. It's because I'm so ill-fated. Gu Lanchang's eyes were filled with thick heartache. Xin, the doctor said that this time it's acute mild kidney failure. As long as it's cured and well-maintained, you'll be fine. Xiao Xian was slightly relieved. Lanchang, I'm really useless. Blocking a few drinks for you, but instead I made a mess of it. Will you complain that I got you into trouble? Gu Lanchang said heartily. Xin, you're so understanding. How could I blame you? Xiao Xian was moved to tears. Thank you, Lanchang. Her hand, and Gu Lanchang's, were held tightly together. Outside the door, Jomi looked at the scene with an expressionless face, his stagnant heart inexplicably rippling. She was incredibly glad that she was no longer that silly Xiaomi whose heart and eyes were full of Gu Lanchang. That's why she could honestly face her husband flirting with other women, right? But she also had immense pity for the former Xiaomi, who had gone through the pain of chipping away at her flesh and bones in order to strip her of her dependence on Gu Lanchang. Xiao Xian inadvertently saw Xiaomi, and her body stiffened abruptly, only to hold Gu Lanchang's hand and not pull away. Me? Did you come to see me? She cried out softly. Gu Lanchang turned around and saw that Xiaomi's gaze fell like dead water onto his and Xiao Xian's hands with their fingers crossed. Gu Lanchang's heart surged with a bad feeling, and he instinctively pulled out Xiao Xian's hand. Xiao Xian trembled, her eyes instantly red, her mouth moving but saying nothing. She's a human being with this series of performances. Gu Lanchang was secretly slandering. What was wrong with him? How could he hurt his true love for an insignificant woman like Xiaomi? He took Jiaxin's hand decisively again, and gave her a reassuring pat on the back of it. Jiaxing looked at Jomi again, her eyes full of triumph. What are you doing here? Gu Lanchang didn't have the good sense to say. Since you're not willing to give your sister a blood transfusion, there's no need for you to stay in the hospital? Get lost. Jiaxing gloated and looked at Jomi. Xiaomi, however, walked into the ward and scrutinized Xiao Xian. I just want to come and see. How is my sister's condition? Is it really like what you said, that she's terminally ill and has no way back? Xiao Xian's face turned white once again as she sadly gagged. Me, how could you curse me? Jomi said. You're being overly concerned. I don't care about your life or death at all. I came, just to ask my husband if you want to come home with me. Chapter 51, Fatherly Love Double Standard. Jomi seals her heart. Gu Lanchang's face turned blue as he yelled at Xiaomi in a low voice. Xiaomi, your sister is sick like this. Not only do you not care about her, you are also presuming to take me away. Who will take care of her after I leave? Do you sincerely want her to die? Jomi wrinkled her nose. You're not a doctor and you're not her direct blood relative. I don't see how your staying here will help my sister's illness. Xiao Xian lost her voice and cried. I see. Me, you're here to steal Lanchang from me. Whoops, I can't rob you as a patient. You take Lanchang away. I won't leave you. Shin'er, don't you cry. Gu Lanchang turned his head and viciously reprimanded Xiaomi. Xiaomi, why is your heart so vicious? Xiaomi laughed at Gu Lanchang's double standard. Once upon a time, when she was sick with a high fever, Gu Lanchang left her in Xiao Xian to climb the mountain to see the sunrise. When she cried to him about his indifference to her, he rebuked her with impatience. Xiaomi, I'm not a doctor, and it's useless to look for me when you're sick. Xiaomi said word for word, Gu Lanchang, when I was sick and feverish, when I had kidney donation surgery, when it's hard to make a baby, where are you again? Facing Xiaomi's accusations, Gu Lanchang was a bit unreasonable. He whispered, I know I neglected you before, and I won't again. Gu Lanchang, you and I, there is no future. Xiaomi dropped these words, turned around and left. Gu Lanchang froze and fumed. He couldn't help his mind from floating out of the words of Xiaomi just now. They don't have a future. What does it mean? Zhoumi walked out of the hospital, fished the recorder out of the hospital and put it to her lips and kissed it. Gu Lanchang, all of your favoritism towards Xiao Xian will eventually get backfired. Xiao Xian's condition has gone back and forth. Several times the doctor even issued a critical notice. Gu Lanchang almost put down all the work to accompany her. Naturally, he no longer had the energy or time to pursue what had happened at the banquet. In the end, it was the best hospital in the imperial capital with the best doctors, and Xiao Xian's condition slowly stabilized after a month. It was only when Gu Lanchang returned to the workplace that he realized that the imperial capital had changed. Yan Hongxing took advantage of Gu Lanchang's slacking off at work and annexed several of his neighboring projects. Guilin City's performance has fallen off a cliff. Gu Lanchang lost his temper, then began to reflect. How had he lost to Yan Hongxing? A fledgling, milquetoast teenager? As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. In order to find the reason for his fiasco, Gu Lanchang vainly instructed his assistant. I want all the information on Yan Hongxing's entry into the business. It wasn't long before the assistant came in holding a large stack of information. Gu Lanchang flipped through the pages night after night, his focus falling on top of the project Yan Hongxing had snatched from him. When he saw Yan Hongxing bidding for the design work, that moment he lost his heart. In these 2 years, he paid special attention to Xiao Xian. In order to support her career, he entrusted some of the company's important designs to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian was undoubtedly talented, and at first she had competed for many profitable projects for him. But her talent, in front of Yan Hongxing's design team, it was somewhat inadequate. Whether it was the artisanal spirit of designing drawings or the innate talent of a designer, Xiao Xian seemed to be inferior to the other party. Gu Lanchang sighed. That boy Yan Hongxing, he's not very old, but his vision is so venomous that he's collected such a treasure designer. He couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy towards Yan Hongxing, and even more so, he had the dastardly thought of poaching Yan Hongxing's chief designer. He instructed his assistant fussily, I want the other company's designer information. Send it to me as soon as possible. Yes. As the assistant left the office, one more thing came to mind. By the way, President, the chairman stopped the company's assistance to Miss Xiao. Miss Xiao's medical bills, which are already in arrears. Gu Lanching's face was a flash of iron, and only after a long time, did he indignantly say, deduct it from my private account. The assistant looked embarrassed and said, this month, you missed 3 company meetings. The chairman became furious and announced in front of all the shareholders that all your bank cards were suspended. Gu Lanchang was very shocked and said feebly, I know. In the evening, Gu Lanchang dragged his tired body back home chagrined. At the door of the house, he saw his in-laws, 2 men in rare century-old harmony, arm in arm, united against their common enemy. Zhoumi. Father Qiao anxiously said, Xiaomi, your sister is sick. It needs lots and lots of money, and we don't have any more money to treat her. You have to sponsor us. Zhoumi stood on the high steps overlooking them. Zhou's father's silver hair and his anxious expression weren't fake. He did care about his oldest daughter. But the more he cared for Xiao Xian, the harder Zhoumi's heart hardened. Her father's favoritism caused a wave of physical discomfort to rise for the first time in her life about this thing called fatherly love. Reason? Her lips flicked up and she spat out 2 words faintly. Father Qiao was so angry that he pulled up his sleeves and raised his fists. Your sister is sick, and it's only natural for you as a younger sister to pay for her support. What more reason do you need? Zhoumi looked at him with contempt. Did he think she was still the same little girl he'd been at the mercy of? The law doesn't say a sister is obligated to support her sister? Zhoumi said. Father Qiao gritted his teeth and said, how did I give birth to such a heartless and uncaring thing like you? If I had known you were such a vicious thing, I should have strangled you when you were born back then. Zhoumi suddenly laughed, laughing out loud with tears. Father Qiao's concern for Xiao Xian was written all over his face, but his dislike for her was also written all over his face. Xiaomi looked at him with cold eyes. Regret giving birth to me, isn't it? In fact, I also regret that I didn't wipe my eyes when I was reincarnated and chose an irresponsible father like you. Zhoumi didn't want to tangle with him. If you want money, go to your lawyer and ask her to carefully consult the civil code on how much alimony a caged bird in a rich family like mine should pay you. With that said, Zhou turned and spilled away. Xiao father was almost ready to collapse. Xiao Mi, if you don't save your sister won't live long. Count on me to beg you. As long as you are willing to pay to save her, I will allow you to return to the Qiao family. Xiaomi looked back and smiled sweetly. Don't. It's not like I haven tea stayed in the Qiao family. That can really be my human purgatory. I don't want to go back to that place in my life. So, in order not to go back to that hellish place, I am categorically not going to pay for Qiao Xian's treatment. Gu Lancheng looked at Xiaomi as she bounced into the villa. Her footsteps unprecedentedly light. He only felt his heart sink inexplicably. Such a Zhou was beyond strange to him. She used to be the most dutiful girl. How is it that you've closed your heart to love? Chapter 52. A wife before her husband invites suspicion. Gu Lancheng dismissed Xiao's father and mother with a few words while he dragged his heavy steps into the house. As he passed Zhou room, instead of just ignoring it as he usually did, he chose to station himself in the doorway, fuming for a while, but his thoughts were very messy. He wanted to catch the reason why Zhou became cold and indifferent, cruel and cold-blooded from the complicated and confusing head, but it seemed that every reason was not convincing enough. How did she get like this? Gu Lancheng didn't hold back and raised his hand to knock on the door. After knocking for half a day, there was no response from inside. Gu Lancheng's face was dark. Xiaomi, I know you're in there. Open the door. I have something to say to you. Zhou hard voice came out. I want to rest. Let's talk about what we have to say tomorrow. The voice was cold, even a little impatient. Gu Lancheng was stunned. Once upon a time, if he had taken the initiative to approach Zhou, she would have jumped for joy. But now, when he approached her cheekily, she acted so disgusted, as he had done to her before. Gu Lancheng pulled down his face and softened his tone. Xiaomi, your sister's condition is very dangerous this time. You should work together with your mom and dad to help her get through it. That's what a family should be like. Before Gu Lancheng could finish his words, Xiaomi's imperious voice droned. Get lost. Gu Lancheng's face was dark, hardened his head and continued to preach. Although your father and your mother did many wrong things when you were a child, but things after so long, at least these years your sister is still good to you. You should be generous. The bedroom door was suddenly pulled open, and Xiaomi stared at a pair of human and goddess eyes. Gu Lancheng, I am not a Virgin Mary. On the contrary, I am a person who holds a grudge, especially holding a grudge. I can never forgive them in this life, and if there is a next life, I still will not forgive them. Gu Lancheng's handsome face went slightly white, and he couldn't stop trembling. Such a vindictive Zhou gave him chills, and for some reason he thought about him taking one of her kidneys. It was better than the bullying that Zhou's father and mother had done to Zhou. He didn't seem much better. So Zhou, would she hold a grudge against her too? Gu Lancheng said. Xiaomi, people are not sages who can't make mistakes. Xiaomi directly poured a pot of cold water down. Gu Lancheng, you're just like them, but you're just an ungrateful villain who crosses the river and breaks the bridge. Gu Lancheng's face looked as if he was constipated, embarrassed to the extreme. Xiaomi suddenly slammed the door vigorously, making a loud bang that shook Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng drooped and left. His heart silted up for some reason. He returned to his master bedroom and absent-mindedly sat in a disheveled manner on the sofa. Suddenly his cell phone rang. Gu Lancheng fished it out and scratched it open. Xiao Xian sent him a picture. It was a very old-style pocket watch with Sanskrit engraved on it. Below the picture, Xiao Xian also sent him over the scientific description of the pocket watch. Pocket watch name, City of Cycles. Provenance, burial object from the tomb of an ancient monarch. Date of excavation unknown. Value, it is rumored that the City of Cycles is the love object of the mysterious monarch and the empress. And if you open the City of Cycles, you will be able to know the past and present life of the one you love. Method of opening, unknown. Gu Lancheng looked at his pocket watch, and in his eyes was a lack of interest and tedium. Xiao Xian's text message rang again instead. Lancel, I want it. Gu Lancheng was shy at the moment, but in the face of Xiao Xian's request, he was still full of promises. I'll buy it for you. Xiao Xian typed out a contented smile. Lancheng, I heard that next week's fashion competition auction is being held at your Gu family skeleton hotel, and this City of Cycles is the auction item. You must try your hardest to help me Jing bid on it by then. Oh, no problem. When the fashion competition auction was held, Xiao Xian's illness was miraculously cured. When Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian attended the auction venue, they caught a glimpse of Xiaomi sitting in the front row. A touch of consternation surfaced on Gu Lancheng's face. How could the wasteful straw man in his eyes be qualified to sit in the front row of guest seats? Moreover, her left and right positions could be occupied by the young masters of the Yen family and the young master of the Si family, both big names in the imperial capital. Yen Hongsheng and Si Manaya were cousins, and although both were young, both possessed demonic godlike faces, and near-demon intelligence. Under the careful cultivation of the plutocratic family, both had outstanding excellence. In the business world, They are young and talented elites. Jomi was sandwiched between them and was particularly inconspicuous. Lan Chang, my sister must have borrowed your light to sit in that present position. She really doesn't know any better. Xiao Xian said what Gu Lanchang was thinking in his heart. Gu Lanchang's face was gloomy. He had warned Xiaomi more than once that she was not allowed to use his power to flaunt outside. He didn't expect her to throw his warnings out the window. He'll have to educate her later. He had no idea that with Jomi's cardinal position in the fashion world, she was sitting in the C-seat for all intents and purposes. At this time, the welcoming lady came over, and she said to Xiao Xian with a smile on her face, Miss Xiao, young Master Gu, you are the key invitees for this fashion competition auction. We've reserved a seat for you. Please follow me. Xiao Xian had risen to prominence in the fashion industry of the imperial capital and had her own seat. Her place was arranged on the left side of the third row. She was very happy with her position. After all, she was based on real talent, not on borrowing from men like Jomi. But what puzzled Gu Lanchang was that he, the big brother who could make others shine, was arranged by the organizers to be placed in the left position of the second row, which was tantamount to being marginalized by the organizers compared to his status as the crown prince. He didn't commiserate, but Xiao Xian mentioned fighting for him first. She grabbed the organizer and asked, why is it that Jomi and Yan Hongsheng and the others can sit in the front row while the prince and I have to sit behind them? Gu Lanchang perked his ears to listen to the conversation behind him. When he heard the welcoming lady say, Miss, the people sitting in the front are either big names in the fashion industry or the sponsors of this bidding auction. The arrangement of each seat is decided by the higher-ups. If you have questions about your seat, please contact the organizer. Xiao Xian was mute. After all, with her curiosity, being able to sit in the third row was already lifting her up. She glanced cynically and unwillingly at Jomi. Lancelot, Jomi must have squandered huge sums of money to buy this fancy dress appearance. Gu Lanchang, however, was full of questions. Where did she get the money to sponsor this auction? Gu Lanchang just sat down, took out his cell phone, and couldn't wait to text Xiaomi to question her. Xiaomi, what are you doing here? This is simply not the place for you to come. Chapter 53, At the Auction. A pressing sister. Xiaomi felt the touch of her cell phone. She took out her cell phone and lowered her head to read the text message on her cell phone. Her tiny movements caused the attention of Yan Hongsheng next to her. His eyes swept over. Seeing the content of the text message, his handsome brows knit up. Xiaomi was so angry that she just wanted to curse. In Gu Lancheng's eyes she would always be that dirtbag who couldn't get on the stage. Right? How dare she mock her for not being worthy of being here? She quickly typed out a line on her cell phone, but a slender jade-like hand suddenly pressed down, and Xiaomi looked up to see Yan Hongsheng shaking his head slightly at her. Jomi deletes the input and closes the screen, ignoring Gu Lancheng. This made Gu Lancheng feel as if he had punched his fist on cotton. His chilling gaze watched Xiaomi, and after consulting his cell phone for the nth time with his head lowered and receiving no reply from Xiaomi, his face was gloomy. He was sure she'd read his texts. He angrily added an additional line of questioning. Xiaomi, did you use Mrs. Gu's identity to operate in the dark to get the first row C seat? At the end, he warned her even more blatantly. I'm warning you, don't use Mrs. Gu's identity for your own gain. Disgrace me. Jomi's heart, which had been paralyzed, tingled acidly again when she saw the text. Gu Lancheng, this person was really cool and ruthless to the extreme towards her. He was able to give Xiao Xian many privileges to pave the way for her career. Whether it was money or his power, he opened doors of convenience for her, but with her as his wife, he would neither spend money nor pave the way for her. He was like a guard against a thief, lest she should take the slightest advantage of him. Xiaomi didn't want to accept Gu Lancheng's endless humiliation anymore, so she simply texted back to him. If you're afraid that this Mrs. Gu of mine is borrowing your light, then if you have the guts to remove my title of Mrs. Gu, However, when she was just about to send it out, her cell phone was snatched by Yan Hongsheng, who decisively pulled Gu Lancheng back. Sister, garbage should be put in the trash can. Why bother letting him out to space you out? When Gu Lancheng texted again to question Xiaomi, the dialog box sent over a bright red question mark. He's been blackballed by Jomi? How dare she? He looked up askance at Jomi, who sat gracefully in the front row, her gaze gentle and smiling, as if his interruption hadn't troubled her state of mind one iota. How insignificant he seems. She's getting better at acting. If you're so relaxed, why did you delete him? Just as Gu Lancheng was speculating about Xiaomi's mind, the auction opened. This first competing piece is a sapphire necklace. The gemstone is lined with cherry blossoms around the perimeter. The price of the necklace was not enough to cause a commotion in the circle of noble women, let alone a second-hand necklace. Despite the host's efforts to publicize the necklace's virtues, no one shouted the price. The presenter had better hang his head and seek assistance from the audience off stage. Can any of you fashion mavens help me add to the selling points of this necklace? The stage was instantly silent. Soon after, Xiao Xian stood up and said confidently, "Sapphire is a symbol of power, and this necklace is a personal accessory handed down from Queen Ai to her daughter. If any of you possess it, I think it's bound to get God's favor, and you'll have official luck." Her addition, of course, was met with loud applause from the stage. But nay, no one bought it. After all, no one wants to show their ambitions out in the open. The host became even more embarrassed. Xiao Xian has seen a lot of things, and really deserves to be a little-known designer in the imperial capital. Then the smart host turned his eyes for help to Xiaomi. "Miss, you're sitting at the C-seat, so you must be an elite in the fashion industry. You must have a way to help me auction off this necklace, right?" Facing the host's begrudging gaze, Xiaomi stood up, but a clamor suddenly rang out behind her. "Isn't she that chestless strawbag Mrs. Gu? What does she know about fashion? Maybe she hasn't even heard of this sapphire necklace." "Hush, give Gu Xiao a little thin air. Don't say anything." Gu Lanqing's face was quite ugly. Xiaomi laughed shallowly. "This group of dog-eyed guys, don't they understand the reasoning of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river?" She organized her wording in order to hide her clumsiness. "It's true that I don't know much about fashion, but as it happens, I do know about this necklace. Miss Xiao Xian is right and wrong. It is indeed a gift from Her Majesty to her daughter, but it does not symbolize power. It symbolizes a lifetime of loving only you, which is Her Majesty's best wishes for her daughter." "Xiaomi, how do you know that this necklace means that? Her Majesty has great ambitions. How could she be bound by petty love? From my point of view, I'm afraid this symbolism is just something you made up yourself to steal the limelight." Xiao Xian's best friend stood up to make things difficult for Xiaomi. "Xiaomi," said calmly, "the sapphire is surrounded by two large and small cherry blossom holders, and the language of the cherry blossoms is to love only you in your life." The host was stunned. "Ah, it's really two big and small cherry blossoms." Applause from the stage. Xiao Xian's best friend was so angry that her face turned blue. Xiaomi turned back and sneered at her. "You're wrong. The language of the flowers here represents not love, but motherly love. It is Her Majesty's love for her daughter." Instant applause from the stage. Many of the young masters and daughters of the powerful families raised their cards. After all, it was only fitting to use this necklace to please their mothers. Xiao Xian blushed a little. Gu Lanqing, however, looked at Xiaomi's back and fell into deep thought. Surprisingly, he hadn't realized that Xiaomi had her moments of shining so brightly. This second competing item is a bracelet. The moderator's call for a price starting at 3,000 was met with a round of laughter. Instead, Xiaomi suddenly raised her hand. "I want it," someone whispered. The Gu family's least favored daughter-in-law. Born in the slums, she naturally can't afford any good goods. Just this few $1,000s worth of stuff also suits her best. The host called out, 3,000 once, 3,000 twice. Yan Hongsheng, however, suddenly raised his card. "I bid $5,200. Xiaomi looked at him in wonder, silently inquiring, "How are you going to rob me?" Yan Hongsheng blinks at her. His mouth said wordlessly, "Sister likes it, I'll buy it for sister." The crowd was confused. What is the mystery of this bracelet? Why are the two of them fighting so fiercely? Xiaomi had no choice but to give up. Yan Hongsheng got this bracelet. The host asked Yan Hongsheng, "Why is young Master Yan so enamored with this bracelet? This bracelet looks like a very ordinary thing, doesn't it?" Yan Hongsheng said, "That's because you don't know how to read. This bracelet is strung with carefree flowers. I'm going to give it to my dear sister. I hope her future days will always be carefree." The crowd came to their senses, and they all sighed. "It actually has such a beautiful moral. I should have known I would have shot it." Xiaomi was as bland as ever, her eyes gently staring at Yan Hongsheng. The eyes were inexplicably a little moist. The auction was building to a crescendo, but Xiaomi was getting sleepy, until the host announced aloud, "The next product to be auctioned is City of Cycles." Xiaomi was drowsy, her pretty face white as paper. Chapter 54, the two heroes seize the treasure, each one for his favors. The City of Cycles, a name that was almost engraved into the marrow of Xiaomi's bones. Even though a lifetime had passed, the memories of it were as clear as yesterday. This concentric lock, which had gone round and round in her previous life, had been acquired by her daughter. The concentric lock had accompanied her for a few short years and was her daughter's favorite thing. In this life, she couldn't bring her daughter into the world, but she could photograph the things she had loved as a memento, and more importantly, this concentric lock, as far as she knew, had some kind of magical power, one that could turn the wheel of life. Of course that was just her speculation. She needed to get it, to verify it. If the City of Cycles could really make life reincarnate, perhaps she could bring her daughter into the world without sharing a room with Gu Lanqing. Xiaomi didn't realize that the climax of the auction would be the auction of the City of Cycles. He thought that no one knew the secret of the City of Circulation, but who knew that when the host announced the start of the auction, the people below raised their cards in unison. An inexplicable panic rose up inside Xiaomi. no matter what, she was going to get the City of Cycles. The host can only raise the price from the beginning of 130,000 and finally soared all the way to 10 million. The stage to respond to the talent less and less. However, Jazin and Jomi are stuck in a sticky situation. Jomi called the price once, and Jazin went up 10,000. Xiaomi finally called for $20 million, and Xiao Xian had no intention of stopping. Xiao Xian glanced meaningfully at Xiaomi as she questioned her. Xiaomi, it's $20 million. Do you really have the money to buy it? I suspect you're maliciously raising the price, deliberately inflating the price. Xiaomi glanced at Gu Lancheng, and that look carried a provocation towards Xiao Xian. He said, my husband is the heir of the Gu Group. He can afford to pay a mere $20 million. Rather, it's you, sister. Do you really have the money to buy this concentric lock? You spent so much money since you got sick. The Chow family is already at the end of their rope. It's been relying on my husband to donate to the Chow family all these years, and the Chow family has been able to live on. Xiao Xian hadn't expected Xiaomi to stab her family's embarrassing story in public, and she was pointing fingers and accusing her sister-in-law, of using her brother-in-law's money, both inside and outside of her words. This would have been nothing, but for Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng, who had been misunderstood by the media as having an affair. These words from Xiaomi were tantamount to confirming that the rumors from some time ago were by no means empty. Xiao Xian's face became ugly, a look of being aggrieved to cry or not. I feel sorry for you. Gu Lancheng's handsome face was even more ironic. The hand in his sleeve tugged tightly into a fist, and his gaze on Jomiai was even more murderous, as if he wanted to shoot Jomiai through a sieve before he was satisfied. However, Gu Lancheng was in the end a big man who had experienced great storms, and quickly recovered his mood. He raised his sign as if nothing had happened, and chose another way to hit Xiaomi in a somber manner. $50 million. I'll take this concentric lock. From $20 to $50 million. With a value like Xiaomi and Xiao Xian's, it was nothing less than a sky-high price. Xiao Xian looked at Xiaomi triumphantly. The look in her eyes was one of ambition for the concentric locks. Xiaomi stared at Gu Lancheng in a daze. He crossed his arms with obvious intentions, clearly wanting to shoot this concentric lock for Xiao Xian. But the other unknown spectators were casting envious and jealous glances at her. I didn't realize that Mr. Gu is still a wife-favoring fiend, and he personally went out to photograph this concentric lock for his wife. It's evident that he really loves his wife. Only Xiaomi knew that this concentric lock, in his last life, was also auctioned off by Gu Lancheng, but in the end, he changed hands and gave it to Xiao Xian. It was also unknown why Xiao Xian hadn't discovered the secret of the City of Cycles, and after she got tired of it, she gave it to her baby daughter as a passing favor. In her previous life, in the face of Gu Lancheng's favoritism, Xiaomi had also sourly told Gu Lancheng about her grievances. I'm the one who is your wife, and I also like this concentric lock, but you didn't hesitate to give such an expensive thing to my sister. Husband, do you love me? What did Gu Lancheng answer her? He couldn't understand her suffering in the slightest. He lightly said, your sister wants it, so you fulfill her. You like jewelry, I'll just buy it for you again. Then the next day he bought back a cheap concentric lock worth no more than 4 figures. Jomiai closed her eyes. Her past life was still a heartbreaking experience to think about. The pain of being belittled by the love of her life was something she couldn't get used to. If it was anything else, Jomi let it go. But this concentric lock, to her, it was her only clue to finding her daughter, and she just had to get it with everything she had. She held up her sign. I'll give you 5,001,000. The determination to fight Gu Lancheng to the end was evident. The onlookers, however, were dumbfounded. They are husband and wife. Why did Xiaomi bid against Mr. Gu? Didn't Mr. Gu take this concentric lock and give it to her? A smart person saw the clues. I'm just afraid that Mr. Gu didn't shoot this concentric lock to give it to his wife, right? Ha, how did that happen? The crowd applauded. How could Mr. Gu do this to his wife? Gu Lancheng could not hear the surrounding discussion. His face was embarrassed to the extreme, but his determination to bid for the concentric locks did not diminish in the slightest. $60 million. 6,000 and 10,000. Jomiai went after it decisively. Gu Lancheng's cold eyes looked askance at Xiaomi, finally saying what was on his mind. Xiaomi, do you have the money to shoot it? Xiaomi smiled sweetly at him. Hubby, I'm at least Mrs. Gu, I've never used your money to buy any luxuries, just this once. You spend some money for me, you won't be able to spare it, right? Ah, Mr. Gu is so stingy with Mrs. Gu that he has never bought Mrs. Gu any luxury goods? A girl was shocked out of her expression of having lived a long time. Gu Lancheng deadpanned as he sneered at Xiaomi's moral abduction of him. I can give you anything else, only this concentric lock. It doesn't suit you. Gu Lancheng finally said the words from his previous life. Jomi knew that he was competing with her to the end. She was a newcomer in the fashion industry, How could she make as much money as the century-old Gu group? When she competed with Gu Lancheng, in the end, her bottom line was not enough. Just when Xiaomi was incomparably worried, Yan Hongsheng, who was on the side, suddenly raised his sign slowly. I'll offer $100 million. A clamor of surprise broke out in the meeting hall. What kind of treasure is this? Both bigwigs are bidding and jockeying for it? I wonder why young Master Yen is auctioning off the City of Cycles again. He's obviously still young, and I heard that he doesn't have a girlfriend, so it's useless for him to auction this women's concentric lock, right? Yan Hongsheng didn't care about the comments around him. He elegantly and haughtily straightened his spine and slowly turned back, his chilling gaze cast on Gu Lancheng. Mr. Gu, still following? Chapter 55, High Bidding, Belly Dark Teenager. Yan Hongsheng's cynicism successfully provoked Gu Lancheng's bloodthirsty nature, and Gu Lancheng bravely went forward. Why don't you follow? A mere $100 million. I, Gu Lancheng, can afford it. Gu Lancheng bid, 110,000. Yan Hongsheng smiled wryly and said directly to the host, I'll offer $500 million. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. I give up following the price. He sat down dismally. Xiaomi was a little surprised. After all, the Gu Lancheng in his previous life, was Yan Hongsheng's agitation lured all the way to chase the price? It is best that he followed to $1 billion. Yan Hongsheng but suddenly did not follow. Although Gu Lancheng had obtained the City of Circulation, the cash flow of $1 billion had almost emptied him of all his liquid assets, so much so that when Yan Hongsheng later competed for his project, he was reduced to a fish under Yan Hongsheng's knife and chopping board because he couldn't get that much cash flow. The Gulan city building collapsed and was destroyed. His brilliance was short-lived, but in this life, why did it end the other way around? Yan Hongsheng suddenly and passionately called the bidding 5 times higher, but Gu Lancheng sensibly stopped chasing the price. Xiaomi looked at Yan Hongsheng with a meaty face. The City of Cycles was certainly important, but consuming 500 million to obtain it was not a wise move on Yan Hongsheng's part. I also wonder why Yan Hongsheng is also so obsessed with the City of Cycles. Zhou Miai was deep in thought. A pleased smile spread across Yan Hongsheng's face as he went up to the stage to receive the City of Circulation. The Yan family's youngest master, however, was very dissatisfied with his lavish spending, and he sneered at him in a conspiratorial manner. Hongsheng, if you use so much money to buy such a piece of crap, I'm afraid that Grandpa will be so angry with you that he'll vomit blood when he finds out. Yan Hongsheng coldly swept him a glance. I'm using the inheritance my mother gave me. You have a problem with that? Yan Shirue was dumbfounded. Who didn't know that Yan Hongsheng's mother was the first daughter of the Xi family? She was young and talented, although she died young, but she earned a large fortune before she died. After her death, billions of dollars of inheritance was passed on to her son. It was also because of this inheritance that Yan Hongsheng became a target at a young age. After all, after his death, there would be too many people who could divide the inheritance, and Yan Hongsheng's own father, as well as his own father's stepmother's stepbrother, is the biggest profit maker. The Xi family's various uncles and aunts, cousins can also share a share of the The use of Yan Hongsheng's assets is naturally in the spotlight. Young Master Yan's eyes showed his displeasure. Just for a broken lock, you squandered $500 million. If your mother knew that you squandered her inheritance like that, she's afraid that she'd be lying ill in her coffin. Yan Hongsheng swept a cold eye over Yan Shirue. It's not your turn to comment on my matters. Yan Shirue also realized that he had overregulated a bit and closed his mouth resentfully. After the bidding auction ended, Xiao Xian walked out with a gloomy expression and red eyes. On the contrary, Xiaomi was also preoccupied. Gu Lancheng watched the two of them lose their minds, but he just walked towards Xiao Xian and pacified her. If you like this lock, I'll find a way to get it from young Master Yan in the future. There's no need to lose your mind. Xiao Xian received Gu Lancheng's assurance and instantly broke into a smile. Lancelot, you must help me fight for it. Xiaomi looked at these two people expressionlessly. Xiao Xian's disillusionment was appeased by Gu Lancheng. However, her disheartened heart was unseen. I don't know when Yan Hongsheng walked out and stood in front of Xiaomi. Although he is young, but the elevation is very high. Long body stands in front of Xiaomi. Xiaomi just want to ignore him are difficult. She finally squeezed out a pale smile at him. Young Master Yan, congratulations, you got what you wanted. Yan Hongsheng held up the City of Circulation and said with a different meaning, you mean this thing? Ha, it's really not what I wished for, but what my sister wished for. My sister likes her, so I took it and gave it to her. The young Master Yan, who was right behind him, snorted. Yan Hongsheng, when did you drill out a sister? Yan Hongsheng looked at Zhou Miai with a smile. Xiaomi instantly understood Yan Hongsheng's intention in auctioning the City of Circulation. She stared in shock. Such an expensive item. He actually auctioned it off for her? But she doesn't get anything for nothing. Young Master Yan, this necklace means a lot to me. I would like to buy it from you. Of course I can't come up with that much money right now, however I'm willing to write you an IOU and pay it back over a lifetime. Xiaomi did not want to owe Yan Hongsheng a favor. Who knew that Yan Hongsheng winked wisely at Xiaomi and said, Xiaomi, since you want this necklace, come find me at my company some other day and make a deal with me. Zhou nodded like garlic. Gu Lancheng, however, crossed the line. He suddenly crossed in front of Xiaomi, trespassing and rejecting Yan Hongsheng on Xiaomi's behalf. Young Master Yan, my lady doesn't know how to do business. If you are interested in transferring this lock, I can negotiate a deal with you. I heard that young Master Yan is very interested in that piece of land in the east of the city. That piece of land in the east of the city is a hot project, and all the famous companies in the imperial capital had bid for it, and finally the Gu family won it. The Gu family has been holding on to the land for 2 years and has not developed it. Now that the east side of the city is thriving, the land in the east side of the city has naturally risen. What was originally a multi-billion-dollar plot of land has now gone up several times. Gu Lancheng's use of this land as bait was indeed a very tempting offer for businessmen. Xiaomi's bottom of the eyes immediately diffused out of apprehension. Businessmen do not go without profit. She really worried that Yan Hongsheng cannot afford the temptation to transfer the concentric locks to Gu Lancheng. She even shook her head pleadingly towards Yan Hongsheng in an attempt to stop him from agreeing to Gu Lancheng's deal. Xiao Xian added fuel to the fire. Young Master Yan, Mr. Gu asked you to join the project cooperation in the east of the city. You'll be able to earn a lot of money by then. You must seize this opportunity. It's too good to miss. Yan Hongsheng frowned. Xiao Xian's patronizing tone repulsed him. He looked down at Xiao Xian with a condescending disdain. Mr. Gu wanted to get this lot by all means, just to give it to Miss Xiao Xian, right? Gu Lancheng didn't admit it. After all, Xiao's sisters all want this necklace, but Gu Lancheng lost sight of the other, fulfilling her sister but chilling her own wife's heart. How to look at it is the behavior of a scum, but his silence was tantamount to giving an affirmative answer. Yan Hongsheng's words turned. I'm sorry, I can't really look at that piece of land in the east of the city. So Mr. Gu, I am choosing to make a deal with MS. Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng was stunned. Why? Gu Lancheng couldn't figure out what Yan Hongsheng could gain from doing business with Xiaomi even if he picked his brain. Yan Hongsheng put his mouth in front of Gu Lancheng. Mr. Gu, women are the best to cheat. Where did Gu Lancheng hear this sarcasm from Yan Hongsheng? He still had a stern face to persuade Yan Hongsheng. Young Master Yan, although Xiaomi is my Gu family's daughter-in-law, the Gu family will not take a single penny to give her business. If young Master Yan wants to win the Gu family's wealth through her, I think you'd better die of it. Chapter 56, His Favoritism, Tenderly Taken. Yan Hongsheng, however, was determined to win. Can't Mr. Gu see that? MS. Xiaomi is determined to win Cycle City, and I think she'll gladly accept any offer I make. Yan Hongsheng paused. Charming peach blossom eyes flashed with calculating light. It doesn't matter that she doesn't have any money. Once the deal is reached, her debt, naturally, will be transferred to you. After all, you and she are legally married. Gu Lancheng was so angry that his face was bloodless. He looked viciously at Yan Hongsheng, but catching a glimpse of his devilish smile, he knew that he couldn't stop Yan Hongsheng, so he simply shifted his spearhead to Xiaomi. It's a lot easier to control Zhou. After all, he ordered Zhou menacingly. I will not allow you to make a deal with him. Xiaomi didn't have a good face for Gu Lancheng. I want this concentric lock, at all costs, for sure. Gu Lancheng eyes diffuse a huge panic. You crazy? What do you take to trade with him? You have no money, no industry, except for a face that is barely good enough to look at. Gu Lancheng nearly roared. Xiaomi attacked her heart and said, Gu Lancheng, you're my husband, so can you help me buy the concentric lock back? Gu Lancheng glanced at Xiao Xian, his face showing difficulty. Xiaomi sneered. Since you as a husband are unwilling to fulfill your wife's wish, I will have to fight for it myself. As for what means I use, it's none of your business. After saying that, Xiaomi left without looking back. Gu Lancheng was furious. 3 days later, Zhou came to Yan's villa as promised. Yan Hongsheng sat in his study, gazing down at the concentric lock in his hand. A loving smile spread out under his eyes. The servant came to report to him, Young Master, Mrs. Gu is asking for an audience. The smile under Yan Hongsheng's eyes froze, and his voice was so cold that it could freeze a cow to death. Don't call her Mrs. Gu in the future. Just call her Miss Xiao. The servant was stunned. He really didn't understand how the young master had such a strange request. It was obvious that Miss Xiaomi was Gu Lancheng's wife. Yes, the servant could only compromise. Yan Hongsheng's tone was soothing. Invite her in. The maid answered and turned to go out. It didn't take long for the maid to lead Xiaomi into the study. Young master, Miss Xiao has arrived. Yan Hongsheng waved his hand at him. You go out first. I'm talking to MS Xiao about a business deal. No one is allowed to come in and disturb without my permission. Yes. The maid closed the door behind her back as she left. Yan Hongsheng stood up from his seat almost immediately. He walked to Xiaomi in 3 steps. His face that was tight and strict just now had been replaced with a smile at this moment. Sister. Xiaomi scrutinized him. Yan Hongsheng, who took off his suit jacket, was only wearing black suit pants and a white shirt, but his dark hair and pupils, paired with porcelain white skin, in addition to being cold and dusty, was really clean as an ink painting. Xiao Shang, you seem to have gotten a little taller. You're becoming more and more adult-like. I'm sure it won't be long before you'll be able to stand on your own. In the future, there will be fewer and fewer voices questioning you and denying you. Your days are finally getting better. Xiaomi was incomparably pleased. Yan Hongshang was already a head taller than Xiaomi. He stood in front of Xiaomi, pulling Xiaomi's hand over and pressing it against his face, using the petulance of a teenager. Sister, in front of you, I don't want to grow up. I want to receive your New Year's red envelopes every year, and on my birthday I can receive the beautiful clothes you made for me with your own hands. Xiaomi doted. Good. Sister hopes that Xiao Shang, until death, is a teenager. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before Yan Hongsheng handed her the prepared concentric lock. Why is sister so obsessed with this concentric lock? After all, the Xiaomi he understood was really someone who was indifferent to fame and fortune. Xiaomi got the concentric locks and her hands trembled with excitement. Xiao Shang, I have a secret that I can't tell. Don't ask. You'll naturally know when the opportunity arrives in the future. Yan Hongsheng sensitively changed the topic. Since sister likes this concentric lock, then I will give it to sister. Xiaomi looked up in shock, then shook her head violently. Xiao Shang, it's too expensive. I can't accept such an expensive gift from you. Yan Hongsheng forced it into Xiaomi's hand. Sister, don't worry. I won't do business at a loss. This $500 million, I will make Gu Lancheng return it to me with interest. Xiaomi said shakily, how could he possibly spend money for me? Yan Hongsheng smiled inscrutably. Sister, if he's not willing to pay back the money for you, then there's only one way for him to go, divorce you. Xiaomi woke up as if from a dream. Her ghostly black pupils blossomed with a long-lost, girlish innocence and carefree light. Little Shang, you're really doing me a big favor. She was filled with gratitude for Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng said, Sister, I promise you, I will definitely help you succeed in getting rid of Gu Lancheng's shackles. Xiaomi fished out a bank card from her bag and handed it over to Yan Hongsheng. Even if this 500 million Gu Lancheng doesn't help me share it, I can pay it off myself. Xiao Shang, this is my paycheck card with $90 million in it. In the future, all my earnings will be credited to it. I will definitely be able to earn enough 500 million to return them to you. Yan Hongsheng took the card and smiled a city-sized smile. You gave me all the money. Does this count as adopting me? Xiaomi's beautiful face floated out a touch of CI Wei. You've been a young master of yen for a few days, and you've learned all the debauchery of a playboy. Then he lamented. The value of you and me is already a world apart. Even if I had the intention to raise you, I'm only afraid that you no longer need it. Yan Hongsheng returned the card to Xiaomi, slightly angry. Sister, why should you and I calculate so clearly between us? You are my savior. I forbid you to be so polite with me, regardless of what happens to us in the future. The emotion we have from knowing each other in Weiwei is something that can't be measured with money. Don't say give you spend 500 million. In the future I earn money. Give you spend tens of billions of dollars. I am not heartache. Xiaomi stared at him blankly, a moistening welling up under her eyes. All she knows is that he will be a cold-blooded, ruthless, murderous, profitless mall lord in the future, without realizing that he had also been such a simple, knowing, good boy. What on earth forced him to become the dreadful Shirayama? Xiao Shang, sister really hopes that you will always be this simple and pure. Don't be that heartless lord of great wealth. Yan Hongsheng teased. Sister, the temptation of the mall is too great. It's inevitable that I'll lose my beginner's mind, but as long as sister is in my ear every day, I think I'll be able to keep my beginner's mind. Xiaomi nodded like garlic. Okay, don't mind me nagging you in the future. Yan Hongsheng's black pupils, however, suddenly became deep. Sister, you must live a long life in order to stay with me for a long time. Xiaomi froze. In her previous life, she was a short-lived ghost, but in this life, sealing her heart in absolute love, she was sure to live a long life. Don't worry, I'll be with you until my white head, Xiaomi said. Yan Hongsheng's eyes flowed with a smile. Aha! Chapter 57, The Secret of the Lock, The Couple's Centrifugation. After Xiaomi left, Yan Hongsheng ordered the maid, pour me a cup of green tea. The maid was stunned in place. Green tea? The noble young master never drank such cheap green tea. The servant thought he had misheard. Yan Hongsheng had a playful look under his eyes. I'll taste the flavor of green tea today. Oh, the maid scratched her head and left. Shortly after, the maid served a steaming cup of green tea. Yan Hongsheng sips the green tea. The flavor is really good. He had an intoxicated look on his face. The servant was incredulous. Should he tell the young master that green tea actually alludes to? But saw Yan Hongsheng took out his cell phone, unprecedentedly launched a circle of friends. The message is also special TT gas, women's money is really good. Then the strange operation came. He opened the circle of friends only to Gu Lancheng visible. It was as if the servant had eaten a pile of. His expression was truly incomprehensible. Originally thought that his own young master was young and innocent, but now it seems that he is 1,000 years of chatting. Darkness to the core. Gu family. When Xiaomi returned home, Gu Lancheng was sitting on the living room sofa, those eyes shooting out a light that could kill. He was tugging on his cell phone with one hand, just too hard, almost crushing it. You went to see Yan Hongsheng? Obviously. Yan Hongsheng's circle of friends he saw. Zhoumi ignored him, brushing past him and heading straight up the stairs. Gu Lancheng stood up abruptly, then pushed Xiaomi onto the sofa, his magnificent body pressing against her. His hand cupped her chin, forcing her to look up at him. Xiaomi, even if you sold yourself, Yan Hongsheng wouldn't be able to give you the $500 million concentric lock. You're really stupid. The next moment, however, he saw Xiaomi pull out the concentric lock from his neck, the city of cycles. His handsome face was stunned. Did he really give you the concentric lock? How is this possible? He remembered Yan Hongsheng's bragging in his circle of friends, and he looked incredulously askance at Xiaomi. How much did you give him? Zhoumi pushed him away angrily, then sat up straight. Don't you have any idea how much money I can have? Zhoumi laughed teasingly, but I promised him I'd be a cow for him from now on. Gu Lancheng instantly collapsed as he roared in anger. Xiaomi, you are my Gu Lancheng's wife, and you're using me for another man. You're humiliating me? Xiaomi fiddled with the concentric locks and smiled delicately. I worked as an ox for him. At least I got a heavenly benefit. Gu Lancheng, I worked as an ox for you. What benefits did I get besides losing my kidney? Gu Lancheng was speechless. Zhoumi pushed past him and strutted up the stairs. Gu Lancheng suddenly shouted at the top of his voice behind her. Xiaomi, I want you to terminate your deal with Yan Hongsheng. You returned the concentric lock to him. Xiaomi turned around slowly and pulled a random excuse. The sale agreement between Yan Hongsheng and I has already come into effect, so if I break the contract, I'll have to pay double the liquidated damages. Are you willing to pay $1 billion for me? Gu Lancheng was ashamed and angry. The shame was that he was so shy nowadays. How could he take out $1 billion? Anger was that Yan Hongsheng had counted Xiaomi so thoroughly. Stupid. Gu Lancheng insulted Xiaomi through clenched teeth. Xiaomi, however, said in a cloudy manner, Gu Lancheng, afraid of being dragged down by me, divorced me. Zhoumi, between us, there is only widowhood, not divorce. Back in the bedroom, Xiaomi took out the precious concentric lock and let it flow in the palm of her hand, and the bottom of her eyes gradually revealed a thick sadness. Mom, I know I'm dying. I heard everything you said to the doctor's aunt. Mom, I know you're sad and you can't let me go, but I will soon have to leave you. This concentric lock, I have been wearing it all the time, and now I am giving it to you, so let it keep Mom company for me. She couldn't stop crying. No, Mommy won't let you die. Never. Mom, don't be sad. I'll tell you a secret. Wearing this concentric lock you can have a lot of beautiful dreams. Oh, I dreamed that Mommy was with a beautiful uncle who loved and adored Mommy. Mommy, Daddy likes Auntie better than he likes us, so we don't want him anymore. We take back our love for him. You go to that pretty uncle. A pair of chubby little hands softly and feebly wiped her tear-wet face. She was, at that time, grieving against her will. Where was the extra mood to speculate on the child's strange words? So much so that the secret of the city of cycles was not discovered by her in time. Mother, you must wear the concentric lock around your neck, and never let it be tricked by Great Aunt Daddy. The child grabs the lock around her neck and tucks her into her mother's hands. The loss of life force caused her to radiate compassion in her final moments. It was a mercy not befitting a young age. She held her daughter tightly, but her daughter's breath was like quicksand held in her hand, losing a little bit of it uncontrollably. Ah, she said with a wail of agony. It was a dream. It was reality. And Zhoumi could no longer tell the difference. The parting that was engraved in her bones was like a mark carved into her bone marrow, and once it was awakened, every cell of her body ached and tore. Gu Lancheng suddenly heard a hissing sound coming from upstairs, and he frowned tightly. Then reluctantly, he stood up and took a big step towards the upstairs, pushing open the door to Zhoumi's room and catching a glimpse of Zhoumi curled up in the corner. He walked up to her and questioned somewhat unkindly, "What's the madness?" Zhoumi looked up at him. The scarlet in the bottom of her eyes gradually tinted with a strong huff. Gu Lancheng, however, only said that she was aggrieved outside. He even had a bit of a downer. Humph. Xiaomi, I've reminded you of this. A woman like you, who is neither smart nor rich, yet you presume to do business with Yan Hongsheng. Why? Were you bullied by him? He playfully pulled out a chair and sat in front of her, saying maliciously, "Tell me, how did he bully you? Hubby take revenge for you?" He didn't see the wind rising in the bottom of Xiaomi's eyes. Her eyes glaring at him had completely lost their usual gentleness, and abruptly, as if she had gone mad, she kicked and punched him. Gu Lancheng, I hate you. I hate you. You get the hell out of here. I never want to see you again. Gu Lancheng frowned. What's gotten into you? I didn't invite you to mess with you. Do you have the ability to go and settle the score with the person who bullied you? Zhou, don't think that just because I'm your husband that I should pay for your stupid behavior. Xiaomi went crazy and tore at him. Divorce? Gu Lancheng, I want to divorce you. Gu Lancheng pushed her away, and Zhou fell helplessly to the floor. Gu Lancheng disgustedly patted the place that had been touched by Xiaomi. Chapter 58, Bossy, teaching third sister a lesson. Zhou, look at your own ghostly appearance. Where is the dignity and decency of Mrs. Gu? You said that you neither have the exquisite appearance to support my facade, nor do you have the brains to take care of the business for me, and you also have to endlessly make a demon. Every day I really have fallen into 8 lifetimes of bad luck to marry you. Gu Lancheng roared up with scarlet eyes like a trapped beast. Zhou gradually regained her composure. She rose from the cold ground, her face barren, but beneath her calm exterior, there were waves within. I thought Gu Lancheng was just a love brain, and all his indifference to her was just because he didn't love her. I didn't realize that he didn't just not love her, he disliked her? Gu Lancheng, are you finally showing your false true colors? All that talk about you wanting to repay me for my kindness and be responsible for me for the rest of your life is all a lie. It's just a way to create a good image of a heavy-hearted persona out there. Xiaomi suddenly laughed weakly and softly. Oh, I'm so stupid. It took 2 lifetimes of living to recognize the true nature of his hut. Gu Lancheng, dragging me around without a divorce. Won't you be physically uncomfortable? Gu Lancheng's most sordid area of his heart was violated by Xiaomi. He was more often than not irritated. Xiaomi, you've gotten smarter. It's a pity that no matter what you do, I won't get a divorce. My Gu Lancheng's stature and reputation must not be destroyed by you. Gu Lancheng stumbled away after saying that. The corner of Zhoumi's mouth curled up slightly as she looked at his wretched back. Ridiculous, she Xiaomi although born humble, but the savage growth of her, not only has a white skin beautiful long legs, and the shopping mall and the thorns of the ruthlessness of the strength of the prince is not inferior to him on the shoulders of the giants. It is his dog's eyes cannot see her good, even dislike her? That night, Zhou lost sleep. Gu Lancheng is stalking her for a divorce, causing her a headache. It was the wee hours of the morning before Zhou, who couldn't keep up the sleepiness, fell into a shallow sleep. Half asleep, she vaguely heard Xiao Xian's voice. Lancheng, the city of circulation is a priceless treasure. If Yan Hongshang used $500 million to auction it off, he couldn't have easily transferred it to Xiaomi. Xiaomi must have promised Yan Hongshang heavenly favors to get the city of cycles. A woman who has nothing. What favor can she give Yan Hongshang? Gu Lancheng was disdainful. Lancheng, you and Yan Hongshang are business nemesis. If Xiaomi is bribed by Yan Hongshang, aren't you afraid that she will betray your business secrets? Gu Lancheng's conceited voice came out. Just buy her? Even if I put the company's trade secrets under her nose, she may not be able to read them. How can someone as stupid as her be qualified to be a spy? Zhou opened her eyes drowsily. Only the smile that roiled under them did not reach her eyes. Gu Lancheng, as her husband of 2 lives, but he didn't understand her at all. She established the Yisheng Hevyup Company. Just 1 year. Performance net income of tens of millions of dollars. People say she is a small business genius. Xiao Xian maliciously speculated. Xiaomi has never received parental love since she was a child, and her life is even more barren, and a poor girl like her can't afford to be tempted by material things. As long as Yan Hongshang gives her a little bit of warmth, she will definitely obey him. What's more, what Yan Hongshang gave her was a $500 million cycle city. I'm afraid she'll be bowing down to Yan Hongshang for the rest of her life. Gu Lancheng thought of his wife serving another man, and a wave of anxiety inexplicably floated up in his heart. The anger he poured out through his teeth nearly toppled the roof. I won't let her have another chance to touch another man. Xiaomi only felt ridiculous that Gu Lancheng thought she was a bird in a cage. How dare he want to control her interpersonal interactions? It was simply a fool's dream. Gu Lancheng's voice continued. Yan Hongshang is nothing but an uninitiated teenager. What is there to fear? The door creaked open and Zhou stood in the doorway holding her cell phone like a ghost. Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian's eyes flashed with panic. Xiao Xian hurriedly explained. Sister, don't misunderstand. Lancheng and I didn't do anything. We were merely chatting. A man and a woman in a room together in the middle of the night just to talk? Zhou pressed the shutter of her cell phone. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng only saw a look of contempt and disdain on Xiaomi's face. There was no jealousy and resentment as they had expected, and the two of them were both stunned. After all, if given the old Xiaomi, she would have made a scene whenever she saw Gu Lancheng getting too close to other women. Gu Lancheng fell into a state of disorientation. Xiao Xian, however, snapped back to her senses and reached for her phone. Xiaomi, who gave you permission to take pictures? Delete the photos. Her movements were so raw that Zhou was afraid she would hurt herself. so she obediently threw her cell phone to Xiao Xin. Anyway, she had just sent the picture to Gunpla with divine speed. Joshing took the phone and deleted the pictures from the camera as if she was relieved. Xiaomi wrapped her arms around herself and looked at Xiao Xin with a smirk. Sister, this is my home, so please get out of my home right now, because I don't welcome you. Xiao Xin paled. Me, how could you do this to me? She looked at Gu Lancheng daintily and said with pearly blossoms, Lancheng, since my sister dislikes me coming to the Gu family so much, I won't come in the future. Gu Lancheng viciously reprimanded Xiaomi. Xiaomi, it's not your turn to be in charge of this home, it's mine. My family's door will always be open to Xiao Xin. If you dare to make things difficult for your sister again, you'll get the hell out of here. Xiaomi laughed instead of being angry. Did you say this? Gu Lancheng, don't beg me to come back. With that, I turned and went inside, snapping the door shut. The slamming of the door shook the sky and scared Xiao Xin into a cowering ball. Gu Lancheng was in an extremely bad mood as he blackened his face. Lancelot, my sister is angry. What to do? Xiao Xin squeezed out a few tears. Gu Lancheng was full of concern. How long can she make a scene? How many times will she obediently return to me? Jazan broke into a laugh. Fair enough. She and Gu Lancheng walked downstairs snuggling. Jomi packed her bags, then headed downstairs with her suitcase. Parlor. Xiao Xin and Gu Lancheng looked at Xiaomi in dismay, and Xiao Xin was the first to speak. Xiaomi, stop it. Which time did you really want to leave Lancheng? The bottom of Gu Lancheng's eyes was a bit flustered. Xiaomi's departure from home last time had made Gu's father have a hard time with him. This time, her return to her old ways only made him more volatile. Xiaomi dragged her suitcase over to Gu Lancheng and threw him a point of divorce agreement. Gu Lancheng, you're not RMB. Not everyone can't leave you. If you really have the guts, you should sign this divorce agreement and let me go. From now on, you walk your sunny road and I walk my wooden bridge. Chapter 59, Inviting the King into the Jar. Battle of the Twins. Xiao Xin coldly reprimanded Xiaomi. Me, how can you insult Lancheng? Quickly apologize to Lancheng? Jomi's warm eyes abruptly blossomed into a deep hostility. Then caught off guard, they heard a violent thud in the air, immediately followed by Xiao Xion's miserable scream. Ah! Xiaomi almost used all her strength to fling Xiao Xion's slap as she glared at her with hatred. Xiao Xion, who do you think you are to me? Are you also worthy of governing me? Xiao Xion immediately jumped into Gu Lancheng's arms, calling and crying. Lancheng, I just wanted to educate my sister. I didn't expect her to misunderstand me so deeply. Jomi was speechless. Turning to leave, Gu Lancheng suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly. Xiaomi, apologize to your sister? Xiaomi glared at Gu Lancheng as if she was looking at an idiot. If your eyes are useless you can take them off and donate them. Can't you see that she's the one who owes a beating? Gu Lancheng said fiercely. She is the elder sister. She has the obligation to educate you. Xiaomi laughed back in anger and fought to break away from Gu Lancheng's hand. What kind of sister is she to me? She's just the enemy who took my kidney. Gu Lancheng, if you don't have the life of Emperor Shun, don't try to emulate Emperor Shun's role as Emperor Yi and Lady Ying. I'm afraid you're too blessed to carry it. Gu Lancheng vaguely saw a glint in Xiaomi's eyes, a murderous aura. He was stunned at that moment. How could Jomi hate him so much? It must be his delusion. Let go of me? You apologize first. The two men just faced each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Just then, the butler suddenly pushed the door in. Mr. Gu, the young master of the Yin family is visiting. Gu Lancheng unwillingly let go of Xiaomi's hand, but he didn't forget to boss her around. Go back to your room. Don't let young Master Yen watch and laugh at you. Jomi inquired of the butler. Which young Master Yen? Young master of the Yen family, the butler answered. Gu Lancheng's handsome face instantly turned iron. What is he doing here at this time? Speaking, a light wooden fragrance but has come to the face, like a fresh breeze, elegant fragrance, refreshing. In the next moment, the scenic young man was seen stepping into the hall with elegant steps. Gu Lancheng hung a hypocritical smile and said in a masculine manner, I didn't know that young Master Yen was visiting, so I'm sorry for the loss of a distant welcome, and I'm sorry for the loss of respect. Yen Hongsheng, however, did not even look at him, but walked straight to Xiaomi, his warm gaze falling to Xiaomi's face, and when he saw the 5 fingerprints, his horrified gaze instantly turned to Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin shuddered at the icy cold around him, and she shrank towards Gu Lancheng. You hit her? His voice was as cold as 1,000 years of ice. Xiao Xin spoke trembling. My sister was disrespectful to Lancheng. That's why I was thinking of disciplining her. After all, I'm her sister. Well, Yen Hongsheng coolly said. Sister? That's good. Your sister owes me a huge debt and you're helping her pay it back? Xiao Xin blanched in fear. She and I are just sisters by blood, but legally we are not related. If there's no relationship, what gives you the right to hit her? After saying this, Yen Hongsheng began to roll up his sleeves, his intentions obvious. This is to help Xiaomi fight back before being willing. Xiao Xian was scared to death. Gu Lancheng pulled Xiao Xian behind him. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Young Master Yan, this is my family matter. You're not qualified to interfere, are you?" Yan Hongsheng Ying Dao, Mr. Gu, those who know, when Xiaomi is Mrs. Gu, those who don't know, still think Xiao Xian is your wife. If Mr. Gu were in ancient times, he would be doting on his concubine and destroying his wife, and would be dipped in a piggy bank. Gu Lancheng held back his anger. Young Master Yan's hand has extended too far, to the point of meddling in my family affairs? It's not right, is it? Yan Hongsheng took out a document, drew out the agreement inside, shook it, and the contract opened. On it was the deed of sale that Xiaomi had signed with Yan Hongsheng. From now on, Zhoumi will have to work for me 24 hours a day, pay off the $1 billion debt. Her face is the face of my company. You guys break her face and this affects my Jinsho business. Do you still think I shouldn't be in charge of MS Xiao's affairs, Mr. Gu? Yan Hongsheng said quietly. Gu Lancheng cried and laughed. Ridiculous. Young Master Yan wouldn't be ignorant of labor laws, would he? Even if Xiaomi signed a long-term contract with you and has to work for you for the rest of her life, but her daily working hours, according to the labor law, are only 8 hours at most. Gu Lancheng hadn't finished speaking when Yan Hongsheng turned the document's supplemental agreement over. He saw that it said that Xiaomi had voluntarily worked overtime, and that the overtime costs were doubled in accordance with the labor law. There was also Xiaomi's signature and handprint on it. Yan Hongsheng carefully put away the contract, then looked at Gu Lancheng with a smile. If Mr. Gu wants to redeem Mrs. Huey's contract of sale, then pay me 10 times the amount of liquidated damages as agreed. Gu Lancheng was so angry that his face was like snow. He glared at Xiaomi with hatred. Stupid. I've reminded you long ago. Doing business with him, you'll lose money in a bag. Xiaomi was stunned by Yan Hongsheng's thorough preparation. This dripping calculation, worthy of being the future crown prince. She was half flustered. Instead she stared at Gu Lancheng with a sneer. Gu Lancheng, you either take the money to ransom for me, or divorce me. I don't need to be in charge of the debts I owe. Gu Lancheng grimaced. Zhoumi could not hide her inner turmoil as she watched the look of relief under his eyes. Her intuition told her that Gu Lancheng had the idea of getting rid of her as a burden. Yan Hongsheng said quietly, Xiaomi, today is the time for you to officially go to work. Come with me. Xiaomi followed Yan Hongsheng and left the Gu family. After Xiaomi left, Gu Lancheng went limp on the sofa. Xiao Xian comforted Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, my sister followed Yan Hongsheng, and was counted by Yan Hongsheng to be in debt. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will involve your Gu family. Gu Lancheng snorted coldly. How can I sit back and wait for death? Xiao Xian followed his mind and said, why don't you just divorce me? Gu Lancheng fell into a terrible silence. A flash of remorse shot out from his eagle pupils. When he had first bid against the bidding for the city of circulation, he had only thought that he would either win the concentric locks and give them to Xiao Xian to make her happy, or he would raise the price to consume Yan Hongsheng's liquid capital. Who had thought that Yan Hongsheng would swing him the other way? And now he was using Zhoumi's stupidity to roast him on the stove. He has only two choices today, either to compensate for Zhoumi's $10 billion of huge liquidated damages, or to divorce Zhoumi to save his own ass. Yan Hongsheng's move was really a wonderful one. Gu Lancheng was heartily impressed with Yan Hongsheng. Xiao Xian, however, flattered. Lancheng, Yan Hongsheng is so young, where is your opponent? But it's just Xiaomi dragging you down. At the mention of Xiaomi, Gu Lancheng's face sank again. Zhoumi, you made me do it. Surprise blossomed under Xiao Xian's eyes. The other side. Xiaomi sat in Yan Hongsheng's phantom, her face sullen and her gaze bleak as she looked out the car window. Yan Hongsheng's hand suddenly touched her red and swollen face. His warm voice mixed with heartache. Sister, I'm sorry I'm late. You've been wronged. Chapter 60, he's the boss. She's the secretary. Xiaomi turned her head and said with great charm, Xiao Sheng, you came just in time. After you made such a fuss, Gu Lancheng should finally make up his mind to divorce me. Yan Hongsheng said, I'm afraid it's not that optimistic. The prince clearly loves your sister deeply, but he is dead set against divorcing you. He fell into hesitation. Xiaomi realized with hindsight that Yan Hongsheng didn't know anything about men and women, and she was really desperate when she complained to him. Who knew that Yan Hongsheng showed his maturity beyond his years as he continued his dissection? Sister, Gu Lancheng is a businessman. For him, the maintenance and dissolution of a marriage has nothing to do with feelings. What he values is profit. Choosing to maintain a marriage with you, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. That's all. Zhoumi was confused. I'm nothing but worthless straw trash in his eyes. What use does he have in keeping me? Yan Hongsheng said, people who stand on high ground will never allow a stain to appear on them. You are his white moonlight lifesaver. He married you in the first place in order to repay you. And now divorcing you will only result in a bad reputation of crossing the river and breaking the bridge. And he is more afraid that someone will recognize his vile behavior of cheating marriage and counting on a weak woman. Once the butterfly effect starts, he will lose his reputation. Xiaomi's eyes instantly brightened up. If she could make Gu Lanchang lose his reputation, she would have no regrets in this life. He's a cunning old fox. How could he put himself behind bars? Yan Hongxing's eyes became deeply secluded. Sister, don't worry. Even if he is a 1,000-year-old fox, then I am a 10,000-year-old demon. If he plays chatty with me, then I'll make him lose. Even though Xiaomi didn't know what kind of intellectual triumph Yan Hongxiang had, she just believed that he could defeat Gu Lanchang for no reason. Shang, luckily there's you. Xiaomi's gratitude to Yan Hongxiang was as great as it could be. Yan Hongxiang, however, was heartbroken. Sister, I'm going to have to ask you to put on this show next. Make him have to choose between compensating the debt and divorce. Xiaomi immediately entered the scene. Young Master Yan, my contract of sale is on you. I will be at your disposal in the future. Yan Hongxiang crowed. That's going to aggravate my secretary Qiao. The two men smiled at each other. Xiaomi knew that it would be hard to end her divorce lawsuit with Gu Lanchang for a while, but she couldn't afford to waste her career, so she was going to get serious about her career next. Xiao Shang, I want to transfer the brand I founded in Milan, A Lifetime of You, to the Imperial City. She stared into Yan Hongxing's eyes, her gaze clear and serious. I want to cooperate with you. I want to cooperate with you? She knew what kind of existence Yan Hongxiang would become in the near future, so she didn't hesitate to make an additional condition. The money earned, the big head will be given to you. Yan Hongxiang froze and said, a lifetime with you? Yixing has you? He suddenly guffawed. How does sister want to cooperate? Xiaomi knew that Yan Hongxiang possessed amazing business acumen, and being close to him was tantamount to finding a long-term meal ticket. She bottomlessly lowered her benefits. Xiao Shang, I am MS, Jasmine's first disciple, and I can serve as the company's design director, and the market development piece, I'll leave it to you. As for the profit, I'll take 10% of it. Yan Hongxiang leaned forward, evilly said, Sister, Yisheng have you in my name. That profit why divides so clearly? The proceeds are all yours. I give you as a legal representative. All the risks, I bear for you. Zhoumi froze. She couldn't help but reach out and rub his head. Don't think I picked up an era to bring home in the first place. Yan Hongxiang laughed aloud. Yan Hongxiang sent Xiaomi to an elegant villa, and when he helped Xiaomi out of the car, a team of paparazzi came from somewhere to click and shoot at them. In a hurry, Xiaomi in turn assisted Yan Hongxiang. Her face was unusually tense, and she was worried that the unscrupulous press was catching on and writing nonsense about her relationship with Shang. She was already notorious and didn't care about adding insult to injury, but Xiao Shang's reputation was at stake. Yan Hongxiang took in Xiaomi's subtle changes, and he lamented her exquisite heart. He sternly looked at those paparazzi, obviously only 18 years old, but those eyes are particularly dark and heavy. Yan Shirui, this dog. He is so anxious to give himself to make the Yin family heir to the bureau? Xiaomi wondered. Now we are the ones who are caught by him. Xiao Shang, if Yan Shirui uses the excuse to make things difficult for you, do you have a countermeasure? Yan Hongxiang said, Sister, don't worry about me. It's easy to deal with someone like Yan Shirui who has no brain circuits. Zhoumi breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what Yan Hongxiang said, she believed him. Yan Hongxiang placed Xiaomi in his private villa, and gunpowder had long been waiting in the villa to greet Xiaomi. Later Yan Hongxiang returned home, but was called to the study by Master Yan. Elder Yan's anger flared. I heard your brother say that you've kept Mrs. Gu captive, and therefore offended Gu Lanchang? Yan Hongxiang disdainfully glanced at Yan Shirui next to him, the corner of his lips hooking out a touch of sarcasm. The information is quite good, faster than a pigeon. Looks like I'll have to make good use of you as a carrier pigeon in the future. Yan Shirui choked. Yes, Grandpa. Yan Hongxiang replied frankly to Elder Yan. Master Yan was very disappointed in him, and he warned him again seriously. You're new to society, yet you've set up a formidable enemy. It is really unwise. Yan Hongxiang said blandly, Grandfather, sooner or later, Yan Shirui and I will have to duke it out. Master Yan revealed a surprised look. Yan Hongxiang's age-inappropriate ambition made him feel terrified, but never now. Feeling that his grandson was being obstinate, Elder Yan stormed out, interrupting Yan Hongxiang's words. Turn around and you will send Mrs. Gu back. I disagree. Yan Hongxiang's skin was full of rebels. Master Yan raised an eyebrow. I've heard that Mrs. Gu is a good-looking but useless strawbag. Even Gu Lanchang treats her with great contempt. What are you doing by keeping her? Yan Hongxiang laughed. Grandfather, the whole picture is unknown without comment. Master Yan narrowed his eagle pupils. What do you mean? Yan Hongxiang said. Grandpa, just wait and see. Xiaomi will soon shine, and then you'll know she's priceless. Master Yan froze when he saw the resolute expression on his grandson's handsome face. After weighing the pros and cons, Master Yan admonished, if she has a belly full of stunning splendor, then there is no harm in you keeping her. Just don't aggravate the conflict between you and Gu Lancheng. Yan Hongsheng said. Don't worry, Grandpa, I can prioritize. Master Yan nodded. That would be best. Chapter 61, Formal Divorce. Every cent counts. Jomi transferred the divorce solely to the law firm while she turned her energies to the creation of her new brand. These days, she runs the market every day during the day, mastering the raw material market of the imperial capital, mastering the printing and dyeing technology of the imperial capital, and also observing the dress of all kinds of passers-by on the street. Then at night, she sat down under a desk lamp and began to draw her designs, a design that just jumps off the page. So day after day, time surprisingly passed in March. Jormi drew hundreds of designs. Yan Hongsheng can be very important to her design drawings, almost full adoption, all the design money into the volume of the factory, fainting and busy for 3 months, hard to forget about the divorce. On the contrary, it was Gu Lancheng's side that couldn't hold back. On this day, Gu Lancheng was partying with his friends. Jomi was obviously not present at this party, but she was the talk of the town. Lancheng, I heard that sister-in-law followed that brat Yan Hongsheng. She wouldn't really be hurt by your merciless path this time and be determined to separate from you, would she? Gu Lancheng smoked a cigarette. The smoke blurred his face, and his expression became obscure and hard to recognize emotions. Xiao Xian said, how can she leave Lancheng? She is more loyal to Lancheng than a dog. However, when she moves, she loves to perform this trick of trying to escape. She is trying to get Lancheng's attention. Only, Lancheng was speechless to her demonizing. She can do whatever she likes, as long as she doesn't disgrace and discredit Lancheng. The silent Yan Shirue suddenly interjected. Lancheng, I really don't understand. You don't like her anyway, why can't you divorce her? Xiao Xian has also waited for you for so long. It's time to give Xiao Xian an explanation. Gu Lancheng was silent. Xiao Xian looked at Gu Lancheng. His silence soured her, even though her eyes were moist. But she still pretended to be generous. With this body, I'm afraid I can't get pregnant. Halfway through her sentence, everyone was silenced. Everyone understood that with a big family like the Gu family, and Gu Lancheng being the heir of the Gu family, there was no way he would marry a woman who couldn't have children. That's pretty much the unanswerable question. Gu Lancheng lit a cigarette and inhaled fiercely, then very gently pacified Xiao Xian. I don't mind if you can have a child or not. It's so hard to give birth to a child, and I can't let you suffer. The reason why Xiaomi and I are not divorcing has nothing to do with you. Another voice doggedly echoed Gu Lancheng. That's right. Lancheng loves sister Xiao Xian so much. Why would he mind if sister Xiao Xian can't have children? Besides, even if sister Xiao Xian's body is weak and she can't bear children, then brother Gu can have a few more children with Xiaomi, when the time comes to go to the mother's ion. So that sister Xiao Xian directly rose to become a mother. Lancheng also has an account to the Gu family. Xiao Xian's eyes instantly lit up as she excitedly grabbed Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, if you really like children, why don't you have a child with Xiaomi? Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. His gaze couldn't help but go to the screen of his cell phone. For 3 whole months, Jomi hadn't even reached out to him even though he was in the imperial capital. Does she still love him? Still willing to give him children? Gu Lancheng's heart inexplicably felt unsteady. When the party ended, Gu Lancheng texted Xiaomi, let's meet. Jomi's text was returned to him a day later. Talking about divorce matters? If it's not about the divorce, I guess we don't have to see each other anymore. When Gu Lancheng saw the text message, he was so angry that he smashed his phone against the wall, thinking of the old Jomi, kneeling and licking him like a pug. Now she had become the flower of the high ridge, and it was so hard for him to see her. What's with the reversal of status between them? Jomi's shapely face sank as she looked at the phone that had become silent. At this point in time, Gu Lancheng surprisingly still didn't want a divorce, but she didn't want to spend her great youth on him. Xiaomi decided to give Gu Lancheng a strong dose of medicine. She finds Joker, the gold medal attorney who is representing her in the divorce case, and gives him all the information she has prepared for the divorce. In here is a high level of debt that I incurred during the marriage. These are the evidence of Gu Lancheng's transfer of assets within the marriage. These are proof that Gu Lancheng cheated on Xiao Xian within his marriage. These are the evidences of Gu Lancheng's cold violence against his wife after marriage. Joker, please tell me, with all this evidence, can I get a smooth divorce? Joker looked at her fixedly. You hold so much on him that you could win this case by hiring a trainee lawyer, let alone me? Jomi froze. I'll wait for your good news then. Gu Lancheng had wanted to chill Jomi for a while, but the lawyer on Xiaomi's side vociferously approached him. Mr. Gu, I'm Joker, the lawyer representing Xiaomi in the divorce case, and I'd like to talk to you. Gu Lancheng just finished the morning meeting. Because of the recent performance by Yan Hongsheng's new company suppressed head-to-head, his mood is very down. See the lawyer Joker, immediately fire up. I don't have time. He refused stiffly. Joker was not angry or annoyed, and said in a gentle manner, Mr. Gu, you'd better take a look at Miss Chiao's proposed divorce agreement before you say anything. Joker handed Gu Lancheng the divorce agreement. Gu Lancheng stuck his hands in his pockets and squinted at the divorce agreement with a cold face. What's there to see? Flip-flopping and not caring is the old trick of a broken relationship and her willingness to clean house. Joker laughed. This time is different. Mr. Gu will definitely find a surprise. Gu Lancheng sniffed and opened the agreement with a sense of curiosity. It was only the content of the divorce agreement that shook his pupils. Not only did Zhou not ask for a clean slate this time, but she lionized him by taking half of his fortune. A fool's dream. Gu Lancheng snorted. Joker professionally gave Gu Lancheng a popularization. Mr. Gu, according to the provisions of the Civil Code, income such as wages, bonuses, and remuneration for labor services obtained by a husband and wife during their marriage, as well as the proceeds from production, business, and investment practices are all part of the couple's common property. Gu Lancheng said, before I married her, I did a premarital property notarization. As for my income after marriage, I'm a moonlighter. Joker laughed. If the men of the world follow Mr. Gu's example, I'm afraid that the women of the world would rather be single than married. The human race should then become extinct. Gu Lancheng's face was ugly. He knew himself that his reckoning with Zhou was dishonorable. Rich families protect their assets, but no rich man is a dime a dozen like he is. Joker said, Mr. Gu, although you didn't manage to create a single cent of wealth for Miss Zhou during the duration of your marriage with her, but Mr. Gu must share 50% of the huge debt that Miss Zhou owed after your marriage. Joker handed over the bill, and Gu Lancheng looked at the long list of bills as his brain began to pound. Chapter 62, Exposing Junior. Mr. Gu begs for peace. He had never imagined that Xiaomi would be so good at losing money. In addition to the huge debt owed to Yan Hongsheng, there was also her spending on various luxury items over the past few years, which amounted to more than $1 billion. Gu Lancheng's heart was like a clear mirror as he gritted his teeth and held on. She thinks I'll divorce her because she created so much debt? Joker followed the order of things. Mr. Gu, if you don't agree to divorce by agreement, then Miss Chiao can only sue for divorce. Gu Lancheng snorted. Suing for divorce? With his financial resources, what would Zhou have to fight her with? He could drag it out until the day she died. Joker held up the thick information. Mr. Gu, it's better to read about Miss Chiao's preparations for the divorce. Gu Lancheng took the information, seeing the photocopied photos, or the intimate contact between him and Xiao Xian that went beyond friends. There were also tons of photos of Xiao Xian going in and out of his bedroom. There were even all the bills of his spending for Xiao Xian. Originally he consciously these years, careful words and deeds, abide by the marriage, and Xiao Xian absolutely no misdemeanor. But too many of his and Xiao Xian day and night intimate photos emerged, but still nakedly exposed his favoritism towards Xiao Xian, and to his own wife Xiaomi. It seems obviously cold a lot. Gu Lancheng held this information, his blood nearly being exasperated backwards. Xiaomi, I really underestimated you. Joker added more firewood. Mr. Gu, Miss Chiao said that if Mr. Gu drags his feet and doesn't get divorced, then she'll publish the information on her social media platform. At that time, she'll also go live and personally tell the general public how the prince cheated on his marriage. Fraudulent marriage? A flash of panic welled up under Gu Lancheng's eyes. She actually thinks that? Joker scowled. Isn't it? I'm afraid anyone reading this information would think so. Gu Lancheng's palms suddenly broke out in sweat as he struggled to maintain his surface calm. Go back and tell her to wait for my news. Joker nodded and left. Gu Lancheng returned home in a state of disorientation, and he didn't know how long it took for his messy head to find a trace of his own consciousness. He pulled his lips up into a bitter smile, probably not expecting to be driven to such a state of panic by Zhou one day. Xiaomi, a straw man with nothing to offer, had become so sophisticated. She had endured the humiliation of returning to the Gu family in order to get evidence of him cheating on her with Xiao Xian. How could he be oblivious? Gu Lancheng was an incomparable feather lover, but Xiaomi had a deep collection of tokens and arrows that could strip him of his feathers. For the first time, Gu Lancheng was in awe of Xiaomi. At the moment, though, he had a lucky feeling that Zhou was kind, and that if he said something nice to her, maybe she'd leave him alone. For the first time, Gu Lancheng took the initiative to call Xiaomi with honesty and sincerity from the bottom of his heart. When the phone was connected, Xiaomi's first words were, Gu Lancheng, have you decided to get a divorce? Divorce, divorce, divorce again. Gu Lancheng didn't know why she was so insistent on getting a divorce. He was very tired and said, we're not getting a divorce. Let's live a good life. In the future, I will return to my family and take on the responsibilities that a husband should have. As for Xiao Xian, I will keep my distance from her in the future. Zhou was speechless. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, she heard Gu Lancheng say again, if you really don't like me getting so close to your sister, I can send your sister abroad and never see her again. How? Xiaomi rolled her eyes. What did you do earlier? Gu Lancheng, late deep love is cheaper than grass. Zhoumi hung up the phone. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. He's been so compromised. And Zhoumi is insisting on a divorce? Xiaomi turned her hand and forwarded the recording of Gu Lancheng's whispered plea for peace to Xiao Xian. Then she sent her a very vicious sentence. Sister, it turns out that you are not so important to Gu Lancheng. In front of interests, he can abandon you just the same. What should I do? Sister, do you think I should get back together with Lancheng? Xiao Xian was a bit puzzled by the message sent by Xiaomi. However, when she clicked on the recording and listened to the conversation between Gu Lancheng and Xiaomi, her face instantly became as white as rice paper. Gu Lancheng actually wants to cut off his contact with her in order to get back together with Xiaomi? She was a doddering flower, and without Gu Lancheng, she simply couldn't survive. Her health was so bad that she needed a lot of money to cure her illness, and only by relying on Gu Lancheng did she have the money to renew her life. Her dad's little Thai company. It also needed Gu Lancheng's bounty to barely get by. Xiao Xian trembled as she picked up her cell phone, dropping her pride for the first time and pleading with Xiaomi. Me, what the hell did you do to Lancheng? It's nothing. It's just that I sent him the photos of his marital cheating and the evidence of his marital transfer of assets. The prince was afraid that his despicable behavior of cheating on his marriage would be recognized, so he begged me to death not to divorce him, Xiaomi said in a cloudy voice. Xiao Xian was so scared that her face was ashen, but at the same time, she hated Xiaomi for doing too much. Me, if you do this, you'll ruin him. Zhoumi stopped ignoring her. Ridiculous, she was going to ruin him, and Jiazhen. This pair of dogs had caused her daughter to die so tragically. And the point of her rebirth was to avenge her daughter's death. And how can you possibly have mercy on this scummy couple? Xiao Xian probably had too many mood swings, and her newly recovered body became abnormal again. The next day, Xiao Xian was hospitalized. She knows how to hold a man so well that she posted a photo of her hospitalization in her circle of friends, writing miserably, "In this life, it's probably going to be a lonely, lingering life." Seeing the woman he loved so emaciated, Gu Lancheng couldn't hold back again and made a condolence call to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian complained to Gu Lancheng on the phone, telling Gu Lancheng all about what Xiaomi had said and done. At the end, she said, "Lancheng, don't worry about me. I don't want to drag you down," she said. "It's not easy for you to come this far." Her generosity and tolerance set off Zhoumi's increasingly small-mindedness. Gu Lancheng's heart did not hesitate to favor Xiao Xian when he compared the two compartments. Xiaomi didn't give Gu Lancheng time to think. The next day she posted the photo of Gu Lancheng taking care of Xiao Xian in the hospital room to her friend circle. P.S. My husband is in the hospital unclothed taking care of his white moonlight. Should I be jealous? There was an immediate uproar. The comments section towered over many strangers who stood on the moral high ground to abuse Gu Lancheng. Geez, if this man can't forget his first love, why did he get married later? Isn't that delaying the current one? What a disgusting couple. I hope all the mistresses who deliberately destroy other people's families do not end up well. Those who fail to be true to their hearts are expected to swallow silver needles. No wonder this woman is seriously ill. Is this what she gets for destroying someone's family? What's more, they began to maliciously brainstorm a big love drama between Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. Could it be that back then White Moonlight had cancer and quietly left the country so as not to delay the man? Now the man has gained power and married a new wife. But Bai Yueguan came back to sell her misery, crying that she was forced to break up back then. The man chooses his old love between his new love and his old love. The real plot is that the White Moonlight god is not cancer. After all, so many years did not die. The hero fell for the deception only to realize that the White Moonlight is poisonous, or the original match is good. But the original match is not used to him anymore. After all, the late deep love than grass. So the original mate finally stepped in to tear this pair of scummy men and women? The owner's sister is so valiant. We all support you. Dump the scum. Sister is only beautiful. Zhoumi, I was busy. Thanks for all the support, cuties. I'm going to clock out for work today and continue storming my sad marriage history tomorrow. Chapter 63, Step by Step. Mr. Gu breaks down. Gu Lancheng borrowed his monstrous power and blocked Xiaomi's account in a swift manner. However, Xiaomi the next day and quickly launched a new number. This time she not only exposed her kidney donation report for Xiao Xian, but also the cause and effect of a few strokes outlined, young and uneducated. Thought that the man's oath is a rock without transfer. Who knows that later on, the kidney is gone, the love is also gone. No, I should say that love does not exist from the beginning. It is my naivety. Perhaps the topic was hot enough, and soon the comments section was flooded with many more. The man was so many years older than the owner and the owner was still very young and hadn't gone through the social beatings. So she believed the man's bull asterisk promises so easily. The man is so hateful. After he got the kidney, he got bored with the White Moonlight and cold violence his wife. I'm sure the man was counting on the poor owner from the beginning. Geez, isn't that a blatant marriage scam? What a venomous man. Please God, let me never meet a man like that in my life. Man suspected of scamming building owner's organ. When Gu Lancheng saw these comments, he was shocked and scared, and he was even more furious. Zhou was like a cockroach that couldn't be beaten and a weed that couldn't be burned. Was she not going to stop until she made him infamous? The good thing is, Zhou hasn't popped his name yet. There is still room for him to redeem himself. Zhou, however, did not give him more time. She made an official announcement on the public platform. If you still want to be a shrinking violet, then your true identity will be exposed tomorrow. Although this sentence did not name Gu Lancheng, those who were familiar with Gu Lancheng knew that Xiaomi was laying down the gauntlet to Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng knew that if he dragged on, everything he had worked so hard for would collapse. He thought, divorce is divorce. This is what Xiaomi wants and what he begs for. However, Gu's father suddenly visited Gu Lancheng's small home. He had just sat down on the sofa and was kicking and pointing. Lancheng, your daughter-in-law is out there corrupting your reputation, and you're just going to let her go on with her nonsense? Gu Lancheng's lips quirked, but he didn't know how to explain. He couldn't truthfully tell Gu's father that he was the one who had driven Zhou, who loved him with all her heart and eyes, into this state. In the end, he evaded the issue and said, she just used these means to force me to divorce. Dad, I want a divorce. Gu's father, however, hated him and accused him. Divorce? When you first took Xiaomi's kidney, I warned you that what you owed Xiaomi could never be repaid in this lifetime. Now you want to divorce her. Do you want to sit on the fact that you are ungrateful and have crossed the river? Gu Lancheng said, but if I don't get a divorce, Xiaomi won't stop. Subsequently, she will expose more privacy that is unfavorable to me. Gu father was so angry that he grabbed the ashtray on the coffee table and threw it at Gu Lancheng. The ashtray hit Gu Lancheng's forehead and blood flowed. Gu's father was furious. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. You and that Xiao Xian should have cut off their relationship a long time ago. Gu Lancheng did not dare to wipe the blood and hung his head to listen to the reprimand. Dad, I know it's wrong. Gu's father saw that he had a good attitude in admitting his mistakes, and after all, he was his own son, and his heart softened. He gave him tips. Women are easy to coax. As long as you help Xiaomi pay off her debt, she will soften her heart and reconnect with you. And then, you and Zhou hurry up and have a baby. A woman has a child to hold on to, so she won't be so casual about filing for divorce. Gu Lancheng said. Yes. Gu's father took the initiative to lift the financial sanctions against Gu Lancheng in order to allow him to successfully navigate through this crisis. The first time Gu Lancheng got the money, the first time he contacted Yan Hongsheng. Young Master Yan, I would like to talk to you about the issue concerning the debt between my wife and you. Yan Hongsheng was sitting at the bar of the clubhouse, endowed with the wild and unrestrained behavior of a teenager, and some equally arrogant and conceited teenagers were talking about the ideals of life. Yan Hongsheng responded cheerfully, I'm at the bar, come over now. He shared the location with Gu Lancheng. It didn't take long for Gu Lancheng to arrive. Pushing the door in, what met his eyes was Yan Hongsheng. He was lazily leaning on the back of the sofa, seemingly drunk and slightly intoxicated, and his wife, Zhou, was waiting attentively on the side. She drew a tissue and tenderly wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, and thoughtfully put his jacket on him in case he caught a cold. Her movements were very skillful, as if taking care of Yan Hongsheng was a regular occurrence. Gu Lancheng came in for a long time, but Xiaomi acted as if she hadn't seen him, and simply ignored him as if he were air. Gu Lancheng's face paled and his body stumbled. His fists clenched momentarily, his nails nearly pinching into the cracks. Zhou, what are you doing here? He reprimanded in a low voice. Xiaomi ignored him, but the colleague next to her explained for Gu Lancheng. Prince, don't you know? Miss Qiao is Hongsheng's personal assistant. Taking care of Hongsheng is just her job. Gu Lancheng then realized that today's Xiaomi was different. Xiaomi is wearing a white shirt and black suit pants today, setting off her slim figure in a graceful and valiant manner. It was very elegant and intellectual, a very competent look for a woman in the workplace. Gu Lancheng was slightly lost in thought. He had never seen such a capable and sensible Xiaomi before. It was actually a bit glowing. He didn't look away for a moment. Yan Hongsheng's drunken pupils narrowed. Prince, I don't accept installment payments. Gu Lancheng was stunned. Yan Hongsheng had auctioned off the city of circulation for $500 million, only to turn around and sell it to Xiaomi at double the price. Another 100 times the breach of contract was instituted to bind Xiaomi. Truly the ruthless gouging of a capitalist played to perfection. Young Master Yan, you're making money faster than a money printing machine. Aren't you afraid that you'll consume your blessings too soon and have a hard time for the rest of your life? Gu Lancheng said in a conspiratorial manner. Yan Hongsheng laughed. I'll take it that the crown prince is complimenting me. Gu Lancheng bargained. $1 billion, I'll give it to you. The city of cycles, you give it back to me. Yan Hongsheng said. Circular City is already owned by Secretary Chow, and she has the final say on whether or not to sell it to Mr. Gu. Jomi looked at him slyly. You know, the City of Cycles, I'll take it. I advise you that you'd better not hit the City of Cycles. Gu Lanqing's handsome face surfaced with a touch of huff. Xiao Mi, since I'm paying for it, then this Cycle City should belong to me. Those who are eager to make peace forget that husband and wife are one. Xiao Mi straightened her spine and exited again. Her voice could not hide her dislike for Gu Lanqing. She said coolly and quietly, Gu Lanqing, then you should just die. I won't do this deal. Gu Lanqing was furious. Xiao Mi, I've helped you pay off your huge debt. So what if you let me have this broken lock? Xiao Mi suddenly mourned and laughed out loud. He, Gu Lanqing, you're trying to take this lock to please your white moonlight, right? All that talk about severing ties with Xiao Xin and sending her abroad was just a perfunctory attempt to get through to me, wasn't it? Gu Lanqing looked hamstrung. Eyes flickered. Jomi, I said, it's a good thing I didn't believe you a long time ago. Chapter 64, she thinks he's dirty and can't make peace with him. Gu Lanqing hastily defended. It's just a broken lock, so what's wrong with giving it to your sister? You know that your sister's health is not good, and her life may stop at any time. Consider it a good deed and fulfill her wish. Jomi, this is the last time I help her. Think of it as me begging you to be understanding, okay? Jomi stared at him with an expressionless face. At this moment, she deeply suspected that Gu Lanqing probably knew the true use of the City of Circulation. Xiao Mi stared into his eyes and said, Gu Lanqing, you love her, so you want to give her the best in the world. But what makes you think that I, Xiao Mi, would want a man who has other women in his heart? Gu Lanqing, I think you're dirty. Gu Lanqing's pupils trembled. I couldn't get a word in edgewise. Xiao Mi turned his head to Yan Hongsheng and said, Young Master Yan, I'll pay back the 1 billion myself. Can you give me some more time? Yan Hongsheng said generously, Secretary Qiao, I am a man of integrity. Since I signed an open-ended contract with you, you can pay me back at any time. However, Yan Hongsheng looked wickedly askance at Gu Lanqing. If Secretary Qiao does not pay off his debt even to the point of death, then your corpse will have to belong to me. The provocative tone made Gu Lanqing's heart very upset. The corner of Xiao Mi's lips pulled a helpless bitter smile. Xiao Shang was childish in the end. How could Gu Lanqing care less about her corpse? How can you be kind to her in death when you were never kind to her in life? Don't worry, whether in life or in death, this remnant of my body is at your disposal. Jomi said. Yan Hongsheng was delighted. Secretary Qiao, then we have a deal. You can't break the contract. Jomi said. I won't. Gu Lanqing's strong pride and self-esteem was trampled underfoot and ravaged by Yan Hongsheng, and a bruise spread in his heart. Jomi, don't forget you're my wife. How can you leave your body in the hands of another man? Jomi said decisively, not anytime soon. Then she took Yan Hongsheng's hand and left without looking back. Gu Lanqing was dumbfounded and mortared in place as he chewed on Xiao Mi's words. What did she mean? 2 days later he was in the clear. He received a copy of the divorce proceedings from the court, and in that instant it was as if all the veins in his body were going to explode, and he was so angry that his blood ran backwards and his body was in a constant state of weightlessness. He had always thought that Jomi's messy divorce was nothing more than an attempt to take back what he had put in Jazin's mind, not a real desire for a divorce. Seeing the divorce proceedings, he knew Jomi was for real this time. He took out the divorce proceedings and read them patiently and carefully. When he read the reason for divorce, his heart sank. Xiao Mi in the reasons for divorce column, filled in the pre-marriage. After the marriage performance contrast is large, the relationship is difficult to maintain, cannot continue to live together. Gu Lanqing's mind traveled back to the bits and pieces of his and Xiao Mi's time together before and after their marriage. Before they got married, he was quite patient with her. After all, he had begged her to provide a kidney to Qiao Xin, and he felt about guilty in his heart, so he treated her gently. He would dine with her, even accompany her to school and watch movies, doing all the childish and ridiculous things. What about after you're married? His psyche has undergone a sea change, and he always feels that he has given her the status of Mrs. Gu to live a decent life, so cared less about her. On the contrary, Qiao Xin, having lost him, he worried that she couldn't think of doing something stupid and was at his beck and call. There does seem to be some inconsistency. Gu Lanqing thought about this and closed his eyes tiredly. He is also a human being, and has his own feelings and desires. In order to get a kidney, he gave up the love that was within his reach and chose to marry a woman he did not love. He thinks he is not guilty of what he has done. It became clear that it was Xiao Mi. It was Xiao Mi's greed that made her mentally unbalanced. That's why after getting the title of Mrs. Gu she wished for more. What's wrong with him? She was born in a blessed place and doesn't know it. How dare she want to divorce him? She doesn't even think about it. Without him, who would know her? Who would look at her? Who would look at her? Gu Lanqing was convinced that after Xiao Mi divorced him, she would be reduced to the point where she used to beg for a living. Jomi, don't regret it. It was as if he could see Jomi turning back with tears in her eyes begging him to remarry, and an inexplicable feeling of coolness rose in his heart. Xiao Xian didn't know when she came and appeared silently in front of Gu Lancheng. Naturally, she also saw the divorce agreement. Lancheng, my sister is afraid that she has been instructed by a high person, and this means of desiring a bird and indulging in it has become more and more skillful. Gu Lancheng looked at Xiao Xian dumbfounded. You think she's trying to escape? As conceited as he was, it was time for him to wake up when he saw the many pieces of evidence that Jomi had gathered against him, and when Jomi published his scandals over and over again. Shiner, I really did lose Jomi. Xiao Xian said. My sister is so stupid. Leaving you, she simply can't find a better quality man than you. She will surely regret it to the core. Gu Lancheng suddenly embraced Xiao Xian into his arms, doting on her. Xiner, I've wronged you all these years. Now that I'm going to divorce Xiaomi, I can love you righteously in the future. Xiao Xian cried out in joy. Lancheng, you're pissed off by Xiaomi, but I'm still happy to be used by you. Gu Lancheng was heartbroken. It's not utilization. Xiner, all along I've been restraining myself. I really love you. He rubbed her into his arms and the two of them held each other tightly. It was as if Gu Lancheng had opened his seal and no longer hid his favor with Xiao Xian. They attended public occasions together, traveled together, and went out of the hall and into the kitchen together, just like a couple in love. Gu Lancheng also removed his and Xiaomi's wedding bands and re-wore his and Xiao Xian's couple's rings, waving and appearing in the media coverage. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Gu Lancheng's foxy friends have blessed the disaster-prone couple. Wow! What's true love if a childhood friend can fight off the disease together and eventually come together? Anytime the crown prince looks at Princess Xiao his eyes are drawn. I didn't realize that the high and cold and ascetic crown prince in front of people is a wife-favoring fiend behind the scenes. Xiao Xian invaded in happiness. Probably too many good days and she wanted something to do. She directed her own play. Opened an account to discredit Gu Lancheng, cheating within marriage. Isn't the crown prince afraid of retribution for doing this? Jazan then took the opportunity to directly post a copy of Jomi's divorce proceedings, attaching the words, divorce by mutual consent. Also bought a large number of hot searches to attack Xiaomi. The network abused Xiaomi's voice wave after wave. Oh my god, that the original match is just a slum out of the beggar. In the past by the crown prince picked up the home, the crown prince to serve her out of a proud. Now instead of disliking the crown prince, this kind of white-eyed wolf that cannot be bred is really scary. Pray to God to step in and take this ungrateful original mate. In the end, it's a woman born in the lower class. From the outside to the inside it's the lowest configuration. It's best if the Prince Master divorces her. Does she think she can still find a better man than Prince Master? One day she will come crawling back to beg Prince Master to forgive her. When that time comes, the Crown Prince must not be soft. Chapter 65, Have a baby and let's get a divorce. Silent night. Only the stars of the night sky emanated a cool light and accompanied Jomi. Jomi was huddled in the corner of the balcony, his cell phone aside, the web page still open, the glow of its screen and the starlight glowing, but it couldn't illuminate the surrounding scenery. What a dark night. The doors suddenly creaked, and Yan Hongsheng flipped the switch on the wall. Jomi climbed up in a sorry state. Xiao Shang, can I suspend my work for a while? Yan Hongsheng walked up to her, reaching out to floss her messy hair behind her ear. Why? I have a bad reputation now, and I'm afraid I'll drag you down, she whispered. Yan Hongsheng reached out and lifted her chin, making her look at the stars. Sister, although the firefly is small, it can burn the splendor. Chase the light and meet it. Bathe in it. Sister, weren't these all taught to me by you? Now that my sister has encountered difficulties, how can she retreat instead of building on her strength? Xiaomi was silent for a long time and narrated. When I divorce Gu Lancheng, he will try every means to get back at me, until our war is over. You'd better keep your distance from me. Don't be dragged down by me. Sister wants me to be alone? Am I still human then? You are alone so that you can help me in secret. The sulk on Yan Hongsheng's face only dissipated. That's true. You and I, one bright and one dark, are joining forces to deal with Gu Lancheng. It's bound to add many interesting things to your life and mine. Then it's a deal. Sister, you can't keep your word. Aha. Gu Lancheng's frequency of looking at his cell phone was significantly higher recently. When eating, sleeping, or even working, he would subconsciously glance at his cell phone screen from time to time. Without seeing Xiaomi's incoming text messages, there was inexplicably an empty feeling in his heart. He thought that if he and Xiao Xian showed their love in a high-profile way, Xiaomi would be as jealous and mad as before. But Xiaomi didn't react half-heartedly? It's like strangers, without love or hate. Such a Jomi was too impressive for him. Gu Lancheng picked up the phone and heard Gu's mother urging him in a very urgent tone. Lancheng, the Gu family's new company about artificial intelligence will soon be listed. So you can be honest lately, you and Xiao Xian's affair has made a big fuss, and your father is angry. Your father made a stern statement that if the listing of the new company is blocked because of your private life indiscretions, he will withdraw the real power in his hands. Gu Lanqing's face was ironic. I'm the only son he has, and he's withdrawing my real power? What does the old man think? Mother Gu was silent. The air was inexplicably trailing cold. Mother Gu sighed, her tone low. Lan Chang, Mom knows that you are suffering in your heart. After you and Xiaomi got together, your smiles are less, but recently it's a critical period. You have to look after the big picture. So you should stop seeing Xiao Xian for a while and create more of a loving persona with Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng was a bit tired and powerless. Mom, what about Xiaomi's recent divorce from me? Gu's mother was furious. I knew that this kind of poor family-born woman can't get on the stage. When don't you make trouble? But at this critical moment for you to fall off the chain, you tell her, don't overdo it. If it affects your future, then even if she kneels and kowtows and begs you to get back together, we won't readmit her. Gu Lancheng pinched his brow with a headache. This time, she's coming for real. Gu's mother was very shocked. Lancheng, you are a smart person. You should know how much the divorce will affect the company at this time. Don't let your father hate you. Although Mother Gu's tone was light, it was like a mountain pressurizing Gu Lancheng to kick him out of breath. Gu Lancheng succumbed to reality. He still reluctantly took out his cell phone and dialed Xiaomi's number. The bell had just rung for a short time before it came to an abrupt end. It was obvious that Zhoumi had deliberately pinched his phone. Gu Lancheng was so angry that he just wanted to pull her into the blacklist, but he thought that the company was on the cusp of going public, and her messing with him for divorce at this time was simply a fatal blow to him. He had to give in to Zhoumi. He dialed a second time and the phone rang many times before Zhoumi picked up. Only her voice was laced with agitation and impatience, full of rejection and repulsion, as he had done to her before. Gu Lancheng, there's nothing left to say between me and you. Don't come to me in the future. It was as if Gu Lancheng had been doused with a head of ice water. Zhoumi, haven't you always wanted to talk to me about divorce? Zhoumi's hand lurched, resisting the urge to hang up. Xiaomi, it's a critical time for the Gu family's new company to go public. You're messing with me at this time. Do you know how big of a blow it will be to my career? Xiaomi coolly said, I remember you once did a prenuptial property appraisal with me when you married me. I married you, and if I divorce, I can't take any of your wealth with me. So what does your career have to do with me? Gu Lancheng only felt his heart choked. That silly girl who loved him like crazy, but was blind to his future? When did she get like this? Zhoumi, I promised to divorce you, but I have two conditions. Xiaomi didn't want to tangle with Gu Lancheng for even a moment. On what terms? Gu Lancheng was silent for a moment. Divorce is fine, but the news of the divorce must wait until the Gu family's company is successfully listed. During this time, you still have to cooperate with me in showing love. Zhoumi nearly gritted a mouthful of silver teeth. Gu Lancheng seemed to have insight into her thoughts and said, as you know, litigating for divorce. As long as I don't divorce, you won't be able to get a divorce in 2 years. Zhoumi fought back her nausea and agreed with him against her will. Good. Gu Lancheng was slightly disoriented. You, agreed so quickly? Being with me makes it so hard for you? Zhoumi didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. You just realized. What about the second condition? Gu Lancheng seemed to have gathered enough courage before speaking. Xiaomi, give me a child. Zhoumi was so shocked as if she had heard something out of this world that her brain almost went down. Gu Lancheng, did I hear you right? We're all getting divorced, and yet you're asking me to give you a child? Gu Lancheng said with a straight face, I will pay you. I won't lose you money. Xiaomi was furious and smiled back. How much? She wanted to know how much their child was worth in Gu Lancheng's heart. $1 million? Zhoumi almost didn't live to laugh. She's worth millions now. What does she care about his millions? But she can't show off her wealth until she divorces him. Gu Lancheng, you are truly worthy of being a capitalist. By marrying me, you're not only using my kidney to save your white moonlight, but you're also going to use my uterus to add to your heavenly bliss with Xiao Xian? Her pupils suddenly became blood red, and her emotions were instantly agitated. Gu Lancheng, don't take you to bully people like this. Catching me alone wool gathering? You won't give up until you've blown me clean out of the water. Gu Lancheng's face instantly turned white, his heart inexplicably some panic, and then exit breath messy, some awkward, millet. Not so. I just have a cleanliness fetish. Not willing to another do not know the woman has skin. And you, with me after all had a husband and wife. I do not know you so resist me. If you are not satisfied with my amount, you can mention, I try to meet you. Xiaomi coldly said, Gu Lancheng, do you know why I wanted to abort our child? Chapter 66, Jedi Strikes Back. Mr. Gu is slapped. What do you mean? Wasn't she forced to abort because she just had kidney donor surgery and wasn't well? A sly, dark smile floated across Zhoumi's face. You're so full of yourself. Gu Lancheng, the real reason is that she is your child. I dislike that she has your dirty blood in her body, and I'm afraid that she carries your bad seed in her genes. I'm even more afraid that because of her, I won't be able to get rid of this piece of yours in this life. Gu Lancheng only felt a layer of fine cold sweat emerge from his back, and Xiaomi's determination crushed all his self-centeredness. His voice could not stop trembling. Xiaomi, so you so early, already hate me to the bone? But if you weren't so conceited, you would have realized long ago that I no longer have any semblance of affection for you. Gu Lancheng's breath caught. The brain was a little short of oxygen and could not react for a moment. Xiaomi, I just asked for one of your kidneys, and you donated it voluntarily. You can't blame me. Xiaomi was speechless. Gu Lancheng, I don't blame you, I blame myself. Blind eyes and a blind heart. I can't recognize the true face of your marriage deception. The word cheat rubbed all of Gu Lancheng's pride on the ground. He didn't think that in her heart, he was such a bad person? Gu Lancheng explained sharply. Xiaomi, you really misunderstood me. I was sincere when I married you. As long as you do not take the initiative to divorce, you will always be my Mrs. Gu. My promise will always be in effect. Mrs. Gu, Xiaomi snorted. This Mrs. Gu of mine is the biggest laughingstock in the imperial capital, with the aura of the Gu family's youngest grandma, yet she doesn't have brocade clothes, nor can she sleep in the same bed with her husband. Even when she's sick and needs money, she has to apply for a report with your assistant. Gu Lancheng, do you really have me as your wife? Gu Lancheng's face was a shade of green and white. Me? It's my fault for not thinking things through. In the future, I'll give you a bank card and give you an allowance every month. You won't have to draw on it every time with your assistant. Gu Lancheng, it's too late. After a pause, Xiaomi spoke even more pointedly. You know, being pestered by someone you don't love, that's such an upsetting thing. Gu Lancheng only felt as if a force had been pulled out of his limbs and bones, but he crossed his heart and said, Xiaomi, we are not getting a divorce. I am willing to compensate you. Xiaomi sobbed under her eyes. Gu Lancheng, I will make you beg for a divorce. Xiaomi hung up the phone. Joke, Gu Lancheng was her enemy. How could she possibly agree to get back together and help his company out of its predicament? A wicked, demonic sneer roiled under Xiaomi's eyes. Then she opened the computer. The divorce story of her and Gu Lancheng, combined with videos, photos, imported into the circle of friends, and then wrote under the picture, rotten marriage, should have ended long ago. After an instant of silence, she clicked send. Then she turned off her phone, crawled into bed, and got a good night's sleep. Gu family. Gu Lancheng unexpectedly lost sleep last night, so much so that by midday the next day, he was still dreaming. He was slapped straight awake by a slap. When he opened his eyes, his family was gathered around his bedside, all of them with a serious face. Gu Lancheng frowned, confused. Why are you guys here? Lancheng, why are you still in the mood to sleep? Do you know that the sky is about to collapse outside? Gu mother had a panicked expression. What happened? Gu Lancheng perceived a hint of foreboding from Gu mother's trepidation. Gu Lancheng's sister trembled. Brother, look at today's hot search. Gu Lancheng picked up the cell phone on the bedside table and just unlocked the screen when he saw the overwhelming hot searches coming in. The prince's marriage. Mrs. Gu's circle of friends angrily commented on the rotten marriage. Is it an allusion to the prince's betrayal of the marriage? Ordinary little people in the face of plutocratic husband's betrayal, bravely filed for divorce. Her courage behind the outbreak of stoicism? Or does the little person also have great pride? Gu's stock is starting to fall. Gu Lancheng will finally pay for his indiscreet private life. Gu Lancheng's face darkened with anger. What exactly did Xiaomi post in her circle of friends? Brother, we don't dare to talk about it, so you can see for yourself. Gu Lancheng flipped through Xiaomi's circle of friends, only to find that he had been blackballed by Xiaomi, and his cell phone couldn't see Xiaomi's circle of friends at all. Gu Xiaomi contributed his cell phone. Gu Lancheng saw the 1,000-words-long article written by Xiaomi. Word for word did not mention him and Xiao Xin, but word for word are accusing him and Xiao Xin of scum and cheating and cheating marriage. Surprisingly, he hadn't realized that she had such a deep command of the written word. Under her circle of friends, some people have long been digging out the story of the male and female protagonists who are righteously indignant and accusing the scum. Oh my god. So the daughter-in-law of the rich family is so difficult to be? It's true that there are a lot of scandals in luxury families. I did not expect that the prince is a scum. There are so many women in the world. Who is not good to find? But to find the sister of the pillow, no wonder the slightest of people. Mrs. Gu angrily mentioned divorce. A few days ago, the prince and the white moonlight Xiao Xian attended a public event. A look at the relationship between the two is not normal. The two people's eyes are fast pulling. So it turns out that the prince is really out of wedlock to steal food. Gu Lancheng's face grew darker and darker, and the hand holding the cell phone almost pinched it into pieces. Zhou, you shouldn't have dragged Shiner into this war. It's good that you've succeeded in provoking my anger. With you, what are you going to fight me with? Gu father was furious and angry and slapped the past. He covered his chest angrily scolded Gu Lancheng. You. Gu's stock began to fall all the way down this morning. The door of the Gu family is being thrown eggs rotten vegetables, but you have not thought about how to PR. But only think of defending that you're that white moonlight. Gu Lancheng, you two let me down. Gu mother hurriedly assisted Gu father and soothed him. Hubby, don't get excited. Lancheng is just confused for a moment. He will definitely handle this crisis well. You'd better go back with me. Gu Lancheng's eyes instantly turned sinister just as Gu father and the others left before him. He touched his face, which was bound by his father's palm, and said in a shadowy and ghastly manner, Xiao Mi, you forced me to do this. Zhou Mi woke up with a start and opened her cell phone only to find dozens of missed calls and a pile of unread incoming mail. Jazan's, Gu Lancheng's, and Zhou's father and mother's. Xiao Xian cried and apologized to her. Me, we're sisters. You put me up on the internet and let me be cyberbombed by netizens. How can you bear that? I admit I like Gu Lancheng, but he was my boyfriend, and you know why he married you. It's clear that you're the mistress. Mother Qiao, on the other hand, insulted Xiao Mi. Xiao Mi, you've really let us down. How could your heart be so vicious, that you would hurt your own sister so much? Xiao's father, on the other hand, was threatening. Xiao Mi, I want you to remove the inappropriate comments from your circle of friends as soon as possible. You also need to apologize to your sister. You've made her sad. Your sister is sick from you. Do you know that? Zhou Mi, if anything happens to your sister, I won't let you get away with it. Chapter 67, Carefully Cultivated and Talented. Zhou Mi looked at this group of people who claimed to be her closest relatives, and while their hearts ached for Xiao Xian, none of them had ever cared about the difficult situation she was in. They were really nice to Xiao Xian and really cool to her. She was so angry that she threw her cell phone out. Ow! With a muffled grunt, the cell phone smashed on Yan Hongsheng, who had just pushed the door in. Yan Hongsheng was quick to catch the phone. Only then did he not let the cell phone die a heroic death. Who made sister angry? Yan Hongsheng asked, while looking down on his phone for the cause. When he saw that in the family group of the Qiao family, the people were united in attacking Xiaomi, he glanced at the sad-looking Xiaomi, and then silently withdrew her WeChat from the family group. If they make you unhappy, then you stay away from them. Sister, we can't choose our birth, but we have the right to choose to avoid harm. Yan Hongsheng sat next to Xiaomi, heartbroken, and said. Xiaomi was very helpless and said, Xiao Shang, are they really my real parents? Why is it that they are also their daughter, but they only have my sister in their eyes? When Xiao Xian had a headache, they were nervous as hell, and even if I were to die, they would only scold me for dirtying their land. Zhou Mi will not forget that in her previous life, because of the deterioration of her health after kidney donation, coupled with the birth of a child, she was depressed after a long period of being doubly neglected by her family, and ultimately her health was devoured. When the doctor announced that she had terminal cancer and had no years to live, she longed for her parents to give her a last bit of warmth, but her parents did not give her anything to fall back on. They were afraid that she would drag them down, and Zhou's father even uttered the desperate words, if you want to die, then die far away, but don't drag us down. In that instant, it was as if Zhou Mi's blood had frozen. The entire person completely froze. It was obviously a June day, but it was as if she was in a freezing cellar. Only in her second life did Zhou Mi realize that her parents' lack of love and affection for her had been evident for a long time. In her last life, she was too slow. Yan Hongsheng patted the back of her hand and said, Sister, not every pair of parents are worthy of being parents. You shouldn't wallow in the bad feelings they bring you. Sister, why don't I take you to work? Anyone could betray you, but work won't. Yeah. Under Yan Hongsheng's detachment, Xiaomi's bitter emotions were like June rain that came and went. Xiaomi turned her grief into motivation to work as she passionately held out her design drawings and threw them in front of Yan Hongsheng. Xiao Shang, these are the designs of the debut products I've made for our company. There are about 50 styles. You help me choose the products. Yan Hongsheng finished flipping through the design drawings and couldn't help but marvel. Sister, your design drawings are the most creative works I've ever seen. Such a good work. I'll have to introduce them to a few important collaborators. Yan Hongsheng stood up and said mysteriously, Sister, go, I'll take you to a place. Clubhouse room 916. Several young fashion elites of the imperial capital were gathered together, and when Yan Hongsheng knocked on the door with Xiaomi in tow, they immediately stood up and greeted him with a face full of respect. Young Master Yan. Yan Hongsheng gestured for them to sit down while he took the initiative to introduce these human resources in the fashion industry for Xiaomi. Sister, they are all my friends. This time when our new company is starting up, I deliberately invited them to join our company. So all of you sitting here are our collaborators. Zhou Mi was dumbfounded when she saw the faces of several people gathered around the table. These few people were all the young masters of the plutocratic group. Nowadays, they are all unworldly teenagers, but in a few years, they will all be the movers and shakers of the imperial fashion world. Xu Xiu. She will be the top stream of international supermodels. Wang Yannan. He will be the heir to the largest jewelry company in the capital. And Nijia. He is a hot fashion designer. Zhou was in the center of the future bigwigs and only felt short of breath and a little nervous. Yan Hongsheng very solemnly introduced Xiaomi to the crowd. Everyone, this is our company's chief designer, MS. Xiaomi. We are the main person in charge of your brand in our lifetime. I hope that in the future, all of you and MS. Xiaomi will work together sincerely to develop my luxury company into a first-tier brand in the imperial capital and go global. A straight man stood up. Young Master Yan, I originally admired your talent, but I didn't think that you would allow Mrs. Gu to serve as the design director of your luxury company. I've heard that Mrs. Gu has a low education and dresses without any taste. Is she really qualified for such an important position? Yan Hongsheng laughed instead of being angry as he gently said to Xiaomi, Sister, it seems like you'll have to show them your talent. Zhou got her computer out and waited for it to boot up while she fluently presented her design concept. I stayed up late and worked overtime to rush out dozens of designs, and my styles are aimed at celebrities and noble women, housewives, student groups, and workplace elites. One man nonchalantly snaps, my design philosophy is quality over quantity. Xiaomi didn't get angry in the face of other people's questioning. After all, with Gu Lancheng and her sister Chao Xian smearing her image externally for years and years, being questioned about her abilities was something that happened from time to time. She was used to it. The computer turned on and Zhou opened the divided folder, which contained small atlases, divided into categories and done with great care. She clicked on the celebrity noblewoman file first, and the design inside opened up to the crowd's eyes. The lines are soft and distinct, the color is advanced, and the style is very much in line with the aesthetics of the Orient. Simple but not losing the sense of light luxury and high quality. The details of the treatment all show the nobility. Did you really draw this? Someone asked Zhou. Zhou looked up at the prickly man, branding his clothing style in his mind. Immediately opening the drawing software, he first drew out the style of his clothes. The drawing was incomparably exquisite, visible, skillful, then proceeded to modify the details. Fabric, buttons, after her wonderful hands, it turned into a miracle. At once his temperament became noble. Wow, that was awesome. Zhou performance was praised by everyone. Yan Hongsheng looked around. Now do you all believe in the strength of our design director? Believe. From now on, there's no need to call her Mrs. Gu, call her Miss Yisheng. Miss Yisheng is the only one of MS. Jasmine's personal students. Of course, Miss Yisheng is also our company's bottom card. Her identity you all have to keep secret for now. No wonder it's so powerful. The crowd was convinced. The meeting picked up the highlights and ended quickly. When Yan Hongsheng left the clubhouse with Xiaomi, it was really unfortunate that he happened to meet Gu Lancheng downstairs in the ground floor mall. Chapter 68, Third Sister Pregnant, Reverses Divorce. Gu Lancheng's chile eagle pupils stared straight at Xiaomi, the resentment in the bottom of his eyes burning like flames. Zhou, however, puffed out his chest and looked up at him fearlessly, his gaze provocative. Yan Hongsheng wisely detached his friend and again attached his mouth to Xiaomi's ear and whispered, Sister, I'll wait for you in the car. Remember to call me if anything happens. Zhou nodded. Gu Lancheng closed in on Xiaomi, and in an instant a sense of oppression around him enveloped Xiaomi, as he looked down on her from above, nearly biting the back of his teeth. Zhou, you've really done everything you can to get a divorce. Good, very good. I'll fulfill you, but I'll say it in advance. Since the divorce is something you begged for, you and I will no longer have any relationship after the divorce. The bottom of Xiaomi's dark eyes seemed to light up with countless starlight. Gu Lancheng, don't worry, after the divorce, you and I dead and alive. Gu Lancheng was stung by her abandoned gaze. He didn't know what kind of confidence Zhou had that she could be better off without him. He attempts to make her recognize reality. Xiaomi, I think you've lived a good life for too long and don't know the dangers of society. You think you can squeeze into Yan Hongsheng's circle of friends? Humph, without Mrs. Gu's aura, when you're nothing, you'll only be reduced to his plaything. But after just a few days of working as a lowly secretary for someone else, you're so arrogant that you can't find your way around. Gu Lancheng said in a shady manner. Zhou only laughed. Gu Lancheng only knew that his Mrs. Gu was a doddering flower, but he didn't know that ever since Xiaomi had withdrawn her love for him, she had focused on developing her own career and taking the dokmi route. Yan Hongsheng was just the icing on the cake of her existence. By no means is it a snowy favor. Xiaomi, remember, in the future, no matter how hard it is to get by, you are not allowed to appear in front of me and disturb me. Gu Lancheng warned through clenched teeth. Xiaomi breathlessly rolled her eyes. Gu Lancheng, how can you be so sure that if I leave you, I, Xiaomi, must have a miserable life? Gu Lancheng said, a woman with no worthwhile background and losing your only backer. Xiaomi, you're just too stupid to see your own market. Xiaomi was so angry that she blushed. Gulan Cheng, I don't need a backer because I am my own backer. After 2 lifetimes of living, her parents can't be relied on, her sister can't be relied on, her husband can't be relied on, and if she still has the thought of relying on others, then she's really living in vain. Gu Lancheng only found it laughable when he looked at her feisty appearance. Xiaomi, then we'll see. Xiaomi didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore and directly dropped a sentence. Gu Lancheng, see you tomorrow at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I hope this time, you won't be a shrinking violet. After that she left without looking back. Gu Lancheng yelled at her stubborn back. Xiaomi, log off your social account. Zhou waved a hand at him. Divorce first, then write it off. Gu Lancheng was furious. Xiaomi sat in Yan Hongsheng's car. Yan Hongsheng looked at the slightly curled corners of her lips and couldn't help but tease. He agreed to divorce you? Zhou nodded her head like a chicken pecking. Aha! The joy was hard to hide. Yan Hongsheng seemed to breathe a few inaudible sighs of relief. It actually exhaled a lifetime's worth of turbid air to the old man of Baisaw. Then Yan Hongsheng quickly resumed his teenage appearance. Sister, in order to celebrate your immediate return to free agency, let's go out for a big meal tonight. Zhou responded pleasantly. Hung Banquet House. When Yan Hongsheng's car had just stopped, Xiaomi quickly pushed open the door, then walked to the passenger seat, pulled open the door, and respectfully served Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng was stunned, his bright eyes abruptly darkening. Sister, aren't you in too deep? It's closing time now, and it's time for the secretary to get off work. Xiaomi knew that he was in a mood and hurriedly pacified him. Xiao Sheng, we can't do the drama for long. Tomorrow I'll divorce Gu Lancheng, and then I'll be able to resume Yi Sheng's identity. Only then did Yan Hongsheng stretch his handsome brows. Entering the restaurant, Yan Hongsheng felt that the air was slightly hot, so he smoothly took off his jacket. Zhou dogged him again to get his coat. Yan Hongsheng helplessly threw the clothes to her. Suddenly a silhouette suddenly and recklessly barged over to her. She was so focused on answering the phone that she didn't look at her feet and inadvertently knocked Zhou to the ground. Yan Hongsheng crossed in front of her with a cold face. The woman frowned and looked up, only to open her mouth in shock when she saw Yan Hongsheng. The person who bumped into me. Apologize to her? Yan Hongsheng ordered. The woman seemed to recognize Yan Hongsheng, and somewhat reluctantly folded back. Reluctantly, she said, I'm sorry. Zhou thought she had heard that voice somewhere vaguely before and looked up suddenly. When she saw the woman's face, a scene went through her mind. She finally remembered that this was Chao Xian's best friend, Fong Na. In her previous life, she and Fong Na met at the birthday party Gu Lancheng had organized for Chao Xian. Chao Xian wore a luxurious dress that Gu Lancheng had purchased for her, while she wore a $100 floor-length dress and carried her sick child to Yan Hongsheng. She is mistaken for a babysitter by Fana. Fana, at this point, clearly didn't recognize Zhou. Xiaomi thought about how she was meant to stay away from old people and old things after her divorce from Gu Lancheng. She didn't want to get entangled with Chao Xian's circle of friends, so she shook her head at Fong Na and let her go. I'm fine, go away. Fana was as good as released. She picked up her phone again and talked to the other person with a hasty look. You need to stabilize yourself and never let the internet spammers affect your emotions. After all, you're the one who's 2 months pregnant right now. Sister, protect the child. Then the mother will be honored by the child, and you will have a footing in the plutocratic circle of the imperial capital in the future. Remember to pull me along when you're rich in the future. Zhou stared at Fontaine's departing back, her face darkening a little. She asked Yan Hongsheng an inexplicable question. Why do you think Gu Lancheng is suddenly so generous and willing to divorce me? How wise Yan Hongsheng was. The way Xiaomi looked at Fong Na had already given away all the secrets. He laughed. It's probably because he's trying to hide the evidence of factual cheating. Zhou suddenly smiled in a flirtatious manner. I suddenly don't want a divorce very much. Yan Hongsheng said. Sister, as long as you are happy, whatever my sister does, I'm all for it. At the end he teared up and showed his loyalty to Zhou. He knew that she was harboring too much resentment in her body, and if she didn't let it out, he was really worried that she wouldn't be able to hold out one day. Xiaomi stuffed Yan Hongsheng's jacket into his arms and suddenly changed her mind. Xiao Sheng, I'm sorry. Sister will excuse me today. Tonight, I want to go back to the Chao family to visit my good sister. Yan Hongsheng pretended to be disillusioned. Sister, you're the first girl to stand me up. Zhou coaxed. Turn around, sis will give you a big meal. Yan Hongsheng's face was solemn. Zhou's perk overlay, warming your feet in the winter? Only then did Yan Hongsheng spread his eyebrows and smiled. Alright, I'll send you back. Zhou's compound. Xiaomi looked at this small duplex villa. Although in the imperial capital, such a small villa is not comparable to the big manor of a famous plutocrat's family, but for Xiaomi who grew up in a beggar's ghetto, she used to think that this villa was heaven. Chapter 69 Zhou's beatings. Zhou's father's confession. Unfortunately, she was born in hell and has no business being in heaven. Jomi raised her hand to knock on the door and the babysitter arrived late. Who's there in the middle of the night? She opened the door and saw Jomi with a surprised expression. Second miss. What brings you here? Jomi I pushed past her and walked in. This is my home and I can't come? The nanny was speechless. The nanny who tends to the situation immediately went to move help. And not long after, Xiao Xian Su came downstairs. Me? Why did you suddenly remember to go home? Xiao Xian looked to be in a good mood. Her face flushed. Where was she half affected by the internet explosion? Xiaomi's gaze fell straight to Xiao Xian's stomach, which was flat, but Xiaomi knew that a child was conceived there, and it's her husband's child. I'm divorcing Gu Lancheng, so I won't have anywhere to go from now on. Sister wouldn't mind if I boarded here for a while. Would you? No. Xiao Xian yelled out almost without hesitation. Xiaomi was unhappy. I'm also a daughter of the Qiao family. Why should I not be allowed to live where my sister lives? Xiao Xian looked flustered and said, you also know that Dad he doesn't like you. If you force yourself to live here, Dad will definitely get angry and sick. Xiaomi frowned and pretended to be bitter. What should I do then? If I don't have a place to live, then I'll have to not get a divorce. Xiao Xian's face turned white as she excitedly grabbed Xiaomi's hand. Aren't you looking forward to divorcing Lancheng? It's so hard for him to promise you a divorce. If you give up this opportunity, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to divorce in the future. Jomi I looked at her like she was watching a good show. Sister, are you that anxious to get to the top? Xiao Xian said sheepishly. Me? I'm doing this for your own good. You said that you went out of your way to discredit Lancheng in order to force a divorce this time. Today's Gu family only hates you to the bone. If you don't divorce, do you think the Gu family will accommodate you? At the end of it, she added a particularly green tea. What does your divorce have to do with whether I'm on top or not? Xiaomi said. Don't worry, will definitely divorce Gu Lancheng. Joshing was visibly relieved. Who knows what Jomi said next, but I don't want a divorce for a while if I don't have a place to live. Xiao Xian could not hide her panic. Sister will immediately find a house for you. Xiao Xian took her cell phone and went out, and before long, she walked back in a glowing manner. Me? My friend is willing to offer you his villa in the suburbs for free for a period of time. You can move in tonight? Is it from the eastern suburbs? How do you know? It's the Shallow Bay Villa, right? Xiao Xian blanched. Xiaomi sneered. Gu Lancheng used his marital property to buy you a house? Jazan gulped. How did you know? Jomi ignored her. She has all the evidence of the marital property transferred by Gu Lancheng. Xiao Xian timidly asked. Me? What exactly is the purpose of your visit to the Qiao family today? Jomi I looked at her with a sneer. I just wanted to come and test how much of our sisterly bond was left. A flash of shame surfaced in Xiao Xian's eyes. Jomi donated a kidney to her, but she was unwilling to provide a place for her to stay after Jomi's divorce. So it's clear that she's afraid that she doesn't have any more feelings in Jomi's heart. Me? If you want to come back and live here, it's not impossible. She attempted to salvage. It's just that you'll have to change your temper and get along with us. Xiaomi looked at her as if she were looking at a joke. Xiao Xian, do you think I really want to come back and live here? Jazan looked at her dumbfounded. Xiaomi directly threw out heavy news. In view of your good behavior tonight, I decided to reluctantly stick to this marriage with Gu Lancheng. Xiao Xian's body trembled. Even if you want to find a new place to live, you don't have to take 10 months so long. Jomi's lips curved. Sarcastically, he looked at Jazan. Xiao Xian had an epiphany. 10 months, wasn't that what happened after her baby landed? Her eyes widened in horror. Did you know? Jomi didn't answer her. Her sneer gave Xiao Xian the answer. Xiao Xian only felt her entire body go limp and almost fell to the ground. Xiaomi, what exactly do you want to do? Xiaomi stuck her hands in her pockets and was leisurely. Sister, you said that I got nothing out of marrying Gu Lancheng and lost a kidney. Am I willing to do that? So what do you want? Jomi fiddled with her nails. Bossy, nothing less than what's mine. Xiao Xian's voice trembled. Okay, I'll let Lancheng make it up to you. How about the villa in Shallow Water Bay for you? Jomi was dismissive. A suburban house and you want to get rid of me? Xiao Xian was furious. Xiaomi, you are nothing but a beggar in the slums born this life can live in a villa. You dream and still wake up laughing. Xiaomi slapped her across the face. Xiao Xian, you short-lived ghost. Your life was renewed because of me. You're the one who should wake up laughing in your dreams. Xiao father just happened to come home and saw Xiao Xian covering her face with tears in her eyes. He was instantly thunderstruck. Xiaomi, who told you to come home? You are so powerful. How dare you bully your sister? Where's the nanny? Fetch me the family law. If I don't beat this disobedient unfilial daughter to death today, I won't be surnamed Xiao. Nanny Lise removed the house rule from the wall, a burr whip, and handed it to Zhou's father. Father Qiao held the family law and swung it towards Xiaomi with lightning speed. The movement was done in a single motion, without any lag, so much so that Xiaomi did not react at all. As soon as the whip fell, Jomiai's skinny body seemed to be swept up by a gust of wind, then thrown high before landing heavily on the ground. The whole man was suddenly only out of breath. Not in. The back was hot and painful, like being roasted by fire. It seemed as if a century had passed before Jomiai's consciousness slowly returned. Xiaomi stared at a pair of blood-colored pupils and roared furiously. Surname Qiao, if you have the guts to beat me to death today, if you can't beat me to death, I will make all of your Qiao family go to hell. Zhou's father grabbed the whip and swung it at Zhoumi. Qiao Xin, however, was scared out of her wits by Xiaomi's threat, and she suddenly stopped Xiao father. Dad, you can't hit her. Xiao's father was confused. Xin, she caused you to be cyberbombed by internet spammers. Why are you still putting in a good word for her? Joshing looked sheepishly at Zhoumiai. Zhoumiai slowly got up from the ground. Her face sobbed with a viper-like smile. How could she be so kind as to put in a good word for me? It's just that she's being pinched by me and doesn't dare to offend me, right? Father Zhou's realization dawned on him, and he threw the whip in his hand. Looking at Zhoumiai with an ashen face, what do you know about your sister's handle? Xiaomi said, didn't you really want to be the crown prince's father-in-law? Unfortunately, this whip of yours has interrupted your path to leveling the playing field. Zhoumiai finished and trudged out the door. If I don't get a divorce, your daughter will always be a mistress. Your grandson will always be a scorned bastard. Zhou's father panicked. Zhoumiai, you can't do this to your sister? Zhoumiai turned back. If you want me to divorce you will give me all the assets in your name unconditionally. I'll see to it that this meager paternal love of yours results in a crisp divorce. Chapter 70 Divorce Proceedings, each in his own way. The next day, Gu Lancheng came to the Civil Affairs Bureau early, but waited left and right, but did not wait for Xiaomi's figure, waiting for his assistant and driver to speculate from the sidelines. President, in my opinion, madam, she doesn't really want to divorce you. She is merely hoping to get your attention through the divorce. Who knows that she played it off this time and you actually agreed to the divorce, so she can only go into hiding. Gu Lancheng's eyes were dark. At this point in time, even he is a little unable to understand Xiaomi. She was the one who wanted a divorce, and now she's the one who won't come to the civil affairs office? What does she mean? Gu Lancheng didn't wait for Xiaomi, but waited for Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin got out of the taxi in a panic and jogged to him. Lancheng, don't wait. Xiaomi, she won't come. Gu Lancheng hooked his lips. Xiaomi, how dare you fool me? He angrily instructed his assistant. Immediately send someone to get Xiaomi back to me. I'm divorcing this marriage today. Yes. The assistant hung back. Gu Lancheng did not notice Xiao Xin's flustered eyes at all, and after the assistant left, Xiao Xin trade out. Lancheng, me deliberately dragged out the divorce because she knew our handle. Gu Lancheng's face was instantly as black as ink. He had been careful and prudent for so many years, never daring to trespass half a step with Xiao Xin. He was afraid that his reputation would be ruined and his bright future would be jeopardized. But I do not want to be angry by Xiaomi before the month to lose his mind. He was drunk, and Xiao Xin loved to the thick of the moment lost control, to his own marriage cheating to leave the fatal evidence. Xiao Xin's health is not good. Gu Lancheng originally did not want her to experience the pain of giving birth to a child. However, Xiao Xin cried and begged him to keep the child, and the doctor said that it would be difficult for Xiao Xin to conceive after the abortion. So Gu Lancheng promised Xiao Xin to keep the child. Gu Lancheng thought that as long as he and Xiaomi divorced as soon as possible, he and Xiao Xin would be able to get a license to get married in a hot second. And when the child was born, he would just have to announce that it was premature, so that he could cover up his misdemeanor of cheating on his wife within marriage. Who knew that? After all the planning, I hadn't counted on Zhoumiai being so well informed. But how did she know? Gu Lancheng sternly condemned Xiao Xin for the first time. Why did you reveal the news of your pregnancy? Xiao Xin was very aggrieved. Lancheng, it really wasn't me who revealed it. She suddenly thought of something, and a touch of trepidation spread out under her eyes. Could it be her? Fauna? Lancheng, I've only told Fong Na alone about my pregnancy. As you know, Fong Na is my best friend, and we usually have nothing to say to each other. I didn't know she would leak it. Xiao Xin cried with pearly blossoms. Stupid. How can such top secret matters be revealed to outsiders? Gu Lancheng was so angry that he spoke in an unfriendly tone. Xiao Xin was terrified and apologized vigorously. Lancheng, I'm sorry. Gu Lancheng despaired. It's useless to talk about this now. Now we have to seal Zhoumiai's mouth. Jiazhen said, she wants me to unconditionally return to her the assets you gifted me during the marriage. Gu Lancheng seemed to have heard a heavenly dream. She really dares to think, these assets are all mine. I can give them to whomever I like. Why should I give them back to her? Xiao Xin blushed. She said that she didn't gain anything by marrying you, but instead lost a kidney. If we can't dissolve her unwillingness, she will drag you out of the divorce and make your child a bastard. Gu Lancheng had never been taken down like this before, and he was so angry that his handsome face turned blue. but he really loved Xiao Xian too much, and was even more precious to their child. He finally chose to compromise. It's just a few properties across the board. Just give it to her. Our child can't be looked down upon. Xiao Xian's mouth quirked a few times as she spoke with difficulty. She wants more than that? She also wants my father to give her all his assets unconditionally. Gu Lancheng's eyes stared wider than a copper mausoleum. Such a greedy Xiaomi. He commissioned to feel unfamiliar. How did she become like this? Gu Lancheng could never figure out how Xiaomi, who was so simple and kind, turned into such a vindictive, penny-pinching, greedy, poisonous woman. Xiao Xian sobbed. Lancheng, if we don't give it to her, what if she reveals our secret? Gu Lancheng said hatefully, I'll find the best team of lawyers and fight a divorce lawsuit against her. Xiaomi, I'd like to see what you can fight me with. Xiao Xian was very pleased. Lancheng, you are finally willing to use toughness on her. Xiaomi is actually a paper tiger. It's all because you spoiled her that she can be so arrogant. Now that you're using tough tactics on her, maybe she'll even scare herself into peeing her pants. Gu Lancheng surprisingly laughed to himself. Once upon a time, it was my womanly kindness that made her somewhat unable to recognize her own identity. Once the lawsuit is fought she will know how stupid it is to go against me. Joshing smiled reassuringly. Zhoumi was not at all surprised to receive a notice to appear in court. Gu Lancheng, you'd rather take me to court than spend money to get rid of the disaster. Then I'll make you pay a heavy price. Gu Lancheng and Xiaomi's divorce lawsuit was intentionally put online by Xiaomi. The scummy man finally had a big heart and agreed to divorce me. However, it was in the form of a lawsuit. 10 years of time has fed the dog. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. On one side is the powerful crown prince, and on the other side is the weak, helpless and unsupported orphan girl Xiaomi. The majority of the public in this public opinion is biased in favor of supporting Xiaomi. There was no shortage of spies from the other side mixed in to deliberately weaken Zhoumi's military. I heard that the crown prince has hired the best team of lawyers in the imperial capital. This team of lawyers is known as the undefeated gods, and the lawsuits they've handled have never been defeated. What can Xiaomi fight the crown prince with? Crown prince cheating or not is yet to be determined. After all, Xiaomi Sunshine Prince cheating evidence is not convincing enough. The crown prince is good to Xiao Xian. Maybe it's just pity for what happened to his first love. Maybe it's Xiaomi herself who was randomly jealous. Furthermore, in modern society, what kind of man doesn't cheat on his wife? What's more, the prince master is facing a low woman with no ideological connotation every day. Even if he cheated, his crime is not to death. Zhoumi's eyes fell on the best team of lawyers and he furrowed his brow. It was only at this moment that she realized that her single-mindedness was weak and helpless in the face of reality. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. Come in. Zhoumi's voice was laced with a hint of hoarseness. Yan Hongsheng pushed open the door, and he was followed by a well-mannered man. Zhoumi looked at him in surprise. Yan Hongsheng said, Sister, Gu Lancheng has hired the best team of lawyers in the imperial capital, so we'll hire Mr. Wade, the most prestigious lawyer in the international arena. Zhoumi exclaimed. Wade? She had long heard about Wade's sky-high appearance fees. It was an appearance fee that even top international stars could not reach. Also, Wade only fights one lawsuit a year, and the people who get to have him on the stand are people with outsized international influence. How did Yan Hongsheng, at his young age, manage to pry such a big shot as Wade? Chapter 70, The King Meets the King, Who Loses and Who Wins? Zhoumi entrusted the divorce proceedings exclusively to Mr. Wade. While she devoted herself to her work during the time she was waiting for the proceedings, perhaps she was too quiet, which made her enemies feel uneasy. Xiao Xian apprehensively asked Gu Lancheng, Lancheng, why is there no movement on Xiaomi's side instead? Gu Lancheng sneered. Scared, Gu's mother chimed in. She's a grasshopper after the fall. She won't be able to bounce around for a few days. Jiazhen laughed with pleasure, but soon they couldn't stop laughing. 3 days before the trial, Gu Lancheng received a notice from the court. The client, Xiaomi, requested a public hearing of their divorce case. This set Gu Lancheng on fire, and he immediately dialed Xiaomi. Is divorce an honorable thing? Why are you asking for a public hearing? Zhoumi perfunctorily perfumed him as she drew a picture. Because I'm not the one who's disgraced. Gu Lancheng's handsome face instantly darkened. Zhoumi, why are you trying to make a fool out of me in every way possible? Zhoumi's voice was calm without anger. Because you're the one who turned me into the laughingstock of the empire in the first place. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. He knew that Xiaomi had been Mrs. Gu for all these years in name only, and without his material foundation to support her. She was a laughingstock in the circle of celebrities who were doubly despised by other noble women. But he thought she was thick-headed and it wouldn't hurt to be taunted and mocked a few times. So it's surprising that it's left her with such a big shadow? I don't accept public hearings. I insist on a public hearing. The two men barreled in. Gu Lancheng growled. Xiaomi, can you be reasonable? Zhoumi was overbearing. If you won't accept a public hearing, then I refuse to attend. Anyway, It's not like she's the one in a hurry to get a divorce. She was certain that Gu Lancheng couldn't afford to have his precious child as a bastard. Gu Lancheng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But he finally chose to give in order to get an early divorce. Xiaomi, you're ruthless. I will accompany you to the end. Humph. A public trial is a public trial. I have the best team of lawyers. They will take off the trumped-up charges you planted on me. The one who loses face at that time may not be me. Zhou let out a humph through his nostrils. It held a disdainful sneer. Gu Lancheng, Sanar is pregnant with your wild seed in her belly. And you still dare to say that cheating is a trumped-up offense? Gu Lancheng laughed impetuously. Do you have proof? Zhou was silent. Ergo, it's harder than climbing up to the sky to get the factual evidence of Gu Lancheng's cheating. Gu Lancheng was incomparably pleased with himself as he admonished Xiaomi. Xiaomi, a word of advice. See what's good for you. Don't steal a chicken in time. Zhou hung up straight away. What the hell? Give her a couple of Thai houses and you want her to stop? Still think she's a beggar from the slums. On the day of the court hearing, Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xin, who were the parties involved, could be described as carefully dressed and energetic with a team of lawyers who appeared in front of the court in great numbers. People from the Gu family also accompanied them, cheering Gu Lancheng on. At the entrance of the court, new media reporters handed microphones to Gu Lancheng and interviewed him in droves, trying to get a first-hand account of the crown prince's divorce. Prince, the internet said that you cheated on your own wife's own sister. Is this true? The lawyer who occupied the C-seat was a very young, energetic teenager with lone courage. His interview was sharp and unrivaled, causing Gu Lancheng's liver to instantly explode. But he was speechless. But his silence gave the reporter an excuse to play on the subject. So the prince is acquiescing to the relationship? Crown Prince, I heard that your original wife has long wanted to divorce you, but the Crown Prince has been dragging his feet on the divorce. Then why is the Crown Prince suddenly willing to divorce now? Is there some secret that you can't tell? Joshing's body stumbled violently, almost falling to the ground. Gu Lancheng was quick to assist her, then quickly moved his hand away. In the past, I didn't divorce because I was worried that Zhou wouldn't be able to survive without me. Nowadays, I choose to divorce because I am exhausted by her and I have no choice but to do so. It seems that the Crown Prince is not as heartless towards Miss Xiaomi as the internet rumors suggest. Gu Lancheng successfully established his good husband persona, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but curve. Halfway through the interview, a red Volkswagen drove by and stopped in front of Gu Lancheng's Rolls-Royce. One luxurious, one plain. The disparity between Gu Lancheng's and Xiaomi's financial strength was clear at a glance. Everyone gripped their hearts for Xiaomi. What is Xiaomi going to fight with the prince? She's bound to lose. Someone sighs and sighs. Gu Lancheng secretly thought. She asked for it. Who knew he hadn't finished his sentence? The car door opened and Zhou and Wade stepped out left and right. That's Zhou's lawyer? Zhou hired a lawyer too? Will she have a better chance of winning then? It's useless. The other side has the strongest group of lawyers in the country. With exorbitant representation fees, how can a slum-born girl like Zhou afford to hire a lawyer more specialized than them? Joshing smiled like a spring breeze. Zhou and Wade approached, and the crowd voluntarily made way for them. Zhou greeted the reporters. You can ask me anything you want today. I'll know everything. I'll tell you everything. Reporters withdrew from the word-shy Gu Lancheng's side and surrounded Xiaomi. They were excitedly asking all sorts of questions. Ms. Xiaomi, do you have the confidence to win this lawsuit? Zhou hung back. I'm not going to lose. Where did the confidence come from? Gu Lancheng snorted in a low voice. Zhou threw him an incredibly scornful look, because evil can't be good. Then Zhou and Wade entered the courtroom venue. Gu Lancheng hung his head and followed behind. The team of lawyers behind him suddenly whispered. Then the lawyer's representative looked flustered, quickened his pace and walked to Gu Lancheng, quietly whispering in his ear. Mr. Gu, the lawyer that Zhou hired. If I'm not mistaken, he seems to be Mr. Gold Medal Iron Mouth Wade. Gu Lancheng narrowed his eagle pupils. Mr. Wade? Very familiar name. He's a myth in our lawyer's world, known as the strongest king of mouth in the earth. He's never failed to turn the impossible into the possible with the lawsuits he's filed. Gu Lancheng only felt amused at his words. You must have recognized the wrong person. If Xiaomi had the money to hire such an excellent lawyer, why would she bother fighting with me for that little divorce asset? After the court session, Gu Lancheng's face was slapped, for the president of the court could not help but stand in awe at the sight of Mr. Wade. Mr. Wade, it is an honor to be here to witness your myth. Gu Lancheng was completely dumbfounded when he heard their pre-court pleasantries. Gu Lancheng's brain instantly went blank. Chapter 72, Divorce Lawsuit. Despite losses, Gu Lancheng, who had always been conceited, couldn't figure out how the internationally renowned Mr. Wade could not understand why he had rewarded his face to help an unheard of Zhou. Gu Lancheng's confused gaze swept over to Xiaomi, but saw her standing calmly next to Mr. Wade. She was distant from him and it was evident that she was not familiar with him. Xiao Xin stumbled over. Lan Chang, Zhou. She hired Mr. Wade to defend her, so won't we have no chance of winning? Gu Lanchang looked around. The black pressure of media reporters poured in, all waiting with their heads up for the trial to start. His heart was apprehensive. If he lost, his reputation would be ruined. Gu Lanchang whispered, "Our team of lawyers aren't vegetarians either. Don't get carried away with yourself." The hustle and bustle of the courtroom opened and the scene became silent. Under the judge's methodical guidance, the parties methodically provided evidence and presented their arguments. The other party offered, Xiao Mi, out of jealousy, intentionally distorted the facts, damaging and violating Gu Lanchang Xiao Xian's reputation. Xiaomi must apologize to my clients on the public platform and compensate them for their losses. Mr. Wade then used his superb memory to clearly articulate the information that Zhou had gathered, whether it was time, place, or people, according to the timeline, perfectly refuting the other side's pale accusations. I object to the other side's allegations. There are 3 objections. First, Xiao Xian and Gu Lanchang used to be childhood sweethearts. Second, Xiao Xian frequented Gu's home and stayed there. Third, soon after Gu Lanchang and Xiaomi got married, Xiaomi lost her kidney. Thirdly, Gu Lanchang and Xiaomi lost their kidney shortly after their marriage, and Gu Lanchang never fulfilled his obligations as a husband after their marriage. Therefore, we propose that Mr. Gu Lanchang is suspected of cheating on his marriage. The opposing lawyer added sophistically, Mr. Wade may not understand our Chinese culture. Miss Xiao Xian is Miss Xiaomi's sister. Miss Xiao Xian's health is not good. Gu Lanchang, as a brother-in-law, takes care of his sister once in a while, which is compassionate. The sister visits her sister at Gu's home, and once in a while stays overnight at Gu's home, which is a humane thing to do. Cheating is just a figment of Xiaomi's imagination. Wade said, if Xiao Xian and Xiaomi were sisters who grew up normally, the other party would have a reasonable case for making such an assumption. But our parties, they are sisters who grew up in different families with broken relationships. What is the motive for the sister to visit her sister frequently? Wade screened out photos of Xiaomi and Xiao Xian's various encounters with each other. My client had a bad relationship with Xiao Xian 3 years ago, and Xiao Xian frequently enters the Gu family. Is she here for Xiaomi or Gu Lanchang? I think the judge has his own judgment. In just a few minutes of powerful debate, Wade argued the other side to be speechless. In the end, the other side in Wade's iron teeth, under a large number of countless evidence, forcing the other side of a strong adjournment. Even though Gu Lanchang was such a pampered crown prince, for the first time he lost his temper to the extreme in front of the media reporters. His face was very unpleasant as he rebuked his lawyer's representative. Is there still a need for this lawsuit to go on? His team of lawyers looked at each other in dismay and finally advised him, Mr. Gu, although we lose our advantage on the moral high ground, yet if Xiaomi wants to part with your huge assets, we are confident that she will come back from the ride and return home defeated. Gu Lanchang didn't have the same arrogance he had when he arrived and nodded with a gloomy face. At the second hearing, the opposing attorney forcefully argued, my client and Zhou signed a prenuptial property protection agreement before the marriage, so even if the divorce is finalized, Ms. Zhou will only be a netizen. Wade's ever icy face floated up with a smirk of triumph. Judge, as you can see, Gu Lanchang guarded against Xiaomi dividing up his assets before and after the marriage, which also counts as supporting Gu Lanchang's suspicion of cheating on his marriage from the sidelines. The judge nodded slightly. Gu Lanchang was obviously a bit flustered. His lawyer rushed to redeem himself. Most marriages in powerful families have premarital property protection. Are they all suspected of cheating on their marriages? Wade asked rhetorically. The other giants, do they take their wives' organs? The opposing counsel was dumbfounded. Wade switched from defense to offense. Judge, our client demands that Xiao Xian return all the property that Gu Lanchang gifted to her during her marriage to Xiaomi. Wade listed the properties Gu Lanchang gifted to Xiao Xian during his marriage. Shallow Water Bay Villa, Left Bank City, a pink diamond necklace worth $10 million, and a limited edition bag. Xiao Xian's face was paper white and she bit her lip. Gu Lanchang's face was ashen. Wade's offer, which had little to offer Zhou, was very much capable of grossing them out. Sure enough, there were whispers ringing out from the one sitting there. And you say you're not cheating on your wife, not cheating on her. Ghost believe. This pair of dogs are so disgusting. Zhou must have been unlucky to meet them. This man looks well dressed, but turns out to be worse than a beast. Gu Lanchang's blood spurted at the unpleasant insults all around him, and his cheeks were red hot. It was the first time in my life that I had been so humiliated and trampled on. The judge knocked on the table several times before quiet order was restored to the grounds. Is there anything else the parties would like to add? Wade raised his hand. Yes, go ahead. We'd revealed a meaningful smile. We accuse Gu Lanchang of suspicion of bigamy in addition to cheating on his marriage. Wade then handed over the diagnosis of Xiao Xian's pregnancy. Xiao Xian yelled excitedly, I'm going to sue the hospital. They leaked the patient's privacy. The judge said, Xiao Xin, please control your emotions. We are now trying Xiaomi Gu Lanqing's divorce case. Please file a separate lawsuit for your matter with the hospital. Gu Lanqing's handsome face turned white. The hospital was willing to lose its own reputation, but also to divulge the patient's privacy to help Xiaomi win the lawsuit. This fact makes Gu Lanqing feel intimidated by Xiaomi for the first time. He even had the illusion that Xiaomi was not a beggar from the slums, but the daughter of a dignitary from the imperial capital. The opposing team of lawyers were also very professional. Mr. Wade, you can't prove that the child in Xiao Xian's stomach has a direct blood relationship with Gu Lanqing. Your accusation is invalid. Wade glanced at Xiaomi and the two men smiled at each other. They also knew that Xiao Xian Gu Lanqing wouldn't be foolish enough to cooperate with them and give her proof of paternity. So from the beginning, Xiaomi's purpose was not to whack Gu Lanqing for bigamy. She was just sowing seeds of doubt in the hearts of the public. And 10 months later, when Xiao Xian's child was born, would she still dare to recognize Gu Lanqing? By admitting it, he was convicted of bigamy. After several rounds of heated debate, finally, the judge read, the couple's relationship has broken down and the divorce is granted. Since the man has a prenuptial property protection agreement, he does not have to pay Xiaomi anything. Chapter 73, Defeat despite victory and notoriety. Gu Lanqing won. He kept his assets as he wished. Xiao Xian and Mother Gu could not hide their joy and gave a warm high-five cheer. Xiao Xian also deliberately walked up to Xiaomi, endearing her generosity to appease Xiaomi. Nini, I've advised you a long time ago, you shouldn't be ungrateful to go against Lanqing. Although Xiaomi lost the match, she was not at all half depressed. On the contrary, she said happily to Xiao Xian, do you really think you won? She cast her gaze to Gu Lanqing, whose face was ashen not far away, and the corner of her lips rose slightly. Xiao Xian, does he look like he's won the lawsuit? Xiao Xian looked at Gu Lanqing in surprise, and Gu Lanqing hung his head like a lost dog. Xiao Xian had never seen the crown prince so low. A bad feeling surged in her heart. As expected, it was as if the media reporters after the court hearing had been unleashed a flood of power. They indignantly fought for Xiaomi, humiliating Gu Lanqing with extremely embarrassing language, especially the blunt and brash reporter before the court hearing. This would be even more direct firing at Gu Lanqing. Crown Prince, Xiaomi accused you of cheating and bigamy. May I ask what you need to explain? Gu Lanqing was like a prisoner being audited while staring at a cross. His face was embarrassed. There is nothing to explain. I'll leave this matter to my lawyer. The Crown Prince has taken advantage of this marriage with Xiaomi without a penny to his name. May I ask if the Crown Prince has confused his nature as a businessman with no profit with his role as a husband? Gu Lanqing glared sternly at the other party. It was obvious that the other side was here to pick a fight. Which reporter are you? He asked grimly. Barebones threats. The other party, however, was completely unafraid. After the Crown Prince ends his marriage with Xiaomi, will he marry your white moonlight Xiao Xian? Is the child in Xiao Xian's belly really yours? Gu Lanqing blackened his face. The Crown Prince did not answer my question, so I guess he must have acquiesced to my speculation. Fraudulent marriage. Bigamy. If any of the charges are substantiated, Gu Lanqing's stain will never be washed away. Gu Lanqing was wrong to acquiesce and even more wrong to admit it. He was like a trapped beast in a cage, trying to rampage and find an exit. But there are walls everywhere. There's no exit. Desperate, he lost control in the end. He angrily grabbed the reporter's filming camera and threw it to the ground. There was a snap and the camera was in pieces. Gu Lanqing's scarlet eyes glared angrily at the reporter, but he saw Xiaomi behind him showing a smug smile. He was like being invaded by a stream of ice. Completely awake, he had never understood how Xiaomi had the guts to file a lawsuit against him when she had no power or influence, and knowing that he had signed a prenuptial property protection agreement, she was still greedy and demanding. Now he understands. Xiaomi's greedy solicitation was merely a means of provoking him, and forcing him to file a lawsuit is her true intention. A lawsuit. Winning is not her goal. Exposing his ugly face in front of the public media is her motive. Good old Xiaomi with a townie. When did she become so unpredictable? Seeing that Gu Lanqing had gone berserk, Gu's mother and Xiao Xian hurried over and pulled him away in a hurry. Gu Lanqing took one step and turned back 3 times, his gaze wrapping around Xiaomi's body like a viper. Her brisk pace, her bright smile, her pleasant conversation with Mr. Wade. Every frame answered his speculations. She was honored in spite of her defeat, and he won really dishonorably. Keep the assets, lose the reputation. Gu family villa. When Gu Lanqing returned home, he collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion. When Mother Gu and Xiao Xian saw Gu Lanqing's unprecedented exhaustion, a huge heartache for him welled up in the two of them. Gu's mother kindly calmed him down. Lanqing, no matter what, you're finally free of Xiaomi. From now on you are a free agent. Gu mother's mental victory method made her brainlessly think of a bright future. Lanqing, After you and Xiaomi get the divorce certificate, Mom will ask those good sisters of mine to immediately introduce you to those famous girls in the imperial capital. You're in good condition. There's no worry that no good girl will like you. If you had found a suitable young woman, you would have had the support of your mother-in-law and father-in-law, and your career would have been on the upswing. Your father will also stop belittling you and reusing that bastard. Xiao Xian's face became unusually ugly. She quietly tugged on Gu Lancheng's sleeve and looked at him accusingly. Gu Lancheng came to his senses and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? Xianer is already pregnant with my child. I have to be responsible for her." Mother Gu glanced at Xiao Xian, her gaze cold. "Lancheng, Mom knows that you and Xiao Xian truly love each other, but both of your reputations are now infamous by Xiaomi. If you insist on marrying Xiao Xian, all those spitballs of public opinion will drown you. Now the netizens are concerned about you and Xiao Xian's dynamics, so just bear the pain with Xiao Xian. Mom is also for your own good." Gu Lancheng fell into silence. It was as if Xiao Xian heard the sound of the gorgeous bubble in her heart bursting. She waited eagerly for Gu Lancheng and Xiaomi to divorce, thinking that Gu Lancheng would marry her once he regained his freedom. But she didn't expect that Gu's mother still didn't agree with her entering the Gu family. She abruptly reddened her eyes with tears. It was obvious that her heart was like a knife, but she still had to put on a generous face. "Lancheng, Mom is right. It's not appropriate for us to be together at this time. For the sake of your career, why don't we break it off?" The more she was so understanding, the more Gu Lancheng spoiled her. He was bent on saying, "I'll pay money to undo the negative hot searches about Xianer and me. By the way, I'll buy some fierce news to help me block the heat. The internet has no memory. It won't be long before the heat about me and Xiao Xian will automatically cool down." Xiao Xian was secretly happy to be guarded by Gu Lancheng. However, Gu's mother's cold aura appeared at first. "Your wedding date will be discussed at a later date." Xiao Xian's warm heart turned cold when she saw that Gu's mother insisted on opposing her entry into the Gu family. Gu Lancheng's imagination was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. After the divorce lawsuit, hot searches about him and Xiao Xian came one after another on the internet. It was as if locusts were passing through the country during a disaster year and not an inch of rice could be found. The righteous netizens on the internet made up all kinds of segments to satirize Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian. There were also many big Vs who imitated Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian's cheating bridge during their live broadcasts. The anchors tapped into their acting talents and imitated Gu Lancheng's hypocrite image to perfection. The coordinating female anchors portrayed Xiao Xian's tea breath to a T. The following comment, "This kind of stinky tea, we can't taste it. Only the prince loves this kind of green tea. The crown prince is really extraordinary." Chapter 74, Butterfly Effect, Wife and Child Separation. Even though Gu Lancheng didn't usually go online, he could detect the signs in the strange looks of the people around him. His employees were not as respectful of him as they used to be, and those who used to flock to him and flatter him were like the tide dispersing. He had to put a lot of effort into undoing the heat, but strangely enough, the heat receded for only a few days before new heat about his topic popped up all over again. Because the impact is so great that those business partners who do business with him, fearing that they will be affected by the incident, have politely expressed the hint of refusing to renew their contracts. The market value of Gu's stock is also evaporating by the day. Gu Lancheng was anxious every day. Gu's father, who loved his career for his life, was even more furious. He vented his anger on Gu's mother. At the dinner table one morning, Gu's father snapped a bowl of hot congee in Gu's mother's face and growled angrily, "It's all because of the good son you've raised. Look what he's done. For the sake of a dying woman, he even went to court with his own wife." Gu's mother is still confused to speak for Gu Lancheng. "Hubby, it's Xiaomi who pushes people too far. She wants a divorce, but also to share Lancheng's money. But what right does she have to share Lancheng's money? She's a waste of space. She doesn't earn a penny. Lancheng has raised her for so many years. She doesn't know how to be grateful." Gu's father was so angry that he slapped her. Fine. As you said, you don't go out to work every day. You only know how to go shopping, and I shouldn't be giving you money anymore. Isn't that right? A stone only knows pain when it hits you." Gu's mother was dumbfounded. "Honey, that's not what I meant. You are inferior to Xiaomi. Xiaomi will willingly give her kidney to Lancheng. Xiaomi will personally cook and do laundry for Lancheng. As a daughter-in-law, she is still gentle and virtuous. Lancheng is still so mean to her. And you, a doddering flower that is not good enough to accomplish anything, but is good enough to fail. Wouldn't you be more deserving of being swept away by me?" The anger in Gu's father's eyes buffed to the extreme, and he finally blurted out, "Let's get a divorce." Gu's mother fell to the ground in a sorry state, crying and hugging Gu's father's leg. "Husband, I was wrong. Back in the day, I'll let Lancheng and Xiao Xian break off their relationship, and I'll make sure they don't see each other again in the future." Gu's father gritted his teeth and said, "The baby in Xiao Xian's belly is Lancheng's, right? How do you expect them to cut the ties?" Gu's mother gritted her teeth and said fiercely, I will definitely find a way to convince Xiao Xin to abort this child. Gu's father let out a cold snort through his nose and whisked his sleeve away. In the following days, Gu's father never came home again. Mother Gu knew that he had gone to his home away from home. She felt her position was in jeopardy. In the end, she decided to step in and remove the stumbling block that was Xiao Xin. On this day, Gu's mother invites Xiao Xin to her private workshop, and Xiao Xin goes there happily. She went to Mother Gu's lounge and delivered the gifts she had carefully prepared for her. Auntie, it's your birthday in a few days. Before she could finish her fawning words, Gu's mother interrupted her coldly. Xiao Xin, I'm looking for you today because I want you to keep your distance from my family Lancheng. She tossed Jazan a wad of money. Xiao Xin lost her color and flowers. Trembling, she said, Auntie, what do you mean by this? Mother Gu said, as you can see, because of your stalking of my family Lancheng, you have caused my family Lancheng to do so many irrational things, and now he is even losing his reputation. So, I hope you know better and leave him. Seeing the determination in Gu mother's eyes, Xiao Xin flung herself to her knees. Auntie, Lancheng and I truly love each other, and I have Lancheng's child in my stomach, and neither I nor the child can leave Lancheng. Hit it, Mother Gu said. It was as if Xiao Xin had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and all that was left of her eyes was a black and white background. She looked at Mother Gu incredulously. That's your Gu family's eldest grandson? Auntie, haven't you always been looking forward to having a grandchild? Mother Gu tensed her face. The Gu family's eldest grandson can be conceived by anyone. It just can't come from your belly. Joshing was blown away by the pounding. Xiao Xin, St. Peter's Hospital. I've arranged everything for you. You have to go for the surgery as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. Mother Gu finished her sentence and left with determination. Joshing cried out in grief. Helplessness, despair, panic and trepidation wrapped up together in her. At this moment, she no longer has the previous high and mighty. She finally realized that she had lost this lawsuit. Jomiai, you did this to me. I will never forgive you. She gritted her teeth in indignation. In the evening, Gu Lancheng dragged his heavy steps back to the Gu family villa. Recently, there were many problems in the company, and he could only go home to Gu's father to discuss ways to solve the problems. Gu's father wasn't there, and Gu's mother was sitting alone on the sofa, her face haggard and her skin waxy, so it was obvious that she hadn't rested well recently. Gu Lancheng sat down next to Gu's mother as he took the initiative to talk home with her. Mom, where's Dad? Gu's mother's eyelids lazily lifted, a hateful gaze leaking out from the thin slits of her eyes. She didn't answer him and chose to close her eyes. Gu Lancheng was stunned. It was the first time that his mother, who had always loved and favored him, had shown him such an icy gaze. Gu Lancheng turned his gaze to the nanny. The nanny sighed and told him a shocking news. Young Master Lancheng, Master and Madam had an argument a few days ago and even hit Madam. Since that day, Master hasn't come home. Gu Lancheng was shocked and petrified like a statue. My dad, what gives him the right to beat my mom? He said with righteous indignation. In his opinion, Gu's father has been taking care of his outside family for all these years, making Gu's mother suffer a lot, and he should be considerate of his mom. Gu's mother abruptly opened her eyes and stormily roared. On what grounds? Of course it's based on the fact that I've given birth to a son who doesn't compete. By my life, I'm not as good as that woman out there. And when her son fights for his life, she's a mother to her son. And my son doesn't compete. So your father is going to sweep me off my feet. Gu Lancheng was stunned in place. Dad is divorcing you? Gu mother was so angry that her fists rained down on Gu Lancheng. It's all because of you. This incompetent thing. You say you don't live a good life, but have to entangle yourself with that sickly man. In order to save that sickly son, you also lied to marry Jomiai. Now Jomiai will revenge you to the skin. Your father is disappointed in you and has taken it out on me. Our good days as mother and son are coming to an end. Gu Lancheng felt bad in his heart. When had his always arrogant mother been so disheveled? He apologized. Mom, don't worry. I will find a way to salvage my reputation. Gu's mother gasped. If you want to salvage your reputation and strive for innocence, there's only one way to go, that's to break it off completely with Xiao Xin. Gu Lancheng was like being stung by a hornet, and his eagle pupils shrunk. Chapter 75, Xiao Xian's miscarriage. Lancheng's collapse. Mom, Xianer is still carrying my child in her stomach. I can't be that cruel to her. Gu's mother's jaw dropped. Suddenly frenzied, he pounced on Gu Lancheng, breaking down and yelling, your mom is about to be swept out of the house by your father, yet you only care about Xiao Xin. Lancheng, I raised you through thick and thin, and in the end this is how you repay me? She lifted the hair puffed on her face, revealing a large burn, crying with tears, you take a good look at my face. This is the hot porridge scalded by your father's splash. It is because you do not compete. Oh, other women are all mothers with children. What kind of sin did I create? Painstakingly raised you, but you brought me such a big disaster. Gu Lancheng saw the shocking scars and was unable to return to his senses for a long time. He sighed dismally. I'm sorry, Mom, for not being your pride. Instead, you've caused so much trouble. I'm sorry. He covered his face with his hands, tears moistening his fingers. Gu's mother choked and asked him, is it worth it? Lan Cheng, for the sake of Xiao Xian to abandon his wife and son, our mother and I ended up in this situation. Is it worth it? Gu Lancheng didn't answer Gu mother. He stood up disoriented and stumbled out of the Gu home. The streetlights of the city light up the flourishes of the mortal world, but all these charming and lively, Gu Lancheng could not feel their splendor. He just felt that he was out of place in this world. His father disliked him. His mother called him a calamity, and even the general public called him a scum who cheated on his marriage. But he, however, just accidentally heard Zhoumiai to save his beloved. He didn't deserve to die. But why are you living a life that's worse than death now? Mission City. A low gagging sound suddenly came from behind him. Gu Lancheng turned around, only to realize that he had inadvertently walked to the gate of the Qiao family's townhouse. Xiao Xian stood in front of him with a haggard face. Gu Lancheng unfolded his arms and Xiao Xian ran into his arms. The two people hugged each other tightly. Xiao Xian cried into tears. Lancheng, why did it turn out like this? We just love each other. What's wrong with that? Gu Lancheng hugged her tightly, as if he wanted to integrate her into his shell. Xiao Xian sensed something different in the suffocating tension, and she raised her head, looking at Gu Lancheng with a watering cry. She heard Gu Lancheng's faintly inaudible voice. Xian, let's break up. Xiao Xian's body was like falling into an ice cave. She was a doddering flower. Her illness needed Gu Lancheng to pay for treatment. Leaving Gu Lancheng, she would quickly wither. Lancelot, I don't want to be separated from you. Please, don't push me away. I'll die without you. Gu Lancheng closed his eyes as tears dripped from his eyes. Xian, it's immoral. When we're like this, I can be selfish and not think about Zhoumi's feelings, but I can't be selfish and not think about my mom's feelings. I can't ruin my mom's peaceful old age for my happiness. I'm sorry. Gu Lancheng violently pushed her away. Jiazhen cried until she broke down. We even have a child and you're breaking up with me? How are you going to let us two mothers live? Gu Lancheng said, get rid of the child. Xiao Xian lost her color as she looked at Gu Lancheng in disbelief. He had said that their love was unbreakable, so she could be willy-nilly, without realizing that vows have a way of drifting away. Lancel, by breaking up, do you mean you want to cut ties with me? From now on, are we really no longer related? Gu Lancheng nodded sadly. Xiao Xian's body was like leaves falling from a tree in the autumn wind, and she planted herself on the ground in a careless manner. Shin'er. Gu Lancheng let out an anxious cry as he panicked and hugged the unconscious Xiao Xian, rushing her to the hospital's midnight emergency room. In the long silent corridor, there stands a pavilion jade posture. She leans on the wall lazily. The corner of her lips hangs like a mocking non-mocking smile, looking at Gu Lancheng, who is waiting outside the emergency room and is in a hurry like an ant in a hot pot. When Gu Lancheng saw her, it was like being electrocuted. Obviously, it was only a few days since he had seen her, but this time when he saw her, Gu Lancheng couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Because of her, his world has been turned upside down, and he's been reduced from the prince that everyone admires to a street rat that everyone calls out. He and Xiao Xian were bitter and sweet, and should have lived a normal life with their son for many years, but because of her, his love was stifled, and even his mother's love withered along with it. He took a step toward Zhoumi. His eyes were dark and uncertain. Zhoumi glanced up at the monitor above her head and smiled even more. Zhoumi, what are you doing here? He should have opened his bloody mouth at her and sent all his grief into hostility towards her, but when it comes out, it somehow turns into a soft greeting. Presumably, he had a guilty conscience towards her as well. Zhoumi responded hung back. Came to see a big show. Gu Lancheng narrowed his eagle pupils falsely. He was a little uncertain, but at that moment, the emergency room door opened and the doctor stepped out. Where is the patient's family? Gu Lancheng almost didn't hesitate for a second and ran to the doctor without looking back. He anxiously asked about Xiao Xian's condition. Doctor, how is she? The doctor said, the adults are not seriously hurt, but the baby in her belly stopped its fetal heartbeat. The doctor was silent for an instant and announced a very unfortunate piece of information. You have to be prepared for the high probability that the patient will not be able to get pregnant in the future. Gu Lancheng was stunned in place. The doctor patted him sympathetically on the shoulder, then left in silence. Gu Lancheng suddenly let out a sad and frustrated howl. His long and magnificent body fell to the ground like mud. Resounding footsteps slowly walked over. A pair of white high heels stopped in front of Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng raised a pair of wet eagle eyes and stared at Xiaomi in a daze. He suddenly remembered. In the past, when he was in a bad mood, Zhoumiai would always try to make him happy. Xiaomi squatted down and looked at him with a big smile. Gu Lancheng, does it hurt? Gu Lancheng's face was ashen. How can it not hurt? It hurts just fine. Gu Lancheng, God is very fair. My child died, so God took Xiao Xian's child as well. Gu Lancheng glared at Xiaomi with a deadly glare. You've come to see the well fall, haven't you? Xiaomi nodded. Gu Lancheng, both of your children were stillborn. Have you ever thought that this is God's punishment for you? That you should end up alone in this life? Gu Lancheng's fingertips trembled terribly. Xiaomi, you caused all of this. Do you know that you caused your sister to never be a mother again? If Xianer has a death or injury because of this, I won't be able to bypass your cheap life. Ha, Zhou sneered. Chapter 76. Either she gets out or she doesn't leave. Gu Lancheng, this is what she owes me. Xiaomi's expression abruptly became hideous and ghastly. She grinned ghostly like a demon. One life for one life. I'm done with her. Gu Lancheng finally realized that heaven's justice is clear and retributive. When Xiao Xian owed Zhou a kidney, Zhou took brutal revenge on her for losing her child. Gu Lancheng gritted his teeth and said, Xiaomi, your wickedness is far better than your sister's. However, after all, I am the one who was ashamed of you. This time I won't bother with you, but if there is a next time, I will never forgive you lightly. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow and get a divorce certificate. We should never see each other in this life. Xiaomi looked at him gloomily. Gu Lancheng, I'm just saying that Xiao Xian and I are too clear. The two of us haven't even begun to settle our scores. You cheated me out of my kidney, took my innocence when you clearly didn't love me, and caused you to commit crimes that are too numerous to list. She omits the tragic past of the old days. Gu Lancheng then always felt that she was narrow-minded, and he regretted incurring such a spiteful woman. Xiaomi, you crazy person. You killed my child and I'm not going to bother with you for old time's sake, but you're still getting the better of me? Fine. Since you want to take revenge on me, then let me have it. However, I have to remind you that I will never show any mercy to you in the future. You are nothing more than an ant to be needed by me. When the time comes, don't cry and beg for mercy on your knees. Zhou looked at him quietly. His desperate face overlapped perfectly with his last life. The day his daughter passed away, he reprimanded his daughter in the video with a cold face. Other children are not afraid of injections and medicines, but you are afraid, and every day you make trouble to look for your father. But Dad is very busy. You should be strong. Don't move to call me in the future. With tears in her eyes, my daughter explained, Dad, I'm in real pain. The doctor said I won't live long. Dad, promise me that you can come home to see Mom more often in the future. Gu Lancheng burst into a rage. Xiaomi, do you think that I will go home because you taught her to say those words? Using a child to gain my sympathy. I find such a you disgusting. Gu Lancheng hung up the phone impatiently. The daughter was so irritated that she died that day. She's dead in the water. And then Xiao Xian sent a photo of Gu Lancheng accompanying her to the amusement park to ride the Ferris wheel. She probably showed off to Xiaomi, me. So what if you married Lancheng? It's always me she loves. Even if you gave him a daughter, unlovable means unlovable, and he can't love her with your daughter. It was at that moment that all of Xiaomi's intense love for Gu Lancheng dissipated and receded. She carried her daughter, whose body was cold, toward the snow-capped mountains, toward death. Xiaomi looked at Gu Lancheng, who was filled with righteous indignation. The blood darkened in her nice peach blossom eyes, and then she exited, her voice carrying a silent pallor. Gu Lancheng, what you owe me, up to the end of the world. I'll beg you for it. Only after that did she take off. Gu Lancheng's body was like being wrapped in a stream of ice, and Zhoumi's last look unexpectedly made him incomparably chilled. The Yellow Springs? Why does she hate him so much? Why? Gu Lancheng didn't understand. Xiao Xian's mournful cries suddenly came out, and Gu Lancheng couldn't think about his and Xiaomi's destiny as he stumbled and ran into the hospital room. When Xiao Xian saw him, she twisted her head to the side, negatively not looking at him. Now that the child is gone, the bond that connected us is completely broken. Don't you want to break up? Then go away. Gu Lancheng took her hand and gently soothed her. Xianer, you take care of your body. I will take good care of you this month. Xiao Xian moved slightly. She turned her head to look at him. That day when Xiaomi had a miscarriage and you were indifferent. Now that I've had a miscarriage and you're nervous like this, Lancheng, you obviously still love me. Let's not break up, okay? These words caused Gu Lancheng's heart to panic very much for no reason. Is he really that bad for Zhoumi? No wonder Zhoumi hated him so much. Xianer, we'll talk about our matters later. This month I'll first take care of you for your mini-moon. It's important that you take care of your body. Lancheng. Xiao Xian grabbed Gu Lancheng's hand. I lost my child. Will you give me another one? Gu Lancheng's hand popped back unexpectedly. He stared into Xiao Xian's supplicating eyes and said astringently, Xianer, the doctor said that you're afraid you won't be able to be a mother in the future. These words were like a thunderbolt from the ground, blowing Xiao Xian out of the water. Her whole being was in a state of dead silence. The child was miscarried. Gu mother forced her to break up with Gu Lanchang, and in the future she could not give birth to any more children. This many blows came one after another, and her weak body could not withstand it. And suddenly she was so angry that a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Gu Lanchang's face was colored red. Shinur. He was terrified and he cried out in a panic. Doctor. The doctor rushed in. Xiao Xian was like a depressed falling leaf in the autumn wind. Except for a pair of wide open eyes, her body was no longer alive. The doctor gave her electric shocks and it took a long time for her to regain her heartbeat. In just a few minutes, Gu Lanchang had experienced the heart robbery of a soldier. He suddenly realized that he actually couldn't afford the pain of losing Xiao Xian. He held Xiao Xian's hand tightly, and the surprise of losing and regaining it made him give up everything. Xian, we don't break up, we get married. Xiao Xian wept with joy. The next day, the rising sun rises in the east. Gu Lanchang carried Xiao Xian out of the hospital. The driver parked the car in front of them, and Gu Lanchang hugged Xiao Xian and sat in the back seat, then coldly instructed the driver, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The driver was stunned, his face complex. The president carried the sickly Miss Chow to the Civil Affairs Bureau with the obvious intention of surely taking her to rip the license. Wouldn't this drama of divorce on one foot and marriage on the other be a humiliation for Mrs. Can Mrs. Jarius agree to that? The president's relationship brain really needs to be cured. Civil Affairs Bureau. Contrary to the last time, this time the divorce, but it is Xiaomi arrived early. Maybe it's because people are happy and refreshed. She washed away the previous decadence. The whole person is full of vitality. Gu Lanchang carried Xiao Xian out of the car, and Xiaomi's warm pupils contracted suddenly. Gu Lanchang, what do you mean by bringing her here? Xiaomi questioned in a cold voice. Xiao Xian's depressed spirit didn't prevent her from squeezing out a smug and showy smile at Xiaomi. Sister, when you divorce Lanchang, I'll marry Lanchang. Xiaomi instantly changed her face, and her stern gaze was directed at Gu Lanchang. Surname Gu, are you going to humiliate me like this? Gu Lanchang coldly explained. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that your sister, she's not in a good mood. I'm just trying to make her happy. Xiaomi, you're not so bad that you don't have this tolerance anymore. Xiao Xian smiled even more triumphantly and wrapped her arms around Gu Lanchang even tighter. Xiaomi's face was ironic. Gu Lanchang, you don't want face, I still want face. Either tell her to get lost or get a divorce another day. Chapter 77 Kneeling and Admitting Faults. Feeling good in my heart. Xiao Xian instantly wimped out. She curved that showy look and looked timidly at Gu Lanchang. Lanchang, I can't walk. Gu Lanchang angrily rebuked Xiaomi. Your sister just went through a resuscitation yesterday. Her body is very weak. How could you be cruel enough to let her go alone? Xiaomi glanced at Xiao Xian. What Gu Lanchang said was true. Xiao Xian's face was bruised. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she was emaciated. But what's it to her? Xiao Xian rushes up to trample on her dignity, and she can't defend her dignity anymore? Zhou I settled. Since you can't let her go, it's always okay for me to go. After that she was about to leave. Xiao Xian was looking forward to Gu Lanchang and Xiaomi's divorce with great difficulty. Fearing that the duck in her hand would fly away, she immediately slid down from Gu Lanchang's body and pulled Xiaomi's hand. Me? Why are you so angry with me? Aren't you looking forward to divorcing Lanchang? If you miss today, you will have to pull another period of time, which is torture for each other. Xiaomi also really couldn't wait to get rid of this dirty marriage. She stopped in her tracks and shook off Xiao Xian's hand in disgust. Now you know to admit your weakness? Weren't you very proud of yourself just now? Xiao Xian was weak, and with a gentle wave from Zhou she dropped to the floor. Gu Lanchang quickly stepped forward, so angry that he pinched Xiaomi's throat. He roared, how could you hurt your sister? Xiaomi couldn't breathe well, and her face quickly turned blue, but she glared viciously at Gu Lanchang. The unyielding and fierce light in her eyes was chilling. Gu Lanchang, you'd better strangle me. If you can't strangle me, just wait for me to slowly torture your sweetheart until she dies. Gu Lanchang's heart and soul trembled at the resentful look in her eyes, and his hand abruptly loosened. Zhou cursed with abhorrence. Goons. Gu Lanchang was emboldened. Did Zhou want him to strangle her that badly? Crazy. He scolded her. You want to die? Find yourself a rope and hang yourself. Zhou touched his fiery neck, his blood-sobbing eyes flashing with the cold light of a viper. If I'm going to die, I'll have to drag you along with me. Gu Lanchang was creeped out. So the reason she wanted him to strangle her was simply because then he couldn't escape death either? Xiaomi, I think you're really crazy. Gu Lanchang panicked in his heart. Xiaomi ignored him but turned her gaze to Xiao Xian. If you want me to divorce this dog man, then kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and apologize to me for your bad behavior. Otherwise, I won't divorce even if I die. Xiao Xian wanted to become Mrs. Gu, that was the ideal she had spent her entire life on. She climbed up, knelt in front of Xiaomi, and started kowtowing. Me, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ruined your marriage with Lanchang. Please forgive me. Zhou happy, clapped his hands and turned to enter the civil office. Gu Lancheng looked at the hostile Xiaomi, who was surrounded by hostility, and only felt as if his heart was blocked by a large stone. He had never been able to believe that the simple, kind, demented Zhoumiai had been snuffed out by him. He picked up Xiao Xin and put her in the car. Xin, wait for me. Xiao Xin had learned her lesson this time, and didn't dare to go in front of Xiaomi to make a scene. She nodded obediently. Aha! Gu Lancheng then came to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Today's Civil Affairs Bureau, for some reason, was sparsely populated, and Xiaomi was sitting at the bar, chatting with the staff to her heart's content. Missy, you really were so valiant just now. Remember, when dealing with scumbags in ES, you have to be tougher than they are. Zhoumi talked up her experience. Gu Lancheng cleared his throat with a dark face, and Xiaomi and the staff looked up at him before the two synchronized themselves to ignore Gu Lancheng and continue chatting freely. Sister, you are now the spiritual leader of those bullied housewives on the internet. I adore you so much. Zhoumiai said, if I could, I'd like all the girls not to turn into me. Just be the carefree, silly baby in the eyes of your family forever. Sister, you're so nice. Gu Lancheng awkwardly sat down next to Xiaomi, whose body moved to the side. Gu Lancheng glanced at her, her hatred for him now undisguised. Do you really hate him that much? The staff member handed Zhoumi the divorce papers. Sister, ask me if you don't understand. Then he threw Gu Lancheng's share directly to him and stopped paying attention to him. That's when a routine inquiry from another staff member came from the next table. What was the reason for the divorce? The woman cried. He cheated. The man bowed his head in shame. How is divorce property divided? The staff member asked. The cheating man whispered. I'm the one at fault. Give it all to her. The staff lamented. I see you still have feelings for each other. Is there any chance of salvation? The woman shook her head decisively. Cheating and domestic violence are the bottom line for me. The man suddenly lost his voice and cried. Honey, I really know I'm wrong. I don't ask you to forgive me. I only ask that we can still be friends in the future. Time and space seemed to freeze. Xiaomi and Gu Lancheng suddenly became quiet. Gu Lancheng fell into deep thought. It was a moment of mixed feelings. He speculated darkly about the chances of Zhoumiai and him being friends. Unfortunately, his staff just gave him the death penalty without even giving him a chance. Mr. Gu, there's no medicine for regret in this world. If you treat your wife so badly, don't expect her to forgive you. Don't say you can be friends. You should be thankful if you can be enemies. Zhoumi signed decisively and sharply. Gu Lancheng stared at her in a daze, probably with a clear conscience. Xiaomi, where will you live after the divorce? How about I gift you our marital home? Or I'll give you a sum of money and you go buy another suite? Xiaomi sneered at him and said, Gu Lancheng, you've had a lot of retribution and now you know to accumulate virtue and do good? Gu Lancheng's handsome face instantly darkened. Don't know what's good for you. He signed in exasperation and handed the agreement to the staff member. The staff cleared the information, took the marriage license back, and soon a pair of green books came out. Xiaomi got the green book. The shackles of 2 lives were finally liberated, and she actually wept with joy. She kissed the divorce certificate and gratefully said to the staff, Thank you, I've finally regained my freedom. She stood up, pressed up and didn't even look at Gu Lancheng, and flew out the door in excitement. Gu Lancheng suddenly chased after him, and at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he pulled Xiaomi. Zhoumi, I need to talk to you. Zhoumi's gaze dropped to the hand he was touching her with and she frowned in displeasure. Get your filthy hands off of me. Gu Lancheng wisely removed his hand. Zhoumi, your retaliation has also given me a taste of bitterness. Let's end the feud between us. Zhoumi looked at him as if he were a national treasure. Gu Lancheng, let me guess. Next you'll be getting a marriage license with Xiao Xin, right? From now on, you two lovers will be married. But on what grounds? Your endgame, but I have to sacrifice a kidney for it? Chapter 78, Burying the Past, Running into the Future. Gu Lancheng faced shame. I can compensate you, as long as your request is not excessive. Instead, Xiaomi said, Gu Lancheng, I only want my kidney. Can you give it back to me? Gu Lancheng's face turned white. You volunteered to donate it in the first place. Is it voluntary? Zhoumiai stepped forward and glared at him huffily. Gu Lancheng, telling lies will get you struck by lightning. Gu Lancheng. Xiaomi pulled up her volume. You're the one who said that as long as I donate my kidney, you'll treat me well in this life, and you'll give me a cozy and stable home. Gu Lancheng, is our home really cozy and stable? Gu Lancheng said, I know that I am not a competent husband, but I didn't lie. Zhoumiai, that was really my first thought. Gu Lancheng, your hypocrisy is sickening. Stay away from me in the future. I don't want to see you. Gu Lancheng grumpily grabbed her hand. Xiaomi, I'm not as bad as you think. I just love your sister too much, so I was forced to hurt you. I apologize to you, husband and wife. In the future, if you encounter difficulties, you can come and ask me for help. Xiaomi gasped and laughed. Gu Lancheng, if you hope to make me forgive you in this way and beg for your peace of mind, then don't you dream foolishly. I will never give you a chance for peace of mind in my life. She wanted him to live in guilt for the rest of his life. That's the way to live up to your dead daughter. Zhou, don't get carried away. Without me as your backer, you won't be able to move an inch. Xiaomi crowed. Gu Lancheng, I'm not Xiao Xin. I'm not a doddering flower. I don't have to rely on anyone and can be just as colorful. Zhou bumped him off and spilled out. In front, a limited edition luxury car worth $10 million was parked. Gu Lancheng watched as Xiaomi drilled into the limousine, his pupils filled with surprise. Inside the limo, Yan Hongxing joyfully flipped through Xiaomi's green book. Sister, this divorce certificate is real, right? Don't let Gu Lancheng cheat you, right? Xiaomi didn't know how Yan Hongxing could say such strange words as she said. He couldn't wait to divorce me, and how could he perfume me with a fake one? Yan Hongxing said. He is dog-eyed. When he discovers the goodness of his sister later, there will be a time when his intestines repent. Xiaomi said. He only has Xiao Xin in his heart, and no other woman is good enough to get into his eyes. Sometimes she was quite envious of Xiao Xin. She was congenitally physically deficient, yet she was pampered by her mother and father, and also by the crown prince. Yan Hongxing said. That's not necessarily true. When Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xin get married, maybe the white moonlight will turn into mosquito blood. After all, that sickly person can't compare to my sister anywhere else except for pretending to be soft. Xiaomi couldn't help but smile when she received Yan Hongxing's praise. Yan Hongxing suddenly pulled out his lighter and stretched the green book out the window along with the lighter. Sister, such a noble name with Gu Lancheng is really an eyesore. After saying that, he ignited the green book with a handful of fire, and when the divorce certificate was mostly reduced to ashes, he threw it back and threw it into the trash can. Xiaomi didn't stop him, but just suddenly leisurely read a poem. Moss flowers are as small as rice, also like peonies blooming. Daylight doesn't go anywhere. Youth comes precisely by itself. Yan Hongxing said. Sister's life truly deserves a person's name. Sister was as humble as a moss flower in the eyes of her parents, yet she grew wild and blossomed into her own light. Zhou suddenly made up her mind. Xiao Shang, I want to change my name. Yan Hongxing answered crisply. Yes, Xiao Mi, however, was confused. But my father doesn't love me and my mother doesn't love me, so whose last name should I take? Yan Hongxing suddenly passed a seductive handsome face under Xiaomi's eyelids and pulled her hand in a deadpan manner. Sister, take my surname. Xiaomi thought about it. No matter if it was in her past life, or in this life, Yan Hongxing was her nobleman. If she had any attachment to this world, it would have to be Yan Hongxing. Aha! Yan Hongxing stepped on the gas, and the limousine darted toward the political bureau like an arrow off the string. Zhou stood in front of the government office, her thoughts racing. She will bury Zhou in this place with her own hands. From that moment on, there was no more Zhou in the world. Yan Hongxing seemed to understand her pallor. He solemnly took her hand. Sister, the road ahead. I will accompany you. Zhou nodded. She shuffled her leaden feet and slowly made her way inside. Sir, I want to change my name. Do you have your account book and ID card with you? Zhou handed over his account book, his ID card trembling. Fill in the reason for the name change? The staff pushed over a form. Zhou lifted his pen and wrote shakily. This name is ominous. The staff saw the reason and looked embarrassed. Miss, your reason is too far-fetched. Yan Hongxing said sorrowfully. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and do it? Yan Hongxing was not very old, but his aura was buffed to the brim. The staff member trembled in fear. Then write your original name and the changed name on the form. Xiaomi wrote in the original name column, Xiaomi. In the name change column solemnly write, Yan Yanqing. Yan Hongxing's iceberg handsome face suddenly smiled brightly at the sight of this name. In this world, there was finally a treasure that belonged to him alone. Gu Lancheng's overbearing possessiveness caused him to develop a strong desire to protect Yan Yanqing. Coming out of the political bureau, Yan Hongxing took her hand. Sister, I'll take you home. Zhou is dead. Killed by Zhou himself. Nensen nodded. The other side. Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xin smoothly received the marriage license. Xiao Xin got what she wanted, and her originally waxy and haggard complexion was much better. But Gu Lancheng, for some reason, he couldn't be happy. If his mother knew that he had secretly gotten a license with Xiao Xin, she didn't know what kind of light she would be in. Xin, the matter of us getting a license. Don't make an official announcement for now. Xiao Xin was doubly lost. You're trying to get married to me by stealth? Gu Lancheng said. My mom, she doesn't really want me to marry you. If you want to live a peaceful life, the news of our marriage must not be known to her. Otherwise she will make things difficult for you, just like she did with Xiaomi. Cynthia, I can't let my mom do that to you. The last sentence finally melted Xiao Xin's heart. She smiled brightly. Lancheng, I'm already happy to be able to marry you. A hidden marriage is a hidden marriage. Anyway, there will be a long time to come. But there is a difference between Gu Lancheng's so-called hidden marriage and Xiao Xian's so-called hidden marriage. Gu Lancheng sent Xiao Xian to Xiao's house, and Xiao Xian commiserated. Lancheng, we're married, we should live together? Gu Lancheng said, if we live together, we won't be able to hide the marriage from my mom. Xin, for the sake of our future happiness, you should commit yourself for a while. When I succeed in my business venture and take back the Gu family's inheritance, we can be together. Chapter 79, Baby Grandchildren, Suffocating in the Heart. Alright then, Xiao Xian knew how to advance and retreat, making Gu Lancheng satisfied with her sense of propriety. He rubbed her into his arms and comforted her. Xin, for your sake, I will work hard and stand at the top of the pyramid. At that time, no one will be able to stop our love. Xiao Xian's gaze was warm. Lancheng, I believe in you. The long-declining prince, back in the workplace, took out the determination of a strong man. He vowed at the company's shareholders meeting, in 6 months, I will lead our new company to a successful IPO. Given his notable past achievements, the company's shareholders continue to have a high level of trust in him and have expressed their support for him. Gu's father watched him work hard, and his harshness towards him was slightly curtailed. He also occasionally returned to the Gu family villa to liaise with Gu's mother. He even went so far as to spend a lot of money to take down all the hot searches for Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng's sky was originally stormy, but he couldn't help that he had a gold master father who blocked all the storms for him. Everything seems to be going in the right direction. The other side. Nianqing's design work has been perfectly concluded. The 30 designs of the preferred works are directly pushed to the production stage, and the most urgent task is to do a good job of publicity and distribution. Yan Hongsheng brought the list of intended partners. Nianqing saw that the heavyweight partners at the front of the list were the C family, the Yan family and the Gu family, all of which were well-known plutocrat groups. Her eyes darkened. The Gu family hates me to the bone. It's impossible for them to cooperate with me. She objectively and calmly dissected. And the core power of the Yan family is in your father's hands. He favors your brother, so naturally he won't allocate good resources to you. The C family, perhaps, could give it a try. Yan Hongsheng corrected her with a smile. Sister, although your analysis is too one-sided, the conclusion is incisive. Nianqing put on an attitude of listening. Where is it one-sided? Yan Hongsheng said, businessmen only talk about interests, not feelings. The Gu family has Gu Lancheng, and the Yan family has Yan Shirue. These two people are in control of the clothing and jewelry industries of the two families respectively. They operate in the same direction as us, so they can't be our collaborators, they will only be our competitors. That's the real reason why we're not looking for their cooperation. Nianqing said naively, he and I are rivals? Yes, sister. The products grab a limited market share, and will fight Gu Lancheng to the death. Nianqing's gentle and moving eyes blossomed into viciousness. So it's either his death or mine? Yan Hongsheng nodded. Xiao Sheng, I can't lose. Nian Sheng fixedly said, she couldn't sanction Gu Lancheng through the law, so she could make him get his due punishment outside of the law. Yan Hongsheng said, sister, if you don't want to lose, then there's only one option, cooperate with the C family. The C family, a combination of military and business, a family to be feared. Nianqing was actually fearful of Elder C, who was rumored to be an all-powerful politician, but in order to win Gu Lancheng, she overcame all her fears. Is your grandfather nice to be around? In order to take the C family's cooperation ticket, Nianqing, who never cared to go through the back door, even humbly learned from Yan Hongsheng about human affairs. Yan Hongsheng could see her nervousness as he calmed her down. Sister, although Grandpa's temper is eccentric, he is an extremely good person, and he is rake-eared, especially afraid of my maternal grandmother. Nianqing suddenly cupped Yan Hongsheng's face and examined it. You look so good. You must have inherited your mother's stunning beauty. Your grandmother should also like you very much, right? Why don't you negotiate with the C family on behalf of the company a lifetime of you? Yan Hongsheng smiled in a flavorful manner. Sister, I can follow you in everything, only this matter can't. Nensho was confused. Why is that? Yan Hongsheng's eyes glittered with a wry light. Sister, if I step forward, then everyone will know that I'm the man behind you. Nianqing frowned. She always felt that Yan Hongsheng's expression was strange. However, after speculating on it word by word, there seemed to be no problem. Right. It was me who was confused. You're the big boss of the company. It's not your turn to step in on such a small occasion. In the end, Nianqing decided to personally go out and visit the old man in the C family. Early weekend mornings, Yan Hongsheng returned to the C family in an unprecedented manner, and old Mrs. C was overjoyed. She hurriedly instructed the cook, my precious grandson is back today. You guys prepare a few more dishes for me. I have to give my grandson a good tonic. He also instructed the housekeeper, call the old master and tell him that Xiaosheng has come home. Tell him to hurry back. From the moment he entered the house, Yan Hongsheng's hand was tugged by his grandmother, afraid that he would run away. She pulled Yan Hongsheng to the side of the sofa. Xiao Shang, it's rare for you to come back once. You accompany grandma for a chat. Yan Hongshan laughed. Grandmother, don't worry, I'm not in a hurry to leave today. Let's take our time to chat. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Grandma stared at him. You brat, you're suffocating inside, aren't you? Yan Hongsheng aggravated. I just want a grandma and grandpa want to eat. Come home to see you still be you misunderstood. Grandma couldn't stop smiling. You used to be withdrawn and didn't like to interact with people. We were all worried that you were autistic. Even your mom said that if you didn't need a good person with this disposition, I'm afraid it would be hard to change for the rest of your life. Grandmother's expression suddenly became sad as she spoke. Your mom, too, was the flower of the high country. The boys who approached her were like a river of carp, and she ignored them all. Instead, she was cheated by your heartless and unsympathetic scum of a father. Yan Hongsheng silently held his grandmother's hand. Grandmother, my luck must be better than my mother. Grandma forced herself to mourn and squeeze out a smile. Xiao Shang, after your grandpa saw you last time, he complimented you on how much more lively your nature has become. Tell grandma truthfully, are you in love? Yan Hongsheng said. Grandmother, if I have a girl of my choice, I will definitely bring her back to you at the first opportunity to keep an eye on her. Grandmother laughed. It's for the best. After all, grandma has eaten more rice than you have traveled, and whatever those girls out there have in mind for you, grandma will be able to recognize their tricks with her fiery eyes. Yan Hongsheng smiled without saying anything. At that exact moment, the butler came in with an invitation to pay his respects. Old madam, a girl named Nianqing sends an invitation to pay her respects. Old lady Yan murmured. Nianqing? Then he waved his hand. I'm having a rare chat with my grandson today, so I won't be seeing guests. Yan Hongsheng, however, said, Grandmother, the name Nianqing is so close to me. Why don't we just meet her? Old lady Yan was surprised. When did you become so sentimental? It's just that, since my precious grandchild wants to see her, let her come. Chapter 80. Love is in the air, paving the way for her. The butler turned to leave. Yan Hongsheng, however, inexplicably became restless. Grandmother, it's better for me to recuse myself. The old madam looked at Yan Hongsheng in dismay. You bastard, you never put these red tape in your eyes before. How did you become so gentlemanly and gentle nowadays? Yan Hongsheng slipped away faster than a rabbit. Grandmother, you and Miss Nianqing are talking about work. Grandson's presence here will disturb you. When the old lady saw him burrowing into the study behind the screen, and not going far, she acquiesced in his being a deserter. In a matter of moments, the butler came in with Nianqing. The old madam scrutinized the girl who had made her precious grandson a bit perverse. She saw that she had an outstanding temperament, a shapely figure, and was as beautiful as a flower, but her brows and eyes were shrouded in melancholy. It is clear that she is a woman with a story. The old lady was a little more wary of Nianqing. Ms. Nianqing, please have a seat. Nianqing sat down on the opposite side of the old lady. Explained the purpose of her visit. Old lady, I am the design director of A Lifetime of You. Today I took the liberty of disturbing your old man, because I want to discuss a cooperation opportunity with the old lady. After saying that, Nianqing took out the project atlas that he had prepared in advance and respectfully handed it to the old madam with both hands. Old lady, this is our company's new product. We are taking the high luxury route. I heard that the C family's global trade building just happens to have a vacant seat that is being invested in. I hope that old madam can give our company a chance. The old madam looked at her slender fingers, clearly trembling slightly, so it was evident that while she was calm on the surface, she was tense and uneasy on the inside. The old lady took the atlas and placed it on the coffee table. She was far less interested in it than in Nianqing herself. How old is Miss Nianqing? Nianqing was surprised and figured that the old madam might be trying to sidestep her work experience. So she said, I'm 24 years old this year. Although I haven't been practicing for a long time, I love the clothing industry very much. The old lady interrupted her. Does Miss Nianqing recognize my grandson Hongsheng? Nianqing was dumbfounded. She talks to the old lady about her work, but the old lady talks to her about her personal feelings. Off the big spectrum. She nodded stiffly. Recognize. The old lady had a knowing look on her face. No wonder. The reason for Yan Hongsheng's sudden return home today became very clear. You are friends? The old lady asked. Nianqing was embarrassed. She wanted to tell the old madam that she and Xiao Shang were more than just friends. They were relatives who had once depended on each other and treated each other as dependents. But the sadness in Nianqing's bones made her suffer. She was afraid that when the old madam found out about her birth, she would follow the example of those noble women who held her high and low and prevent her from interacting with Yan Hongsheng. So she tried to make light of it. Sort of. The old lady was shocked. After all, Yan Hongsheng, this high cold temperament, since childhood have no friends, those who take the initiative to stick up the child. Even if the call through the throat, he did not respond to people. Now that he had made friends, old lady Yin didn't care where Nianqing came from. She felt that Nianqing could change her precious grandson's character. Nianqing was the Wonder Woman. Naturally, she was held in high regard. Nianqing, my family's Xiaoshang has a cool personality, just like a wooden lump. Sometimes he has a bad temper and is a bit unsympathetic, but he is very kind inside, and since you are his friend, you should be more tolerant of him in the future. When he commits shafts, I hope you won't take it personally. Nensen was a little dazed. The old madam's words were imbued with love for Xiaoshang. Some faint joy arose in her heart. Xiaoshang was unfortunate, but also fortunate. The old madam suddenly silenced her voice as she patted her mouth and blamed herself. Shouldn't I be talking to you about this? You won't dislike my family's Xiaoshang because of this. Nianqing shook his head, his mouth scooping when he got excited. Old madam, Xiaoshang only shows his claws and teeth to those who hurt him. He is very well behaved in front of me. I like him very much. I will never dislike him in this life. The old lady was struck by lightning. God, what did she hear? Sounds like you're pretty close to my little show. Ha! Behind the screen, Yan Hongqing couldn't help but hook his lips. Seductive peach blossom eyes piled with laughter without realizing it. I'd like to see you answer my grandmother. He crossed his fingers. Nianqing came back to his senses, his soul while scared out of his wits. Old madam, don't misunderstand me. I just think of Xiaoshang as a younger brother. The old lady said. Isn't sibling love very popular among you young people nowadays? Nianqing's face was as red as a persimmon. Old madam, I'm not only 6 years older than Xiaoshang, I've also been divorced once. I never thought that I could have a man-woman relationship with Xiaoshang. In fact, I have no intention of getting married again in my life. The old lady was stunned for a long time. It's me being abrupt. Ms. Nianqing, I'll take a serious look at your work, so go back and wait for my news. Nensen left with trepidation. Yan Hongshang walked out with a handsome face. The old madam glanced at Yan Hongshang, whose body was icy cold and whose handsome face was taut, and teasingly said, this icy face of yours, has she ever seen it? Yan Hongshang sat sullenly on the sofa, which suddenly sank deep into a huge pit. Why does grandma ask her such strange questions? The old lady played dumb. What's the problem? Grandma wants to know about my relationship with her. Just come and ask me. The old lady then asked in passing. You are so careful to pave the way for her career. Do you still need to ask about your mind, grandma? Of course Granny wants to know. The person you like, how is she treating you? Yan Hongshang was shocked. Was his mind that obvious? Abruptly, he became lost again. You heard me. Your grandson is probably going to end up alone in this life. The old lady thinks that Yan Hongshang is just the age for giving new words, and his love for him is just an experience on the way to growing up as a teenager. So take a supportive stance. I don't think so. Yan Hongshang's gray eyes radiated a strange color. Grandmother, what is your high opinion? The old madam said. You were behind the screen. You only heard the voice but did not see the person. You didn't see how nervous she was. So nervous that her fingers were shaking. So nervous that her mouth was scooped. Xiaoshang, this girl cares about you, and because she cares about you, she can't let go in front of me. Yan Hongshang smiled with a wide brow. Grandmother, you know what's in your grandchild's heart. She and I are both bitter people, so I hope grandmother won't make things difficult for her. The old madam sighed. If we are talking about selfishness, grandmother does not want you to find a woman with a complicated love history. It's just that grandma is afraid that you will follow your mother's old path, so grandma won't interfere in your emotional problems. It's just that Xiaoshang, love people more than yourself. Thanks grandma. At noon, Elder C hurried back home. Chapter 81 Overbearing and Protective. Favorite grandchildren. Very unexpectedly, Master C even brought Gu Lancheng home. Where is my good grandson? Ma'am? The old lady sat on the living room couch, a cold snort escaping her nose, annoyed at his late return. You still know you have a grandson, don't you? He came back and sat dry for half a day, and when he got bored chatting with me, an old woman, he left unhappy. Master C was lost. The brat didn't even wait for me. He smilingly went to coax the old madam. Madam, don't be angry. I have some official business here and was delayed. It won't happen again. The old madam glanced at Gu Lancheng. After all, he was the son of a close friend of the family. She said to Gu Lancheng politely, Lancheng is here. Feel free to sit down. Gu Lancheng sat down on the sofa and the maid immediately served good tea. Gu Lancheng sipped the good tea and his brows relaxed. With such VIP level treatment, I thought that what he was asking for, Elder Lady C would definitely not make things difficult for him. Gu Lancheng opened the door and said, Auntie, I'm here this time because I want to lease your C family's commerce building in the core of the imperial capital. I wonder if Auntie can give me a chance. The old lady's face did not show, but in her heart, she was very happy. Fortunately, Miss Nianqing came to me earlier. If I agreed to Gu, she would not have a chance. If I had said yes to Gu, she wouldn't have had the chance. How could C. Elder know what Mrs. C. Elder's mind was thinking? He took it upon himself to say, Lan Chang, your father and I are good friends, and you're the child we've watched grow up. Just for this friendship, don't worry, what you ask for we are bound to agree. Before he could finish, the old lady suddenly interrupted him with a snappy, old man, the Commerce Building, I've already given it to someone else. Gu Lancheng's smile froze in the corner of his eyes. The old man's mouth was wide open. Ma'am, don't joke, didn't we agree to leave the opportun, ity to Lancheng? The old madam handed Nianqing's portfolio to the old master and said, take a look, this girl's work, the commission is really good. Elder C, however, didn't even flip through it as he threw the portfolio directly onto the coffee table. He was ashamed of his old lady's broken promise. Madam, our C family's trade city is located in the prime location of the imperial capital, so no matter which company leases my family's stores, their business will flourish, but for us we only charge an equivalent rent anyway. What's wrong with us renting to Lan City? He is from the military. A promise is a promise. At once, the urchin's heart rose and played rogue. Ma'am, we previously promised Brother Gu. The old lady held her forehead, picked up the portfolio on the coffee table again, and simply said, old man, this is what Xiaoshang pushed on us. Master C looked at the old madam in dismay. Madam, isn't Hongxing's hobby intelligent robots? Why did he suddenly change careers? The old madam whispered in his ear. This portfolio is from a girl's handwriting. Your grandson defends her closely, so maybe this girl will be your granddaughter-in-law in the future. Master C's jaw dropped. Why is this stuffy guy getting the hang of things so early? When he came back to his senses, Master C excitedly grabbed the portfolio, seeing the clothing styles inside. He, an old antique, actually did not know how to appreciate it, but he just nodded his head without pretending to understand. Not bad, worthy of being my precious grandson, the vision is really just good. Then he said to Gu Lancheng with some embarrassment, nephew, although I really want to cooperate with you, but as you know, this is my only precious grandson, and this is the first time he's begged me in his entire life. I'm very protective of my own child. No one is as close to me as my own child, so I'm sorry, I can't work with you. The old madam also chimed in. Lan Cheng, since my little Shang has come out and begged me, then I categorically cannot spoil his fun. He is, after all, the only gift left to me by my precious daughter. I hope you'll forgive me. The other party had made his words so clear. Gu Lancheng would look uninterested if he dwelled on it. He could only leave with regret. Coming out of the C family, Gu Lancheng was in a dark mood. If his luxury goods couldn't be housed in the C family's global trade center, they would invariably fall down a notch. Pricing would have to take the patronizing route, and with the opening bureau being limited, the road ahead would be even more difficult, unless, of course, he could take down Yan's top production team next, to build momentum for his brand. When Nianqing came out of the C family manor, she was in a very somber state of mind. When Yan Hongsheng rushed back to her studio, he saw her listlessly slumped over her computer desk. Her eyes were empty and blank. What's wrong? Yan Hongsheng sat in front of her and reached out to touch her forehead to make sure she wasn't sick. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Nianqing raised his head, his deep black pupils filled with apologies. Xiao Shang, I didn't behave too well just now. Old madam didn't even look at my work and let me leave. Yan Hongsheng couldn't help himself. Grandma was born into a family of big plutocrats, and her ancestors had been in business for generations, and her talent for business was unrivaled. However, Grandma had only one weakness in her life, which was her love for her daughter. But her daughter died young, and Grandma always felt that it was because she had neglected to accompany her daughter when she was young that her daughter was easily cheated by a scummy man and eventually perished. Grandmother transfers all her debt to her daughter to her grandson, Yan Hongsheng. To Yan Hongsheng, she was responsive. Yan Hongsheng so blatantly paved the way for Nianqing. Why would the old lady need to see the work? She had already given Nianqing the admission ticket. Sister, I've already poked around with Grandma. She complimented you on the depth and substance of your work, so she has already decided to fully authorize the Prime Store in the Global Commerce Building to you. The surprise came so quickly that Nianqing was dumbfounded, crying and laughing. I'm lucky to be recognized by the Iron Lady of the Mall. Yan Hongsheng gently wiped her tears. Sister, we've only grabbed the most prosperous sales store. Next, we have to grab the best production team in the clothing industry. Nianqing said, I've heard for a long time that the best sewing skills and ironing skills in the imperial capital are all in the Yan family. But your father favors Yan Shirue. How could he lend us such good resources? Yan Hongsheng snorted coldly. Yan Shirue is nothing more than Luado who can't help himself. If the Yan family's core industry is handed over to him, sooner or later he will be offered to Gu Lancheng. Nianqing instantly realized, if Gu Lancheng begs for this exclusive authorization of the Yan family's core technology, he is bound to fight a beautiful turnaround. I can't let him have his way. Yan Hongsheng laughed, That is why you need to hurry up and get ready and make a trip to the Yen family with me. Nianqing is a workaholic. She puts on her computer bag and says she's leaving. Go. Yen family villa atrium gazebo garden. Yen Shirue and Gu Lanqing sat in the pavilion sipping tea, while the pretty maids beside them waited respectfully. Chapter 82, Ex-wife adds to the mess. Mr. Gu is depressed. After Yen Shirue was informed of the original story of Gu Lanqing's setback in the C family, he was so furious that he shattered the wine cup on the stone table. How could Yen Hongsheng do something so unethical? Our four major plutocrats have been on the same rope since our ancestors started their business, and have never been watchful. And yet he snatched away your reserved seat at the prosperous store. Lan Chang, don't worry, I will definitely help you this time. Gu Lanqing was overjoyed. If I can get your full support, then the Yen family's clothing production team will definitely be able to be of use to me. At that time, our Gu family's products don't even need to be set off by a prosperous store. They can also have a good reputation, and will not worry about sales. Gu Lanqing's face showed concern. Churi, I'm afraid that Yen Hongsheng has stirred me up again. Yen Shirue disdained. He may have some say in the C family. In the Yen family, he's nothing more than a dog raised by my father. Give him a little bit of leftovers if he obeys, and just beat him out if he doesn't. Gu Lanqing sighed in relief. Yen Shirue, however, suddenly sensed something. Lanqing, this isn't right. Why is that boy Yen Hongsheng going against you? A word to the wise. Gu Lanqing replayed all of his encounters with Yen Hongsheng on horseback, and surprisingly, he also discovered a fact that made him tremble with fear. When you put it this way, I realized that the embarrassment he gave me in the snatching away of my prosperous store was not a coincidence. I'm afraid it was a deliberate act on his part. Why would he do that? Offending you won't do him half as much good. Yen Shirue wondered. Gu Lanqing said smugly. What else could it be? Naturally, it's youthful arrogance, wanting to take away my crown prince's honor. Yen Shirue despised and disdained. Who in the circle doesn't know that you are a prodigy in Lanqing? Just by his mother-born and mother-unraised bastard, he deserves to be delusional? Yen Shirue was even more enthusiastic in helping Gu Lanqing pave the way. Lanqing, you're coming with me to see my grandfather. As long as Grandpa authorizes the Yen family's core technology after you, Yen Hongsheng won't be able to fight you. Gu Lanqing nodded. Aha! Gu Lanqing never thought that the biggest competitor he had ever met in his life was not a powerful big shot in the mall, but the humble ex-wife he had always looked down on. At this moment on the third floor of the south-facing detached villa, Yen Hongsheng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly looking in the direction of the gazebo. Sister, I'm only afraid there's going to be a bad fight today. Nianqing stood next to him, his tone stoic. As long as I can thwart him, even if there's a fire pit in front of me, I'll still jump. Yen Hongsheng turned around, and against the light, his long and straight figure was as magnificent as an orchid. His expression was hidden in the dark shadows, his voice obscure. Sister, Gu Lanqing is very good at doing business, and is accustomed to bribing his partners with benefits. The Yen family, on the other hand, especially values benefits. If you want to win, you must be surprising. Nianqing is on the straight and narrow, although she is very successful in foreign entrepreneurship, but by virtue of all her attentive service and excellent product quality, on bribery this kind of sideline, she looked down on, and did not care to do this kind of sordid thing. But she can't lose to Gu Lanqing. Abruptly an aura split the brain. She looked up suddenly, glaring at Yen Hongsheng with a pair of streaming eyes. Even though Gu Lanqing had as many means as he could muster, in his previous life, he, the crown prince, was still pulled down by Yen Hongsheng. That means that Yen Hongsheng's mind and means are definitely superior to Gu Lanqing's. Little Sheng, you must have a way to defeat him. She tugged at Yen Hongsheng's sleeve. Those eyes that flashed with a wise gaze were like children who wanted candy, surprisingly innocent to the point that one could feel one's heart fluttering. Yen Hongsheng pretended to be confused. Sister, my grandfather is suspicious and sensitive by nature. If I blatantly help you, he's bound to question our relationship. How will I explain to him at that time? Nensen was in trouble. How about sister condescends to be my girlfriend for a time? Yen Hongsheng seductively said. That way grandpa will definitely value you. Nianqing strongly objected. No. I have a bad reputation. You'll be devoured by public opinion if you stay with me. She couldn't afford to put Yen Hongsheng in the middle of a storm. Yen Hongsheng pulled her to the dressing table. Sister, aren't you the best at disguises? They won't recognize you if you disguise yourself a little. Nianqing chose to compromise under the rush in Yen Hongsheng's sugarcoating. She permed her hair in big curls, put on gorgeous jewelry, changed into a red jumpsuit, then put on giant framed sunglasses and flaming red lips, which made her look both valiant and charming. Sister, you're so pretty. Yen Hongsheng was slightly disoriented. He complimented without the frivolity of a denizen. For Neeson, it was more like an affirmation of her. Yes, she's beautiful. That's why she should live. Let's go. Nianqing was quite a bit anxious, fearing that Gu Lanchang would get there first. Lobby. Elder Yen was sitting on the sofa above him with a stony face. Gu Lanchang was sitting on the side and below him, while Yen Chirui was standing next to Gu Lanchang and was adding fuel to the old man's complaint. Grandpa, that brat Hongsheng is becoming more and more lawless. He even dared to rob the Crown Prince's prosperous store. Who do you think will wipe his ass if he offends the Crown Prince? As Yen Hongsheng and Nianqing stepped into the hall, it was as if a fresh breeze was blowing in, and the faint scent of roses wafted through the air. Everyone couldn't help but look up. Gu Lancheng's gaze was immediately wrapped around Nianqing's body like a snake. Familiar figure, but unfamiliar aura. Behavior and demeanor has a sense of arrogance that he has never seen. He was actually a little less sure that she was his bad wife. Yen Chirui even directly froze, because he saw the girl he fell in love with at first sight. He even lost his temper and screamed out, "Why you?" Nianqing furrowed her brows. Although she was beautiful, she was not a body that attracted bees and butterflies, so she seemed at a loss for Yen Chirui's sudden way of getting close. Yen Hongsheng pulled Nianqing into his arms, one hand circling over her shoulder like this as he exploded with possessiveness. Jealousy spilled out of Yen Chirui's eyes. He cried out in his heart, "Where did this brat Yen Hongsheng find this fine product on earth?" Yen Hongsheng disdained Yen Chirui and instead took Nianqing's hand and walked towards Master Yen. They were clasping their fingers and looked very familiar and natural. Grandpa, Grandpa. Yen Hongsheng and Nianqing stood side by side in front of the old master. Yen Hongsheng young and calm, Nianqing's sunglasses outside the face on the other hand is a young face. The two people actually give a kind of male talent and female appearance of the perfect match sense of vision. Elder Yen was polite to Nianqing. "Please sit down." Nianqing sat down graciously, while Yen Hongsheng sat down next to her. One of his hands held hers. Nianqing felt awkward and secretly tried to break away, but Yen Hongsheng held it tighter. He also gave her a wary look, so Nianqing went along with him. She was so simple-minded that she always thought he had his own reasons, but she would never have thought that he was purposely getting close to her. Chapter 83 Waste Ex-Wife. Nirvana into a Phoenix. Yen Hongsheng handed Nianqing's portfolio directly to Elder Yen. "Grandpa, this is the design work that my Nian stayed up for 3 months to do. Please have a look at it." "Grandpa." There was no prelude, nor was the motive stated, but it made Gu Lanchang and Yen Chirui feel threatened like never before. Yen Chirui was an indolent one and yelled up directly. "Yen Hongsheng, what do you mean? In the front foot, you snatched away the prince's prosperous store, and now you want to snatch away his production team. Why is your heart so black?" Master Yen directly ignored the children's bickering. Compared to affinity, this powerful mall lord valued ability more than affinity. Master Yen took the portfolio, put on his old-fashioned glasses, and flipped through it carefully. Yen Chirui's face was worried. Gu Lanchang was still calm. "Xiaomi, how can your work meet old Mr. Yan's eyes? Don't disgrace yourself here." Yen Chirui was shocked out of his mind. "Lanchang, what did you call her? Xiaomi? How can she be Xiaomi?" When Nianqing was publicly exposed by Gu Lanchang, he was inevitably a little weak. A fine sweat immediately appeared on her hand. Yen Hongsheng pulsating look at her. Such a fragile mind child, intelligent and sensitive girl, can give birth to the courage to retaliate against the crown prince? Must be subjected to how much aggression and injustice? He was heartbroken for her. Yen Hongsheng looked at Nianqing favorably. "Crown prince, you've mistaken the wrong person. This is my girlfriend. Her name is Nianqing. It's not that silly white sweet ex-wife of yours." Gu Lanchang was stunned. "She is your girlfriend? Why else would I go out of my way to help her? Because she's one of our own," Yen Hongsheng said. Gu Lanchang scrutinized Xiaomi with a straight face. He was very sure that she was Xiaomi, but he couldn't figure out how she had transformed into Yen Hongsheng's girlfriend. Master Yen was concentrating on flipping through Nianqing's atlas, and if he hadn't been through all the vicissitudes of life and had long since developed the ability to keep his joy and anger at bay, he would have already had his jaw dropped by Nianqing's program at this moment. "Lanchang, what did you just call her?" Elder Yan's reflex arc seemed to be particularly long, and it was only after reading the program that he reacted. Gu Lanchang glanced at Nianqing and said in a certain tone, "Uncle, this girl in front of you, she is my ex-wife Xiaomi. She never went to college, much less has she systematically and professionally studied fashion design. Her qualifications are simply not worthy of working with the Yen family's top production team." His tone held the arrogance of a superior. Master Yen narrowed his eagle pupils. He had also heard of the legend of Xiaomi. She was a beggar that Gu Lanchang had picked up and brought home, a wretch specifically raised to provide a kidney source for his white moonlight, and although Gu Lanchang had married her in a spirit of duty, she lived only in the pity and sympathy of the people of the imperial capital. How could such a lowly mole cricket design such an eye-catching scheme? Whether it was her skillful drawing skills, her maverick design concepts, and her profound professional knowledge, each and every part revealed her amazing talent. How could the amazingly talented Nianqing be the mediocre and incompetent Zhoumiai? Master Yen closed the atlas. At the moment the atlas became heavy. Master Yen did not want it to stray into the hands of other competing companies. Xiao Shang, you introduced Miss Nianqing to me. You have to say what your intentions are, right? Master Yen was notorious for his deviousness and cunning, and at this moment, he had long since weighed the benefits and losses. Instead of making Gu Lancheng whole, he would get a sizable share of the profits. Might as well fulfill his own grandson. I just don't know if Yen Hongsheng is ambitious enough to take food from the crown prince's mouth. Right now, Master Yen was testing Yen Hongsheng's attitude. Yen Hongsheng said, "Grandfather, my grandson also wants to dabble in the field of luxury goods. My grandson's new company is starting up with a bang. We have a top designer team and a top production team, supplemented by the most prosperous sales store in the lot. So it's a case of right place, right time, right person and right place. Now everything is ready. All we need is the east wind." Master Yen pursed his lips. In his words, Yen Hongsheng had already attributed the Yen family's top production team to himself. It was evident that he had long ago bribed those workers of the Yen family. Yen Shirue, this stupid bastard, only knows how to do others a favor. This son cannot become a great man. Master Yen turned his gaze to Nianqing. Miss Nianqing, this kind of 1,000-year-old demon like Master Yen has his own metaphysical way of talking. When he insisted on calling the other party Miss Nianqing when Gu Lancheng had decided that the other party was Xiaomi, it meant that he only believed in Yen Hongsheng. He would rather offend Gu Lancheng, the Buddha, than be Yen Hongsheng's backer. Gu Lancheng was as shocked as a stone statue. His eyes fell on the atlas in Master Yan's hand, and he realized that it was this atlas that had changed Master Yan's original intentions. But he really couldn't believe that Xiaomi was capable of conquering Master Yan's heart. Master Yan, can I take a look at this atlas? Gu Lancheng made an unkind request. Master Yan subconsciously covered the atlas tightly. His protective heart towards it was very obvious. However, he was also unwilling to offend Gu Lancheng, the Buddha, so he dumped the problem on Nianqing. Mr. Gu, this atlas belongs to Ms. Nianqing. If you want to see it, you have to ask her. Before his words fell, Nianqing said firmly, "This is a confidential document of my company. I don't agree." Gu Lancheng was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. "Zhoumiai, I'm not going to steal your work." He despised Zhoumiai so much, how could he possibly steal hers? He was merely wondering why Master Yen had changed his mind after seeing the portfolio. If the work was really good, he was convinced. If the work was not good, then it meant that Master Yen valued Yen Hongsheng exceptionally highly. There was no doubt that the Yen family heir would fall to Yen Hongsheng. Crown Prince, to be forced to look at someone else's company's confidential documents. Isn't this request too rude? Yen Hongsheng looked at Gu Lancheng with cold eyes. Gu Lancheng was stunned at Nianqing's determined attitude. He had always deluded himself into thinking that Xiaomi's divorce from him was just a momentary head of steam. Their marriage is not still humane. Who is the prince? Facing the obstacles set up by Master Yen and Yen Hongsheng, he easily breaks through. "Uncle, on my side, I also have a portfolio for you to go through." Gu Lancheng's flamboyance. Yen Hongsheng felt it clearly. Isn't he just trying to get the answer he wants in his heart through the competition? Master Yen naturally couldn't brush him off as he showed great interest. "Oh, then I'm in for a treat today." Gu Lancheng rendered his chief designer as heavenly and earthly. "Uncle, if you have seen my family designer's design program, you will definitely not regret it." She studied fashion design during her college years, and at that time, she was the one who excelled in both character and academics, and won several awards. After graduation and get Jasmine teacher's favor, become Jasmine teacher's student. Her professional knowledge skyrocketed. Now in the industry has a small fame. Master Yen was even more expectant. "In that case I am even more expectant." Gu Lancheng sniffed coolly and dialed her his chief designer, asking her to quickly deliver a selection of past works to the Yen family manor. The air then inexplicably condensed a bit during the waiting time. It didn't take long for Xiao Xian to arrive in a hurry. Chapter 84, Less skilled than others. Begging ex-wife. Yen Hongsheng laughed softly and breathlessly when he saw Xiao Xian. "I thought which big shot is the designer that the crown prince hired heavily. It turns out to be your white moonlight." A flirtation, but it exposed Gu Lancheng's stupidity of nepotism. This was precisely what Master Yen was most jealous of. Xiao Xian couldn't wait to hand her designs to Master Yen. "Old Mr. Yen, please take a look." Master Yen slowly and methodically placed his teacup on the coffee table, took Xiao Xian's atlas, and flipped through the first page. Throughout the design concepts and traditional expressions, the old man saw a headache. With that, he flipped through it casually as if he were walking through it. Soon it came to the end. That impatient expression on the old man's face clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with the program. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng looked at each other. The two faces were as confused as each other. They flatly did not believe that Xiao Xian's proposal was even inferior to Xiaomi's. Yen Shirue, the slow-witted guy, was still excited and asked, "Grandpa, how was it? Isn't it better done than Zhoumiai's?" Master Yen let out a muffled grunt through his nose. "Poof, Then he dropped the atlas on the coffee table in his hand. A look of wasting my time. Xiao Xian's face instantly couldn't hang on as she reluctantly inquired. If old Mr. Yen thinks my proposal is bad, can you give me some constructive advice? She then felt that the old man was deliberately favoring Xiaomi, so she asked the old man to critique the proposal, and she decided that the old man would definitely reveal his intentions when he elaborated on the proposal. Who knew that the old man nonchalantly pointed out her shortcomings? Your program, it's too ordinary. It doesn't have the demeanor of everyone, and every aspect of it needs to be improved. Gu Lancheng was the calm one. Xiner is young after all. She really can't afford everyone's praise nowadays, but her program is naturally excellent compared to her peers. When speaking of peers, he deliberately glanced at Xiaomi. I'm sure Zhoumi's program is bound to be less than flawless, but to each his own. If Uncle prefers Xiaomi's proposal, I naturally have nothing to say. However, I firmly believe that her program must still be inferior to Xiner's. At these words, Xiao Xin was instantly pleased with herself. Master Yen showed a confused expression. Zhoumi? Gu Lancheng could only correct awkwardly. Xiaomi is this Nianqing girl. Master Yen, however, smiled heartily. Miss Nianqing's program is already out of the bounds of her age. She's like a well-read old artist who can handle all levels of style. To say that she is everyone is well-deserved. Gu Lancheng was shocked on the spot. He stared at Nianqing incredulously. Nianqing, however, favored and was indifferent. This can't be. Xiaomi, did you plagiarize someone else's scheme? Xiao Xian said naively. Yan Hongxing's cold eyes looked askance at her, denigrating others when your skills are inferior? Miss Xiao, your temperament is too narrow, spending your mind on being jealous of people better than yourself. It's no wonder your designs have stopped. Yan Hongxing tucked Nianqing's artwork atlas into his arms as if it were a treasure, then bid farewell to Master Yen. Grandpa, Nianqing and I have an appointment, so I won't bother you. Master Yen smiled out of the corner of his eye. Go. Yan Hongxing pulled Nianqing out of the hall with quick steps, but unexpectedly Gu Lancheng chased after him. Zhoumi. With his long legs, he caught up with Nianqing in a few steps and blocked her path. I have something to say to you. Gu Lancheng was overbearing. Yan Hongxing shielded Nianqing behind him, his reserved face becoming chilly at the moment. Crown Prince, you're pestering my girlfriend like this. Do you take me for granted that I don't exist? Gu Lancheng huffed. Yan Hongxing, she is my wife. Ex-wife only. Nensen corrected him. Gu Lancheng smiled. You finally admit that you're Xiaomi? Nianqing said to Yan Hongsheng. Xiao Sheng. I happen to have a few words I want to say to him as well. Only then did Yan Hongsheng grimace and stand farther away. Gu Lancheng and Nianqing stood face to face. Gu Lancheng's face was ugly. His tone was unpleasant as he questioned Nianqing. Xiaomi, why are you against me? Nianqing laughed back in anger. In the business world, each is based on their own skills. The Crown Prince dislikes me angrily when his skills are inferior. Where is the demeanor? Gu Lancheng softened his tone. Me? This project is very important to me. If you let me have it, I will give you a sum of money. How? Nianqing pulled out his ears and thought he had heard wrong. The prince is going to pay to buy out my project. Is that what you mean? Gu Lancheng's face was a little embarrassed. He just wanted to spend a little money to get rid of Xiaomi, but he didn't want to equate it. So what's the prince's price? Gu Lancheng's lips moved and finally reported a figure. 100,000. Nensen doubled over in front of him with laughter. Prince, are you dispatching the caller? She actually burst into tears of laughter. Gu Lancheng said, Xiaomi, 100,000 isn't too little for you. If Master Yen compliments you a few times, you shouldn't be unable to find your way around. It's impossible for your work to be better than Xiner's. Nianqing reminded him. Gu Lancheng, do you want me to remind you that Xiao Xin was my defeated opponent at the Milan fashion competition? For so many years, she only cared about cheating on me with you. Hasn't she deserted her studies a long time ago? And I'm different. These past few years, I've studied diligently, and my achievements have long since been beyond the reach of a rookie like Xiao Xin. For you to put her name together with mine, that's an insult to me. Gu Lancheng woke up like a dream. That's it. Milan costume contest. Zhoumi won over Xiao Xin. How could he forget about this? That was why he had just questioned how childish it was for Master Yen to harbor favoritism towards Xiaomi. And Master Yen's judgment of Xiaomi and Xiao Xin, with their contrasting strengths and weaknesses, caused a strong uneasiness to ripple through his heart. Gu Lancheng looked at Xiaomi incredulously. It's me who underestimated you. He was able to bend and immediately pulled down his face and said, Zhoumi, name your price. I'm willing to pay heavily for your work. Nianqing placed his finger on her flaming red lips. Gu Lancheng, you can't afford my work. Also, don't call me Xiaomi in the future. The day I divorced you, Xiaomi died. From now on there will be no more stupid and sweet Zhoumi in this world. Only Nianqing who lives for herself. Gu Lancheng was inexplicably cranky. Xiaomi, so what if you changed your name? It still can't erase what you and I once were. Nianqing saw his stubbornness and went straight forward, his high heels viciously chopping on his feet, then twisted her head and swayed away. Gu Lancheng clutched his foot, his face turning white with pain. Xiao Xian chased out and saw the scene of Gu Lancheng being bullied. She ran up in a huff and pulled Nianqing to give Gu Lancheng a hug. Me? How could you hit Lancel? You don't feel for him. I feel for him. You must apologize to him. You're sick. Nianqing swung vigorously, and Xiao Xian fell to the ground. Gu Lancheng ran over and helped Xiao Xian up. He raised his fist and was about to teach Nianqing a lesson. Chapter 85, T-Fox on Earth, Hongsheng's poisonous tongue. Nianqing, however, suddenly removed his glasses. Those beautiful eyes were treated with light makeup, exceptionally bright and glowing, but at the moment they were glowing with resentment because of anger. Try hitting me? She took a step forward and sent her stubborn face under Gu Lancheng's fist. Gu Lancheng was taken back by her glowing cold gaze and slowly loosened his hand. A pair of upside-down males and females. Nianqing gritted his teeth and cursed. When Xiao Xian saw that Gu Lancheng was defeated, she jumped out. Me? We are a family, and a family has no overnight enmity. It's very irrational for you to go against us. After all, it's good for you if Lancheng is developed. If he falls in power, you won't have a backer. She reached for Zhoumi's hand, but Zhoumi flinched away. Don't touch me. I don't know you well. Zhoumi's tone was detached and cold. Xiao Xian stood still and cried in aggravation. You still hate me? Isn't it? Me? I'm your sister, your bloodline relative. I admit that Lancheng and I have wronged you, but you have also taken revenge on us. Not only did we get web exploded, I also lost my child. Me? We're even. I don't owe you anymore. Zhoumi had a lazy look on his face. It's a shame you don't go into acting. She just blandly said. Xiao Xian's face instantly reddened into a monkey's ass. Me, did I say something wrong? Xiaomi looked at her as if she was looking at a national treasure. Your child died, that's because you've done too many bad things and God punished you. The fact that you were net-bombed is because you have a bad character. Your tragedy is the result of your own moral failings. What has it got to do with me? My tragedy, however, is due to you. Xiao Xian trembled, her face pale. Why have you become so unreasonable nowadays? Gu Lancheng suddenly pulled Xiao Xian behind himself and angrily rebuked Xiaomi. Xiaomi, I know why you've become so uncaring. Isn't it because you've climbed up to young Master Yen? But you're so stupid. Do you think a noble young master like young Master Yen would really love a divorced, childbearing rag like you? He's just trying to climb to young Master Yan's head. So he's doing whatever he can to take advantage of your feelings so that he can use you for him. When he's done using you, then he'll kick you away. And when that time comes, don't come back crying and begging me. Nianqing slapped Gu Lancheng viciously in the face. Ha! Jiazhen let out a panicked call. Gu Lancheng was petrified like a statue as he stared at Xiaomi in disbelief. How dare you hit me? Zhoumi fumed. Who shamelessly turned me into a second marriage? Who made me pregnant and miscarried? Gu Lancheng, you turned me into trash but questioned my unworthiness of true love. Why didn't I realize you were such disgusting trash before? Gu Lancheng climbed up and straightened his clothes, then clenching his fists, he approached Xiaomi with a gloomy face. His chest was rising and falling, obviously furious to the extreme. Anyone could see that he wanted to do it. So Yan Hongsheng came over with a big step. He shielded Nianqing behind him. The crown prince wouldn't want to hit a woman, would he? Gu Lancheng said angrily. She owes a beating. Yan Hongsheng said quietly. Prince, when you first picked her up, she was just a simple, innocent and defenseless white rabbit. Now she has turned into a hedgehog full of thorns. Shouldn't the crown prince reflect on how he forced someone to this point? Gu Lancheng's long body swayed. Yan Hongsheng's mockery, but it made him recall the beginning of his relationship with Xiaomi with shame. He vaguely remembers the day he brought Zhoumi back home. He said, I'll give you a secure home in the future. She hugged him with a smile like a flower, and softly said, Brother, you've been so good to me. I'll repay you well. But his and Zhoumi's home is in tatters. Exit again. Gu Lancheng's tone of voice is permeated with guilt, with pleasing. Xiaomi, my only fault is just do not love you, but feelings can't be forced. Xiaomi, you treat me like a fart. Don't pester me. I'll send you out of the country. You're far away from the imperial capital, and you can happily start from scratch. How about it? Nianqing hooked his lips. Who do you think you are to me? Who are you to arrange my life for me? Gu Lancheng excitedly took her hand. Then what will it take for you to leave my world? Xiaomi, your existence has seriously affected my life and career. Nianqing looked at him expressionlessly. Have you ever thought that I did it on purpose? Gu Lancheng looked at the snicker underneath Xiaomi's eyes as he feebly let go of his hand. He finally realized that today's Zhoumi was no longer that simple and ignorant little girl who let him control her. Rather, it was a big tiger that he had personally fed and fattened. A little carelessness and she'll eat him. Did you take my business on purpose? Nianqing's smile meant something. She pulled Yan Hongsheng away. Passing by Xiao Xian, she heard Xiao Xian timidly remind her. Me? You mustn't be foolish. Young masters of powerful families are unlikely to marry a divorced woman into their family. Nansen stopped and turned back, her gaze falling to her wedding ring. Huge diamonds, worth a lot of money. When Gu Lanchang gave her the wedding ring, the diamond was as small as a meter. Nianqing laughed. Miss Xiao, guess how Mrs. Gu would treat you if she knew that you secretly abducted his precious son? Xiao Xian blushed slightly. She deliberately ran her hand with the wedding ring through her long hair. Me. You don't need to worry about your sister's affairs. It doesn't matter if I marry a rich family or not, as long as Lancheng loves me, that is. What a person's T-Fox. Yan Hongsheng suddenly sighed. Jiaxing's body flinched at the sting. Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing left with a smile. Jiaxing heard the duo blatantly talking about her. Yan Hongsheng, sister, she's clearly not as good looking as you, not as dignified as you, and still smells like strong tea. There's no heavenly reason for you to lose to her. Nianqing, can't help it if some people have cheap eyes. Yan Hongsheng, nope, it's garbage that must find food in the garbage. Nansen, they were right to lock up, lest they plague other innocents. Ha ha ha. Jiaxing clenched her fists in anger. Lancheng, they scolded me. She pouted to Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng's face was blue, and his mood was no better. Go. Until Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian walked out of the Yin family's villa, Xiao Xian's fire did not subside even by half. It's too much. Zhoumi is simply lawless. How could she humiliate us like that? Gu Lancheng lost the opportunity to cooperate with the store and the core technology in a row, and his career suffered a Waterloo blow, where there is still a mood to care about Xiaomi's few insults to him. Compared to abusing us, her retaliation against me is really vicious. Gu Lancheng said breathlessly. Chapter 86, Father Qiao's Outrageous Measures. Xiao Xian had never seen such a dejected Gu Lancheng, as if the proud son of heaven had fallen from the clouds after falling to a fine patchwork of puppet dolls, completely lifeless. Lancheng, what about your company? Xiao Xian asked worriedly. How spirited Gu Lancheng had once been at the business table, how disheveled and dejected he was now. If Zhoumi doesn't withdraw from this contest, there's a high probability that I'll end up in failure. Xiao Xian's face instantly turned snow white. If Gu Lancheng failed, it would mean that her love would also go to pieces. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that the once unassuming Zhoumi would one day pose that much of a threat to her. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng probably each had their own preoccupations, and both of them were silent along the way. Gu Lancheng dropped Xiao Xian off at Xiao's house, and when the two lovers even forgot to say goodnight to each other, Xiao Xian unlocked the door and entered the house in a state of disorientation. When she came back to her senses and was ready to bid Gu Lancheng goodnight, Gu Lancheng's car was gone in a cloud of dust. Her face turned even paler. Gu Lancheng's negligence towards her disturbed her. Dad! Xiao Xian cried and complained when she saw Father Qiao. You have to control Xiaomi. She even went against Lancheng. Father Qiao smiled. I thought it was something big? Just that girl of hers, how big a wave can she make? Lancheng is the crown prince who controls the sky with one hand. Why would he be afraid of an ant like her? Lancheng is now burnt out. He's in a very bad mood today. He's not even talking to me. What? Father Qiao was shocked and angry. Shocked that his trashy daughter was capable of such things. It really impressed him. Anger was that Xiaomi's existence threatened her precious daughter Xiao Xian's happiness. Xiao Xian hugged Xiao father and pampered him. Dad, you have to help Lancheng. If Lancheng's career suffers a setback, then Mrs. Gu will think that I'm a calamity, and she definitely won't accept me into their Gu family. Xiao father treasured his eldest daughter the most. How could he stand her sad and aggrieved appearance? He immediately gave Xiao Xian the assurance. Xian, don't worry. I will never allow your sister to destroy your happiness with Lancheng. Xiao Xian softly said. But Dad, my sister is so cold-blooded and heartless now. She simply disowns you as her father. What if she doesn't listen to your words? Father Qiao became even more enraged. Now that she has hardened her wings, she thinks she can get out of my control? I'll give her a lesson this time, so that she knows what happens when you don't honor your parents? When Nianqing returned home, he only felt his eyelids jumping. A huge sense of panic overflowed in her heart as well. Gongjel thoughtfully used a hot pad to compress her eyes. Sister, you just hurt your eyes from working late at night recently. You must pay attention to rest in the future. Nianqing poked Gongbrain's forehead and softly droned. You're not very old. Why are you more nagging than an old woman? Gunpowder laughed daintily. Sister, according to you, wouldn't young Master Yan be 1,000 years worried? Nianqing showed a puzzled look. Gunpowder then smiled and explained. Young Master Yan has just reached adulthood, but he rambles on about people all day long with a stern face. He rambles on about me taking care of you. Breakfast should be rich in variety. You're too skinny. We need to fatten you up a bit. Lunch should be eaten on time. Your stomach is not good. Don't drink strong tea at night. I'm afraid you won't sleep well. Nianqing originally do not feel Yan Hongsheng urged fine, only feel that his words like gold, very high cold. However, From the mouth of the grain, Nianqing is like a pelican drowning. Yan Hongqing's thousands of instructions to her turned out to be so silent. She sighed thickly. Xiaoru, I was probably too bitter in the first half of my life, and the heavens couldn't stand to see it anymore, so it sent Xiaosheng to me. He made me, finally, experience home. Gunpei also exclaimed, God must have had mercy on me, too, and that's why he gave me such a wonderful sister. The cell phone rang suddenly and sharply. Nianqing and Gunpowder looked at each other in disbelief. Both were unrelated existences in the empire. Who would care about them on a big night? Gunpowder excitedly flew to the phone and carefully held it in front of Nianqing. Sister, it's an unfamiliar number. Ugh. A barely visible bitter smile surfaced on Nianqing's face. Not long ago she had already blacked out everyone in the Chow family's phone numbers and various social media programs. If they wanted to find her, they could only use unfamiliar numbers. Nianqing answered his cell phone, and a thunderous roar immediately came from the other end. Xiao Mi, get your ass home right now. Nianqing frowned, finally realizing what was going on with her trip to panic. She faintly returned to the other party. I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. I'm not the person you're looking for. Zhou's father was shocked and dismayed. Xiao Mi, you disowned me? Nianqing felt ridiculous. You really are a nobleman who forgets things. Last time when you copped a whip and hit me, I told you that what you knocked off was the little affection I had left for you. Father Qiao was furious enough. Xiao Mi, you don't honor the elderly. You will be struck by lightning in the future. Zhou Mi said, I'd rather be struck by lightning than by your whip. Zhou's father was dumbfounded by the dislike. Zhou Mi hung up straight away. She curled herself helplessly into a ball, as if it was the only way to keep her body from losing heat too quickly. Why was the father's love she had always longed for always so cold? Xiao's father couldn't get through to his daughter, and changed to an unfamiliar number to text her. Xiao Mi, hurry home, your mom is dying. When Nianqing saw this text message, she obviously wanted to ignore the message from Xiao's father, but when she saw the news that Xiao's mother was critically ill, her heart suddenly hurt so much that it was like she was peeling away from her flesh. It was as if her resentment against her mother, her hatred of her, was about to be taken away with her mother's life. She was afraid of leaving herself with lifelong regrets, so she finally decided to go back to Zhou's house to visit her mother for a while. One last look, not to sympathize with my mother, but just to say goodbye to her first, so that I can understand my meager mother-daughter relationship with her. The night is cool as water. Nianqing stepped into the bright moonlight and arrived at the Chow family's townhouse. When she rang the doorbell, she heard the impatient voice of the maid from inside. Who is it in the middle of the night? Opening the door. When the maid saw Nianqing, her expression was stunned for a moment, as if it was still mixed with if not sympathy. Second miss, you're back. Where's my mom? She is upstairs. The maid's eyes flashed and she stammered. Nianqing took a big step into the house, but she heard a heavy crash from the wooden boards behind her. It was like a warning chime that made her heart tremble. Slightly unnerved, she stopped and stole forward. Zhou's father stood silently in his black gingham pajamas in the hallway on the second floor, his expression hidden in the dark shadows. Nianqing heard his grim voice. Zhou Mi, you're finally back. Chapter 87 Affinity Kidnapping. Imprisoning Nianqing. Nianqing went upstairs, walked up to Qiao's father, and solemnly corrected himself. I've changed my name. From now on I won't be called Xiao Mi. I'll be called Nianqing. Father Qiao seemed to have been strangely humiliated. He angrily reached out his hand and choked Nianqing's neck, as if he were insane. You've even forgotten your ancestor's last name. Xiao Mi, if I had known you were such a deviant thing, I should have thrown you into the gutter when you were born. It's not too late for you to strangle me. Nianqing, even though she was having trouble breathing, but still did not change her pride. Father Qiao was getting harder and harder, but Nianqing didn't have the slightest sense of resistance. She just stared at Father Qiao with a pair of spiteful eyes. Those eyes were as if she was looking at her old enemy. Zhou's father flinched at the cold glare in her eyes, and as she was about to choke, his senses returned and he let go. Your mom is waiting for you in her room, he gasped. Nianqing didn't bull **** him and went straight to find Mother Qiao. Father Qiao looked at his daughter's back, obviously so thin, but she was as stubborn as steel. She said that their father-daughter relationship was over, and she really never called him father again. How in the world can there be such a vindictive daughter? Nianqing came to Mother Qiao's room, and she stood outside the door for a moment. She was thinking about a problem. Once upon a time, Qiao father and Qiao mother were not in harmony, and Qiao father was cool to Qiao mother, and did not visit them as mother and daughter for more than 10 years. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Qiao are living together regardless of their former enmity. The only point of her existence is to make this pair of spouses rekindle their old feelings? She raised her hand to knock on the door and Zhou's mother's voice came out. Come in. Nianqing pushed the door in, only to see the withered mother of Qiao lying on the bed, a pair of eyes empty and lifeless looking at her. There was no surprise of a long goodbye between mother and daughter, just awkward silence. In the end, It was Mother Chiao who opened her mouth. I really have no shame on my face when you and your sister get into a scene like that. Suspicious. Nianqing frowned and asked, I heard from Joe that you have a terminal illness? Advanced stage? Joe's mother's mouth was open and she was so shocked that she couldn't spit out a word. You. Nianqing had even called Xiao's father by his last name, so it was obvious that her kinship with the Xiao family had disappeared. It was also unknown if she could say yes when she kidnapped her with her kinship. Joe's mother finally sighed. How did you become like this? Now that I'm paralyzed. Thanks to your sister's filial piety. She was the one who convinced your father to keep me. You're the one I brought up. It's your turn to do this close service. Nianqing said indifferently. Since you won't die yet, I'll leave. After saying that, he turned around and left. Joe's mom. Nianqing walked to the door and pulled it, only to realize that it was unlocked. It dawned on her that she had fallen for their scheme today. Nianqing glared angrily at Mother Chiao. You want to imprison me? This is against the law. Mother Chiao instantly changed into a villainous face and said, Xiaomi, what nonsense are you talking about? You're just going home to serve your sick mother, so you're just disappearing in front of the public for a while. When I die and you go out again, everyone else will praise you for your commendable filial piety. Nianqing only felt the hairs of sweat stand on end. That sick kid gave you this idea, didn't he? Mother Chiao instantly changed her face and roared hideously. What sick child? That's your sister? Nianqing felt heartbroken that this couple, in order to protect Xiao Xian's interests, would imprison another daughter. With red eyes she asked, can you honestly answer me one question? Are you really my real mother? Joe's mother was stunned, then covered by a huge disappointment. How can you question that I'm not your mother? Nianqing's tears rustled. Since she is my mother, why is she so heartless to me? Where's the heartlessness? Mother Chiao roared in anger. I raised you through thick and thin. What more do you want? You know how people out there laugh at me? They say I'm a little beggar born in a beggar's nest. But are you a beggar? In the face of Nianqing's questioning, the shame overflowed from the bottom of Mother Chiao's eyes. I couldn't help it at that time. Nianqing wiped her tears. She suddenly felt that there was no point in reasoning with this kind of person. If I had a choice, I'd rather be born into the belly of a cat or a dog than be your child. These words stung Mother Chiao, who lost her temper and roared wildly. You think I don't regret it? If I had a choice, who would want to give birth to a white-eyed wolf like you? Nian Shang said. Since they look at each other and hate each other, let's pretend that we didn't have a daughter like me. Let me go. Mother Chiao laughed coldly. Now that you've developed, it's time to repay me, and you want to cut ties with me. You're dreaming. Nianqing looked askance at her greedy face and said sorrowfully, from the moment you imprisoned me, our mother-daughter bond has been completely severed. A flash of panic fluttered across Mother Chiao's eyes, but the Chiao's father and daughter had brainwashed her too deeply. Don't hate me. Just wait until the crown prince is back in charge of the Yin family's real power. At that time, we will naturally let you go. These days, you can take care of me at ease. Nisan was in no hurry and sat down on the fabric couch next to him. Then we'll wait and see. Let's see who wins the game in the end. Mother Chiao said, you're expecting someone to come and save you, aren't you? You die of this. Who cares about you except us? Your relatives. Nianqing ignored her as she straightened up with her eyes closed. The next day, the sky is clear and the sun is blazing. After Yan Hongsheng bought the breakfast ingredients, he came to Nianqing's place early and rang the doorbell. The one who came out to open the door was Gunpowder, who was still a bit sleepy-eyed. Young Master Yan, sister is not at home. Yan Hongsheng's handsome face tightened. She's a girl. Where can she go if she's not at home at night? Gong Zhel elaborated. Last night, sister received a call from the Chiao family, saying that Mother Chiao was terminally ill. So sister went over. Yan Hongsheng's handsome face sank coldly. This damned motherly heart of hers. Dunpla apprehensively informed another thing. For some reason, after my sister went over there, her phone never worked. Yan Hongsheng sniffed and hurried away with a dark face. In the blink of an eye, Yan Hongsheng arrived at the Chiao family. A foot kicked open the door of the Chiao family compound with an earth-shattering bang, frightening Xiao's father and the others into running out in a blur of color. Yan, young Master Yan? Father Chiao wondered. Why are you here? Yan Hongsheng asked with a cold face. Where is Nianqing? Xiao Xin stammered. My mom suddenly became seriously ill. My sister came home overnight and is serving my mom? Let her out. Father Chiao said. Young Master Yan is imposing, isn't he? Xiao Xin sang with him. Young Master Yan, you, an outsider, have no right to meddle in our family's affairs, do you? Chapter 88, Defying Lancel, Company Bankruptcy. Yan Hongsheng's thin lips slightly hooked up, a touch of dangerous meaning haloed out. I originally thought that Nianqing is an orphan. It turns out that her real father and mother are still in the world. Since this is the case, then she owes me a huge debt. Mr. Xiao will help her pay it back. Zhou's father is dumbfounded and confused. Yan Hongsheng pressed on. A son's debt is paid by his father. Mr. Xiao, you won't deny it, will you? Xiao Xin snickered and told Father Xiao, Dad, Xiaomi owes young Master Yan several $100 million. Dad, don't get confused. Don't agree to pay her debts for her. Xiao's father's face was miserable, and he was so angry that he clenched his teeth secretly. This loser, bereaved, how can she owe so much money to someone? Xiao Xin walked up to Yan Hongsheng, originally thinking that she could bluff this half-grown boy. However, Yan Hongsheng's high altitude and the icy aura around him made Xiao Xin feel intimidated for no reason. It's as if he's more like the mature, stable man. Xiao Xin then inexplicably tensed. Young Master Yan, yesterday at Yan's house, you personally admitted that Xiaomi was your girlfriend. Since that's the case, how could you possibly ask her to return your money? Yan Hongsheng laughed contemptuously. Xiao Xin, do you think Nianqing is like you? Looking for a man for the purpose of spending his money, sleeping in his big bed, and living in his villa? My Nianqing doesn't have such a despicable mind. The money she owes me has become a document in black and white, a debt she will never shirk. Xiao Xin was pierced to the tip of her heart by Yan Hongsheng's sarcasm. Young Master Yan, you don't love Xiaomi at all. That's why you're not willing to eliminate her debt. Yan Hongsheng said, a green tea like you, who uses other people's kidneys but destroys other people's families, is also worthy of saying love? Don't taint the word love. Xiao Xin was so angry that her breathing was unsteady. Xiao's father was up next. Young Master Yan, Xiaomi is already an adult, and we as parents are not obligated to help her pay off her debts. Yan Hongsheng sneered. Oh, Mr. Xiao, it's bad luck to be your daughter. You only know how to ask for it, but never provide for her. Thanks to your thick skin, a different person would be embarrassed to see her. Zhou's father's face went a shade of green and white. Young Master Yan, go away. You are not welcome in our Qiao family. Yan Hongsheng said. So Mr. Qiao is unwilling to pay Nianqing's debt for him? Yan Hongsheng took out his cell phone, and when the other party was connected, Yan Hongsheng only said with a great deal of energy, withdraw all cooperation with Xiao's. Xiao's father still looked disbelieving. Young Master Yan, we are a small company. We are simply not qualified to work with a large group like the C family and Yan family. Furthermore, the C family and Yan family are not in your hands. Your hands can't reach out to me, so don't waste your time. Before his words fell, his assistant's phone call came in. Mr. Xiao, our raw material supply company suddenly called and wanted to terminate the cooperation. It's over. Our industry chain is out of supply. We won't be able to deliver our products on time, and we can't afford to lose the huge amount of liquidated damages. Zhou's father's body instantly paled and hunched over. He looked at Yan Hongsheng in disbelief. Yan Hongsheng grabbed his economic lifeline by the neck as soon as he struck, and it was awe-inspiring that he had such precise judgment at such a young age. Young Master Yan, is it really yours? Yan Hongsheng arrogantly said. Mr. Xiao, I see that this villa is not bad. It can be sold for some money. Why don't you take it to pay off your daughter's debt? Xiao Xin couldn't see past the practicalities. Young Master Yan, my father has no obligation to repay Xiaomi's debt. You but know a little bit about the law. One would know this. Yan Hongsheng's grim gaze swept away. You talk to me about the law? You joined forces with your own brother-in-law to cheat Nianqing out of his kidney? Do you know that this is illegal? Zhou blossomed. That was agreed to by my sister herself. Yan Hongsheng swept his cold eyes at Xiao's father. Mr. Xiao will also willingly offset the villa to me, right? Father Xiao was drenched in cold sweat as he knelt down and begged for mercy. Young Master Yan, I beg you to be magnanimous. I only have this one property. After I give it to you, my family will have no place to go. Don't want to? That's fine. Then wait for the bankruptcy. Father Qiao cried out. Young Master Yan, I'm not going to hide it from you. Xiaomi and the Qiao family have severed their relationship. We are not obligated to help Xiaomi pay off her debts. Yan Hongsheng became furious. Mr. Xiao, are you teasing me? Didn't you just say that you were family? Now you're saying you've severed your relationship? If there is no break issued by the law, Mr. Zhou should not think of reneging. Zhou's father gritted his teeth. I'll be cutting ties with Xiaomi soon. Then Xiao father ordered Xiao Xin without delay. Go and call out Xiaomi. No, it's Miss Nianqing. Xiao Xin Fan realized that sometimes, the position of power is the law. As if Gu Lancheng had oppressed Xiaomi back then. Now Yan Hongsheng was treating them in the same way, and they had half the strength to resist. Jiaxing came upstairs with her head hanging down. Opening the door, Nianqing was lying leisurely on the lazy chair on the balcony. There was not the slightest bit of panic about being imprisoned. A strong odor of urine came from the room. Mother Qiao held back her red face and cried to Xiao Xin, Xin, you're finally here. Your sister doesn't know how to take care of people. She doesn't feed me water. She doesn't assist me to the toilet. And she doesn't care about me when I wet the bed. Xiao Xin looked at Nianqing in shock. How did your heart become so cruel? She's the mom who gave birth to you and raised you? Nianqing laid back leisurely, his eyes staring out the window. Xiao Xian's words fell on deaf ears. Xiao Xian was furious. Jomi, I'm talking to you. Nianqing's voice was thin and soft, but it was permeated with power. Xiao Xian, I advise you not to yell at me. Otherwise I won't leave this door today. Xiao Xian was Yan Hongsheng hot and cold irony after holding a belly full of anger nowhere to vent. Now Nianqing also do not put her in the eyes. Self-esteem frustrated. She always want to find some face for themselves back. Xiaomi, you threaten me is not it? You love to go out or not? Nensen said slowly, I'm not going out. I have to wait for the police. You'll go to jail if you imprison me. Xiao Xian said, who imprisoned you? It's clearly your mom who was seriously ill. And you, a filial daughter, had to come back to serve your mom. Nianqing held up the recorder. The evidence is all here. Xiao Xian, you can't argue. Xiao Xian blushed. You recorded it? Nianqing said, do you guys think that if you take away my cell phone, I will be obediently at your mercy? Xiao Xian was so angry that she stomped her foot and could only condescend to beg Xiaomi. Young Master Yan has come to find you. He forced Dad to pay off the debt for you. Dad really had no choice but to cut ties with you. Mother Qiao let out an agitated cry of grief. Me? You can't cut ties with us, please. Chapter 89, Falling Down to the Clouds. Mr. Gu loses his mind. Nianqing finally stood up from the lazy chair. She walked in front of Qiao's mother. Once those aggrieved and unwilling emotions seemed like 1,000 sails had passed, now there was only blandness like water. Before yesterday, I still had a trace of love for you, but after yesterday, you and I will have finished our relationship as mother and daughter. You are a smart person. You should understand what I mean. Why force this bond that is already full of holes? Mother Qiao naturally understood the meaning of Nianqing's mapping. When Nianqing heard that she was seriously ill, she was able to come to see her at the first opportunity, which was her filial piety to her. However, in order to safeguard Xiao Xian's interests, she used her own serious illness as bait to lure Nianqing to come, and also worked with Qiao's father to try to imprison her. It was time for Nensen to be disappointed in her. Zhou's mother's eyes moistened. I was wrong. Nianqing said faintly. You're not really wrong. You just don't love me enough. After saying that, Nianqing left without looking back. Zhou's mother lost her voice and cried. When Nianqing came downstairs, her and Yan Hongsheng's gazes collided, and although the two did not communicate directly, they both read each other's eyes. Yan Hongsheng's concern for Nianqing was almost overflowing out of his body. Nianqing's gratitude to Yan Hongsheng was as fragrant as incense. To avoid suspicion, the two just nodded lightly, counting it as a greeting. The paperwork drafted by the attorney to sever the paternity was already written and laid out on the coffee table. Standing out, Nianqing directly picked up a pen and wrote his name on it. Another handprint was placed on the name. Father Zhou's heart inexplicably pumped as he watched her without hesitation. He eventually lost the daughter. Jomi, he called out to her in agony. Don't blame me. Xian'er is my first daughter. She's not in good health. The doctor said only your umbilical cord blood can save her, so I begged your mother to give birth to you. You came to this world with a sense of mission to save Xian'er, so I subconsciously would feel that you are just the antidote to your sister. Therefore did many things that made you aggrieved. I hope you can sympathize with the heart of an old father who loves his daughter. Xiaomi looked at him with an indifferent expression. Mr. Xiao, I saved your daughter twice. The gift of life has been returned. From now on, I will return to your bridge, return to your road, and have no further contact with you. Zhou's father's fingertips were trembling badly. Xiaomi clearly saw his trembling hands, but she acted as if she hadn't seen it as she smiled and said to Yan Hongsheng, Xiao Shang, I've finally regained my freedom. Yan Hongsheng guffawed. Go, leave this place that makes you sad, and don't even come back in the future. Aha! Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing walked outside hand in hand. Xiao's father was disheveled and sat down on the ground. His head of white silver hair, under the light, was even more like dyed snow. Xiao Xian walked over and said with downcast eyes, Dad, haven't you always disliked her? You should be happy that she left the house. Father Qiao said despondently. When she was in this family, Dad always resented her, disliked her for being uneducated, clumsy, and a disgrace. Now that she's made a name for herself, I've lost her forever. Xiao Xian was the best at sweet talk. Dad, don't be sad. You still have me. Zhou's father seemed quite relieved. Yeah, well, it's a good thing I still have you. Gu family villa. Gu Lancheng would sleep on the sofa for the night. Early in the morning, when Gu's father returned home, he saw Gu Lancheng still sleeping and was so angry that he kicked him to the ground. Gu Lancheng's eyes widened in shock as his body collided with the ground. Receiving Gu father's hateful gaze, Gu Lancheng completely woke up from his sleep. He climbed up and sat. Dad, dropping his eyes, he shouted. Gu's father pointed at the bridge of his nose. Look at the way you've fallen now. Where's your former arrogance? Didn't you excel? Why did you lose the cooperation opportunities of the Xi and Yin families one after another? Gu Lancheng's head hung even lower. Dad, it's Yan Hongsheng who's against me. He weighed his options and felt that Yin Hongsheng was significantly more of a rival compared to Nianqing. It was much more dignified for him to lose to Yin Hongsheng than to lose to Nianqing. However, Gu's father was not one to be fooled. He poked Gu Lanqing's head and angrily reprimanded. What Yin Hongsheng? It's clearly Miss Nianqing. The old man of the C family personally called me, saying that your proposal is far inferior to Miss Nianqing's. Gu Lanqing said unconvincingly, Dad, Master C favors Nianqing. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If Master C alone favored Nianqing, it would still be justifiable. But then your Uncle Yen also said that your company's proposal is not a fraction of a point worse than Miss Nianqing's. If they both say that, then it means that the designer you hired is really bad. Gu Lanqing had a feeling of being disengaged. Once upon a time his words were holy writ, and whatever he said, others would flatter him, but now he's a wall that's falling down. Your designer lost your chance to work on the project. You need to fire her, Gu's father ordered forcefully. Gu Lanqing blanched slightly. Dad, there is no problem with my designer. She is definitely a phoenix-like existence among her peers. It's too bad to fire her. Seeing that he didn't listen, Gu's father became infuriated. You take your Uncle C's Uncle Yan's words for granted? I'll fire you when I say so, or else you won't be able to run your clothing company. Gu Lanqing was forced by his father's high pressure to compromise and beg for mercy. Yes, I'll turn around and change designers, Gu's father added. In order to promote your clothing company, I've picked up a variety show for you. You prepare well and go record the program in a few days. Gu Lanqing was stunned. He was the crown prince, the capital master who had once promoted many top stream stars, and now he himself was reduced to recording a variety show? Dad, my company could use a spokesperson. Gu's father said, you have money to hire a celebrity spokesperson? Gu Lanqing was dumbfounded. Gu's father said, we can't afford to hire a big star, so it's better for you to appear as your own spokesperson. You have a good image and a good brain. I'm sure you can gain many fans. If you have enough fans, your clothing brand will definitely sell well. Gu Lanqing looked resistant. He feels that people who record reality TV shows are like stripping naked for others to view, with no dignity at all. Gu's father hammered out. Dad won't invest any more money into your company in the future. So whether or not the company can come back from the dead, rely on yourself. Gu Lanqing, from a young age, living a star-studded life of extravagance, the prince, once fell to the mortal world. The psychological gap is certainly very big. After Gu's father left, the disillusioned Gu Lanqing went to a bar to get drunk. When Nianqing received an unfamiliar phone call, her hand slipped and she tapped the connect button. The greeting on the other end was strangely programmed. Is this MS? Jomi, please? Nianqing patiently explained. I've changed my name. My name is now Nianqing. Please call me Nianqing in the future. MS. Nianqing. I'm a waitress at the bar, and we have a drunken customer at the bar who keeps calling your name. I think you must know him. Can you come over and pick him up? Chapter 90 Nianqing setting up a scheme. Xiao Xian's bad luck. Nensen was surprised. After 2 lifetimes of being banished by her family of origin, her husband's family, she never knew anyone else would take her to heart. This made her rather curious about the other's identity. Give me the address. I'll be right over. Karma's in the sky. When Nianqing arrived at the bar, it was already 12 o'clock at night. The bar's patrons were sparse, with only a few sparse, downtrodden figures sprawled eastward over the drink tables. After Nensho's eyes scanned the area, she didn't find anyone she was familiar with, and she frowned in confusion. At this time the waitress came over and smiled lightly at her. May I ask if you are MS? Nianqing? Nensen nodded. The waitress said warmly, the guests are in the booths over there. Nianqing followed the waiter's gaze and looked at the card seat by the window. It wasn't that she hadn't scanned him just now. It's just that in her brain inventory, there was no acquaintance pressed to be in such a sorry state. She lifted her foot towards the card table, and it wasn't until she saw the other person's reserved face that she recognized them for who they were. Surprisingly, it was her ex-husband. He was so drunk that the former icy coldness was washed away by the flavor of the fougasse. Holding the bottle in one hand, he tilted his head back and poured the drink into his mouth, then throwing the bottle heavily on the table. He and me, a look of deep, unrepentant love. If it was before, this kind of woeful, this kind of affectionate Gu Lanqing, Xiaomi was bound to be heartbroken. It was not uncommon to cook sober soup for him, to wait on him all night, and even to be so distressed that he cried. But now that she was no longer Jomi, she took back Jomi's poor and pathetic sympathy. She stood there quietly, looking at Gu Lanqing like she was watching a joke. Gu Lanqing suddenly frowned, and his entire body slid down from the stool to the floor as if he was an inflatable doll with the air taken out of it. One hand covered his stomach in death. Nianqing knew that he was having a stomach bug. He has a very serious stomach disease. There are several times to drink to the stomach bleeding, or she carried him, dragged him, hard to the hospital to rescue, luckily back to life. But now Nianqing had no feeling for his pain. She just looked at him quietly for a long time before she blurted out, "Gu Lancheng, you're quite disgusting. If you can manage to go through life not loving me and belittling me, I'll respect you as a committed man instead? It's really disgusting to act this out now." Gu Lancheng half closed his eyes, perhaps because he was drunk. His eyes were disoriented and empty, but his hand hidden in his sleeve curled up slightly. Nianqing thought for a moment and added, "That's just it. Since I'm here, I'll help you one last time." Then she picked up her phone and recorded Gu Lancheng's drunken appearance and sent it to Xiao Xian. At the same time, the same content was sent to another cell phone number. When Xiao Xian received Nianqing's text message, she saw the big bar, Gu Lancheng lying on the floor in a sorry state, his mouth chanting millet. Her heart sank to the ice cave then. Almost without saying a word, she ran for the door. After hastily intercepting a drop-top cab, he was on his way to Karma Sky. "Xiao Mi, you vixen, how dare you seduce someone else's husband?" Xiao Xian had just stepped into the bar when she roared out of control. Nianqing embraced his arms and sneered at Gu Lancheng. "Gu Lancheng, see, back then I was much more tolerant of her as a third child than she is of me now, but you still dislike me for not knowing anything." Gu Lancheng's empty and lifeless eyes were glowing with some cold silence at the moment. Xiao Xian ran over, and the first thing she did not do was to care about Gu Lancheng's drunkenness, but instead waved and danced towards Nianqing. "Shame on you. Since you've divorced him, you should distance yourself from him. What do you mean by pestering him like this? Begging and begging?" Nianqing didn't spoil her, easily catching her hand and pushing her gently. Xiao Xian then fell on her ass. Ouch! Nianqing's movements were light, but Xiao Xian's body was poor, and the fall would be fatal for her. Her agonizing howl immediately drew Gu Lancheng's concern, his whine instantly waking up a large portion. He asked Xiao Xian with concern, "Xian, are you alright?" Xiao Xian's pink fist pounded his chest. "Why are you with her?" The look of jealousy and franticness was a bit endearing. Gu Lancheng could be heartbroken. He circled her into his arms. "Xian, don't misunderstand. Nothing happened between me and Xiaomi. I was just drunk and the waiter misunderstood my relationship with her, so he called her over to take care of me." Xiao Xian was very good at bluffing, and Gu Lancheng made her stop her nonsense with a few words. But Nianqing was not good at fooling around. "Gu Lancheng, please change your emergency contact. Next time if the waiter calls me again, I won't be available." When Xiao Xian heard that Gu Lancheng's emergency contact was set to Nianqing, she immediately became jealous. "Lancheng, why is she your emergency contact and not me? I'm the one who is your wife." Gu Lancheng was embarrassed to divulge his dirty thoughts in front of Nianqing. He just explained in a pale and feeble manner, "It was the waiter who made a mistake. Don't you hold on to this anymore. My stomach is not feeling well. You send me to the hospital." Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng didn't know who was helping who, and the two staggered to their feet. The way they hooked their shoulders together looked intimate. Originally, they were husband and wife. Some intimate movements were really normal. At this time, a person appeared. Gu Lancheng's mother had just entered the bar when she saw Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian hooking up. She was instantly enraged. She quickly walked up and knocked Xiao Xian out of the way. "You are not allowed to touch my son." Then Gu's mother set Gu Lancheng up on her own, and she indignantly condemned Xiao Xian, a lone man and a widow. "What's the point of hooking up together?" Xiao Xian's lips quirked. "Auntie, Lancheng and I have actually..." Before the word marriage could be uttered, Gu Lancheng anxiously interrupted her. "Oh, Mom, don't blame Xian. It was your son who was in a bad mood and drunk, so the waiter messed around with my phone and informed you guys." He tried to triple talk his way out of it, but how could Nianqing easily let Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian get through with the setup he had set up? She disgruntledly rebuked Gu Lancheng and incidentally broke the shocking news. "Gu Lancheng, we're already divorced. I have no obligation to take care of you. In the future, please find your own wife to take care of you." After saying that, her gaze was guiding like, it went to Xiao Xian's hand that was wearing a wedding ring. Gu's mother is a very smart woman. How could she not hear Nianqing's insinuation that Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian were married? Chapter 91, Gu's mother angry. Xiao Xian slapped. When she saw the couple's wedding rings in Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng's hands again, Gu's mother was even more certain of her speculation. She immediately went berserk and slapped Xiao Xian in the face. "How dare you go behind my back and marry my son? Xiao Xian, I really underestimated you." Nianqing stepped back with a look of a gourd eater. Xiao Xian's eyes glazed over by the slap, and her weak body spun several times in place before finally collapsing into Gu Lancheng's arms. "Lancheng." Xiao Xian covered her red and swollen face. Her tears were like broken jade beads, and she was so pitiable. Gu Lancheng's rebellious bones moved because of Xiao Xian, and he glared angrily at Gu's mother. "Mom, what are you doing? Xianer's health is not good. How can you hit her?" Mother Gu backhandedly rewarded Gu Lancheng with another slap and growled. "You disobeyed my words twice and thrice for her. Just based on that, there's no way I'd agree to let her into our Gu family." she added to the weeping Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin, I really underestimated you. I clearly reminded you to stay away from my son. I didn't expect you to do one thing in front of me and another behind my back. Are you treating me like a fool? Xiao Xin apologized fearfully. Mom, Lan Chang and I truly love each other. Please make us whole. Gu's mother has long passed the age of flirtation. Now she, into the late twilight. The most penetrating realization is that love is unreliable things. Xiao Xin's body, Xiao Xin's family background, everything would pull down her excellent son. Therefore, Gu mother would never allow Gu Lancheng to marry Xiao Xin. She was finally so angry that she cursed. Xiao Xin, put away your miserable selling face. It's not my son you love. It's the constant stream of medical bills he gives you. With him, your good life can be maintained. Without him, you can only wait for death. Spot on. Xiao Xin was visibly flustered as she flung herself to her knees and raised her hands to swear. Mom, I love Lancheng with all my heart. Whether Lancheng is poor or rich, it doesn't affect my love for him. If Mom doesn't believe me, I can swear. I swear, if there's even a single false word in what I just said, let me be struck by 5 thunders and not be allowed to die. Gu Lancheng pulled Xiao Xin up and hugged her tightly, making common cause with her. Mom, Xiner is already my wife. I am not going to divorce her. Mom, if you force Xiner, you're forcing your son. If you want me to divorce, then I'd rather cut ties with the Gu family. Gu's mother was so angry that her body shook. You stupid bastard. Then his eyes went black and he fell at the feet of Nianqing, the melon-eating crowd. Nianqing was afraid that the innocent would be affected, and she dodged back. Gu Lancheng looked at Nianqing's gesture of avoiding his own mother. The bottom of his eyes were stunned and shocked. After all, once upon a time, she was very respectful of Gu's mother. He remembered that one year when Gu's mother was sick, she ate, and ate all in bed. And it was Nianqing who was not afraid of getting dirty or ugly and served Gu's mother. But Gu's mother said, your daughter-in-law is just a servant's life. You are really not worthy of her. The indifferent Nianqing in front of her eyes was like 2 people. And the once upon a time passionate Xiaomi. It was Jiazhen who finally called 120, waiting for 120. Gu Lancheng and Nianqing's eyes met and darkness flowed. Gu Lancheng's dismay, disbelief, disappointment. Nianqing is looking at the cultivation field designed by her own hands. Her mood is pleasant and sour. For the crying Xiao Xin, the fainting Gu mother, and the helpless Gu Lancheng, has nothing to do with her? Xiao Mi, was it you who called Xiner and my mom here? Gu Lancheng questioned her. Nianqing smiled brightly. Right. Gu Lancheng, how should you thank me? Gu Lancheng's eagle pupils were stained with blood. If his gaze could kill, he had already lynched Nianqing 1,000 times. Thank you? You made my mom so angry, and I'm still thanking you? Nianqing frowned. Gu Lancheng, be reasonable, okay? The person who made your mom pass out in anger is obviously your wife. You don't look for her to settle the score. You look for me, an ex-wife who is eager to help you. You are beneficent. Jomi, I can tolerate you any way you've messed up before, but you violated my boundaries this time. You went so far as to joke about Xiner and my mother's health. Gu Lancheng was so furious that he couldn't speak coherently. I will never forgive you. Nianqing crowed. Gu Lancheng, who cares about your forgiveness? It seems that I was too kind to you in the past. Gu Lancheng gritted his teeth. Nianqing laughed out loud. Then you must not be merciful to me in the future. I'm curious to know what the crown prince's face looks like when he loses to me, when he's ruthless and merciless to me. After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and left in style. Gu Lancheng looked at her back in a daze. He had deliberately pretended to be drunk today, and he privately felt that Nianqing had once loved him so passionately that it was impossible for him to say he didn't love him anymore. She got a divorce, perhaps a desperate choice after having her heart broken by him. As long as he reveals the depth of his feelings for her, maybe she would be able to shed her disguise. But if she still had some feelings for him, then he would have a way to convince her to give up the cooperation between the 2 CN families. And he's just acting out a love scene to save his precarious career. But today, Nianqing's entire performance was so cold that it chilled his teeth. He was drunk, even if his stomach ached, and she was indifferent. Backhand also calmly texted his wife, Mother, rewarding him with a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law tearing each other to repair the scene. Then to Xiner's injury, her mother's fainting but showing gloating mockery. She's hard on him. He felt like a real cutie today. Jomi doesn't love him anymore. After he came to this realization, he inexplicably felt a piece of his heart cave in. Hospitals. When Gu's mother woke up, it was already noon the next day. Gu Lancheng knelt beside the hospital bed, his face haggard, and a hidden black beard sprouted from the corner of his lips. Haggard and wretched, Gu's mother saw him and pointed at the door. Get out. I don't want to see you. Unfilial son. Gu Lancheng's eyes reddened. Mom, you didn't like Xiaomi once upon a time and I divorced her. Now that I married Xiao Xin, why are you still unhappy? Gu's mother was so angry that she sat up. Xiao Xian isn't as good as Xiaomi. Gu Lanchang was shocked. Gu mother's words were too subversive to his knowledge. Mom, Xiner is out there, so save her face. Mother Gu gasped. Did I say anything wrong? How can Xiao Xian catch up with Xiaomi? She's not as pretty as Xiaomi. She's not as gentle and considerate as Xiaomi, who will take care of you. And she spends your money indiscriminately. You're blind to marry her. Chapter 92, Having Eyes Without Pearls. Storming Mr. Gu. Outside the hospital room, Xiao Xian's thin body leaned weakly against the wall. Hearing Gu mother degrade herself to worthlessness, a thick bitterness welled up in her heart. Is she really anything less than her sister? She strained her ears to listen to the movements inside, vaguely expecting Gu Lanchang to carefully defend her. But this time, for a long time, Gu Lanchang did not reply. Xiao Xian was terrified. She was afraid. She was afraid that Gu Lanchang would have soft ears and really listen to the ing words, and in turn feel good about his ex-wife. Nervous and uneasy, she finally lost her temper and pushed her way in. Inside the hospital room, Gu's mother sat on the bed, ice cold. She looked at her. Gu Lanchang knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Xiao Xian's sudden appearance broke the mother and son's hard-won peace. Mother Gu was annoyed. Who let you in? Xiao Xian knelt beside Gu Lanchang, with a look of infatuation on her face. Mom, I beg you. Lanchang has been busy with work lately and his health is not good, so you should be considerate of him and don't let him kneel down. Mom, if you have any anger in your heart, just throw it at my head. I'll take it for him. Gu Lanchang was moved to tears, and he immediately heartily helped Xiao Xian up, and then threw himself on the ground and said to Gu's mother, Mom, Xianer and I have already gotten a license to get married. Whether you like her or not, I won't separate from her. Seeing that Gu Lanchang's mind was made up, Gu's mother closed her eyes in anger. Get lost, and from now on, don't ever look back home again. Gu Lanchang was stunned, and a touch of loss slid across his handsome face. Mom, he choked out. Scram, Mother Gu said angrily. Gu Lanchang pulled Xiao Xian and left helplessly. Walking out of the hospital, the sky was shrouded in gloom at some point. Everywhere was dark and gloomy, just like Gu Lanchang's mood. Xiao Xian was so firmly chosen by Gu Lanchang that she couldn't hide the leaps in her eyes, but she did a good job of hiding her little joy and shifting her hatred onto Nianqing. It's my sister's fault. If she hadn't purposely called Mom over, she wouldn't have known about our marriage. She wouldn't have gotten sick with anger. Gu Lanchang gritted his teeth. Nianqing. The force was so deep that it was as if he was trying to bite the words to pieces. The crown prince of the flowers of the high ridge suddenly came down to the mortal world. Even unprecedented hosted a party, invited all of his friends who are very close to the hair of the children, classmates and close friends in the business world. He wanted to use the hands of these brothers to combine their efforts to suppress Nianqing, so that she can't ride over him and woo him. There were 12 whole people, all gathered around a large long table with imported fruit snacks on it. Before Gu Lanchang pointed out the main topic, everyone talked freely about the interesting things that had happened recently. Eventually the conversation naturally shifted to the top of the most recent hot topic. Lancel, I heard that you and your wife are divorced. Gu Lanchang elegantly sipped his wine, full of concern. As you all know, Xiaomi is ultimately an upstart, and I felt ashamed to be with her for those years. Now I can finally get rid of her. If it were before, his group of friends would have been happy for him, and added a few words of good to leave. It should have been left a long time ago, but today, there was a surprisingly consistent silence. Gu Lanchang felt strange. Why are you all silent? Didn't you all advise me to divorce her earlier? You all used to say that she doesn't deserve me at all. Young Master Zui in the corner sighed. This is a different time. Gu Lanchang's hand holding the wineglass trembled slightly. 6 short words had revealed the reversal of his and Nianqing's status. Once he was the male god that Nianqing couldn't afford to climb, but now he's fallen into the clouds, while she's become the flower of the high ridge that he can't afford to climb. Gu Lanchang pretended to be confused by his understanding. What do you mean? Yan Shirui's mouth is always faster than his brain. Lanchang, don't you understand? Once Xiaomi, poor and dirt and uneducated, now Nianqing, beautiful and white or career success of a strong woman. Lanchang, according to me, you're really wrong to get divorced. He is Nianqing's #1 fan. Talking about Nianqing, you don't know that nowadays Miss Nianqing, as if she has been transformed, is even more beautiful than those top-ranking porn stars. Not only good figure, but also good temperament. The key is competent. Even my grandfather mentioned her full of praise, praised her business ability to beat her peers by a large margin. He also predicted that she has a promising future. There will be a lot of work. After Yan Qirui's words opened, others were not afraid of offending Gu Lanchang, and spoke freely. We really looked away. Who did not expect? That Xiaomi is actually a piece of diamond, slightly polished. Surprisingly, it is colorful. Yes, how discerning old lady she is. I didn't expect Xiaomi's work to catch her eye. Don't you guys know? Jomi disappeared for the past few years, but she was actually studying diligently with Ms. Jasmine. I heard that Ms. Jasmine has taken on many students, but only allowed her to learn from her. Xiaomi's stage name abroad is Nianqing, and she's already very famous. The wine glass in Gu Lanqing's hand suddenly shattered with a violent crunch. The crowd was suddenly silent. His friend's praise for Nianqing was like a slap in the face. After all, he was the one who had the eyes to recognize the stupidity of the gold and jade. His friends hurriedly pacified him. Lancheng, don't be angry. In my opinion, Xiaomi still loves you. The so-called love is as deep as hate. She divorced you, but is not happy that you were so cold to her. As long as you are willing to put down the stature, more care for her, she is still willing to return to your side. After all, she used to love you so much that she didn't even have dignity. So engraved love, how can she say no? After a few words, Gu Lancheng's irritated heart was ironed out quite a bit. His mood soothed. He grasps the point of the statement. How deep is the love and how deep is the hate? Jomi still loves him, right? He almost fell for her yet, but Xiao Xin, who was on the sidelines, quit, and blurted out, Lancheng and I are already married. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. And then there was a picture of flowers on cow dung. Unfortunately, Xiao Xin was cow dung, Gu Lancheng was the flower. There was no blessing that Joshing wanted to hear, only social death. Her face swished red. Gu Lancheng didn't want his sweetheart to be disliked by his brothers. He hurriedly backed up Xiao Xin. As you all know, Xiao Xin and I are childhood friends. She is my responsibility in this life. So, you guys don't mention other women in front of her in the future to upset her. The crowd was silent. The party broke up in an awkward atmosphere and the brothers left early with various excuses. Gu Lancheng experienced what happens when a tree falls from a sinking ship. His face was dark and depressed. Xiao Xin blamed herself vigorously. Lancheng, it seems like I'm dragging you down. Gu Lancheng embraced her. It's them who don't understand the preciousness of our feelings. You don't have to bother with them. Chapter 93 Battle of the Twins. Hongshang's Darkness. When the reality TV program threw an olive branch to Gu Lancheng no longer had the arrogance he had earlier, and even though he was incredibly resistant in his heart, he had the courage to follow through. The producer assured him with excitement, Prince, our program invites rich kids, and by showing the details of your usual lives, we will stir up the teenage faction's desire to earn money. However, you are the key target of the program's team. When the time comes, as long as you perform well, with your image, you will definitely make it big. Gu Lancheng crushed the invitation in his hand into a ball. But his face did not show any color and said, I know, I will enter the group on time. The producer smiled and left. Gu Lancheng threw the crumpled invitation onto the wall with great vigor, and Xiao Xin walked out and silently picked it up, then walked over to Gu Lancheng's side, kindly persuading. She said, Lancheng, I know you don't like facing the camera, but starring in a reality show is definitely a turning point for your career to explode, because it allows you to harvest the most fans in a short period of time. And as long as you have the traffic, our clothing brand will definitely be a bestseller by then. And it's not just the clothing brand, you'll be like a tiger with wings if you do anything and have huge fans to support you. Gu Lancheng may have listened to Xiao Xin's advice, and he silently accepted the invitation. A week later, Gu Lancheng entered the reality show cast. It was then that he realized that besides him, the crew had also invited a few young masters from other plutocratic families. But those young masters were fringe characters who were not recognized by the plutocratic families, so they could only brush up on the audience's favorites and boost their own popularity through a reality show. Gu Lancheng's heart instantly chilled a few points when he saw them. He also had an epiphany about Gu's father's motivation for forcing him to record a reality show. He had already kicked him out of the Gu family's center of power, so he let him out to find his own way. Fortunately, Gu Lancheng's heart is high. Gu's father's abandonment instead inspired him to be all ambitious. So the next reality show, his performance was remarkable, earned enough popularity. After the end of one episode, Gu Lancheng gained a large wave of female fans. His cold detachment and lack of understanding of the human world was praised by fans. The prince is so cool. Highly cold and ascetic Gu Lancheng has simply grown to the tip of my heart. Love him to death. His word shyness was wrongly interpreted by fans. As a man in his 30s, the prince is so calm, really worthy of being a business wizard. After one night, Gu Lancheng's social media number rose by 1 million fans. The benefits Gu Lancheng brought to the Gu group were visible to the naked eye. His family's stock has risen. It can be said that the reality TV program has made Gu Lancheng, and Gu Lancheng has made the reality TV program. Yen Group. Yen Hongsheng sat in front of the screen, looking at Gu Lancheng's account in deep thought. The assistant reported from the side, Young Master, Gu's group's profitability rose yesterday, and even his newly registered clothing brand was raked over the coals by fans, praising it to the skies and the earth. Gu Lancheng's trip to the reality show really earned him a fortune. he now brought his own topics in traffic, and his products didn't even need to be publicized with care. If this continues, I'm afraid it will overshadow a lifetime of you. Yen Hongsheng was silent for a moment and raised his head. Contact the program. I want to sponsor the program. And by the way, I'm going to slip a person into the program. The assistant smiled slightly. Yes, compared to financial power, how could the Gu clan compare to the Yen C twin valves? After Yen Hongsheng's huge sponsorship went in, he was half of the program. He had absolute say. And as Yen Hongsheng was still trying to stuff someone into the program, there was no doubt that this person was definitely Gu Lansheng's nemesis. That's how Yen Hongsheng acts, crushing his opponents on all fronts. Sure enough, the resident guest lineup changed during the second installment of the reality show. In addition to the original 4 guests, a new guest was added. When the director announced the new guest list live, the crowd was in an uproar. The new guest, his face value is unbelievable, his IQ is off the charts, and he has been known as a teenage ghost genius. He is Yen Hongsheng, the most favored young master of the Yen group, the C group. When Yen Hongsheng appeared on the red carpet with elegant steps, he was wearing a shirt that Nianqing had handmade for him, a soft fabric, but the neckline was embroidered with dark green carefree flowers, with dark green suit pants of the same color, like a prince who came out of a cartoon. He walked in front of Gu Lansheng, his reserved elegance, his arrogance and coldness, and his exquisite and seductive face instantly crushed Gu Lansheng to death. Gu Lansheng glanced obliquely at Yen Hongsheng, eyes piled with unseen contempt. Young Master Yen, why are you here as well? Yen Hongsheng quietly bragged. I'm here to promote my girlfriend's brand. Gu Lansheng glanced at his well-tailored clothes and his face instantly darkened. Did she make these clothes for you? Yen Hongsheng bragged. Exactly. My Nianqing loves to make clothes for me. My check room is stuffed. Gu Lansheng's heart felt as if he had been stung by a hornet. His head inexplicably recalled the scene where Nianqing used to stay up all night sewing clothes for him, but he simply despised her needlework, and the clothes she touched were thrown into the garbage by him, and she hadn't helped him sew clothes since then, let alone help him make clothes. Compared to Yen Hongsheng's cherishing of the fruits of her labor, his contempt for Nianqing appeared to be merciless. The director suddenly interjected. The theme of this issue is to showcase your closets. You are all rich second generation with good clothes, and more importantly, you all have your own clothing brands in your family. So next, the program group won't provide you with clothes, so you guys can wear your private clothes out. Gu Lansheng sniffed, his gaze sharply cast at Yen Hongsheng. You pulled a stunt, didn't you? Yen Hongsheng teared up. This is an important opportunity for you to showcase your family's clothing brand. You don't like it? Gu Lansheng held back a bellyful of anger. Yen Hongsheng, I can't believe I didn't know you turned out to be such a bellyful of squid. Yen Hongsheng's clothing brand was more mature than Gu Lansheng's, and he had come prepared to make a public appearance on the program, so he would naturally come out on top. When the time came, Yen Hongsheng's clothing brand would reap countless favorable reviews, and Gu Lansheng's clothing brand has yet to find a suitable partner, much less put into mass production. Yen Hongsheng was stepping on Gu Lansheng's pain. Yen Hongsheng turned the tables on him. The crown prince won't just admit defeat, will he? Gu Lansheng was naturally someone who did not easily admit defeat. Yen Hongsheng, don't be complacent too early. For the next break, the guests were looking for ways to enrich their closets. Gu Lansheng turned to Xiao Xian for help, and Xiao Xian swore her assurance. Lansheng, don't worry, fortunately I made many sets of clothes for you early on, and they'll come in handy this time as well. Gu Lansheng sighed in relief. Chapter 94, His Arsenic. My honey. Most of the clothes Xiao Xian designed for Gu Lansheng were for his work, banquet occasions, and were too functional, resulting in a single style of clothes for him, most of which were mainly suits, and in a steady black, white, and gray. These suits on Gu Lansheng perfectly illustrated Gu Lansheng's charm as a man. However, after Gu Lansheng's participation in the program, the recording time was long and the frequency of appearances was high, so such monotonous outfits would give viewers aesthetic fatigue. Besides, the entertainment industry never lacks beauty, not to mention the audience who is picky about beauty. Soon, Gu Lansheng's hotspot was overshadowed by Yen Hongsheng. Yen Hongsheng, an 18 or 19-year-old teenager, in his flowery years, is the age when his 5 senses are most resistant to the camera, not to mention that he was born a teenager, but also has an outstanding height, so that the temperament of his body is particularly complex. The young girls who like the flower beauty man can be fascinated by his soul out of the body, and the middle-aged young women who like mature and attractive men can still be attracted by the sense of responsibility in his body, while his handsome skin that is feminine and not lacking in masculinity makes men jealous. The complexity of the temperament itself. On the one hand, there is a pair of skillful hands for him to tailor a variety of fickle closet clothing, is to make him quickly newly emerging as a universal male god. Flower peacock. Gu Lansheng couldn't help but spit out a sentence when he saw Yen Hongsheng weaving in and out of the program every day wearing clothing with superior texture and design. Yan Hongsheng was not ashamed but rather honored, smiling with a particularly indebted smile. Crown Prince, do you know who helped me design and sew all these clothes? Gulan Chongjun revealed a suspicious gaze. Xiaomi? Yan Hongsheng stretched out a slender white finger and shook it. No, it's not Xiaomi, it's Nianqing. Gulanqing's handsome face darkened slightly. Only people with no taste like you can look at what she designed. Yan Hongsheng's smile disappeared completely due to these words, and the corners of his brows and eyes were repacked with ice. Crown Prince, who among the two of us doesn't have a taste for it? We'll see soon enough. As Yan Hongsheng's time on camera grew, the outfits he tried on were never the same. The director of the program couldn't help but compliment him. Young Master Yan, why do you have so many great-looking clothes? Gu Lancheng cocked his head and looked at Yan Hongsheng. He simply didn't believe that all these clothes of Yan Hongsheng came from that ex-wife of his. After all, in his eyes, Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing were not familiar to this extent. It takes a very close relationship and a very long time together to be able to design and make nearly 100 outfits for each other, right? Obviously, Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing do not possess these two conditions. Yan Hongsheng peacocked and was arrogant. These clothes, my royal designer, M.S. Nianqing, designed and made them for me personally. The director joked. Young Master Yan, I really like your clothes, can you lend us your designer later? Yan Hongsheng could not wait to promote Nianqing, so such a rare advertising time, naturally will not be wasted. He smiled and said, you can pay attention to the public number of our Yixing Have You brand. There are many excellent designers. You can choose any designer to serve you. Our chief designer M.S. Nianqing teacher under M.S. Jasmine, she led the design team, is undoubtedly the best team in the country. You can also choose your own style, the raw material of the cloth, and then let the designer present you the style you want. In a word, what you want, Yixing Have You will have. The key is that our designers are friendly, and the price is also friendly. The director reveals his awe. Wow, that sounds really good. I have a heartbeat. Gu Lancheng was sincerely trying to make things difficult for Yan Hongsheng. The closet you showed on the program is close to hundreds of outfits. You said they were all designed for you by your chief designer? But I've heard that your clothing brand has only been established for a few months, and your chief designer designed nearly 100 sets of clothes in just a few months, and had to produce them. Is that the speed of a rocket? This kind of questioning, justified, instantly put Yan Hongsheng on the lying boiler baking. If Yan Hongsheng can't produce evidence to refute Gu Lancheng, then he will fall into the unfavorable position of talking big and losing trust. Gu Lancheng looked at him gloatingly. He was convinced that Yan Hongsheng could not produce any evidence to refute him. After all, he prided himself on being the person in this world who knew Yan Hongsheng's chief designer the best. That's his ex-wife who's only recently divorced. The atmosphere on the program set instantly became awkward. Everyone looked at Yan Hongsheng. Outside the arena guarded to watch the live broadcast of the audience is showing a disappointed expression. All kinds of questioning sound up. Can't be. I grew up so big, or for the first time powder a person. Yan Hongsheng will not really lie. That will make my heart broken. I have a feeling that Yan Hongsheng really lied. There isn't the slightest loophole in the prince's skepticism. How can any designer produce nearly 100 sets of clothing in a few months? It's clearly a lie. Yan Hongsheng looked straight at Gu Lancheng in a sidelong glance, and Gu Lancheng's hooked lips showed his inner pleasure. Yan Hongsheng suddenly laughed. He suddenly opened his mouth and spoke to Gu Lancheng with his lips. You asked for it. When Gu Lancheng realized that something was wrong, Yan Hongsheng had already opened his mouth to explain for himself. My chief designer is not a recent acquaintance. In fact, we've known each other for many years, and since the day we met, she has been keen on making clothes for me. And those clothes you see in brighter colors were probably designed by her for me when I was 15 or 16 years old. At that time, I had a little setback in my life, so my clothes would have some carefree flowers, lucky four-leaf clover, magnolia flowers and other patterns on the neckline and cuffs. She was wishing me a carefree life. The guests in the audience applauded together. Wow, that was touching. Gu Lancheng, however, revealed a stunned expression. Yan Hongsheng continued. There are some outfits in the middle that are juvenile with some maturity, and the colors are rather plain. Those are the outfits I wore when I returned to my family for some formal banquets. My chief designer wanted me to leave a sense of composure worthy of trust, so the style that was set was a light mature style. Now, because I started my own clothing brand with her, she thinks I have a good figure and image and asked me to shoulder the role of spokesperson. So she digs into designing all kinds of beautiful clothes for me every day. Yan Hongsheng finished his explanation and turned his head to ask Gu Lancheng rhetorically, does the crown prince still have questions? Gu Lancheng's face was hard to see. Nianqing's favoritism towards Yan Hongsheng surprisingly caused him to feel a pain in his heart that scratched his liver and lungs. According to Yan Hongsheng's words, he and Nianqing knew each other a few years ago, and a few days ago Yan Hongsheng admitted that Nianqing was his girlfriend, so he reasonably suspected that Nianqing had cheated on Yan Hongsheng before she divorced him? Coming to such a conclusion, Gu Lancheng's heart became even more frenzied and incomparable. Chapter 95, Double Rivalry. Who's the squid? Seeing Gu Lancheng's eyes tinted with anger, Yan Hongsheng smiled pleasantly. He smiled beautifully, more dazzling than the pear blossoms that bloomed overnight in the spring, but Gu Lancheng felt that he was in the way, and looked like a fox any way he looked at Yan Hongsheng, where the camera couldn't capture. Gu Lancheng fiercely elbowed Yan Hongsheng's collar and slammed him against the wall. The power of a mature man instantly erupted as he questioned Yan Hongsheng with scarlet eyes. I told you how Xiaomi was like a different person after returning to the country. You abetted her in divorcing me, didn't you? Yan Hongsheng was originally playful and smiling, with a harmless appearance, but at this moment, his face changed faster than the June sky, and his handsome, cast-like face was shrouded in a shadowy, ghastly expression. He struck out. Gu Lancheng hadn't even seen his moves clearly yet. He only felt a coldness in his neck, and then it was as if he was locked in a big lock. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. In the blink of an eye, he was dropped to the ground by Yan Hongsheng, whose foot stepped on his chest. Gu Lancheng stared at Yan Hongsheng incredulously. You're a good fighter. The children of the powerful families love to climb. Who has good grades? Who is good at martial arts? Who has a good mind? They know it like the back of their hand. Gu Lancheng had never heard of Yan Hongsheng having any outstanding qualities, but just now, Yan Hongsheng's performance had caused Gu Lancheng to be shocked out of his emoticons. The young master of the Zhou family and his circle of friends is a martial arts champion, but his hands may not catch up with Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng squatted down, his eyebrows piling up snow. Gu Lancheng, I don't like people touching me. The next time you rough me up, it won't be as simple as dropping you. He let go of his foot, and Gu Lancheng climbed up in a sorry state, his doubts unresolved in his heart, his remaining anger hard to dispel. Yan Hongsheng, you still haven't answered my question? Did you hook up with Nianqing long ago? Yan Hongsheng was confused for a moment. Did he hook up with Nianqing? As if he did and as if he didn't. The answer to this question is really hard to define. Gu Lancheng then took his silence as gold. The new continent he seemed to have discovered. Indignant, Yan Hongsheng, I don't believe that you would really like a divorced woman who grew up in the slums. You are merely utilizing her simple ignorance to achieve the goal of retaliating against me. It's a pity that Nianqing, that stupid woman, can't find her way around when others give her a little sweetness. I didn't expect you to be so despicable in order to win me. Yan Hongsheng gazed compassionately at Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng, you only guessed half right. Gu Lancheng was stunned. Then a sneering cold smile surfaced on her face, and she said with great certainty and confidence, if she knows that she is a tool for you to retaliate against me, she is only afraid that she will regret losing her divorce with me. Lost the watermelon to pick up sesame. Yan Hongsheng's handsome face twitched. Gu Lancheng he was just about to argue, but suddenly heard the director's summoning order. Yan Hongsheng, Gu Lancheng, gather. Yan Hongsheng could only interrupt his verbal battle with Gu Lancheng. When the program was recorded in the evening, the weather was unlucky and a storm rolled up. Several guests of the program were forced to stay on the mountain. The climate in the mountains is harsh and the temperature difference between morning and evening is too great. The guests went out in their thin shirts and were shivering at night. The condition of the farmhouse where the program team stayed was poor. The windows couldn't be closed tightly. The food was also rough. And the young masters of the rich families were all pampered, like Gu Lancheng who was allergic to mites, so they were all eager to go down the mountain. The program then went along with the coaxing and building momentum. You are allowed to make one phone call to the outside for help. You can have the person bring you in supplies. The director had a particularly haunted look on his face as he said the last sentence. The guest who drew number 1 looked forlorn as he picked up his cell phone and spoke to the camera. I want to call my dad. He left home after my mom and dad got divorced. I've grown up so long. I've never begged my dad, and he's missed every important moment of my formative years. I want to know if I still have that little place in his heart. When the phone was connected, a thick middle-aged male voice came from the other end. Which one? Yan Hongsheng changed color at the sound. It was a voice that was familiar to him. He stared across the room at the teenager, his gaze dark. Dad, it's me. The other party was momentarily silent. Exiting again, his voice rapped in a touch of impatience. What do you want with me? I'm doing the show. You're mistyping. Before the teenager could finish his words, the other person hung up. The teenager looked at the microphone, his eyes red. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and the director hurriedly rounded off the scene. The signal on the mountain is not good. Do you want to call someone else? The teenager shook his head. Forget it, I'll stay here tonight. It's fine. The hearts of the people were like mirrors. The teenager was the unrecognized, hidden presence of his father. They sympathized with the teenager, but they all looked the other way. Next was Gu Lancheng, who chose to call his wife. Xin, I'm in the mountains. It's a bit cold. Xiao Xin immediately responded. Then I'll have my assistant send you some warm clothes right away. Gu Lancheng was satisfied with her answer. The crowd sighed. Mrs. Gu is truly in love with the crown prince. Gu Lanchang glanced provocatively at Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng held the cell phone, but hesitated. Gu Lanchang provoked him. What? Don't dare to call your girlfriend? Afraid that we'll find out that your romance is fake? He never believed that Yan Hongsheng could really fall in love with Nianqing. In his opinion, Yan Hongsheng's approach to Nianqing is nothing more than a long-planned commercial exploitation. Yan Hongsheng couldn't stand to be provoked by others, and immediately dialed Nianqing's phone. Gu Lanchang saw him familiarly dialing Nianqing's phone number. His face was awkward. After all, when Nianqing was still his wife, he didn't memorize Nianqing's phone number by heart. The phone rang for a long time before being picked up. Xiao Shang. Nianqing's gentle voice. Woody was permeated with a healing magic. Such gentleness abruptly pulled Gu Lanchang back to the time when he and Nianqing first met. At that time, she was a very soft and cute young girl. She looked at him, her eyes starry, and her words were as gentle as water. Which is like now, looking at him with such cold eyes, speaking with a sting. As it turns out, her kindness to him has transferred to another man. Gu Lanchang felt inexplicably blocked in his heart. However, there was more that made him gag. Yan Hongsheng's voice was even more cloying to the point that his teeth chattered. And the person who was on pins and needles with him was like a different person when facing Nianqing. He actually pandered to Nianqing. Sister, what are you doing? Without the need for him to sell himself short, Nianqing's concern for him was naturally in place. I am making snacks for my little friend. I'm envious of Gunpla. You're in on it. Yan Hongsheng smiled brightly. Save it for me. I'll come home and eat it after work. Chapter 96, favoring Xiaosheng alone. Mr. Gu loses his mind. Good. Nianqing responded cheerfully. Sister. Yan Hongsheng wanted to say. Xiaosheng, is there something you want me to help you with? Nianqing understood Yan Hongsheng. He was a quick thinker, so his spoken expressions were always smooth, and only when he was in trouble would there be times when he stammered. Yan Hongsheng glanced at the raging storm outside the window. Nianqing's thin body flashed through his mind, and finally did not open his mouth. Sister, it's nothing, I just miss you, that's why I called you, just to hear your voice. Then the two exchanged goodnights and said goodbye. The director was puzzled. Yan Hongsheng, you didn't offer assistance to the other side, so are you giving up on this opportunity for assistance? Yan Hongsheng very frankly accepted his failure. Well, my sister's health is not good. I can't afford to give up my sister for heart. The director gave a thumbs up. Wow, when we listened to your siblings chatting just now, we could sense that your sibling bond is really superb. Yan Hongsheng smiled particularly brightly. Someone amongst the guests asked a wordy question. Young Master Yan, what's your sister's name? The look of dismay on his face was close to a direct greeting. How come I've never heard of you having a sister? Yan Hongsheng arrogantly said. My sister's name is Nianqing. Yan Nianqing. The Yan of Yan Hongsheng. The Nian of Nianqing. The Shang of Yan Hongsheng. Your siblings' names are only one word apart. Sure enough, they are siblings. Gu Lanchang, however, revealed a fox-shocked expression. He had thought that Yan Hongsheng's kindness to Nianqing was a long-planned exploitation, but now when he saw Yan Hongsheng mentioning Nianqing, the expression of the corners of his lips flying, and his concern for Nianqing's body. What is even more deadly is that Nianqing's name has such a deep origin with Yan Hongsheng. This had to make Gu Lanchang overturn his previous conjecture. He had to admit whether Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing's feelings were not as false and shallow as he had imagined. Gu Lanchang began to carefully review the storyline of Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing, and in the end, he caught a very sensitive point in time. 3 years ago, Xiaomi used the stage name of Nianqing at the Milan fashion design competition, so their relationship was already precious at that time. But this is ridiculous. Before that time, Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng should not have known each other. How is it possible that two people who met for the first time could have such deep feelings? Gu Lanchang's sharp gaze scrutinized Yan Hongsheng. 3 years ago Yan Hongsheng was only 15 years old. 3 years ago Nianqing was still Xiaomi, his wife. A girl as traditional as she was, she categorically wouldn't hook up with a milquetoast teenage boy behind his back? What was the secret in between that he hadn't known? After the aid mission, Xiao Xian really commissioned her assistant to send Gu Lanchang warm clothes and quilts. The crowd was envious of Gu Lanchang. Mrs. Gu sent it over to you so quickly, fearing that you would get cold. She definitely has true love for you. Gu Lanchang had a knowing smile on his face. Yan Hongsheng touched his hungry stomach and poured cold water on it, saying, Mrs. Gu only brought you clothes? She didn't even bring you anything to eat? She's not thoughtful enough. Still doesn't love you enough. Gu Lanchang said defiantly. It's better than having no one to bring you supplies. Yan Hongsheng was instantly absent, then very unconvincingly grunted. I didn't tell my family Nianqing that I'm cold. If I told her, she would definitely drive a truckload of supplies to aid me. I'm telling you, there's definitely food, clothing, shelter, and transportation inside. Gu Lanchang teased. You really know how to play chess, and horseback cannons are the best. Yan Hongsheng said. Crown Prince, The road is far away, and it's only in time that we can see people's hearts. Inside the window, there was a lot of talk and laughter. However, they could not resist the attack of the cold weather outside. The night is getting deeper and deeper. The willpower of everyone to resist the cold is getting weaker and weaker. Gu Lancheng was dressed warmly, lying leisurely on the sofa and sleeping in his clothes. The others stomped their feet in an attempt to warm up by exercising, and couldn't help but spit out. I didn't realize it was so cold on the mountain. Someone also added, anachronistically, actually, we used to film in even harsher conditions. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves bitterly, suddenly the sound of car sirens cut through the silent night sky. It was driving close to the farmyard. Someone's coming? The guests pricked up their ears. Whoever comes can't be my family anyway. Guest number 1 couldn't hide the loss on her face. My family didn't answer the phone and there was no way they were going to come to my aid. Who's that? Outside the window, a gentle but powerful voice suddenly came. Xiao Shang, come out. Before the crowd could react, Yan Hongsheng rushed out as if an arrow had left the string. Sister. Then someone, through the dim streetlight outside the window, saw the truck full of supplies and exclaimed, Tian Lai. Sister Yan has sent a truckload of supplies. Wow. Sister Yan is so warm-hearted. Let's go get it. Other guests ran out to pick up supplies. Gu Lancheng coolly opened his eyes. He sat up ghostly and paced to the window. In the pouring rain, Yan Hongsheng held an umbrella, under which stood he and Nianqing. The umbrella tilted toward Nianqing, and Yan Hongsheng's body was mostly wet. A confused light blossomed in Gu Lancheng's eyes. Sister, let's help carry the supplies. The guests ran over to them. Nianqing laughed. Seeing is believing. I'll send each of you a set of warm punchy clothes, and a change of shoes and socks. Sister, is there any food? There are freshly baked roasted chickens and ducks, sugar-fried chestnuts, all of which are my little Shang's favorites. After the guests carried all the supplies, the house was soon piled up into a small hill. All kinds of warm supplies, leisure snacks, can be said to have everything. Gu Lancheng looked at the supplies and inexplicably felt some anticipation in his heart. There should be some supplies that Nianqing had specially prepared for him according to his preferences, right? After all, he was also someone she had loved with all her heart. Only, when the supplies were coaxed, the variety inside was revealed. The food had seafood, all kinds of bread, Chinese and Western snacks were prepared, and there were even all kinds of melon seeds and peanuts. Surprisingly, there was not a flavor that he particularly loved. Jude remembers that Jomi used to love to prepare spicy preserved meat for him. Now her preference for him disappeared. There were also those assault jackets, which were looted by the guests but not Gu Lancheng's share. A trace of loss inexplicably rippled through Gu Lancheng's heart. The woman who once loved him so much now treated him as nothing. Outside the window, Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing were saying their goodbyes for a long time before Yan Hongsheng returned indoors. Seeing Gu Lancheng's dazed look, Yan Hongsheng couldn't help but tease him. Crown Prince, how is it? Is my Nianqing more gentle and considerate than your wife? Chapter 97, Meeting the Ex-Wife Again. Reversal of status. Gu Lancheng was choked by Yan Hongsheng and turned red. He gritted his back teeth and questioned Yan Hongsheng. What exactly is your relationship with Nianqing? Yan Hongsheng hugged his arms. Guess? Gu Lancheng said with a leathery smile. One day it's a boss and assistant relationship. One day it's a sibling relationship. And the next day it's a couple relationship. That's quite a messy relationship. Ha! Yan Hongsheng brought his handsome face up and blew a hot breath by Gu Lancheng's ear, and said in a particularly evil manner, Crown Prince, in fact, the relationship between Nianqing and I is that of a partner. Gu Lancheng snorted. You are also too flattering to her. She's only good at making a few dresses. Young Master Yan's career map doesn't have to be imprisoned between a woman's robes. That's such a double entendre. Yan Hongsheng smiled meaningfully. Prince, you guessed right. I actually have no interest in clothing brands at all. I have only one purpose for working with Nianqing, and that is to defeat you. Gu Lancheng's handsome face instantly lost its color. He stared at Yan Hongsheng in shock. Young Master Yan, but we have no past grievances or enmity? Yan Hongsheng smiled in a cloudy manner. But you have offended Nianqing, and not lightly offended. Gu Lancheng realized a terrifying truth from his bland expression. I originally thought that you were in a business tussle with me, so you used Nianqing as a sharp blade to deal with me. Now it seems like it was wrong. It turns out that she is the one who wants to destroy me, and you are the weapon that helps her destroy me, right? Yan Hongsheng clapped his hands. Crown Prince, you've finally gotten smarter. A while ago, your IQ kept dropping off, and I felt that it was quite boring to be an opponent with someone as stupid as you. Gu Lancheng gritted his teeth. Yan Hongsheng, you're the foppish young master of the sea family. You have skyrocketing riches. Yet how can you willingly take orders from a woman who came out of the slums? Yan Hongsheng said. Crown Prince, I didn't expect that you, the Crown Prince, who should have been admired by millions of people, would make yourself infamous for an earthly tea fox. The two of us are just like each other. Gu Lancheng scrutinized Yan Hongxing's eyes with a straight face, and to this day, he still couldn't believe that everything young Master Yan had taken great pains to save up for was actually done for his mediocre and strange ex-wife. After the second installment of the program ended, taking advantage of the gap before the recording of the new program, Gu Lancheng went back to the Imperial City area. He made it a point to visit his good brother Yan Shirue. Shirue, do you know of any special relationship between Yan Hongxing and Nianqing? Yan Shirue, however, was also puzzled and confused. I watched the variety show that you guys recorded, and I also felt it was particularly strange that Yan Hongxing and Nianqing acted like they were siblings. But I asked my dad, and my dad was incredibly adamant that Nianqing has no bloodline relationship with our Yan family at all. That's impossible. Gu Lancheng was obviously a bit messed up. Nianqing has a reticent personality, and there is a social fear. She is especially reverent towards strangers, but she favors Yan Hongxing so much, even more than she loved me dearly back then. I'm sure they were already acquainted 3 years ago. Yan Shirue waved his hand. This is impossible. Yan Hongxing grew up in the C family as a child, and I heard that he grew up with an autistic personality. Master C was afraid that this precious only grandson of his would make a half-hearted attempt, so wherever he went, he would be surrounded by many slaves. How would he have the time to get to know a city dweller like Nianqing? Gu Lancheng shook his head, clearly not recognizing Yan Shirue's assertion. There is a mystery in this matter, Gu Lancheng said with confidence. Yan Shirue said, I'll help you investigate this matter. Gu Lancheng nodded. Leaving the Yan family, Gu Lancheng went back to the Gu family. Gu's mother was bedridden. Her hair was half pale, and the once glamorous noblewoman seemed to have aged 10 years overnight, describing herself as haggard. When Gu Lancheng returned home, he knelt at the head of Gu mother's bed and confessed his sins. Mom, it's my son who is unfilial, disobeying your heart, made you angry and suffer. Gu's mother looked away from him and gambled. If you really have the heart to be filial to your mother, then divorce Xiao Xin. Gu Lancheng was very worried. Mom, my son loves Xin alone in this life. I will not divorce Xin. Other than this matter, I'll listen to you for everything else. Mother Gu was furious. She closed her eyes and stopped paying attention to Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng told her a lot more about his recent situation, mostly complaints that he was not as happy as he wanted to be. In the past, Gu's mother would have helped him solve his problems wholeheartedly, but now Gu's mother just pretended she didn't hear him. Gu Lancheng sighed weakly. Mom, get some rest then. My son will come back to see you some other day. Gu Lancheng lost his way and left. When he had just walked to the door, Gu's mother suddenly said, Your father knows about you and Xiao Xin getting a license. He threw a huge tantrum and called you a doohickey who couldn't be helped. He's probably going to give up on you. Gu Lancheng trembled, and at this moment, he finally had an epiphany as an afterthought as to why Gu's father had asked him to participate in the reality show. Sure enough, he was completely kicked out of the Gu family's center of power by him. Gu Lancheng said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Gu's mother was so angry that she grabbed the lamp on the nightstand and slammed it at him. For the sake of a Xiao Xin, you ruined your career. Was it worth it? Gu Lancheng stubbornly said. Mom, believe me, I will rise again. Gu's mother collapsed onto the bed in despair, waving her hand at him breathlessly. Go away, and don't come back in the future. I'll pretend I never had you as a son. Gu Lancheng's icy face finally cracked. Mom, his eyes reddened and his voice gelled. If you can be cold-hearted and not care what happens to me, why should I try my best to give to you? Mother and son have been together for a while, and the fate is over. Every word of Mother Gu's words was like a blade cutting into Gu Lancheng's skin. Mom, please you don't. He dropped to his knees and moved back one step at a time. Instead, Mother Gu directly ordered the security guard. Someone, drag him out. Don't let him appear in front of me without my permission in the future. Several security guards stepped forward and dragged Gu Lancheng out. Mom, please don't do this to me. Gu's mother was in tears. You'll never grow up until you're taught some lessons. Gu Lancheng was as disheveled as a bereaved dog, sitting on a wooden garden bench in the street. The cool wind blew his body a cold. But how can not resist the heart of the cold? He is also hungry chest to back. At the moment at first glance over. Actually have a few beggar phase. Eat? A pair of slender hands reached out. A hot steamed bun was handed over. Gu Lancheng had never felt that this kind of coarse grain smelled as good as it did today, and without hesitation, he took it and stuffed it into his mouth with a big gulp. Eat slowly. Don't choke. This gentle voice caused Gu Lancheng to look up sharply. Seeing Nianqing's face clearly, Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded in place. Why you? Chapter 98, Mutual Retribution. Circle of Karma. Gu Lancheng ripped the steamed bun out of his mouth and threw it into the trash can on the side. At this time, it was like he was a noble person who didn't eat food handed out in contempt. Nianqing turned mean in a second. How ironic. 10 years ago, you and I met here. You were the benefactor and I was the beggar. And today, you and I have reversed our status. Gu Lancheng, once you defied me, should I not also defy you today? Gu Lancheng was furious. I am not a beggar. Nianqing looked at his rough and wrinkled suit. There is a lot of dust on the suit. She couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, you are even worse than beggars. At least when I was a beggar, I wore clean and neat, which is like you, wearing so sloppy. Gu Lancheng said disdainfully, my clothes cost a lot of money. Have you ever seen a beggar wearing big-name brand clothes? Nianqing disliked rough cloth and linen clothes, this material in ancient times. Are the official family master dyed to wear birthday clothes? Gu Lancheng's head exploded with a bang. Never had that moment been more humiliating than now. This dress was made by Qiao Xian for him, a few years ago. At that time she liked to innovate, probably liked this kind of fabric with a bit of rough texture, but did not seriously examine the origin of this kind of fabric. Surprisingly, I did not expect to be caught by Nianqing in the basket and laughed it to the point of no return. Nianqing's professionalism was undoubtedly above Qiao Xian. Gu Lancheng was shocked at Nianqing's leaps and bounds in academics, and he heartily exclaimed, I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you've made rapid progress. Nianqing, however, continued to insinuate sarcasm. You didn't come to the place where we first met because you were pining for this ex-wife of mine, did you? While saying that, she took out her cell phone, then chose a good angle to frame her and Gu Lancheng and clicked a group photo. Gu Lancheng sneered, not afraid of your new love getting jealous? Nianqing processed the photo and posted it to his friends, with the caption, nostalgia for our past. Then carelessly answered Gu Lancheng, I'm not a relationship brain like you who can't live without a woman. Gu Lancheng didn't seem to even realize what storm Nianqing's fierce as a tiger operation was about to bring him. He was just shocked that Nianqing had denied the fact of a relationship and said, then what's going on with Yan Hongsheng? You're so close to him. What is it if it's not a relationship between a man and a woman? Gu Lancheng sneered. Nianqing tucked his cell phone away, then looked at him with an unbelievable expression. You're sick. Xiao Sheng, he's so much younger than me. How could I possibly be in a man-woman relationship with him? Gu Lancheng's eagle pupils widened, and he knew he had been teased by Yan Hongsheng. Why did you acquiesce to Master Yan's face that you are his girlfriend? Gu Lancheng was confused. Nianqing generously explained for him. Why should I deny it? If I didn't climb up the ladder with him, how could Master Yan give me the opportunity to work with him? Gu Lancheng was furious. How dare you go so far as to speculate on a romance with a young boy in order to get a chance to work with Yin Group? Xiao Mi, I didn't expect you to be so unethical and bottomless. Nianqing smiled with a particularly relieved smile. Gu Lancheng, compared to the hypocrisy of you and Xiao Xian, my moral bottom line is already considered high. Gu Lancheng sharply narrowed his eagle pupils. I don't understand. How did I suddenly become so embarrassing in your heart? Nianqing was abruptly silenced. Her hatred for Gu Lancheng had indeed erupted suddenly, and the reason for the outbreak was nothing more than the fact that she had been reborn. In her previous life, her daughter died young. Her body was destroyed by Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, and she also ran out of gas at a young age. After her daughter died, she had no desire to live. She chose to die with dignity, dragging her broken and rotten body with her. She died when she was in the most pain, but was reborn to the time when Gu Lancheng bullied her the hardest. He lured her to donate a kidney, obviously did not love her, but also false love to cheat away her innocence, and even let her operate during the period of conception. His goodness to her is all under the banner of utilization. It is she who is stupid and cannot see his hypocrisy. Reborn back, she hated to eat his flesh. Gu Lancheng, my retribution is you, and your retribution is me. This is a cage that you and I can't break free from, so accept your fate openly. After Nianqing finished speaking, he dashed off with his sunglasses on. Gu Lancheng looked at her determined back, nervous. He really felt that he had affection for Nianqing, and being retaliated against by her was purely because of her own narrow-mindedness and had nothing to do with him, but he was really unlucky to have met her. Father Qiao suddenly gave Gu Lancheng an emergency call, and just as Gu Lancheng connected, he heard Father Qiao's fiery voice, Lancheng, something has happened to Xian. You hurry to the hospital. What the hell is going on here? Gu Lancheng asked in a panic. Zhou's father couldn't hide his huff. It wasn't even your doing. Xiao's father had always been respectful to this golden son-in-law, and suddenly this irritated. Gu Lancheng realized that he must have made an unforgivable mistake. But where did he go wrong? He rushed to the hospital in a panic, and when Zhou's father saw him, he was so angry that he rushed up and tried to kick him. Gu Lancheng said, Dad, calm down. What mistake did I make? You have to explain it to me, so that I can die in a clear way. Father Qiao was so angry that his eyes were redder than a rabbit's, and he flung Xiao Xian's cell phone at him in a rage. Take a good look at it. Have I wronged you or not? Gu Lancheng picked up his cell phone, and the screen was still stuck on Nianqing's friend's circle page. The photo she had just posted was of him and her in the same frame. His gaze was mild with a mesmerizing look. Her gaze was loving with a wry look, but it was extraordinarily harmonious. Gu Lancheng explained, Dad, you misunderstood me. I just had a chance encounter with Nianqing and asked her a few questions that I couldn't solve in my heart. When she took the picture, I didn't even know about it. Father Chow was so angry that he squatted on the ground, his hands gripping his head in pain, almost breaking down. What's the use of explaining to me? You go and explain to Xin. When she saw this photo, she was so furious that she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Gu Lanchang was both heartbroken and helpless, murmuring with red, pained eyes, Xin, how can you sentence me to death without asking? How can you have no trust in me at all? Xiao's father freaked out. She loves you so much, how can she not be jealous? Not to mention, Xiaomi is your ex-wife. Jomi? A spiritual light suddenly struck Gu Lanchang. Gu Lanchang woke up like a flash, hurriedly turned out his cell phone, logged in the small number, and then turned out Nianqing's WeChat. But he couldn't see the circle of friends that Nianqing had just sent. So this friend circle of Nianqing's was sent only for Xiao Xin alone? She did it on purpose. Gu Lanchang looked at Father Chow blankly. Is it your good daughter, Nianqing, who deliberately designed this? Chapter 99, Laugh of Vengeance. Demon Born. Father Chow was so angry that his eyeballs popped out. Xiaomi, if Xin has a death, I'll pay for it with you. Gu Lanchang looked at Father Chow's maniacal appearance, but there was no grief or indignation of sharing the same enemy. Only a sense of bewilderment remained. It was as if he had caught a flicker in the tumult of his thoughts about the root of Nensho's hatred of Bai. It's just a flash. In the end, he was consumed by his favoritism towards Xiao Xin. Nianqing, if you hate me, come at me. Why do you want to hurt Xin? Xin, she's so fragile. Why do you want to hurt him? The door to the resuscitation room opened in the early hours of the next morning, and the doctor came out tiredly, shaking his head at Gu Lanchang and Xiao's father. The patient's physical quality is too poor, even if she retrieves a life this time, but I'm afraid she doesn't have a few years of. Zhou's father was instantly paralyzed. Gu Lanchang, on the other hand, was teary-eyed. Why did it turn out like this? The doctor had seen the disheveled state of too many patients' families after they couldn't withstand the blow, and showed real indifference to Gu Lanchang and Xiao's father's chopped liver. The patient has already woken up, so the two of you go in and take a look at her. Gu Lanchang then rushed into the hospital room regardless. When Xiao Xin saw Gu Lanchang, he was so wretched and haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, obsessively holding her hand, his face full of self-blame and guilt. Gu Lanchang explained sorrowfully, Xiaomi and I are not what you see. He whimpered, we just had a chance encounter. In fact, she and I were obviously pinpointing each other. I didn't know that she would take such a heartfelt photo. Xin, you believe me, I won't betray our love. Xiao Xin came to her senses, so it's her who was planning to take revenge on me. The discomfort in her body was excruciating, and she knew that her jealousy of Jomi had cost her dearly. She burst into tears and said, Jomi, you're so cruel, how could you do this to me? Gu Lanchang choked. Xin, you must take care of your body and pay attention to your emotional stability. Don't ever fall for Xiaomi schemes. Xiao Xian's pale face was colorless, and the only anger was those eyes that held hatred. Xiaomi, since you're unkind to me, don't blame sister for being unrighteous to you. Achoo! Nianqing was sleeping soundly when suddenly a fresh breeze came and filled her sensitive nasal passages, causing her to sneeze unawares. Drowsiness is all but gone. When she opened her eyes, she saw a bewitchingly demonic and handsome face that was coming up to her eyelids. Sister, Gunpowder said you came home in the early hours of last night. How unsafe it is for a girl to be outside. Don't come home so late in the future. I'll be worried. Nianqing sat up. Yan Hongsheng then thoughtfully put on her coat. Be careful of catching a cold. Nianqing looked at Yan Hongsheng's milky face and couldn't help but go up and pinch it. Gongzhou calling you 1,000 years of worry is really not bad at all. You are really a worrying life. Yan Hongsheng mumbled vaguely, I only worry about you. Nianqing's face instantly sank and his tone became sad. Last night I went to the orphanage in Rainbow Bridge. Sent some clothes for those children. Yan Hongsheng said, next time you go, bring me along. Nianqing stunned. This life's Yan Hongsheng, empathy, and the previous life of that cold-blooded, ruthless, murderous, sinister man is really like two people. Did the magnetic field of rebirth change? Or is this guy just good at disguises? Nianqing nodded generously. Later, I'll take you there. By the way, what did you come to see me about? Yan Hongsheng said, Sister, I've pulled in a piece of business for you. The reality show group wants you to provide them with stage costumes. Nianqing was overjoyed. This is a great joy. Actors wearing our clothes to record the program. This is free publicity for our brand. Xiao Shang, tell the program team that I'm willing to sponsor the program for free. Yan Hongsheng added, there is another piece of good news. What is it? I heard from the Gu family's informants that because the clothes Gu Lancheng wore on the reality show were trolled by netizens as being very uncharacteristic, the chairman of the Gu family has given up on the clothing track, and Gu Lancheng's clothing brand is probably going to be dead in the water. When Nianqing heard this, His face could be described as colorful. I'm suddenly a little worried about that sister of mine. She smiled badly. Last night, she deliberately took pictures of her in Gu Lanqing's ambiguous images and pushed them in front of Qiao Xian's eyelids by way of a circle of friends. With her kind of character that couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes, she should have been irritated to no end. If we add the blow of her career being cut short, Qiao Xian's fragile frame should have been dealt a violent blow. Very well, the life that was renewed from her was slowly taken back by her. Yan Hongsheng teased. Sister seems happy? Nansen said. It was fun. Yan Hongsheng hurriedly took advantage of the fire and said, so, does sister want to give me a reward? Nianqing was completely immersed in joy, and without much thought, he answered with his mouth full. What do you want? Yan Hongsheng's gaze at Nianqing suddenly became softer. Sister, I want you dash. Nianqing was shocked out of her emoticon by this thunderous quote. She looked at Yan Hongsheng fixedly. Finish your sentence. Yan Hongsheng let out a few inaudible sighs, adding another half sentence. Want you to stay with me forever. Nianqing tenderly touched his head. Don't worry, sister will definitely accompany you for the rest of your life. Yan Hongsheng rolled his eyes. Nianqing's words and actions toward him were clearly treating him as a child. But what kind of kid is he? Outside, there was a sudden noise. Where's Zhou Mi? She's in there, isn't she? Tell her to come out. It was the thunderous voice of Zhou's father. Who are you? Gunpla nearly beckoned. Yan Hongsheng's face instantly sank. Sister, I'll go out and deal with him. Nianqing pulled him. It's better if I go. At the door, Zhou's father kicked the door panel again and again. His movements rude and brutal. Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing walked out, and Yan Hongsheng gestured to Gunpowder. Let him come in. Father Qiao looked up and was dumbfounded to see Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng's aura was extraordinary, completely unrivaled by Gu Lanqing, so his arrogant and domineering aura from earlier instantly weakened. Nianqing was exhausted and said, Tell me, what do I have to do to pay you back for your birthright? A single mouthful broke Zhou's father's straight spine. Qiao father stared with bloodshot eyes. Xiao Mi, you know that your sister's health is not good, and you are still deliberately angry with her. Do you know? She's been victimized by you. The doctor said she doesn't have 2 years to live. Nianqing's brows dyed with a smile and said, her life was originally renewed by me for her. Now that she is dead, she has also earned a few years of life. One should be contented. Father Qiao's eyes widened as he looked at Nianqing in horror. They all said that you've changed and have become cold and heartless, and I thought that you're just messing with our temper, and that your nature is still kind. Today at first sight, I realized that you have indeed changed, become vicious. Xiao Mi, why is the person who got sick not you? Chapter 100, Defamation of Father. Father-daughter rivalry. Nianqing looked at her father's spiteful eyes. Although she had forced herself to cut herself off from affection countless times in her mind, yet she couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in her heart when she was hated and loathed so much by the one who had gifted her life. What am I not as good as her? She feebly asked the answer she had been chasing for 2 lifetimes. Father Qiao was like a maddened lion, looking fiercely at his prey, as if he was going to pounce and tear Nianqing apart in the next second. You're inferior to her in every way. It was as if all the lights had been turned off in Nianqing's world. She's stupid and can become amazing through hard work. She is ugly and can become absolutely beautiful and bright with airbrushed makeup. But she wanted to be loved by her parents, but felt powerless out of thin air. No matter what she did, she couldn't curry a favor from them. A pair of gentle hands, with the temperature of the blazing spring sun, gently covered her ears. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. You're clearly better than that sickly child in every way. It's his heart that's grown biased. Nianqing's feeling of powerlessness slowly subsided as she gratefully looked at Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng had a doting smile in his peerless peach blossom eyes. Just as the two were negligent, Father Qiao suddenly pulled out a dagger from his pocket and swung it frantically at Nianqing. You go to hell. Only when you die will your sister be happy. That icy cold light froze Nianqing completely. Her mind was unable to function for a moment, and her face was devoid of any expression, just like a carved puppet. It was so numb. As the dagger stabbed at Nianqing, Yan Hongsheng suddenly pushed Nianqing out. His shoulder thus collided raw with the dagger's blade, instantly cutting a shocking wound in his arm. Xiao Shang. Nianqing finally responded. Reacting, Nianqing went crazy and pushed Zhou's father to the ground, who ended up falling to the floor. Nianqing was desperate to the extreme, and finally and powerlessly instructed Gunpowder. Small grain, call the police. As if he had heard a heavenly dream, Xiao's father stared in shock with a pair of copper bell eyes, which shot out an unbelievable light. What did you say? You want to call the police to arrest me? How dare you call the police on your own father, when it won't do you any good if I go to jail? That will affect your child's future. Zhou's father was certain that Zhoumi wouldn't dare call the police, but Xiaomi was determined. Don't worry. In my life, I won't get married and have children. Yan Hongsheng was dumbfounded. Gunpla stomped on Zhou's father, angrily grabbed his cell phone, and dialed 911. Nianqing no longer had the leisure to care about Xiao's father. and all her thoughts fell on Yan Hongsheng. She was filled with guilt and remorse for him. Her tears somehow flowed like a river. Instead, Yan Hongsheng comforted her. The wound is shallow. I don't feel any pain. Sister, don't cry. Nianqing's nasal voice was heavy. Why would such a reserved young master need to block the knife for my lowly life? Yan Hongsheng glared viciously at Qiao's father. If it wasn't for these put-down words from Qiao's father today, Nianqing would never have been so inferior. Yan Hongsheng can only carefully nurse her. Who said you are a cheap life? What era is this? The Qing Empire has long since been extinguished. Nowadays everyone is equal. Nansen broke into tears. I suddenly realized that I was so pretentious, but I was just stung by someone who didn't love me. And then I was born to dislike myself. She walked up to Father Qiao. You forced me into this world for your own selfish desires, and you wanted to tear me apart and turn me into Qiao Xian's body components. I'll tell you, I'm not happy about it. What's mine is mine, and anyone who owes me must pay me back. Father Qiao shot out an unbelievable light as he roared out of control. If it wasn't for your sister's poor health, how could I have allowed you to come into this world? You were born as your sister's appendage, and that is the meaning of your existence. You can give your sister umbilical cord blood, kidneys, that's your honor. Nianqing realized that Qiao's father was a deadbeat, and she couldn't talk to him. She simply shut up, choosing to save her energy. The police arrived quickly. What's going on? Tribute Pellet said. This man forced his way into our people's house and was armed with a knife. Father Qiao pointed at Nianqing and said with righteous indignation, Nonsense. Officer, she's my daughter. I came to my daughter's home. How can I call it trespassing? The officer glanced at the injuries on Yan Hongsheng's body and questioned Father Qiao. Did you injure this? Father Qiao's eyes flickered. I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I was infuriated by my daughter, emotionally out of control before I mistakenly hurt someone. Nianqing, however, threw a pot of cold water down and said, Officer, I have no relationship with this person. He forced his way into my house and attempted to rape Gong Pellet. Xiao Shang was hurt by him in order to save Gong Pellet. Gunpla giggled. Yan Hongsheng was dumbfounded. Zhou's father was dumbfounded. Xiao father frantic. Xiaomi, I'm your father. How can you talk nonsense with your eyes open? You don't recognize your daughter. I don't know you. Father Qiao laughed wildly in triumph. Ha ha, you think that laborious severance letter really has legal effect? Let me tell you, paternity cannot be changed. You are my daughter cannot be changed. Nansen shuddered in despair. The officer said, You're all coming with me to the station to make statements. Nianqing didn't want to pull Yan Hongsheng down. She pleaded for him. Officer, he's injured and needs to go to the hospital immediately for treatment. Gong Gel and I will go with you to the police station. The officer also agreed in a very humane manner. As Nianqing left, Yan Hongsheng attached his mouth to her ear. Sister, don't be afraid. You'll be out soon. Police department. Zhou's father and Nianqing Gongrain make separate statements. Father Qiao told the details of his father-daughter relationship with Nianqing, as well as the details of Nianqing's intentional harm to Qiao Xian, and his passion to accidentally injure Yan Hongsheng. However, Nianqing and Gongrain balked at the attempted rape of Gongrain by Qiao's father, also intentionally hurt the rescuer Yan Hongsheng. The two men's statements are surprisingly consistent. The victims, Nian Shang and Kung Pao, were released that night, but Zhou's father is suspected of attempted rape and intentional assault and is being held at the police station. Zhou's father broke down when he learned of the outcome and yelled, I was wrongly accused. Zhoumi, how could you do this to your father? What the hell is your heart made of? You would do such a hurtful thing? Tired of yelling, Zhou's father sat disheveled under the barred window. He held his head in his hands, but his mind always involuntarily conjured up images of Zhoumi's good behavior as a child. Daddy, I miss you so much. Will you take me home? Me? Your sister is not well and it is very hard for Dad to take care of her alone. You'll stay with your mom. Dad, I want to read too. People's destiny is predetermined. Since you're with your mom and she can't afford to send you to school, that's your destiny. Resign yourself to your fate? Chapter 101 Hellbringer, Demon Born. When Nianqing left the police station, he made a point of visiting Zhou's father. A small window, but it is like a mountainous ocean between father and daughter. At this moment, Father Qiao didn't speak ill of Nianqing like before for some reason. He just gazed at Nianqing with a complicated heart. I admit, I used to favor your sister, did a lot of things that hurt you, and said a lot of things that I shouldn't have said. But Qiao Mi, I am your father after all. You should not have denigrated me like this today. Folding. He had a nostalgic expression on his face. The old you was stupid, but you at least kept your innocence and kindness. Nowadays, you've gotten smarter, but your nature has become so vicious. You disappoint me. Nianqing said expressionlessly, why have I become like this today? Aren't you guys forcing me? Zhou's father's face was ashen. Nianqing pressed step by step. You gave birth to me, but only to take my umbilical cord blood to cure Qiao Xian. After Qiao Xian's disease was cured, you threw me away in a filthy, poor slum. If Xiao Xian hadn't gotten kidney disease again, how would you have sympathized and brought me back? The uninitiated me was fooled by you guys and willingly donated my kidney to Xiao Xian, extending her life once again. It is reasonable that I am your daughter's savior twice? But how did you treat me? You condoned her to steal my husband and destroy my family. And yourself? Never giving me a single penny of alimony, but justifiably kidnapping me in the name of fatherly love and demanding that I give selflessly? When Nianqing said this, her emotions became agitated, and her eyes eventually turned up tears. Xiao Xian raises a dog, and still lets it be well fed and clothed. And I'm your daughter, but I'm not as good as a dog's life? Nianqing suddenly laughed, a laugh that was helpless and filled with sarcasm. You are the one who gave me life and never taught me love and respect, and you expect me to love you and honor you? Xiao's father covered his face with his hands. He never knew that Xiaomi lived in such pain, and the root cause of all her pain was brought to her by her closest relatives. He may have a trace of remorse, but the habit in his bones can't be weeded out so quickly. He begged Nianqing with tears in his eyes. Me? I'm sorry, I'm willing to make it up to you, but now, you must clear my name, because your sister is still in the hospital for rescue. I must return to her side to accompany her. Nianqing was just now spoiling her appearance, but now the tough mountain in her heart collapsed, and she suddenly reddened her eyes and murmured, "You're the same as him, saying that you want to make it up to me. Yet every time Xiaoxin just cries a little bit, I'm all out of luck. So I have long since stopped expecting compensation from you, because the love I want is unique. Your love, too cheap for me." After Nianqing finished, she finally glanced evilly at Xiao's father, the eyes with a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying darkness. Her voice was like a devil screaming in the 18 layers of hell. In my next life, I would only like to be a tree, a river, and a mountain. Only don't let me be a human being, because being a human is too tiring and too bitter. Xiao's father cried bitterly. I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Dad was wrong. You forgive me. Nianqing said decisively. Dad, just stay here obediently and reflect on your sins. Whenever you really know your mistakes, daughter will come back to pick you up again. Father Qiao finally realized that his reckless behavior today was tantamount to bumping into Nianqing's gun and becoming Nianqing's best tool to get back at him. He became flustered. Zhou, your sister, she needs me. I have to go back to her. Zhou, you can't be so cruel. You know I was wronged. Nianqing looked at Qiao's father, his face suddenly turning cold. What were you thinking at the moment you drew the dagger? Father Qiao's face was green and white. All he wanted at that time was to put Nianqing to death so that no one would steal Gulancheng from Xiao Xian. Thank you for that cut that finally made me come down hard on you. Zhou's father was dumbfounded. By the way, I've read your 8 characters in Mr. Botsy said that you're going to die alone with no children to see you through? Zhou's father's eyes widened and he said, Natch, childless to the end? When he realized the deeper meaning of the words, he broke down. Zhou, what are you trying to do to your sister? I won't allow you to hurt her. Nensen said with his lips, I want you all to go to hell. When Father Qiao saw Nianqing's sinister expression, it was as if he was a life-demanding spirit crawling out of hell. He was terrified. Zhou, this is a legal society. You can't do anything against your sister. Don't worry, Dad. I'm a man who knows the law. Nensen smiled wickedly. I'll tell her that you broke the law and won't be coming home for a long time. Zhou's father breaks down and yells. You can't tell her. She can't take the blow. When Nianqing saw that he was getting more and more frantic and collapsing, she was more and more happy and said, Dad, if we don't tell her, what will she do when she comes looking for you? Nianqing finished and left without looking back. Zhou's father fell to the floor in anger. Hospitals. Xiaoxin is out of danger for the time being, thanks to the active resuscitation by doctors. Zhou's father had hired a caretaker for her and waited on her carefully, but Xiao Xian, who had been pampered since childhood, was secretly unhappy when she didn't see her father and husband for a day. She called Father Qiao but couldn't get through every time. She called Gu Lancheng, but Gu Lancheng informed her that he had rushed back to the theater to shoot the 3rd installment of the program. He wouldn't be able to return for a short while. Xiao Xian finally took it out on the caregiver. I don't want you to take care of me, clumsy. I want my dad to take care of me. The caregiver kindly reminded her. Ms. Xiao, the honorarium your father paid me is due today. I won't be coming tomorrow. Xiao Xian was dumbfounded. Who's going to take care of me if you don't come? You can't leave. You have to wait until my dad finds me a new caregiver. She was bossy. The caregiver said, then you hurry up and hire a new caregiver. I won't be coming tomorrow. Xiao Xian frantically contacted Xiao's father. However, everything that could be contacted had been used up, but Xiao's father could not be contacted. It was as if Zhou's father had evaporated. Xiao Xian panicked as she pulled down her face and begged the caregiver, can you take care of me for a few more days? The caregiver couldn't help but spit at her. I can't serve a master as difficult as you are, but the house is falling apart. Just when Xiao Xian was in trouble, the hospital's medical bill reminder came again. Ms. Joe, the money in the account has been transferred. Please pay the bill as soon as possible. Please give me a few more days. Jazan was on the verge of breaking down. It was also when Xiao Xian was having a soldier's time that Nianqing appeared. She stepped on super thin high heels, wore a red dress, and wore exquisite makeup. Even her nails were meticulously done. She pushed open the door to Xiaoxin's hospital room, and a glimmer of hope rose from the barren despair in Xiaoxin's eyes when she saw her. Me, you're just in time. Dad's missing. Will you help me look for him? Okay? Nianqing stood condescendingly in front of her, seeing her crying with pearly blossoms, that helpless look, but as if letting her see her young self. Why should I help you? Give me a reason to help you? Nansen asked her. Chapter 102 Nianqing's layout, inviting the king into the jar. Because I'm your sister. Xiao Xian took Nianqing's hand. At that moment this doddering flower of hers was really treating Nianqing as a savior. But Nianqing didn't move and pushed her hand away. And Xiao Xian realized that Nianqing's expression was colder than usual at all times. What are you doing here? Jazan asked as an afterthought. Nianqing looked down at her with the inviolability of a scornful ant in his gaze. I've come to tell you that Dad can't come back. This sentence is too ambiguous. Xiao Xian was suddenly like a frosted eggplant, wilting and withering. What do you mean by that? Offended the criminal law and was imprisoned. Nianqing said. Xiao Xian had had a miserable 2 days without the shelter of Xiao's father. Now she heard that her savior, however, would not be returning. She was instantly devastated to the extreme. What exactly did he commit? She took Nianqing's hand, and for the first time, she removed her lofty head and humbly pleaded with Nianqing. You tell me, what has he done? Nianqing stared into her eyes, as if she wanted to draw from Xiao Xian's eyes the nutrient solution that could excite her. She was so focused. He raped my family's little grain and scratched my family's little shang. Nianqing avoided the light and said. The blood on Xiao Xian's face instantly faded cleanly. It can't be. It can't be. Dad has never been close to women. How could he do something so humiliating? Nianqing smiled without saying a word. She could have obviously told Xiao Xian that Xiao's father was attempted rape, but she deliberately omitted this crucial information, leaving the physically delicate Xiaoxin to bake on the boiler. He can't come back. Sister, what can you do? Nianqing sympathized with Xiao Xian. Even though her voice was rippling, Xiao Xian still heard a hint of teasing and mocking amusement in it. Xiao Xian woke up. It's you? It must be you? Dad was set up by you, right? Humph. Don't forget, my husband is the crown prince. As long as my husband steps in, Dad will definitely come back safely. Nianqing was, by and large, not used to seeing Xiao Xian's smug face, so she simply sat on her but in the escort chair, patiently thwarting Xiao Xian's pride. You're so confident in Gu Lanchang? That's for sure. Xiao Xian was arrogant. Nansen fiddled with her delicate nails as she absently fooled her prey. Do you know who Dad stabbed? Xiao Xian thought about it. Just now Nianqing mentioned the words, my family Xiaoshang. Obviously, she didn't associate such a common word as Xiaoshang with the noble and elegant young master Yan Hongshang. She couldn't be bothered to say. People gather things in groups. The people who can deal with you are either beggars in the slums or the poor social animals of 996. What is there to fear? Nianqing hooked his sexy and seductive red lips and spat out 3 words. Xiaoshang is Yan Hongshang. Xiao Xian was completely dumbfounded. Yan Hongshang, the precious grandson of the Xi family, the first grandson of the Yan family. Although he was young, and had not yet burst into such influence as Gu Lanchang in the shopping mall, his worth was unrivaled among the rich second generation in the imperial capital. Nianqing said, Dad stabbed Yan Hongshang. Do you think Gu Lanchang will offend the Yan and Xi families? For you? Xiao Xian never doubted Gu Lanchang's love. He will, because I'm the love of his life. Nianqing suggested. In that case, why don't we make a bet? What bet? If Gu Lanchang really loves you that much, to the point that he wouldn't mind offending the Yan and Xi families for you, then I'll persuade Yan Hongshang to give up suing Dad. How? Xiao Xian looked at her suspiciously. Her words filled with contempt for Nianqing. I can be sure that Lanchang can do this for me, but what makes you think young Master Yan will listen to you? She snorted. You're nothing more than a prop in young Master Yan's workplace fight, and after he's finished utilizing you, he'll discard you like a rag. To him, you're not the only tool he has, but you're just being used for the time being. Finishing her sentence, she gave a ghostly smile. Do you think that if young Master Yan found a more competent tool than you, he would still want you? Nansen laughed, both being foxes of 1,000 years. Xiao Xian's sinister intentions were incomparably clear to her. She leaned forward, a care of oppression assaulting Xiao Xian as Nianqing said, if you have the ability, find a few more competent tools for him. Not only will I not be jealous, but I will be grateful. And I wonder if he'll abandon me like a rag? Nianqing to Yan Hongshang actually, not fully confident. Yan Hongshang in this life, although the city is also very deep, has been the first to show the sharpness of the workplace. but he in front of her in the end is warm as jade, innocent and harmless. She should trust him. But when she thought of Yan Hongsheng in her previous life, she couldn't help but shiver. If it was Yan Hongsheng in his previous life, in order to climb to the top successfully, anyone could be the foundation stone of his feet, and she was bound to be cannon fodder for his climb to the top. But whether it was in his previous life or now, Yan Hongsheng was the only person in the world who had sincerely rescued her without asking for anything in return. So Nianqing was willing to let him live a good life, even if they ended up going their separate ways with different aspirations. Xiao Xian thought deeply for a long time and didn't choose to bet with Nianqing. Humph, you're really lifting yourself up. Instead of you begging young Master Yan, it would be better for me, Mrs. Gu, to beg him myself. I believe that young Master Yan is the one who knows what's right. He'll give me face. Nianqing couldn't help himself. Then I'll wish you success with your horse. She finally added, Sister, our bet is always valid. Oh, if sister hits the southern wall with young Master Yan and turns around to beg me, I'll still be willing to bet with you. After saying that, he left in style without looking back. Xiao Xian only felt creeped out when she heard her call this sister. She had a hunch that absolutely nothing good happened whenever Nianqing called her intimately. Xiao Xian edited a large paragraph and wrote a touching little essay to send to Yan Hongsheng. Young Master Yan, hello, I'm Crown Prince Gu Lanqing's wife, Xiao Xian, and I've taken the liberty of disturbing you this late. I learned from Nianqing that my dad stabbed you unintentionally. I feel terrified and would like to sincerely apologize to you on behalf of my dad. Young Master Yan, you should have heard that I've never been in good health, and recently, because of my sister and my husband's lack of a sense of boundaries, it's caused me to become so angry that I've had a relapse of my old illness. It has really made my situation worse. I wanted to personally visit the Yan family and apologize to you, but my body is not up to it, so I can only apologize to you again and again by writing a letter. I hope that young Master Yan, without looking at the face of the monk, will forgive my father for the sake of our Gu family. Let the times of friendship between the Yan and Gu families be passed on. Xiao Xian, in order to impress Yan Hongsheng's heart, also counted on all the effort, can be said to sell miserable, disassociate, fox fake tiger, flattery into a coherent, and finally wrote this essay. Unfortunately, when Yan Hongsheng saw this large section of information coming from an unfamiliar number, he almost skimmed right over it. Chapter 103, Seeking Help from Hongsheng, Making a Fool of Himself. Xiao Xian could not wait for Yan Hongsheng's reply. Presumably he did not see her text message, so adhering to the principle of important things to say 3 times, and then sent the above small essay twice. On the other end, Yan Hongsheng was annoyed by the frequent text message alerts, and he brought his cell phone up to eel out the unfamiliar number, before pulling it black to deal with it. His eyes inadvertently swept to the key paragraph inside, recently again because my sister and my husband have no sense of boundaries, so that I am angry. The old disease recurred. Yan Hongsheng put his cell phone down silently, a handsome face invading the darkness. The only thing that emanated a ferocious beast-like light was those dark eyes, with wild aggression and ferocity. This is what he looks like when he is unhappy. It's also what he looks like in his truest form. Nansen, you don't deserve this, he recited silently. There are so many beautiful landscapes in the world, but Nianqing has been living in the hatred of the past and can't come out. He sighed weakly. Forget it, it's a long time coming, as if to comfort himself. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Xiao Xian didn't even wait for any reply from Yan Hongsheng. She also counted on completely understanding that in Yan Hongsheng's eyes, she, Mrs. Gu, was afraid that she did not meet her eyes. For the first time in her life, she experienced the feeling of being belittled, and she felt ashamed, and some inexplicable anger. Yan Hongsheng, give you face and you don't want it, then don't blame me for not being polite. She turned her head and sent the crown prince many little essays that added fuel to the fire. Lan Cheng, something happened to my father. He accidentally stabbed young Master Yan and was detained. I begged young Master Yan 3 times, but he ignored me. I'm really desperate, so I can only turn to you for help. Lancel, I can't live without my dad. You know I'm not in good health. I can't live if my dad isn't by my side. It's all because of Nianqing. It's because she purposely provoked my father. My father lost control of his emotions before he accidentally injured young Master Yan. Gu Lansheng had a busy day and was tired as a dog. The show's recording schedule is very rushed, and even though they are the second generation of the rich, they are all marginalized figures of the family. The showrunners treated them respectfully, yes, but their interests were paramount. Gu Lansheng actually tasted a hint of the misery of falling from the clouds to the mud and soil. Late at night, Gu Lansheng returned to his dormitory, tiredly lying on the bed. Drowsiness came on like a tidal wave, but the text message alert tone of his cell phone rang annoyingly. Gu Lansheng frowned and fished his cell phone out from under his pillow. Sleepily opening the screen of his cell phone, he saw that Xiao Xian had actually sent a 99+ text message. In that instant, he He didn't feel anxious and nervous, he only felt annoyed. He lost his cell phone, allowed himself a good night's sleep. It wasn't until he awoke the next day that he patiently picked out a few key text messages to read. Then he texted Xiao Xin back. The theater group is in a hurry lately. I'm separated from people and machines during the day. Just leave a message if you have something important to do. It's unnecessary to keep calling and sending repetitive text messages. As soon as his text message was sent, Xiao Xin replied in seconds. Lan Cheng, are you blaming me for disturbing you? I'm the one who had an accident with my dad and was six-fold. That's why I'm asking for help from you. At this moment, the program began to call out. Please come to the hall and gather in the lobby as quickly as possible. Gu Lancheng quickly returned. This matter will be dealt with when I return. A few faint words, perfunctory. Xiao Xian's eyes inexplicably reddened as she watched. She could sense his exhaustion, but her situation was also very difficult. She shamelessly asked him for help. Lan Cheng, can you help me renew my medical bills? But Gu Lancheng didn't text her back again. Xiao Xian was so angry that she smashed her cell phone. She broke down and bawled. There had never been a moment as desperate as the present. At this time, Nianqing's phone call came in unexpectedly. Xiao Xian looked at the cell phone screen lying shattered on the ground, and Nianqing's face looked as if it had been split into pieces of the devil. The smile on her face glowed with a lurid aura. Xiao Xian didn't want to face Nianqing when she was at her most embarrassed, but Nianqing exerted the same roguish energy as she did, calling over and over again. Xiao Xian was really annoyed by the noise. Only then did she bend down and pick up the cell phone. Hello. Answering the phone, she greeted Nianqing without a smile. Nianqing asked Xiao Xian in a cloudy manner. That side called me this morning and said that our dad seems to be a bit unwell. Sister, dad is getting old. You think if dad has a shortcoming in there, who's going to take care of you in the future? The words were like a cold instrument reaching into Xiao Xian's heart and stirring, hurting her so much that she couldn't breathe. Nianqing, you did it on purpose. You know very well that I am now imprisoned in the hospital. There is simply no strength to free dad. Now only you can free dad. Nianqing was very aggrieved. Sister, when we had the kidney transplant, there was no one to take care of me, keep me company, and comfort me, so I had to endure the pain of my body and mind all by myself, and order takeout food every day. But I remember that dad was by your side 24 hours a day. Now that dad is in trouble and you don't care, if dad knew that you did this to him, he must be very disappointed, right? Nianqing paused and said in a conspiratorial and sarcastic manner, if elder sister sincerely wants to rescue father, what can bind elder sister's filial piety? Oh, I forgot. Sister is a delicate princess who needs to be served all her life. Without someone to serve then nothing can be done. In that case, let dad stay inside. Xiao Xian gritted her teeth in hatred. Nianqing, don't be complacent. I'll free dad. Joshing slipped out of the hospital one evening. I don't know how she got the news, but she quietly slipped into Yan Hongsheng's supreme VIP ward. Yan Hongsheng saw her and jawed. Ms. Xiao, you really are your father's daughter. Two fathers and daughters of the same nature, both so fond of trespassing in other people's rooms? His tone was laced with sarcasm. Xiao Xian walked quickly to him, her tone urgent. Young Master Yan, I beg you to spare my father. I will definitely repay you in the future. As if he had heard a heavenly story, Yan Hongsheng asked her in surprise, what are you going to repay me with? You don't have anything on you that I need. Xiao Xian said, I am the wife of the crown prince, and my Lancheng loves me very much. As long as I ask him to give you the project in his hand, he will definitely listen to me. Yan Hongsheng narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. Where did this strange thing come from? What project can the crown prince have on hand that is worthy of my attention? Yan Hongsheng was joyful and angry. So Xiao Xian couldn't see his sneer. Gu has a lot of programs. There's always something for you. That's when the sound of clanging heels came down the hallway. Yan Hongsheng's icy eyes suddenly transformed into a clear spring. Chapter 104, standing up for her and fleeing in distress. As the footsteps approached the ward door, Yan Hongsheng suddenly raised his voice and said, I really don't understand. You don't look as pretty as my little Shang Shang, and your mannerisms are even more vulgar. How can you be half as elegant as my little Shang Shang? The prince's eyes are so blind that he treats gravel as a treasure? Xiao Xian was a girl who had been outstanding since childhood, and simply could not accept a waist that had been stepped on by herself to turn over a new leaf. She indignantly retorted to Yan Hongsheng, Young Master Yan, you simply don't understand me in Xiaomi. You have no qualifications to judge us. Yan Hongsheng dangled, why do you need to understand? But anyone with two eyes will see, my family Shangshang her pure natural face is better than your plastic zombie face good looking. Her temperament is better than your gentle and kind. You think that your father favors you. Gu Lancheng favors you, because you are really I'm not sure if you're a better person than my family Shangsheng? No, it's because they are blind. And, Yan Hongsheng's beautiful pupils glowed with the demonic light of fooling his prey. And sooner or later, Gu Lancheng and your father's eyes will be cured. And at that time, they will be in pain, denouncing themselves for having had no eyes. No way. Joshing broke down and roared. Then she realized that she had lost her temper, so she calmed down and said proudly, "My father and my husband are both people who love me unconditionally in this world. This love will never change." Yan Hongsheng said evilly, "Sit back and wait for the time when you get punched in the face." Outside the hospital room, Nianqing's expression was a bit one-dimensional. When she heard Yan Hongsheng call her little Shang Shang, she got goosebumps, but also inexplicably rushed to Gwening. The door to the hospital room suddenly opened and Nianqing walked in carrying a food box. Yan Hongsheng turned into a little milk dog in seconds and pampered Nianqing. "Sister, why did you just come? I'm so hungry that I don't have the strength. You must come early tomorrow, otherwise he's so bored." Nianqing rubbed his head and teased with a soft smile. "Shut your mouth if you don't have the strength. Say less." Xiao Xian's jaw dropped as Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing's gazes flowed between them, their true feelings overflowing out of their bodies. Especially the way Yan Hongsheng looked at Nianqing, 1,000 favors turned into softness. She was so embarrassed that she was groundless, and she thought that Nianqing was a dispensable tool person for Yan Hongsheng, and even attempted to make Yan Hongsheng stand in opposition to Nianqing to support her. How ridiculous. "Young Master Yan, you're still young and don't understand the cruelty in a business battle. I am the young lady of the Gu family. If you offend me, you will have one more formidable enemy in your future business path." In the end, she was unwilling to lose to Nianqing completely and utterly hearing Yan Hongsheng, so she tried to save the day. But Yan Hongsheng did not lift his eyes, still looking at Nianqing with tenderness and favor. Nianqing in front of Yan Hongsheng, dressed extremely simple and casual, a white t-shirt with a black pleated skirt, wearing simple jewelry, but this is the black and white, but the skin of the snow, eyebrows like a picture of her set off the dust. Yan Hongsheng looked dumbfounded. Nianqing concentrated on the food box of the dishes one by one out. All light dishes, green bean porridge, garlic fried wild rice, soy sauce shredded pork, all the usual people as home cooking. Yan Hongsheng frowned. Although he was injured, he was still cool with heavy, big fish and meat. Xiao Xian took advantage of the opportunity. Me, why are you giving young Master Yan these unappealing things to eat? You're also too inattentive." Nianqing faintly said. "He has injuries on his body and can only eat a light diet, but young Master Yan doesn't seem to like it. If he doesn't like to eat, then starve," Nianqing said with a stern face. Yan Hongsheng's wrinkled brows instantly stretched, and he also glared viciously at Xiao Xian. "Don't you talk nonsense. I like whatever my sister cooks." Then he pleasingly apologized to Nianqing. "Sister, she just saw that you were nice to me and got jealous, deliberately picking on our sibling relationship. You must not fall for it. Sister's cooking is my favorite." Then he picked up his chopsticks and just winded up eating. Yan Hongsheng's accommodation, currying favor, and dependence on Nianqing directly looked silly to Xiao Xian. She looked at Nianqing suspiciously, and there was an inexplicable flame of jealousy burning in the bottom of her eyes. She was upset that the person Nianqing had found to rely on was young Master Yan, who was even more reserved than her man. And young Master Yan, he was obedient to Nianqing. Yan Hongsheng blankly glanced at her. "Miss Xiao, I know you're here to plead for your father, but I can't make the call on this matter, so beg my family Nianqing if you want." Xiao Xian looked at Nianqing in shock. Nianqing, however, didn't look at her at all, as if she was some tiny little mole that wasn't worth wasting a single ounce of her energy on. Xiao Xian only felt her body go limp, so it turned out that the one she needed to fight against to save her father was not the unrighteous young Master Yan, but Nianqing, who hated him to the bone. Nianqing said bluntly, "Begging me won't help." Yan Hongshan laughed. "Also, when he stabbed you with a knife, if it were me, I would have more than sent him to prison. I would have to find a few more people to go in and take care of him, so that his lousy life would eat up all the pain and never get out." Xiao Xian felt the blood within her body go cold, her body freezing inch by inch. However, she seemed to have heard some of the clues. "So, young Master Yan, the one my father really wanted to teach my sister a lesson was my sister, and he had no intention of stabbing you, right?" The difference in sentencing decisions between intentional injury and unintentional stabbing can be significant. One is a criminal offense, while the other may well be settled by a private payment. Yan Hongsheng elegantly ate his meal while dangling. "If his knife was stabbed at me, perhaps I would have been magnanimous enough to forgive him, but if he stabbed at the tender Nianqing, then I'll have no choice but to lock him up. Otherwise, if I leave him outside, my Nianqing's life will be in danger at any time, and I will have to worry about my Nianqing all the time. So how terrifying is this life?" Xiao Xian looked at Yan Hongsheng and then at Nianqing. She desperately shook her head. "Young Master Yan, why are you so protective of Nianqing? She's just a beggar from the slums?" Yan Hongsheng's swallowing motion instantly paused, and when his shadowy gaze was cast at Xiao Xian felt chills all over her body. "What qualifications does Miss Xiao have to look down on my family Nianqing? She couldn't have been worse, but she made a good hand out of a bad hand from Heavenly. Unlike someone who took a natural king bomb and beat the crap out of it. MS. Ciao. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Maybe the person who will be a beggar one day will be you. He was obviously less than 19 years old, but the shadowy aura around him was spreading to the sky, as if the entire heaven and earth were infected by him, and all things were dominated by him. Such a powerful aura was something that the Crown Prince Gu Lancheng was not even close to. Joshing felt terrified and stumbled away. Chapter 105. Ex-wife blackened and fearsome. After this scare, Xiao Xian's originally stable condition began to reverse again. When she returned to the hospital, she began to run a fever, but her medical bills were in arrears, and after the doctor had reminded her several times to pay her medical bills, it was clear that her face was not as respectful as it had been the other day. Xiao Xian was sensitive and fragile and cried her eyes out at the hospital, looking around for help. She called Nianqing in desperation. I promise you a bet. When Nianqing saw this text message, a smirk of ambition surfaced on his stunning face. Gu Lancheng, Xiao Xian, your end is coming. When Gu Lancheng finished recording the third episode, he received a call from the hospital. The doctor informed him that Xiao Xian was critically ill, and the doctor criticized him in a somewhat unpleasant tone. Gu Xiao, your wife's medical bills have been in arrears for too long. You're not the one who lacks money. Please renew the medical bills in time. Otherwise the hospital side can't carry out normal resuscitation. Gu Lancheng had never experienced the treatment of the poor before. After being spoken to by the doctor, his ears involuntarily flushed red. Sorry, I was busy at work and forgot to pay the bill, he said tiredly. The doctor admonished him again. Gu Xiao, I know you're busy at work, but you're the patient's family member. You have to be responsible for the patient. The patient has been experiencing frequent emotional outbursts lately, and she's been secretly leaving the hospital, causing her condition to be erratic. So I hope that you family members will pay attention to it. Don't just blame the hospital's negligence after a bad outcome. Gu Lancheng dragged his tired body to the hospital. It was only nearly 20 days since he had seen Xiao Xian, and when he saw her again, she was practically skinny as a paperweight. Her whole body was shapeless, looking like a demon. Her face, which originally had a fairly nice outline, now had deep-set eye sockets, a big pit on both sides of her cheeks, and her skin was even rougher and more yellowish, looking like a 40-year-old young woman. Gu Lancheng was stunned in place, his head inexplicably emptying a bit in that moment. His feelings towards Xiao Xian, surprisingly, he didn't know whether it was pity and heartache, or some dislike. When Xiao Xian saw him, tears flowed before she spoke. Lancheng, you're finally back. This cry of deep emotion completely awakened Gu Lancheng's love for Xiao Xian. Gu Lancheng dropped the luggage in his hand and hurriedly ran over, then held Xiao Xian's hand tightly. Guiltily, Xianer, what happened to you? Anger blossomed under Xiao Xian's eyes. It's all because of Nianqing. She's the one who put me in this situation. She set up my dad and sent him to prison. After my dad disappeared, no one cared about me anymore. Oh, Lancheng, you have to do it for me. Gu Lancheng had loved Xiao Xian all his life, and seeing Xiao Xian cry so hard, a wave of anger rose steeply against Nianqing. Xianer, don't be sad. I'll find a way to save dad. Gu Lancheng soothed. Xiao Xian, however, shook her head in despair. It's useless. Lancheng, don't you waste your efforts. Nianqing, she has Yan Hongsheng backing her up. You are now an outcast of the Gu family. You can't fight Yan Hongsheng. Gu Lancheng was most afraid of people saying that he couldn't do it, and was instantly enraged. Who the hell is Yan Hongsheng? When I was on the street, he didn't even have any hair on his head. Xiao Xian's eyes blossomed with a brilliant light. But Lancheng, the Gu family's elders won't allow you to offend their business partners. If you go against Yan Hongsheng, will the Gu family's elders deprive you of your rights at Gu? Xiao Xian's gentle understanding caused Gu Lancheng's protective desire to be completely aroused. He stroked Xiao Xian's head, gritting his teeth. He said, if I, Gu Lancheng, can't even protect my own wife, and what's the point of wanting Gu's power? Xiao Xian was grateful. Lancheng, you are so good to me. I must have done a lot of good deeds in my past life for God to let me meet you. Gu Lancheng loves being worshipped and looked up to by Xiao Xian the most. He embraced Xiao Xian into his arms and said emotionally, Xianer, you have to heal well, eat well, and don't let me worry, so that I can work without any distractions and work hard for our happy and fulfilling future. Xiao Xian said shyly, aha, I'll do as I'm told. After settling down with Xiao Xian, Gu Lancheng returned home, showered, and slept. Then at dawn the next day, he blocked Nianqing at her door. Nianqing quietly looked at Gu Lancheng and opened his mouth to snicker. The crown prince has lost weight. It seems like it's not good to be an actor. She was mentioning which pot was not boiling. It made Gu Lancheng very upset. Gu Lancheng glared at her fiercely. Nianqing, I didn't expect you to be so vicious that you would lay hands on your own father. Nianqing smiled wantonly. You came here today to plead for my father? Gu Lanqing's heart inexplicably lifted as he watched her call her father so naturally, as if the daughter who hated to divest the Qiao family once upon a time was not her. Nianqing has always been simple and her emotions show on her face. But now Nianqing, on the surface smiling, but in the heart will kill you 1,000 times. This kind of heart and mouth is the most terrible person. Nianqing, I've never been the only one who hurt you. I was the one who tried to trick you into coming home. I was the one who coaxed you into donating a kidney to Xin'er, and I was the one who went back on my word and didn't fulfill my husbandly obligations. It's only right for you to hate me. You shouldn't have dragged the innocent down with you. Nianqing smiled evilly, but that smile was horribly creepy to the extreme. Gu Lanqing, you think you can escape? Don't worry. Sooner or later it will be your turn. The blood on Gu Lanqing's face receded a little bit. He looked at Nianqing unbelievably. That youthful, bright, supple and kind girl was already wearing the devil's outer skin, and was smiling triumphantly at him. Nianqing approached him and gently hooked his tie with her hand. Her movements were ambiguous, but the words she uttered were chilling. Gu Lanqing, don't you realize that your days are getting worse? It was only then that Gu Lanqing woke up from a dream. Ever since Nianqing had returned to China, his bad luck had come one after the other. It turned out that all of his misfortunes had been caused by Nianqing. He never wanted to believe that Nianqing hated him this much. You hate me that much? Nianqing lightly said. You have asked me this question many times. Today I will answer you discreetly. Yes, I hate you. Can't wait for you to die. How can he live to a ripe old age when she and her daughter died young? Gu Lanqing froze. Xiao Mi, you can hate me and get back at me, but you shouldn't move your crooked thoughts on Xin'er. Nianqing looked at him sarcastically. Gu Lanqing, you are a paper tiger. Don't just talk big. If you're really capable, protect her well. Gu Lanqing swore. Just wait. I'll fish your father out soon. By you? Gu Lanqing always felt that Nianqing had underestimated him in the end, and that it wasn't simple for him, the crown prince, to go to prison to get someone? What's more, what Father Qiao had violated was not a big deal. Nensen smiled knowingly. I'll see. After Nianqing finished speaking, he raised his head and left. Gu Lanqing looked at her determined back, no longer having a trace of attachment to himself. He was a little confused. The so-called how deep the hate is, how deep the love is. Why couldn't he detect a trace of Nianqing's love for her? Chapter 106, Put to Death. Ruthless and spicy. Gu Lanqing visited Xiao's father, but in just 1 month, Xiao's father's hair had become white. The wrinkles on his face were like the engraved marks of a knife, and the whole person had become old and disheveled. It was like an old man in his old age. When Gu Lanqing saw Xiao's father in this state, he didn't even have any sympathy for him, and the only thing he was worried about was Qiao Xian. If she saw Xiao's father in this state, she would be sad and heartbroken, wouldn't she? I'll find a way to get you out, but you have to tell me the whole story. I need to hear the truth. Gu Lanqing had a businesslike demeanor. Father Qiao was in tears. Lanqing, I really didn't rape that Gong Pellet. It was Nianqing who deliberately planted evidence to frame me. Gong Pellet and her are in cahoots. It was the first time Gu Lanqing had heard of the alleged attempted rape charge on Xiao's father, and he stared in horror, once again refreshing his knowledge of Nianqing. You're her own father. How dare she slander you like this? If she destroys you, isn't she afraid of destroying herself? Zhou's father said. I also persuaded her that if I had political dirt on me, it would have an effect on her and later on her children. But she said she would never marry in her life, much less have children. Gu Lanqing stared in horror. Nianqing's despair for love is a shadow he brought to her. He was in a complicated mood. On one side, he hated Nianqing for hurting the tender Xin'er, and on the other, he regretted that he had caused Nianqing such great pain. And what about Yan Hongsheng? Father Qiao agitatedly said. Lanqing, the person I really wanted to stab was Nianqing. It was Yan Hongsheng who swooped in to save Nianqing, and I injured him by mistake. They say that I deliberately killed Yan Hongsheng. I didn't. Gu Lanqing's handsome face was knotted. So it's true that you deliberately killed someone, only that you killed the wrong person? Father Qiao's face went white, realizing that what he had said was tantamount to confirming his guilt. He hurriedly denied. No, it was Nianqing's words that provoked me. I was really angry before I stabbed her. Then why did you bring a knife to her? It was a coincidence. You know I carry a dagger for defense in my bag at all times, and I took it out and used it that day. Gu Lanqing looked into the flustered eyes of Qiao's father, who for some reason suddenly wanted to pull away from this mess so badly. For Nianqing, there was also an inexplicable rise of compassion. Zhoumi, I was unlucky to have a father like you, he whispered. Xiao's father froze, then grinned. Lancelot, don't focus on accusing me. You weren't any better to her? It's as much my fault as it is yours that she's become this black-hearted nowadays. Gu Lanqing was stunned. Breathlessly, he threw out, since you have no remorse for what you've done, then why don't you stay in there? Father Qiao panicked. Lanqing, don't be like this. If I don't go out, Xiner should be anxious. You can't watch Xiner be sad and upset, can you? Gu Lanchang was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, and the feeling of being threatened to be held made him almost storm out. Father Chow also continued, besides, if you don't fish me out, just wait for Nianqing's claws to reach out to you. She hates you the most. If I end up in this situation, I really don't know what will happen to you. Gu Lanchang sneered. I'm not like you. Zhou's father is trash in his eyes. Seeing Gu Lanchang's softness and hardness, Father Chow could only pull down his face and beg for forgiveness. Lanchang, you saved me from this, and I'll listen to you in everything from now on, okay? Gu Lanchang didn't have the good sense to say, wait for my good news. Then he left with a stern face. Father Chow rubbed his hands together in joy. Lanchang is out. 1 for 2. I'll be out in no time. When he returned to the camp where the prisoners were being held, one of the prisoners looked at him in a particularly strange way and scrutinized him for a long time. Father Chow felt terrified, and he detoured to avoid the man. But the man stuck up and took the initiative to climb up with him. Is your last name Chow? Yeah, Zhou's father asked, confused. You know me? The man gave a friendly look. I'm good friends with your daughter. She told me to take good care of you. Zhou's father frowned in displeasure and grunted in a low voice. It must be Zhou. She's the only one who associates with these unsavory friends. The man suddenly showed an evil gaze in his eyes, but lowered his voice and said, Man, since we are acquaintances, I won't hide anything from you. In fact, I am the murderer of a serial murder case 10 years ago, and will soon be executed. Before I die, I want to find a mat to accompany me to the Yellow Springs Road. Zhou's father shivered in fear. The man asked him, Are you afraid of me? Not afraid. You may not be able to know the law? The man patted him on the shoulder. I'm just kidding you. Dude, can you come to the bathhouse with me? You help me scrub a bath. Zhou's father didn't move a muscle. The man stared. What? Not willing to help me? His expression was particularly frightening when he said this. Zhou's father warbled. Go. I'll go. After Zhou's father trailed the man into the bathroom, it didn't take long but the sound of Zhou's father's miserable voice came. There was blood all over the bathroom, and Zhou's father fell to the floor. A blood vessel picked out of his ankle. The man revealed a devilishly lewd smile. Surname Chiao, your daughter entrusted me to take good care of you. You're such a failure as a father. Zhou's father's eyes were wide open, an unbelievable, shocked gleam seeping out of his eyes. It's her? How could she be so mean to him? For the first time, the blackened Zhou gave Father Zhou a sense of awe. He thought he could no longer treat her as the little child who could be bullied at will. A rain that came in spurts. The rain washed the streets, making the gray streets spotless. Nianqing stood by the window, overlooking the ground below the high floor. The ground was far away, but Nianqing's gaze still fell accurately on the several children downstairs. The little girl sat curled up on the flower table, wearing a flowered shirt. Nianqing looked straight at her. Tears glistened. Seraphim, she pronounced it dully. Suddenly uncontrollable, she slowly pushed the window open, her head unconsciously poking out. Seraphim, wait for mommy. The phone suddenly rang, pulling Nianqing's lax mind back together in an instant. She walked over to the phone and picked it up. The call came from the prison side. Hello, is this MS? Zhou, something has happened to your father. Please come over immediately. The corners of Nianqing's mouth rose as he said, I'm sorry, I can't leave right now, but I still have a sister. You guys can contact her first. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Nianqing could not hide his small joy. Chapter 107, Zhou's father's illness. Teasing brother-in-law. She took her beautiful fancy dress out of the closet and put on her own delicate makeup before accompanying Gunpla to breakfast. After dilly-dallying through all this, she drove slowly and leisurely to the prison. When the warden saw her, he apologized and said, Your father was beaten by a death row inmate, and both of his legs had their meridians picked out and were bleeding profusely. But your brother-in-law just came over and took him to the hospital. Just the meridians in both legs were singed? Nianqing was very sorry. His voice was actually a little low. I know. The warden looked at her hurt look and shook his head. Nianqing got out of the prison, driving again and transferring to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, he asked the staff at the desk before finding the emergency room where Zhou's father was. Gu Lanchang sat alone in the waiting room outside the emergency room, his handsome face covered with apprehension and worry. Nianqing walked in front of him. Gu Lanchang first saw a pair of exquisite and gorgeous high heels, wrapped around a pair of crystal-clear feet, and the toenails were coated with dazzling colorful nail polish, and a few beautiful roses were outlined on the pink color. Such a bewitching style was really mismatched with Gu Lanchang's mood at the moment. Gu Lanchang raised his head slowly, his eagle pupils holding a sense of displeasure at being offended by the visitor. However, when he saw clearly who the visitor was, his cold face was replaced by shock. If Nianqing's toes were already gaudy enough, then her outfit today simply couldn't be used for gaudy anymore. A Chinese red V-neck dress, wearing a huge diamond necklace, and exaggerated earrings, bracelets, long hair to the waist, naturally cascading, hair treated with a curling iron to give it a flirty curl, even the hair band shimmered. That small, porcelain white face, with its eyebrow pencil outlining a distant mountain brow, and sexy, seductive red lips, beautiful, gorgeous. Gu Lanchang was momentarily disoriented. He never knew that his ex-wife could be so beautiful, so sexy, so stylish, so imperious, so thoughtful, too. Dressed like this, it's not appropriate. Gu Lanchang's eyes were dark. Nianqing said, on such a festive day, where is it inappropriate to wear this? Gu Lanchang's pupils suddenly shrunk. Joyful? Your father is alive or dead, and you feel festive? How did you become like this? He'd been confused a lot lately about how his meek and kind ex-wife could change. The door to the elevator suddenly opened, and Jiazhen sat in her wheelchair as her new caretaker pushed her over. Nianqing's afterglow caught a glimpse of Qiao Xin, who took a step forward without warning, and then a yesteryear white hand gently rubbed on Gu Lanchang's shoulder. Her face came up under Gu Lanchang's eyelids. Gu Lanchang, look at my eyes and you'll know why I'd become like this? Gu Lanchang's back was turned in the direction of the elevator, and compelled by Nianqing, he actually did explore her eyes. Although she was voluptuous, there was only the despair of mourning in her eyes. Gu Lanchang's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy object, unable to say what it felt like. It only felt incredibly suffocating and depressing. I don't know. From Qiao Xian's point of view, Nianqing and Gu Lanchang were clearly kissing. Qiao Xian's face was white and she was shaking with anger. Nianqing looked at her, a provocative smile in his eyes. The pain she once suffered has to be returned to Qiao Xian. 2. What are you doing? Qiao Xian asked with a trembling voice. Gu Lanchang turned around in shock, and when he saw Qiao Xian, he was still bright enough to explain to her. Xian, don't misunderstand. Qiao Xian stared at Nianqing with a deadly glare. Nianqing was so exquisitely dressed. She was so beautiful and charming. Compared to her, her own haggard description was like a frog in the bottom of a well. How dare you hook up with your own brother-in-law? Her lips were trembling badly. Nianqing walked to her, leaned down, and put his mouth by her ear. I learned this from my sister? Wasn't this how my sister hooked up with her own brother-in-law back then? Qiao Xian blushed green and white. You, Nianqing added, brother-in-law didn't reject me. Oh, just like back then, when sister hooked up with her own brother-in-law, he didn't use to reject sister either. Qiao Xian's mind swiftly recalled that year, when she was in front of Xiaomi. She intentionally said something to tease Gu Lanchang. Gu Lanchang didn't understand her mind tricks, but Xiaomi was practically hurt by Gu Lanchang's wandering cuts. Now the tide has turned and her situation with Zhoumiai is surprisingly reversed. Qiao Xian wasn't as humble and generous and understanding as Xiaomi. She immediately made a scene. You seduced your own brother-in-law. Shameless. She slapped Nianqing in the face as she went along. Nianqing stroked her face and asked Gu Lanchang rhetorically, did I hook up with my brother-in-law? Gu Lanchang was confused in place. His thoughts were cluttered. If Nianqing's actions just now were unseemly, wouldn't Qiao Xian's more outlandish actions against him in the past be even more dishonorable? So Qiao Xian knew that her previous behavior would hurt Nianqing, yet she was still madly close to him? Gu Lanchang felt detached from Qiao Xian. For the first time, Xian, don't be ridiculous. He reprimanded Qiao Xian. Qiao Xian stared incredulously, aggrieved tears zinging in her eyes. How can you favor her? Obviously I'm your wife. Gu Lanchang impatiently said, I didn't do anything with her. It's you who are overthinking it. Familiar words, only this time, they were directed at Zhou Xian, who broke down and bawled. Lancelot, do you not love me anymore? I know, I've become unattractive now, and I'm no use to Nianqing to be productive. Do you dislike me? As soon as she showed her weakness, Gu Lanchang was in disarray. He sighed and reassured her. Of course I love you. You're my wife. Who else could I love if not you? Nianqing sneered. I was your wife in the beginning, but you don't love your own wife and sister either? This sentence was tantamount to whacking Gu Lanchang's scummy behavior straight to death. It also added to Jiazhen's insecurity. Qiao Xian cried even harder. Gu Lanchang angrily rebuked Nianqing. Nianqing, are you doing this on purpose? Deliberately stirring up our relationship as a couple? Isn't that right? Nianqing snorted. For a scum like you, only this unsupported sickly child treats you as a treasure. After all, she can't live without you as her long-term meal ticket. And how can I, a strong woman with a career in beauty, look at a scumbag like you? Gu Lanchang was humiliated by Nianqing and became furious. At that exact moment, the door to the emergency room opened. The doctor came out and took off his mask. The injured man's legs were saved. It's just that I'm afraid he'll be paralyzed from now on. Qiao Xian almost fainted from crying when she heard this evil. How come? Nianqing sarcastically said to her. It's over. Sister, Dad is paralyzed. Not only will he not be able to serve you in the future, but you will have to serve him in turn. Your life looks bad? Qiao Xian said. It's not like I'm the only one's dad. You also have the obligation to support your dad. Chapter 108 Desperate Xiaoxin. Shu Gao on all sides. Nianqing shrugged his shoulders. A look of generosity. I'm naturally willing to take care of dad regardless of former suspicions. It's just that I'm afraid that his old man will feel that he's not close to me, and that he's only willing to stay by his sister's side. Xiao Xian blushed in embarrassment. She was incapable of taking care of Xiao's father, and if Nianqing handed her this hot potato, it would be either for her to take it or not to take it. Pick up the bar. The burden of her life is too big. No income, she can only be more humble to the Gu family begging. She lived truly like a beggar. Don't answer it, but Zhou's father gave her all of his half-life savings and love, and she's not willing to take on the reputation of being unfilial. The doctor added, you may go in and see the patient. Gu Lancheng then pushed Xiao Xian and couldn't wait to enter the hospital room. Nianqing, on the other hand, followed far behind, his face serene and at ease. In the hospital room, Xiao's father had just undergone an operation, and his body was weak to the extreme. A pair of old eyes were half closed, and his originally rich face was now so thin that he could only see a piece of skin. The vitality of his body seemed to have disappeared, just like an old man at the end of his rope. Xiao Xian saw such a father Xiao and cried into tears in an instant. Dad, how did you become like this? You have to get better. Your daughter still needs you. Nianqing teased, still a giant baby who can't grow up. When Father Xiao heard Nianqing's voice, a terrified expression suddenly appeared on his face. She's the devil. The devil. She's not Zhoumi. He was too timid to look Nianqing in the eye. Gu Lancheng stared at Nianqing questioningly. What did you do to him? Nianqing glared back at Gu Lancheng. Has your brain been eaten by a dog? What can I do to him? He's in prison. It's impossible for me to do anything to him. Then said in a cloudy voice, he probably went crazy from the excitement in prison. I heard it's pretty messy in there. Xiao Xian looked at the crazy-talking father of Xiao and broke down. Her umbrella was gone, and she was terrified and confused about the future. Dad, he's not dead yet. Why are you crying? Nianqing reprimanded her. Gu Lancheng glared at Nianqing with a deadly glare. She didn't have half a bit of sympathy or heartache for what happened to Xiao's father. She was just bloatingly happy. Such an unsympathetic Nianqing made him feel intimidated. Nianqing, as you can see, your father now he can't take care of himself, and you and Xian'er are both her daughters, but Xian'er's health is in such poor condition. So during this time, I hope you can take on the responsibility of taking care of Father Xiao. Gu Lancheng said with a straight face. Nianqing said, Gu Lancheng, if I call him father, do you really think he is worthy of being my father? Let me tell you, this man, he has neither supported me, and he also collaborated with you to cheat me out of my kidney. I won't care about his death or life. He has given the best of his love to Xiao Xian in his life, and all his assets have been squandered to Xiao Xian without compensation. Now that he has no use for him, you guys want to throw him away? This kind of behavior will be spurned by 10,000 people. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the Nianqing of today to be so calculating. After Nianqing finished speaking, as if she was afraid that Father Xiao would rely on her, she stepped on her high heels and left. Xiao Xian looked at Gu Lancheng helplessly. Lancheng, what should I do? She was a burden herself, and now she had to hitch a ride on a burden. Gu Lancheng had to support two patients who couldn't take care of themselves. His mood could be imagined how bad he felt. He didn't answer Xiao Xian, but just said faintly, I'm going out for a smoke. Xiao Xian looked at his tired departing back and couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She, Mrs. Gu, did not have the imagined crowds of servants surrounding her, nor did she live a generous and extravagant life. She lived such a miserable life. This was something she had never expected. But even though it was such a miserable life, she had to desperately hold on to it because if Gu Lancheng didn't even want her anymore, then she would really only have one way to die. Xiao Xian touched her stomach. For today's solution she can only take desperate measures. Gu Lancheng paid the medical bills for Father Xiao and father and daughter Xiao Xian and hired a caregiver. And his assets shrunk again. He looked at his wallet, which nowadays was not expanding in any way, and once again felt a sense of bewildered despair for the future. What made him even more desperate was that Gu's father suddenly appeared at the hospital. At that time, Gu Lancheng was exhausted after taking care of Xiao's father, then turned his head to take care of Xiao Xian. Gu's father's face was filled with disappointment when he saw the tired, haggard Gu Lancheng, who had been so worn down by life that he could no longer bend over. This is the wife you gave everything to marry? Look what she has brought you? Gu father couldn't care less about Xiao Xian's face, and with his fiery temper, he immediately shouted at Gu Lancheng in a violent rage. Xiao Xian's tears were rustling down her face, but she had no qualifications to fight back when she was under offense. Gu Lancheng drooped his head, and for the first time, he did not refute his father. Gu's mother loves her son and will only defend Gu Lancheng, planting the root cause of all the bitterness on Xiao Xian. I've said it all before, this woman has a mean look on her face. She's my Lancheng's nemesis, As long as they get divorced, my Lanchang will definitely regain his former sharpness. Xiao Xian was cowering. She cried and begged Gu mother. Mom, I beg you, don't break up Lanchang and I. I really love Lanchang. Gu's mother forcefully interrupted her. Love him? How did you love him? Forcing him out of his family of origin and making him work a hard job to support your punk ass? And now you have to support your loser dad? Look at him. He's lost a lot of weight. What kind of black color has he become? If you truly love him, how could you let him suffer like this? Gu Lanchang listened numbly to the argument between his mother and his wife. He was powerless to execute the conflict between his mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But as Gu's mother blamed Xiao Xian, a terrible thought suddenly popped into his mind. Does Xiaoxin really love him? Or need him? If it was the latter, then what was all he had done for her over the years? A joke. Xiao Xian was faced with Xiao mother's aggressiveness, and she didn't know how to argue. It was as if she had been stripped naked and thrown into the sun, with all her dirty thoughts nowhere to hide. She admitted that she had the intention of using Gu Lanchang. Cute, he's real too. Only, she loves herself more, I guess. She could never let Gu Lanchang think that, so Xiao Xian chose to escape. She just retorted excitedly. It's not like that. Mom, I really love Lanchang. And then she fainted. Gu Lanchang was furious at Gu's mother. Mom, do you have to be so mean? She is so available. Why do you still want to force her? Gu mother looked at Gu Lanchang, who was in pain. In the end is their own flesh and blood. Resentment has hated, but simply cannot do nothing. She begged Gu's father. As you can see, Lanchang, he's having such a bad time right now. You're his real father after all. You can't really leave him alone, can you? Gu's father looked at his son, who had lost a circle of weight, and sighed heavily. Let's talk about it later. Gu Lanchang already couldn't care less about his parents' consideration of him, as he held Xiao Xian in his arms and woefully went to beg the doctor to save him. Gu's mother and father looked at his back, and their hearts seized with pain. Chapter 109 Parents Divorced. Mother's Bitch. In order to pull Gu Lanchang back into the upper-class circle, Gu's mother pressured Gu's father. You may have many children, no matter how much you like them, but don't forget that Lanchang is ultimately your only legitimate son. If he doesn't fare well, you won't have any honor on your face. Gu Lanchang is the only child that Gu's father has ever devoted himself to nurturing, and now that Gu Lanchang has degraded himself, you can imagine how disappointed Gu's father is in him, coupled with the fact that Gu's mother is strong and far less knowledgeable than the woman in the outer room. Gu's father has long had a grudge against her. I can give him another chance, but the condition is that we must divorce. Gu's father had long had the intention of correcting the outside family, and took the opportunity to say so. Gu's mother's body shook violently, her face bloodless. The last time Gu's father brought up divorce, Gu's mother just thought he was angry, so she didn't care. Now that Gu's father has brought it up again, Gu's mother already understands in her heart, has Gu's father wanted to repudiate her for a long time? But once upon a time, Lanchang's success and fame made her look good, so Gu's father gave her a few points. Now that Gu Lanchang had fallen, he had no reason to tolerate her. Gu mother wanted to make a scene as she pleased, but the words came to her lips, but she came to her senses. If she made a scene, Gu's father would only have to hide outside his home and not come back, and it would be as if she had hit a heavy fist on cotton, which would be harmless to Gu's father. The couple has lived apart for a long time. Love is gone. Whether she was selling her misery or gaining sympathy, by and large, she wouldn't be able to evoke Gu's father's emotions, so he took advantage of the divorce to make a comeback for Gu Lanchang. Divorce is fine, but Lancel must be the heir to the Recall clan. Do you think he's worthy? Gu's father's stern eyes knifed at her. How is he unworthy? Surname Gu. Don't forget, when you first married me, the Gu family was in dire straits. It was me who went out of my way to cut ties with my mother's family and hugged my small fortune to marry you, so that you could have a chance to rise again. Now that you're rich, you've earned half of my money. I'll use this half of my money for Lanchang to return to the company, can't I? Mother Gu was furious. Gu's father looked at her ridiculously and said, half of the money I earn is yours? Don't you think it's ridiculous? The Gu family's company is something we had before we got married, and you didn't go out to work after the marriage. You didn't create a little bit of profit for the family, and you donated a few $1 million to me back then, and you bought jewelry for you over the years, and you've paid it back a long time ago. Do you want to take half of the Gu family's assets? Gu's mother opened her mouth wide and looked at this cold and heartless man. Abruptly remembering the sight of Nianqing and Gu Lanchang's divorce, it was just like the same thing. At first, Gu Lanchang also used such words to put off Nianqing. Nianqing divorce. To Gu Lanchang's financial strength is not weakened. Gu's mother could actually relate to Nianqing's feelings at the moment. If you don't want to, then I'll publicize the scandalous story of your marital infidelity. Gu mother stared with bloodshot eyes and bargained with Gu father. Gu's father snorted. You think you can really ruin me by doing that? Humph. Without my authorization, who would dare to announce news related to me? unless he doesn't want to live. Gu's mother gritted her teeth. Then I'll drag out the divorce. I'll let your son be a bastard for the rest of his life. Gu's father looked at her with cold eyes. As you wish. We're temporarily separated, and I'll sue for divorce when the time comes. Gu's father finished and left without looking back. Gu's mother's heart twisted and then she collapsed to the floor. I don't know how long it took for Gu's mother to soothe herself. She scrambled up in a heap and sat on the couch, eyes staring blankly ahead. There was nothingness in the field of vision. Then she picked up the phone and dialed a familiar string of numbers. When the other end was connected, Nianqing's low voice came. Looking for me for something? Nenson, let's meet. Nianqing hesitated for a long time and finally nodded faintly. Good. Cafe. When Nianqing arrived at the cafe, Gu's mother had already been sitting in the card table. She ordered a cup of Nianqing's favorite coffee for her. Steaming hot. Nianqing was surprised. When Mother Gu was her mother-in-law, she was incredibly cool to her. She only knew how to demand that Nianqing act according to her standards, and never considered Nianqing's needs. That's why Nianqing couldn't see her favorite TV shows or drink her favorite beverages during those years in the Gu family. Nianqing sat down, suddenly becoming so polite. It can't be that you have a favor to ask of me, right? All Nianqing could think of was that the proud Gu mother would only pull down her face for Gu Lancheng to beg her. Mother Gu sighed weakly. In the past, when you were my daughter-in-law, I always felt that you were Cinderella, from a poor family. It didn't help Lancheng's cause at all. So no matter how virtuous and understanding you were, I always looked for bones in my eggs and treated you crossly. But after you left, Lancheng's career suffered a Waterloo blow, and his father and I faced the breakup of our marriage. It was only then that I woke up to the fact that you are actually a blessed daughter, and you came to the Gu family without any quarrels, and the family lives together in harmony. Gu's mother's eyes welled up with tears as she said, Nianqing, I was sorry for you before. Now I'm begging you to come back. Can I? Nianqing said bluntly, I'm sorry. I can't forgive the person who hurt me so recklessly in the first place. Mother Gu's jaw dropped, not expecting Nianqing to be so blunt. Nianqing, as long as you are willing to come back, I will definitely make Lancheng cut ties with your sister. I guarantee that Lancheng will treat you with all his heart. Mother Gu was not going to die until the Yellow River was dead. Nianqing said, how do you guarantee it? Who doesn't know that Gu Lancheng loves Xiao Xian to the bone and is willing to give up even the Gu family's rushing wealth for Xiao Xian? I won't have a man like that who doesn't love me. Unless, Nianqing's eyes twinkled with a wry light, and she thought that it was time for her to close the net. Unless the two of them never see each other. Gu's mother immediately assured. Okay, I promise you. Nenson stood up. Then I wish you the best of luck with your horse. Gu's mother nodded. Wait for my good news. Nianqing turned her head. The smile of her gaze piled up with coldness. How could she possibly rejoin Gu Lancheng? She was disgusted with him now. This kind of dirty man, she wouldn't want. But having Gu's mother add to Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian's love, she was happy to see it. Hospitals. Gu mother appeared in the hospital again. This time she didn't look for Xiao Xian to make a fuss, but calmly said to Gu Lancheng, who was accompanying her to the bed, I have something to say to you. Come out with me. Xiao Xian instantly panicked as she grabbed Gu Lancheng's hand. Lancheng. Gu Lancheng patted her hand and said soothingly, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Gu Lancheng came to the end of the hospital's corridor with Gu's mother. Gu mother's face was grave and Gu Lancheng was apprehensive. Mom, what are you looking for me for? If you're the one who wants to break up Xianer and I, you'd better go back. Chapter 110, Forced Separation of Lovebirds by the Stick. Gu's mother sighed a few times inaudibly. Your father mentioned divorce to me. This time he has a strong attitude. Lancheng, Mom can't bail you out anymore. Gu Lancheng was shocked. Dad, why does he want a divorce? Gu mother felt the irony. Her heart fluttering and her emotions spiraling out of control. I have a self-sacrificing son who has become an outcast in the Gu family and no longer has any use for him. A pragmatic man like your father certainly wouldn't allow useless waste to be placed in the house, so we would all be swept away by him. First Mom, then it will be your turn. Gu Lancheng took a step back. He wouldn't be so desperate? Gu's mother laughed in exasperation. You think everyone is a love brain like you, and that feelings come first. An expression of barren despair appeared on Gu Lancheng's face. Gu's mother couldn't bear it after all and eased her emotions. I wanted to fight for half of the shares for you, but he refused. The reason for the refusal was the same as when you refused Xiaomi. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. It really is the cycle of heavenly justice and retribution. Mother Gu said, I'm telling you this because I want you to be mentally prepared for what's to come. Your father is a person who can do anything out of the ordinary once he's no longer attached to you. I am thinking that recently there will be a lot of news coming out that is unfavorable to you, and there will also be a lot of news coming out that praises your brother. Your father is going to pave the way for the new heir, and will inevitably step on your body to eat your human blood buns. Gu Lancheng's expression was numb. He had been so busy and exhausted lately that his entire being was in a state of tightness. There had been absolutely no energy to spare to fight against the others. Gu mother looked at him with hatred and helplessness, shaking her head. Lan Chang, I know that you are now under Xiao Xian's love compulsion, and you can't let her go no matter what. I won't advise you to separate from her. However, Mom must remind you that your father is likely to freeze all your money accounts next, and by then you won't have the money to treat Xiao Xian. With her body and bones, if she stops treatment, I'm afraid it won't last long. Gu Lancheng trembled. The cruelty of reality made him feel powerless. Gu's mother laid out a lot of groundwork before finally stating the main point. Lancheng, if you and Xiao Xian continue to be together, it's not good for her or for you. It would be better for you to send her abroad so that she can receive treatment abroad, and you can focus on working and earning medical expenses for her. How about that? Gu Lancheng's expression was a little shaken. Mother Gu continued, Lancheng, loving someone is not owning her. How can you guarantee her happiness when you can't even protect yourself? Gu Lancheng pondered for a long time and finally nodded. Gu's mother sighed in relief. Ward. When Gu mother entered the hospital room again, Gu Lancheng did not return with her. When Xiao Xian saw that Gu mother was empty behind her, she instantly realized what was going on, and she blossomed, tears rushing down her face. Where's Lancelot? Where did he go? Why didn't he come back with you? She cried and questioned Mother Gu. He won't be coming back. Mother Gu stood in front of Xiao Xian's hospital bed, quietly looking at her. Xiao Xian broke down. He's my husband? Why are you trying to break us up? Obviously he loves me, but do you love her? Gu's mother asked rhetorically. Xiao Xian was dumbfounded. After half a day of stalling, she said, of course I love him, otherwise why would I marry him? Mother Gu said, you married him not out of love, but out of dependence on him. Jazin shook her head. No, I love him. Mother Gu said, is there a Zhou who loves him that much? Xiao Xian was stunned. Xiaomi's love for Gu Lancheng, but anyone with a heart could feel it. After all, it was too hot. When Xiaomi was still a half-grown child, she was willing to learn how to do laundry and cook for Lancheng, and was even willing to help Lancheng serve me, an incontinent mother-in-law, and was able to willingly donate her kidney for you just because of one word from him. Her love for Lancheng can be seen in heaven and earth. Xiao Xian, you don't love Lancheng as deeply as Xiaomi does. You simply don't deserve such a strong love from Lancheng. But Xiao Xian didn't want to admit defeat. She loves Lancheng. It's all in the past. Who made Lancheng so stupid that he didn't know how to cherish and lost the woman who loved him the most in this world? The current Xiaomi can't wait to destroy Lancheng. Mother Gu said, that's because Lancheng hurt her too deeply. What she did was all a sign of love but not love. Outside the ward, Gu Lancheng leaned against the door panel. Mother Gu deliberately left a crack when she went in, so that Gu Lancheng could easily hear the voices inside. Hearing Gu's mother mention the past of the former Xiaomi who loved him, and then hearing the woman she loved call him stupid, Gu Lancheng instantly broke his defenses. His past with Zhou came out like a tidal wave of madness. Zhou would pour him a cup of hot boiled water every day before he woke up, squeeze his toothpaste, iron the clothes he was going to wear that day, and tie his tie. When he was sick she would always stay awake to take care of him and be incredibly punctual in feeding him his medication. But he didn't love her and was blind to what she had to offer. On the contrary, Xiao Xian said she loved him, but she never seemed to do anything for him. Joshing says he's stupid for losing Zhou who was so good to him. Gu Lancheng realized for the first time that he seemed to be really wrong. Inside the hospital room, Gu's mother tore her face off. Xiao Xian, I won't agree to you staying by my son's side. You'll ruin him like this. I won't divorce him. Xiao Xian gritted her teeth and blossomed into malice. I'm a patient. He divorces me at this time. Is he still human? Gu's mother sneered. He was able to abandon Xiaomi who loved him so much. He's long since ceased to be a human being. Xiao Xian was dumbfounded. Gu's mother gave an inch. Just pretend that my son he's not worthy of being a human being and completely forget about him. I don't agree to divorce. Xiao Xian huffed. Gu's mother pulled $12 out of her purse and put them on the nightstand. Xiao Xian, Lancheng was completely abandoned by the Gu group. In the future, he will have difficulty protecting himself and will definitely not be able to get the money to support you. It's useless for you to rely on him. It would be better to use the money I gave you to find a good doctor abroad to cure you. Mother Gu finished speaking and left in frustration. Xiao Xian held the thin sum of money with tears in her eyes. An unprecedented sensation occurred in the Gu group. At the shareholders' meeting, Gu's father vetoed whether Gu Lancheng would continue to serve as the group's president. He, the father, had vetoed Gu Lancheng, and with Gu Lancheng's recent negative news, other shareholders, who had complained about him, had followed the chairman's example and voted for the veto. Gu Lancheng was completely and utterly kicked out of the Gu family's center of power, and the newly appointed president is Gu Lancheng's half-brother. Chapter 111, Awakening from a Dream, Kneeling for Compound. This change of Gu's inexplicably created a heat wave on the internet. The internet was flooded with black information about Gu Lancheng. The crown prince cheated on his wife. His image was tarnished, and Gu had to give up this Ran star. The crown prince showed up at the hospital to take care of his sick wife who was a mistress on the throne. The crown prince has become a family outcast. The capitalists of yesteryear have been reduced to doing roadshows and eating box lunches. Gu Lancheng ushered in a full internet mockery. Even though he was too busy to look at his phone, the way the people around him looked at him was too obvious. It was with pity, contempt. Gu Lancheng also heard them whispering, "Look, he's the prince on the internet who abandoned the chaff and married a mistress to get to the top. See, this kind of man who starts a mess and ends a mess has finally gotten his comeuppance. He was abandoned by the family. Now he can only hide here as a shrunken head turtle." When had Gu Lancheng ever been humiliated like this? He glared viciously at the man, but his majesty disappeared just like his shrinking assets. Not only were the men not afraid of him, they met his gaze with a playful smile. Gu Lancheng eventually fled. The sky, at some point, began to flicker with electricity and thunder. A torrential downpour poured down from the firmament, so fast that pedestrians in the streets held their heads in their hands. Gu Lancheng was drenched in heavy rain, but he didn't run. Invading his body in the rain, the sting in his heart seemed to be diluted. He asked himself over and over again, how had he gotten to this point in his life? Once he was the pride of heaven, but he let himself fall into hell by having a sensational love affair. Without realizing it, Gu Lancheng came to Nianqing's residence. He looked at the closed door panel, and his mind suddenly resounded with memories of a few years ago, when he and she hadn't divorced, when he hadn't forced her to donate a kidney to Xiner. As long as he appeared within 3 meters of the doorway, she would surely come to open the door for him with glee, then hand him a big hug, then gently unload his clothes and bag for him, being virtuous and considerate. It's just that at that time, he was full of Xiner, and was not very attentive to her pleasing compliments. But ever since she donated her kidney, she's become more and more distant from him. But he was slow, or he was so careless with her that he didn't realize for a long time the fact that she had cooled off on him. If he had been slightly more attentive to her, could have soothed her broken heart and made her hatred less passionate, would his end have changed? The door suddenly creaked open. Gu Lancheng's heart suddenly became excited. He raised his head and looked at the door expectantly. Nianqing walked out with an umbrella. Gu Lancheng's heart instantly blossomed. Does she care about him at all? That's why she sent the umbrella out for him? Nianqing, however, stopped half a step away from him. She stood silently in front of him, as still and beautiful as a virgin. Instead, the curtain of rain dripped down the edge of the umbrella and onto Gu Lancheng's pants, and soon his pants were wet for a large portion of the day. Gu Lancheng only felt his body go cold, cool to the bone. He suddenly felt like a joke. Once upon a time, Nianqing treated him well, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Now Nianqing treats him like nothing, but he starts to miss her goodness. He deluded himself into thinking that she had once loved him so much. How could she say she didn't? Gu Lancheng probably had his head in the clouds, so he had the idea of testing Nianqing. You want something from me? Nianqing asked with an innocent look on his face after his prank. Gu Lancheng looked at her. Nianqing, if I tell you, I actually regret it. I regret divorcing you, losing you who once loved me to the bone. Would you still be willing to forgive me and return to me? Nianqing was like eating a pile of. It only felt disgusting to the extreme. Gu Lancheng, I remember you are a married man? I'm not like my sister. I don't do mistresses. She gritted her teeth. Gu Lancheng was deflated, but still had the cheek to say, don't worry, my marriage with your sister has come to an end. It's only a matter of time before I get a license to divorce her. Nianqing said, Gu Lancheng, if you love her for the rest of your life, I still respect that you are a devoted lover, but it didn't occur to me that after you got her, the white moonlight turned into mosquito blood. You are not exempt from this and started to loathe your own wife? Gu Lancheng's face was pained. It's not. I just realized now that the person who loves me the most in this world is you. I lost you, and I regret it. Nianqing frowned. You're not regretting losing me. It's that you regret losing your bright future after marrying Xiao Xin. You just now realized that the original white moonlight is also poisonous. And with Xiao Xin, you lost your reputation and were at the end of your rope. And you finally realized that Xiao Xin's love for you is not as simple and pure as my former love for you. Her love is mixed with too many interests. So you regretted giving up the truly precious love for her. I'm the mosquito blood you used to throw away, but I'm getting more and more colorful. Not only have I become confident and open-minded, but even worse, I've been able to help your nemesis run the company so that he can thwart you with ease. Comparing the two, you realized that you had lost the watermelon and picked up the sesame in the first place. That's why you were willing to shyly come back and beg me. Nianqing begged for breath, his tone becoming impatient. But Gu Lancheng, what makes you think I still want you? A dirty man doesn't deserve to stay with me at all. Don't you regret it? Gu Lancheng was so angry that he clenched his fists. Nianqing smiled triumphantly. Regret? Gu Lancheng, why haven't you recognized the situation? You've long since ceased to be the noble prince? The current you, penniless, abandoned by Gu, with a sick wife and a paralyzed father-in-law dragging you down. Your life is already worse than that of a beggar. Beggars? Gu Lancheng once discriminated against Nianqing, who was born in a slum and begged for food in a beggar's nest. Now that he has been described as a beggar by Nianqing, Gu Lancheng is simply humiliated. I'm not a beggar, Gu Lancheng yelled. Nianqing looked at him like a clown. Soon it will be. She said this with unerring certainty. Gu Lancheng unexpectedly and inexplicably trembled a little. Nianqing, tell me honestly, is it your handiwork that I've become like this? Yes. Nansen gushed. Gu Lancheng's face turned white as he angrily tugged on her wrist and hissed. Why did you do this to me? Nianqing said, if there is a cause, there must be an effect. Gu Lancheng, what are you pretending to be innocent for? Gu Lancheng face painfully said, I admit that I may have hurt you in the past, but Nianqing, I raised you for several years, took away one of your kidneys, at least the merits and demerits of you this endless revenge on me. Why on earth do you hate me so much? Chapter 112, The Roots of Hate. Karmic Reversal. Nianqing's expression was numb. Gu Lancheng did not understand why she hated him so much. It was because in this life, his malice hadn't been fully aroused, and he was still stuck in the thickest of his guilt towards her when she left him in a determined manner. In her previous life, after she donated a kidney to Qiao Xin, she developed a severe pregnancy. Gu Lancheng took care of Qiao Xin, but left her, his rightful wife, to the housemaid. She desperately fought with Qiao Xin for Gu Lancheng for the sake of her child. She begged Gu Lancheng to accompany her for her maternity checkups, begged him to make a meal of soup for her, and when she had mobility problems and a big belly, she cried and begged him to buy maternity clothes for her. Every time, he coldly reprimanded her. Are the servants in the house all for show? Or are you deliberately competing with your sister for favor? She had also broken down and cried. Why are you willing to do these things for Qiao Xin but not for me? Obviously I'm your wife? Gu Lancheng would give up her and her daughter's interests every time to unconditionally satisfy Qiao Xin's greed. She ended up depressed and sick all over in his repeated cold violence and abandonment. Qiao Xin, however, was spoiled by Gu Lancheng and became more and more pampered. She even pretended to be sick and compelled Gu Lancheng to let his daughter have a blood transfusion for her. Gu Lancheng was just like a dim-witted monarch, ignoring his daughter's crying, brutally carrying her into the hospital. The tiny child, however, was infected with germs during a blood transfusion, causing multiple organs in her body to fail. She was so angry that she stabbed Qiao Xin with a knife, but Gu Lancheng pushed her away in order to protect Qiao Xin, and she fell down from the stairs, breaking her head and bleeding. Gu Lancheng didn't look half as anxious. He just looked at her indifferently and said, "You're to blame." Those desperate images. Nianqing felt breathless every time he recalled them. Do you want to know why? Nianqing's spirit suddenly became wilted, and her tone was even more filled with sadness. Gu Lancheng didn't know why she suddenly became so depressed, but he realized that the reason why Nianqing hated him was by no means simple. Nianqing, maybe there is some misunderstanding between us, Gu Lancheng said. Nianqing suddenly removed the city of circulation around his neck and handed it to Gu Lancheng. Give me $500 million and I'll transfer it to you. You take it and you'll soon know the answer. Gu Lancheng's face showed a difficult expression. He was now strapped for cash, and spending $500 million on this impractical thing was a real pain in the ass. How is it worth $500 million? Nianqing snorted. I didn't realize that the prince who used to be as profligate as gold is now this stingy and miserly. Gu Lancheng was not moved by her agitation. Nianqing compelled him one by one. Gu Lancheng, do you know why you are the crown prince? But in one night fell to the point where all the people are separated from each other? And why I, a little beggar, can turn the tide against the wind? All of this, Circular City can give you the answer. Only then did Gu Lancheng receive the City of Cycles in astonishment and confusion. I'll write you a check, he said. Nianqing prepared the check and handed it to him. Just sign it. Gu Lancheng looked at Nianqing questioningly. He always felt that Nianqing did not have good intentions. However, he was born with a golden key and had never struggled with money since he was a child. So the current predicament was not a predicament in his opinion. After all, he still had many immovable assets. He signed with a sharp nod. Nisan took the check and went inside. Turning around, no one saw this evil light swirling under her eyes. Gu Lancheng, I will turn you into a real beggar. Parlor. Yan Hongsheng crossed his legs, his straight and upright back resembling a magnificent tree, except that his expression was shrouded in shadow, which made him look dark. Nianqing almost got a shock from him. Stumbling and swaying his body, Yan Hongsheng took a big step forward to help her up, and couldn't help but sigh sadly. I'm not a flooding beast. What is sister afraid of me for? Nianqing looked at his increasingly mature face, only to feel that this child's appearance has become more and more close to the previous life stood at the peak of that scary and fearful him. You gave him the city of cycles? Yan Hongsheng asked. There was a hidden anger in his body. 500 million. Not a penny less. He wrote me a check for it. Nianqing proudly held up the check. Yan Hongsheng crowed. Not a penny earned. You're still so happy. Nianqing was satisfied. I didn't lose out at least. Yan Hongsheng sighed weakly. You don't understand anything. Nianqing was stunned. No what? Yan Hongsheng patted her head. Forget it. Another despondent sigh. Sister, I'm probably a heavenly fate. Nianqing laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? My Xiaoshang is so good looking. I don't know how many girls will be chasing after your ass in the future. I'll only take a dipper of the weak water. Nianqing was pleased. I didn't realize that my family's Xiaoshan was quite devoted. You are truly much better than those dudes. Yan Hongsheng received praise and smiled broadly. It's all because sister taught her well. The other side. Gu Lancheng turned and disappeared into the pouring rain. When he returned home, Gu Lancheng had already been drenched. He sat on the couch. The city of cycles in his hand was hot from his grip. He dangled it in front of him. The pendant of the necklace was an inky black piece of jade with a lotus flower on the front and a lotus leaf on the back. The chain, on the other hand, consisted of a bone chain molded in platinum. He had spent a lot of time with Xiao Xin, the designer, and had more or less heard about the design models. He knew that the lotus leaf rosette symbolized 2 lives. It's just that he's a staunch materialist, and this city of cycles is so metaphysical in every way that he finds it beyond ridiculous. He repeatedly observed the details of the necklace, and in the end, Gu Lancheng was surprisingly meticulous. Next to the pendant, a certain clasp of the bone chain was tied with a special mini version of a small pendant, which was actually a swallow when he thought about it carefully. Snuggling with the swallows, surprisingly, is a grain of rice. Gu Lancheng's eagle pupils suddenly shrunk, then angrily threw the necklace aside. Yan Hongsheng? Jomi? This necklace is more like a love object for these 2 people. Gu Lancheng vaguely already guessed. These 2 people together is not a moment of meticulous and shallow together. I am afraid that the origin is already deep. After a long time, Yan Hongsheng picked up the necklace. He held it and slowly fell asleep in the emotion of carrying the anger at being betrayed by his ex-wife. I don't know how long I slept, but Gu Lancheng seemed to wake up as if he had entered a misty forest. There was a woozy voice ringing in his ears, a voice that seemed to be far away and in front of him. Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng. Who's calling me? Gu Lancheng looked around. The mists shrouded the forest, and no real sight could be seen in all directions. Only that voice sounded again. Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng followed the sound and explored the misty forest. Chapter 113, Strange Dreams. Salvation as Sin. Finally he came to a stone mirror and the voice disappeared. Gu Lancheng's one hand inadvertently rested on the stone mirror, and abruptly the stone mirror lit up. Gu Lancheng gazed at the stone mirror in surprise. The light on the stone mirror slowly occurred discrete combination. The blurred surface of the mirror instantly became glossy. The light haloed, and finally condensed into a clear picture. Rainbow Bridge. The young Xiaomi ran barefoot on the cold, dirty ground, followed by her cloaked mother, who held a broom in her hand and roared hysterically. I'll kill you, you white-eyed wolf. Who allowed you to sneak off to school? If you go to school, who will take care of old mother? Jomi explained as she ran. Mom, I'm not going to delay doing my chores. Please, just let me go to school. My teacher says that I am a good seed and very talented in learning. In today's test, I, a paraprofessional, did better than all the other students. Mom, let me go to school so that in the future, when I go to college, I can make lots and lots of money and be able to give you medical care. Please, just agree to let me go to school. Mother Qiao ran out of breath and choked violently. Pointing at Xiaomi, she angrily said, how dare you run? Lao AI will count to 3. If you don't come back, don't recognize Lao AI in the future. Jomi I turned around and saw her angry mom, her face pale. She couldn't bear it, so she timidly walked back. Zhou's mother's broom then landed unmercifully on her back. Jomi I clenched her teeth and apologized with one red eye. Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll never make you angry again. Zhou's mother's broom rained down on her as she vented her anger. Still going to school? No, I'm never going to school again. Jomi I cried into tears. Zhou's mother got tired of fighting and dropped to the floor. She chattered on and on, complaining. You were born with a cheap life. You can't compare to your sister, so don't you expect to get ahead someday. Xiaomi bit her lip as she held back the mourning in her heart to help Mother Qiao up. Her obedient appearance was heartbreaking. Mom, I'll take you home. Mother Qiao grunted and glared at her, but she still took her lead, her tall body pressing hard on Xiaomi's petite frame, while not forgetting to paw her. Old mother's body only became so weak after giving birth to you. Xiaomi, you owe me this life. You must take care of me until old age. Mom, don't worry. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Poof, count on your conscience. A bookish man suddenly ran out of the crowd, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding his hands and feet in an elegant manner. He took a big step and walked over to Auntie Qiao's mother and daughter. In a very anxious voice, he said, "Auntie Qiao, I'm Xiaomi's teacher, and I came to find you today on purpose. You see." He took out a dozen papers from his bag. "This is Xiaomi's exam paper. This set of questions is the most difficult math Olympiad questions ever in the Imperial City. Xiaomi scored a perfect score, and the second place in our class only scored 89 points. I heard that Gu Lancheng, the winner of the Olympiad that year, only scored 98 points. Xiaomi, she is really a good seedling for learning. You must let her go to school." Xiao's mother, however, sized him up and blurted out, "Why should I trust you? I know how much my daughter weighs, don't I? She hasn't studied for a few days, so how can she be as powerful as you say? In my opinion, it's because you have ulterior motives for my daughter that you're trying to trick me." The male teacher was ashamed and angry. "Why are you so unbelievable?" Jomi couldn't bear the idea of her kind teacher having sewage thrown at her mom, so she could only support her teacher and said in shame, "Go away, teacher. I don't like reading either. I'm sorry. He's the most famous Olympiad teacher on the internet. Old awesome." Someone in the crowd recognized the teacher. The teacher took out her business card and handed it to Jomi. "Jomi, I'm transferring out of my old school. I can't teach you anymore. If you figure it out, come see me. Don't worry about tuition. I can subsidize you." Joe's mother snatched the card and tore it to shreds. "My daughter won't come to you, so go away." The teacher shook her head helplessly. He handed Jomi a wink. "Jomi, memorize my phone number," said he had no choice but to leave. The scene shifted and another scene appeared on the stone mirror. Gu Lancheng brought his assistants and arrived at the Rainbow Bridge in great numbers. Jomi curled up in the bridge hole, teary-eyed. Gu Lancheng stretched out his hand toward her. "Come with me, Xiao Mi. I will give you a cozy home." There was longing in Jomi's eyes, but she also had her scruples. "There are so many pitiful people in the world. Why did you choose me?" Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. In order to hide the nastiness in his heart, he said without blushing, "But when I just had the intention to do a good deed, coincidentally, it was you that I met. This is the fate of you and me." Little Jomi is not well versed in the ways of the world. How could she know that people's hearts are treacherous? She smiled brightly, revealing her white teeth. "I believe you." Then she stretched out her hand towards him. Mother Qiao hid behind a bridge pillar, and when she saw Gu Lancheng, a wry smile piled up under her eyes. Beside the stone mirror, Gu Lancheng looked at the back-and-forth image and his handsome face went white. He knew better than anyone what Joe's mother's wry smile was about. He had only met Joe's mother on the first day, and he had pleaded with her with sincere words, hoping that she would persuade Jomi to return to Joe's father. He informs Joe's mother that Xiao Xian is seriously ill and desperately needs a kidney transplant, and Xiaomi is the healthiest of those closest to her by blood. Mother Qiao received a large sum of money from him and betrayed her daughter without hesitation. She told Gu Lancheng, "Xiaomi doesn't have any love for her father and sister. She is a person who loves and hates people, and if you just ask her to donate her kidney for no reason, she certainly won't agree." Gu Lancheng then devised this play of redemption. He makes Jomi grateful for his salvation and then holds her hostage so that she willingly contributes her kidney. He did succeed. As expected, Jazan renewed her life. But it never occurred to him that his presence was never salvation for Jomi. Before he showed up, there were already teachers willing to help Jomi. And unlike him, he loved and cherished talent. Unlike him, he would break her wings. If it hadn't been for him, Jomi could have gone to that young, talented teacher, and she would have been able to achieve brilliant schooling with her intelligence. She'll soon be out of the woods and have a bright future ahead of her, instead of following him and losing a kidney. After Gu Lancheng recognized this clearly, he fell to the ground in dishevelment. "Jomi, you hate me as you should." When Gu Lancheng woke up leisurely, he was surprised to find that his face was damp. He touched his face and looked around in surprise to find himself still lying on the couch at home, next to his necklace Cycle City. He shakily picked up the city of cycles and looked at it with trepidation. Just now the illusion, clearly is a dream, but what happened in the dream is the actual existence of the past. If he hadn't woken up this time and had a long dream, wouldn't he have seen more of the story? Would they hurt him more than this? He continued to close his eyes, trying to renew his earlier dream, but a sharp knock on the door interrupted him. Chapter 114, Suicide Blackmail. Selling the house to pay off the debt. Who is it? Gu Lancheng walked impatiently towards the door. Open the door. See the person outside the door. Emaciated description. Hair cascading. Eyes dull, like a female ghost. Gu Lancheng froze. Xin, why are you here? Stunness surfaced on Gu Lancheng's handsome face. Xiao Xin suddenly took out a dagger like a trick, put it on her neck, and looked at Gu Lancheng with tears in her eyes. "Lancheng, I was born weak. It's not easy for me to live, but because I met you, I have a vision of the future every day. But because I met you, I have a vision for the future. Now that you don't want me anymore, there's no point in me living, so I'll just die. Only, You are my favorite person. I hope you will help me collect a corpse later. It is not in vain that I am obsessed with you for a while. After saying that Xiao Xian's blade had pierced the skin, Gu Lanqing's face changed in fear. He hurriedly stepped forward to snatch the knife from Xiao Xian's hand and threw it far away, saying in hindsight, "What are you doing?" Xiao Xian stubbornly said, "Why did you save me? Since you decided not to want me, I won't live no matter what. You can save me today, but what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? You can't stay by my side all the time?" Gu Lanqing looked at the insane Xiao Xian. In the bottom of his eyes, there was pain and pity, as well as exhaustion. He reached out and gathered her into his arms and said gently, "Xin, stop it. I'm just too tired. You let me rest for 2 days. I'll definitely be able to come up with a perfect solution to the problem." Xiao Xian hugged him and lost her voice. "Lancel, I know I'm dragging you down. I want to let go of you too, but I've been dependent on you since I was a kid, and I've formed a habit. I don't know how I'm going to live after I leave you." Gu Lanqing hugged her, speechless. In fact, he himself had no idea how to untie the dead knot of incompatibility between Xiao Xian and the Gu family. "Yo, it's bad luck to see dirty things early in the morning." A clear voice came. Gu Lanqing was slightly embarrassed and slightly pushed Xiao Xian away, pulling a gap with her. Xiao Xian's pale face went even whiter when she saw his reaction. "Nianqing, what are you doing here?" Xiao Xian questioned angrily. Nianqing walked in front of Gu Lanqing, her eyes piled up with a wry bad smile. "I am here to collect a debt." "Gu Lanqing, your personal credit is in trouble, so you can't cash your check." Xiao Xian was stunned. "Nonsense, can Lanqing still owe you money?" Nianqing smiled like a flower. "Gu Lanqing, tell her how much you owe me." Gu Lanqing had a stern face. "I do owe her money. 500 million. Xiao Xian blossomed. In her eyes, Gu Lanqing's money could only be given to her to enjoy. If it was given to other women for no reason, it would never work. "Lancelot, how did you come to owe her so much money?" she said naively. Gu Lanqing frowned. Nianqing gloated and teased. "Gu Lanqing, your wife doesn't seem to like it too much when you spend money for other women." She turned to sneer at Xiao Xian again. "I'm not you. I don't take food in contempt." Xiao Xian was ridiculed and dropped her head. Shyly, he said, "I don't mean Lanqing's money. He has absolute dominion." The end was docile and obedient. Nianqing became physically ill just watching her act. She snorted. "You don't have to put on this generous demeanor either. The debt your husband owes, as his wife, you have to bear half of it. You have the right to know the reason for his debt. Why live such a humble life?" Xiao Xian looked askance at Gu Lanqing with a brave, angry expression due to her goading. "Lanqing, what the hell is going on here?" Gu Lanqing said, "I bought her Cycle City." Xiao Xian's face changed drastically. "The city of cycles?" Gu Lanqing nodded. "Aha." Xiao Xian had some hard to conceal anxiety. "Lanqing, our lives are stretched to the limit right now. How can you have that much money to buy Cycle City?" Gu Lanqing frowned unhappily at her questioning. Nianqing laughed. "Sister, you are a proletarian citizen, but your man is a capitalist who was born with a golden key. Your so-called no money is really no money. His so-called no money is probably just no money on the bank card. As long as those immovable assets pouring back and forth, bite the bullet and put together a few 100 million out, is also possible." Xiao Xian shuddered. "Lanqing, are you going to sell your house to pay off your debts for this broken necklace?" Gu Lanqing's voice cooled down. "You don't need to be in charge of my affairs." Jazan dropped to the floor. Gu Lanqing was embarrassed. He pulled Xiao Xian up and sat around helplessly. "Don't be so petty. 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered and come back. How could a small family like Xiao Xian's have such an aura?" She was just apprehensive, anxious, and uneasy. "Lanqing, you're in a difficult situation. How easy is it to rise again? You don't believe me?" Gu Lanqing's tone contained fire. Xiao Xian didn't dare to say more. Nansen was delighted with the situation at the moment. Two lovers who once lived and died together are now sharpened by the sweet and sour of life, and use it to stab at their former lovers. She clapped her hands and patted Gu Lanqing on the back. "Gu Xiao is worthy of being the crown prince's master. He can afford to take it easy. This kind of mindset is not comparable to ordinary people." Her acting style of holding up one and stepping on the other caused Xiao Xian to be very angry. Gu Lanqing sensed the flow of darkness between the two women, and he hurriedly supported Nianqing. "Don't worry, I'll get the cash together as soon as possible to give it to you." Only then did Nianqing leave satisfied. Gu Lanqing hung his villa on fire, and the luxury villa with a market price of $700 million was dealt with cheaply by him, properly lowering it by $100 million. This was known to Gu's father, who became furious. "This loser, how is he getting on top of things?" He flung all the tea on his desk to the floor. His assistant comforted him. "Gu Dong, don't be angry. It's a pity that the young master is caught up in love. But even though the young master is dead, You still have the second young Master Gu. You don't know. Second young Master Gu signed another big order with the C family today. The C family? Gu's father was overjoyed. Well, thanks to my family's penis getting ahead. In order to retain Gu Lanqing's share of the assets, Gu's father instructed his assistant. The real estate in Gu Lanqing's hands isn't exactly small, but it can't be squandered by this loser. You go and think of a way to make sure to stop Gu Lanqing's villa from being sold. The assistant responded. Yes, with Gu's father secretly blocking the way. Gu Lanqing's plan to sell his house went badly, until Yan Hongsheng came to the door. I heard that Gu Shao wants to sell his house? Yan Hongsheng asked as he opened the door. When Gu Lanqing saw him, he remembered the swallows on the City of Cycles and could no longer treat him as a young and ignorant teenager. Young Master Yan used to call me Prince Master a few days ago, but now you've changed your tune really fast? Gu Lanqing did not pay for his pride and said, I know what's right. Gu Lanqing's face sank slightly. What are you doing here? Chapter 115, Sisters doing the work. Setting up the villa. I heard that Gu Shao is selling his house. I just happened to need to acquire a villa, so I came. Gu Lanqing looked at him in shock. At this moment, he had to suspect that Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng had joined forces to make a trap for him, inviting him into the jar. Nianqing took great pains to transfer the City of Cycles to me. I'm just about to sell my house to get the money together, and you come to my door. Yan Hongsheng, did you two do this on purpose? Gu Lanqing was vaguely furious. Yan Hongsheng met his chestnut-colored pupils and smiled willfully. Yes. Gu Lanqing was furious. Get lost. I won't sell it to you. Gu Lanqing said angrily. Yan Hongsheng, however, was mild and gentle. The end of the day. Gu Shao, apart from me, no one dares to take your house. Don't you know? Your father has blocked this listing. Gu Lanqing was instantly petrified like a statue. He didn't think that one day he and his father would be on opposing sides. Yan Hongsheng added. Gu Shao, you're the one who wants face. If you don't return my family Nianqing's money, then I'll have no choice but to publicize your rogue behavior everywhere. Gu Lanqing has always loved face, and businessmen value honesty the most. If he is an old scoundrel, then he would not be able to gain a foothold in the business world in the future. On one side was Gu father's oppression of him, and on the other side was Yan Hongsheng's pursuit of him. Gu Lanqing finally threw in the towel. Fine, I'll transfer the house to you. Yan Hongsheng was well prepared. Choosing a day is not as good as bumping into it. Why don't we go through the formalities today? Gu Lanqing nodded bashfully. Housing authority. The transfer procedure lasted a full hour and a half before the various processes were completed. Although Gu Lanqing got a huge amount of money for the house, he was not happy. Yan Hongsheng was merciful with a few moments of cruelty. Gu Shao, please move out of the villa as soon as possible. I would also like to move in as soon as possible. Gu Lanqing grimaced. I will. He returned home dejectedly, and Xiao Xian came over with a flourish and sat down next to him. Lanqing, you don't look too good lately. Are you too tired from work? Gu Lanqing, however, directly dropped a bomb on her. Xin, pack your bags. We'll be leaving here soon. Why? Xiao Xian's pupils trembled. Gu Lanqing said, I've already sold this house to Yan Hongsheng. Xiao Xian's face showed reluctance. Then where will we live from now on? Gu Lanqing said, I still have a flat in the city. Let's move there first and settle for a period of time. Xiao Xian was unhappy in her heart, so she silently stopped talking. Gu Lanqing didn't use any extra mental energy to take care of her emotions. He directly collapsed on the sofa. Xiao Xian asked him in a low voice, Lanqing, have you never suspected Nianqing? The two of us have become what we are today, and it's all because she's behind it. Gu Lanqing closed his eyes and lazily said, this is what we owe her. Xiao Xian roared with excitement. I just want her to have a kidney. The market price of a good quality kidney is but a few million. You married her and let her be Mrs. Gu for a few years in a dignified manner. Can't you still resist a few million? We don't owe her anymore for a long time. Gu Lanqing suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao Xian's words. He might not have felt anything in the past, but today he felt it was exceptionally harsh. He asked her coolly, Xin, do you really think you don't owe her anything? Jiazhen gushed. That's for sure. But suddenly realizing that Gu Lanqing's motive for asking this question was unclear, she hurriedly remedied the situation by saying, oops, she is kind to me, but she has been using that little favor to kidnap us. I just think she is too greedy. Gu Lanqing stared straight at her, and he saw the trace of emptiness in the bottom of her eyes. He couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. Once upon a time he thought she wasn't in good health. He figured she didn't have the energy to play mind games. Then again she had always shown a forgiving and considerate face, so he had always been indulgent with her. Xin, when I married your sister, I didn't spend much money on her. Now that I think about it, I was terrible to her as a proper wife. It would have been better for her to give you her kidney than to sell it to an outsider. Xiao Xian's face was as white as paper. Lanqing, what do you mean by that? Gu Lanqing said, After she returned to the Chow family, we all presumed that it was her salvation, but we never thought that she would be better off without our calculations. Xiao Xin was agitated. Lan Chang, it's not like that. You also know how hard it was for my sister before she came home. We took her back to her side so that she could wear beautiful clothes and eat mountains of food. Gu Lancheng suddenly bent down and forced his head down to look into Xiao Xian's eyes. After she left the country, she didn't spend a penny of our money and still lived a good life. I don't know how many times better than when she was with us. She owns her own business and wears big-name jewelry that I never bothered to buy for her. Xiao Xian blossomed. She looked at Gu Lancheng in horror. So, are you blaming me for not treating her well? But Lancheng, I just love you too much. Is it wrong that I don't want to share my lover with other women? Gu Lancheng said. We're sorry for her. Xiao Xian, we should make it up to her. Xiao Xian reddened her eyes. She has everything nowadays, and we're the poorest ones. What are we going to compensate with? Gu Lancheng was silent. In the past, when he was high and mighty, he had many opportunities to compensate Nianqing. But now Nianqing is the one who is high and mighty, and he is penniless. He no longer had the ability to compensate her. Gu Lancheng moved the important things in the house out of the villa one after another, because there were too many things. Plus the hostess Xiao Xian couldn't help at all, but instead slowed down Gu Lancheng's pace, resulting in Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian not having the time to leave the villa when the new owner came to the door. Nianqing and Gunpowder came to the door, and Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian were stunned when they saw her. How could it be you? Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. Xiao Xian's eyes glittered with jealousy and resentment. Nianqing laughed evilly. Yan Hongsheng gave it to me for free. Grant? Gu Lancheng obviously didn't quite believe it. She and Yan Hongsheng affectionate again. 500 million yuan villa. If it is not a beloved, how could it be given away for free? He suddenly remembered the pendant of the swallow and the rice grain clinging to each other in the city of cycles. He had a questioning look in his eyes. Why would he gift you such an expensive asset? Nianqing, what exactly is your relationship? Nianqing's long eyelashes hung low, casting a shadow under her milky eyelids. It made her look thoughtful. Xiao Sheng presented her with such an expensive gift. In his heart, did he treat her as a sister? Or a loyal partner? In the future, she didn't know what they would become? Gu Lancheng, my relationship with him. You don't care. Nianqing disliked Gu Lancheng nonchalantly. Gu Lancheng's face was ashen. Nianqing's next move made him more than discouraged. He simply collapsed. Chapter 116, Smashing the Marriage House. Gu Xiao collapses. She went straight to the open living room. Sitting on the sofa lazily and casually and crossing her legs, the wild flirtatiousness was so wild that it could not be restrained. Such a flaccid attitude. Just as if she had already taken this villa as her own home. She also picked up the teacup on the coffee table. It was Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian's identical couple's teacup, and Nianqing frowned in disgust before throwing it into the trash. Her actions angered Xiao Xian, and she yelled up at Nianqing. Nianqing, what gives you the right to throw away our things? Nianqing blankly glanced at her with a strong aura. It was as if she was more like an older sister and Xiao Xian was more like a younger sister. I gave you guys a week's time to move. It was you yourselves who didn't value the time. Now that the house handover time has come and gone, anything in this house belongs to me. I'll do whatever I like with it. After saying that, as if she was not relieved, Nianqing threw the picture frame on the coffee table on the floor again. The photo frame made a loud noise and shattered into crumbs. She also instructed Gun Grain, smash all the paintings on this wall for me. After saying that, she fished out a hand hammer from a drawer and handed it to Gong Gel. Goneril raised his hand hammer and went for the picture frame. It was as if she was possessed by Haruai. The sound of things breaking excited her. I smash. I smash. Gu Lancheng's face was pale. Xiao Xian rushed over. Nianqing, you're crazy. These famous paintings are worth a lot of money. Do you know that? Nianqing fiddled with her delicate nails and was contemptuous. Just a few paintings of Qi Baishe. I don't care. If you like, kneel down and kowtow to me a few times. Say a few nice words, and I'll give you charity. Xiao Xian blushed in anger. You, Nensen said, if you can't say it, don't say it. The tone of her voice mimicked Gu Lancheng's former arrogant tone when he had been in a high position for a long time. Gu Lancheng obviously heard her deliberate imitation and sarcasm, and he couldn't hold back. He came over and condemned Nianqing. Once you gain power, you are so complacent. You are not afraid that one day you will be knocked back to your original form. Let's see if you can still laugh. Nianqing laughed even more cheerfully. Gu Lancheng, I've been poor all my life, and I've long been accustomed to a life of indifference. To me, wealth and riches are just icing on the cake. On the contrary, it's you. You've lived a life of fine clothes and food, and you're about to live in poverty. I'm really worried for you. What will you do if you can't go on living? Gu Lancheng looked peaceful. He had never thought that he would really come to the end of his rope. After all, besides being the crown prince, he was also the son of Gu Dong. How could his father really not care about him and let him be reduced to a joke of goos? Do you think my father would allow me to really go to the point of no return? Gu Lanqing's tone was one of relief. Nianqing looked at him playfully, the corners of his lips slightly hooked. Gu Lanqing, then you should wait for your father to come and take over you. Gu Lanqing read a hint of mockery in her micro-expression. Nianqing took the hand hammer from Gong Gel, and then boldly smashed all the furniture in the villa that could be smashed. This villa was, in fact, her and Gu Lanqing's marital home, but she lived a constrained life here, with no room of her own, much less her own checkroom or jewelry cabinet. Whenever there were guests in the house, she had to give up her room to an honored guest, while she had to go to the nanny's room to make do. All the big-name clothes and jewelry were locked. If she wanted to wear them, she still had to apply to Gu Lanqing's assistant. Her personal belongings, on the other hand, were kept in a closet with the maid of the house. Instead, it was Qiao Xin, who had the villa's password in facial recognition, and was able to freely enter and exit this villa. She had her own separate bedroom, separate checkroom, dressing room. The maids in the house looked up to her. Compared to Qiao Xin, she was more like the mistress of the house, and she was just the maid of the house. Nianqing looked at the furniture that proved she had once lived a humble life, and smashed them all in a brainwave. Expensive famous paintings and ornaments, luxurious ornaments, gorgeous frescoes, all without pity, and soon the villa was a wreck. Finally coming upstairs to Qiao Xion's checkroom and Gu Lanqing's bedroom, she threw out the personal belongings of the two and spread them out on the floor as she walked around on them, finally letting the tribute grains all pile up in the garden, pouring gasoline of fire to burn it clean. When she did all this, Gu Lanqing had scarlet eyes, obviously unable to give up those private treasures of his, but his proud heart did not allow him to bow down with Nianqing. He just angrily accused Nianqing. Nianqing, these things didn't invite you to mess with you. Why are you having trouble with them? Because they've been defiled by your eyes and caressed by your dirty hands. So I hate these dirty things. After Nianqing finished speaking, she removed Gu Lanqing's family portrait and then heavily slammed it to the ground. The glass shattered and she stepped hard on Gu Lanqing's face in her high heels. Instantly the photo was poked a hole. Gu Lanqing's self-esteem seemed to fall to the ground. It was ravaged by Nianqing. He mumbled, Nianqing, if you hate me, come at me. What's the use of taking it out on something? Look at you now. You're living like a crazy woman? Nianqing's eyes were red, as if he were a demon of madness. Grinning, his red fiery lips fluttered together. Gu Lanqing, you still remember when I was sick with a fever back then? Your distant cousin came over, and with so many rooms in the house she didn't live in them and had to stay in my room. And you ignored my pleas and forcibly dragged my sick body to move rooms? The embarrassment I felt then. I will give you a taste of it today as well. Gu Lanqing had long since forgotten all of these things, and now that they were mentioned by Nianqing, he was alerted to the fact that he had originally done things that were not very hurtful and extremely insulting to Nianqing. In the past, you were a beggar, and I thought that if I could give you a place to live, you would be content. Gu Lanqing bottomed out. You're the beggar. Nianqing fumed. I was poor then. The clothes I wore were rags, and the food I ate was chaff, but those were all earned by myself with my own hands. I didn't accept food in contempt from others, so who are you to call me a beggar? Nianqing's gaze that glared at Gu Lanqing radiated a cold green light. Gu Lanqing, you wear the guise of a philanthropist, but you simply look down on the general public who live in the lower class. It's disgusting to see such a hypocritical you. Nianqing didn't seem to want to see this dirty thing again even for a second, and she numbly nodded and commanded gunpowder. Gunpowder, shoo the guest. I'm going to rest. Gu Lanqing and Xiao Xian were confused. It was simply not acceptable to be thrown out of your home for a while. Gong Gel swaggered over, his face arrogant and cocky. Both of you, hurry up and get lost. Don't get in the way here. Xiao Xian clenched her teeth in anger. Once you've gained power, the chickens rise. Chapter 117, Third Perspective. Zhoumi's Self-Empowerment. Gu Lanqing lumbered toward the parking lot with Xiao Xian in tow. Sitting in the car, Xiao Xian was out of breath because she was out of breath. She wanted to complain to Gu Lanqing, but looking around at Gu Lanqing's gloomy face, she didn't want to annoy him. She forced herself to endure the discomfort, leaning her head against the back and resting with her eyes closed. Gu Lanqing was silent all the way. The two people who used to talk to each other without a word, now after suffering a change of heart, they were inexplicably a bit detached. After Gu Lanqing sent Xiao Xian to the hospital, Xiao Xian instantly burst into tears when she saw that it was the hospital. Lanqing, I want to go home with you. Gu Lanqing said wearily, stop it, Xin, you're not in good health. And staying in the hospital with a doctor monitoring your condition at all times is the only way I can rest assured. Xiao Xin, however, cried sadly, I'm destined to be sick for the rest of my life. Staying in the hospital. You didn't come to see me for a long time. I feel incredibly lonely. It would be better to die. Gu Lanqing sighed weakly and helplessly. I'm very busy. I can't take care of you if you come home with me. Xin be obedient. When I'm done with this period of time, I'll come pick you up. Jazan just had to compromise. Okay. After settling down with Xiao Xin, Gu Lancheng returned to that cramped home. 120 square feet of Suite 3. Each narrow functional room was simply a depressing and suffocating existence for Gu Lancheng, who had grown up living in a large villa. He threw himself onto the bed in annoyance, staring up at the white ceiling above him, and for the first time he felt powerless. How can you live a good life like this? Once a star-studded man, now a rebel. He's just in love? Is it wrong to love someone with all your heart? He was so tired, physically and mentally, that he soon fell asleep. He had a long dream. In the dream, he was sitting high up on a swivel chair, looking down on the petite Xiaomi. At that time, Xiaomi had just arrived at the Gu family villa, and she was full of longing for everything here, her dark pupils as brilliant as stars. Jomi, if you had a friend who had a very serious illness, would you save her? He hides Jazan's identity and the price he needs to pay for rescuing her. He expected Jomi to be an angel, which would have saved him a lot of trouble. Obviously, Jomi isn't. Xiaomi shook her head without hesitation. Brother Gu, look at me. I'm penniless. What can I take to save others? Gu Lancheng smiled awkwardly. What if what the other person needs is exactly what you have? Like, seeing Jomi's resistant face, he changed his words. Blood transfusions and such. Jomi shook her head. I won't. Gu Lancheng was puzzled. Why? A mere blood transfusion was unacceptable, let alone a kidney transplant. Jomi said despondently. A friend worth melting my own blood into her body is not something I've met so far. Gu Lancheng's face darkened again. He knew that it wouldn't be easy for Jomi to surface. I'm afraid, Jomi wasn't even happy about a blood transfusion, let alone something as big as a kidney donation. It seemed that he couldn't rush things and scare her off. It can only be done slowly. Gu Lancheng began to double the good to Xiaomi. Xiaomi likes to draw. Gu Lancheng gave her a painting class. However, the painting organization was chosen very randomly and the price was cheap. However, with several thousand tuition fees, Xiaomi still felt that the tuition fees were high, and she was even more grateful to Gu Lancheng. The way she returns Gu Lancheng, however, is also very simple and pure. She works hard every day to do housework, mopping the floor and sweeping the floor, and learns to cook as much as she can to give Gu Lancheng a break. One day, she cautiously asked the cleaning maid, Auntie, what is your monthly salary? The maid told her, 4,000 a month. When Jomi heard that, her eyes lit up. That night, she sneaked into Gu Lancheng's study, and in between Gu Lancheng's idle moments, she bravely made a furtive introduction. Big brother Gu, I can also do cleaning work. Gu Lancheng scrutinized her. Want to make money? Jomi shook her head. No, you don't have to pay me. Just distribute some tasks to me so I can pass the time. Her self-esteem was very strong. She just didn't want to accept Gu Lancheng's kindness for nothing, so she wanted to do some work to repay Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng then just assumed that she was bored and casually said, then you watch and do it. Day 2. Jomi woke up early, her spirits lifted, carrying a small bucket and a rag, like a hard-working bee, scrubbing the floor with a clanking shine. The cleaning ants all praised her. You're a rare little girl. You don't mind the dirty work either. Jomi blushed. Auntie, it's good that you don't think I'm stealing your work. I really don't know how to repay Big Brother Gu. He spent a lot of money enrolling in painting classes for me. I don't have the money to pay him back, so I had to pay him in lieu of my labor. You're a good girl. After a period of time, the teacher from the training organization gave feedback to Gu Lancheng, who was the guardian. Xiaomi still has a talent for drawing. We hope she can switch to the professional group. Gu Lancheng glanced at the fee pattern on the wall, the tuition fees for the professional and amateur groups, the content of the classes, and the format of the exams were very different. Gu Lancheng didn't know whether he was afraid of spending money or of asking for trouble. He immediately refused. Xiaomi won't take the professional art route. She must attend high school and take the college entrance exam. Then he took the liberty of stopping Jomi's drawing class. Xiaomi cheerfully arrives at the institution for her class. However, she was told that her painting class was interrupted by Gu Lancheng. She returned to Gu's house disoriented and sat on the stairs and secretly cried a few times. She didn't question Gu Lancheng. After all, she didn't feel qualified to ask Gu Lancheng to give unconditionally for her. It was just that she also didn't have the energy to continue being a hard-working bee. The floors in the house, which had originally been scrubbed clanking by her, began to return to their former extent. Gu Lancheng was no longer slow. He also realized that there was something wrong with Xiaomi. He asked her with rare patience, you don't seem to be in good spirits lately, and you don't do your chores anymore. Is it because you're not feeling well? Xiaomi looked at him fixedly, her beautiful eyes hiding a hidden aggravation, but she still shook her head. No, she's just a parasite, and not causing trouble for others is a strict rule she holds herself to. Gu Lancheng's face did not look good. Then why don't you do your chores? didn't you promise me to do housework? Xiaomi, keep your word. A person who goes back on his word will be disliked. Zhoumi's voice trailed off. I want to go to school. Gu Lancheng didn't even think about it and said, so it's because you want to go to school. You should have said so earlier. I'll have the housekeeper contact the school for you tomorrow. Xiaomi broke into a smile. Thank you, big brother Gu. Gu Lancheng gazed at Xiaomi. This child's joy and sorrow were all shown on her face. It seemed that he hadn't done enough to please her some time ago. Me, big brother Gu is very busy and sometimes it's inevitable that he neglects Ri. You can tell me directly if you need anything. Zhoumi's eyes watered at his comment. I know, she was not an insatiable person, and would not take the initiative to ask for anything from Gu Lancheng, but Gu Lancheng's words warmed her heart. Chapter 118, Shameful and Self-Interested. Xiaomi was grateful for Gu Lancheng's favors, but her way of repaying her was subtle. Since then, she became very concerned about Gu Lancheng. When he came home, she would be the first to hand him his slippers. He was drunk. She learned to cook him sober soup. When he was sick with a fever, the maids in the house were all very euphemistic and subtle and tried to avoid contact with him. But only Xiaomi was not afraid of contagion and foolishly took care of him every day without any clothing. When he had a car accident, she even went to the temple, kneeling down to worship the Bodhisattva, and also sincerely begged the monks to get an open amulet for him. The maids in the house laughed at her. Xiaomi, you're so nice to Gu Xiao. It can't be that you're in love with him, right? Zhoumi blushed with shame and shook her head like a rattle. How could I possibly have such obsessive thoughts? Big brother Gu is an eagle in the sky, and I'm just a melon on the ground. He and I are one in the sky and one on the ground. How can we not be together? Seeing the maid's disbelief, Xiaomi then explained the truth. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any of that in mind for big brother Gu. I'm only being nice to him in order to repay him for sponsoring my education. She had always been a child who knew what she was doing, and the maids naturally believed her. However, her excessive care for Gu Lancheng had instead caused the arrogant and headstrong Gu Lancheng to have a hint of what he shouldn't have. All the women who came into contact with him, who didn't harbor the idea of climbing up the ladder? A girl from a poor family like Xiaomi was only more unscrupulous to achieve her goals. Xiaomi, do you like me? Gu Lancheng wore a black robe with an open neckline, revealing the sexy knot of her throat on some sunny afternoon, blocking Xiaomi, who was bringing her tea. In a corner, Xiaomi opened a pair of innocent and harmless eyes, as bright as a river of stars, and looked at Gu Lancheng. Big brother Gu, of course I like you. Her frankness and brightness, however, made Gu Lancheng a little suspicious. He suspected that the girl might not understand what he called liking. However, the eager Gu Lancheng was unwilling to accept the setback, so he deceived himself and took her liking as that of a man and a woman. Since then, he's always made a point of teasing her from time to time. Zhoumi, what do you like about your brother? Although big brother Gu comes from a famous family, he doesn't have the air of a fop in his body. Instead, he's self-reliant and dedicated to running his own business. When Xiaomi praised Gu Lancheng, the overflowing words were like an endless stream of water. Gu Lancheng was surprised that her admiration for him was merely admiration for his self-improvement and self-reliance. Unlike other girls, who appreciated his luxury cars, his resources, connections. Xiaomi, I didn't expect you to be such a career-minded girl. In the future, big brother Gu will teach you how to do business? Xiaomi was ecstatic. Thank you, big brother Gu. Instead, he made a promise and gave Zhoumi hope. But the long years that followed, the words were like a thunderbolt, a bolt of lightning that just exploded in the vast firmament and then vanished into thin air, as if it had never happened. Gu Lancheng only threw it away? It was probably because Zhoumi was too young, and she was too slow in matters of male and female feelings. Or maybe it was that girls like her, who had a hard time staying alive, were just preoccupied with wanting to improve themselves so that they could have the capital to live well in the future. So she didn't understand Gu Lancheng's various hints of T-words at the end of the day. Gu Lancheng, however, seemed to be unable to wait. He began an active offense against Zhoumi. Me, why are you studying so hard? Because only by studying hard can I find a good job. I can earn a lot of money to repay big brother Gu's favor. Actually, you don't have to work that hard. Brother Gu can support you for the rest of your life. The maid was so frightened that the china in her hand almost fell to the floor. Gu Xiao's attentiveness to Xiaomi was too deliberate. It was a good thing that Xiaomi was stupid. She couldn't figure out Gu Lancheng's ulterior motives. She immediately said with a smile, Big brother Gu, I will remember your kindness to me for the rest of my life, but you pampering me like that isn't really good for me. Instead it will harm me. I'll become slack because of this, consuming a great deal of time while floundering through this life. Gu Lancheng pinched his brow with a headache. He is surrounded by well-behaved women, and those women disguise themselves as saintly white lotuses who are clean and will never be mesmerized by money in order to cater to him. A woman like Zhoumi, coming out of the mire, is supposed to be vulgar, so her self-improvement and self-reliance must be a disguise. Gu Lancheng lost even more patience with Xiaomi. he bared his ambitions directly. Jomi, I have a hairdresser who, after seeing your picture, suspects that you are her long-lost sister. She wants to meet you. Xiaomi stood up in a hectic manner, her face pale. If Gu Lanchang had been able to look at her in a slightly more detailed manner, he would have realized that her body was trembling terribly. Xiaomi's voice was also a bit warily. Big brother Gu, she must have recognized the wrong person. I am the only daughter of my family. Gu Lanchang frowned unhappily. Jomi's lies disgust him. He attributes Jomi's motives for lying to the inferiority of the underclass working masses. He is unwilling to explore the sourness behind her lies. Brother Gu, I still have things to do. Going out first. Jomi fell away. She thought that her refusal was so obvious that she should be able to escape the shackles of fate. But Gu Lanchang, on the contrary, blocked her door to freedom. The next day, he actually brought Xiao Xin home. Dreams that come to an abrupt end. Gu Lanchang suddenly awoke for some reason. It broke out in a cold sweat. For a long time, his mind went blank. When consciousness returned, he felt his limbs burning, so hot with shame. How could he be so self-absorbed once upon a time? Once upon a time, being in authority, he only saw Jomi's deliberate currying of favor with him, and so treated her like one of those women who flattered him. She was treated crossly. Now in the dream it's a third point of view congregational view of the whole situation. Not only did he know that he was an extremely arrogant and narcissistic person, also learned that Jomi's original currying favor with him in the beginning wasn't about liking him or wanting more from him. She was merely trying to replace the tuition he gifted her with through her labor. He gave her so little tuition, yet she worked so hard that she did more work than those paid maids. Counting up, she was the one who had really suffered during her years in the Gu family. Gu Lanchang covered his face with his hands in shame. Heavy sigh. The young and ignorant Jomi, at first, turns out to just want to get serious about his studies and become self-reliant. She was qualified to read through her own labor. She didn't want much, but playfully introduced an ordinary private school to her, and had to painstakingly design a bridge between her and Xiao Xin Xiao's father to recognize her, and scheme to get her kidney. Simply she wanted so little obviously, but threw too much away by knowing him. Chapter 119 Gu Xiao is sick. 1,000 fingers are pointed at him. Gu Lanchang seemed to understand the root of Xiaomi's hatred for him. Perhaps it was because he had not eaten for a long time. Gu Lanchang's stomach was attacked with a vague pain. He held onto the wall and climbed up limply. With difficulty, he moved to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, saw that it was empty, and slammed the refrigerator door shut in anger. Brother Gu, you have a bad stomach, so you must eat on time. There are ingredients in the fridge that I've stuffed for you, all carefully selected by me to nourish your stomach. You're busy at work and don't have time to buy groceries, so remember to let me help you replenish the refrigerator when it's empty. Gu Lanchang's mind was inexplicably stuffed with Jomi's concerned voice. He thought back, the years that Jomi had followed him around, caring for him in every way, and his stomach problems had somehow gotten better. In the years when Xiaomi had left the imperial capital, no one had ever again taken care of him with such a heart of dust, and after he and Xiao Xian had completely let themselves go with each other, and had been fooling around for a while, his stomach problems had found him all over again. During this recent period, he was physically and mentally exhausted, and his poor mood coupled with his poor diet had led to this stomach problem, the worst ever. Soon Gu Lanchang's face turned white from the pain, and he could only crouch on the ground, grabbing his cell phone and dialing 120. He waited desperately for the ambulance on the cold floor, and his temper, which has always been brave and unconvincing, was somewhat compromised. If I had known, I should have listened to Jomi properly. Eat well and sleep regularly. The body is the capital of the revolution. Gu Lanchang waited until the flowers were gone before the ambulance pulled in downstairs. The nurses were on their hands and knees carrying him to the car. He heard their voices discussing him. What a pity, the once so glamorous prince. Now he can only shrink in such a small house, and no one even notices when he is sick. This person, it really is 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. He's getting what's coming to him. Who made him a negative man? You guys don't know how good his ex-wife was to him. When he used to be hospitalized with stomach problems, his wife stayed in bed with him to take care of him, and she even developed a strategy for him to regulate his stomach problems. What time to eat 3 meals and what time to eat between meals, the nutrients in the breakfast food group, and what nutrients to supplement for lunch and dinner, and the making of drinks. More comprehensive than the professional dietitian in our hospital. You guys say such a good wife. He still cheated on his wife within the marriage, and when he divorced, he was still so desperate, not sharing any assets with his ex-wife. A voice with gritted teeth rang out. The so-called person who loses his wife will not be able to get in with 100 fortunes, and people like him will definitely end up with a broken wife. Serves you right. Gu Lanchang had never had a moment as humiliating as this. His fingers curled into fists and his fingertips pierced his skin with force. Luckily the journey was short and he was soon moved to the hospital. He was placed in a general ward and a needle was inserted into his hand. The cold liquid entered his body and his pain slowly disappeared. Bed 4, where is your family? The doctor came to him and inquired routinely. What is it? I can solve it myself. Gu Lancheng didn't want more people to see his mess. The doctor scorned him. You're a patient. Can you take the infusion bottle and pay the bill yourself? Gu Lancheng. He thought about it and finally dialed Gu's mother. When Gu's mother learned that her son was sick and hospitalized, she rushed to the hospital almost non-stop. Seeing her son, who had lost a lot of weight, Gu's mother was heartbroken. She sat in the companion chair, tears streaming down her face before she spoke. What do you say you? How did you get yourself tossed around like that? Gu Lancheng no longer had the pride he once had, and he lowered his head in shame. I heard that you went back to the big flat downtown? Gu's mother asked. Gu Lancheng's voice was dark. I sold the villa. Gu mother's eyes widened. Then she stood up and swung a slap at Gu Lancheng's face. Gu mother's face was one of endless despair. She even trembled badly as she spoke. Do you know what people outside say about you? They all say that you are a loser. A luado that can't be helped. Only I am convinced that my son is just too emotionally oriented. And I believe that you are virtuous. I'm even more convinced that the heavens will not treat you poorly, and that you will definitely be able to get out of your predicament and return to the top. But look what you've done. You've even lost your own home. You're not being kind. You're being stupid. Faced with Gu mother's accusations, Gu Lancheng fell into deep thought. Before this, he also thought that he was emotionally focused and a pure and good person. Just like what Mother Gu said, he should be honored by millions of people to be able to do so. But in the ambulance, those nurses' words were like a thunderbolt that woke him up. He was indeed heavy-handed and kind to Xiao Xian, but he was very abominable to Xiaomi. The sins he created against Xiaomi were his karma. God's retribution for him is that a man who loses his wife will not be able to get $100. Mom, you don't have to feel sorry for me. It's probably karma for what I owe Jomi. Gu's mother roared with excitement. You're an excuse. There are so many people in this world who cheated on their spouses within marriage, and I haven't seen them suffer much bad karma. On the contrary, it's you. But you just counted on Xiaomi for the sake of your sweetheart. But you also gave her so many good memories. God shouldn't give you retribution. Lancel, you need to pull yourself together. Don't make excuses for your fall. Gu mother's motivation mobilized Gu Lancheng's bloodlust. He was tired of being trampled on at will, and he had to get back to the top. Mom, can you lend me some money? I want to start a new business? As if Gu Lancheng had grabbed a piece of driftwood in the sea, the so-called dignity was also abandoned, and the humble pleading appearance of Gu's mother was really heartbreaking to her. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lancheng, your father has deliberately divorced Mom. He has already made a transfer of the family's large assets. There is very little left for me. Mom transferred all the assets on me to your head. This is your last chance to turn over a new leaf. Don't let Mom down. Gu Lancheng gulped. Mom, I know they are all your retirement capital. Don't worry, I will definitely invest them carefully. Definitely let you only make a profit and not a loss. Gu's mother was chuffed. Son, I'm so happy that you've pulled yourself together. However, Mother Gu suddenly thought of something else as she glanced outside the corridor. Suddenly pulling a face, she said, Lancheng, the pension book that Mom gave you is Mom's selfless love for you. You can't give this money to anyone else anymore. Gu Lancheng naturally understood what his mother meant. She was afraid that he would use the money on Xiao Xian. He blushed. Mom, Xianer is still my wife now. Mother Gu sank her face. Oof, I can't afford to like her when I think of the sharp turn in your fortunes after you married her. Mom wants you to divorce her and not be dragged down by her. Gu Lancheng said. Mom, I already owe Xiaomi. If I lose Xiao Xian again, those people out there will only scold me harder. I'll be with Xianer for a long time, and everyone will understand us. Chapter 120, The East Mountain Rises Again. The three-legged race. Mother Gu was speechless. She was still overbearing. Maybe you have a point, but you're just not allowed to give her any of my money. Gu Lancheng could only compromise with Gu mother's forcefulness. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to everything you say. It's always okay. Only then did Gu's mother nod in satisfaction. Mother Gu sorted out her assets and transferred all of them to her son Gu Lancheng, except for the house where she left her retirement. When Gu Lancheng received these assets from the trembling hands of Gu's mother, his mood was incredibly heavy. He warned himself in his heart, Gu Lancheng, no matter what you have to turn over a new leaf. After Gu Lancheng was discharged from the hospital, he devoted himself to his work. He gave up the clothing brand that he and Xiao Xian co-founded. After his relationship brain was cured, Gu Lancheng recognized the reality. Xiao Xian's design talent was completely crushed by Nianqing, and the human resources he could enlist were also seized by Yan Hongsheng. He concluded that there was no longer a place for them in the clothing field, so he chose the field he was best at, artificial intelligence. And there was another important reason why he chose this field. It was also Yan Hongsheng's dominant field. If he fell down here in Yan Hongsheng, he was bound to stand up in Yan Hongsheng Yanqing, defeat Yan Hongsheng in order to regain his dignity. After Gu Lansheng came out of the predicament, he seemed to have honed his heart to be even stronger. He visited all the businessmen he could possibly work with, ignoring their teasing tone and scornful gazes, and against layers of pressure, his company opened up in the end. The media started praising him again, worthy of being the former crown prince. It can only be him who has fallen from the clouds and is still able to stand up. There are also people watching the fun. Gu Lansheng and his half-brother, at the same time, went down to compete for the big piece of pie that is artificial intelligence, and there's a good show to see who's going to win. I'm betting on Yan Hongsheng to win. Some people's comments, however, were particularly innocuous. In this way, the three giants of artificial intelligence, Yan Hongsheng, and the old and new heirs of the Gu clan formed a three-legged situation. Yan Group. Yan Hongsheng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a black tailored suit wrapping his long and straight body in asceticism. He looked down at the building below, his fingers pinching a cigar, a handsome face shrouded in smoke. What a centipede! He inhaled a cigarette and exhaled smoke rings. The whole movement was too elegant to be true. His assistant stood to the side, his stance slightly bent, presenting a fully respectful demeanor towards Yan Hongsheng. Young master, you said that Gu Lansheng. It was hard for us to beat him into the mud, but I didn't expect him to show signs of turning over so quickly. Yan Hongsheng leisurely said, Gu Lansheng, I am truly envious of you, having a good mother. The assistant added, young master, Gu Lansheng has risen again from the east, but chose to go against us. Their Gu family's AI was established earlier than our company after all, and has a thick foundation. If he and second young master Gu join forces against us, I'm afraid we'll suffer a heavy blow. Yan Hongsheng turned around slowly, standing with his back to the light, his handsome face covered by shadows. Gu Lansheng, no matter how many times he gets up, I can knock him down as many times as I can. The assistant squinted his eyes in confusion. For some reason, the young master was particularly hostile to Gu Lansheng. From the first day of business, young master had taken pleasure in striking Gu Lansheng. The assistant was somewhat pessimistic. Young master, Gu Lansheng has learned from his mistakes. I'm afraid that this time he will rise again, and he will definitely be more on guard against us. It will be much harder for us to thwart him again. Yan Hongsheng smiled evilly, seeming to already have a chest. Why bother getting tough with him? My great youth is also very valuable. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste it on him? The assistant then wondered. Don't spend time on him. How do you win him? Yan Hongsheng's expression as he looked at his assistant was like looking at a retard. Finally sighing silently, he patiently teaches him. The Gu family has two sons that are evenly matched. If they are friends, the unity is very powerful. But if they are enemies, then we can reap the benefits. The assistant's eyes lit up, worshipping Yan Hongsheng to the extreme. Young master, it's worthy of you. These two young masters of the Gu family did not grow up under the same mother's knee since they were young, so I'm sure that their brotherly feelings are bound to be less than cordial. We can use a bit of dissociation, and the two of them will surely turn against each other. Yan Hongsheng had a pleased expression of a child being teachable. So next, you'll learn more about the tea master's tea-making skills. Whether or not you can dissociate these two brothers, it's up to you. The assistant tilted her head and arrogantly said. Chairman Gu abandoned his chaff and supported his mistress to the top. I'm afraid I've already angered Gu Lansheng's mother and son. At this time, Gu Lansheng and Gu Dong's relationship is also in jeopardy. Only needing me to use my brain a little bit, I can completely destroy their relationship. I'll sit and wait for your good news. Yan Hongsheng sat on his butt in his office chair. The assistant gaped. What does young master mean by this? Are you just waiting here for my good news? Yan Hongsheng said without lifting his head. Is there a problem? Wasn't it you who said the matter was very simple? The assistant looked embarrassed. Even if it was easier, it would take time to maneuver, right? The assistant was struck by an idea. Right, young master. It seems that Master Yan has arranged a marriage for you. He made an appointment with me about your free time. I've scheduled you for the weekend. Pushed. Yan Hongsheng didn't raise his head. The assistant said, don't, young master. The woman Master Yan introduced you to is a daughter of a worldly family. Can you not understand the master's intentions? He is trying to help you find a virtuous wife. Yan Hongsheng glared at him in a bad mood. I need to sell out my marriage and still develop my career? Put it off. I already have plans for the weekend. The assistant knew his schedule best. Young master, after you've gone to see MS Nianqing on Saturday, the rest of the day is free. Yan Hongsheng said, I'll ask Nianqing to go out for a trip all day. The assistant looked for the big mouth. Young master, you are deliberately making things difficult for the little one. You're making it impossible for me to deliver to the master. Just be honest. The assistant said, MS Nianqing is so much older than you, and MS Nianqing has her heart set on a career. The old master will never believe that you and Nianqing can make it work. Yan Hongshang said. You think so too? The assistant said offhandedly. Everyone thinks so, even MS. Nianqing thinks so. Yan Hongshang's tone suddenly became serious. Things happen for people. The assistant was dumbfounded. Young master, you're pursuing MS. Nianqing for real? Yan Hongshang nodded with a few unseen nods. The assistant was so embarrassed that her toes were about to dig out a big set of 3. Young master, I thought you let Miss Nianqing be your girlfriend, but it was just a business marketing model. Commercial marketing? Yan Hongshang was staggered. Right. If young master and Miss Nianqing were to present themselves as boyfriend and girlfriend, in the eyes of your enemies, you would be a strong combination, and it would definitely make your nemesis jealous of the two of you. Chapter 121 Hongshang's Blind Date, Makeup Avoidance. Yan Hongshang was stunned, those seductive eyes covered in a layer of open-mindedness and transparency. Nianqing must think so too? It seems that my road to chasing my wife is somewhat long. Yan Hongshang muttered to himself. It fell on the ears of the assistant, but the assistant was shocked out of his wits. In his opinion, Miss Nianqing, who has been a beggar, dragged down by her family, divorced, and lost a kidney, is already full of holes, and his young master is the highest-priced noble son in the family of the plutocrat, who not only has a high value, but also has a high IQ, and is even more treacherous, and is simply a wunderkind. How can Ms. Nianqing be worthy of her own young master? The assistant only choked for Yan Hongshang. Weekend. Nianqing then received a text message from Yan Hongshang. Sister, an extra shift today? Nisan loves his work and agreed without thinking. Yeah, then can sister come to the house to pick me up for a bit? Yan Hongshang got an inch, willing to serve the boss. Nianqing revealed a pleasant and relaxed mindset. Then I'll wait for my sister at home. Okay, I'll be right over. Nianqing drove the car and arrived at the entrance of the Yan family villa. The security guards at the door booth had some strange expressions when they saw Nianqing. They opened the door for Nianqing with a smile, but when Nianqing's car left slowly, Nianqing heard 2 security guards whispering, "Today is the Shura, and there is bound to be a good show. This one comes from such a poor background and is also divorced. Even if she is good looking, at best she is worthy of being young Master Yan's young mistress. Young Master Yan would never let this kind of woman in. It's already her good fortune to be young Master Yan's lover. I heard that young Master Yan spent a few $100 million on her even to coax her." Nianqing's face was quite ugly. She backed the car up and the 2 security guards were stunned into silence. Nianqing parked the car in front of them, then told them brightly, "Your young Master Yan and I are merely business partners. He spends money for me, and I work for him. You guys see that I'm as tired as a dog every day. Do you think there are any canaries in this world that rely on hard labor?" The 2 security guards were so ashamed that they lowered their heads and apologized. "I'm sorry, Miss Nianqing. We were joking." Nianqing said, "This joke is not funny. It hurts my self-esteem too much. It's obvious that my mother relies on her strength to eat, and you guys have to say that I rely on my face to eat. Is this a humiliation for me? I'm sorry. Nianqing had to be forgiven. She drove off in her car. The 2 guards wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Do you think it's true what she said? Who believes that? A few $100 million. Young Master Yan hasn't spent a few $100 million on other women? Her relationship with young Master Yan is by no means unusual, but this Miss Nianqing has a pretty good temper. It's nice. We slander her so much and she doesn't lose her temper like the other women." Nianqing parked her car in the above-ground parking lot and wanted to personally go upstairs to greet Yan Hongshang, but the words of the 2 security guards still gave her a wake-up call. She should just maintain some social distance from Yan Hongshang, lest she be misunderstood about their relationship. So she sat in the car and took out her cell phone to dial Yan Hongshang. "Show, I'm already here. Come up." Yan Hongshang's 2 short words were wrapped in an ineffable sense of oppression. Nianqing wanted to say something else, but the other side had already hung up. Nianqing could only push open the car door, stepping on her high heels and walking gracefully towards the Yan family's main courtyard. The Yan family seemed to be very lively today. Harmonious talk and laughter could be heard from the main hall from a distance. The voice was so loud that it was hard for Nianqing to ignore it. "Ms. Hua has both talent and looks, which is very much to my liking. If Miss Hua doesn't mind, please give my Hongshang a chance. Perhaps Miss Hua will fall in love with my Hongshang. After all, you're of similar age and should have a lot in common." Miss Hua's voice as clear as a yellow warbler came out. "Grandpa Yan, I can say the ugly words up front. I, for one, have a very high vision. If your grandson, is not good looking and has a reckless belly, I won't like him." Master Yan was amused by her bluntness. "Ha ha, whether my grandson is good looking or not, smart or not, you'll naturally understand when you see him. I think Miss Hua won't be disappointed." As Nianqing passed by the entrance to the main hall, she couldn't help but be curious about this Miss Hua, and she sneaked a glance at Miss Hua through the doorway. She was immediately attracted by Miss Hua's bright temperament. Such an innocent girl with eyebrows as clean as a cloudless blue sky. It was as if they had never been polluted in any way. Seeing her, Nianqing could only think of 2 words, so nice. Only a girl as clean and innocent as this is worthy of Yan Hongsheng. No wonder, in her last life, she was the only woman who could stand by Yan Hongsheng's side. Nianqing's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, scaring Nianqing into fleeing. She covered her phone and left the hall before she dared to take it out. The phone call was from Yan Hongsheng, and just as Nianqing connected, she heard Yan Hongsheng's breathless voice, "Sister, you're not lost, are you? How come you haven't come up for so long?" Nianqing honestly said, "Xiao Shang, I just saw your daughter-in-law." Yan Hongsheng's tone instantly became bad. "Sister, I'm still unmarried." Nianqing covered his mouth in shock, almost gave it away. Yan Hongsheng and Miss was destiny and this life hasn't even begun yet. Nianqing hurriedly changed his words. "No, I mean I saw the daughter-in-law your grandfather found for you. There's not even a single word on the 8 characters. What makes you so sure she's my daughter-in-law?" A dash Nansen slapped his mouth, which was always giving away information. "Xing, you'll like this girl when you see her. She is very pretty and straightforward." "Yes?" Yan Hongsheng suddenly appeared in front of her. Nianqing was shocked out of his expression when he saw him. She'd never wanted to see such a disheveled Yan Hongsheng, with greasy hair that stuck together and had snow dust on it. The obviously milky white skin was also mashed into an uneven wheat color, with spots in many places. The baggy clothes on his body were even more severely ill-fitting. "Show, who made this makeup for you?" Yan Hongsheng muttered. "I had asked you to come earlier to help me with my makeup, but you came so late that I had to do it myself." Nianqing couldn't help but laugh. "It seems like you still value this blind date quite a bit. You even put on your own makeup. However, your makeup skills need to be improved." She thought that Yan Hongsheng had accidentally ruined his makeup. "Xiao Shang, go wash your face. Sister will help you with your makeup, and I promise to make you look handsome and extraordinary." The corners of Yan Hongsheng's lips hooked up slightly. "Who wants to be handsome and extraordinary? There's no time left. We're running late. I think credit is more important than a handsome and extraordinary face," Yan Hongsheng said. After saying that, he pulled Nianqing towards the hall. Chapter 122 Hongsheng's Blind Date. Nianqing's Assists. Nianqing felt puzzled. "Xiao Shang, today you have a blind date. Just leave the work at hand to me. Work is important. After we meet grandfather, we'll set off immediately," Yan Hongsheng said with a flourish. Nianqing glanced at his strange look. Whether it's a blind date or an appointment with a business partner, then he should pay attention to his appearance. Nianqing was still in a daze, and the next moment, she was pulled into the hall by Yan Hongsheng to be the toolman. "Grandpa, Nianqing and I have come to see you." He pressed Nianqing's head and bowed to young Master Yan in unison with him. Master Yan's face was quite ugly when he saw Nianqing. However, he is an old fox, avoiding the important and explaining the relationship between Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng to the Hua family. "Assistant Xiao, Hongsheng has already reached adulthood. In the future, you should let go of him and let him practice on his own. There's no need to follow him closely at all times." Nianqing came to an epiphany. She hurriedly cleared the air with Yan Hongsheng. "Master Yan, I'm here to pick up young Master Yan to go to work." Master Yan smiled with a wide brow, but when he saw Yan Hongsheng's strange look, his face fell again. "Hongsheng, what the hell are you doing?" Yan Hongsheng pretended to be confused. "Grandpa, I primped for a long time today. How is it? Isn't it very manly?" Master Yan covered his eyes. "You are really drawing a blank." Miss Hua on the side scrutinized Yan Hongsheng and kept shaking her head. "Grandpa Yan, didn't you say that brother Yan is handsome and talented? How come the brother Yan I see is so ordinary?" Nianqing was afraid that Yan Hongsheng would miss this good marriage, and hurriedly rounded up for Yan Hongsheng. "Miss Hua, Yan young master he was just sealed by his poor makeup technique today," he said. "God's face." Yan Hongsheng, however, suddenly wrapped her into his arms, one hand powerfully covering Nianqing's mouth. His mouth breathed hot air by her ear. "Sister, words are not enough." Nianqing closed his mouth resentfully. When Master Yan saw their cuddling antics, he instantly blackened his face with anger. Miss Hua was also open-minded. Seeing her blind date, the other person didn't seem to be her favorite type, and immediately politely refused Master Yan. "Grandpa Yan, brother Yan does have an extraordinary temperament, but brother Yan is not my favorite type. This blind date, I think we should just forget about it." Master Yan blackened his face and glared at Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng pulls an excuse to hurry away. "Grandpa, Nianqing and I still have very important work to complete, so I'll leave today. I'll be sure to apologize to Sister Hua some other day." Master Yan was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. Instead, Master Hua was open-minded. "Work is important. Let him go." Master Yan could only wave him away. When Yan Hongsheng sat in Nianqing's car, he couldn't wait to borrow something from Nianqing. "Sister, where's your makeup bag? Lend it to me." Nianqing looked at him quizzically and tossed in his bulging makeup bag. Yan Hongsheng pulled open his makeup bag and found the makeup remover oil, roughly pouring a lot of it in his palms, then rubbing his hands together and rubbing hard on his face. Nianqing stared at him blankly, quite certain at the moment. You're scandalizing yourself on purpose. Yan Hongsheng will not pretend this time. I just wanted to test whether the other party would judge people by their appearance. Now the test has come out. That MS. Hui is a commoner who judges people by their appearance. Nian Shang said bitterly, Xiao Shang. The initial beauty of love begins with love at first sight. Everyone likes things that look good. There's nothing wrong with that. And added, that Miss Hua is not only pretty, but also has a lively nature, and her family background is said to be very powerful. So if you're with her, your path should be much smoother in the future. Yan Hongsheng said, I can earn my own riches. The wife I find can't just like me in all my glory. She must also like me at my most wretched. Nian Qing, however, said with great certainty, Xiao Shang, you won't have a wretched time. In a few years, Yan Hongsheng would stand at the top of the pyramid, becoming an existence that the world would look up to. How can such a person be in a state of distress? Yan Hongsheng gazed at Nianqing, his eyes deep in color. Sister, I was actually wolfish once. Nensen looked at him in shock. The teenager's eyes were like stars, untainted by dust. Nian Shang laughed, Xiao Shang, everyone has their moments of woe. In her opinion, Yan Hongsheng is exactly the age of a young man who does not know the taste of sadness, and who is strong to say sadness for the sake of new sorrows. But the next second Yan Hongsheng's voice was incomparably low. It's very lousy, very lousy. His look was instantly filled with loneliness, despondency. Nianqing's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by something, and the pain of nerves ran to every corner of his body. She suddenly stretched out her hand to hold Yan Hongsheng's. Xiao Shang, it's all in the past. Sister, Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian, can they be your past? His voice was soft. Nensen looked at him in shock. Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian brought her pain. That is to take her kidney, cheat her body, but also calculated her favorite daughter's life, and ultimately will be in the prime of life to poison her to the point of suicide. It's a blood feud between them. Yan Hongsheng is so young, what kind of hatred could be as bad as hers? Or is he just a vindictive, ruthless man at heart? Nensen exhaled. Xiao Shang, sister lives in hatred, so she lives a miserable life. But sister doesn't want you to live a life like mine. Yan Hongsheng said, Sister, when will you be able to let go of your hatred and start living again? Come back and preach to me again. Nianqing was dumbfounded. After Nianqing sent Yan Hongsheng to the destination clubhouse, she was only going to wait for Yan Hongsheng in the car. After all, the field of artificial intelligence that Yan Hongsheng was negotiating with the other party was a field that she had not dabbled in. She did not want to influence them. Who knew that Yan Hongsheng was begging her? Sister, the big brother we're going to see today. He's the king of smart chips. Our AI company needs to work with him for the long term. But Gu Group has some friendship with him, and the probability is that his heart is biased towards working with Gu Lancheng. Nianqing said, You want to pry Gu Lancheng's corner? Yan Hongsheng did not hide his ambition at all. Yes, I've done a lot of preparations to get this cooperation opportunity. I know that this big brother is a daughter-favoring fiend, and his daughter is a fashion blogger. Sister, you accompany me up there. If you can coax his daughter's happiness, I think this business deal will be half done. Yan Hongsheng had begged Nianqing for help in such a humble manner, and Nianqing categorically had no reason not to help. She read to herself, a fashion blogger, then picking up her own bag, she got out of the car right after Yan Hongsheng. The two men entered the clubhouse, one after the other. The clubhouse attendant treated Yan Hongsheng respectfully upon seeing him. Young master, the room has been prepared for you. Yan Hongsheng nodded. Without my permission, there is no need to come in and disturb us. The waiter nodded as if he were pounding garlic. Yes, yes, yes. Nianqing looked at Yan Hongsheng, who had a powerful aura, and surprisingly did not know when he had become so intimidating. At that moment she had to sigh, the boy was really growing up. Chapter 123, A Misadventure. Yan Xiao holds back the grievance. Yan Hongsheng put his hands in his pants pockets and walked forward with his head held high. Nianqing hung his head and followed him. Two people, one tall and one short, one with an invincible aura, one soft and sweet, surprisingly harmonious. Yan Hongsheng walked a few steps and realized that Nianqing had fallen behind. He stopped and waited for her. Seeing this, Nianqing hurriedly drew up his legs to catch up. Sorry, my legs are too short to keep up with you. Nianqing dragged Yan Hongsheng's leg, and she felt a little embarrassed. Yan Hongsheng looked down on her from above, his gaze falling on the heavy computer bag on her shoulder. Give me the bag, he ordered. Nianqing said, Make no mistake, I am the assistant. You are the president. If I don't backpack and let the president backpack, I'll be scolded for playing a big game. Yan Hongsheng directly removed it, slinging it over his shoulder. Then with a leathery smile, he said, You're as tall as the bag, so are you carrying it, or does it carry you? Nenson was dumbfounded and almost self-conscious. Yan Hongxing couldn't help but hook his lips in a snicker as he watched her dumbfounded appearance. This time, he didn't leave Nianqing alone and stride away, but walked side by side with Nianqing. Two people came to the suite booked in advance. The suite was set with a round marble dining table, filled with a variety of delicacies and treasures, as well as candles, flowers in full bloom. The atmosphere was baked extraordinarily romantic and cozy. It was like a candlelight dinner for a young couple. The guests haven't arrived yet. Nianqing looked at Yan Hongsheng doubtfully, reminding him with some apprehension. Xiao Shang, this Eustoma and Lavender, with their unique floral language. I'm afraid they are not suitable for negotiation occasions. Yan Hongsheng played dumb and asked her. Oh, sister knows their flower language? Nianqing said. The flower language of Eustoma is eternal love, symbolizing perseverance and waiting for love. And the flower language of Lavender is waiting for love. Yan Hongsheng seemed to be enlightened as he said. So that's how it is. But let Nianqing reasoning a whole lot. Yan Hongsheng is one ear in one ear out. Sister, you are a fashionista, so you will study the culture of flower words. But our guest today is an older man and a practical entrepreneur who will not explore the words of this flower and that flower. Nianqing always felt that something was wrong. The usual Yan Hongsheng, that had a compulsion to pursue perfection. Anything that passed through his hands, he would never allow any flaws to appear. Is it possible that men are less caring about flowers? Again, Nianqing felt that he was making a big deal out of it. She chose a corner seat and sat down. Who knew that Yan Hongsheng, after pacing back and forth in the room twice, would also sit next to her in Shanshan? Nianqing looked at him, his eyes dodged, then raised his wrist to look at his watch and spat at the collaborator. Why haven't you come yet? With such no sense of time, I see no need to cooperate. Nenson laughed. You've rarely been as sullen as you are today. Yan Hongxing's body stagnated slightly. You see? He leaned toward him. Nianqing said, Xiao Shang, are you in love with MS? Hua, look at how you've put on and taken off makeup today, and now you're soulful, clearly the look of someone who's fallen in love. Yan Hongsheng opened his mouth. What does this have to do with Miss Hua? He is clearly suffering from a lack of comfort because of her. However, as soon as Yan Hongxing's words fell, a sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The door to the suite is suddenly pushed open, and Master Huasan and his precious daughter Hua Xiaoru are caught off guard. Nianqing jokes at Yan Hongsheng in a low voice. Xiao Shang, so the Eustoma flowers and lavender are for MS. Hua, how true, quite romantic. Yan Hongsheng was speechless. Nianqing greeted him. Mr. Hua, my president has been waiting for you for a long time. Third Master Hua had a confused look on his face. The person he had agreed to meet today was not Yan Hongsheng, but Gu Lancheng. He tried to pull Hua Xiaoru away, but it was as if the sculpture had taken root, and Third Master Hua couldn't pull her away. Hua Xiaoru's gaze is projected straight onto Yan Hongsheng. After removing his makeup and taking off his ill-fitting clothes, at this moment it is as if a heavenly god has descended to the earth. His entire body degrees of golden light, and his entire body is glowing. Fair and aristocratic skin, delicate eyebrows, and a tight jawline. The arrogance overflowing from that palm face and the elegance of his hands and feet instantly made Hua Xiaoru fall into a dead end with a glance. Is it Brother Yan? Hua Xiaoru asked. In fact, she wasn't quite sure if a mesmerizingly handsome man in front of her was the scruffy young Master Yan she had just seen, but after her gaze swept over Nianqing, she was almost certain that they were the same person. Yan Hongsheng gave a vague answer. My brother and I are both surnamed Yan. Never would take the initiative to call Yan Qiruwei brother. This would be to push people out as a shield when he called more than anyone else. It's really a great man who can give and take. Hua Xiaoru was not stupid and changed her questioning style. Are you Yan Hongsheng? Yan Hongsheng threw a look of help at Nianqing. Nianqing understood that the little teenager was in love and couldn't resist such a fierce attack, so he was shy. Nianqing entertained Hua Xiaoru's father and daughter on behalf of Yan Hongsheng. Ms. Hua, come in and sit down first. Take your time to talk, and added in a snake-like manner. The president has been waiting for you for a long time. Master Huasan hesitated. After all, the person he had an appointment with was Gu Lancheng. After thinking for a split second, Master Huasan came to a clear understanding that there was nothing more important than allowing his daughter to pursue her lifelong happiness. So Master Huasan and Hua Xiaoru entered the house and took their seats. As Nianqing closed the door, suddenly a sinister figure flashed in front of him, familiar to the core. When Nianqing saw the identity of the visitor clearly, her face stiffened. Gu Lancheng was standing in the doorway, his gaze glaring at her grimly, as if she had robbed him of an important treasure. Nianqing wasn't used to him either, and just closed the door behind him. Gu Lancheng ate the closed door. He looked at the door panel with hidden anger. Master Huasan was clearly his guest, yet he was cut off by Yan Hongsheng? Abominable. Nianqing returned to his seat, only to find that the atmosphere of a few people was strangely chic. Yan Hongsheng stared straight at Nianqing, and the look in his eyes seemed to be suffocating. Grandpa Yan really didn't lie to me. Brother Yan turned out to be so good-looking. Hua Xiaoru's eyes were beaming with red stars as she looked at Yan Hongsheng with great fascination. Nianqing replied enthusiastically to Hua Xiaoru. Young Master Yan participated in a reality show and gained nearly 10 million fans overnight. The amount of fans he has now is in no way inferior to those top streamers. In order to make this marriage work, she exalted Yan Hongsheng. My young Master Yan is the man of the people. Hua Xiaoru looked at Yan Hongsheng shyly. Brother Yan is much more handsome than those top stream stars. Chapter 124, Waiting for Love. Waiting for a career. Nianqing doggedly agreed. That's right. Ms. Hui is youthful and beautiful. And my family's president Yan is really a man and a woman. The two of you. She stretched out her two thumbs and made a pairing gesture. But Yan Hongsheng suddenly threw a stern cold light. The eyes were fierce like eye daggers. Nianqing immediately lost color. She looked at him in disbelief with a few aggravations in her eyes. Was there an assistant who was so obliging as her? Not only was she on call to be his chauffeur, but she also had to worry about his life's events. How could he still not appreciate this? Yan Hongsheng looked at the tangerine on the table. His good mood gone, he called the waiter and ordered, "Remove the candles, the flowers." Confused, Nensen muttered, "Isn't that appropriate?" Yan Hongsheng, however, had already packed up his little emotions and resumed the bold and sharp man he was in the mall. "Uncle Hua-san, long time no see." Hua Third Master laughed. "Xian nephew, I was seriously not expecting that, but just a few years of not seeing, you have grown into the appearance of an adult. I've heard that the clothing brand you founded is a particular bestseller." Yan Hongsheng glanced at Nianqing and said, "To be honest, I created the clothing brand purely as a way to help my family. My true ambition is in the field of intelligence." Third Master Hua was shocked. "Oh, I can't believe I didn't know that Xian nephew was also interested in the field of intelligence." However, Master Huasan's intention to cooperate was Gulanchang, and his conversation with Yan Hongsheng could only be shallow, but he is too ignorant of Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng is a 1,000-year-old fox, 10,000-year-old chatty. How can he let go of the fat meat in his hand? It seems that Uncle Huasan is truly old. He doesn't know much about the development of the intelligence field in the imperial capital. 3 years ago, Gulanchang was the king bomb of the intelligence field. 2 years ago, Gulanchang's intelligence company was split in half by his half-brother. Gu's intelligence cake went from whole to zero. The zero here refers to Gulanchang and his stepbrother each starting over. And now, the Ace Smart technology is in my Genesis group. Hua Third Master more or less looked down on the young Yan Hongsheng. He felt that Yan Hongsheng's self-proclaimed trump card was more or less young and ignorant. He simply didn't know how low-key a person Yan Hongsheng was in his bones. With Genesis Group's current strength, saying something like that was already very self-effacing. Hua Sancher has full confidence in Gulancheng. Lancheng he has experience of success. I believe he will be able to build on his success this time and create another brilliant career. Yan Hongsheng poured wine for Third Master Hua. Third uncle is really lifting him up. With me around, Gulancheng won't be able to get ahead in this life. Third Master Hua's hand holding the wine glass trembled violently, and the wine inadvertently spilled. Hongsheng, intelligent machines, but they need our Lingfeng Group's intelligent chips and drivers. With our Lingfeng Group strongly supporting Lan Chang, he won't lose, Yan Hongsheng said. By the time supply exceeds demand and the goods accumulate in the warehouse, not only will Gu Lanchan lose, but Lingfeng Group will also lose. Master Huasan said, Lancheng's products used to be snapped up as soon as they hit the market. How could they not be sold out now? Yan Hongsheng said, because Gu Lancheng's products, whether in terms of quality, performance, or quality control, will be crushed to death by our Genesis. Huasan Jun was half convinced. What about the chip and driver? Which is better, the chip and driver used by Genesis, or the one used by Gu? That's the only thing Genesis lost to Gu. Huasan Yuan smiled in relief. Chips and drives are the most core technology of intelligent products. Xian Nephew's chips and drives are not as good as Lancheng's, so how can the performance of this product be as good as his? Yan Hongsheng said arrogantly, who says my chip is inferior to his? Master Huasan said, didn't you say that yourself? Yan Hongsheng said definitively, it's the same. It's just that because it didn't surpass Gu, I'm ruling this one as a loss. Master Huasan's face changed instantly. This is impossible. He explained, the chip and driver that Gu used were the best chips from the Symphony Wind Group. That's a Rue Long chip and a descending dragon drive that can't be made by any other company in the world. Yan Hongsheng said lightly, we, Genesis, also use the Rue Long brand. Does Uncle Huasan think there's a problem? Master Huasan froze. How did you do that? Obviously we didn't work together? Yan Hongsheng said, it's not like the Rue Long chips that Lingfeng Group makes every year are only provided to Gu. Huasan understood in a second. Only 1/3 of the chips and drives produced by Lingfeng Group every year are provided to Gu. The remaining all flow to some retailers. Is Xian Nephew gathering the chips of these retailers? Master Huasan couldn't say anymore. Gu Lancheng had signed a sales restriction agreement with him to prevent his products from being squeezed by other brands. Lingfeng could only sell to one of his listed companies. However, those small and medium-sized retail businesses in the market were not included in the limit. He suddenly felt that Yan Hongsheng was terrifying. It's true that the latter is a good thing. Yan Hongsheng raised his wineglass and touched Third Master Hua's. Third uncle, don't blame Xian nephew for not reminding you. Gu Lancheng has already collapsed his house once, and there is always the possibility of a second collapse. Once Gu Lancheng collapses, his company will follow. At that time, the Rue Long chips you made for him will be squeezed in the warehouse and become scrap metal. Master Huasan tilted his head and poured all of the liquor into his mouth. Many thanks for the reminder, Xian nephew. All through the scene, Yan Hongsheng didn't beg for Huasanjuan's cooperation. Instead, Master Huasan was the first to move. Xian nephew, I wonder if Uncle San has this honor to visit your Genesis group, Nianqing hurriedly said. Choosing a day is not as good as bumping into it. Third Master Hua, after the meal is over, it just so happens that President Yen will be making a trip back to the company as well. Why don't you go with President Yen on this trip, and let President Yen personally help you explain the company's mode of operation? Master Huasan hesitated for an instant. He also made an appointment with Gu Lancheng today. Hua Xiaoru doesn't want to be separated from Yan Hongsheng. She hugs Master Huasan's hand and pouts with Master Huasan. Dad, just say yes. Only then did Master Huasan make a decision. Alright. He took out his cell phone and sent Gu Lancheng a text message to cancel the meeting. Gu Lancheng stood in front of the high floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the flourishing scene of the imperial capital. At one time he was the king standing at the top of the pyramid, and although he had gone through a crumbling marriage that had taken a toll on his personal image, he was sure that with his iron hand, regaining that position was just around the corner. He is confident in his smart company. When Huasanjuan's SMS rang, Gu Lancheng saw Huasanjuan's text message about canceling the meeting and immediately turned blue. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that an ironclad alliance like his and Master Huasan could still be intercepted by Yan Hongsheng, and his biggest assist was still his once despicable ex-wife, Nianqing. Gu Lancheng was so angry that he clenched his fists, and the veins on his fists were throbbing. He's doing it with all his assets this time, and he can't afford to lose. Chapter 125, Happy to be a red bride, hard to open your heart. After the meal was over, Hua Xiaoru pulled on Yan Hongsheng's sleeve and pouted vigorously. Brother Yan, I want to ride over in your car? Yan Hongsheng's face was devoid of any emotion or temperature. Nianqing shook his head helplessly. Obviously in his previous life, Yan Hongsheng and Hua Xiaoru were a very loving couple. They had also participated in several large-scale television interviews hand-in-hand as a couple, and the two were the nation's most favored pair of CPs. Unexpectedly, when they first met, it was Miss Hua who was head over heels. Nianqing is very anxious about this elm lump of Yan Hongsheng and simply agrees for Yan Hongsheng. Ms. Hua, if you don't give up, take a car with us. Hua Xiaoru nodded with a leap of faith. Thank you, assistant sister. Then she took the lead in the back seat of the car. Yan Hongsheng lifts his foot but walks over to the driver's seat, and when Nianqing sees Hua Xiaoru's face droop, he rushes over to Yan Hongsheng as if it were a bolt of lightning and reminds him in a low voice, "Where is the president to drive? It's better for me to drive." Yan Hongsheng questioned her driving skills. Can you do it? Nianqing has actually only had his driver's license for a short time. There is still some insurmountable psychological gap in driving, but she had suffered too much in society, and knew that starting a business in Meeting Bowl was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she couldn't afford to drop the ball at the critical moment. I'll do it. Yan Hongsheng hesitated for an instant and tossed her the car keys. Then he headed for the passenger side. Nianqing sat in the driver's seat, eyes and nose, slowly opened the car. The gas pedal, the clutch is always slowly in place. The car is like a snail on the road. She was afraid that Ms. Hua would see that her assistant's business skills were not up to snuff and that this would affect her ability to question Yan Hongsheng's ability to employ people, so she tensed her nerves along the way and didn't dare to desert. But Yan Hongsheng made fun of her. Nianqing, can you drive faster? The car is running slower than a snail, and it's already dark when we arrive at the Genesis group. Nianqing secretly poked and glared at him with his eyes. Hua Xiaoru was really smart. Brother Yan, the assistant you found, how come his driving skills are so bad? Your safety is a big issue. How about a new assistant? Yan Hongsheng said. This life will not be exchanged. Hua Xiaoru's face changed instantly. Why are you so special to her? Yan Hongsheng said. Because she was already special to me. Nianqing was in a cold sweat. She glared at him. Speak properly. Yan Hongsheng looked away from the window. Just don't look at Nianqing's resentful face. Nianqing could only prove her innocence and opened her mouth to explain. Ms. Hua, don't misunderstand. President Yan hired me as an assistant simply because I was kind to him. He pitied me for being poor and unable to find a job, so he kept me by his side to do odd jobs and run errands. Hua Xiaoru scrutinized Nianqing. Nianqing is very beautiful. She is about 1 meter 6, although belongs to the petite size, but her skin white glowing, as if the porcelain cannot see the slightest flaw, smooth as porcelain. The open almond eyes are dynamic and varied, making her age seem young. A face round, with delicate features, very harmonious proportions, especially when smiling with a curved brow and a harmless appearance, innocent enough to be protective. Hua Xiaoru obviously didn't believe all of her words. Assistant sister, you're so pretty, you could totally be a star and get a high salary. Why do you want to be a little assistant to Brother Yan? With a flash of her mind, she had the idea of breaking up Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng. Sister, I know a big director who likes pure beauties like you the most. I can introduce you guys to each other and guarantee that you'll be cast as his big female lead. Nianqing couldn't offend the daughter of his collaborator, so he said perfunctorily, that's really appreciated. A disgruntled sound spilled from Yan Hongsheng's throat. Poof. Nianqing and Hua Xiaoru looked at him in unison. Big pie faces don't work in the mirror, Yan Hongsheng said coolly. Nianqing touched his face. My face isn't fat? Hua Xiaoru said. Although my sister's face is a bit baby fat, she doesn't have any flab. It's very photogenic. Yan Hongsheng turned his head to look at Nianqing, and although his angle only allowed him to see the side of his face, that angelic visage was truly mind-blowing. He thought of this face if he were to be a star and be seen by many people. Really want to be an actor? He asked. Nianqing couldn't brush off the golden master's good intentions. Nodding his head, he said, aha. Yan Hongsheng then thought that she really wanted to be an actress and said, turn around and I'll open a movie and TV company. I'll sign you. Nensen. Hua Xiaoru was puzzled. Why do you have to be Nianqing's sister's A-side? Brother Yan? A word to the wise. Nianqing is also secretly surprised. She is a clothing designer. Xiao Shang will create a clothing brand. She is a star. He opened a movie and television company. What does he have in mind? Yan Hongsheng said, I can also be her B-side. Nianqing almost choked on her saliva. How could she be capable of conquering this great god to work for her? Between a few people talking and laughing, the car finally arrived at Genesis Group. Master Huasan was already waiting at the door. At the moment he was carefully scrutinizing the Genesis building. The Genesis Group was as young as his founder. It was because it was new that the building structure, materials and construction were very top-notch. Master Huasan looked at the imposing tall building inside. For the Genesis Group to be in such a foreign building, it is evident that its strength is not bad. Yan Hongsheng walked up to him and happened to hear Third Master Hua's sentiments. Yan Hongsheng corrected, Uncle Hua, this entire tall building belongs to the Genesis Group. Moreover, Genesis Group also has an identical tall building overseas. Master Huasan opened his mouth wide in shock. This building is bigger than the volume of Gu, Si and Yen, all centuries-old conglomerates. It has to cost a lot of money, right? Hongsheng, does Genesis Group really need such a large place? Between the words, there was some disapproval of Yan Hongsheng's habit of waving money around. Hua Xiaoru whispers, Dad, if Brother Yan is short of money, our family can sponsor him. The party in question, Yan Hongsheng, had no reaction. The little assistant, Nianqing, however, seemed to have won the first-class lottery and was thrilled. The whole face is an old motherly smile of relief. Patting the horse's ass, my president can get Miss Hua's favor. It's really a blessing in disguise. Yan Hongsheng lifted Nianqing, who was moving toward Hua Xiaoru's side, back and warned her quietly. Sister, I don't eat soft food. Nianqing gave him a blank look. How many men want to eat it and still can't? Don't be born in a blessed place and not know what's good for you. Yan Hongsheng was speechless. Nianqing saw his bitter and hateful look at himself, and patted his shoulder to appease him. Mr. Yan, to be a son-in-law is good. The car and house do not need you to buy. You will carry a bag to the door, and your wife to live a small life without shame and impatience. How many people can't envy you? Yan Hongsheng's handsome face was ironic. I can't afford a garage? Why sell your body to save a garage? Nensen. Poof. Yan Hongsheng whisked his sleeve away. Nensen, is this guy on firecrackers today? Chapter 126, White Moonlight Present. Hongsheng rejected. Although Yan Hongsheng brushed off Hua Xiaoru's face, the more he looked at Yan Hongsheng, the more he liked him. This child has ambition. He admired men who were self-reliant and self-supporting, but it was a pity that most of the rich second-generation members of the gentry chose to sell out their marriages in order to consolidate their careers, including himself. The fact that Nianqing had offended her boss didn't affect her enthusiasm to work hard for him at all. She attentively made a pleased gesture to Master Huasan. Master Huasan and Hua Xiaoru walk ahead, and Nianqing is about to lift his foot to follow when his cell phone rings suddenly. Yan Hongsheng in front suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly. Instead, he saw Nianqing pick up the phone. Not knowing what the other party said, Nianqing's face instantly lowered. Nianqing spoke a mute word to Yan Hongsheng from afar. You guys go in first, I'll come in later. Yan Hongsheng understood, and he lifted his foot to leave. just a visibly somber look on his face. The call Nianqing received was from Xiao Xin. Xiao Xin cried bitterly over there. Xiao Mi, Dad is dying. You hurry over to see him one last time. Nianqing sniffed, and at that moment his heart was mixed. She was surprised that she didn't feel anything but numbness. Pain. No, the coolness of revenge doesn't help. Just numb. I'm not going. After a long moment she found her lost voice. He's never treated me like a daughter, and I don't need the role of father. With him, my destiny ended a long time ago. The next moment, but the microphone came Xiao mother's heartbreaking cries. Millet, your father he is sorry you, but you also retaliated. He was so bad by you, why can't you let go of it? Now your father is going to die, and a man's death is like a lamp going out. If you don't come today, you will never see him again. How can you be so cruel as to not even come to see him one last time? Nianqing said coolly. Finished? Zhou's mother was dumbfounded. Then he lost his voice and cried. Zhou, how did you become so cold and heartless? You really aren't my daughter. Are you really not my daughter? Nianqing stared at his pupils in shock and confusion. Was this a slip of the tongue or an intentional mistake on the part of Xiao's mother? Nianqing said feebly. Since when do you consider me your daughter? Mother Xiao gritted her teeth, with the ugly face of destroying it if she couldn't get it. Xiao Mi, since you're so heartless and uncaring, then you shouldn't blame me as a mother for not remembering the love between mother and daughter. Nianqing's blood was like being poured into a cold wind. Fortunately, she didn't believe her sweet words anymore. Otherwise, when one day they tore through the false veil of affection, she was afraid that she would be disappointed and heartbroken again. Nianqing hung up the phone decisively. She stood a little disoriented. It was a hot summer day, but she seemed to be in an ice cave. The affection she craved most in her childhood. I'm afraid she'll never get it until she dies. This life is regrettable. Zhou eventually came to the hospital. Naturally, he didn't come to give Zhou's father a deathbed, but to answer the questions in his mind. In her previous life, she had also suspected that she was not the daughter of the Qiao family, so she had once secretly pulled out her mother's hair to do genetic testing with her, and the results showed that the mother-daughter relationship was established. Since then she has blamed her fate for her parents not loving her. But now, a slip of the tongue on the part of Mother Qiao caused such a question to rise in Nianqing's heart. She thought, maybe, she was just her mother's daughter alone, and not Father Qiao's daughter. That's why, when they divorced, Father Qiao was so determined to abandon her. Obviously Zhou's father is a father who loves his daughter like his own. His attitude towards Xiao Xian and her is so wildly different, and this is the best proof of that. So she has to get Zhou's father's hair before he dies. This time she's going to identify Zhou's father's biological relationship to her. Who knows? Just as Nianqing entered the hospital, she was stopped by several burly men. Nianqing recognized someone among them as Gu Lancheng's personal bodyguard. Nianqing instantly realized that today, when Xiao Xian asked her to come to the hospital, she was only afraid that it was not that Xiao's father was terminally ill, but that Gu Lancheng wanted to hold her hostage in order to make Yan Hongsheng. Ms. Nianqing, the president wants to see you. Please come with us. What if I don't go? A few bodyguards closed in on her body. Then Ms. Nianqing, don't blame us for being rough. Nianqing looked around. This was literally the dead center of the hospital. The escape elevator is out of service, and the step ladder down. The stairs. How could a weak woman like her outrun a couple of well-trained men? Fine, I'll go with you guys. Nianqing was also considered to be able to give and take. Several bodyguards made a very narrow path for her, to make sure she couldn't get away. In the end, Nianqing was taken hostage by them and brought into a VIP suite ward. When he opened the door, he saw Gu Lancheng standing quietly in the center of the room, with a cigar in his hand. He was smoking a cigarette. It's obvious that he's faking it. Gu Lancheng turned around, his complexion shadowy and horrifying, quite bold. Actually intercepting my collaborators? Nianqing laughed. Gu Lancheng, the mall is like a battlefield. There is only success or failure. There is no process. Isn't that your motto? Gu Lancheng's handsome face grimaced. You're right, but aren't you a little too happy too soon? Yan Hongsheng may not have the guts to work with Third Master Hua yet. Nianqing snorted. Yan Hongsheng isn't as wimpy as you are. Gu Lancheng laughed with an ulterior motive. Is that so? Then let's make a bet on who Yan Hongsheng will choose between you and Third Master Hua. What do you want? Nensen stepped back. Gu Lancheng said, don't worry, I won't do anything illegal. I'm just inviting you to come and sit with me. Nianqing realized, you want to hold me hostage and use me to threaten Yan Hongsheng to make him give up his cooperation with Master Huasan? Gu Lancheng stared straight at her. How come he hadn't realized that her brain was so bright before? Nianqing, don't worry, you're only staying at my place for a few days. I'll treat you well with good food and drink and won't hurt you one bit. Gu Lancheng said. Nianqing, however, was furious. Who wants to live with you? Gu Lancheng, where do you put a woman's reputation? Gu Lancheng's pride had been stung. How many women begged to be with him? But Nianqing was so disgusted with him. Was his charm that bad? Not being with me, but going in and out with Yan Hongsheng every day? Gu Lancheng was burning with anger. His tone inexplicably became sinister. Nian Cheng, you're not falling for Yan Hongsheng, are you? Oh, I advise you to be a bit more self-aware. A man like Yan Hongsheng is not something that a broken flower like you can fantasize about. He's just young now and has some curious conquest desires for a mature woman like you. Once he gets his hands on you, you will be discarded by him without mercy. Snap. Nianqing threw a slap hard on Gu Lancheng's face. She was using all her strength. Gu Lancheng's face was immediately hot and painful. Nianqing growled, Gu Lancheng, the person in this world who is least qualified to call me a cripple is you. Then she viciously added 3 words, rapist. Chapter 127, Love her to the bone. Cut off your fortune. Gu Lancheng's face was a shade of green and white. Nianqing instantly got a kick out of seeing Gu Lancheng's deflated expression. Gu Lancheng touched his hot face. The intense pain made him wake up, realizing that when he had just spoken out against Nianqing, he felt some chagrin. I'm sorry. Nianqing sneered. Gu Lancheng, you have a split personality, right? Cursing me and saying sorry to me at the same time. So split. You'd better go to a mental hospital? Gu Lancheng was slightly lost in thought. He had never seen Nianqing attack him with such despicable eyes and such unpleasant language. Is their relationship, truly, deteriorating to the point of no return? Nianqing, get some rest. I'll come back to see you another day. Gu Lancheng felt that there was no way he could ever share a room with Nianqing again, and her sharpness pierced him to the point of shame. All he wanted to do was run away, but Nianqing wouldn't let him. Gu Lancheng, I didn't expect you to be able to stand up. Gu Lancheng stiffened, his face dark as he looked at Nianqing. Nianqing, you're evening out Yan Hongsheng. Isn't that because you want him to help you take revenge on me? But you underestimate me too much, and you also think too highly of Yan Hongsheng. He's a milquetoast brat. How could he be a match for me? Nianqing laughed. Gu Lancheng, it's good to be confident, but don't be blindly confident. A loser like you who utilized your mother's pension book to be able to stand up. You're the only one in the entire empire. Gu Lancheng's handsome face turned white. Nianqing, don't be complacent. The king becomes the loser. Whoever wins in the end is the one who laughs last. I'll see. Gu Lancheng stumbled and fled. Nianqing looked at the deliberately modified ward with a kitchen, a balcony, a bedroom and a living room. Gu Lancheng in order to imprison her. He had really wasted a lot of effort. Her cell phone was taken. She couldn't get proof that he was holding her captive. What could she do? Genesis Group. Yan Hongsheng took Master Huasan and Hua Xiaoru's father and daughter on a tour of the company's important departments. And when Master Hua saw that the employees of Genesis Group exuded a level of respect to the point of near worship towards Yan Hongsheng, the kind of awe that the employees of other companies only have when faced with highly respected leaders of the older generation, he had an added sense of reliance on Yan Hongsheng. Next, he watched the production process of Genesis Group's intelligent field, and he marveled at the fact that Genesis Group's production apparatus had been updated, surpassing its peers by at least 5 full years. With Genesis employee incentives, employees are also paid several times more than their peers. The incentives are even more eye-popping, with bonuses reaching wealth freedom for employees who develop new skills. Master Huasan secretly sighed. Such a vigorous company. No wonder in just a few years it has already surpassed many of its peers and has a tendency to go straight to the leading companies. Hua Xiaoru has seen Yan Hongsheng's sharpness in his career, and she is even more in love with this man of both talent and appearance. She even made a snap decision. Dad, let's give up our cooperation with the Gu family. Master Huasan looked at his daughter blankly. Daughter, this matter has to be considered in the long run. Hua Xiaoru pouted. Dad, can't you see that? The era belonging to Gu Lancheng is gone, and he will soon be replaced by Brother Yan. Besides, my daughter likes Brother Yan, and in the future, Brother Yan is going to be your son-in-law. Who exactly are you helping? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Master Huasan laughed aloud. Turning his head to look at Yan Hongsheng, he saw that Yan Hongsheng was absent-minded, cocking his head and looking out the gate. Xian nephew, are you willing to cooperate with our Hua family? Yan Hongsheng's cell phone suddenly rang. Yan Hongsheng apologetically raises his hand to Master Huasan before walking to the side to answer the phone. Hello, Yan Hongsheng, it's me. Yan Hongsheng looked puzzled. Gu Lancheng, why are you calling me? Gu Lancheng did not hide anything and opened the door. Yan Hongsheng, the business world is about first come first served, yet you cut off my partner halfway. Isn't that too unkind? Yan Hongsheng laughed lightly. Gu Lancheng, this is not my fault. It's you who have been evil yourself, so the old master can't even stand to watch. This third master Hole walked into my room by mistake. Gu Lancheng, the heavens want to kill you. I'm just following the will of heaven. Yan Hongsheng, don't get complacent too early. What? Haven't you noticed that your right-hand man is missing? Yan Hongsheng's eyes were frosty, but his voice was wrapped in a little bit of uninhibited. Oh, you mean Niansheng, right? She's a fool. What kind of competent general is she? The thought of her turning his carefully prepared romantic confession into a business negotiation clogged his heart with a bad breath. Gu Lancheng froze. Although Yan Hongsheng disliked Nianqing with his mouth, for some reason he instead felt that Yan Hongsheng was obviously gentle when he mentioned Nianqing's name. Gu Lancheng said, Yan Hongsheng, I'm certain you don't want to lose her. Yan Hongsheng's fingertips trembled. Gu Lancheng, you kidnapped her? What do you want? It's simple. I want you to refuse to work with Master Huasan. Yan Hongsheng rushed out. Fine, I promise you. Gu Lancheng said, as long as Third Master Hua signs the contract with me, I'll let her go immediately. Yan Hongsheng gritted his teeth. Gu Lancheng, I want you to release her immediately. I'll do what I promised you, when I say so. Gu Lancheng laughed. Yan Hongsheng, you care about her a lot? Yan Hongsheng said grimly, yes, Gu Lancheng. Nianqing is very important to me, so if you dare to harm a single hair on her head, I'll make sure that you and the entire Gu clan are martyred for what she has lost. Gu Lancheng was shocked. He knew that Yan Hongsheng had some good feelings for Nianqing, but he never expected that Yan Hongsheng cared so much about Nianqing. Young Master Yan, you like her that much? Care so much about her? He was a little confused. Even if Nianqing has some beauty, some talent, but this can't change the fact that she comes from the lower class. So even if the former Nianqing loved him to the bone, even if he did a lot of things to hurt Nianqing, but he is at most guilty of Nianqing, cannot produce love and compassion. Yan Hongsheng such a reserved son. The value of the rich and powerful list is the top of the list. Even he Gu Lancheng did not look at the woman, but he as a treasure? Yan Hongsheng was silent for a moment before leisurely saying, Gu Lancheng, a fish as I can't distinguish between gravel and pearl. 3 words in one. It satirizes both Gu Lancheng's dog's eyes that can't recognize gold and jade, and Gu Lancheng's beloved Xiao Xian as a gravel that can't rise to the occasion. Yan Hongsheng, I think you're too young to have seen the world. When you catch a woman, you treat her as a treasure. Gu Lancheng. Yan Hongsheng's voice resounded. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. It was then that I heard Yan Hongsheng say word for word, time will surely prove to you that losing Nianqing is the most foolish act you have ever done. Chapter 128, Smashing the Villa. Nianqing's capriciousness. Yan Hongsheng angrily hung up the phone. Gu Lancheng, on the other hand, was caught in an apprehensive wait. He wondered if Yan Hongsheng would really give up the opportunity of cooperation with the Hua family that was within his grasp for Nianqing. Nianqing sleeps for a day and a night in the hospital in a coma. And when he opens his eyes again he realizes that he has been transferred to a mountain villa. The maid who takes care of her is a Filipina who speaks English. And Nianqing, thanks to her study abroad experience, can barely communicate with her without obstacles. Ms. Nianqing, you finally woke up from your nap? Nensen was sore and had a splitting headache. Seeing the calendar on the wall, the ever-sensitive and paranoid woman realized at once that she had had a particularly unusual night's sleep. She was a particularly anxious person, so she never slept more than 4 hours of deep sleep. But she actually slept a full 14 hours yesterday. Where's that bastard Gu Lancheng? Nianqing was so angry that he just wanted to do a chemical castration of Gu Lancheng on the spot. He's so bad. How dare he drug me? How can this asshole be so uneducated even though he was born by his mother and raised by his father? Nianqing greeted Gu Lancheng's ancestors all over again. Ms. Nianqing, Xiao Gu doesn't live here. Don't worry, he's already explained to me that he must never treat you badly. The maid automatically filtered Nianqing's curse words, only picking the highlights to answer. Nianqing then knew that he was screaming for help. Instead of making a scene, she found another way to torment Gu Lancheng. He told you to treat me well? Yes, miss. A wicked smile appeared under her eyes. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. I'm a bit hungry, so go make me something to eat. Remember, I have to drink a bowl of top-quality bird's nest every morning and evening. I have to have king crab and sea cucumber and abalone shipped back from abroad for lunch every day. And I have to have 10 or 8 all-vegetarian dishes for dinner. And I have to take a bath every day with distilled water and flower petals. The petals also have to be fresh. And you have to go outside and collect them on the same day. The maid blushed. This, Nianqing said, if I am neglected, then I will smash this home to pieces. The maid left with a black face. Nensho quietly trailed her and saw her enter the study. She pressed her ear against the door panel before she could barely hear the maid and Gu Lancheng talking. Young master, this great lady can be difficult to serve. Gu Lancheng really couldn't think of what kind of light it was when Nianqing was hard to serve. After all, in his impression Nianqing had always been the poor man who was easy to satisfy, so he felt that the maid had exaggerated the truth. Inevitably, he was angry with the maid. She's good with her hands and feet, so you can let her do her own housework and cook her own meals. Where is it hard to serve? The maid spelled out Nianqing's harsh requirements. Young master, she's not that easy to get rid of. She wants to eat bird's nest, king crab, sea cucumber, abalone, and everything has to be fresh. She also wants to take a bath with flower petals and distilled water. and the petals have to be fresh. Gu Lancheng was petrified like a statue, then snorted, "There is no princess life but suffers from a princess disease? You don't have to obey her in every way. The ingredients have what to do. She loves to eat. Not eat, not eat. Who spoiled her with this disease?" The maid was in trouble. "Young master, but Miss Nianqing said that if we can't do what she wants, she'll smash this home to pieces." Gu Lancheng breaks guard. The mountain house was a pass-along gift from his mother. The home's decoration also cost a big price, especially the paintings on the walls that were worth hundreds of millions of dollars. "Just deal with it. I'll be home as soon as I can." Nisan listened to the wall and evacuated the study in flames. The maid made a few home-cooked dishes for Nianqing as instructed by Lancheng, who knew that Nianqing hadn't paid for a single bite and overturned the table. "You took my word for it? Just this brown food to get rid of me?" The maid stood speechless on the sidelines. Let Nianqing fool around. Anyway, Gu Xiao will definitely clean her up when he comes back. But how could Nianqing wait until Gu Lancheng returned? She ran into the kitchen and grabbed a kitchen knife and went on a smashing spree. She smashed the glass frame of the precious painting on the wall, and as if she didn't want to relieve her hatred, she chopped the painting in half again. Convinced that a few $100 million had just evaporated, she called it quits. Gu Lancheng had no intention of coming back so early, but halfway through, he received a complaint call from the maid, who truthfully told Gu Lancheng everything that had happened in the house. "Young master, Ms. Nianqing, she's crazy. She took a kitchen knife and smashed up this nice home." Gu Lancheng's body went limp on the sofa. His face was ashen, and it was only at this moment that he came to the epiphany that he had brought Nianqing into his home, which was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. Does Nelson want him to go bankrupt? Can't he wait to be a beggar for a few days and taste her pain? When he came back to his senses, Gu Lancheng grabbed the car keys and ran. It didn't take long for Gu Lancheng to return home. "I originally thought the maid was exaggerating, but I didn't realize that her expression was too subtle. Where is this home still in its original form? Just bare load-bearing walls standing there. The other walls, which were in disrepair, art paint and wall coverings are both scarred." Gu Lancheng was especially pained when he saw that the famous paintings on the walls that were worth several $100 million had turned into pieces and fallen to the floor. He lost his temper at Nianqing like a madman. "Do you know how valuable these things are? How much money you lost by destroying them?" When he was angry, Nianqing was happy. "Gu Lancheng, if you have the ability, go sue me? Sue me for breaking and entering and destroying private property." When Nianqing said one more word, Gu Lancheng's face darkened one more point. He imprisoned Nianqing. How dare he sue her? Finally he sat down on the sofa in frustration. "Nianqing, do you hate me that much? You hate to completely destroy my world, don't you? What exactly do you want me to do? What do you want me to do so that you don't hate me so much?" He was truly afraid that he would be burned to ashes by Nianqing's hatred, but he didn't realize that Nianqing originally wanted him to be thwarted. "Gu Lancheng, how do you have the face to pray for my forgiveness? Look at this. You shamelessly imprisoned me in order to compete for the Hua family's chip? Your interests are always above my dignity. Gu Lancheng, when will you learn to respect people before you come back to negotiate with me?" Gu Lancheng grayed and said, "Just inviting you as a guest, not imprisoning you." Nianqing said in a sarcastic manner, "Being a guest? Your way of hospitality is to confiscate the cell phones of your honored guests? Giving your honored guests chaff to eat?" Gu Lancheng glared at Nianqing. "You didn't even get to eat these before." Nianqing clasped his arms, and coldness flooded the bottom of his eyes. Gu Lancheng may have felt a little guilty towards her, but the contempt for her in his bones was deeply rooted. "Gu Lancheng, have you ever heard of the saying that wind and water rotate? Once upon a time, I was poor, and you were the rich second generation standing high on your father's shoulders. But now, I'm the rich generation, while you've been reduced to a poor rich man who uses his mother's pension book to get by." Nianqing didn't forget to smack his lips when he finished speaking, with a look of regret for him. Chapter 129, Where Love Is, Where Money Is. Gu Lancheng was fortunate to have a strong tolerance in his heart, or else he would have to be infuriated by Nianqing's poisonous mouth. "Nianqing, I can never be reduced to a beggar." Gu Lancheng had endless confidence in the future. "My difficulties are only temporary. When my contract with the Hua family is signed, I believe that there will immediately be many discerning people who will invest in my company. By then, I'll be able to make a clean break. A hit is just overnight." Nianqing was speechless at his arrogance. "Gu Lancheng, you can't sign the contract with the Hua family." Gu Lancheng leisurely said. "Nianqing, Yan Hongsheng has already taken the initiative to give up Third Master Hua's request for cooperation." Nianqing laughed. "Even if you can coerce Yan Hongsheng to give up the Hua family's cooperation, can you coerce Master Hua-san to cooperate with you? Without Yan Hongsheng as a strong enemy, I am Third Master Hua's preferred partner," Gu Lancheng said with confidence. Nianqing snorted. "Then I'll wait and see if you get punched in the face. Speak of the devil." Gu Lancheng immediately received a call from Master Hua-san. "Gu Xiao, regarding the matters of cooperation between our two families, there are some changes. Hua third master's voice was as if it was played out by a tape recorder, very patterned and programmed without any emotion. Gu Lancheng's smile curdled, and his hand holding the microphone suddenly gripped hard. Uncle Huasan, haven't we already talked about the details of the cooperation? Master Huasan told Gu Lancheng bluntly. Gu Xiao, I won't lie to you. This contract, I'm afraid I can't sign it. Uncle Huasan, can you tell me why? Gu Lancheng asked. Third Master Hua said frankly, to tell you the truth, my baby girl has her eyes on young Master Yin. I don't think it will be long before Yin Hongsheng becomes my Hua family's son-in-law. Gu Xiao, although our two families are very close, no matter how close we are, we can't be as close as our own family. It's impossible for our Hua family to choose to help you, an outsider, instead of helping our own family. Gu Lancheng was so struck that he collapsed on the sofa. If Yin Hongsheng became the Hua family's son-in-law, it would be a powerful combination. Then he would lose the Hua family's chips forever. Then his smart company would be in danger of having its industry chain broken. I'm sorry, Gu Xiao. Master Huasan hangs up the phone. When Nianqing saw Gu Lancheng's disheveled appearance, she was happy in her heart. She looked at Gu Lancheng with a smile on her face, disguised as the knife-plugging godmother, and kept asking questions. Gu Lancheng, it's only a matter of time before Yin Hongsheng replaces you, so my condolences. Gu Lancheng glared viciously at her, chest rose and fell. It was evident that the anger was not light. He sneered back. I was wondering how Yin Hongsheng could take a divorced woman like you as a treasure. Now it seems that he doesn't take you seriously either. Before profit and your safety, it's obvious he chose profit. Nianqing felt that Yin Hongsheng should have made this choice, because it was the only one that would be able to pummel Gu Lancheng. But for some reason, when she learned that her own safety was put behind her interests by Yin Hongsheng, there was some tearing pain in her heart. Those feelings of helplessness in his previous life when he was abandoned by his family and loved ones struck again. Her head suddenly ached violently. She felt her consciousness become chaotic, and for a while she couldn't tell if she was in her previous life or in this life. Her time and space became confused. Gu Lancheng, a man like you, a man who throws away his wife and daughter and does all the bad things, deserves retribution. Gu Lancheng's face abruptly became shadowy. He suddenly rushed to Nianqing and grabbed her by the neck and roared. You shut up. I didn't abandon my wife and daughter. It was you who aborted our child, and it was you who insisted on divorcing me. Nianqing laughed instead of being angry. It was the revelry of a victor. Gu Lancheng, to say that you have abandoned your wife and daughter is to lift you up. You are a bastard worse than a beast. Her fiery red lips, paired with her crazy smile, were like a demon crawling out of hell, causing Gu Lancheng to loosen his hands in a chilling manner. Nianqing, it's your own narrow-mindedness and penny-pinching that caused you to not be able to walk away from your past wounds yourself. Gu Lancheng opened up for her and defended himself. There are plenty of men cheating on their husbands in this world, but those women didn't hate their ex-husbands as much as you do? Nianqing's eyes abruptly became dark, but the coldness under his eyes was like the sharpest of swords, the kind that could cut tendons and break bones. Gu Lancheng, we originally had a daughter. She was 3 years old. She looks a lot like you, and she loves you. Gu Lancheng's eyes were filled with great consternation. He suddenly remembered that Nianqing was indeed pregnant before she left the country, and if she hadn't had a miscarriage, the child would indeed be 3 years old by the time he counted on his fingers. Gu Lancheng was overjoyed. Xiao Xian's body was weak, and she would not be able to bear children for him. It was so good that he and Nianqing had a daughter. Then he would have no regrets. So you lied to me about the abortion? The real story is that you secretly gave birth to her? Gu Lancheng excitedly grabbed Nianqing's hand, and his brows became gentle and considerate. This was the first time Nianqing had seen the preciousness in his eyes. He wishfully began to fantasize about his bright future. Nianqing, since we have a lovely daughter, then let's stop bickering. We can't let our daughter live in a broken home. Let's reconcile, okay? I'll work my ass off to make money for our daughter. Nianqing sneered and looked askance at Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng, how big of a face do you have to be able to say such things? Talking about making money to leave to your daughter, about not giving your child a broken home. You think I'm going to believe your bull asterisk? Oh, you're just attempting to win my forgiveness under the guise of your daughter so that I won't be a stumbling block in your path ahead. Gu Lancheng, your hypocrisy is disgusting. In his previous life, when his daughter had a high fever, he didn't even want to drive to Xiao Xian's appointment in order to give them a ride. On his daughter's birthday, he didn't pay any attention to his daughter, but showed up at Xiao Xian's best friend's child's birthday party, held a grand banquet for that child, and gave that child exquisite and expensive gifts. My daughter accidentally flipped through her aunt's circle of friends and nearly broke down in tears when she saw a picture of him being a cheap father to someone else's child. That night, she gave up her pride and knelt in front of Gu Lancheng, begging him with tears in her voice, "Husband, please give your daughter a complete home." But he warned her in disgust, "Don't try to threaten me with my daughter, Zhou Miai. I hate your face of both wanting and wanting. She doesn't understand what she's asking for. He didn't give her love or money. He was pretty hard on the mother and father, who died with their bodies cleaner than their faces. It's true what they say, where love is, money is. Chapter 130, Kidnapping Nianqing, but it backfired. Gu Lancheng was agitated. Nianqing, you can't be that selfish. The child needs a father, and I'm willing to raise the child with you. Nianqing gathered her thoughts back, her ups and downs returning to calm. Gu Lancheng, I lied to you. We don't have a child. Gu Lancheng was already invaded in the dream of having a child, unwilling to accept the cruel reality. No, you lied to me. We must have a child. Counting the time. From the time you got pregnant and left the country to give birth to her, until now she is just about 3 years old. You must be hiding her, right? Nianqing closed her eyes as tears trickled out. Gu Lancheng, have you forgotten? The first moment I learned that she came to my stomach, I didn't hesitate to abort her, because I was not willing to give birth to your child. People like you don't deserve to have a child. Gu Lancheng whimpered in pain. What exactly did I do to you? Make you hate me so much? Nensen didn't say anything. The maid suddenly ran over in a panic. Young Master Gu. Young Master Yan is at the door with the police. A flash of panic flooded Gu Lancheng's eyes as he suddenly tugged on Nianqing's hand and dragged her upstairs. Nianqing struggled hard. Gu Lancheng, you asshole. You let go of me. This is kidnapping. Are you breaking the law? Gu Lancheng said. Nianqing, you'd better cooperate with me and hide. I'll let you see if Yan Hongqing has you in his heart or not. After you recognize his true nature, you won't be foolish enough to work for him. I don't need to test his feelings for me. Gu Lancheng, you crazy person. In her eyes, Sheng was family, not a lover. Xiao Sheng unnecessarily puts her first in everything. After all, he will have the love of his life and his children later on. Nianqing felt that as long as Yan Hongqing didn't do anything to hurt her, she would always pamper him, because Nianqing's resistance was too fierce. Gu Lancheng simply tied Nianqing up and sealed her mouth with tape again. Then he left her in the room on the second floor. Gu Lancheng went out to greet the guests, and Nianqing rolled to the window, barely able to hear the voices coming from downstairs. Downstairs, Yan Hongsheng brought the police door. He is very high in elevation, standing in the middle of the two stout police officers, but also extraordinarily cranes, and his temperament is very old and heavy. Handsome face is like being carved by the knife of the years. Exquisite charm, but through a sense of oppression that people dare not approach. For a moment, Gu Lancheng was in a trance, thinking that Yan Hongsheng was older than him. In front of Yan Hongsheng, he seemed like a tender junior. Yan Hongsheng walked in front of Gu Lancheng, his body, which was slightly taller than Gu Lancheng by 2 centimeters, but tilted at Gu Lancheng like a mountain pressing down on him. It made Gu Lancheng feel out of breath at once. Gu Lancheng, where is Nianqing? Gu Lancheng shrugged. Yan Hongsheng, what do you mean? Your people have disappeared and you're asking me for them? Believe it or not, I'll sue you for trespassing? Yan Hongsheng shook the watch on his wrist, and Gu Lancheng saw the tracking system on the screen, showing that Nianqing's location was in his home at the moment. At once, his face changed. Gu Lancheng, my family Nianqing has been missing for more than 24 hours, and I've monitored her whereabouts through the surveillance system. She has been staying at your villa during the time she has been missing. Now you still say that Nianqing's disappearance has nothing to do with you? Gu Lancheng was a little lost in thought. Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing even kept a trip tracking system. It showed that their relationship was already extraordinary. Nianqing's destructive power was already strong. If he added Yan Hongsheng as a backer, then he would only be unable to resist. Gu Lancheng forced himself to be calm. Yan Hongsheng, Nianqing is my wife's sister. That is, my sister-in-law. Isn't it normal for her to come to my home as a guest? Yan Hongsheng's eagle pupils were ghastly. I want to see Nianqing. If she eats and sleeps well, I will believe your words. But, Gu Lancheng, if you dare to hurt her, then I will never spare you. Gu Lancheng fixedly scrutinized Yan Hongsheng and suddenly snorted softly. He, Yan Hongsheng, who is this deep love pretending to? If you really like her that much, why can't you let go of your cooperation with Third Master Hua? Yan Hongsheng said firmly. Gu Lancheng, I promised you something, never to cooperate with Master Hua-san. I did it. Gu Lancheng was astonished. That's impossible. Since you've already rejected the Hua family, why did the Hua family still reject my invitation? Yan Hongsheng's sharp gaze searched around for traces of Nianqing while he said, I've kept my promise and given up working with the Hua family. As for why the Hua family is still unwilling to cooperate with you, that's your business. Gu Lancheng, shouldn't you also keep your promise? Release Nianqing to go home? Gu Lancheng thought for a moment and gave the maid a scowl. The maid understood and went upstairs. She came to the room where Nianqing was being held and took a knife to cut the rope binding her for Nianqing. While unsealing her mouth, the maid did not forget to warn Nianqing, Miss Nianqing, don't talk nonsense later. My young master only invited you to my house as a guest, and he really didn't hurt you. If you fight nonsense, there is no use of evidence. No one will believe you anyway. Nianqing, however, suddenly smiled grimly. Thanks for the reminder. When it was too late, she suddenly took the maid's hand and stabbed the knife she was holding hard into her stomach, arm, and chest. The maid screamed miserably. Ha! The few men downstairs were all stunned when they suddenly heard this tragic scream. Without waiting for Gu Lancheng to react, Yan Hongsheng had already rushed upstairs like an arrow flying off the string. The two policemen followed close behind. When Yan Hongsheng kicked open the door to the room, he saw Nianqing curled up on the floor. Her body was covered in blood, and her hands and feet were still tied. The entire person was in a dying state. Sister! Yan Hongsheng flew over. He collapsed and knelt in front of her, wanting to hug her but afraid of hurting her wounds. Show, I'm in so much pain. Hug me. Yan Hongsheng held Nianqing tightly in his arms. Sister, don't be afraid. I'll take you to the hospital right away. He carefully picked up Nianqing and as he left the scene, he furiously kicked the maid. Say, who instructed you to hurt Nianqing? Was it Gu Lancheng? Say. The maid winced in a state of bewilderment. When Gu Lancheng ran in, he saw Yan Hongsheng holding Nianqing who was covered in blood. Nianqing drooping dead in his arms, his body covered in blood. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. How come? Yan Hongsheng glared at him viciously. Gu Lancheng, are you still saying you didn't kidnap Nianqing? Gu Lancheng trembled. Yan Hongsheng was in a hurry to hold Nianqing for medical treatment, so he could only hand the culprit over to the police. What are you still waiting for? He is suspected of kidnapping Nianqing and intentionally harming her. Why don't you arrest him? The policeman said to Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng, since Yan Hongsheng accused you of kidnapping Miss Nianqing, I'm afraid you and your maid will have to come with us. Before Gu Lancheng could react, the cold handcuffs roasted him. Why did it turn out like this? Gu Lancheng was puzzled. I didn't think of hurting her. Chapter 131 Hongsheng confronts Nianqing's evil. Gu Lancheng was detained. This matter caused a furor in the Gu family. Gu's father was furious. He returned to his and Gu's mother's home, and the first time he saw Gu's mother, he directly rewarded her with a big slap. Gu's mother covered her face and burst into tears in aggravation. Hubby, I know that Lancheng has let you down again, but he is your son after all. You must help him. Gu's father, however, couldn't listen to Gu's mother's words at all. At this moment, he only wanted to cut ties with Gu Lancheng, lest he be dragged down by Gu Lancheng's scandal. He flung out a divorce agreement. Angrily, he said, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now to get a divorce certificate. I am not wanting to see you stupid mother and son even for a second. Gu's mother hugged his leg and begged, Hubby, you can't leave Lancheng behind at this time. I'm begging you, if you don't care about him, he'll go to jail. Gu's father said, that means letting him go to jail. He's such a stupid bastard. It's more economical for him to stay inside honestly. Gu's mother threatened Gu's father. I promise to go with you to get a license, but you must promise me to fish him out. Gu's father sighed. This is the last time I help him. Then Gu's father and mother came to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The divorce agreement was drawn up a long time ago. The two people unimpeded to receive a divorce certificate. Coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Gu's father left in a limousine. Gu's mother, however, was staring blankly, walking down the street in a daze. Nianqing stayed in the hospital for a day and a night, but her spirit got worse and worse. Yan Hongsheng looked at Nianqing, who was lethargic all day, and his heart was anxious. So he found Nianqing's attending physician and asked about her condition. Doctor, is Nianqing's injury serious? The doctor revealed a puzzled expression. When Nianqing first came to the hospital, there were a few not-so-deep wounds on his body and some large bruises. It's reasonable that the injuries are not considered very serious, but her physique may be very special. A normal person with this kind of wounds should recover very quickly from the injuries after a day of treatment. But Miss Nianqing's mental state is getting worse and worse. I suspect that the kidnapping has caused a great shadow in her heart. The bottom of Yan Hongsheng's eyes sank. I know. After saying goodbye to the doctor, Yan Hongsheng went straight to Nianqing's hospital room. Nianqing's eyes were half closed, and when he saw someone coming, he pretended to be drowsy and rested with his eyes closed. Yan Hongsheng sat in the chair next to her. He didn't say anything, only his deep pupils were locked fixedly on Nianqing's glistening white face. Nianqing couldn't wait long enough for his response, secretly opening his eyes falsely and meeting Yan Hongsheng's blade-like sharp eyes. Nianqing greeted him sheepishly. Xiao Shun, you're here? As she spoke, her breath was inevitably unsteady due to the pain of her wounds being torn. Yan Hongsheng's icy coldness instantly melted, his eyes slightly reddening. With a few heartaches and a few doting tones, he asked her, every time you run into him, you get yourself all bruised up. Sister, can you stay away from him? His eyes were clean and clear. It was only as he grew older that his eyes became more and more gentle when facing Nianqing, like a tam of clear water. Mesmerizing. Nianqing couldn't help but raise his hand to straighten the broken hair on his forehead and laughed. Xiao Shang, don't frown. You're just like an old man. My family's Xiaoshang is at the prime of his life. He should go and have a good and sensational love affair. You don't have to worry too much about your sister. Yan Hongsheng looked solemn, and you? Seeing that Yan Hongsheng cannot be perfunctory, Nianqing only a little bored attitude, my life is considered to be ruined by Gu Lancheng. Then I will be entangled with him for the rest of my life, and if I don't have a good time, he won't want to have a good time either. Yan Hongsheng held Nianqing's slender hand and said with red eyes, Sister, you're fine, why must you be with rotten people? Nianqing saw the intense prayers in Yan Hongsheng's eyes, she couldn't bear to let him down, so she smiled and nodded, then I'll work hard, strive to forget him and live again, okay? Light blossomed in Yan Hongsheng's eyes. Sister, you can definitely do it. A loud noise suddenly came from outside the corridor, and Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng looked at each other. Nianqing said quietly, Xiao Shang, the Gu family won't stop this matter, you don't have to get involved. Yan Hongsheng had a stern look on his face. Gu Lancheng imprisoned you and encouraged the maid to harm you. He is guilty to the core. How can the Gu family have the face to come looking for trouble from us? Nianqing, however, was a bit vain. It was true that Gu Lancheng had kidnapped her, but he had not abused him, nor did he hurt her. But it's true that she destroyed his family's famous painting, and it's true that she planted evidence against him. I'm afraid her crime is even worse when it comes to the seriousness of the crime. She was taking a desperate risk, so she could not drag Yan Hongsheng into it. She must not involve him. Nianqing said bitterly, Xiao Shang, recently is the critical period for Genesis Group to go public. I am still waiting for you to stand at the top of the pyramid and be my backer. You can't lose a lot of money for a small reason. When you endure, then endure. Yan Hongsheng instantly froze. Nianqing's word backer caused a surge of faith in his heart. Good, I'll make you a backer. Let you walk sideways in the imperial capital. Yeah, Nensen jumped for joy. As footsteps approached, Nianqing signaled Yan Hongsheng to hide behind the screen. Yan Hongsheng then obediently hid himself. The next moment, Xiao Xian burst into the hospital room. She flung herself on her knees in front of Nianqing and said with tears in her voice, Nianqing, please spare Lancheng. Don't sue him. Nianqing asked with a cold face. On what grounds? By the fact that he cheated me out of my kidney? Or by the fact that he made me your double? Xiao Xian paled. He only did that because he loves me so much. Nianqing, Lancheng is very kind. You can't ruin him. If he goes in, his reputation will be over. I'm afraid he won't be able to get up for the rest of his life with this stain. Nianqing hooked her lips and snickered. That didn't suit her? He got what he deserved today. When Xiao Xian saw that Nianqing was going to put Gu Lancheng to death no matter what, she suddenly went berserk and stood up and growled. Nianqing, you're so vicious. You think I don't know that Lancheng didn't hurt you at all? You created these bruises all by yourself. You are using this bitter trick to plant evidence on Lancheng. You've already used this ploy once on Dad. There's bound to be a breakthrough. Humph. As long as I find the evidence you planted on Lancheng, I will definitely not be merciful to you. Nianqing blanched slightly. Behind the screen, Yan Hongsheng slowly walked out. Seeing Yan Hongsheng, Xiao Xian hurriedly seized the moment to sow discord. Young Master Yan, you must see my sister's heart clearly. A black-hearted lotus in the skin of a beauty like her can lay such a cruel hand on the man she has loved. Some other day, she will be able to do the same to you, her benefactor. Nianqing was as if the mask she was wearing was suddenly ripped off, revealing her true colors. She felt uncertain and flustered. Chapter 132 Failure to Provoke. Xiao Xian loses face. She had taught Yan Hongsheng to be a frank and honest person. But what about herself? But she was a sinister villain who said one thing and did another. Yan Hongsheng should be disappointed in her, right? Nianqing unnaturally looked away, not daring to look into Yan Hongsheng's eyes. Xiao Xian was even more pleased. Nianqing, if you are so vicious, you will definitely not get good results. Nianqing looked at her calmly. How have I ever had good results? Throughout her life, all the people she met were not good people. His father abandoned him in swaddling clothes. Her mother beat her and scolded her. Gu Lancheng deceived her and lied to her. Jiazhen uses her and then turns around and stomps on her. In her previous life, she hadn't done anything bad against her conscience, but she had suffered and died. In this life, why would she want to be good? The ones that don't hit her will eventually become the blades that she stands up and fights back with. And the only variable was Yan Hongsheng, the only person in her life she wanted to be sincere with. Xiao Xian could see Nianqing's soft underbelly, and she knew very well about catching snakes to catch 7 inches. She picked on Yan Hongsheng one by one. Young Master Yan, believe me, this sister of mine is by no means a virtuous person. Sooner or later you'll be revolted by her if you get close to her. You'd better stay away from him. Yan Hong didn't even listen to Xiao Xian's pussyfooting around. His gaze stayed locked on Nianqing's face, and seeing the grief and despair in Nianqing's eyes, a huge pain flooded his heart. He could realize that underneath her monstrous hatred was the pendulum of grief and despair. If she hadn't been hurt all over the place, How could she afford to plug up her reputation and drag Gu Lancheng and the rest of them into hell in this wonderful manhwa of a successful career? Her hatred, her pain, was like a hand churning in Yan Hongxing's heart, hurting him so much that his heart clenched tightly. Young Master Yan, my sister is relying on you as her backer to dare to be so arrogant. You are aiding and abetting. Young Master Yan, please hang back and don't be fooled by her. Shut up. Yan Hongxiang was distracted by Xiao Xian's noise and spoke out to scold her. Xiao Xian was stunned. Seeing the not-so-calm Yan Hongxiang, she thought that her disassociation plan had worked. She squeezed out a winning smile at Nianqing. Nianqing, heaven's justice is clear. You will definitely pay for what you have done. Roll, Nansen said. Xiao Xian was stunned. Yan Hongxiang and Nianqing really had a tacit understanding. Both of them even told her to get lost in the same tone. There was no point in Xiao Xian staying any longer, so she could only leave unhappily. The ward was restored to its unprecedented tranquility. Is what she said true? Yan Hongxiang asked. Nansen nodded his head a few moments unseen. She didn't want to deceive Yan Hongxiang. Her voice was a bit hoarse. Knowing that I am such a despicable and vicious villain, isn't it disappointing to your sister? Why? Yan Hongxing's tone became harsh. Obviously, he's pissed. Nianqing only felt a total collapse of defense somewhere in her heart, and a huge loss enveloped her. She probably, too, had lost the only person in the world who had ever been kind to her. Don't worry, I won't drag you down with me. Her tone could not hide her sadness. Yan Hongxiang sighed as he walked over to the companion chair next to the hospital bed and sat down straight. Then, he tenderly lifted her hand and murmured, I'm mean to you, not because I'm disappointed in you. I just think that you don't love yourself at all. To use such a stupid way as the bitter trick to get back at him. You've scarred yourself to death. Do you know how worried I am about you? Nianqing was dumbfounded. Being firmly chosen and cared for by Yan Hongxiang made her cold heart warm again. She looked at him tearfully and choked out, Xiao Shang, don't you think I'm horrible on the surface? Yan Hongxiang flicked her head. I will always only remember your most beautiful appearance when I first met you. Nianqing moved, Xiao Shang, no matter how vicious I become, I will protect you for the rest of your life. You trust me. Yan Hongxiang smiled lovingly. She said you are wicked. You really think you are wicked? Fool, how can you be so easily pua? In my eyes, you are a simple little cutie. Nianqing whispered. What she said is true. I did intentionally plant Gu Lancheng. Yan Hongxiang said with righteous indignation. That's because he deserved it. Nansen. Yan Hongxiang was afraid that Nianqing was eager to retaliate and revealed many more flaws. So he calmed her down and said, Sister, there will be a long time to come. The best way to torment an enemy is not to kill him with a single blow, but to let him live his whole life in fear, in a state of great sadness of gaining and losing. Nensho nodded. I know. After Nianqing sleeps peacefully, Yan Hongxiang leaves the hospital. He didn't expect that Xiao Xian would be waiting for her in front of the hospital. Seeing him, Xiao Xian immediately greeted him. Young Master Yan, let's talk? Yan Hongxiang wrinkled his forehead. He didn't like Xiao Xian. Every cell of his body was like a master performer, revealing his distaste for Xiao Xian everywhere. You're not worthy, he said arrogantly. Xiao Xian was stunned but still approached him with a thick skin, saying, Young Master Yan, I'll kindly remind you that my sister planted evidence against Gu Lancheng, and this is a matter that Chairman Gu won't let go of. If you don't want to be affected, stay away from my sister. Yan Hongxiang looked coldly and arrogantly at Xiao Xian. Your life was given to you by Nianqing's charity. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Xiao Xian's face went a shade of red and white. She was the one who bullied me. I had to fight back. Yan Hongxiang said, you allow your whole family to combine together to bully her, and you don't allow her to resist? Xiao Xian, your pawning and standing face is enough to fool those 250% outside. Don't hang around in front of me. It makes me sick. Xiao Xian blushed with shame. Young Master Yan, it must be that my sister slandered me in front of you, causing you to have some misunderstandings about me. But young Master Yan is a wise man. Does young Master Yan never wonder why my family loves me but hates my sister? That's because my family has long seen that my sister is a bad seed at heart. Snap! Yan Hongxiang slapped hard on Xiao Xian's face. Xiao Xian's face was instantly red and swollen. She covered her face and glared at Yan Hongxiang with tearful eyes. Why are you hitting people? Yan Hongxiang pulled out alcohol paper and wiped the place where he had touched Xiao Xian, as if he had just touched some dirty infectious agent. He rambled. No reason. Just because I've long seen that you're a green tea drinker at heart. Xiao Xian's face was red and green. You don't believe me? Yan Hongxiang blankly glanced at her. Why should I believe you? Who do you think you are? If Nianqing and I are so easily sidetracked by a green tea spirit like you, then I am no different from Gu Lancheng, the stupid dog. Get lost. Don't appear in front of me in the future. Xiao Xian left resentfully. Yan Hongxiang growled behind her. If you dare speak ill of Nianqing in the future, beware of your tongue. Chapter 133. Gu Xiao was humiliated and his ex-wife instructed him to do so. Late fall nights are especially bitterly cold. Gu Lancheng huddled in the narrow barred window. That proud heart, at this moment finally experienced helplessness and loneliness. He stared blankly out the window at the bright moon. Once always compared himself to the bright moon. At this moment began to question himself, I really bright as the moon? Hey! A prisoner came over, throwing him a hard steamed bun. I see that you didn't seem to eat at noon and night. Hungry, right? I've secretly hidden a steamed bun for you. It was only at this moment that Gu Lancheng felt that he was so hungry that his chest was stuck to his back. He glanced at the steamed buns lying on the ground, and a touch of disgust leaked out of his eyes. He deserves to eat something so dirty? The prisoner, seeing that he was ignoring him, turned and walked away. While time was flowing, Gu Lancheng's hunger grew stronger. The feeling of powerlessness brought on by low blood sugar was as if an interlocking effect had occurred. He suddenly felt panic. It's a terrible feeling like that. They disintegrated Gu Lancheng's willpower little by little. Finally Gu Lancheng picked up the steamed bun on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth with a big gulp. The chaff food that was usually hard to swallow, at this moment also felt that it was sweet and savory. Oh, not eating? It's not a good meal now. It turns out that the reserved young master is also like a beggar, starving to eat dirty things picked up from the ground. It's humiliating, just like a dog. Suddenly there was a chorus of jeers all around. They were like countless slaps slapping Gu Lancheng in the face, and Gu Lancheng instantly blushed red hot. His heart, however, seemed to fall into an ice cave, so cold that he shivered. He was at the moment like one of those beggars sitting on a flyover, being made fun of by onlookers. A figure walked over and he sat down next to Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng looked at him. He was the one who provided him with food. Gu Lancheng thought he was kind, and he showed him an unsuspecting gentleness. Who knew that the man was as if he had changed his face, patting Gu Lancheng's face as if he were a pet dog, and said to him in a conspiratorial manner, Young Master Gu, how does it feel? It was only then that Gu Lancheng realized that he had directed this scene today. You teased me? Gu Lancheng was annoyed. The man laughed out loud and said, I gave you steamed buns to eat so that you wouldn't starve to death. You should be grateful to me. Gu Lancheng's handsome face was ironic. You're clearly fooling me? The man said. Fool you? How did I fool you? Oh, I just threw the buns of alms to you on the ground, letting you eat food handed out in contempt. But young Master Gu, I saved you after all. I'm your benefactor. You should be grateful to me instead of harboring resentment towards me as a benefactor. Don't you think so? Gu Lancheng's pupils trembled, and he felt in a trance that the words this person said seemed somewhat familiar. How is young Master Gu going to repay the favor by treating me as a benefactor? Oh, I don't have a good heart. Why don't you transplant your heart to me? I think young Master Gu is a sensible person, so he'll definitely know how to repay favors. I'm sure you wouldn't refuse to give me your heart, would you? The other party spoke so bluntly. How could Gu Lancheng not hear that he was mocking him for holding favors hostage? However, in the face of the other party's mockery, Gu Lancheng was unable to fight back. His tit-for-tat with Jomi ended up costing Jomi the loss of her kidney. This matter, he didn't think it was wrong before, but now that he was being satirized, he realized how unkind this thing he did before was. He was so mortified that he just wanted to burrow into the ground and hide. The man put away the gaze that fooled him and just looked at him pitifully. Young Master Gu, I'm joking with you. How can a steamed bun really take a heart from you? Wouldn't I become Huang Shiren then? You don't have to thank me for giving you the steamed bun today. It was your ex-wife who entrusted me to take good care of you. Gu Lancheng pupils dilated, shocked, incredulous. Nianqing was like a ghost, following him like a shadow. Why couldn't she just leave him alone? Why can't she just let him go? Even though she's done this to him? Why won't she stop? The man added, alas, speaking of which, this ex-wife of yours is a wonderful person. She wants to make a bet with you. She said that when she was young, she used to beg on the footbridge, but she didn't eat the food that others threw on the ground, and she didn't pick up the money that others threw on the ground. She was starving for 2 days and 2 nights before a kind person brought her a bowl of steaming rice. She bets you won't last 2 days. I originally thought she was underestimating you, but I didn't expect her guess to be accurate. You actually didn't last a day, so you picked up the steamed buns on the ground and ate them, obviously lost to her. When Gu Lancheng sniffed, the expression on his handsome face was as unspeakable as if he had eaten a pile of. The man patted his shoulder and smacked his lips. A big man, losing to a little girl. What a shame. Gu Lancheng's face became even more ugly. He pulled out the steamed buns stuffed in his mouth, and at the moment, he actually felt that the buns tasted like chewing wax. The man stood up. There's my pee in the bun. Gu Lancheng felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. He desperately vomited, trying to vomit out all the steamed buns he had eaten. For a while, his face became green and red, his neck thickened, and his entire body was in a sorry state. Ha ha! The man mocked him recklessly. Your ex-wife said that you were born into a wealthy family. and that you haven't experienced the whipping of society since you were a child, and that your eyes are high. He asked me to teach you how to behave properly. A roar of laughter rang out around them. The children of rich families are just better than us at casting. Marred. Just that soft bone. It's not as good as us. That's the kind of man that's all straw. Except for better looks. The sound grew farther and farther away, and Gu Lancheng fell to the ground in a sorry state. A hot tear trickled from the corner of his eye and slid down his cheek. Gu Lancheng touched it. His fingers were wet, and he was shocked in his heart when he realized that he had actually shed a tear. The shame he suffered today turned out to be able to thwart the ironclad him as well. Gu Lancheng seemed to have some understanding of Nianqing's intention in arranging this drama. He had also once mocked Nianqing so much, mocking her for being born in the slums and begging on the flyovers. He only realized today that those unintentional taunts of his would bring so much harm to others. Gu Lancheng is finally willing to look squarely at his relationship with Nianqing, who used to be so high and mighty that he thought he was nobler than Nianqing. Now he realizes that his so-called nobility was a superficial illusion given to him by his family of origin. Leaving the blessing of his family of origin, he was not even as good as Nianqing. Not as good as her with a backbone. In the early hours of the morning, it rained from the sky. Gu Lancheng was cold and hungry, and looked out of the iron window with unparalleled despair. A sleepless night. Nianqing, why on earth do you hate me so much? How far are you going to burn me in this rage before you stop? The unwillingness and stubbornness in Gu Lancheng's eyes finally turned into intense confusion. He couldn't wait to return home and find the answer inside the city of circulation. Gu Lancheng, the staff members suddenly shouted from the doorway. Your family bailed you out. You can go out now. Gu Lancheng heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 134, Love has a time limit. Hate has its roots. Only when he breathed this sigh of relief, a sense of shame rose in the bottom of his heart. He was thinking, if it was Nianqing facing this kind of adversity, she should be much more open than him. Gu Lancheng limply climbed up and walked out with his last breath. Gu's mother and father were waiting for him outside, and when he saw the wretched and haggard Gu Lancheng, Gu's father's eyes were cold and disgusted. Gu's mother, on the other hand, ran forward excitedly and hugged Gu Lancheng, bawling her eyes out. How did you get in here? Mother Gu asked as she whacked Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng pushed Gu mother away and trembled as he walked to Gu father. Dad, I was wrongly accused. Gu's father treated him more perfunctorily. It's good to come out. In the future, keep your tail between your legs and don't offend people you shouldn't. Tail between your legs? This made it extremely difficult for the proud Gu Lancheng. He didn't respond to Gu's father with a dark face. Gu's father looked at him faintly, seeming to have no patience with him, and simply confided. Your mother and I have divorced. The property has been distributed. You're an adult now. You should be independent. In the future, when things go wrong, don't come looking for trouble from us. Gu Lancheng looked at his mother in shock, and the grayness in the bottom of his mother's eyes pierced Gu Lancheng deeply. Why? Gu Lancheng asked painfully. Father Gu said, why else? I need an outstanding heir. But look at yourself. Ever since you met that Xiao Xin, it's like you've been taken over. You've really become dim-witted for her. Even ancient dim-witted kings can't compare to you. A dim-witted ruler can destroy a country, but I can't let the Gu family be destroyed in your hands. So if I want to support my other sons to the throne, I have to give them decent status. Gu Lancheng was speechless. After Gu father said this, he left in the car without looking back, leaving Mother Gu and Gu Lancheng at a loss for words. They stayed where they were. Gu Lancheng had no face to face his mother. He turned around and left in a sorry state. Gu's mother looked at his fallen back and bawled. Her cries, which reached Gu Lancheng's ears, were even more lingering, making his heart feel like a knife. Mom, I'm sorry, Gu Lancheng whispered to himself. It was already evening when Gu Lancheng returned home. Joshing made a big, hearty dinner to greet him, but when Gu Lancheng saw Xiao Xin, it was as if he had seen some demon or devil, and there was a sense of trepidation in his eyes. Xiao Xin, however, ran forward regardless and hugged him tightly. Lancel, you're finally back? Do you know how hard it has been for me these past few days? I went and begged Mom and Dad to free you for your sake, and I also begged Nianqing to let you go. Ooh, it's good that you came out. All my hard work was worth it. Gu Lancheng's hardened heart collapsed a little when he heard her say so. He finally reached out his hand and stroked Xiao Xian's slender and haggard back. Tough on you, he said naively. Xiao Xian took off his jacket for him, gentle and considerate as if she was interpreting a flower. Lancheng, I've put hot water on for you, so go take a bath first. When you come out after your bath, you'll be able to eat a hot meal. The meal will be ready soon. Good. Gu Lancheng woodenly walked towards the bathroom. In the bathtub, the herbal medicines gave off a faint aroma, and as Gu Lancheng sank his tired body under the water, the warmth instantly wrapped around him at that moment. This warmth was given to him by Xiao Xian, and he tried to draw boundaries with her right on the way back. He's really confused. Xiao Xian didn't do anything wrong? Why should she be punished? Xin Help me get clean clothes. Gu Lanchang let go of the shackles in his heart and was also able to get along naturally with Xiao Xian. Okay, Xiao Xian responded pleasantly. She came to Gu Lanchang's check room, picking out home clothes for him, but she inadvertently saw that in the lattice drawer lay the city of cycles that she had dreamed of. This necklace is the city of cycles? Xiao Xian excitedly picked up the city of circulation as she repeatedly scrutinized the mysterious necklace. When her fingers touched a certain place, it was as if an electric current was passed through her body, followed by an image suddenly loaded in her mind. Me, do you know how much I hate you? You stole my marriage and made me have to live in the shadows as an unseemly mistress, so you must die. Your daughter must die even more. Only when you all die can I stay by Lanchang's side with honor. Sister, if you hurt me, Lanchang might be able to remain indifferent, but if you hurt our daughter, he will definitely not forgive you. Don't you play with fire. Sister, then let's gamble and see if it's your daughter's life that matters in Lanchang's heart, or my life is important? When Joshing finished, she shoved a mouthful of unknown pills into her mouth. It didn't take long for her body to react with severe edema. She called Gu Lanchang in pain. Lanchang, I seem to be dying. Gu Lanchang almost immediately dropped the work at hand and headed back in haste. Xiner, don't be afraid. I'll be right over. After a bout of soldiering, Gu Lanchang sent Xiao Xian into the hospital. The doctor examined Xiao Xian's body and made an unexpected diagnosis. Miss Xiao originally had a very serious kidney disease, so she should be very cautious and careful with her diet. But we found a large number of drugs with strong nephrotoxicity in her body. Miss Xiao's life is in danger. Xiao Xian cried pearly. It's me. I sensed something was wrong after she gave me the pastries she made. Gu Lanchang was so angry that he stormed out. What a vicious woman. Even more frightening, the doctor announced. MS. Joe needs plasma replacement as soon as possible. Then use Jomi eyes. Gu Lanchang said. Xiao Xian said. Lanchang, Xiaomi has recently gotten a bad cold. What if she passed the germs on to me? The doctor vetoed Gu Lanchang's proposal. No way. The blood donor must be in good health. Xiao Xian said to herself. What can we do? The only people in our family who are qualified to give me a blood transfusion are my sister and my little niece. My sister is sick, and my little niece is still young. There will be no one to give me a blood transfusion. Gu Lanchang asked the doctor. Can there be any safety risks for the blood donor? The doctor said. As long as surgical hygiene is maintained, there won't be any problems. Gu Lanchang's eyes lit up. Then use my daughters. The scene shifted and Gu Lanchang took his young daughter from Xiaomi's arms. Xiaomi blocked all the way. Gu Lanchang, if Xiao Xian needs a blood transfusion, use mine. Use as much as you want. Don't let your daughter go. She's so small. How can she stand it? You're not worthy. Gu Lanchang gritted his teeth. Gu Lanchang, if you let your daughter give her a blood transfusion, we'd be finished. I'm telling you, I'll never forgive you. Gu Lanchang stopped. Why are you so vicious? That's your sister. How dare you see her dead? Gu Lanchang, this is her plot. You believe me. This is her plot. Gu Lanchang shrugged off Jomi, who was crying her heart out, and left in a hurry. Jomi fainted. Lancelot, don't make me hate me. Chapter 135, True or False Filial Piety. Mother Qiao has argued. The city of cycles runs out of energy and the screen disappears into thin air. Xiao Xian stayed where she was, breaking out in a cold sweat. This city of cycles records her evil. That's too much to fear. Xiner. Gu Lanchang's voice came from the bathroom. Xiao Xian hesitated for half a day before finally stuffing Cycle City into her own clothes, and then left holding Gu Lanchang's clean clothes. When Gu Lanchang came out of the bathroom, he saw Xiao Xian sitting soulfully on the dining table. Gu Lanchang smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Xian turned her head and smiled softly. "Nothing, it's just that my heart aches for you. Thinking that you offended someone as paranoid as my sister for my sake. I'm just blaming myself." Gu Lanchang patted her head. "Speaking of which, I was the one who provoked her and damaged her body for my own selfish desires. It's only right that she hates me. I don't blame her." Xiao Xian stared blankly at Gu Lanchang, whose guilt and forgiveness towards Nianqing made her feel extremely uneasy. Would you be too tolerant of her? Xiao Xian was jealous. Gu Lanchang said, "Xiner, I see past times in the city of circulation. If I hadn't coaxed Nianqing into donating her kidney out of selfish desire, she would be more comfortable in her current life than the one I arranged for her. After all, it was us who had wronged her. That's why this time she counted on me to go to jail. I decided not to hold her responsible." Xiao Xian stared incredulously at Gu Lanchang, her hands in her sleeves full of clenched hands. "Then what if she gains an inch and bullies us in the future?" Gu Lanchang said, "I won't give her a chance to hurt you. Don't worry." Xiao Xian sighed. "Now that you have become an outcast of the Gu family, the Gu family will no longer be your umbrella. But Nianqing has Yin Hansheng to cover her. If she is determined to find trouble with me, where can you protect me? The Gu family's outcast? Gu Lanqing's eyes became full of hostility. The Gu family can have the glory that it has today, and I, Gu Lanqing, have also contributed to it. How can it be so easy for them to abandon me? A few days later, the injuries on Nianqing's body healed, and the first thing she did after leaving the hospital was to visit Xiao's father. What a coincidence that Zhou's father's hospital room was particularly busy today. Mother Xiao and Xiao Xian were both there, and when they saw Nianqing they seemed to stare at her defensively as if she were an enemy. What are you doing here again? Zhou's mother questioned coldly as she sat in her wheelchair. Nianqing stood a meter away, looking down on Mother Xiao. The tall, strong, hostile woman in her memory was now hunched and thin, sitting timidly in a wheelchair. In her hand, she also carried a medical catcher. The puddle of yellow water it contained still smelled of uric acid. Nianqing suddenly felt sad that Mother Xiao herself was half paralyzed and needed to be waited on by others. But in order to help her beloved daughter Xiao Xian reduce her burden, she had to shoulder the responsibility of taking care of her ex-husband who was paralyzed in bed. Naturally, I came to see your jokes, Zhou said lightly. Mom, the thing I looked forward to most when I was a kid was growing up to be strong and then proving to strong you that you having me as your daughter was the most worthwhile investment you've ever made in your life. Zhou's mother's face became unnatural. What the hell are you trying to say? Nianqing said, I would say that if you had not been blind and lied to me in order to help this sick daughter, with my wealth today, I could have completely cured you and allowed you to live a rich and decent life. Xiao Xian was very hurt. She didn't let Nianqing continue. Nianqing, you don't want to cry and fake mercy. My mom served my dad. That was her willingness. You think they are all like you, forgetting their roots and not being filial to their parents. Nianqing's sneering gaze turned to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, when you are filial to your parents, you are filial with your mouth, right? For so many years, they were the ones who poured their hearts into saving for you. Have you ever cooked a meal for them? Have you made a single garment for them? None of it. So your filial piety is just empty talk. Xiao Xian was slammed by Nianqing, pale and powerless as she defended. I'm in poor health, and I'm not capable of helping mom and dad. They will sympathize with me. Nianqing said, oh, you're in poor health. It's not always poor, is it? I remember a few years ago you went to Milan for the Fashion Week competition. You made so many clothes then. How come you didn't think to make one for your mom and dad? Xiao Xian blushed in embarrassment. Her eyes looked uneasily at Mother Xiao. Mother Xiao's gaze on Xiao Xian became visibly icy. Nianqing added, Mom, look at your hands. They're shaking even when you're carrying a toilet. You should have been able to live a long life with this body. When you lived with me in Hangzhou, you were nearly 20 years younger than you are now. I was the one who served you tea and water. Zhou's mother bit her lip and hung her head down in embarrassment. Nianqing's words did wake her up. Her two daughters. Jiazhen talks better than he walks. Nensen is better at doing than saying. When she was with Nianqing, she was truly happy. She's tired of being with Jiazhen. When Nianqing saw the expression on Xiao's mother's face, she knew that Xiao's mother had taken her words to heart. Nensen also nailed it. Xiao Xian, however, lost her temper and roared, Nianqing, what are you doing here? Since you've changed your name, you have nothing to do with our Xiao family. What are you still coming back for? We don't welcome you here. Nensen said, I've come to borrow a hair. The catcher in Mother Xiao's hand suddenly fell to the floor and urine spilled out. Xiao Xian cracked. What's your end? Nianqing's fierce gaze glared at Xiao Xian, and only then did Xiao Xian realize that she had treated Xiao mother too harshly and closed her mouth resentfully. Mother Xiao tremblingly pulled off a hair and handed it to Nianqing. You want hair? As many as you want. Nianqing, however, did not take the white hair she handed over. She knew that her paternity with Zhou's mother must stand. In their previous lives, they had already done a paternity test. So this time, she just wanted to be her and Zhou's father. She walked up to Xiao's father when Xiao Xian suddenly ran over and pushed Nianqing away. What are you doing? No one is allowed to hurt my father. When Nianqing saw Xiao Xian's fierce attitude, her gaze moved to Mother Xiao's face, which also had a flustered look on it. Nianqing had already guessed that her relationship with Xiao's father was by no means unusual. Get out of the way. Nianqing said angrily. Jiazhen said, I forbid you to pull daddy's hair. Nianqing narrowed her eyes falsely, then suddenly reached out her hand in an attempt to pull Xiao Xian away. But before her hand could touch Xiao Xian was suddenly thrown back like an arrow off the string. Then with a miserable cry, she fell to the ground. Xiner. A magnificent figure suddenly ran in the doorway. The next moment, a heavy slap landed on Nianqing's face. Nianqing, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Gu Lanchang was furious. Chapter 136, a bitter trick that backfired on you. Gu Lanchang was like a whirlwind, helping Xiao Xian, who had fallen to the ground, up. However, Xiao Xian looked as if she was terminally ill and weak, sinking all her body weight into Gu Lanchang's arms. She also said in a breathless voice, Sister, I just forbid you to get close to Dad. I'm afraid you'll use the bitter trick to hurt Dad again. Why did you lay such a heavy hand on me? You know that your sister's health is not good. You still lay such a heavy hand on her. Cough cough. When Gu Lancheng saw Xiao Xin in such pain and distress, he was doubly disappointed in Nianqing. He glared at Nianqing with bloodshot eyes and snarled, Nianqing, if your sister has any troubles, I'll make you pay the price in blood. Nianqing blankly glared at the hysterical man, his eyes that seemed to devour her as he glared at her with the utmost malice, reminding her of her past lives. It was the same in his previous life. As long as Xiao Xin did a little trick, he would lash out at her without asking. At that time, she loved him and always worried that he was not good for his health when he was angry. So as long as he didn't go too far, she endured all the injustices by herself in silence. Now that the love had disappeared, Nianqing watched Gu Lancheng get angry again and only felt that this hideous man was selfish and ugly. Gu Lancheng, donate your eyes if they're useless. Nianqing raised her hand and returned the slap with a backhand. A loud sound rang out in the air as Gu Lancheng was punched by a woman for the first time in his life. Xiao Xian's eyes widened in horror. Nianqing, you actually hit Lancheng? Then she rushed over like a shrew. Nianqing, who are you to hit Lancheng? He's a big man. How can he be slapped by you? What have you done to his face? Gu Lancheng pulled Xiao Xin, don't bother with her in general. Who knew that Nianqing lifted his foot and tripped the rushing Xiao Xin hard on the ground? Xiao Xin knelt on the ground, grimacing in pain. Nianqing, how dare you trip me? Nianqing glared at her playfully. Didn't you say I bullied you? It only counts now. Xiao Xin told Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, look at her. She's so arrogant. Gu Lancheng didn't carefully consider Nianqing's words, and when he saw that Xiao Xin was being bullied, he lost control and accused Nianqing. Nianqing, apologize to your sister. Nianqing directly crushed a mouthful of his saliva. Gu Lancheng, how big is your face? You want to assign me to do something? You're not qualified. Gu Lancheng ferociously tugged on her wrist. You must apologize to your sister today, otherwise this matter is not over. Gu Lancheng then felt that he had to teach Nianqing a little lesson, or else she might go behind his back and bully the soft Xiao Xin in the future. Nianqing glared at Gu Lancheng's clutches. His hands were like pincers shackling her so hard, with no mercy at all. Ha! Nianqing felt ridiculous. Gu Lancheng was afraid that she would hurt Xiao Xin, so he had to give her a downward spiral. Nianqing gritted his teeth and warned viciously. Gu Lancheng, if you don't let go of me, I guarantee that you'll regret it later to the point where your intestines turn blue. Gu Lancheng, however, did not take in the oil and salt. Nianqing, I have to teach you a lesson this time. Otherwise you won't learn your lesson and bully your sister anytime. Nianqing then used the remaining hand to pull out his cell phone, then dialed 911. Hey, I want to call the police. Gu Lancheng intentionally murdered his ex-wife. Gu Lancheng's eyes widened and he roared. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Nianqing said. Officer, listen. Gu Lancheng is right next to me. He's restricting my personal freedom. Gu Lancheng immediately let go of her hand. After Nansen called the police, he sat leisurely in his chair. Xiao Xin panicked. Lancheng, what should we do? She called the police. Gu Lancheng was calm as usual. Nianqing, I originally wanted to let you off the hook. Since you want to commit suicide, I'll make you whole. You hurt Xiao Xin first. Even if the police come, they will only arrest you and take you away. Nianqing glanced at the surveillance in the corner. Gu Lancheng, let's wait and see then. Xiao Xin followed Nianqing's gaze and glanced at the surveillance in the corner, and her face suddenly went paper white. After all, she had just deliberately fallen to the ground and planted the evidence that Nianqing had pushed her, which had led to this subsequent vicious series of strife. The culprit is her. Xiao Xin didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She put on a gentle and virtuous demeanor and said to Gu Lancheng, Lancheng, let's forget about this matter. My sister pushed me, but you also hurt her. It's even. Gu Lancheng also didn't want things to get out of hand, so he said to Nianqing with a tolerant and generous look, seeing as your sister helped you plead for mercy, I'll leave you alone. You go. Who knew that Nianqing simply did not appreciate his love? She crossed her legs, with a look of calmness as she quietly watched the clouds roll in the sky. I'm not leaving. I'll wait here for the police to give me justice. Gu Lancheng snorted. Do you think the police station is for you? You're the one at fault. How is he going to give you justice? Nianqing coldly looked askance at Gu Lancheng and said, Gu Lancheng, I was slapped in the face by you for no reason. I will never let this matter rest. Where are you innocent? Gu Lancheng huffed. Who told you to push Xiao Xin? As the two men argued, the police arrived. Gu Lancheng took the lead and stood up, calmly portrayed the whole incident with the police. When I entered the door, I saw that Nianqing was committing an act of violence against her sister, and my home Xiner couldn't breathe well. So in a moment of anger, I dumped Nianqing with a slap in the face, aiming to let her recover her sanity. But she was very emotional. She hit me and kicked my home Shiner. In order to make her not continue to commit murder, I had to drag her wrist. After the narrative was complete, he thought for a moment and added, "She's being wicked and unreasonable." After the police officer finished Gu Lancheng's part of the statement, he turned his head and asked Niancheng, "Niancheng, what do you need to add?" Niancheng lit up his wrist, where Gu Lancheng had yanked it, inexplicably out of the chakra, became red and purple, extraordinarily horrible. "Officer, look, this is the scar Gu Lancheng left on me. I'm going to sue him for malicious wounding." Gu Lancheng took a step back in fear. How could this happen? Niancheng secretly handed Gu Lancheng a smug smile where the officer couldn't see it. Gu Lancheng defended himself. "Officer, it's really because she was in a heated mood and her intent to commit murder was obvious. I had to control her. I admit that I may not have paid attention to the road during the pulling." Niancheng pointed to the surveillance monitor above his head and gave Gu Lancheng another hat tip. "Officer, I didn't hurt Chow Xin. It was because he rushed in without asking and hit me that I fought back. I was acting in self-defense. The surveillance can testify to that. The public says it's reasonable. The public says it's reasonable." Good thing the officer wasn't confused. "I'll pull the surveillance." Then the police officers brought all the parties involved to the surveillance room, and the surveillance screen repeated the whole process of what happened when Gu Lancheng pushed the door in, when Chow Xian's body suddenly bounced backward when Niancheng didn't touch her at all. Chapter 137 Deep Heart, Chow Xian's Dilemma. After Gu Lancheng saw Chow Xian fall to the ground, he rushed to Niancheng's side without asking any questions, and then vigorously flung Niancheng a slap in the face. Seeing the surveillance, Gu Lancheng's expression was as ugly as eating. The arrogance and dominance from earlier also receded without a trace. He looked at Chow Xian in dismay. Chow Xian's eyes dodged, not daring to look at him. Niancheng cursed Gu Lancheng Chow Xian without a trace of anger. What a pair of epileptic parents. The officer was also speechless as he criticized Gu Lancheng. "Gu Lancheng, as you can see, it was clearly your wife who touched Niancheng, and you hit her without asking. Now that Niancheng is accusing you of intentional injury, we can only follow the law and detain you." Gu Lancheng was powerless to argue in the face of the ironclad facts. He just stared at Chow Xian in disbelief. His always gentle and doting gaze finally mixed with the slightest hint of resentment. "Shiner, why are you doing this?" Chow Xian was so scared by this icy cold look in his eyes that she flung herself down to his knees, raised her hand and slapped herself hard, saying with tears in her voice, "Lancheng, I'm sorry, it's me who dragged you down. I didn't think of harming anyone. I just wanted to return the favor in the same way that I did, so that Niancheng could also taste what it's like to have bitterness after being planted. I really just wanted to make Niancheng change his ways. I didn't realize that it would turn out to be a mistake. So it is." Gu Lancheng's icy face softened slightly. He helped Chow Xian up, rather helplessly. "Xianer, I don't blame you. You're just trying to take it out on me as well." Chow Xian received Gu Lancheng's understanding and folded her arms in relief. Niancheng is jaw-dropping. She really saw what is called favored people have no fear. Niancheng didn't want to let the culprit go. She pointed at Chow Xian and asked the officer, "I want to charge her too." Gu Lancheng was instantly anxious. "Niancheng, don't act like a mad dog, biting everyone you see. Xianer, she didn't hurt you. What crime are you accusing her of?" Niancheng smiled evilly. "Charge her with libel. Slander me for intentionally injuring someone." Gu Lancheng yelled, "You're being forceful." The officers couldn't help themselves as they kindly told Niancheng, "Niancheng, we know you've been wronged, but Chow Xian's health is not good. Plus the mistake she made hasn't reached the point of criminal responsibility, so it's fine for us to criticize and educate her." Niancheng could only stop. Gu Lancheng, however, heaved a sigh of relief. Niancheng stared fixedly at Gu Lancheng, who loved Chow Xian far more than he loved himself. Niancheng suddenly changed his mind. Instead of irrelevantly torturing Gu Lancheng, it would be better to torture his heart. She walked over to Chow Xian. "I can forgive your man, but you have to make a deal with me." Chow Xian begged. "You name it, I promise you everything." Nensen said, "I want to take my mom." Chow Xian looked puzzled. "You would be so kind?" Niancheng's eyes flashed with a wise and refined light. She just suddenly remembered something. In her last life, Xiao's father's condition was getting worse and worse. The follow-up was a mental disorder, coupled with severe paralysis, and complete incontinence of urine and feces, and he was so used to being cross all his life that even when he was paralyzed in bed, he didn't change his violent temper. The caregivers who served him could not stand his torturous temper, so they all resigned and took their leave. Chow Xian, a young lady who can't wait on people, coaxes Chow's mother to take on the responsibility of caring for Chow's father for her, until Zhou's father died. Zhou's mother didn't even take off that burden. Now that she had taken Mother Chow away in advance, the burden of serving Father Chow would have to fall to Chow Xian. She was curious to see if Chow Xian, the reserved young lady, would land on the mortal coil to serve her father, who had spoiled her to the bone, with his feces and urine. She wondered if Zhou's father would regret what he had done when he learned that the little princess he had cared for all his life resented him. Nianqing did not forget to put gold on his face. My mom raised me for a while, and in my old age I'll give her my old age. Isn't that human nature? Xiao Xian was in a difficult situation. It was obvious that she did not want to give up Mother Qiao as a free laborer, but in order to show her great love for Gu Lancheng in front of him, she had to make concessions. Okay, I promise you, as long as you stop pursuing Lancheng's fault, I'll agree to you picking up Mom. When Xiao Xian gave up on Xiao's mother, it was as if she was a doll, and she didn't feel any guilt. Mother Qiao's wrinkled face seemed to be chapped into pieces as she looked at Nianqing with a miserable expression, and Nianqing's gaze at her was as cold as water. She didn't think that Nianqing would be genuinely filial to her. She turned her gaze to Xiao Xian for help. Who knew that Xiao Xian did not even look at her, as if she was a dog she had raised, and she was the master who ruled whether she stayed or went. Zhou's mother bowed her head, tears weeping from her eyes. In the end, Nianqing pushed Zhou's mother away. The officer left. A farce has finally come to an end. The hospital story, however, is still unfolding. Not long after Zhou's mother left, Zhou's father became incontinent. The ward became stinky at once. The doctor could only contact Xiao Xian, the family member of Qiao's father, and gave her a harsh criticism and education. Miss Xiao Xian, it's not that you don't understand your father's condition. He's mentally traumatized, and he can't take care of himself at all. He can't leave people around him. How could you let him stay alone in the ward, causing him to be incontinent several times without anyone noticing? You hurry over and clean up the ward. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng both came to the hospital room. When they saw those contaminants on the bed, Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng were almost sickened to the point of vomiting. The two looked at each other in disbelief. Xiao Xian was counting on Gu Lancheng to help her serve Qiao father, but a young master like Gu Lancheng, who was born with a golden key, grew up being served by others, so how could he condescend to serve others? Both saw resistance in the other's eyes. Xiao's father didn't know what to do and was still blabbering. Xin, where's your mom? Where did she die? Why didn't she come to take care of me last night? Xiao Xin told him. Nianqing picked up Mom. Zhou's father was dumbfounded. Gone. Gone? Father Qiao's arrogance instantly disappeared. After holding his old face for half a day, he finally had to pull down his face and beg Xiao Xin. Xin, Dad is so hard. You help Dad clean down there. Jiazhen feels ashamed and embarrassed. What are you babbling about? Men and women are different. I'm not going to do this for you. Xiao Xian didn't have the heart to reprimand Qiao's father. Father Qiao lost it. I'm your own father. Dad suffered, and you still care about your face. Xiao Xian turned her head to beg Gu Lancheng. Lancheng. Gu Lancheng frowned and refused with a firm hand. I won't either. The two just stood in the center of the room, embarrassed beyond belief. In the end, Gu Lancheng could only call for a caregiver, who took advantage of the situation to knock on the door, asking for a price close to 10 times higher than the market price before agreeing to take care of Xiao's father. Jiaxing breathed a sigh of relief. However, he twisted his head to see Gu Lancheng's face with more gloom. Xiao Xian's heart sank heavily again. The caregiver was paid tens of thousands of dollars a month, and with Gu Lancheng's current state of no work and no income, I'm afraid he wouldn't last more than a few days. Chapter 138 Identity Revealed. Nianqing breaks down. Xiao Xian was in such a predicament that she came to her senses. Nianqing, you took Mom away on purpose so that you could embarrass me. Is that right? Xiao Xian's annoyance with Nianqing grew a notch higher. The other side. Mother Qiao followed Nianqing back to her home, originally thinking that Nianqing, who had nothing to rely on, would be living a down-and-out life. However, after entering the house, the large, open living room, with its opulent decor and expensive furnishings, caused Mother Qiao to freeze. This large flat located in the south of the city, the unit price is at least 6 figures. Like this area of 400 square feet of large house is even more limited edition. The price is close to 9 figures. This was the kind of luxury home that Mother Qiao had never dreamed of living in her life. She was so excited that her speech was a little shaky. Nianqing, when did you buy such a nice house? Now that you've become so rich, why didn't you tell Mom and Dad? You have to be filial to us in the future. We've suffered all our lives, and we're finally going to enjoy our happiness. Nianqing said in a cool tone. Don't misunderstand. I didn't bring you home to let you enjoy your happiness. Zhou's mother was dumbfounded. Then what did you bring me back for? Nianqing poured himself a cup of juice and drank it elegantly in front of Mother Qiao. After drinking the juice, she put down the teacup and didn't have the intention of serving a cup to Mother Qiao. Then I heard Nianqing say in a desperate voice, how you took care of me back then. I'm sure you still have an impression of that, don't you? Mother Qiao's eyes flashed with a flash of weakness as she said in a panic, I'm getting older, and I also have some dementia. I can't remember things all the time. Those things when you were a child, so long ago, I can't remember. Nianqing leaned over and looked at her askance, not allowing her to argue. The Alzheimer's I've heard of is not the same as what you're talking about. People with true Alzheimer's, although they can't remember recent events, the more recent the events, the more vivid they are. After speaking, she straightened up again and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't remember. I can help you reminisce. How you treated me in the past, I will return all of it to you in the future." Mother Chow couldn't avoid it and pulled down her face again to apologize to Nianqing. "Nianqing, Mom knows that I didn't treat you well in the past. Mom was wrong. I apologize to you." Nianqing furrowed his brows, and at that moment in his heart, he only felt an evil gas clogging his veins. Why should someone who made a mistake and brought a lifetime of harm to others be able to lightly say sorry and try to escape punishment? Nianqing wanted to retaliate against Xiao's mother, but when she saw Xiao's mother's cowering, old and stooped appearance, her strong nature finally gave out. So what if she punished her? Yokohama is nothing more than a man with half his feet buried in the yellow earth. It's so pointless to bother with her. You remember the way you used to treat me. Don't expect me to honor and love you. Don't worry, as long as you don't make a scene, I will support you into old age. Xiao mother wants as a big rich daughter to take her ascension, but now by the daughter of a sentence back to the original shape. It is inevitable that some of the loss. Nianqing pacified her. You should be satisfied. I didn't throw you to Xiao Xin and make you her tool, serving that paralyzed scum in bed. This is already your greatest fortune. Zhou's mother was silent. Although she didn't want to serve her ex-husband, she loved her daughter Xiao Xin. She couldn't bear the thought of her precious daughter serving Xiao's father with her feces and urine. I'd rather go back. After a long time, Zhou's mother squeezed out a sentence. Nianqing stared at her with hatred. Since you want that home so much, then I will send you back. But not right now. I have to let you see clearly how your precious daughter treats that trashy old man. Guess what? Does she give a about the old man? Mother Qiao's heart ached when she thought of the tender Qiao Xian having to carry the feces and urine for Father Qiao. Gu Lancheng loves her. He wouldn't spare her doing those dirty jobs. Nianqing said, what if Gu Lancheng is at the end of his rope and doesn't have the money to hire an escort for the old man? Zhou's mother's face instantly collapsed. Then she kept yelling that she wanted to go back. You're too reserved here. I'm not used to being here as an old woman. So send me back. Nensen ignored her request. But Gong Gel couldn't stand her noise. Gong Gel pinched her chin and teased her mischievously. You old woman. I'm going to dig your heart out and see how your heart grows so crooked. You have 2 daughters. Obviously Sister Nianqing is very filial to you. That sickly daughter of yours only knows how to use you as a tool. You're still bent on going back to help her? Zhou's mother's eyes glittered with heartbreak. Gunpla took in this weakness as she muttered. It's not possible that my sister isn't your biological sister. Is it? As if she had been stung by a wasp. Mother Qiao trembled and panic overflowed her body. You're talking nonsense. They're all my daughters. Her reaction was so great that Gunpla became suspicious in turn. Mother Qiao argued. My ex-Iner was born in poor health. It's only right for me to care for her a bit more. Nianqing is strong and healthy. She doesn't need my care. Gunpla glared at her questioningly. I've never seen a mother like you. 2 daughters and still favor one over the other. Everyone else favors their sons over their daughters. Nianqing sat in a rocking chair, eyes closed. Gunpla's words also caused her to think. She was even more skeptical. Grain. Sister. Gungnir walked up to Nianqing. Nianqing suddenly grabbed a handful of her own hair and pulled hard. A dozen black hairs lying in her hand. She handed the hair with the follicles attached to it to Gong Gel. Help me do a genetic test with her. Gunpla said. Yes, sister. Zhou's mother looked unchanged. Nensen added. Find a way to get the old man's hair, and get me and him tested, too. By the way. Zhou's mother instantly panicked. Why do you go to all that trouble? Why do his when you've done mine? Are you burning through money? Nianqing sat up straight from the rocking chair, his sharp gaze falling straight onto Mother Qiao. I've thought about it, and while I may be your daughter, I may not be his. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that he would love Xiao Xin so much but not me alone. Zhou's mother panicked, finally breaking out. You guessed it. She paused and breathlessly announced something. You are indeed not his daughter. Nianqing's expression chafed a little, remembering that she had once been so humble to please that man, only to be wantonly mocked and teased by that man, letting her prideful bones be knocked to pieces a little bit. She was almost paranoid that she was a poor wretch who was born unworthy of a father's love. Yet the truth was so absurd that the man was not her father at all. How ridiculous. She was wrong from the start. Nianqing instantly went berserk as she hysterically roared. Since he's not my real father, what gives him the right to morally kidnap me in the name of fatherly love to work for his daughter? Who is he to tell me to do this and that? By what right? Zhou's mother was dumbfounded by her frenzied appearance. Her face was terrified and her whole body shrank in the wheelchair. Can't wait to turn herself into a speck of dust. Nianqing finally broke down. She held her head and bawled her eyes out. Chapter 139, Mother's Love Suffocates. He cares for her. Zhou's mother was like a child who had done something wrong, cowering in her wheelchair and shivering. Xiao Mi. She opened her mouth to say something, But her name-calling made Nianqing even more devastated. She was like a wild lion in a frenzy, suddenly running towards Qiao's mother, and then holding Qiao's mother's arms and roaring excitedly. "Don't call me Qiaomi. I hate this name. I don't have the last name of Qiao." Zhou's mother's hands and feet. "Don't be angry." The more she said, the angrier Nianqing became. "Why did you lie to me? Watching me do all the stupid things to please him? You are my mother. How could you let your own daughter be so humble as to please a man who was not even related to me by blood?" Zhou's mother whimpered. "I'm sorry, I didn't know this would hurt you so much. What good is an unspoken apology? Nor can it fill all the mournful furrows of my heart." Nianqing finally got tired and calmed down. She sat down disheveled on the sofa and glared coldly at Mother Qiao. "In fact, you don't even deserve to be a mother." Mother Qiao was deeply indignant at Nianqing's accusations. In her opinion, how could any junior criticize their elders? This was simply treasonous. She, however, could no longer, as she had done before, indulge in her emotions by hitting or scolding Zhou when she was slightly displeased with her. Ever since she learned about the inhumane things that Nianqing had done to Qiao's father, Qiao's mother had felt intimidated by Nianqing. She shivered and said, "He is now paralyzed in bed by you, with nervous disorders, incontinence, and living without dignity. You have also taken revenge on him. It's time for your hatred to end." A layer of gray haze covered Nianqing's eyes. Not enough. She spat out 2 words through clenched teeth. Mother Qiao's whole body's nerves tensed up. Nianqing's hatred was like a star's fire that was starting a prairie fire in all directions. It made her feel terrified. "And what do you want?" she asked, trembling. Nianqing said, "The pain I have tasted. I want you all to taste it again." Mother Qiao reasoned with Nianqing miserably. "Qiao Mi, you only lost a kidney. Nowadays, you are also living a glorious life. Look, you've caused us so much misery. You should be content, right?" Nianqing's eyes suddenly seemed to be stained with blood. "What do you mean you just lost a kidney? Being betrayed by the closest people, backstabbed by the most trusted people. You should also taste these despair." Mother Qiao couldn't understand Nianqing's pain. She felt that she was being unreasonable. Her expression was numb as she said, "If I were to encounter these things of yours, I would only be thankful for the encounter, instead of pain and despair. It's your own mind's eye that is small. Eyes can't tolerate sand." Nianqing's clenched fist tightened abruptly. "Remember what you just said." Then she turned and went upstairs. That night, Nianqing wept until dawn. The next day, when Nianqing went downstairs, she only felt that today's atmosphere was particularly tense and oppressive. It wasn't until she saw a truly imposing and reserved man standing in the living room that she realized where this sense of tightness came from. Yan Hongqing suddenly turned his head when he heard light footsteps coming from the stairs. Seeing Nianqing's reddened eyes, coldness lingered in the bottom of his eyes. He walked over and reached out to touch Nianqing's eyes. Nianqing, however, avoided his hand, not wanting him to see his cowardice. Yan Hongqing got angry. Fuming, he pinched her chin. "Who told you to cry?" His voice was wrapped in hostility. Zhou's mother was so scared that the water cup in her hand fell to the floor. Yan Hongqing turned his head and angrily rebuked her. "Useless old thing, can't even hold a water cup." Zhou's mother's head was lowered to the ground. Nianqing didn't want to tear open his wounds and show them to others, but Gong Zhel was indignant and fought for her. "Young Master Yan, it's all because of this old thing. She said so many excessive things last night, and she was the one who made her sister cry in anger." Yan Hongqiang let go of Nianqing and turned shadowy as he walked over to Mother Qiao. "What was said?" Gunpowder was just about to open her mouth when Yan Hongqiang held up a hand to stop her. "I want to hear her speak for herself." Mother Qiao was finally mustering up the courage to raise her head to look at Yan Hongqiang, but when she saw that Yan Hongqiang's appalling pupils were like black holes swallowing her up, she was so frightened that her breathing was unsteady again. Hurrying to lower her head again. "Speak." Yan Hongqiang let out a roar. Zhou's mother faltered. "I didn't say anything?" After a pause, seemed to remember, intermittently said, "Oh, she wants to know her birth. Then I will truthfully tell her that she is not Master Qiao's own daughter." Yan Hongqing's pupils cracked, the hand under his sleeve suddenly squeezing tight. "And, Qiao's mother was very innocent. I just don't understand. She only lost a kidney. Why does she make it seem like we all owe her a life? Can't she be a little more generous? It would be nice for everyone to live in harmony and be happy." When Mother Qiao said this, it was as if she felt her body inexplicably become cold. She raised her head to look at Yan Hongqiang and it was as if 10,000 arrows shot out of Yan Hongqing's icy cold eye plexus, all of them shooting into her body and slicing her into a sieve. Zhou's mother shook with fear. Yan Hongqiang said angrily, "How do you have the face to let her help you so selflessly? Since you guys are so shameless, I guess there's no point in having this face." Gunpowder clapped his hands in agreement. "That's right, that old woman is abominable. Since young Master Yan has ordered it, I'll respectfully obey." Gungrain took a pill from the drawer and dropped it into Zhou's mother's glass of water. Pouring a glass of water, Gunpal walked over to Zhou's mother. Zhou's mother yelled in fear. What are you going to do? She knew that Nianqing was easily softened, so she turned her head to Nianqing and begged for forgiveness. Nianqing, I'm your mom. You can't do this to me. You will be struck by lightning if you do this. Nianqing was a little too upset and couldn't help but move forward. Yan Hongshang, however, flashed in front of her, as if a wall was blocking Nianqing's view. Xiao Shang, Nianqing said with a conflicted face. Yan Hongshang said negatively, I forbid you to interfere. Whoever makes you unhappy, then I will make her even more unhappy. Nianqing looked at his angry appearance and suddenly felt warmth in his heart. She had always been sober, and would never chill the hearts of those who cared for her for the sake of those who didn't love her. I'm glad you're happy. She smiled gently, then turned and spilled away. Yan Hongshan watched Nianqing leave, a smirk coloring his icy spirit. It's so good that Nensen doesn't care about anyone else, just as long as he does. After Nianqing left, Mother Qiao's protective umbrella was gone. The little devil that was gunpowder then unleashed her nature completely as she poured the boiling water laced with medicine directly into Zhou's mother's mouth. Zhou's mother wailed at the burn. Dying, she desperately begged for help. Gunpla said evilly, Don't worry, I won't let you die. I won't have any fun if you die. I have to keep you alive, torture you slowly. It didn't take long for the potion to go down, and Xiao's mother felt a strange itch on her face. She gouged her face so hard that it didn't take long for her skin to rot. Flesh and blood, very appalling, but the more she picked, the more addicted she became, and she couldn't stop. Chapter 140, Returning the Favor with the Other. Until the medicine wore off, the great itch disappeared, but boundless agony remained. You might as well kill me. Zhou's mother was devastated. Yan Hongsheng inserted his hands into his waist, condescendingly looking down on Xiao's mother. You can't stand this pain? You at least have thick skin, so bear with this pain. Mother Qiao was stunned into silence by Yan Hongsheng's kingly aura of sovereignty. Humph. When Nianqing was so young she had to go around begging to support a useless mom like you. Do you know how many blank stares she suffered? Do you know how many severe beatings she received? Yan Hongsheng suddenly leaned over, his hot, wet breath blowing in Mother Qiao's ear. It was as if the devil's sword was lingering on her throat. There was no harm, but it was incomparably terrifying. Do you remember the day Nianqing desperately ran away barefoot to escape the teasing of a gangster, and ended up with a steel nail piercing the bottom of her foot? But when she returned home, what did you do to her? Mother Qiao's distant memories were pulled back by Yan Hongsheng, and that day seemed like yesterday. When Nianqing returned home, she actually saw the bloody path behind her. The soles of those tender feet were still gurgling with blood, but she didn't have a word of comfort. Her attention was only on her empty hands. Her frantic scolding gained her nothing. Zhou's mother shook her head desperately, just trying to whitewash her mistake. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. Yan Hongsheng straightened himself up. His tone was characterized by a pallor and apology. Do you know how sad she was at that time? In her heart? Mother Qiao's expression remained numb. She is my daughter. Isn't it right for her to do something for me? Who is not a child of a poor family who grew up laboring like this? As for the things she encountered during the begging process, it wasn't me who brought it to her. She should reflect on why it was her who encountered those hooligans, and not the others. Yan Hongsheng's handsome face abruptly became hideous. He was so angry that he cupped Mother Qiao's neck with one hand. A tiger's venom doesn't eat its children. You're not even as good as an animal. Tribute Grains, Gunpla, who had stood idly by, immediately greeted him. Here, young master. Yan Hongsheng suddenly thought of something, letting go of his hand and smiling wickedly. You help her. Let her retrieve those fragments she can't remember. Gunpowder said. Yes, young master. She tidied up and dressed Zhou's mother deliberately, then pushed her wheelchair out the door. Yan Hongsheng was mortared in place for a long time before he came back to his senses. He drew a disinfectant tissue, wiped the hands that had just touched Zhou's mother, and threw them into the trash in disgust. Then Yan Hongsheng lifted his feet and headed upstairs. Knocking on the door of Nianqing's room, Nianqing opened it almost in seconds. Yan Hongsheng enters the room and sees that his favorite Longjing tea has already been brewed on the tea table. He cannot help but give a handsome smile. Sister is entertaining me with such good tea? It's too much of a waste. A look of wastefulness. Nianqing couldn't help but laugh. Entertaining my family's Xiao Shang, no better tea would be too much. Yan Hongsheng smiled with satisfaction. Since sister loves Xiao Shang so much, I'm sure that what Xiao Shang is asking for will be granted to me? Nianqing joked. So you're waiting for me here? I told you. Why did this noble young master go to such great lengths to help me out again? Yan Hongsheng laughed aloud. Sister, so are you going to say yes or no? Nianqing put away his smile and straightened his face. Tell me what it is. Yan Hongsheng said bitterly. It wasn't even my grandfather who insisted that I represent the Yin family to attend second young Master Gu's birthday banquet. Nianqing said, but do you want me to make your gown? Yan Hongsheng smacked his lips in defeat and said, Sister, you also know that this kind of banquet for the second generation of rich people is particularly boring. They're either showing off their cars and houses or their female companions. I don't have anything, and going will only make me the butt of their jokes. Nianqing recalled that in her previous life, as the unpopular Mrs. Gu, she had been bullied the few times she attended banquets. That's not a good feeling. She couldn't bear to see her Xiaosheng suffer like this. Sister smashed a lot of money to buy you a silver angel. Nensen resounded. Yan Hongsheng, it's not like he can't afford a car. Once upon a time it was just a matter of being too young to buy a car. Back to him stuffing the garage. Yan Hongsheng swallowed his saliva. The garage is too expensive. So if we puff up our faces, aren't we just dying to save face? Nianqing followed his words and took over. The luxury car and house can't compare to them. So this female companion can't lose to them as well, right? Yan Hongsheng snickered, then used all the ass-kissing skills he had learned in his life. Good idea. Sister's skin is white and beautiful with long legs, and her face value is against all odds beautiful and strong and tragic. She is also Ms. Jasmine's close disciple, and is the vein of the fashion world. If my sister can accompany me to the banquet, they must envy me to death. Nensen, can I? She has low self-esteem in her bones. Her family of origin has pooed her for too long, and all the voices around her spouting off about her second wife woman have made her lose herself a bit. Yan Hongsheng looked fixedly into her eyes and said, why do you lie? Nianqing just reveled in Yan Hongsheng's trusting eyes. Then I'll try. Yan Hongsheng smiled with a broad brow. Sister, time is short. I'll prepare the costumes for the banquet. Good. Nianqing knew that the banquets of rich families were all sorts of elaborate, and the costumes Yan Hongsheng prepared were bound to be more decent than hers. Gunpla pushed Zhou's mother towards the isolated and deserted lot. What are you going to do? Zhou's mother grew more and more flustered. Finally Gungnir brought her to the Rainbow Bridge. Old woman, I don't suppose you're a stranger to this place, are you? What did you bring me here for? Gunpla dragged her raw from her wheelchair and threw her under the overpass, right down to the cold, dirty floor. Old woman, every day from now on you will sit here and beg. You can't do that to old people? Why can't I? Isn't that how you dealt with Nianqing's sister? Sister Nianqing was so young at that time. She should have been at a carefree age, but you made her drop out of school and beg, providing you with a life of clothes and food. Now, it's your turn to support Sister Nianqing. Xiao's mother looked around at those surrounding her, numb eyes, and she pleaded helplessly for help. Do yourselves a favor and help me call the police. My daughter has committed the crime of abandonment. Gong Gel arched his hand and bowed to the people around him. You must not listen to her nonsense. Her daughter is the best daughter in the world. This old woman used to be young and strong, but she was so good and evil that she forced her 5-year-old daughter to beg everywhere, and then she even sold her daughter to her scummy husband, so that the other party cheated her daughter's kidneys under the name of her own father. Chapter 141, Returning the Favor with the other side of the story. The people around them sighed. Oh my God, is this still human? Such a woman doesn't deserve to be a mother. She deserves her present punishment. People around her spit and threw eggs at her. It didn't take long for Zhou's mother to be in a sorry state. She yelled hysterically, she's my daughter. What I do to her is my business. You have no right to accuse me. Shameless, although your daughter was born to you. She is a person, not your private property. You have no right to decide her life. It's bad luck to be your daughter. Xiao's mother couldn't stand up to the crowd's verbal abuse, and her thicker than the city wall's skin finally cracked, and she finally decided to pull down her face and beg for forgiveness from Gunpowder. Who knew that when she searched for the tribute pellet, she would find it missing? She suddenly panicked, because without the tribute grain, she didn't know how to go home. If she couldn't go home, then she would have to be a beggar for the rest of her life. She wasn't going to be a beggar. It was a terrible feeling. The fall and winter have turned into severe weather. Xiao's mother wore thin clothes when she went out, and now that the cold wind had picked up and the drizzle was on her bones, she was so cold that her teeth were chattering. She curled up, her body warming up a little, only to realize she was famished. The people around her coldly and numbly snickered at her, changing from one batch to another. Every time someone would sympathize with her and offer her food, someone would step in and stop it. Don't feed her, she doesn't deserve it. This woman is so mean-spirited that she abused her daughter and worked with scumbags to remove her daughter's kidney. Those almsgivers sniffed and immediately collected their food, then threw it to the stray dog on the side, saying, this kind of person really doesn't deserve sympathy. I'd rather feed my meal to the dogs than to this kind of evil woman. Zhou's mother's face burned. It was as if she had stripped naked and was being mobbed as a zoo monkey. As time slipped away and it was getting late, a flash of anticipation rose in her heart. Nianqing should be picking her up and taking her home, right? But her nightmare wasn't over yet. The people under the footbridge dispersed vaguely, and some beggars began to carry out their nightlife, and the lively scene suddenly became quiet and terrible. Zhou's mother looked around blankly as she tried to find her salvation, but salvation didn't come. The devil came to her. A couple of lewd men, who were born laughing, came toward Zhou's mother. Joe's mother couldn't even realize what was about to happen to her as she foolishly asked the devil for help. "Can you guys call my daughter for me? Tell her to come get me and take me home." The man's face was full of grimace, revealing an unbelievable expression. "Do you know who we are? How dare you ask us for help? Ha ha ha." When he finished speaking, he took out a brightly shining dagger and the sharp blade landed on Mother Chow's face. "Old beggar, I've been observing you for a day. A person like you who has done so much evil, I'm sure no one will miss you when you die. What about me? I want to borrow something from you." Joe's mother pissed herself when she saw the thug with a knife. "You guys want money, don't you? As long as you guys let me go, I promise to give you a lot of money. My daughter doesn't lack money. Only you guys can help me contact her. I'll let her send you guys money." The gangster was incredulous. "You let your daughter send us money?" Lousy is still the first time to see that there is a mother who pushes her daughter into the fire pit. But Lousy doesn't want money. What Lousy wants is the waste. Mother Chow didn't care about Nianqing's death. She only loved herself. "I'm old. My organs are aging. You guys won't be able to use my waste much. My daughter is young, beautiful and strong. You won't be disappointed when she arrives." The man kicks Joe's mother in the face and she falls to the ground. "Don't think I don't know that your daughter was cheated out of a kidney by your man and she now has one kidney left. If I karma her waste, she will die. I don't want to kill anyone. After all, there's a big sin in getting someone killed. So it's better to karma your kidney." After saying that he gave an order, "Brothers, you move quickly." Mother Chow's face was pale. She didn't think she'd come across something so dirty. She picked up the stone on the ground and suddenly smashed it on the man's head, then dragged a pair of unsteady legs and crawled quickly. The men laughed indulgently behind her. They followed her without a hitch. Joe's mother hated that she couldn't put on her wings, and she lost her strength as she crawled. At that moment, she was desperate and helpless. "Why don't you climb?" The man crouched down, ripped the cigarette out of his mouth, and branded Joe's mother's face. Joe's mother wailed in pain. But where was the pain in her face to keep up with the trepidation in her heart? "You guys off. Asterisk 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 off." The men laughed at her scared to death expression. "Don't run, old woman. We'll move fast and make sure you're pain-free. You're so ungrateful. We only want your loins because we look up to you." Mother Chow shrank into a ball. "Don't you guys touch me. My daughter is very filial. If you guys hurt half a hair on my head, I guarantee she'll make sure you guys eat your words." "Your daughter?" The man smiled evilly. "Your daughter shouldn't care about you if she has a mother like you who pushes her into the fire." When the man finished speaking, the blade suddenly picked apart her clothes, suddenly revealing a piece of white flesh. Joe's mother was scared to death. And then there was a poof. She was incontinent. The air was instantly filled with a foul, stinking stench. The men held their noses. What a bummer. Then it disappeared into the darkness and quickly vanished. Gunpowder stepped out of the darkness as she walked over to Joe's mother and teasingly asked her, "How does it feel to be a beggar?" Xiao's mother stared at her with a face like ashes. You're doing this on purpose, purposely making me lose face." Dongjel glanced at her empty hands, and her face suddenly became very cold as she said, "A day in business and nothing at all. Dead old woman is so useless." She kicked up. Joe's mother felt angry, humiliated, but more than that, she was terrified. She kowtowed to Dongjel one by one and admitted her mistake. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated my daughter like that before. Little miss, take me home." Dongjel reddened her eyes. "You've only been a beggar for one day and you can't stand it? Nianqing's sister has been doing it for so many years. You never know to feel sorry for her." "I was wrong." Joe's mother covered her face and wailed. Gunpowder said viciously, "When we get back, if you dare to make your sister unhappy again, I'll throw you to those traffickers." I don't dare. I don't dare." It was only then that Gunpowder brought Joe's mother home. It was night, and all was silent. Gulanqing sat on the bed with his clothes closed, his back against the bed, holding an invitation in his hand, his face clouded. Xiao Xian lay next to him on the bed and said in a sour and jealous tone, "They're too bullying. Obviously, you are the rightful heir of the Gu family, but your father is flaunting his illegitimate son by organizing such a grand birthday banquet. Your father is clearly trying to introduce that bastard son to the major families in a grand manner to prepare him to inherit the Gu family." Gulanqing said wearily, "Blame myself." Chapter 142, Father's Backstabbing. Lan Chang's Agony. Xiao Xian said pointedly, "Lan Chang, do you really think that your father unloaded your inheritance because you made a mistake? Or else?" Gulanqing lazily said, "In my opinion, it's obvious that your father likes that mistress outside, and he has long wanted to support her to the top. Just at this juncture, you divorced. He caught your little mistake and took advantage of it. First step by step he unloaded your power, then step by step he forced your mom to leave the house, and then later on he supported his illegitimate son to get to the top." Gulanqing's eyes erupted with great shock. He was shocked that when a woman hooked up Her logical reasoning ability could also be silky smooth and so rigorous. Xiao Xian saw that his complexion was slightly loosened and continued to add fuel to the fire. Lan Cheng, look at me. No matter what I do, my dad never gives up on me. This is the normal behavior of a father who loves his child. I think it's possible that your dad didn't love you from the beginning. Gu Lancheng was in deep thought. Jiazin's words were like opening the floodgates to the deep ocean of his jealousy, and he was gripped by the rage of his father's betrayal and abandonment. His fists were clenched and his forehead was bruised. Ryoga unclenched his fist. My dad has always been upright and honorable. It's my divorce from Jomi that's gotten him all riled up, Xiao Xian said. I just hope you didn't trust him wrongly. Lan Cheng, you can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent them. The bottom of Gu Lancheng's eyes were very empty and numb. Seeing that she had accomplished her dissociation, Xiaoxin stopped at the right moment and slept peacefully. The next day, after Gu Lancheng woke up from his nap, he did not accompany Xiao Xian to visit Xiao's father in the hospital as usual. Instead, after freshening up, he drove his newly purchased private car to Gu Group. The guard at the door saw him and froze for an instant. Gu young master, what brings you here? He ran in front of Gu Lancheng, his intention to block him obvious. Gu Lancheng scrutinized him straight in the eyes. Can't I go up? The voice was icy cold. The security guard looked embarrassed and politely refused. Young Master Gu, you're here to see the chairman, aren't you? The chairman hasn't come to the company yet. Why don't you wait for him here? Gu Lancheng's handsome face was ironic. What? Do I still have to ask the chairman for permission to return to the company now? The guard shuddered. That's not what I meant. Then get out of my way. Gu Lancheng droned. The security guard didn't move a muscle. Young Master Gu, you're nowadays no longer a member of the company, and you have to have an entry/exit slip to get in and out of the company. Please don't make things difficult for me yet. Gu Lancheng used to be the president of the company. Whoever saw him in the company was not respectful. Now that he was being embarrassed by a watchdog, how angry Gu Lancheng was could be imagined. At that exact moment, Father Gu and second young Master Gu walked in side by side. The two men were talking and laughing, a picture of a father and a son. Gu Lancheng looked at them steadily, his fists clenched and his knuckles white. The security guard greeted them with a smile. Chairman, President Gu. Father Gu and second young Master Gu looked up, and when they saw Gu Lancheng, the two of them couldn't help but stare. Gu Lancheng's eyes were filled with ice that never melted, making people feel cold just by looking at them. Gu's father had to face up to his presence. Lancelot, what are you doing here? Gu Lancheng stared at him. There were too many emotions in those eyes. In the end, he said nothing. Gu's father was slightly uneasy. Lancheng, have you been short-handed lately and need money? How about this? How much do you want? I'll have the finance call you back. The corner of Gu Lancheng's mouth slightly hooked up in an evil arc. Do you think I'm a barker? Gu father was annoyed, but he always felt a little uneasy after being glared at by Gu Lancheng's sharp eyes for so long. He eased his face and said good-naturedly, then what are you doing here looking for me? Only then did Gu Lancheng's gaze shift to second young Master Gu. Nothing much, just came to see what kind of god is this younger brother of mine who was about to replace me. Gu father was probably afraid that Gu Lancheng would clash with the second young Master Gu. He patted the second young Master Gu's shoulder and said in a warm voice, you go up first, I'll talk to him. Second young Master Gu coldly glared at Gu Lancheng and raised his head. Gu Lancheng's heart had already turned over in floodwaves because of his provocative glance. Gu's father walked to Gu Lancheng and said, I know that I made you angry by organizing a birthday banquet for your brother, but Lancheng, you have to sympathize with me. I'm doing this for the sake of Gu clan. Think about it, you've been getting a bad reputation lately. If Gu clan is handed over to you, the shareholders won't be convinced. Your brother is only temporarily managing the company for you, and the day you get up, he'll give you back the part that belongs to you. Gu Lancheng looked at him with seeming faith, then didn't reply, just silently turned around and left. Gu's father looked at his back and shook his head. Gu Lancheng returned to the car, but did not leave in a hurry. Even though Gu's father's mouth was full of words, the perceptive Gu Lancheng perceived his signal, by not allowing him to enter the company. Gu's father was clearly guarding against him. At 10 minutes past noon, Father Gu and second young Master Gu came out of the company. Gu Lancheng drove his newly purchased Poo car and secretly followed them, until they entered a private restaurant. Gu Lancheng parked his car, then changed his clothes at a rapid pace, wore a duck-tongued hat, and entered the restaurant. In the private room at the end of the corridor, Gu Lancheng saw the image of Gu's father and the newly succeeded Mrs. Gu, as well as the second young Master Gu's happy family reunion. Hubby, I heard that Gu Lancheng went to the office this morning? Did he go to look for trouble with Shenger? Successor Mrs. Gu's voice was permeated with trepidation, making it even more wintry and soft. Gu's father gently soothed. Don't worry, with me here, he can't touch Shenger half a hair on his head. Gu Lancheng's handsome face was cold and heavy. He didn't expect that father who used to be gloomy and cold at home to be so gentle when facing this woman. Love and unlove. So obvious. Mom, just don't worry. Gu Lancheng has long since ceased to be that majestic crown prince. Without dad to protect him, he's left with the shell of a paper tiger. My son isn't a vegetarian either. I'm not afraid of him. Second young master Gu arrogantly said. Gu's father laughed aloud. My family's Shanger has grown up. Dad has waited for today until the flowers are all gone. Gu Lancheng's face is white. Mrs. Gu gave Gu's father some food and fawned. Hubby, thanks to you, you can save up. This Gu Lancheng is so much older than Shanger. You let Gu Lancheng pave the way for Shanger, and when Shanger grows up and becomes an adult, you can find an excuse to let mother and son out of the house. Now our family can finally be together in the open. It also preserves the Gu family business from being divided between that mother and son. When Gu Lancheng heard this, his veins stirred and blood instantly welled up under his eyes. The anger of being backstabbed by his father made him almost mad, but he managed to control his monstrous anger and left quietly. He didn't expect Xiao Xian's speculation to be right on the money. Chapter 143, 10 Years of River East, 10 Years of River West. Mother Qiao was psychologically tormented by gunpowder, and she couldn't stay at Nianqing's house. She quietly texted her daughter Xiao Xin. Xin Mom misses you. Come pick me up and take me home. On Xiao Xin's side, the high salary of the caregiver was also putting pressure on him and Gu Lancheng, and she was happy to take Xiao's mother, a free nanny, home. So, after Gu Lancheng stumbled home, Xiao Xin leapt to tell him, Lancheng, my mom wants to come home. Why don't you come with me to Nianqing's house and pick up my mom? Gu Lancheng sunk himself into the sofa, letting the fluffy sofa wrap itself tightly around him, as if this was the only way to not divulge the aggression and anger that was just about to come rushing out from the bottom of his heart. He was so burnt out with his own affairs that he didn't have the energy to care about Zhou's mother. He pulled out his cigarette case and took out a cigar and lit it. Indifferently, he asked, You're competing with Nianqing for your mom? Do you think you have a good chance of winning? Xiao Xian didn't sense Gu Lancheng's wrongness in the slightest. She just attentively poured him a cup of water. My mom must be having a hard time staying in that home. That's why she urged me to go pick her up. I'm her daughter. How can I watch my own mom in the fire pit and ignore her? Gu Lancheng spoke the big truth. Your mom came back to this home and had to serve your dad. It's all a fire pit. Xiao Xian stiffened completely. It was as if her cheeks had been torn off by Gu Lancheng, burning hotly. In the end, she pulled out her usual miserable selling trick. It's all because of my bad health that my mom and dad are having such a hard time. I actually shouldn't have lived this long. Gu Lancheng was probably really afraid that she would seek death, and all the cells that disobeyed her all stopped creating. He picked up the car keys and stood up, saying to her, Let's go. Go pick up your mom and take her home. Jiaxing's purpose was accomplished and she broke into tears. Mother Qiao was furtively chatting with Xiao Xian, and Nianqing finally noticed her small movements. She snatched her phone, tapped on the chat screen, and scrolled up through the chat history. She laughed in exasperation when she saw Mother Qiao spitting all kinds of things at Xiao Xian. Mother Qiao, your sister got lucky. She now lives in a big house of several hundred square feet, living the life of a rich man. This is something I never expected. But her temper is also getting worse. She yells and curses at me at every turn, just like a madman. I stayed with her, though I ate mountainous food and lived in a 5-star luxury mattress. But I always think about your body. If I could, I'd still like to return to your side. Even if I have to carry your father's, I'd be more comfortable around you. Xinr, the friends your sister has made are not good people. You should avoid her if you can in the future, lest she retaliate against you. Nianqing couldn't look away as she threw her cell phone to Mother Qiao. You want to go back to Jiazhen that badly? Mother Qiao nodded her head like garlic. Your sister is much more filial than you. When she heard that I was aggrieved at your place, she immediately dragged Lancheng here to take me home. Nianqing hugged her arms and looked at Mother Qiao's face that was born of joy as she kindly reminded her. I can let you go, but Xiao Xian may not be sincere about taking you home. Do you want me to try her for you? With Xiao Xian backing her up, Mother Qiao was full of energy. Try whatever you want. I believe Xinr that she is sincerely filial to me. Her goodness to me stands up to any test. Speaking of this, she also sarcastically said Nianqing in a conspiratorial manner. Unlike someone who was filial to me on the surface, but behind my back, he makes me suffer. Nianqing was speechless. I've always been true to my word. After all, I never said I'd be dutiful. Zhou's mother was dumbfounded. That's when the doorbell rang. Nianqing glanced wistfully at Mother Qiao before walking to the door. Pulling the door open, outside the door Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian stood arm in arm in front of her. Gu Lancheng reflexively let go of Xiao Xian's hand. This action no longer evoked any emotion from Nianqing, but it was Xiao Xian who felt nauseated by Gu Lancheng's eagerness to clear the air. Nianqing asked coldly, What are you doing here? Xiao Xian's eyes flicked inside. I'm here to take my mom home. Nianqing faintly said, Come in. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng walked into the living room. Only the host didn't greet them warmly as they sat down, nor did he serve tea or pour water, so the two could only stand dryly with nothing to do. Xiao Xian's mouth said she was looking for Mother Xiao, but her gaze was nakedly sweeping over the luxurious decor and furnishings in the house. Seeing Nianqing living in this opulent, palace-like house, a huge jealousy spread out from the bottom of her eyes. Dad and Mom live in dire straits while you live a paper life, Xiao Xian said conspiratorially. Nianqing blankly glanced at her. In what capacity are you standing on the moral high ground and criticizing me? Xiao Xian said. I'm your sister. Nianqing picked up the water cup on the coffee table and elegantly sipped the tea. Then he held the teacup in his hand and played with it. Because you're my sister, you think you can accuse me as much as you want, that you can shamelessly hook up with my man, and even more morally bankrupt. Steal my kidney? Xiao Xian's face went a shade of white and red. Things have been over for so long. What are you still bringing them up for? Nianqing snorted. How does a vested interest know the pain that comes from a scar when the wound doesn't stay on you? Jiaxing was speechless, with the knowledge that Nianqing's words turned, but also put her in the low moral level. Xiao Xian, if I am your sister, Mom and Dad in conjunction with my scum husband cheated my kidney, I still consider myself to have returned my parents' gift of procreation. But, her hand holding the water cup suddenly exerted force, and the water from the cup splashed out. Xiao Xian couldn't help but shrink towards Gu Lancheng. Nianqing said fiercely, if I'm not your own sister, then what are you people doing to me? She stood up abruptly. It's a crime. Gu Lancheng's footsteps were unsteady and he trembled violently. Nianqing's chilling gaze forced its way straight at him. What? Is young Master Gu weak-minded? Gu Lancheng said. Nianqing, how could you not be the daughter of the Qiao family? If you weren't Xianer's own sister, then wouldn't your kidney transplant have gone so smoothly? Nianqing took out a genetic test report from the drawer and threw it to Gu Lancheng. Open your doggy eyes and take a good look. Gu Lancheng picked up the reports scattered on the floor, and when he flipped to the final results, his face turned pale. It says that the genetic similarity between Father Qiao and Nianqing is only 24%. The kinship is completely untenable. How did this happen? Gu Lancheng said naively. Chapter 144, Atonement for the rest of my life, what can I do to make amends? Gu Lancheng's questioning gaze turned to Xiao Xian, who was incredibly flustered. Lancheng, I don't know why this is the case. I have always thought that Nianqing was my own sister. Seeing Xiao Xian's dumbfounded look, Gu Lancheng did not continue to pursue Xiao Xian on the principle that those who do not know are not guilty. However, when facing Nianqing, he finally revealed a trace of guilt. Nianqing, regarding the matter of taking away your kidney source, I need to explain to you. At that time, I really thought that you donated willingly. If you really thought I was willing, why did you go through all the trouble of abducting me home and being nice to me for all those years? Nianqing stared into his eyes, not allowing him to retort. Gu Lancheng lowered his head. He did recall that when he first met Xiao's mother, she told him with conviction that Xiaomi didn't like her sister and father, and would never be willing to give her sister what she had for free. It was because he listened to Zhou's mother that he took Zhou home. Take the long view. Nissan's accusations are true in every way. I'm sorry, Gu Lancheng said. Nianqing, like a demon crawling out of hell, said eerily, can a single word of apology erase the sins you have committed against me? Xiao Xian was forced to collapse by Nianqing's aggressiveness and roared. Then what do you want? Is it hard to believe that you're really going to sue us? Things have gone on for so long. What proof do you have that we cheated you? And it wasn't you who willingly donated the kidney? Nianqing laughed hideously and said, whether I have evidence or not, it doesn't matter. As long as I accuse you of your crimes as a victim, even if the law can't convict you, but on the moral level, you will lose. At that time, you will be criticized by 1,000 people and spat upon by 10,000 people. That's enough, Xiao Xian said. On what grounds? Nianqing's vicious gaze scraped Gu Lancheng and said, by virtue of the fact that I was underage when I was abducted by someone. Gu Lancheng's face was ugly. Nianqing's use of the word abduction made him finally realize how much he had hurt Nianqing with his own selfish desires. His voice was muffled. Nianqing, do you have to make a scene like this? Nianqing laughed softly. This kind of ground? Wouldn't that be too cheap? Gu Lancheng was like being struck by lightning, standing there like a puppet. Nianqing's hatred for him was truly beyond measure. She seemed to live for only one purpose, to take revenge on him and drag him into the depths of hell. It took a long time for Gu Lancheng to find a trace of consciousness, and he said, Nianqing, if you hate me and take revenge on me, you won't be happy either. Why don't you reconcile with me, and I'll slowly make it up to you for the rest of my life? How about that? Nianqing sneered as if he had heard some joke. Ha, compensate me? Gu Lancheng, look at this down and out slobby look of yours right now. I'm afraid your life is not even as good as my family's dog. What are you going to compensate me with? Gu Lancheng just now noticed the household items that Nianqing used, whether it was the water cups or the bags that she scattered on the sofa, They were all very expensive and light luxury items. He was up in arms with shame. After all, Nianqing hadn't lived a single day of good life after marrying him. Instead, after leaving him, life was lived so exquisitely, but it seems to have been a presentiment, and the days are getting worse and worse. Xiao Xian couldn't bear the thought of Gu Lanqing being taunted and mocked by Nianqing, and hurriedly changed the subject. Nianqing, cut the crap. Where's my mom? Nianqing handed Xiao Mother's medical report to Xiao Xian. Since you're so filial, I'll fulfill you. Xiao Xian turned over Xiao Mother's physical examination report, saw the diagnosis written on the dense name of the disease. The big disease has progressive muscular dystrophy. The small disease has high blood pressure, diabetes. Suddenly blanched. Based on the current diagnosis, it won't be long before Zhou's mother will need to be taken care of as well. Xiao Xian's purpose in finding Xiao's mother was just to borrow this free labor to take care of Xiao's father. Now that she knows that Xiao's mother's value is limited and that she will become a burden to her in the near future, Xiao Xian is tempted to back out. In favor of this, Gungnir pushed Zhou's mother out. When Mother Xiao saw Xiao Xian, she burst into tears. She said with tearful eyes, "Xin'er." But when Xiao Xian saw her, her body involuntarily stepped back. Mother Xiao pulled on Xiao Xian's hand and pleaded, "Xian'er, Mama finally got you here. You don't know that the days Mommy has been living these past few days have really been more bitter than eating the yellow limes." Xiao Xian sniffed and glared viciously at Nianqing, rebuking, "Nianqing, are you abusing my mom?" Nianqing frankly said, "Oh, my family grain girl is not very good at serving patients. It's inevitable that there will be times when she misses." Mother Xiao tearfully said, "How is she missing? She is clearly abusing me on purpose. She also made me go to Rainbow Bridge to become a beggar and suffer abuse." Xiao Xian became furious. "Nianqing, are you still a human being? My mom is sick like this. How dare you expect her to beg for money for you?" Nianqing laughed instead of being angry. "Yes, I made her a beggar. I'm not a human being." She rested her teacup abruptly on the coffee table, making a loud crashing sound. It gave away the monstrous anger within her. Then when she made me go begging back then, was she doing personnel? Zhou's mother went mute. Xiao Xian's mouth turned over, and in the end, she couldn't say a word of reason. Nianqing then waved his hand at them. "All right, I don't want to see you here, so get lost." Xiao Xian looked flustered. She didn't sincerely want to take away Xiao Mother. "Mom, you also know that Dad needs to be greeted, and I'm already too busy to greet Dad. If you follow me, I'm afraid I'll neglect you. You'd better stay here in Nianqing. Look, her conditions here are good. You can enjoy your life here." Zhou's mother was dumbfounded. Nianqing couldn't help but snort out a laugh. "Mom, did you see that? This is the good daughter you've been longing for? Do you know which play she sang today?" Mother Xiao's eyes could not hide her disappointment in Xiao Xian, but she still defended Xiao Xian. "Xianer's health is not good. She had no choice. Why are you being sarcastic?" Nianqing stood up, walked over to Xiao Xian, and brought back the test report in Xiao Xian's hand. Turning her hand, she threw it to Mother Xiao. "She came to pick you up, counting on you, a free laborer, to help her with the responsibility of caring for her dad. Why did she go back on her word and give up on taking you home?" "It was only because I showed her your test reports. When she saw that you were seriously ill, she didn't want you." Mother Xiao stared at Xiao Xian, shaking her head incredulously. "Xianer wouldn't do this to me? Even if I was sick, Xianer wouldn't give up on me, right, Shen'er?" Joshing was so ashamed she couldn't stand it. Nianqing set Xiao Xian up on the boiler to bake. "Xiao Xian, this inspection report, I forged it. For Mom's illness. The doctor said that as long as she is carefully conditioned, there is still a possibility for her old cold legs to stand up. When the time comes, she will still be able to take care of your loser dad for you. Now, are you still willing to have her?" Chapter 145, Attending a Banquet. Wearing a couple's costume, Xiao Xian's teeth were clenched tightly, and at this moment she no longer cared whether or not Mother Xiao still had any use for her. She was angered by this humiliating taunt from Nianqing. Nianqing teased the escalation, not saying anything? That's a tacit acceptance? I knew that as long as Mom still has an ounce of use. Xiao Xian, you won't give up on her. She raised her eyebrows with a hint of evil. After all, you are a natural bloodsucker. You won't rest until the people around you are sucked to the point of exhaustion. Bloodsuckers? These words from Nianqing abruptly reminded Gu Lanqing that Gu's mother had once said similar things. One person said that Xiao Xian was an asshat, and Gu Lanqing felt that her assessment of Xiao Xian was biased. But both said Xiao Xian was an asshat. While Gu Lanqing had to do some soul-searching, combined with Xiao Xian's past behavior, she had asked for Xiao's mother and Xiao's father inordinately, but when Xiao's father was paralyzed in bed, she couldn't do anything to clean Xiao's father's body. When Xiao's mother genuinely asks for her help, she hesitates and seems to be avoiding the responsibility of supporting Xiao's mother. Gu Lancheng was unwilling to speculate about the woman he loved so much, as if Xiao Xian's taint only proved that he had poor vision. He resisted accepting the fact that Xiao Xian was a white-eyed wolf from the bottom of his heart, so he was willing to give her another chance. Test her one more time. Gu Lancheng settled the matter with a single word, Xian your mother wants to go home, so let's take her home. Xiao Xian only had to respond stiffly. Good. Just like that, Xiao Xian pushed Xiao's mother to leave. Gu Lancheng looked deeply at Nianqing before he left, and Nianqing saw him off, but her gaze, no longer the former tenderness, that deep bottomless eye hole. In addition to wanton ridicule, there is a thick calculation. Gu Lancheng, have you ever gotten to know your pillow? Is it worth it to love her that much? Gu Lancheng stubbornly did not admit defeat. I believe in my vision and my choice. Nianqing said, it seems that you haven't finished mining the secrets of the City of Cycles. Because of Nianqing's words, Gu Lancheng's heart suddenly became terrified. The story of the City of Cycles was by no means unfolding the way his heart wanted it to. He shuddered to think of the absurdity of the stories that followed that he didn't know about. When Gu Lancheng returned home, he went straight to the check room. But when he searched for the City of Circulation in the check room, he realized that the City of Circulation had disappeared. Finally, after searching for a long time, he found it in the dark compartment of the check room. Gu Lancheng held the lost and found City of Cycles, but confusion roiled under his eyes. His memory had always been good, and he clearly remembered that he had put the City of Cycles in the pocket of his suit. The City of Cycles moved its position. It could only be that Joshing had moved it. Xin, have you touched my necklace? Gu Lancheng walked out with the necklace and pleaded with Xiao Xin. Xiao Xian's demeanor didn't change. No. Gu Lancheng was stunned. The bottom of his eyes were flooded with dismay. He was sure that Xiao Xian had lied. The walls of trust in Jiazhen seemed to crack a seam. I misremembered. He trailed off. Joshing breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Lancheng held the City of Circulation, but for some reason, the City of Circulation no longer exerted its energy field. Gu Lancheng did not have strange dreams. In the blink of an eye, second young Master Gu's birthday arrived. The venue for the birthday party was chosen to be the Gu family's old mansion. It was a villa complex covering several hundred acres. The villa complex was full of trees, curved bridges and flowing water, and was very mysterious. The Gu family had meticulously planned this birthday party. The red carpet was spread to the entrance, red lanterns were hung on the trees, and there were festive scenes everywhere. The gates were strict, and guests could only enter the villa complex with an invitation. The guests invited by the Gu family this time were all bigwigs in business. There was a limit of 30 cards issued. Today someone is more excited and thrilled than the protagonist. Yan Hongsheng brought to Nianqing's downstairs early in the morning. Wearing a well-tailored grass-green shirt and sublight gray suit, he deliberately combed all of his immature bangs up, revealing a finely crafted handsome face, like an ancient Greek sculpture, perfectly flawless. However, such a mature dress makes the already cool Yan Hongsheng even more ascetic and high-cool, hard to approach. Nianqing quickly descended the stairs, and from a distance, Nianqing was slightly lost in thought when he saw Yan Hongsheng, who was elegantly leaning against the luxury car. Yan Hongsheng, dressed like this, made her think of him in her previous life, the dreaded king of business who stood at the top of the pyramid. It's almost too similar. Nianqing sighs, Yan Hongsheng is growing up too fast. Yan Hongsheng looked up and saw Nianqing, walking in style. Sister, you're so beautiful today. He never skimped on praising Nianqing. Nianqing looked down at the gorgeous dress he wore, white for the bottom of the high V-neck silk dress, but embroidered with a from the green unknown flowers, which makes Nianqing looks actually have a few points out of the mud and not dying the fairy atmosphere. But Nianqing's focus was, Xiao Shang, our clothes seem like couples' clothes? Yan Hongsheng said, you are my female companion. Well, if I don't tinker with my clothing, what if my sister is snatched away by another man? Nianqing said, don't worry, sister won't let you be left alone. Like in her previous life, she was often left behind by Gu Lancheng, and the feeling of inevitably encountering pity or taunting from others after being left alone was not pleasant. She didn't want Xiao Sheng to taste it. Yan Hongsheng babyishly held her hand. Sister, this is what you said. Don't let go of my hand today. Nianqing nodded daintily. Then, princess, please get in the car. Yan Hongsheng opened the car door and invited Nianqing into the car with a sense of ceremony. Nianqing couldn't help but laugh. She had exquisite makeup today, and with this smile, she was actually as beautiful as a blooming 10-mile peach blossom. Yan Hongsheng looked dazed. Sister, you should smile more in the future. Got it. Hurry up and get in the car. Yan Hongsheng personally drove the car. He was a good driver. The car drove at an even speed, soon came to the front of the Gu family villa. Only, when Yan Hongsheng carefully assisted Nianqing out of the car, their arrival immediately attracted countless gazes. Handsome men and women are a beautiful sight. Brother Yan. Hua Xiaoru ran out like a ghost. She very naturally took Yan Hongsheng's other hand and deadpanned. Brother Yan, You'll be my dance partner today. Nianqing was afraid that Yan Hongsheng would be embarrassed and knowingly let go of his hand. Yan Hongsheng frowned and coldly pushed Hua Xiaoru away. Sorry, I have a female companion today. Hua Xiaoru glanced at Nianqing and said in disbelief. She's your assistant. Her status is not suitable to be your female companion. Contempt for Nisan is in full force. Nensho took a deep breath. The occasion of being belittled made her physically ill. She moved forward, away from the center of the incident. Yan Hongsheng said to Hua Xiaoru with a dark and sullen face. Xiaoru, we're not right for each other. Don't you be pestering me. After saying that, he pulled out his legs and went after Nianqing. Hua Xiaoru was so angry that she stomped her foot. Brother Yan, why do you just not like me? Do you want to know why? A voice whispered. Chapter 146 Bullying Nianqing. Hongsheng backs up. When Hua Xiaoru turned around, she saw Xiao Xian standing in front of her, her face pale and shapeless. She was so frightened that she almost screamed female ghost. Xiao Xian hurriedly introduced herself. I'm the eldest daughter-in-law of the Gu family. She was quite good at elevating her status, instantly making Hua Xiaoru look at her in a favorable light. So you're the mistress of the Gu family? Disrespectful. Xiao Xian's vanity was greatly satisfied. Miss Hua, you like Yan Hongsheng? Hua Xiaoru is distressed. I fell for brother Yan at first sight. Nay, the goddess is intent on Xiang Wang has no heart. Xiao Xian attached her mouth to her ear. You and Yan Hongsheng were originally a pair. Yan Hongsheng was originally your heavenly prince. However, because of Nianqing's appearance, it blocked this marriage of yours. Hua Xiaoru's face instantly became enraged. Nianqing, it's really you who's playing tricks. Xiao Xian and Hua Xiaoru were chatting merrily. So when Xiao Xian offered to borrow Hua Xiaoru's invitation, Hua Xiaoru agreed without thinking. Here you go. The Gu family knows me well anyway. I don't need an invitation to get in. Jiazhen jumped for joy. Thank you. The banquet venue was located in the open-air plaza of the Gu family villa's center courtyard. Many people had already gathered on the square at this moment. Presumably, all of the attendees were non-rich and noble bigwigs, so the banquet was a great success. After Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing entered the square, Yan Hongsheng suddenly took down Nianqing's hand that was resting on his arm. While Nianqing was wondering about his maneuver, he had already grabbed her hand and passed his fingers through hers. Crossing his fingers, Nianqing froze. This action, too intimate, more applicable to lovers. This isn't right for us, she reminded him in a small voice. Yan Hongsheng was still haunted by the fact that Nianqing had just left him behind, saying, if I don't hold you a little tighter, and a random person says a few words, you'll be able to leave me behind? Nianqing was at a disadvantage, so he said nothing more. When second young master Gu saw Yan Hongsheng, surprise shot out from the bottom of his eyes. He hurriedly took 2 cups of good wine from the wine rack and went forward, enthusiastically handing them to Yan Hongsheng. Hongsheng, I'm finally looking forward to you. Nianqing was surprised. The relationship between Yan Hongsheng and the second young master Gu seemed very close. The second young master Gu's attitude towards Yan Hongsheng was even more respectful, with a few moments of worship. How long have they been friends? Yan Hongsheng took the wine and tasted it. Good wine. The wine that could be praised by Yan Hongsheng must be extremely good wine. After all, Yan Hongsheng's mouth was very dense. Nianqing licked her lips, her gaze lingering on Yan Hongsheng's wine glass. She was addicted to alcohol, probably because she had been depressed in her previous life and had relied on it from time to time to drown her sorrows. Second young master Gu could see Nianqing's thoughts. He smiled heartily. It looks like Sister Nianqing is also good at this wine. He went to the wine rack and took another glass of wine over. Nianqing joyfully took the wine handed over by second young master Gu and was just about to bring it to his mouth when Yan Hongsheng snatched it away. Yan Hongsheng solemnly criticized second young master Gu. My family Shengsheng does not drink alcohol. Second young master Gu pursed his lips. Nianqing saw the duck in his mouth fly away just like that. So lost. Xiao Sheng, I can drink. Yan Hongsheng said. Sister, I know you can drink, but your body does not allow you to drink such strong alcohol. Nensho smacked his lips. So lost. Yan Hongsheng, however, raised his glass and smiled wisely. Sister, I'll drink your portion for you. Nensen, this guy is so beat up. I'll get a drink then. Yan Hongsheng supervised her. Just drink milk. Nianqing muttered. You're not afraid of growing old fast, you 1,000-year-old worry. Nisan left. Second young master Gu teased Yan Hongsheng. Others say that second Prince Yan is cold and ascetic, not close to women. It seems the world doesn't understand you. Yan Hongsheng's gaze followed Nianqing. Nianqing walked to the wine rack, reaching out just as she was about to take away the white wine, but she inadvertently glimpsed Yan Hongsheng's stern warning gaze, and her hand reluctantly reached for the milk next to her. Yan Hongsheng's gaze shifted to second young master Gu. I'm only good to my family Nianqing. Second young master Gu was confused. I've always wondered why Miss Xiaomi changed her name to Nianqing. Your heart fell when she changed her name. Could it be that the name numerology says it's true? Yan Hongsheng smiled. Maybe. Nianqing sat quietly in the corner with his milk. It's just that she's so beautiful. Whether it's the gorgeous dress she's wearing or her exquisitely glorified, white, glowing skin that folds into a real ravishing light, she attracted a lot of attention. Next to her were a few gossiping women, and after they recognized her identity, the conversation kept gathering on her. How did young Master Yin choose her as his female companion? She's clearly the Gu family's former daughter-in-law. Yes, how can she still have the nerve to come to a party at her former father-in-law's house? Nianqing's face was ugly. She didn't expect that in her reincarnation. Her criticized physique still hadn't changed. It was just that after hearing this kind of questioning voice too much, Nianqing became numb. She looked at them openly and calmly, and even smiled at them. It was simply the best way to write about repaying grudges with virtue. Only for Huo Xiaoru and Xiao Xian to suddenly join the other side's camp, pushing mocking Nianqing to a climax. She was originally my sister, but she took advantage of my illness to seduce my boyfriend into marrying him. Luckily, my Lanchang was so devoted to me that the prodigal son eventually returned. It's just a pity that when my Lanchang pulled himself out of her dewy marriage, he lost half of his life and half of his kingdom. Huo Xiaoru was even more unscrupulous as she walked up to Nianqing, glaring viciously at her and pointing at her nose to slander her. Nianqing, I didn't expect you to be this kind of watery woman. You caused Gu Lanchang so much misery, and now you've come to harm Brother Yen. Wherever you have some face, you should leave Brother Yen. A group of women gathered around, and they echoed Huo Xiaoru in order to flatter her, accusing Nianqing in a variety of ways. With such a beautiful face, it looks like a foxy cast. The two most handsome male gods in our imperial capital, first Gu Lanchang and then Yan Hongshang. How come they all seem like they've been struck by an evil spirit and both like this woman? Perhaps it was because Nianqing was so calm and relaxed that she angered them instead. They even began to move against Nianqing. Someone snatched the milk from Nianqing's hand and poured it on Nianqing's body. This naked bullying, draw more attention to it. Gu Lanchang, who was disguised in the corner, saw Nianqing sitting on a chair, his body thin and weak, surrounded by a group of women, a scene that reminded him of a long time ago. He couldn't help but sneer and think, in the end, it's a paper tiger, bullying the soft and fearing the hard, only showing its claws and teeth in front of a decent man like him, and turning into a goat in front of a group of brash and unreasonable women. Chapter 147, Hugging the Thigh. I'll give you a hug. Gu Lanchang was happy for this group of women to clean up Nianqing and thwart her, but just as he was watching from the wall, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold wind blowing over his body. When he came back to his senses, he saw Yan Hongxing's handsome face so gloomy that it could drip water. He stepped in the direction of Nianqing. Walking straight to Nianqing, he pulled Nianqing up from the seat and gently brought him up, and Nianqing's body rolled into Yan Hongxing's arms. Nianqing was afraid that her infamous self would involve Yan Hongshang, and subconsciously broke away from his embrace. But Yan Hongxing's hands were like pincers, holding her arms tightly, making her unable to move. Yan Hongshang held just like this posture, ambiguously holding Nianqing's shoulders, walked to the woman who bullied Nianqing. For Nianqing's strong backing, who gave you the courage to bully my family, Nianqing? The woman was shocked by Yan Hongxing's kingly aura and was scared to death. Young Master Yan, I didn't know she was your person, Yan Hongshang said. Her name is Nianqing. She is my girlfriend and will be my wife in the future. Know that now? The woman nodded fearfully. Yes. Huo Xiaoru was also stunned. Brother Yan, I'm the one you're coupling with? She protested sharply. Yan Hongxing's icy gaze shot to her. A marriage partner? The kind without love? You think I can condemn myself to marry a woman I don't love? Nianqing was a bit touched that Yan Hongxing had defined their status in this way in order to help support her. This is nothing to her, a divorced woman with a broken marriage. But to Yan Hongxing, it will very much affect his future marriage. Little pith. Yan Hongxing turned his head, but signaled her to shut up. I'm a person who has always been protective of my shortcomings. In the future, if you guys dare to bully my family Nianqing again, don't blame me, Yan Hongshang, for disowning all 6 of my relatives. Gu Lanchang witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and a ripple ran through his heart. A long time ago, when Nianqing was still his wife, she had also accompanied him to the banquet of the world family, but he hadn't prepared a gorgeous dress for her. He didn't know that Nianqing was slightly dressed up, but she was so beautiful and unassuming. Deep down he was repulsed by the idea of her attending a party with him. Several times he had stood by while Zhoumi was met with blank stares from others. Zhoumi must have been so helpless at that time. But today's Nianqing, when she was bullied, she didn't need to say any words. Yan Hongsheng only needed to gently hook her into his arms, and then outline his relationship with Nianqing in a few words, and she was the happiest woman in the room. Nianqing was not bullying. She gently pushed Yan Hongsheng away and smiled brightly at him. Xiao Shang, my matters, I'll just handle them myself. Yan Hongsheng saw the rippling calmness in the bottom of her eyes, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief, saying, Sister, with me here, whoever bullies you feel free to retaliate back. Otherwise others will think that my Yan Hongqing's people are easy to bully? Nianqing smiled broadly as she walked over to the wine rack and grabbed a beer before folding back in front of the woman who had bullied her. The woman had a stern face. Do you know who I am? If you bully me, my father and my brother won't let you go. Nianqing, a bottle of wine smashed down. The woman instantly open. Nianqing threw the broken beer bottle, smiled evilly and impetuously. I care who you are, even if it's the king of heaven. If you dare to move the earth on my head, I will definitely pay back 100 times. Ha! The woman let out a miserable scream. Ah! How dare you hit me? Are you finished? Let me tell you, I am the Titan Group. Nianqing interrupted her howling and called her by her name. Ms. Chen Yun, right? Your brother only came to beg me to work with him the day before yesterday? Do you know how humble his attitude was? It was not easy for me to be compassionate and agree to work with him. TSK, 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 look at your IQ. I now wonder if your brother will be an idiot like you, being used as a gun. You're quite happy being a bar gun, aren't you? Miss Chen Yun covered her wound and stared with disbelieving eyes. You know my brother? Nianqing's gaze swept through the crowd and snapped his fingers at the fidgety Chen Yun. Mr. Chen, aren't you coming out to help your sister fight? Chen Yun glared at his sister with hatred, and smiled at Nianqing. Miss Nianqing, my sister has always been impetuous in nature, and today you taught her a lesson for me. I'm more than grateful to you. Chen Yun broke down and cried. Chen Yun reprimanded. Why are you crying? Isn't it humiliating enough? Chen Yun stifled her sobs and sobbed in aggravation. The crowd all thought that Nianqing had hit the head with a gun, and a good show should have drawn down the curtain. But who knew that Nianqing walked up to Xiao Xin with the momentum that a good show had just been staged. Sis, did I seduce your boyfriend? Or did your boyfriend abduct me, an underage girl, to save you? Can you be honest and tell everyone now? Xiao Xin didn't expect the situation to reverse, and for a while she became a target. It's something I'm not really sure about, she said vaguely. Nianqing held up a USB drive. Xiao Xin, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't tell the truth with your mouth, then I'll let everyone see the truth in this USB drive. Xiao Xin instantly panicked. Nianqing, today is second young Master Gu's birthday party. Why do you need to smash his scene? Second young Master Gu said in a loud voice. Sister Nianqing, feel free to do whatever you want. I won't blame you. Second young Master Gu's blatant defense of Nianqing made Xiao Xin ashamed and embarrassed. Nianqing, do you have to embarrass me? Nianqing felt ridiculous. You're the one who embarrassed me first. I was just kidding. The joke is not funny at all. But it does remind me that I must publicize the sins of your family and let the public court take its own course, lest you slander me again, Nansen said. Xiao Xin trembled in fear. It was only at this moment that Fong remembered to ask Gu Lancheng for help. Only Gu Lancheng was standing in the crowd, and when he saw Xiao Xian's wretched expression, he had no intention of relieving her. Joshing cried and ran outside. Yan Hongshang gave Nianqing a thumbs up. Sister is mighty. Nianqing laughed merrily. With a thick thigh like yours for me to hold, can it not be majestic? Looks like I'll have to find a way to make my legs a little thicker from now on. That'll give you enough security. Nansen laughed even more cheerfully. Against the enemy, one has to be more ruthless than the enemy. This was a truth she had realized in her last life. People are good at being bullied. Horses are good at being ridden. The surrounding women no longer dared to speak out against Nianqing. They finally realized that whether it was Nianqing herself or Yan Hongshang, they were all people they could not afford to offend, and they scattered like birds and beasts. Chapter 148, You planted the cause, you pay the evil fruit. Gu Lancheng retreated from the banquet hall. He had originally wanted to go find Xiao Xian and soothe her wounded heart in the process. However, as he traveled through the intricate complex of the Gu family, he saw Gu's father and his assistant chatting in the gazebo, and Gu Lancheng changed his mind. He came silently to the side of the gazebo and hid behind the dense bushes. He heard Gu's father say to his assistant, the people who are coming to the banquet today are all partners who are closely related to the economic lifelines of the Gu group. You go and remind Shenger to make sure he serves all the guests well. I'm paving the way for him to take charge of Gu clan in the future. The assistant said, Chairman, we only issued 30 cards for this banquet, but when the doorman's side counted, they found that 30 sets of guests had come. It must be that one invitation was used twice. Gu father furrowed his brows. Can you find out Gu Lancheng's whereabouts? The assistant said, it did not. Gu's father said, go and take a look. As long as the visitor isn't Gu Lancheng, don't worry about him. Yes, Gu Lancheng's heart was very bad. Gu father called Gu Lancheng as Shenger, but called him by his full name. This kind of affinity forged from the bone was clear at a glance. What's more, Gu's father was all defensive of him between the lines, making Gu Lancheng recognize the harsh reality. He had become Gu's father's outcast. It was clear that only 2 days ago, Gu's father had said that Gu Lancheng was only briefly replacing him in handling Gu's business. It was clearly a lie. The mourning and anger of being betrayed by his own father caused Gu Lancheng to nearly fail to stand still, almost exposing his whereabouts. After the assistant left, Gu Lancheng stumbled out of the flowers. Gu's father was stunned to see him. "Lancelot, why are you here?" There was some panic on his face, but he was also lucky. Expecting Gu Lancheng to not have heard his conversation with his assistant, Gu Lancheng staggered closer to him, his eagle pupils a horrifyingly fierce light. "I never thought that one day the person who backstabbed me would be my own most trusted father." Gu's father froze. "You heard everything?" As it was, he removed the mask of disguise. "Lancel, it's not my fault. Who let you fall in love with your brain and make a name for yourself? You've long been unfit to be the Gu family's heir. But don't worry, Dad won't leave you alone. In the future, if you have difficulties in life, just come to me." The bottom of Gu Lancheng's eyes flickered with a cold, desperate light. "Am I destroying my own future? Or are you being biased? Originally using me to pave the way for your precious son?" Gu's father was a bit weak and bowed his head. "Ha!" Gu Lancheng laughed to himself. "Since you are so unkind to me, I don't have to care about father-son love towards you." Gu Lancheng exuded a dark aura that destroyed everything, making Gu's father feel uneasy. Although Gu Lancheng had been kicked out of the center of power of the Gu family by him, he had after all sat as the president of the Gu group for so long that he was very familiar with the mode of operation of the Gu family. If he was determined to wreak havoc, Gu would run into some trouble. Gu's father was afraid that Gu Lancheng would be overwhelmed. "What do you want?" Gu's father asked. Gu Lancheng shuddered. "What can I do? Naturally, I'm taking back what belongs to me." Gu's father roared in agitation. "What is yours? All of the Gus are left behind by the Gu family's ancestors. Nothing is yours." Gu Lancheng only felt chilled to the core. "I came to help you right after I graduated from college, and for 8 whole years, Gu's performance jumped from the 7th to the top 2 of its peers under my management. And you're even saying that everything Gu doesn't have is mine?" Gu's father eased his tone and said, "I will give you a dividend." Gu Lancheng was disappointed in Gu's father's desperation and said, "I don't care. So what do you want?" Gu Lancheng did not answer him, but turned around and left forlornly. Gu's father heard his sad voice come through. "This used to be my home. I didn't realize that it was so hard to get to the door of my home nowadays. Dad, you're so good to me." Gu's father said, "It's you who are not worthy. Is it wrong that I don't want your disgraced son? If you don't love, you don't love. Why make excuses?" Gu Lancheng suddenly stopped and turned to look at Gu's father. "I accept the fact that you don't love me, but you shouldn't use my love and trust in you to pave the way for your baby son." Gu's father was terrified. When Gu Lancheng walked out from Gu's, he happened to meet Yan Hongsheng at the door. Yan Hongsheng elegantly leaned against the stone lion, lit a cigar and gulped in the smoke. The smoking technique was so skillful that it made people doubt that he was still just a teenager who had just reached adulthood. Gu Lancheng was down and out, wretched, and he did not want to pay attention to Yan Hongsheng. However, Yan Hongsheng exited and mocked him. "Gu Lancheng, what does it feel like to be betrayed by the person you trust the most?" Gu Lancheng looked at him in dismay. "How did you know?" Yan Hongsheng smiled wryly, as if everything was in his grasp. He exhaled a smoke ring. "When you were still the Gu family's favorite, your tail could reach the sky, and you even looked at my family Nianqing with your nostrils. Now look at you. Where's a little bit of your spirited demeanor left?" Gu Lancheng feebly complimented. "Young Master Yan really does have a fiery eye." Yan Hongsheng said, "Gu Lancheng, do you believe in the cycle of karma?" Gu Lancheng was unsure. "Huh?" Yan Hongsheng sneered. "Wasn't this what you did to Xiaomi in the beginning? You brought home little Zhoumiai, who was living in dire straits, and pretended to be kind to her for so many days. In fact, it was nothing more than deceiving the simple and kind-hearted Zhoumiai in order to save Xiao Xian. And when Zhoumi trusted you enough, you stabbed her in the back and took her kidney. Gu Lancheng, with all the past, have you not realized that Xiaomi's past has turned into your current retribution?" It was like a burst of thunder, splitting Gu Lancheng on the outside. His face paled and his figure stumbled. "It was my mistake." Yan Hongsheng blankly glanced at him. "What you are experiencing today of her pain is simply not even a tenth of what she experienced." Gu Lancheng pupils tremble. Being stabbed in the back by the person closest to him was painful enough for him, and Zhoumiai was actually in 10 times more pain than he was? Yan Hongsheng ripped the cigarette out of his mouth and threw it on the ground, ravaging it viciously until the sparks went out. "Gu Lancheng, want to get back at your father?" Thought. Gu Lancheng's body was fully occupied by hatred at the moment. Yan Hongsheng said, "So Nianqing retaliated against you, and you deserve to suffer." Gu Lancheng handsome face white. The evil cause he planted in Nianqing ended up hitting him squarely in the forehead after traveling back and forth through time one time. All the bad consequences, he has to bear them too. He looked at Yan Hongsheng and saw that his peach blossom eyes that seemed to be smiling and not smiling were teasing and teasing. Gu Lancheng was very uneasy. He had a vague premonition that his life was being manipulated by the big hand behind him. He was powerless to break free. Yan Hongsheng, Who the hell are you? Chapter 149, Skillful Layout, Planning and Strategizing. Yan Hongshang did not answer Gu Lancheng immediately, but relit a cigarette. His slender jade-like fingers held the cigar, and the smoke lingered in front of his handsome face, making him look a little more mysterious. Why are you so nice to Xiaomi? Gu Lancheng was puzzled. How did the downtrodden and downtrodden Xiaomi befriend the wealthy Yan Hongshang? Yan Hongshang said faintly, because she's worth it. Gu Lancheng frowned slightly. It was clear that he did not quite recognize Yan Hongshang's words. Yan Hongshang's next words, however, pressed Gu Lancheng's face to the ground and rubbed it. Gu Lancheng, you've been the pride of heaven since you were a child, possessing the looks of a schoolmarm, and the talent to boast of your classmates. How did such an outstanding you fall for Xiao Xian? Xiao Xian came out of Yan Hongshang's mouth as if it was something unseemly and dirty. Gu Lancheng retorted unconvincingly, where is Xiao Xian worse? She's smart and beautiful, kind and gentle, and if it weren't for her poor health, she'd definitely be better than your Nianqing. Maybe the only way to make holding on to love seem less foolish is to desperately try to prove that Xiao Xian is good. As if Yan Hongshang had heard a great joke, he said with contempt and disdain, she is intelligent and beautiful, gentle and kind? Intelligent indeed, going to great lengths every day to take people's organs and husbands, and to pull the high and mighty prince down to the level of a hamster who has to live in a ditch just like her. This kind of outlaw-hearted woman sells herself to you, and you're so mesmerized by her that you can't tell the difference. Gu Lancheng, your eye for choosing women is really too poor. Gu Lancheng glared at Yan Hongshang. Yan Hongshang, Xiao Xian isn't as embarrassing as you say. She's just more tender and likes to rely on others. Yan Hongshang was quite speechless. So tender that it's like a doddering flower that it has to squeeze the last drop of blood out of its host before giving up? Gu Lancheng said, she doesn't want this either. Yan Hongshang glanced at the figure hidden in the shadows and slightly hooked his lips. His purpose accomplished, he wanted to draw back. Gu Lancheng, my words are over. You take care of yourself. Yan Hongshang left with a big stride. Gu Lancheng watched Yan Hongshang's back as he left, his long eyelashes projecting a dark shadow under his eyelids. He gritted his teeth and murmured, Yan Hongshang, do you think I don't know your sinister intentions? Xin only has me left nowadays. If even I leave her, how should she live? Yan Hongshang, your means of retaliating against her is truly cruel. Yan Hongshang returned to the main banquet hall, and Nianqing quietly asked him, where did you go? Why did you go for so long? Yan Hongshang's smile was a little unnatural. How could he tell her that he had just done something that was not dissimilar to killing and setting a fire? Sister, I just went out for some air. Nianqing was puzzled. To go out for a breath of fresh air? Why don't you even say hello? It's very counterintuitive to be this godforsaken. Suddenly, a faint, if faint, smell of smoke danced between her nostrils. Nianqing huffed and stood on her tiptoes towards Yan Hongshang's mouth, who was so startled by her move that her body tensed into a bow. Nianqing's face is too good-looking, pure with a bit of naivety. The eyes are bright and charming, flickering like the stars in the night sky, and the thin lips that have been described as red are even more attractive. When this face pounced on his own, Yan Hongshang's heartbeat went haywire. Sister, what are you doing? His ears were reddening at a rate visible to the naked eye. Nianqing was sure that the smell of smoke was emanating from Yan Hongshang's mouth, and then pulled away from him. With a serious little face, she said, Xiao Shang, you smoked? Yan Hongshang breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, smoked a little. Nianqing frowned a small frown, and suddenly reached his hand into Yan Hongshang's shirt pocket and fished out the cigar box with only a small half-pack left. Nianqing raised the cigarette box in dissatisfaction. Is this what you call smoking a little bit? You little guy, when the hell did you learn this stuff? Yan Hongshang vainly defended. Sometimes the mood is bitter and depressing, so I smoke one or two to relieve the boredom. A touch of worry rose under Nianqing's eyes. When have you been in a bitter and depressing mood? Why don't you tell sister? Yan Hongshang was bitter. All his bitter repression came from her awe. Seeing that Yan Hongshang didn't speak, Nianqing sighed, Xiao Shang, elder sister wishes to understand that you will encounter a lot of difficulties in your life, but at all times you must take good care of your body. Yan Hongshang was scolded by Nianqing, but he laughed his ass off. Sister, I know, Nensen let it go. Then to him, Miss Wei came to see you just now, and she asked me to tell you that she's waiting for you to ask her to dance. Yan Hongshang's face instantly grimaced. Nensen glanced at him. What's wrong? Yan Hongshang said bitterly, I don't want to dance with her. Sister, I'll dance with you. Nianqing took a step back. If I dance with you, those girls who adore you won't eat me up. Yan Hongshang was chagrined. He suddenly missed the old days when he was underage, when Nianqing pinched his face, patted his head, and even lay on the same bed with him in order to take care of him when he was sick. Those intimate gestures were so natural. Nowadays, even though she was habitually close to him, she was always pulled back to reality by reason and kept her distance from him. She lived too sober, too careful. Yan Hongshang gambled. It's so boring. 9 out of 10 of the women below are marriage partners that the family has shoved down my throat, but I don't like them at all. Do I still have to keep my body intact at all times for them? Nian Shang was very enlightened. Xiao Shang, when one day you stand at the top of the pyramid, you will definitely have the ability to choose your own marriage. You can marry whoever you want. Yan Hongshang looked at Nianqing fixedly. But what if the girl I like she doesn't like me? Nianqing said, my Xiaoshang is so good, what girl could refuse you? Yan Hongshang smiled with a wide brow. The other side. Gu Lansheng sat in the gazebo for a while, and when he left the gazebo, he bumped into a silhouette. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was none other than his own mother. Gu Lansheng immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Gu mother had always been feudal. If she had heard those words from Yan Hongsheng just now, she would have inevitably treated Xiao Xian as a calamity. Mom, what are you doing here? If you can come, can't I? Mother Gu said with a cold face. Gu Lansheng pulled Gu's mother to a hidden place. Mom, Dad and that mistress have secretly gotten a license to get married. They are only family now. Just don't come and make things worse for yourself. Gu mother, however, didn't seem to hear Gu Lansheng's words. She just looked at Gu Lansheng fixedly. What Yan Hongsheng said, did you listen to it or not? Gu Lansheng was dumbfounded. He chose to play dumb. He and Nianqing are of the same mind. He said those are clearly uneasy with good intentions. He is helping Nianqing to take revenge on Xiao Xian. Gu mother suddenly went crazy and pushed Gu Lansheng away fiercely. He was really right when he said that you are a love brain. Gu Lansheng, look at what bad karma you've gotten now for that woman. You broke your labor and your father gave up on you because of it. You became nothing because of that woman. Why are you obsessed? Chapter 150 Gu's mother's revenge. Hongxing's injury. Gu's mother made a killer move. You must divorce that sickly child. She's a disaster. A scourge. I forbid you to have any more dealings with her. If you don't divorce her, then Mom will die in front of you. Mother Gu yelled. Gu Lansheng pressed her shoulders. Mom, calm down. The fact that I've become like this today has nothing to do with Xianer at all. As a matter of fact, from the very beginning, Dad never loved me. He used me to pave the way for his illegitimate son in the first place. Even if I don't get a divorce, he can still look for other wrongdoings and throw me out of Gu. This is what I heard with my own ears. Gu's mother was dumbfounded. What did you say? She couldn't believe that the man she had shared a bed with for years was so desperate for her mother and son. Gu mother's eyes, which were originally angry and vibrant, became dull and lifeless at this moment. Gu Lansheng realized that it was not good, but his words had already been spoken and he could not swallow them back. Mom, believe me, I'll get back what's mine. Gu mother's pupils suddenly shot out a light of hatred. She clenched her fists and said viciously, your father tricked me so badly. He clearly said that the divorce was to preserve the Gu clan, and then when you passed the storm, he passed the Gu clan to you intact. It turned out that he was tricking me into netting the family. How could he lie to me? Then Mother Gu broke away from Gu Lansheng's hand and ran in the direction of the banquet. On the dance floor, there was light singing in harmony. As the song ended, the newly switched music became more lyrical. The sentimental music brought many loving men and women down to dance. Donggu held his stepmistress in his arms as he danced close to the center of the dance floor. Yan Hongsheng glanced at Nianqing who was sitting dryly. His mouth opened and he wanted to make another effort to convince Nianqing to dance with him when Hua Xiaoru came out of nowhere. She looked at Yan Hongsheng with anticipation. Brother Yan, why don't you dance with me? Yan Hongsheng didn't want to dance with someone he didn't like, so he could only make an excuse. Sorry, I don't know how to dance. Hua Xiaoru persevered. Then for the next dance, why don't you accompany me again? Yan Hongsheng, sorry, I won't with the next one either. Hua Xiaoru. At that exact moment, Yan Shirue came over again. He was wearing a white suit today, with gold dots on it, making him look very colorful. He elegantly extended his hand towards Nianqing. Ms. Nianqing, may I ask you to dance? Nianqing glanced at Hua Xiaoru and Yan Hongsheng. She didn't want to be their light bulb and couldn't wait to escape from here, so she stood up gracefully. Yan Hongsheng's handsome face instantly darkened like pots of ash, and with a flash of his body, he separated Yan Shirue and Nianqing. I'm sorry, my Nianqing can't dance. The domineering possessiveness was thick. Yan Shirue said angrily, Yan Hongsheng, Miss Nianqing hasn't even rejected me, so who are you to make decisions for her? Besides, when did Miss Nianqing become your family's? Yan Hongsheng looked back at Nianqing, his eyes burning with solemnity. Sister, it's enough for a person to meet a scummy man once in their life. It's better for you to stay away from those bad men who are golden jade outside, but corrupt inside. Yan Shirue was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. Yan Hongsheng, who are you calling a scum? Yan Hongsheng was afraid that Nianqing would be cheated by Yan Shirue, and exaggeratedly denigrated Yan Shirue, saying, that's you. You're a notorious playboy who brings women home twice a day. Nianqing is traditional in her bones. She is not in the same league as you. Yan Shirue was furious enough. You slandered me. The The two brothers looked like they were about to fight. Nianqing hurriedly pulled Yan Hongsheng out of the way and politely refused Yan Shirui. Young Master Yan, I'm very sorry. I don't know how to dance. Yan Shirui then stopped. Yan Hongsheng kills two birds with one stone. Even though Nianqing and I don't know how to dance, you and MS will both know how to dance. You're both looking for dance partners anyway, so why don't you two get together and dance? Yan Shirui couldn't not give face to the Hua family, so he could only settle for the second best, MS. Hua, can you honor me with a dance? Hua Xiaoru gave a humph and arrogantly flung her head away. Yan Shirui awkwardly stood in place as Yan Hongsheng hit his mouth and snickered. Yan Shirui glared at him viciously. You're bad. Yan Hongsheng laughed cheerfully. Who made you unattractive? Yan Shirui whisked his sleeve away. Yan Hongsheng supports Hua Xiaoru and Yan Shirui, but he himself takes the initiative to invite Nianqing to dance. Sister, why don't you dance with me? Otherwise there are always people harassing us. Nianqing was dumbfounded. I thought you couldn't dance? Yan Hongsheng justified himself. My dancing skills are indeed not good, but my sister is a family member, so I don't feel embarrassed in front of my sister. Nianqing believed it and said, okay, I'll practice with you. Yan Hongsheng held Nianqing's hand and walked onto the dance floor. It's just that the song, with its beautiful melody, requires the dancing man and woman to stick together even more and make some very intimate gestures. Nianqing was a little formal, her hands not knowing where to rest. Yan Hongsheng directly took her hands and placed them on his shoulders, and his hand, like an iron, was pressed against the waist of her back. Nianqing's body moved outwards, trying to keep the distance from Yan Hongsheng that she should have, but when the music started, Yan Hongsheng gently brought her body into his arms. Yan Hongsheng was long in stature, and she was petite. Yan Hongsheng became the master, and no matter how much she struggled she couldn't seem to fly out of his world. Yan Hongsheng looked down at her, and he didn't know that it was because of the colorful lamp balls. But today's Nianqing was especially delicate. His eyes unconsciously added a few more moments of soft indulgence. Suddenly, Gu Lancheng's mother rushed onto the dance floor with acid in hand and aggressive people. The crowd immediately became flustered. The well-organized dance floor stirred, and people avoided Gu's mother like a snake. Chairman Gu and his wife fell to the ground in a state of disarray after being rushed by the crowd, and pieces of people then lost their center of gravity and tumbled to the ground. Nianqing's body lost weight and was pushed and squeezed in front of Chairman Gu. When Nianqing stabilized her body, she looked up, but she saw Gu's mother holding sulfuric acid and glaring fiercely at Gudong. But the mouth of the bottle of sulfuric acid, but straight to her. Nianqing's pupils were dilated, and the bottom of his eyes were covered with panic. She doesn't want to be disfigured. As if Gu's mother had been stimulated by something, her hands flailed restlessly, and the sulfuric acid came out cheaply every now and then, making a giggling sound. Several times, the sulfuric acid grazed Nianqing's body. Nianqing closed his eyes in fear. Just then, she suddenly had her own body picked up in the air and then spun around, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Yan Hongsheng blocking Gu's mother with his back, becoming her meat shield. He was covering her with his own body, and his expression, quite painful. Nianqing's face turns white. Show, don't. Chapter 151, Heroic Rescue, Spiritual Flesh Recasting. At that moment, Nianqing's mind became blank. She no longer has so many worldly scruples. She tightly embraced Yan Hongsheng, and I do not know where the strength came from. Her small body crashed through the crowd, dragging Yan Hongsheng away from the vortex of the storm. Her ears were surrounded by the frantic clamor of her former father-in-law and mother-in-law. Her ex-mother-in-law, in a voice as loud as the cracking of her throat, roared, I married you for 30 years. I gave you my dowry, my time, my energy without reservation. And what did I get in return? In exchange for your betrayal of me, I can still forgive you for setting me up to leave my family, but you shouldn't have designed our son in such an unconscionable way. You let him be a dowry for your illegitimate son, and then threw him out of the company. How can your heart be so cruel? Gu's father's face was terrified. His voice trembled as he spoke. Don't be impulsive. Listen to me. Lancheng is also my son. How could I do that to him? Don't worry. I will give Lancheng a lot of money to start another business. With his intelligence, he will be able to rise again. Gu's father's inconsistent words caused Gu's mother to break down. But you clearly said that Gu would always be Lancheng's, and now you're letting him start another business? You really are lying to me. She no longer believed Gu's father, and the acid in her hand fought to splash, and the acid splashed onto Gu's father and the current misses. Gu, making a giggling sound, Gu's father wailed in pain. Of course, there were some guests who suffered an unmitigated disaster. They fell to the ground and wailed after being splashed with acid. All of a sudden the dance floor seemed like a shura, with miserable screams. Nianqing couldn't be bothered to sympathize with the injured crowd on the dance floor. She just carried Yan Hongsheng and headed outside to the parking lot. Half an hour later, Nianqing brought Yan Hongsheng to the hospital. The doctor took off Yan Hongxing's shirt and diagnosed his injuries. Nianqing was standing right next to her when she saw the injury on Yan Hongxing's back, the massive sulfuric acid corroded muscle, like the size of a palm, bloody and exposed white bones. You can imagine how painful it was. The tears under Nianqing's eyes then rustled down. Yan Hongxing's face was pale and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Seeing how sadly Nianqing was crying, he instead felt heartbroken for Nianqing. "Sister, I'm not in pain." He tried to act like he was indifferent, but his weak voice betrayed him. Nianqing reached out his hand and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Xiao Shang, who asked you to save me?" She couldn't stop blaming him. Yan Hongshang said, "Sister, not to mention being injured for you. Even if I were to lay down my life for you, I would still be willing." Nianqing cried even more. "You're silly. You're a pampered young master who can't stand this kind of pain. I'm not like you. I've been beaten a lot since I was a kid, and I've even had a hole in my waist, so this pain is very common for me. Who needs you to protect me?" Yan Hongxing's heart ached for Nianqing, and his eyes instantly reddened. "Cough. Had I known that you had such a hard time in the past, I should have come to you earlier. In the future, I won't allow anyone to give you a hard time." Nianqing also do not know whether it is heartbroken Yan Hongshang, or by Yan Hongxing to be moved, suddenly flung into Yan Hongshang's arms and cried a lot. "My life is cheap. I don't even deserve you to be that nice to me." "No nonsense." Yan Hongshang rarely lost his temper. "Have you ever thought that the self that you discarded as if it were your own is the jewel that others put on the tip of their hearts?" Nianqing was dumbfounded. He couldn't say a word for a long time. With a single word from Yan Hongshang, the fragmented Nianqing was as if he had eaten an elixir of immortality. His spirit and flesh were recast, and he transcended and soared, completing his feathering. The once cheap shell now became reserved. Yan Hongshang looked at the dumbfounded her and didn't say anything, only suddenly reaching out to hold her hand. This action made Nianqing's heart warm. The happiness of being cherished is instantaneous. The nurse's little sister was moved to tears. "You two have such a good relationship. So enviable. Don't worry, young sister. We will definitely do our best to treat your brother's injuries, and make sure that we don't let him be in a lot of pain." The doctor gave Yan Hongxing a prescription for the medicines, and carefully instructed Nianqing. "These medicines are for oral intake, and these 2 ointments are for application. You will apply them for him once a day in the morning and evening, combined with the infusion. It shouldn't take more than a few days for the injury to heal." Nianqing was slightly more relieved. The doctor added enthusiastically, "You go ahead and check in, and we'll get your brother on infusion therapy right away." Next, Nianqing went through the hospitalization procedures for Yan Hongshang and paid the hospital fees. He also gave Yan Hongshang a VIP single-room ward. By the time she finished all this and returned to the ward, Yan Hongshang had already begun his infusion. It was only because his injury was on his back that he could only lie on his back. This position prevented Yan Hongshang from doing anything but lying dryly. Nianqing was afraid that he was thirsty and hurriedly poured water for him. Yan Hongshang was dissatisfied. "Sister, it's so boring. Will you talk with me?" Seeing that Nianqing was busy with everything and just couldn't care less about him, Yan Hongshang screamed in aggravation. Nianqing stopped the movements of her hands and sat exclusively on the companion chair next to the hospital bed, pulling Yan Hongshang's hand that was infused with fluids and gently massaging it for him, while saying, "Good. Sister accompanies you to talk. This way you won't hurt so much. What do you want to hear?" "I want to hear about your childhood." Yan Hongshang stared into those gentle eyes of hers and said. Nensho hesitated for a split second and sighed heavily. Her childhood was either me getting beat up or on the way to begging. She didn't want to show her tired wounds to Yan Hongshang. "When I was a kid, I did come across a funny thing." She picked up a pleasant thing and said, "I was around 11 or 12 years old, and every day after school I would pick up garbage along the street that could be utilized twice. One night, I came to the Rainbow Bridge as usual, and usually at that time of the day, the Rainbow Bridge was very cold, but that night, the Rainbow Bridge was very busy. I drilled into the crowd. I realized that there was a 5 or 6-year-old child lying under the bridge pier. I don't know why, but when I saw the child, I felt particularly close to him, as if the child and I had some kind of connection in the netherworld. In that instant I took him as a relative." When Nianqing said this, he smiled coyly at Yan Hongshang. "Do you think it's weird? This sixth sense is still particularly strong." The shock in Yan Hongshang's eyes slipped past, and he suddenly gripped Nianqing's hand tightly, seemingly agitated. "What happened afterward?" Nianqing narrated. At that time, most of the onlookers were very indifferent, but there were also some individual goodwill offered to send the child to the hospital. However, some people in the crowd immediately raised objections. "This child appeared here for no reason? Who knows if this child has any important infectious diseases? Even if there is no infectious disease, if the child dies in our hands, if the family asks us to take responsibility, how can we afford to pay?" And so the good retreated. Chapter 152. Love has a heavenly will, and karma begins in childhood. Nianqing paused, with a proud look on his face. "Humph, I know that troublemaker. He is the gangster of this street, stealing, robbing, abducting and selling, and has been in jail several times. I even suspect that this child is his abduction. Yan Hongsheng couldn't help but nod. Sister is really smart. The more Nianqing spoke, the more energized he became, his eyebrows fluttering as he said, I looked at this child and liked him, so I also wanted to save him from the bottom of my heart. So I had an idea. I stood out, pointed at the kid and said he was my brother. That punk was afraid that I would stir him up. He glared at me viciously and threatened me, little beggar, don't recognize your brother indiscriminately. You don't look anything like each other. I crossed my arms. Who says that biological siblings have to look alike? I look like my mom. My brother looks like my dad. My family is poor, and my mom and dad are in poor health. So my brother and I have been out as beggars since we were little. My name is Jomi. My name is Joshing. When Nianqing spoke here, the child's cleverness floated in his mind, and he couldn't help but burst into a delighted smile. Nianqing said, that child is really smart. I just introduced myself. He made up a name. The people around have believed us. Even that trafficker believed us. He became a little flustered. I rushed over to the boy while it was crowded. Blessedly, he reached out his hand and actually asked me to hug him. When Nianqing spoke here, he somehow reddened his eyes and his voice became choked. A 5 or 6-year-old child is very light in weight. Those damn traffickers abused this child, did not give him food, starved the child to the point of thinness. Every day, they picked invisible places to beat and pinch him. When I brought the child home and gave him a bath, I found that there was not a single good spot on him. Watery light flooded the bottom of Yan Hongxing's eyes as he said quietly, it is also a great fortune amongst misfortunes for him to have met his sister. Nianqing shook his head, seemingly apologizing. After I brought him home, I originally hid him in my room. Every day, I just needed to buy more food for him, and then teach him to read and write. The child is so smart and learns everything so fast. His personality is also so good and handsome. He is just a bit thin. I thought I could treat him well for a lifetime, but it was only a month before my mom realized that he. Nianqing sniffled and sobbed. My mom, this person, the ultimate egoist. She doesn't want the money I earn to go to someone else, and she scolds me and him every day with very vicious words. She called me shameless for learning to be a mom at a young age, called him an unwanted child, a burden to our family. My mom resented the fact that he was dragging us down and had to kick him out every day. The child has a strong sense of self-esteem. Every day his eyes are red, but I have no way. I have to go out to make money. I cannot keep by his side to protect him. Nianqing suddenly mourned and cried, I can only comfort him every day. Let him endure. When I grow up, can earn a lot of money, I will take him out to live. He also obeyed, taking my mother's insults to him as a whisper, and lived in my house for half a year in a humiliating manner. But one day, when I came home, I couldn't find him. My mom told me that when he got well and was fed strong by me, he became a white wolf and ran away on his own. But I didn't believe my mom at all, and for the first time I broke out into a huge argument with my mom, and I told her to tell me where my child was going. She made up a reason to lie to me every day. One day she said he was bought by traffickers. One day she said he ran away on his own, and the next day she said she dropped him off at the orphanage. Oh, I think of a child so young. He is alone to face the sinister society. What to eat, what to wear, where to live. My heart aches so much. After all these years, my heart still aches every time I dream of him. In my heart, I really have taken him as my brother. You don't know how much he relied on me, how much he trusted me, but I lost him. If I could start over again in time, I'd rather not have this cruel mom and have that warm-hearted brother. It was a pain hidden in the bottom of Nianqing's heart that he couldn't forget. When you don't mention it, Nensho's years are quiet, but the mention of it made her heart ache. Gripped by the fate of the child who shared her illness, she threw herself on the bed and cried her heart out. Yan Hongxing tremblingly reached out his hand and gently stroked her hair. His eyes, they were as red as they had ever been. So, sister, you call Nianqing because of him, right? Yan Hongxing asked. Nianqing abruptly looked up and saw the redness under Yan Hongxing's eyes. She suddenly felt a little panicked. Xiao Shang, I raised that child for half a year. At that time I was half a child myself, and poured all my heart and soul into him, so it was inevitable that I remembered him fondly. I took the name Nianqing to honor him, but you must not be jealous of him. She shook his hand. Sister knows that you are good to me, and I will be good to you. The friendship between you and me is also very deep, categorically not less than him. Yan Hongxing smiled as he grabbed Nianqing's hand and softly said, I'm not jealous, I'm just envious of that child. How fortunate he is to have met you. Nianqing hurriedly kissed his ass. How fortunate is he to have met me, and how fortunate am I to have met you. Xiao Shang, you are my lucky star. You not only made my career successful, but also saved my life. Yan Hongxing cried and laughed. So you can say slippery words. Since you can say it, then say more. I love to hear it. Nianqing was dumbfounded. Yin Hongshang patted her head. Go wash your face, your eyes are swollen from crying. I don't like to see my sister cry. Oh, good. Neeson got up and headed for the bathroom. Yin Hongshang looked at her back. Tears suddenly flowed down like a dike. He tilted his head and desperately shut the tears back. Nenson, Nenson. He mumbled it over and over in his mind. Gu family villa. The siren wailed and the police car took away Gu's mother. Ambulances were lined up at the entrance of the villa, and stretchers carried the injured to the ambulance. The family members were righteously indignant and cursed the culprit. What a crazy. No wonder the chairman divorced her. This kind of woman is a hidden danger in the family. Gu Lancheng, who had hurriedly arrived, heard the bad comments others had made about his mother, and his heart sank heavily. He caught Yin Shirue and inquired, Shirue, where is my mom? Yin Shirue shook off his hand. Lancheng, what's wrong with your mom? What's wrong with her? How dare she throw acid on everyone? Luckily she was taken away by the police. You should be concerned about your dad right now. It looks like he and your stepmother are not badly hurt. Chapter 153, Pro-Father Bashing. Gu Xiao blackened. When Gu Lancheng heard this bad news, his entire back collapsed as if he had instantly stooped quite a bit. Yin Shirue advised him, Lancheng, your mom was convicted of intentional injury. That's a jail sentence. If she goes to jail, it will have a big impact on your future. In my opinion, you hurry to beg your dad, beg the victims, let them show the letter of understanding. Maybe the court can mediate the conflict privately. This is the optimal choice. Gu Lancheng came to his senses, and he nodded gratefully towards Yin Shirue before turning around and running off at breakneck speed. Hospitals. Gu Lancheng asked around and realized that all the injured people were sent to the Imperial Plastic Surgery Hospital. This hospital was close to the Gu family villa, and their techniques for treating all kinds of injuries were second to none in the country. Gu Lancheng inquired about Gu's father's ward from the front desk in the name of visiting his father. He then hoofed it to Gu's father's ward. In the hospital room, Gu's father was fully clothed in a pair of pants. Most of the bare skin on the outside was bloody and burned. Gu's father's expression was agonized, and although he gritted his teeth, he still moaned from time to time. Ouch! Gu Lancheng stood in the doorway and was stunned when he saw his father's mess. What are you doing here? Gu's father spotted Gu Lancheng, and he questioned without any good humor. Gu Lancheng slowly walked up to Gu's father, as if he were a diplomat, without any emotion, businesslike, and negotiated with Gu's father. I hope that you can issue a letter of understanding, so that my mother can be spared from prison. Gu's father was in a rage and roared, no way, she's just a lunatic, a psychopath, and if we don't send her in, we might not know what kind of madness she'll go into next time. Gu's father mentioned his ex-wife in a very harsh manner, completely unable to see the residual love he had for his ex-wife. Gu Lancheng's fists clenched and his finger bones clicked. Gu's father took in his hatred, and he showed a timid face. When he opened his mouth again, his tone was gentle, but filled with helplessness. Lancheng, you can't just think about your mom, you also have to think about dad's safety. Your mom now hates me to the bone. If I save her out, not only will she not be grateful to me, she will only be envious of me. He pulled far-fetched excuses. When Gu Lancheng saw such a desperate Gu father, the little natural respect for his father was gone from his heart. What remained was only loathing and contempt. If you don't cooperate with me, then don't blame me as my son for not remembering old times. I think with my years of roots in Gu, if I do anything unfavorable to Gu, it will be because you forced me to. Gu's father looked at him dumbfounded, as if he didn't expect to be blackmailed by his own son. What are you going to do? He questioned without any good humor. Gu Lancheng said, Dad has always cared about Gu's prospects the most. If I dump the evidence of your tax evasion on the media, do you think Gu's stock market will be in turmoil? Gu's father never thought that he would one day make an enemy of his own son. He laughed back in anger. You want to go against me? Gu Lancheng, it seems that all these years I've let you be on your own. You've bred a lot of blind confidence. What makes you think you can fight me? Gu Lancheng's handsome face chafed. Are you declaring war with me? Gu's father said, I'll make you realize that without me, the golden father, to hold you up. Gu Lancheng, you're nothing. Gu Lancheng feels humiliated. You are despicable. It's a sad day for my mom when she meets you. Gu's father hooked his lips in a sneer. Humph. Judging by the fact that your mother gave birth to a heartless scum like you, it's only sad that I met her. Gu Lancheng's pupils trembled. Being humiliated by his own father, he felt immense heartache. You call me scum? Calling me unconscionable? Gu Lancheng's lips trembled. He was never willing to believe that his own father would poke his lungs with such vicious words. Gu's father said, Isn't it? All those things you did to Xiaomi, every single one of them, which one of them wasn't unconscionable? I am ashamed to have a son like you. The blood receded from Gu Lancheng's face. His feud with Zhou was so bad that even his father accused him of it? I just love Xiaoner too much. I didn't mean to hurt Zhou. He defended himself, but how pale the words were. That's a lot of real damage Jomi has done. Gu's father didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Go away. I don't want to see you. You can pretend that you don't have me as a father. I'll also pretend I never had you as my son. As for your mom, that's her fault. At the end he added indignantly. It can only be someone with a vicious heart like her who can teach a selfish son like you. Naked dislike overflowed. Gu Lancheng didn't know how he left the hospital room. Gu's father's diatribe made him begin to doubt himself. Was he really that bad? Was he really so bad that he was unforgivable? He walked down the hospital's corridor in a state of disorientation, and Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng came face to face. Yan Hongsheng was sitting in a wheelchair. Nianqing pushed him. The two of them were talking and laughing. The atmosphere was harmonious and beautiful. Gu Lancheng's mind moved. Yan Hongsheng was also one of the victims, and he was also the first grandson of the Yan family's C family. His influence might not be lower than his father's. If he begged for Yan Hongsheng's understanding, perhaps all the other victims would be able to issue a letter of understanding. Thinking so, Gu Lancheng walked towards Yan Hongsheng with light steps. Young Master Yan. Gu Lancheng approached them, and Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng's conversation came to an abrupt end. Yan Hongsheng glared at Gu Lancheng defensively. Gu Lancheng, what can I do for you? Gu Lancheng put on the airs of a businessman, shrewdly negotiating with Yan Hongsheng. I apologize to you on behalf of my mother, but I hope you can issue a letter of understanding to forgive her. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt for nothing. I can provide you with confidential information that will benefit your company. If he could get the prince's help, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. This was also the reason why Gu Lancheng could justify negotiating with Yan Hongsheng. But Yan Hongsheng didn't even blink, with an air of indifference that wealth and riches can't be lost, and transferred the decision-making power to Nianqing's hands. Gu Lancheng, whether you want to forgive your mom or not, that depends on my family. Nianqing's mood. Gu Lancheng dumbfounded. He had always thought that Yan Hongsheng's defense of Nianqing was merely because Nianqing was somewhat of a utility. The harmony between them was all maintained by interests. But now, Yan Hongsheng chose to defend Nianqing's pride in the face of great benefits. Furthermore, Gu Lancheng was on his way here. He had already inquired about the fact that Yan Hongsheng had been injured in order to save Nianqing. This matter had already been rumored. Gu Lancheng was completely convinced that Yan Hongsheng had some genuine feelings for Nianqing. He just didn't understand how Yan Hongsheng could be so kind to a woman with such an ordinary background. Gu Lancheng turned his gaze to Nianqing. At this moment, he bet all his hopes on Nianqing. Chapter 154, She loved you so much. You lost her. Nianqing, can I talk to you alone? It was the first time Gu Lancheng spoke to Nianqing in such a warm and soft tone. Nianqing, however, was ungrateful. There's no need. The tone was cold and hard. Gu Lancheng said with a sincere face, I just wanted to say sorry to you. Nianqing looked at Gu Lancheng indifferently, her gaze so sharp that it seemed to penetrate his soul. She broke down his falsehood. Gu Lancheng, you didn't really mean to say sorry at all. You're just trying to come here to beg for my understanding so that your mom's sentence can be reduced or even waived. Gu Lancheng didn't have a trace of weakness of being torn apart. Instead he looked at Nianqing with relief, as if he was sure that the kind-hearted Nianqing would be able to help him achieve his heart's desire. Nianqing, my mother at least used to be your mother-in-law and had taken care of you, so for the sake of this relationship, forgive her, okay? It was a pity that Gu Lancheng knew Nianqing too little. If it was the Nianqing of her previous life, perhaps she was indeed a muddle-headed person with no principles, who was always giving in. However, in this life, Nianqing, after experiencing the mourning of her daughter's death through kindness and concession, she has changed from concession to taking the initiative to take up the butcher's knife, wanting to kill the enemy with a knife. She looked at Gu Lancheng gloatingly. Gu Lancheng, I can't wait for your mom to die without a burial place, so how could I possibly help her get off the hook? Gu Lancheng's face turned white. He could understand that she hated him, but what he couldn't understand was why Nianqing hated his mom so much. I'm the one who wronged you. Why do you hate my mom? Nianqing's eyes reddened layer after layer. What kind of good thing do you think your mom is? Just a bully and evil mother-in-law, right? Scenes of Gu mother's various yin and yang connotations of Xiaomi came to Gu Lancheng's mind. At that time, Gu mother always resented Xiaomi for marrying Gu Lancheng, not having a dowry, and not giving Gu Lancheng a long face, so she treated Xiaomi very poorly. But every family has some mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts, and Gu Lancheng thinks that Nianqing hates her mother so much that she is really narrow-minded. How did you become like this? Gu Lancheng shook his head as if he didn't recognize Nianqing anymore. His words pissed off Yan Hongsheng, who directly issued an expulsion order. Gu Lancheng, what my Nianqing has become is not as disgusting as your family. Get lost. My Nianqing doesn't want to see you. Gu Lancheng still wanted to stalk him. Young Master Yan, as long as you're willing to help my mom avoid prison, Gu Lancheng, will definitely help you rise one step higher. Why would you jeopardize your future for the sake of a woman? Yan Hongsheng's face turned iron blue. Gu Lancheng, Don't think too highly of yourself. Without your help, I, Yan Hongsheng, will still be able to get everything I want. Gu Lansheng had no way to ask for help and was frustrated. Yan Hongsheng's venomous mouth also stabbed him in the heart. Gu Lansheng, even your father shuns you. Why don't you reflect on why you're so repulsive? These words truly made Gu Lansheng cold through and through. Yan Hongsheng continued to PUA him. Fortunately, my family Nianqing got rid of scum like you, so I can live better and better. Nianqing nuzzled and smiled, pushing Yan Hongsheng away. Xiao Shang, don't be poor. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with this kind of beast? Gu Lansheng in Nianqing's mouth was like some hot-mouthed flood beast. Even mentioning him made me feel nauseous and want to vomit. Gu Lansheng has no way to ask for help and is in a bitter mood, so he finally comes to the bar to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Perhaps it was a weekday. The customers coming to the bar were very sparse. The owner recognized Gu Lansheng and took the initiative to talk to him. Sir, you haven't been to my bar in a while? Why didn't you bring your little girlfriend here today? Gu Lansheng drank a little too much, and he, who was as shy as gold, opened his box and chatted freely with his boss. She, is sick and not well, so I rarely take her out now. The boss looked regretful. What a pity. Such a good girl. How could God be blind and let her get sick? Gu Lansheng looked at his boss in confusion. You know her? The boss smiled kindly and said, I know. Some years ago my man's business was not good. The pressure was just too much. He often went home and lost his temper towards me and my son. That day when his fist hit my son, your little girlfriend was very brave to come out and stop my husband. She threw my husband a pile of money and told him to go outside and be cross if he had the ability. Don't go home and look for a soft target to pinch when you are aggrieved. After that day, my husband's luck changed and his business got better and better. My husband has now become more gentle. He often lamented that if it wasn't for your little girlfriend, he wouldn't have a good life today. He also always envies you for being lucky and finding a good girl who knows what she's doing. Gu Lansheng's face blossomed into a happy smile. She's my wife now. We got married. Boss, thank you for recognizing her. Gu Lansheng was even more convinced at this moment that Xiao Xian, who everyone didn't recognize, was actually the good girl who knew what she was doing. He decided to love her more properly. The boss also gave him unlimited encouragement. You must treat people well. Such a good girl. If you negatively affect her, you will be condemned by heaven. As if to prove to Gu Lansheng that he wasn't lying, the boss also told about the events of that day. That day, you were very drunk, and she even borrowed my back kitchen to cook sobering soup for you. It's obvious that she loves you very much, and it's great that you guys are able to make it work. Gu Lansheng didn't expect Xiao Xian to give so much where he couldn't see, and his love for her was even more like a mountain pouring down. I will never fail her in this life. At that exact moment, Xiao Xian's incoming call rang. Gu Lansheng picked up the phone pleasantly. Xin. Perhaps he was in a good mood. His voice was also very gentle. Lancelot, where are you? I'm at the Karma bar. I'll come over and pick you up, okay? Good. It just so happens that the boss knows you too, so come over and say hello to her. Xiao Xian jumped for joy. I'll be right over then. The boss frowned and said to himself, Xin, is that her name? Vaguely, he felt that something was not quite right. When Xiao Xian pushed open the glass door of the bar, Gu Lansheng stood up enthusiastically. He helped Xiao Xian in and introduced her. The boss still remembers your kindness in rescuing you back then. Xiao Xian looked confused, but didn't move to enjoy the praise that didn't belong to her. But when the boss got a good look at her face, the boss's face was like the sky in June, and it became cloudy all of a sudden. She's your wife? Her tone was decidedly unkind. Gu Lansheng was stunned and nodded. Yes. The boss grunted. You've changed girlfriends, haven't you? It was like a thunderclap that split Gu Lansheng's soul. Are you talking about Zhou? Zhou Mi? The owner was like a dream. Yeah, that's what I remember her name being. Chapter 155, Two eyes are tired of each other. Beating up the lovebirds. Then, the boss's eyes on Gu Lansheng changed from admiration and envy to contempt and disdain. The service attitude towards Gu Lansheng obviously became very poor. The tone of his speech was even more indifferent. He who fails to be true will have to swallow 10,000 silver needles. The boss mumbled to himself at the bar, but these words were clearly spoken to Gu Lansheng. Gu Lansheng's face was obscure. Xiao Xian felt that the boss was shifty and couldn't help but whisper a stinky curse at the boss. This person is sick. The voice was not loud, but it was heard by the boss. The boss ignored her, but her eyes looking at Gu Lansheng were full of pity and sympathy. I thought you found some superb goods. I didn't realize that just this kind of stuff could make you abandon such a good ex-girlfriend. If she had known that Xiaomi and Gu Lansheng had once been married, she would probably have stifled Gu Lansheng even more. Gu Lansheng's originally colorful and vivid heart was like a sudden snowflake. Cold. All he did was mope and drink, glass after glass. And the man who used to be a good drinker got drunk early today. Xiao Xian begged him to go home. Lansheng, don't drink it. This wine isn't cheap. We need money everywhere right now, so save some for me. Plus, drinking hurts your body. The boss brought in a few more bottles of wine, and when he heard Xiao Xian's words, he teased Gu Lancheng. You're drunk, but she only knows that you broke the bank, but she didn't know to cook a sobering soup for you. You were kicked in the head by a deer to ditch that nice girl who cooked sobering soup for you. Gu Lancheng lowered his head and didn't say anything. My head was spinning and it was like a fire was burning in my stomach, but the more hazy he got, the more a fresh source of water poured into his head. Wherever it irrigated, it was filled with Zhoumiai's kindness to him. Lancheng, I know you're bored at work. It's okay to drink to relieve your boredom, but you mustn't be greedy. Alcohol is too damaging to the body. I made you a sobering soup, so drink as much as you want. Behave. Gu Lancheng's eyes suddenly turned red. Then big tears trickled down. Xiao Xian, however, only knew how to curse at her boss. What the hell did you say to my husband? Did you make him so upset? The boss took a rag and calmly wiped the dust on the bar. While rambling, he said, he's upset because he lost his precious jewelry. What does it have to do with me? Never seen a boss like you. My husband, he is a customer. Customer is God. You should coax him instead of making him sad and hurt. Humph. Take this wine money as compensation for him. Xiao Xian grabbed Gu Lancheng and dragged him outside. Gu Lancheng shook her off, and Xiao Xian didn't stand unsteadily and was thrown to the ground. She looked at Gu Lancheng in shock, the bottom of her eyes all aggravated. Lancheng, you pushed me? Gu Lancheng flashed his ferocious fangs in front of her for the first time. Can you not love money so much? Selling your character for a bit of wine money. Don't you feel ashamed? Xiao Xian climbed to her feet. The tear stains on her face had not dried, but with her hands crossed, like a shrew, she lost her temper and roared. You think I'm a disgrace? It's obvious that you are incapable of being a husband, not earning money and letting your wife pinch her money to live her life. To this day you think I'm a disgrace? Gu Lancheng stared blankly at Xiao Xian, the gentle, kind and considerate Ziyue from before, down into the mortal world in his heart. After the filters shattered all over the place, Gu Lancheng looked at her again and actually began to doubt what he had been insisting on all along. Was it really right? He suddenly lost all patience with her, turned and walked out the door. Xiao Xian hurriedly chased after him. The owner chased them out, spitting loudly behind them. Hey, haven't paid for the drinks yet? What kind of people are they? Freeloaders? Maid, it's really a pair of oddballs. No wonder Zhoumiai broke up with you. You don't deserve her even with your character. Gu Lancheng was so ashamed that he had no place to go. He resentfully reprimanded Xiao Xian. Go pay for the drinks. Xiao Xian, who would rather see him humiliated than renege on the bill, completely made him look down on her. Xiao Xian cried, Lancheng, I don't have any money. Gu Lancheng, poor couples have everything to lose. The two men eventually became shrunken turtles and disappeared home. Hospitals. Nianqing is preoccupied with taking care of Yan Hongshang, not realizing that the world outside has turned upside down. Yan Hongshang had just entered Dreamland when Master Yan barged into the ward with Hua Xiaoru in an aggressive manner. Nianqing caught a glimpse of Master Yan's fierce gaze, and she staggered slightly before obediently matching his mind and walking outside. Master Yan then followed out of the hospital room. Only Hua Xiaoru was left to take care of Yan Hongshang in the hospital room. Yan. Nianqing paused, and finally did not call him grandfather, but instead called him Chairman. Master Yan's stormy face eased slightly. Count her in. Ms. Nianqing, I heard that my Hongshang was injured because of you? Nianqing was apologetic. I'm sorry. I'm the one who dragged him down. Master Yan got right to the point. Humph. You still know that you're a drag on him, I won't hide it from you. Hongsheng's marriage matter is by no means up to him. I've already chosen a daughter-in-law for him, which is the Hua family's golden young lady, Hua Xiaoru. Xiaoru is kind of in love at first sight with my Hongshang, and if there are no accidents, they will be joined in marriage. Do you understand what I mean? Nianqing nodded his head obediently. I understand. Chairman, don't worry. I definitely don't have any unorthodox thoughts about Xiaoshang. Master Yan, however, did not listen to her arguments at all and said, Humph, I have seen more than enough of your tactics of retreating to advance. Miss Nianqing, I know that you have some talent, and that you have helped Hongxing's career a bit, but compared to the status of the Hua family's daughter, your little help is a drop in the ocean. So, our Yan family's choice is Miss Hua. In order to prevent Xiaoru from being jealous of you, please leave Hongxing's world. Nianqing blanched. Although she never wanted to be emotionally entangled with Hongshang, she never wanted to cut ties with him in this life either. In her heart, Yan Hongshang was already family-like. Her hesitation seemed even more of a sign of affection to Master Yan. He felt all the more that he should break them up and break Nianqing's wildest dreams. Ms. Nianqing, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Perhaps Hongshang did express his favor with you, and even mouthed off on some occasions about you being his girlfriend or something like that. But I hope you understand that he is young and has no idea what kind of real relationship he wants. Master Yen looked straight into Nianqing's eyes and used the coldest language to push her into the abyss of 10,000 abysses, in front of the Hua family's daughter and a one-kidneyed, divorced young woman who may not even be able to bear children. I believe that any man with a normal brain will know how to choose. Hongshang will grow up. His sensibility will always be replaced by rationality. And you don't want to come to the point of looking at each other with Hongsheng. Chapter 156, Forced by Reality to Leave Without Saying Goodbye. Nianqing's beautiful face was bloodless. It had been a long time since anyone had humiliated her like that. On the contrary, when Master Yen humiliated her, his tone was still very calm, as if he was talking about a perfectly normal thing. But does she deserve to be inferior because she has one kidney, is divorced, and has trouble conceiving? Her body was weak. Biting her lip, letting her back straighten, she told Master Yen sternly, Chairman Yen, in your eyes, perhaps Nianqing was born humble. Experience is even more twisted, is not in your eyes of the grass, but in my eyes. I have been independent and self-reliant since childhood. She raised her thin but very powerful hands. The life I have today, I earned it all by my own hard work with my own hands. I don't have the dirty mind of climbing up to the powerful. Is Chairman Yan's accusation unfair? Master Yen had been accustomed to living in a high position for a long time, and the people around him were all flattering him. And there were even no juniors like Nianqing who judged him to his face. Master Yen was furious at Nianqing's backbone. Don't act like you're so noble. If you're really that noble, why do you cling to my Hongsheng every day? And, how can one give oneself a name that makes people daydream? Nianqing's face turned slightly white, his body trembling. However, she gathered enough courage to argue with Master Yen. Chairman Yen, you've misunderstood. My name is Nianqing, but this name has nothing to do with young Master Yen Hongsheng. It was used by me to memorialize a stray child I once rescued. She never liked to mention her connection with Yen Hongsheng to outsiders, but under Master Yan's aggressive stance, she chose to try out. Young Master Yen and I met by chance in Milan, and he happened to be in danger, so I saved him in passing, and he is a grateful child, so he took extra care of me. I'm sorry that this care actually caused you to have a misunderstanding. Master Yen was a bit embarrassed to learn the truth. So you're his savior? You really don't have a heart for him? He asked uneasily. Nianqing confessed to him. Nianqing almost lost half his life in his last marriage. It was not easy to get out of the siege. I am not willing to get married again. Don't worry, Chairman Yen. I have absolutely no male or female feelings for young Master Yen. Master Yen's brow was still tightly locked. Miss Nianqing, since you are a sensible person, then the old man I will spare my old face and give you an unkind request. Perhaps you don't have male and female feelings for Hongsheng, but Hongsheng is different for you. I can't guarantee whether he is harboring male and female feelings for you. My Yen family does not dare to gamble with his bright future, so please leave Hongsheng. Of course, by leaving Hongsheng, I will compensate you at a high price for the loss your career suffers. Nianqing was silent for an instant and raised her head, eyes firm. I can leave young Master Yan's world. Master Yen didn't expect Nianqing to be so good at talking, and a trace of gratitude actually showed in his eyes. But Nianqing then changed her words. I don't need any compensation from you. As long as I'm good to young Master Yen, I'll willingly withdraw from his world. Just, Nenson's words turn. Master Yan's brows furrowed once again, his face as cold as ice. He felt sure that Nianqing was going to pull another trick. In the end, he still couldn't give up Yen Hongsheng as the gold master. A look of sadness surfaced on Nianqing's face. I can't leave the imperial capital for the time being. I still have my heart's desire unfulfilled in the imperial capital, so please give me 3 months' time. When I fulfill my heart's desire, I won't need you to whisk me away. I won't stay. Master Yen was staggered. If you leave suddenly, I'm sure Hongsheng will suspect something fishy. With a buffer of 3 months, you slowly alienate yourself and distance yourself from him, and I will also make him shift his mind to other girls. When you leave, he won't forcefully retain you. Nianqing smiled warmly. Chairman Yen, you're overthinking it. There's no such thing as an unending banquet in this world, and even if young Master Yen and I had a short-lived affair, it wasn't enough to make him fall in love with me. Master Yen breathed a sigh of relief. I hope I'm overthinking this. He glared at Nianqing suspiciously. I wonder what Miss Nianqing's wishes are yet to be fulfilled. If there is something you need to let me help you with, just ask. Hostility erupted under Nianqing's eyes. No need. I can do my own thing. Master Yen was stunned. This was a stubborn girl. All right. Nianqing briefly handed over the precautions for taking care of Yen Hongsheng with Hua Xiaoru and left the hospital without looking back. Master Yen was happy to see the current ending as he urged Hua Xiaoru. Xiaoru, just take advantage of Hongsheng being sick for a few days to properly cultivate a relationship with him. Hongsheng is a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. He will definitely be touched by you. After all, you are one of the rare people in the imperial capital whose face value and talent coexist. In time, Hongshang will definitely fall in love with you. Hua Xiaoru was confident. Grandpa Yin, don't worry, I will definitely take down Brother Yin. Master Yin left with a smile on his face. In the large ward, only Hua Xiaoru and Yin Hongshang are left now. Perhaps it was the effect of the drug. Yin Hongshang's drowsiness was particularly dead. Hua Xiaoru sat at the head of the bed, one hand resting on her chin as she admired Yin Hongshang's stunningly beautiful face. She thought that just for such a handsome face, it would be worth it for her to use some improper means against Nianqing. Brother Yin, you are so outstanding that only someone of my stature is worthy of you, she said to herself. With her gone, you're sure to find out how good I am. I'm sure you'll fall in love with me. I consider myself no worse than her, Hua Xiaoru said confidently, but she guessed the end wrong. Yin Hongshang woke up with a start, opened his bleary eyes, only to see Nianqing lying on the end of his bed. His hair was carefully tended to, with the right amount of curls, and his clothes had been changed. Such a grand dress. So Yin Hongshang's heart bloomed a flower. It is said that a woman is a woman. The fact that Nianqing places such importance on her image when she's with him shows that she cares about him, right? He slowly reached out and tenderly stroked her head, but the touch of the hair is clearly different from before. It's very different. Yin Hongshang abruptly realized something and suddenly burst into a rage. Who let you come? Hua Xiaoru woke up with a start and was still a bit confused when she saw Yin Hongshang's angry face. Brother Yin, what's wrong with you? Yin Hongshang tried to restrain his emotions on the verge of storming out. Why are you here? Where is Nianqing? Hua Xiaoru said. Oh, she had something to do and left. For the rest of the time, she entrusted me to take care of you. Frost condensed around Yin Hongshang. How could she leave without saying goodbye? She's not like that. He was under the impression that she was the one who would deliver wherever she went. Hua Xiaoru said. She said she has a wish that she has not yet fulfilled. Going to do her thing. Once this was said, Yin Hongshang was half convinced. Because of Nianqing's departure, Yin Hongshang was depressed. Hua Xiaoru could see how unhappy he was, so she comforted him. Brother Yin, are you still angry about Sister Nianqing's unannounced goodbye? Yin Hongshang looked at her in confusion, wondering how she could think that he would be angry with Nianqing. Nianqing was so good, he probably couldn't be angry with her no matter what she did in his life. He said, I'm just worried about her. Chapter 157, Returning to the Qiao family. Understanding the heart's desire. Hua Xiaoru's face sank with the naked eye, but proud as she was, how could she be willing to be compared to Nianqing? She boldly and enthusiastically grabbed Yin Hongshang's hand and pressed his cold palm against her face. She blinked a pair of innocent eyes to please Yin Hongshang. Brother Yin, I like you. I really like you. I want to marry you. Can you not be nice to other women in the future? That would make me jealous. Yin Hongshang drew his hand back silently, his tone harboring detached indifference. Xiaoru, you'd better go and like someone else. Don't spend your time on me. It's useless. Hua Xiaoru's eyes widened, the bottom of her eyes already flooded with water, and she said in resignation, Brother Yin, could it be that you're really in love with Sister Nianqing? Yin Hongshang didn't say anything and fell into a long silence. Hua Xiaoru said excitedly, where am I not better than her? They all say that she has been married, had a miscarriage, and even has trouble having children in the future. It's impossible for the Yin family to agree to you marrying her into their family. Yin Hongshang's handsome face was ironic. Who told you these words? He thought to himself. Nianqing is so strong. If she heard these words, how sad would she be? Hua Xiaoru is straightforward in nature. It was Grandpa Yin himself who said it to Sister Nianqing, and I overheard it. Yin Hongshang's face turned pale. His fists clenched abruptly and he gritted his teeth. Who told him to mind his own business? Hua Xiaoru said. Brother Yin, don't like Sister Nianqing. She doesn't like you at all. Yin Hongshang's heart was like being eroded by crushed ice, so cold that it hurt. After her grandfather said those words that stung her, she was afraid that she had already put herself into a turtle shell. So how could she still have the courage to continue a love affair with twists and turns? Yin Hongshang said breathlessly, you guys don't need to target her. I don't have the heart for a relationship these days. Hua Xiaoru breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled with her eyebrows raised and said, I knew that Brother Yin couldn't possibly like Sister Nianqing. She doesn't deserve you. Yin Hongshang fingers curled. He silently looked out the window, but at the moment the worry under his eyes could not be hidden. A storm that is just about to hit. The endless firmament is covered with clouds. Every now and then a bolt of lightning broke through the sky, followed by a loud clap of thunder, as if it were a bomb, projected on the surface of the earth. When Nianqing packed her bags and dragged them to the living room, Gunpla was curled up on the sofa, her fawn-like eyes looking at her with clarity. Sister, must we go tonight in this rain? Nianqing said, Elder Yin is giving me little time. I have to deal with the grudge between Gu Lancheng and me as soon as possible. Xiao Gran, after I finish this, whether you leave the imperial capital with me or stay by young Master Yan's side, I will respect your choice. Gunpla's eyes were wet. Wherever you go, sister, I'll go. Nianqing nodded. then you stay here at ease, and after 3 months, I'll take you away. Gunpla nodded obediently. Okay. Nianqing then left the house without looking back. The night is as black as ink. Rain poured down from the canopy, resembling countless beaded curtains under the lightning, pulling off a magnificent revenge drama. As Nianqing sat in the car, only one sentence flashed repeatedly in her mind. Xiao Xin, Gulan Cheng, it's time to end the feud between us. Second half of the night, Nianqing appeared in front of Zhou's house. The Qiao family had demobilized all of their subordinates since Qiao's father's accident. The originally lively mansion was now incomparably cold. Nianqing knocked on the iron door latch. No one answered her, so she climbed over the courtyard wall and jumped inside the villa. It was a good thing that the villa's gate forgot to close. Nianqing just dragged the large suitcase and stood at the door. When the lightning appeared, against the light Nianqing looked like a demon, frightening the mother of Qiao, who got up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, screamed in fear. Ah, it's me. Nianqing's voice was calm. Zhou's mother's voice came to a screeching halt. Nianqing turned on the wall light, only to see Mother Qiao's horrified expression as she stared at her questioningly. Why are you here? Nianqing said, I've come to collect a debt. Mother Qiao's face turned slightly white. She pushed her wheelchair and followed behind Nianqing. I've heard that Yan Hongshang was seriously injured in order to save you. Master Yan was furious with you. He must have ordered you to leave Yan Hongshang's side. So now that you have nowhere to go, you return to the Qiao family? But Nianqing, you know, you're not the daughter of the Qiao family. This is not your home. You are not qualified to stay here. So why don't you go? Nianqing ignored Mother Qiao, but carried her suitcase and went straight up the rotating staircase. Zhou's mother is in a wheelchair. She could not access the stairs. Then she had to go to the second floor from the elevator. When Nianqing came out of the rotating staircase, Mother Qiao came out of the elevator door again, still pestering Nianqing. I'm talking to you. Why don't you answer me back? Nianqing went straight to the room she had briefly stayed in before. Opening the suitcase, she took out the clothes inside one by one and hung them in the closet. Only then did she lazily respond to Mother Qiao. It's true that I'm not the daughter of the Qiao family, but do you dare to announce this to the outside? Zhou's mother froze. Simple-minded. She didn't understand the deeper meaning in Nianqing's words. Nianqing explained, you don't dare to announce that I'm not the daughter of the Qiao family, because that would confirm your sin of luring underage girls to donate their kidneys. Zhou's mother's face went white and her lips moved, but nothing could be said. Nianqing added, since you guys took away the benefits of me being a daughter of the Qiao family, then I have to enjoy the benefits of me being a daughter of the Qiao family. Isn't that right? Zhou's mother said dryly. If you don't make a scene, it's not like there's no room for you here. Nianqing returned her evil grin. Get out. I'm going to bed. Zhou's mother swans away. The moment she closed the door to her room, Nensen slid to sit on the floor. This place held so many painful memories for her. Back then, Zhou's father brought her home under false pretenses, gave her a period of time meticulous care, then let the lack of love since childhood she completely sunk in this false father's love. Then she willingly agreed to donate her kidney to Qiao Xin. This room, this is the hell in which she was deceived and destroyed. Nianqing has returned to this place with only one purpose in mind. It was to destroy the existence that had once destroyed her. Mother Qiao felt her way back to her room in the master bedroom, and Father Qiao, who was paralyzed in bed, seemed to sense something as he asked her, is it possible that her daughter has come home? There was a loving light in his eyes. Zhou's mother looked at him and nodded. Aha, daughter's back. It just wasn't the daughter he was expecting to come back. Qiao's mother was afraid that Qiao's father would be angry and anxious, and did not tell him the truth. Zhou's father then had a good night's sleep with this beautiful dream in mind. In the wee hours of the morning, an apprehensive Zhou's mother eventually called her daughter, Zhou Xin, for help. What's the matter with you? On the other end, Qiao Xin's tone seemed impatient. Mother Qiao froze, the emotion of loss surfacing in the bottom of her eyes. But she loved Qiao Xin too much and had indulged her pampering into a habit. She timidly curried favor with her. She's back. Who? Zhoumi, Jiazhen giggled. Chapter 158, Claiming Back the Kidney. Qiao Xin disturbed. Lan Cheng, I want to go home. After Qiao Xin hung up the phone, she immediately found Gu Lancheng, wanting him to take her home. Gu Lancheng sat on a lazy chair on the balcony, listlessly swiping his cell phone. Go back and do what? It's not like you don't know that I've been very busy lately, and my mom needs me at this time. Qiao Xin walked to his side, almost kneeling on the ground, resting her head on his leg. She had always known how to show weakness in pampering. Lan Cheng, Nianqing has returned to the Qiao family. I have to go back and take a look. I always felt that she didn't have a good heart on this trip home. Gu Lancheng's hand holding the cell phone stiffened, and the coldness under his eyes seemed to warm up a bit. Since you're so uneasy about her, then go back. Qiao Xin kissed him gently on the cheek. Thank you, husband. Gu Lancheng only felt that his face was wet. Raising his hand, he wiped the saliva left behind by Qiao Xin. Frowning slightly, Xiao Xian turned around and saw this action of his. Her whole body was as if she was imprisoned by a magic spell. Her face was a shade of white and a shade of green. Since when was it that Gu Lancheng was so diaphragmatic about her intimacy? Xiao Xian was also distracted when she packed her bags, haphazardly stuffing a few pieces of clothing into the suitcase before pulling Gu Lancheng into the car. It wasn't long before Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng showed up at the Qiao family villa. Nianqing stood on the balcony of the second floor, elegantly sipping his coffee. Her eyes looked serenely at the entrance of the villa. Xiao Xian stepped out of the car and looked up to see Nianqing. When the four eyes met, Xiao Xian was filled with panic and uneasiness, but Nianqing smiled bashfully at her. "Sister, welcome home." Nianqing also greeted her very warmly. Only then did Gu Lancheng look at Nianqing as an afterthought, and when he saw the pajamas that Nianqing was wearing, his face changed slightly. The nightgown that Nianqing was wearing was the only piece of clothing that he had bought for her for emergencies during the duration of her marriage with him. She often wore it back then. Gu Lancheng's face instantly split into a chasm. Nenson's intention to come home was, after all, unusual. Nianqing waved his hand toward Gu Lancheng and smiled sweetly. Brother-in-law. Gu Lancheng, however, felt diaphragmatic. Xiao Xian glared viciously at Nianqing. "Nianqing, what are you trying to do?" Nianqing said. I am naturally going home to get back what belongs to me. Nothing in this family belongs to you. I'm the one who was my father's only daughter." Xiao Xian was furious. Nianqing reached out a finger to cover his mouth, signaling Xiao Xian to be silent. Her hands and feet were truly elegant and noble. "Xiao Xian, think about it. Is there really nothing in this house that belongs to me?" "Of course there's no." Jiazhen gushed. Gu Lancheng, however, his face turned white after white as he told Xiao Xian, "I'm afraid she's talking about the kidney in your body." Xiao Xian shrieked out in shock. "Nianqing wants her kidney back, so won't she be?" She broke out in a cold sweat. Nianqing, however, laughed in a wanton manner. "I won't stay long." Xiao Xian secretly reassured hers. Elf. There was no way she was going to return the kidney to Nianqing. With trepidation, Xiao Xian entered the house with Gu Lancheng. She first put her suitcase back in her bedroom, but when she got back to her bedroom, she realized that all the things that belonged to her were gone, and Nianqing's daily necessities filled her room. Xiao Xian was so angry that she stormed off. "Nianqing, take all your crap away from me." Nianqing leaned against the door panel with an expression of watching a good show. "Oh, I'm sorry, sister, I have too many things. Borrow your place and put it away." The word sounded familiar to Xiao Xian. It took a long time of thinking to recall. It was the first time Zhoumiai had come home, and she had moved a portion of her belongings into her room in order to proclaim her sovereignty. She doesn't allow Zhoumiai to use her closet. Zhoumiai was so good that he actually gave up most of the space for her to put her things, but she didn't expect that one day the wind and water would turn, and now it was Nianqing's turn to bully her. How could Xiao Xian be willing to be bullied? She turned around and ordered Gu Lancheng. "Lancheng, throw these things away for me." Gu Lancheng also felt that Nianqing was too deceitful and picked up a box on the table to throw it. Nianqing stopped him. "Gu Lancheng, take a good look at what that is. Do you really dare to throw it?" When Gu Lancheng opened the black cloth that wrapped the box, revealing the tip of the urn's iceberg inside, Xiao Xian screamed out, "Ah, hug it away." When Gu Lancheng saw how excited Xiao Xian was, he didn't think twice about carrying the urn outside. Nianqing drank him down. "If you throw it away, aren't you afraid that when you dream at midnight, your daughter will come to you to claim her life unjustly?" Gu Lancheng's face was ashen, frozen in place. His hands were shaking as he clutched the urn. "What do you think is in here?" Nianqing said, "Your daughter's ashes." The Taoist priests of Mashan said that she can only be reincarnated successfully if she returns to this place and spends 77 or 49 days in the afterlife. She transformed into a demon and sanctioned Gu Lancheng's sins. "Gu Lancheng, it shouldn't have come to this world to suffer, but in order to save your beloved, you cheated on my feelings and rounded up with me against my will, which caused it to accidentally come to this world. This is the first time you've ever apologized for it. And then, you forced me to donate my kidney with a pregnant body, so that my essence was damaged. The child was injured at the root, and the fetus was stillborn. This is the second time you've apologized for it. You manipulated her life and death. Shouldn't you feel guilty about her?" Gu Lancheng's magnificent body shuddered in a few unseen moments. "She's just an embryo." Nianqing. He attempted to alleviate his guilt. Nenson's blood ran backwards all over his body at those words. "And what if she hadn't been born dead in the womb? Instead, what if I had given birth to her? Do you think she would have been a healthy child?" Gu Lancheng said, "When you were pregnant with her, you took too many pills and the side effects were too great. Therefore, it was a wise decision for you to abort her." Nianqing was furious. She walked over to Gu Lancheng, raised her hand and slapped Gu Lancheng hard. "You created the sin, but you let me be the executioner to personally strangle our child." "Gu Lancheng, have you ever thought, What if I hadn't aborted her? Gu Lancheng could think that such a child would definitely be born with a weak body. Even if it was born, it would be difficult to raise it. That assumption is not valid. Nensen. He didn't want to envision his daughter's growing pains. Nianqing flung another slap at him. Using our daughter's life to sacrifice your ridiculous and pathetic love. Gu Lancheng, you deserve to be reduced to the point where all of your relatives are separated from you. Dark waves surged under Gu Lancheng's eyes, and he suddenly held Nianqing's wrist menacingly. So, I was misunderstood by my father. Was it your doing? Nianqing smiled wickedly, her gaze falling to the urn. Maybe it's your daughter getting back at you. Gu Lancheng shuddered. Chapter 159 Top Green Tea. Can't reach you. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng came home, making Father Qiao and Mother Qiao very happy. Mother Qiao even cleaned up Father Qiao, who was paralyzed in bed, and put him in a wheelchair and pushed him downstairs to the hall. When Father Qiao saw Xiao Xian, a strange smile piled up on his bony face. His muscles were atrophied nowadays, and his smile was particularly treacherous. When Xiao Xian saw Qiao's father, there was no expected surprise, but instead a look of awe. She even stepped back. Nianqing helped translate what was in her heart. Oh, Dad, why have you become so ugly now? Sister was shocked to see you. Father Qiao looked at Nianqing in horror when he heard his voice. Why are you here? Nianqing sat in the center of the sofa, a position that used to be Qiao's father's exclusive position. He always liked to sit here and put on his parental demeanor to lecture Nianqing. Nianqing followed Xiao's father's example, crossed his legs and looked askance at Xiao's father. Dad, the doctor said that your condition is serious. What with high blood pressure, diabetes and heart disease, a little carelessness, you may die. My daughter is afraid that she won't be able to honor her father's death, so she has specially moved back to accompany you. Zhou's father had a look of horror all over his face. Images of him being bullied by his big brother in prison when he was in prison came to his mind. That big brother had told him himself that it was Nianqing who had specifically asked him to take care of him. He took care of him to the point of total paralysis. Nensho is the devil. I don't want you to give me a deathbed, so get the hell out of here. Zhou's father growled in agitation. Nianqing said without hesitation, I'm not leaving. This family owes me so much. If I don't pay back what I'm owed, then I can't leave. Xiao Xian's face was as white as paper. Zhou's father broke down and yelled, what does this family owe you? That's a lot. Zhou's father realized what was going on and his face turned red as he held it in. Father Qiao instructed Mother Qiao, just pretend she doesn't exist and don't allow her to cook. Let her fend for herself. Nianqing couldn't help but heave a laugh. I've been independent since I was young. I don't need anyone to serve me. On the contrary, it's your family that's either paralyzed or wasted. Who can serve who? Zhou's father was so angry he couldn't breathe. After Nianqing finished, she walked to the kitchen. She placed a bowl of Yangchun Beiju noodles for herself, and she also took all the ingredients in the refrigerator, seafood, eggs, and made a bowl of condiments, which floated on the noodle bowl, and looked mouth-watering. Xiao Xian and the others, however, were looking at me and me at you. Zhou's father is paralyzed and certainly can't do housework. Mother Qiao was a paraplegic, and although she was able to move around in a wheelchair, she had been accustomed to being served by Nianqing, and her skills had been ruined. It was a bit difficult for her to cook for the whole family. Xiao Xian is petite and lazy and has never cooked before. Gu Lancheng is even more of a four-body rich kid. I'm afraid that he can't even distinguish the sauce, vinegar and tea in the kitchen. In the end, it was Zhou's father who set the stage by saying, Kids mum, you go cook. Mother Qiao froze, and a flash of resignation and resistance passed through her eyes, but with no one to back her up, she had to come to the kitchen alone. When Nianqing saw her, he hooked his lips and sneered, back then, I served you like a dowager empress, and didn't let your hand stick to a single drop of oil. I didn't realize that after leaving me, you are even worse than a slave. You're half paralyzed, and you can't eat the rice your precious daughter cooks for you. Although Chao's mother's face did not show it, the gap in her heart was still quite large. Xiner, she's not well. She defended her, but Nimshin had joined the family with a dissecting mind, so how could she be allowed to muddle through her taunts with ambiguity? She continued to teabag. She's not well? She's just like me. We both live on one healthy kidney, but I have to work and start my own business, while she has nothing to do every day, wearing gold and silver to show off her misses. Gu's glory everywhere. She has the strength to show off, but she doesn't have the strength to cook a meal for her parents who gave birth to her and raised her? As I see it, she is willing to tire her parents and not herself. Nianqing's plan to sow discord was accomplished, so he left the kitchen with a basin-sized bowl of noodles. When Zhou's mother came out of her sadness and opened the refrigerator, she realized how few ingredients were left in the fridge. Mother Qiao looked back and tried to scold Nianqing, but Nianqing was nowhere to be found. Nianqing carried the basin to the guest room, and the aroma was overwhelming. When Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian saw such a large pot of noodles, they thought that Nianqing had been merciful and prepared one for them as well. They walked towards Nianqing. But who knew that Nianqing put the noodle bowl on the coffee table, then took out a pair of chopsticks like a magic trick and started to eat. Xiaoxin giggled. Can you eat that much? Nianqing said. Feed what you can't eat to the dogs. Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng instantly lost their appetites. They looked away and stopped looking at the noodles in Nianqing's basin. It wasn't until Xiao Xian and the others were so hungry that their stomachs were grumbling that Xiao Mother came out in a sorry state carrying a tray with a few portions of bowls and dishes on it. It was filled with leaves of vegetables that were bland in color and overly dry-fried. There were also several bowls of white rice. Mom, you've been cooking for half a day, and this is all you've made for us? Xiao Xian resented Mother Qiao's cooking skills. Mother Qiao was already tired enough, and her face looked bad as she said, if you don't like the food that Mom cooks, you can cook the next meal yourself. Xiao Xian pouted and stopped talking. A meal that was tasteless to everyone, not to mention not being full. The key was that after eating this meal, Xiao Xian had inexplicably gotten diarrhea. She blamed Zhou's mother. Mom, what did you put in the dish? Why do I have diarrhea? Mother Qiao was stifled. It's obviously your own body that's delicate. We're all fine after eating it. You're the only one who has diarrhea. Can you blame me for this? Xiao Xian's tears flew. I'm in poor health. Wasn't it you who generated this? Nianqing sat on the sidelines, watching mother and daughter argue, a faint smile on his face. Xiao Xian finally realized that Nianqing was smiling too cheerfully, and she was suspicious of Nianqing. It can't be that you tampered with the meal, right? Nianqing had a look of it's me. What can you do about it? Do you have any evidence? If you don't have proof, I'll sue you for libel? Her mocking expression. It convinced Xiao Xian that this prank was definitely related to Nianqing. She also realized that Nianqing had come home to collect his debt. A chill rose steeply in her heart. Nianqing finished watching the play and felt bored. He got up and wanted to go back to the bedroom. Gu Lancheng, however, suddenly stopped her. Nianqing, discuss something? Nianqing looked at him fixedly. Speak, from now on, you help us cook our meals together. I'll pay you for the labor. Gu Lancheng said. Nianqing had to admire Gu Lancheng's brain. He could really calculate. She cooked the family's meal, and if Xiao Xian ate it and then got diarrhea, she would have a reason to blame her, and he's using her as cheap labor, right? However, Gu Lancheng had made 1,000 calculations, but he had missed one thing. Nianqing asked him, how much do you pay me for my labor? Gu Lancheng took out the posture of a businessman to bargain. I'll give you whatever the market price is, as if this is a high opinion of Nianqing. Nianqing didn't hold back his laughter. In Gu Lancheng's eyes, she was always a poor beggar? Did this guy get his philosophy from a gym teacher? Doesn't he realize that a person's situation can change? Gu Lancheng, I'll give you twice the market price and you'll cook for me? How? Chapter 160, Ex-wife humiliated. Unable to fight back, Gu Lancheng's lips trembled as the blood receded from his face. Nianqing's humiliation cleared his head. Now he was the poor man, and Nianqing was already a wealthy and free noblewoman. The difference in circumstances made Gu Lancheng's heart feel bad, but he had opened the shackles that humiliated Nianqing. So how could Nianqing let him go? The market rate for a cooking nanny is 8,000 a month tops. I'll pay you 20,000 a month, and you'll mop and sweep the floors and wash clothes for me on the side? Gu Lancheng swallowed his saliva and glared viciously at Nianqing. You, Nianqing said. What? You look down on this salary? But Gu Lancheng, you have neither professional cooking skills nor cleaning training experience. The salary I'm paying you is far below what you deserve. However, for the sake of our marriage, I'm thinking of helping you out because you're in a difficult situation. Since you can't pull yourself together to do this job, forget it. She added an even more ruthless one. In the future, I'm afraid you won't even be able to find a 20,000 a month job. At that time you turn around and beg me I won't remember old times. Shame. Naked humiliation. Gu Lancheng was furious enough, but he started it. No one else is to blame. Refrigerator ingredients exhausted. Nianqing will online shopping some ingredients and fruits and vegetables back. She bought a variety of imported fruits. Seafood king crab. High prices. More and more aligned with the standard of living plummeted Qiao family is very shabby. Xiao Xian, this kind of love comparison vain woman, is not willing to fall behind. She hard bleeding to buy some high-grade seafood back. Just her wallet. Neat eye visible deflated. Nianqing was happy to see Xiao Xian fight her. The next day she bought herself limited edition bags, knockoffs. She dressed herself as a rich flower of the earth as she carried piles of luxurious spun goods into the house. She noticed the jealous look in the bottom of Xiao Xian's eyes. Seeing that she could irritate Xiao Xian, she bought even more. Xiao Xian finally couldn't help herself, and she decided to hit back at Nianqing. However, the way she hit back at Nianqing was by hugging Gu Lancheng and showing affection. On this day, she pulled Gu Lancheng and pouted. Lancheng, you haven't bought me a gift in a long time? She probably thought that Gu Lancheng would still fulfill her needs unconditionally like before, but she couldn't see the form. Gu Lancheng used to be rich in assets and naturally bought a gift without a frown. Now that he was raising money to save Gu's mother, he was shy himself, so how could he satisfy Xiao Xian's insatiable desire? Gu Lancheng pretended to be confused. Why do you suddenly want a gift? Jiaxing stared in embarrassment. Nianqing added fuel to the fire. Sister, brother-in-law is now so poor that he's now coming to our Qiao family to freeload. It's better for you to buy any gifts you want yourself. Xiao Xian glared at her and said with a strong concave happy persona, I'm not like you. I have a husband to love me. Why should I bother myself? Nensen. Since Xiao Xian showed off that she had a loving husband, Nianqing punched her in the face. She deliberately made snide remarks to Gu Lancheng. Brother-in-law, my sister's health is not good, so you should try to fulfill whatever wishes she has. You're her husband. You deserve to love my sister with everything you've got. This was something that Gu Lancheng had often advised her this way when she and Xiao Xian had disagreements in the past. Now, she returned this to Gu Lancheng, letting him also taste what it was like to be morally kidnapped. Gu Lancheng was choked into a dilemma. One could only ask Jiazhen stiffly, what do you want? Xiao Xian only wanted to compare Nianqing to her, so she gritted her teeth and said an expensive one. I want a full diamond necklace. The all-diamond necklace is really classy. In an instant, a paper tiger like Nianqing, who deliberately flaunted his wealth, could be called a clown. Gu Lancheng frowned and agreed. Xiao Xian's tail instantly went up to the sky. It was rare to get a city back, and Mother Qiao was all too happy to build up Xiao Xian's momentum. Xiner, look how much Lancheng loves you. Unloved Nianqing is a clown? It's just that God doesn't agree. When Gu Lancheng brought back the diamond necklace for Xiao Xian even opened the box especially in front of Nianqing. Just when that one platinum bone chain with the rice-like diamond pendant revealed its full face, Nianqing couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Sister, brother-in-law is really doting on you. You wanted a diamond necklace, and he really bought you a diamond necklace. It's just that, had I known that brother-in-law would buy such a style, it would have been better for me to send sister a few freebies. The diamonds in my giveaways are all bigger than yours. Xiao Xian's face turned ugly. When she returned to her room, she slammed the necklace on Gu Lancheng, burying her head under the covers. She whimpered and cried, is that how you perfume me nowadays? Can't you see that Nianqing is spitting in my face? I let you help me back up, and instead you let me be made a joke by her. Lancheng, do you not love me anymore? Gu Lancheng was tired. It's not that I don't love you. Rather, I've been using too much money lately and I really don't dare to splurge. Jiazhen giggled. She slowly raised her head. The once radiant prince, now shedding the aura of a rich young man. Xiao Xian surprisingly felt that he was just so ordinary. She grunted. You promised me you wouldn't let me be wronged in this life. It's only been a short time since we've been married and you're... Gu Lancheng threw the cell phone in his hand heavily onto the coffee table. He could suffer Nianqing's humiliation. That was his shame to Nianqing. But could he still be humiliated by Xiao Xian? He was, after all, Xiao Xian's redeemer? I've gotten myself into a situation where I've been turned away from my family for the sake of marrying you. You're complaining about me instead? If you feel that I am hindering your path to riches, then we will divorce. Xiao Xian was as pale as paper. How can she have the nerve to get a divorce? She hugged Gu Lancheng again and admitted her mistake. Lancheng, I was wrong. I wasn't trying to climb up with Nianqing. It's just that I was so angry with her that I was always trying to earn some face back. She was the best at showing weakness. And when she cried, Gu Lancheng couldn't harden his heart. In the doorway, Nianqing heard the couple bickering, a wicked grin piling up on his face. Once upon a time, it was her and Gu Lancheng within the walled city, and the two of them had all kinds of quarrels because of Xiao Xian. Now, it was Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng within the walled city, and she became the fuse that lit the red light in their marriage. Xiao Xian, you gave it to me. I'll give it all back to you. Nensen left quietly. Maybe it is Nianqing all sorts of work. The Qiao family is holding a bellyful of sulking. The original body is not good. Xiao father, finally sick like a mountain. Zhou's father suddenly suffered a high blood pressure attack one night, inducing a heart attack. His life was in danger. Mother Qiao panicked and called Xiao Xian and Gu Lancheng up. Xiner, your father has fainted. Hurry and send him to the hospital. Xiao Xian, however, grumbled impatiently. Why are you sick again? Xiao mother only felt a chill in her heart. She and Xiao father had never disliked Xiao Xian's infirmity, but now she has turned around and disliked Xiao's father? Such a white-eyed wolf. Zhou's mother spoils her and loves her, right? Seeing Mother Qiao's chill, Xiao Xian hurriedly switched her impatient face. I'll go get Nianqing. She's strong and sturdy, so it's only fitting to have her keep watch for Dad. Sister, your reckoning is so thoughtful. It's almost popping me in the face. Nianqing had long been awakened by a burst of chaos, and was now leaning against the wall in his pajamas to watch the fun. Chapter 161. Nianqing returns home, sets off right and wrong. A flash of embarrassment flew across Xiao Xian's face, But when she thought about her father's huge medical bills and the burden of caring for him, it was really difficult for her to bear alone. So also, she shamelessly kidnapped Nianqing to share the obligations that belonged to her. Since you've returned to the Chow family and claim to be a daughter of the Chow family, then you should be obligated to support the old man. Nianqing smiled innocently. The benefits of the Chow family. I did not fall into one Chow family accident. You are thinking of me, but it doesn't matter. I've always been generous. I can go to the hospital to take care of your father. But the medical fees, nursing fees, you have to pay? Xiao Xin screamed. On what grounds? You have to come up with half too. Nianqing said, since you're going to count so much, we'll take care of the old man for 1 day each. This, Zhou Xian was difficult. Nianqing said to Mother Qiao at the side, Mom, see, this is the good daughter you raised? You must take care of your body, or else when you're old and your precious daughter doesn't want to contribute either money or effort, then you'll have to fend for yourself. Mother Qiao's grudging gaze was directed at Xiao Xian, and Xiao Xian could only say stiffly and rigidly, fine, I'll nurse 1 day with you. Nianqing asked her with a raised eyebrow, so today, are you going or am I? Xiao Xian avoided it when she could. You go. Nianqing smiled brightly. Good. Don't you regret it? Nianqing called the security guards from the property by phone and asked them to help carry Father Qiao to her car. Then she drove the car and took Father Qiao to the most expensive hospital. Because Qiao's father's pathology has no diagnosis for the time being, the hospital has not finalized a follow-up treatment plan, and Nianqing paid a symbolic $1,000 to the hospital. Zhou's father stayed in the emergency room all day, while Nianqing got away with listening to music outside. It was just that she didn't expect that she would meet Gu Lancheng here. Gu Lancheng unexpectedly met with Hua Xiaoru, and the two of them furtively walked towards the end of the corridor. Nianqing was doubly curious and secretly followed him. It was only when she got closer that she saw Gu Lancheng described as haggard and whispering to please Hua Xiaoru. Xiaoru, I am at least the brother who watched you grow up. Just for the sake of my brother treating you well in the past, you have to help me this time no matter what. Brother Gu, don't worry, I'll get Brother Yan to issue a letter of understanding no matter what. Gu Lancheng said, I'm afraid this matter is not that easy. Yan Hongchang is somehow very special to Nianqing, and as Nianqing hates me and hates my mom, she will definitely try her best to stop Yan Hongchang from forgiving my mom. Hua Xiaoru patted her chest. Big brother Gu, don't worry, Brother Yan treats Nianqing well, but it's just because he's a businessman. Businessmen value profit. Nianqing has value to Brother Yan. He naturally wants to protect her, but now it's different. I can give Brother Yan more benefits than Nianqing's, and I'm the woman who was going to be Brother Yan's wife. Brother Yan naturally listens to me. Nianqing's heart couldn't help but be heavy when he heard Hua Xiaoru's words. Hua Xiaoru strives to protect Gu Lancheng, while she and Hua Xiaoru have hostile positions. Does Hongcheng choose to help her, or help Hua Xiaoru? He should be helping Hua Xiaoru. After all, in their previous life, they had really cultivated their relationship. They became a family, and Yan Hongcheng's emotional scale naturally favors Hua Xiaoru. If Yan Hongcheng also followed Hua Xiaoru to obstruct her revenge, then her path to revenge would inevitably suffer the greatest resistance. Nansen left with a heavy heart. Zhou's father was rolled out of the resuscitation room around 4 p.m. Then, Nianqing applied for the most luxurious VIP ward for him. 2 escorts were also hired for him. She wasn't the one spending the money anyway. The first time Father Qiao woke up and saw Nianqing, fear immediately welled up in his eyes. Where's your mom? Where's your sister? He's looking for a backer. Nianqing's green tea went up. Your good daughter doesn't want to serve you, a bad old man, so let me serve you. She poured a glass of water and drank it gracefully. Zhou's father's lips were dry. Water. As if she hadn't heard, Nianqing continued, do you know why I came to serve? Maybe it's because people are under the roof and have to bow their heads. Father Qiao rarely coaxed Nianqing. I know you are a knife mouth and tofu heart. In fact, you have a good heart. Cannot see father in trouble. Nianqing laughed her ass off, and when she was done, her face turned grim as she put her mouth to his ear and said, but you're not my father, and as an adoptive father, you didn't nurture me either, so I have no obligation to support you at all. Zhou's father blanched. Nianqing smiled wickedly, but don't worry, I sent you to the best hospital and hired the best caregiver for you. You won't have a hard time. Zhou's father looked puzzled. Nianqing continued, but all these expenses have to be paid by your precious daughter herself. Guess, will your precious daughter take out her bottom of the barrel money to cure you? Father Qiao's face instantly changed. Qiao Xian was weak and sickly, and her career had been at a standstill. She had relied on the Qiao family and Gu Lancheng to provide for her over the years. How can she afford to treat him? I'm not healing. Zhou's father squirmed to get out of bed. Nianqing still ignored his words. She invaded her own world, you say. If her money runs out, when she gets sick and she is penniless, what should she do? I've heard that people with kidney disease in the late stages can be very painful. Father Chow blared viciously at Nianqing. She has Lanchang. Lanchang won't care about her. Rather, it's you. All alone. Worry about yourself. Don't die without anyone to collect your body. Nianqing blushed miserably. She thought of her previous life. She called Gu Lanchang before she died, and also called Chow's father and mother, but she called dozens of times, and none of them answered her. In the end, they were probably too annoyed with her and blacked her out to deal with it. Luckily, she stumbled upon Yan Hongshang. Luckily, the fearful Yan Hongshang had been kind for once and had buried her and her daughter properly. Nianqing's dark pupils stared at Father Chow and suddenly smiled humbly, saying, "Thank you for reminding me. It seems that in order to make your precious daughter live a bit of a hard life, you still need to have Gu Lancheng completely divide the boundaries with her." Xiao's father was so agitated that his mouth was scooped up. "Humph, just by you. You want to stir up their relationship? You've been married to Gu Lancheng, but you haven't seen him touch you on his own initiative? Nianqing, don't waste your efforts. Gu Lancheng doesn't love you at all." Nianqing blankly glanced at him. "Who said I want to get back together with Gu Lancheng? Garbage only deserves to stay in the trash can. It's not like I recycle garbage." Zhou's father was wrong. Nianqing's fingers knocked on the coffee table. "Things are a bit tricky, but what goes around comes around." Zhou's father only felt chills. The day that Nianqing served Xiao's father didn't get a sip of water, didn't get a bite of food. Even when he was incontinent, Nianqing didn't give him any treatment. The next morning, Jiazhen came, smelling the unpleasant odor on Xiao's father. She covered her nose and scolded Nianqing. "Nianqing, why don't you help him clean up?" Chapter 162 Chance Encounter with Hong Shang. Subtle atmosphere. All the doctors and nurses looked at Nianqing in condemnation. Nianqing looked at her in a calm and collected manner. "Xiao Xin, although he is my stepfather, he has never supported me for a single day, and I haven't spent a penny of his money. On the contrary, he used the name of his father to cheat me out of my kidney, allowing you to get a cheap kidney for nothing. Now, I've come to see that he's been merciful. Instead, it's you, his own daughter, who is so precious to you, but he was sick yesterday and you slept at home. Today you came to the hospital slowly and didn't ask him how his condition was, but only disliked the fact that he stank. A white-eyed wolf like you. What qualifications do you have to reprimand me?" As if the doctors and nurses had heard a heavenly story, they all turned their gazes to Xiao Xin. This time it wasn't condemnation, but contempt. Nianqing smiled and stood up, handing Xiao Xin a copy of the payment slip she was holding. "Ms. Xiao, this is your father's medical fee, escort fee, and VIP ward fee. Remember to pay it all." To prevent Xiao Xin from playing tricks on her and delaying payment, Nianqing added, "By the way, I'm going to be traveling tomorrow, so you'll have to take care of your father on your own from now on." Xiao Xin looked at a bill with the amount on it, which really made her heart and liver ache. "What took so long?" Nianqing said. "Oh, I thought that your father used to always give you the best, and now that he's sick, you, the daughter, should also honor filial piety, so I chose the best ward for him, the most professional caregiver, and all the most expensive imported drugs." Xiao Xin gasped. "Zhou's father has a bunch of illnesses, and if they all use imported drugs, wouldn't the medical bills be sky high?" But Nianqing's moral abduction of her was like a big mountain pressing tightly on her head, leaving her with half a reason to resist, and she could only hold her breath and admit it. "As long as it's good for Dad, then I'll admit it." Xiao Xin wore a smile on her face, only that smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. After Nianqing and Xiao Xin finished handing over, she left without looking back. Just by coincidence, when she took the elevator, she didn't expect that inside the elevator door that she pressed open, there was the person she most didn't want to face at the moment. Yan Hongsheng and Huo Xiaoru stood side by side, two pairs of resentful eyes staring straight at her. Nianqing paused in the elevator doorway, one foot dangling in the air, then finally retracted. "I'll leave you guys alone. You guys go ahead." Huo Xiaoru was very satisfied with her understanding and revealed a pleased smile. The elevator door closed with a flourish, and Nianqing patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that there seems to be another piece missing from the heart. Yan Hongsheng clearly saw her just now, but he didn't even greet her? Seeing sex and forgetting your friends? This guy, who knew that when the elevator door was just about to close, a white hand was suddenly pressed against the elevator door. Frightened, Nianqing's breath missed a beat. Is this a desperate move? The next moment, the elevator door was forcefully pulled open by the owner of this hand. Yan Hongsheng resentment squeezed out deeply, and Huo Xiaoru was sent down by the elevator. Nianqing looked at Yan Hongsheng, who had just missed the breath beat at the moment, abruptly returned all. "Don't you want your life?" She still couldn't help blaming him. Yan Hongsheng said, "This life of mine is quite cheap. No one cares whether I die or live anyway." It's amazing how extraordinarily heartbreaking it is when men teared up. Nianqing looked ashamed. "Don't say that. Your grandfather is still quite concerned about you. You've seen him?" Yan Hongsheng asked, hooking his lips. Ah, thanks to you. I've met his old man a few times, Nianqing answered ambiguously. She didn't want to affect Grandpa Yan and Yan Hongqing's relationship, and many of her emotions could only be held inside. Oof. Yan Hongqing didn't know whether this sound of dissatisfaction was directed at Nianqing or Elder Yan. Nianqing touched his nose, a little embarrassed. At this exact moment, Xiao Xian arrived. She had to take the elevator downstairs, so she waited at the elevator door with Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng. The icy coldness around Yan Hongsheng's body made Xiao Xian realize that the relationship between him and Nianqing didn't seem to be harmonious. Her heart was inexplicably pleased. She watched Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng carefully. Nianqing carefully curried favor with Yan Hongsheng. Young Master Yan, I'm sorry, please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. When Yan Hongsheng heard this detached address of hers, his fire was even more ting upwards. Exiting again, his voice contained a great deal of fire. Young Master Yan? You call me Young Master Yan? Ha! Xiao Xian took the opportunity to drop a stone. Nianqing, although Young Master Yan is younger than you, his worth and status is something you can't compare to. Young Master Yan is not something you can call him. You should still call him Mr. Yan in the future. Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing stared at her speechlessly. Yan Hongsheng said, "It's not Miss Qiao's turn to comment on my matters." To Xiao Xian, Yan Hongsheng's tone was very contemptuous. Zhaoxing's face flushed for a moment, then silenced. The elevator door suddenly opened, and neither Yan Hongsheng nor Nianqing moved. Xiao Xian hesitated for a split second, originally wanting to stay and listen to the gossip, but Yan Hongsheng directly drove her away. Aren't you leaving? Xiao Xian had no reason to stay and could only leave with her head down. She deliberately slowed down her pace, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation between Nianqing and Yan Hongsheng behind her. Nianqing apologized and looked deeply at Yan Hongsheng, then lowered her head and headed out. But the next moment, Yan Hongsheng suddenly yanked her back, and then he closed the elevator door with fire. The elevator sank toward the basement. Nianqing looked at Yan Hongsheng in dismay. After Yan Hongsheng's fire was vented, he put on a resigned expression. He rested his chin on Nianqing's head and muttered, "Sister, where have you been? Don't you want me anymore?" This aggrieved expression simply made all of Nianqing's iron heart melt into a softness around his fingers. She said guiltily, "Xiao Shang, my sister has recently returned to the Qiao family." Yan Hongsheng abruptly raised his head and looked at her. His aggression, his resentment all disappeared. "Sister, if they bully you, be sure to tell me. I'll back you up." Nianqing laughed. "Don't worry, I can handle it myself." She is also concerned about him. "Your grandfather has the intention to set you up with Miss Hua. I think this marriage is a good match for you. Miss Hua is smart and pretty. Her character is straightforward, and she is a child of a powerful family just like you, born from the same background, so you should have a lot in common. More importantly, she seems to be very attached to you as well. Xiao Shang, a good match is hard to find. Why don't you get in touch with her? What if she is your true destiny?" It was as if a candle flame had gone out in Yan Hongsheng's eyes. He faintly said, "Sister, I'm only 19 now. Isn't it too early for me to fall in love?" Nianqing laughed. "I know you're career-oriented, so you'll have a good time digesting what your sister said today. Xiao Shang, be nice to Ms. Hua." Chapter 163 Hongsheng helps her. Nianqing's heartache. After Nianqing finished these words, it was as if she had accomplished her mission, and she completely breathed a sigh of relief. Only, the sense of absence in his heart inexplicably came back up. She touched her heart, feeling quite strange about how her heart gave birth to sour emotions when she faced Yan Hongsheng lately. She thought that she had always treated Yan Hongsheng as family. Now that she was going to break her ties with him, it was only human to be reluctant to part with him. Comforting herself in this way, her mood calmed down considerably. Yan Hongsheng stared at a pair of hawkish black pupils, the red blood filaments in his eyes stark as one. He is like a stoic pre-furious lion. Nianqing cowered in fear. Such a Yan Hongsheng was exactly the same as the one she had seen in her previous life, the terrifying imperial prince. She didn't know how to calm his anger. The truth was, she didn't know where he got this evil fire from. She muttered accusingly, "I'm all about you." Yan Hongsheng sighed thickly. "Nianqing, leaving without saying goodbye is very bad behavior." His voice was icy cold. Nianqing looked at her in confusion. She had grown up lacking love. No one would care about her even if she ran away from home for a week. She actually didn't quite understand how much of a shadow her leaving without saying goodbye had cast on Yan Hongsheng. The elevator door opened and Hua Xiaoru stood outside in a huff. "Brother Yan, why did you lock me in just now?" Yan Hongsheng walks out of the elevator as he pulls Hua Xiaoru away. Nianqing stood frozen in place. Back at Zhou's, Nianqing threw her mushy-brained self onto the bed. It was probably because she was so tired from last night's busy work of settling the sick father Qiao that she fell asleep in a daze just as soon as her body was pressed against the bed. I don't know how long it was, but I could faintly hear the sound of arguing outside. "Gulan Cheng, come out here. This family is just bad luck. A sick family. The man is paralyzed in bed and the woman is paralyzed. There are also 2 daughters who are physically crippled. Gu Lancheng, were you blinded by lard to be mesmerized by that sickly child? Xiao Xin. But if you have some face and some conscience, you should leave my family's Lancheng and let him live? Mom, Xiao Xin and I are married. I've been divorced before and shed a layer of skin. Don't want to get divorced a second time. I beg you, will you respect my choice? It was Gu Lancheng's voice. Sprinting with helplessness, Nianqing suddenly opened her eyes as she followed the sound down the stairs and ended up at the garden entrance of the villa. Seeing Gu's mother standing in front of her in living color, Nianqing's face paled to obscurity. With his toes, he could figure out that it must be Yan Hongxing's handiwork that Gu's mother was able to be acquitted so quickly. Did he help Hua Xiaoru after all and fulfill her heart? Gu's mother was so angry that she couldn't breathe well, covering her heart and kicking at it. You don't want mother when you have a daughter-in-law. Gu Lancheng went forward to help her. Mom, if my son doesn't care about you, you won't be able to get out. You don't know. In order to save you, I lowly begged Yan Hongxing for how long, and finally begged to Hua Xiaoru. And Yan Hongxing also looked at Hua Xiaoru's face before agreeing to issue a letter of understanding. Xiao Xian saw Nianqing and walked over. She said in a conspiratorial manner, Nianqing, I heard that you broke with young Master Yan. You even made him angry today? Who told you that? Nianqing felt that she and Yan Hongxing had just had a fight. Where did it come to the point of a break? Xiao Xian's chin pointed toward Gu's mother, then added fuel to the fire. See, she's the proof, she added wistfully. Yan Hongxing knew that you and everyone in the Gu family were incompatible, yet he still provided Hua Xiaoru with a letter of understanding for her sake. Nianqing trembled, and once the speculation in her heart was confirmed, Nianqing knew that she had still lost to Hua Xiaoru. In the future, there will be countless times when she and Hua Xiaoru confront each other, and Yan Hongxing is bound to help Hua Xiaoru time and time again, and she was simply not willing, nor was she capable of confronting Yan Hongxing. Her war with Gu Lancheng, it seemed she heard the horn of defeat. Why is it that every time she is the one who is not firmly chosen? Nimshin's grief flowed in reverse. Gu mother suddenly had a fierce look on her face. She glared viciously at Gu Lancheng and gave an ultimatum. You sizable cutie. Xiao Xin. She's a calamity. She's your nemesis. You'll lose your life sooner or later if you continue to stay with her. Son, in order to protect you, Mom must keep you apart. If you persist in continuing to be with her, then Mom will only have to die for you. Suddenly Mother Gu fished out a dagger and put it against her neck. Gu Lancheng was scared to death. Mom, don't be ridiculous. Then, he suddenly scraped Nianqing's eyes sinisterly, as if Gu's mother was the cause of this outburst today. Nianqing fell into a foxhole. Gu Lancheng flung himself to his knees and mourned. Mom, I beg you not to force me. Xiao Xian ran forward and hugged Gu Lancheng, crying bitterly, Lancheng, don't be like this. It hurts me to see you like this. If the two of us must be separated, it doesn't matter. I'll die. You live well. Gu Lancheng was fuming when he heard this instead. You're forcing me again, aren't you? My mom is going to die. You're also going to die. Can you two save me the trouble? When he finished he frantically smacked himself in the face. I was wrong. An operation as fierce as a tiger. Soon Gu Lancheng's face was swollen. Gu mother's heart ached for Gu Lancheng. She ran over and kicked Xiao Xian away. Then she hugged Gu Lancheng and cried bitterly. Son, don't be like this. Mom is doing this for your own good. Think about it. Since you've been with Xiao Xian, how many bad things have you encountered? She is really gramming you. Gu Lancheng's beady eyes glared at Nianqing. Nansen shuddered. Gu Lancheng suddenly pushed Gu mother away, then took 3 steps to Nianqing's side, one hand on her neck. It's all you. It was your revenge that made my mom misunderstand Shiner. The corner of Nianqing's mouth was born with a smile as she said triumphantly. Seeing you in so much pain makes me happy. Gu Lancheng tightened the force on his hand and said viciously, Nianqing, you have a heart like a poisonous scorpion, stirring up my family for a kidney. It's me who has been too lenient with you, allowing you to keep hurting my mom and my wife. The person who deserves to die the most is you. It's you who is right. Nianqing's eyes flooded with a mournful cold smile. Gu Lancheng, as long as Xiao Xian is in trouble, you sacrifice me every time to make her whole. I don't owe you anything. It's you who owes me. How should I pay back? Gu Lancheng growled with red eyes. You have a cheap life. I'll make it up to you if you fulfill Xiner. You should learn to be satisfied. Nianqing was extremely hateful. Gu Lancheng, you deserve your retribution for having this day. But let me tell you, your retribution is more than that. The law is still a sentencing ruling. Nianqing, I only asked for one of your kidneys. How long the hell are you going to pester me? Gu Lancheng was fuming. I won't let you have another chance to hurt my mom and my wife. He dragged Nianqing and headed upstairs. Chapter 164, Conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Gu Xiao's self-injury. Nianqing was imprisoned by Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng thought that if he imprisoned Nianqing, his world would be at peace. However, when he met Nianqing's eyes, which looked as if he had climbed out of an ancient well, as if he were an unjust soul demanding for his life, he chickened out. He didn't dare to look Nianqing in the eyes, hanging his head, his body shaking. Nianqing, why did you force me to hurt you? I don't want to hurt you anymore. Nianqing's eyes sobbed blood. She seemed to laugh and cry. Gu Lancheng, do you know why I hate you so much? Gu Lancheng raised his head shakily and looked at Nianqing with red eyes. He wanted so much to know why Nianqing, who was so kind and loved him so much, ended up blackening into a vengeful demon? Why? There was an expectant light in his eyes. Nianqing tilted his head, tears in his eyes. You love Qiao Xin. I respectfully bless your love. But if you love her so much, why did you provoke me? If you don't love me, why did you marry me? You know what? I haven't gotten any love from my parents since I was a child, but I have faith in love. I thought, Dad doesn't love me, Mom doesn't love me, it's okay, I don't have the chance to choose my parents, but I have the chance to choose love. And my husband, he must be the one who loves me the most in this world, because it is my own choice. Nianqing choked with grief. But you ruined my love for this world. You made every day I lived worse than death. Gu Lancheng slowly knelt on the ground as he said with red eyes, I'm sorry, Nianqing, if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't mess with you again. Nianqing sneered, your confession is too cheap. As long as I disturb Qiao Xian's mood, in your eyes, it's wrong for me to even exist. Gu Lancheng, you might as well kill me. Only when I'm gone can you and Qiao Xian live smoothly into old age. Otherwise, I will make your lives worse than death. Gu Lancheng was devastated. He looked at Nianqing in despair. What do you have to do to let go? Nianqing looked at him coolly. Unless our daughter can live. Gu Lancheng shuddered violently, his mouth shaking like a sieve. This was the second time Nianqing had mentioned their daughter. But Nianqing had miscarried shortly after the baby was first born, so she couldn't be sure of the child's gender at all. Why did she mention their daughter over and over again? Nianqing, you must be sick? Let me take you to see a psychiatrist. Gu Lancheng finally came to this ridiculous conclusion. Nianqing just sneered. Gu Lancheng, I'm not sick. What's sick is you. You're blind in your eyes and heart, paranoid and in love with a murderer who killed your daughter. You poor thing. Gu Lancheng dropped to the ground. No, Xianer is not the vicious girl you say she is. He realized. Nianqing, you want to brainwash me? I advise you not to waste your efforts. I won't believe you. Nianqing grunted coldly. Gu Lancheng, what about the city of cycles I gave you? Has it been a long time since you touched it? Gu Lancheng was astonished. How did you know? Because if you've touched it, you should be cured of your blind eyes and blind heart. After Nianqing said this, he closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to Gu Lancheng. A huge uneasiness welled up under Gu Lancheng's eyes. He always felt that some truth was going to come out, and he was likely to be buried by those truths. Downstairs, there was the sudden sound of women pulling and beating. Gu mother shouted at Qiao Xian like a shrew. Asterisk 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 I'll kill you. Who let you pester my son? You got him killed. Stinking. Go to hell. Aha. Qiao Xian's miserable screams rang through the sky. A huge panic appeared in Gu Lancheng's eyes, and in that instant his face instantly turned blue and white. He staggered to his feet and ran downstairs in a panic. When Nianqing saw his mess, her heart was at first saddened. She and Gu Lancheng had been a couple for 2 lifetimes and had never seen Gu Lancheng so nervous about her. Even their daughters in their previous lives were not as important to Gu Lancheng as Qiao Xian was. But Nianqing turned around and laughed cheerfully again. Ha ha, Gu Lancheng, when Qiao Xian and I had a conflict, you would not hesitate to stand on Qiao Xian's front. Now that your mother and Qiao Xian are incompatible, I'd like to see how you choose. Gu Lancheng turned his head. This matter is my mother's fault, so naturally I'm helping out. Nianqing shook his head. Gu Lancheng, you are simply worse than scum. You betrayed the mother who devoted her life to loving you in this world for the sake of the person you love. Gu Lancheng, you should be struck by lightning. A layer of hesitation suddenly surfaced on Gu Lancheng's originally resolute face. Yeah, he loves Qiao Xian, so he's willing to give Qiao Xian the best life. But his mother was the one who held up the whole sky for him, the only one who didn't give up on him when he was in trouble. He could neither bear to abandon Qiao Xian nor fail his mother. Gu Lancheng's contradictions, entanglements, were like 2 poisonous tongues gnawing at him. It made him agonize. Nianqing finally saw the pain of Gu Lancheng's love, but not love as she wished, and the indignation that had accumulated in her heart was finally released for a moment. Lancel, save me, save me. Qiao Xian's miserable voice came out. Gu Lancheng didn't hesitate for a second longer as he rushed down as if he was an arrow off the string. In the garden, Gu's mother pulled Qiao Xian's hair and held her against the wall. Slap after slap slapped her face hard. Qiao Xian's face was already swollen and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. When Gu Lancheng saw this image, he was simply scared out of his soul. He stayed where he was, In the end, it was Mother Chiao who came out in her wheelchair and woke Gu Lancheng up with a panicked yell. Gu Lancheng, your mom keeps fighting. It's going to kill someone, isn't it? If Xiner has a death, your mom is a murderer, and she'll have to pay for it. Gu Lancheng came back to his senses. This farce was going to take away his two favorite people. He ran over, pushed Gu's mother to the ground, and wrapped Xiao Xian into his arms. Xiner, are you alright? Xiao Xian pointed at Gu's mother. She's going to kill me. Lancheng, you have to do it for me? Gu Lancheng glared at Gu's mother, who stared back at him with an even more appalling look. You went so far as to push me for this bereaved star? Gu Lancheng, it turns out that in your heart, no one is better than this calamity. Since this is the case, our mother and son relationship will be severed. I don't want a white-eyed wolf son like you who can't distinguish between right and wrong. Gu Lancheng knelt in front of Gu's mother, slapping his face again and again. Mom, my son was wrong. You forgive son. Gu's mother, however, was desperate. Don't call me mom. I don't have a son like you. Gu's mother dragged her desperate steps and turned her head to walk forward step by step. Her mouth nagged. My son is useless too. What's the point of me living? Gu Lancheng's face became as white as rice paper. He chased out and hugged Gu's mother tightly. Mom, I beg you, don't do anything stupid. My son listens to you, and will listen to you from now on. Chapter 165, A Beast is Worse Than a Beast. Hongsheng is aggrieved. When Xiao Xian heard Gu Lancheng's words about giving up on her, she was instantly scared out of her wits. With tears in her eyes, she said, Lancheng, you don't want me anymore. How am I going to live? A pearly, pathetic look. Gu Lancheng was stunned again. In the end, Gu Lancheng was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. Lancelot, Jazan let out a growl and stumbled over to him. However, Gu mother was probably hurt by Gu Lancheng's heart. She just paused in her figure and walked forward without looking back. Xiao Xian and Mother Chiao combined their efforts to send Gu Lancheng back to his room, dragging and dragging. That night was destined to be a thrilling and sleepless night. Nianqing was tied to a chair by Gu Lancheng, and although he couldn't see what was happening outside, just by hearing Xiao Xian's several screams, Nianqing knew that something very bad had happened. While they were bad, she was happy in her heart, but she couldn't help worrying about her own situation. If Xiao Xian really had a problem, Gu Lancheng would never let her go. In her last life, Gu Lancheng took it out on her whenever Xiao Xian was in trouble. Nianqing mused that she needed to get out of here as soon as possible. However, Gu Lancheng tied the rope too tightly. Nianqing struggled hard. His arm was strangled with a reddish-purple cha-cha. It looked shocking. Nianqing was so tired and sweaty that he ended up falling asleep in a daze. When I woke up, my stomach was ravenous. Nianqing was so hungry that she was dizzy and her limbs were weak. She pulled up her voice and shouted twice, but the room was empty, and no one responded to her at all. There's no one at home. They're all out? Nianqing felt incredibly desperate. As a little bit of time went by, her hunger increased. She didn't know how long it had been since she had eaten, only that it was dark again, and light again, and that she had been hungry for 2 whole days. Is she going to starve to death here? That bastard Gu Lancheng. Is he trying to get her killed again? Thinking about this, Nianqing's hatred for Gu Lancheng added another layer, until Nianqing's eyes went black and his consciousness began to be chaotic. Suddenly the sound of a kicking door came from under the building. Then there was a rush of footsteps coming up the stairs at an even pace. Nensen, a familiar voice approached. Nianqing's eyelids drooped and she forced herself to open them, but the low blood sugar caused her whole body to feel too weak, and she finally slowly closed her eyes. At the last moment, she vaguely saw a figure rushing in, then her body fell into a solid embrace. Pithing, who would call her that? So gentle? It's her hallucinating, isn't it? But the next thing I knew, there was a warmth on my forehead, with a suppressed, hidden release. What was left of her consciousness allowed her to feel her visitor's overbearing possessiveness of her. She was both shocked and panicked. Who would kiss a broken flower like her? She must be starving and hallucinating. She was so desperate for someone to love her. Nianqing completely fainted. When Nianqing woke up, he realized that he was lying in the hospital. There were needles stuck in the back of her hands, and the nutritional solution was cold as it went into her body. But she finally felt some of her strength return. The ward was large and luxurious, or a single suite. She had never stayed in such a lavish ward before. The little sister nurse was changing her 4-bottle. She took the opportunity to ask her, "Who brought me to the hospital?" The nurse's little sister had an envious look on her face. "Sister, it was your boyfriend who sent you here. Your boyfriend is super handsome, and he looks so in love with you. He was worried sick about you after you fainted." Nianqing was flabbergasted. How could she have such a good boyfriend? So where did he go? "I kept watch over you all last night and just left." Nianqing then thought of Gu Lancheng, only that bastard, so that she could not die or live. He's not nice to me at all. Hate splashed in her eyes. She was going to tarnish his reputation, rip away the cover of his svelte scum. He holds me captive, kidnaps me, and won't feed me? He is an animal. The nurse was stunned. She said incredulously, "Ha, this. He doesn't look like such a bad person at all." Nianqing said hatefully, "You can't judge a person by their appearance. Don't let his appearances fool you. He didn't have a good heart when he sent me to the hospital. He is a hypocrite. Beast." Yan Hongshang was carrying a hot bucket of rice and had just reached the door when he heard Nianqing scolding him. His face went a shade of green and white. He remembered that when he saw her yesterday, her miserable face, her pitiful eyes, tickled all his love churning, and he just couldn't hold back and kissed her fiercely, with a punishing kiss. "I didn't realize it left such an impression on her mind, animal." The nurse raised her eyes and saw Yan Hongshang. She smiled awkwardly and left. "You guys take your time talking. I have other patients to see." Yan Hongshang grimly walked over to Nianqing and placed the rice bucket on the bedside table. Then apprehensively he looked at Nianqing. "I'm an animal? I'm hypocritical?" He commiserated. "If it weren't for me being a hypocritical beast, you would have lost your little life." Nianqing was confused. "Xiao Shang, what did you say?" She came to a realization. "Ah, could it be you who saved me yesterday?" Yan Hongshang, "So it wasn't him who was cursed? Who else do you think it is?" "I thought it was Gu Lancheng the." Yan Hongshang was aggrieved. "Come on. Nowadays I'm afraid that all the young ladies at the nurse's station know that I'm an animal. I won't be able to find a nurse's wife if I want to in the future." Nianqing looked guilty. "Xiao Shang, I'll definitely clarify this for them when I turn around." Only then did Yan Hongsheng's anger subside. "Then you must praise me a few times." Nianqing nodded like garlic. "That's for sure." A smile spreads under Yan Hongsheng's eyes. Then he picks up the thermos bucket, pours out the clear porridge, and feeds it to Nianqing one bite at a time. The atmosphere between the two was unbelievably cordial. This caused the sensitive and suspicious Nianqing to develop a touch of confusion. "Xiao Shang, I heard that it was you who persuaded the major families to issue a letter of understanding to let Gu's mother back?" Yan Hongsheng nodded with a calm demeanor. Nianqing froze. She was puzzled. Since Yan Hongsheng had chosen to go against her for the sake of Huo Xiaoru, now what was the reason for this show of goodwill on his part? Yan Hongsheng suddenly raised his head and asked her, "Are you not happy that Mother Gu has returned home?" Nianqing thought about the fact that Gu's mother came home, fought to the death, and infuriated Gu Lancheng until he spat out blood. She truly was too happy. Nianqing was enlightened. So it turned out that Yan Hongsheng was not drunk. She instantly smiled with a wide brow. Happy. Yan Hongsheng, however, looked gloomy. "I regret it." "Why?" Nensen asked, confused. "I shouldn't have let her back if I knew it was a bitter trick to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. Nianqing, however, rejoiced. "Xiao Shang, it's nothing for me to suffer a little. You don't know that Mother Gu came back and made Gu Lancheng so angry that he was about to vomit blood and die." Yan Hongsheng shook his head helplessly, but he turned around and vented his anger on you. Chapter 166, Mother-Son Relationship, continuing to deteriorate. Nianqing said, "As long as he suffers and he torments, I feel joyful. Anyway, I'm used to suffering. I'm fine." Yan Hongsheng placed the thermos bucket on the bedside table unexpectedly, his face somber, very unhappy. Nensen asked cautiously, "What's wrong with you?" Yan Hongsheng said in a deep voice, "You're entangled with him in this way. You're hurting both your body and your heart. I am very unhappy." Nianqing froze, and she suddenly felt ashamed. She probably lacked love since she was young, plus her personal experience was too twisted, resulting in her emotional indifference nowadays. It's hard for her to trust someone anymore. She even suspects that Yan Hongsheng will abandon her for Huo Xiaoru, but Yan Hongsheng is thinking of her in every way. This deep love and friendship she really feel inferior. She suddenly stretched out her hand in an attempt to stretch Yan Hongsheng's tightly knit brows. "Xiao Shang, thank you." Yan Hongsheng suddenly held her hand with a few moments of suppressed excitement. "Sister, forget about Gu Lancheng. Live your life anew. He's simply not worth the effort you've expended for him." Nianqing was momentarily disoriented. Yan Hongsheng's words were like a clear stream, cleansing her blackened blood, but soon she made a decision. Wouldn't it be too cheap to let him go? A layer of despair clouded the bottom of Yan Hongsheng's eyes. The deeper the love, the deeper the hate. How far did Nianqing once love Gu Lancheng to make her so unable to let go of him? Yan Hongsheng was mad with jealousy. All he could do was sigh weakly. The other side. After Gu Lancheng awoke, it was already 2 days later. Xiao Xian was with him in the hospital room, while Gu's mother was nowhere to be seen. He was still thinking about Gu's mother, and immediately struggled to sit up from the hospital bed, withdrawing the needle and going to look for Gu's mother. "Where's my mom?" Xiao Xian could only be dry and anxious. "Lancheng, don't get excited. The doctor said that your body needs to meditate and recuperate, and when your body recovers, you can go and make amends to mom again. You are her own son. She can still remember your hatred, can't she?" Gu Lancheng was drained and collapsed on the bed again. He listened to Xiao Xian's words and decided that sooner or later, Mother Gu would forgive him as her son. After all, every time he made Mother Gu angry, it was always Mother Gu who ended up turning back to him. Gu Lancheng then just verbally inquired about Gu's mother. Xin, has my mom's anger subsided yet? Xiao Xin's eyes twinkled. Lancheng, after you fell ill, I was with you for the past 2 days without a moment's hesitation, and I really didn't take the time to look for my mother. Gu Lancheng asked again, did my mom come to visit me in the past 2 days? Xiao Xin lowered her head and hesitated to reply. Gu Lancheng glared at her. Answer me. She didn't come. Joshing answered truthfully. Gu Lancheng's fingers curled up. He was so sick, and Gu mother didn't even come to see him. It was evident that Mother Gu had not forgiven him. Gu Lancheng felt that if he didn't do something, he was only afraid that the gap between mother and son would deepen. Xiner, bring me my cell phone. Xiao Xin handed her cell phone to Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng flipped out Gu's mother's phone, and the ringer rang twice before the other party pinched it. Gu Lancheng texted his mother again, but in the next moment, he realized that he had been blackballed by Gu's mother. Gu Lancheng was inexplicably flustered. He could feel his mother's blooming anger even through the screen. He was devastated, covering his face and choking. What did I do wrong? Why do each and every one of them avoid me like a snake? Xiao Xin was very uneasy. She knew better than anyone else that Gu Lancheng had come to the point where he was in a state of rebellion today. All because of her. She was the one who took away Nianqing's kidney, causing Nianqing and Gu Lancheng to turn against each other. It was she who ruined Gu Lancheng's career and made Gu's mother desperate for Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, it's all my fault. If I were in better health, maybe mom would be less resistant to me as her daughter-in-law. She whimpered and cried. Once upon a time, when she cried, Gu Lancheng completely panicked. He must have obeyed her 1,000 times. But today, Gu Lancheng was indifferent to Xiao Xin's crying. He just said to her in annoyance, what's the use of crying? Hurry up and find a way to get my mom back. I can't let anything happen to my mom. Xiao Xin lost her color. It took a long time before she said breathlessly, oh, good. At noon, Nianqing took a nap. When he woke up, Yan Hongsheng was gone. The nurse came over to fetch her in 4. She still doesn't believe those remarks that Nianqing insulted Yan Hongsheng. Sister, your boyfriend really loves you. When you were unconscious, I saw him holding your hand all the time. His eyes were very red and he seemed to be crying. He really doesn't seem like the hypocrite you say he is. The way he looks at you is clearly so loving. Very clean looking. Well, it's just that he's so high and cold. It's hard to get close to him. Nianqing almost choked to death on her own saliva as she hurriedly righted Yan Hongsheng's name. No, I made a mistake. I just woke up this morning and misunderstood that it was my ex-husband who sent me here. That's why I said those asshole words. It's actually my brother who takes care of me. And he's a very different person from my scummy ex-husband. He is very nice, kind and gentle, and can take care of people. Not only is he good looking, but he's also very good at his business. There's no downside to this kid's whole body. The nurse's sister exuded a flowery expression. Sister, your brother is so nice. So can I chase him? Nianqing scrutinized the little nurse, seeing that her face was like the moon and her eyes were like brilliant stars, and thinking of her profession, she was bound to be able to take good care of Yan Hongsheng's body. So he nodded and said, it's possible. She was keen on being a red bride for Yan Hongsheng. It's just that my Xiaosheng is too high and cold, somewhat unattached to women's colors. If you want to chase after him, I'm afraid you'll have to go through some trouble. My family Xiaosheng is not that good at chasing. A few coughs suddenly came from the doorway. Nianqing followed the sound and saw Yan Hongsheng lazily leaning against the door panel, looking at her grudgingly. Where am I high-strung? He asked, frowning. Obviously, he was like a clingy person in front of her, and she still thought he was cold and unapproachable? Nianqing's eyes lit up when he saw Yan Hongsheng. Xiaosheng, come over here. This little nurse sister wants to chase you. Nianqing had longed for someone to love her all her life, but Gu Lancheng had ruined her love. She then pinned this good hope on Yan Hongsheng. She hoped that Yan Hongsheng would be able to find a good girl who loved him and adored him. Yan Hongsheng walked up to her and pulled a chair to sit down. I'm sorry, but I've been planning to continue my education in recent years. I'll go to graduate school after college, and then I'll go on to the doctoral program after grad school. Nianqing was dumbfounded as she touched Yan Hongsheng's forehead. No fever, right? Why did you suddenly make such a sudden decision? In her view, reading was a springboard for children from poor families. For Yan Hongsheng, a rich second generation with a family business, after finishing a prestigious university you can go to the workplace to practice, and the tired experience after 100 battles is more useful than the theory of the school. Chapter 167, Deep Love, Gu's mother's death. The nurse held her face in a florid manner and staggered. Wow, it turns out that your brother is still a highly educated schoolteacher. I adore you so much. Yan Hongsheng turned his head, his gaze chilling, his tone bonny and hard as he ordered the nurse. You go out first. The nurse blushes and leaves. Only then did Yan Hongsheng complain about Nianqing. One moment you asked me to try to accept Hui Xiaoru, the next you encouraged the nurse's sister to come after me, but you never asked me what kind of woman I really like. Nianqing just woke up as if in a dream. She once found a man she loved, and then tasted the pain of a man who coldly rejected her. Now she hopes that Yan Hongsheng will find a girl who loves him passionately, but it has never occurred to me that such a girl may not be Yan Hongsheng loved. She was a little embarrassed. I thought a girl like a mess. Huo was the dream girl of all you men. Yan Hongsheng shook his head. She possesses wealth, beauty, and talent, and I am indeed a match for her. But sister, I have all of these and have no attachment to them. Nianqing asked curiously, then what kind do you like? You don't like the poor, ugly, and uneducated ones? Yan Hongsheng stared straight at Nianqing. Nianqing's slightly baby-fat face, coupled with those black as obsidian, round, large eyes, and porcelain white, unmarked skin, looked especially juvenile. She's good-looking and durable. Even with the experience of 2 lifetimes, her eyes were clean and clear, but not silly and sweet, making her look especially different. Yan Hongsheng said with a straight face, the girl I like, she is of high character, chivalrous and compassionate. Importantly, she is very, very good to me. Nianqing sniffed, and finally let out a sigh. Xiao Shang, it's my sister who was wrong. It's me who has fallen into the cliché. I thought your rich family's love is about door-to-door and destiny. I didn't realize that the girl you want is one with such a high internal connotation. The corners of Yan Hongsheng's lips hooked up slightly, his brows stretching slightly. Sister, if you meet such a girl, you introduce her to me. I will certainly rejoice. Nianqing patted the back of Yan Hongsheng's hand. Sister will never interfere in your love life again. Yan Hongsheng smiled and didn't say anything. It was only on the 3rd day after waking up that Gu Lancheng remembered Nianqing, who had been tied up at home by himself. Thinking that Nianqing hadn't eaten for 3 days and had most likely met an untimely end, Gu Lancheng inexplicably broke out in a cold sweat. Then he applied for discharge straight away and flew home in a blaze of glory. Xiao Xian was also scared out of her wits, chattering along the way. It's over. It's over. There's no one in the house for 3 days. Nianqing doesn't eat or drink for 3 days. Will she starve to death? Gu Lancheng had always been cool to Nianqing, and even though Nianqing might face very serious consequences, he still didn't care much. It's only 3 days. Don't worry, she can't die. Gu Lancheng's car speed unconsciously increased, and soon they were back home. Nianqing. Gu Lancheng started calling her as he climbed the stairs, but no one responded. Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian looked at each other, and both of them had a terrified look on their faces. Then they quickened their pace to enter Nianqing's room on the 2nd floor. Pushing the door open, he found Nianqing empty. Inside the room lay a beauty knife that didn't belong to Zhou's family. The rope was cut smooth by a sharp hobby knife. Xiao Xian said with a puzzled tone, someone saved her? She doesn't have any relatives in this city at all. Who would care about her death? I'm sure this person was keeping tabs on her to save her on such short notice. Gu Lancheng's face was obscure. A woman he doesn't love, but someone who treats her like a treasure. It was as if it hit him in the face that he was a man without vision. Who the hell rescued her? Joshing couldn't understand. Gu Lancheng said, look at the surveillance. The 2 men moved to the surveillance room and pulled up the surveillance. The anxiety on their faces was very obvious when they saw Yan Hongsheng's powerful aura barging in. Xiao Xian was sour. How could it be Yan Hongsheng? Why is it that every time Nianqing is in trouble, he's able to help her out in time? Lancheng, is he interested in Nianqing? Gu Lancheng said with certainty, Yan Hongsheng is so reserved. What kind of woman can he not find? How could he possibly look at a divorced woman? But the next second, Gu Lancheng was hit in the face. Inside the screen, Yan Hongsheng saw Nianqing, who had fainted, and a huge panic surfaced on his ever unruly face. Nianqing. He embraced Nianqing tightly into his arms, and when he lowered his head, he very naturally dropped a hot kiss on Nianqing's forehead. His eyes were filled with pity and love, and he held her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would turn into a butterfly and fly away. Gu Lancheng's face became more and more ugly. His heart inexplicably felt irritated, and he suddenly slammed his fist on the desk. Xiao Xian looked at him sullenly. Lancheng, what's wrong with you? Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. What was wrong with him? How could he have such a strong reaction in his heart when he saw Yan Hongsheng kissing Nianqing? Xiao Xian asked fearfully. Lancheng, we have offended Nianqing. Yan Hongsheng will definitely help Nianqing take revenge on us? Gu Lancheng said. He always teases me for being a love brain. I'm sure he won't do something crazy for Nianqing. But when he said that, his face changed. In the surveillance screen, Yan Hongsheng suddenly raised his head and stared at a pair of blood-red pupils. Those eyes were as sharp as knives, shooting straight at Gu Lancheng. His aura was extraordinarily stern, causing both Gu Lancheng and Xiao Xian to take a step back. Then they heard Yan Hongsheng's voice. Gu Lancheng, the pain you inflicted on Nianqing, I will return it to you 100 times 1,000 times. Gu Lancheng's pupils dilated and he suddenly laughed maniacally. Yan Hongsheng, I didn't expect you to be a proper love brain as well. It's a pity that the woman you messed with is a vindictive female devil. I'd like to watch you be destroyed by Nianqing step by step just like me. Xiao Xian always felt that today's Gu Lancheng was very abnormal. She hurriedly closed the surveillance screen, and as Yan Hongsheng's handsome face dissolved into the darkness, Gu Lancheng's expression slowly returned to normal. He lapsed into a contemplative and terrible silence. He reviewed what happened when Gu's mother was released from prison. And, smart as he was, he guessed who had brought him these few days of his hijacking. Yan Hongsheng. Gu Lancheng clenched his teeth in anger. I really underestimated you. Xiao Xian blanched slightly. Lancheng, what do you mean? Gu Lancheng said. Yan Hongsheng, first he brainwashed my mother that you are a husband hunter. Then he rescued my mother under false pretenses of benevolence. He deliberately turned my mom into a tool against us. The timid as a mouse Xiao Xian was instantly terrified. He's not very old, but his heart is so deep. It's too scary. The only thing Gu Lancheng could do was to rejoice. Luckily, I recognized his trickery. I won't let him hurt us again in the future. But some things, once started, are like dominoes, all fall down. Mother Ku is dead. Chapter 168, Gu's mother drowned. A street rat. Gu Lancheng searched hard for Gu's mother for several days, exhausted, but could not find anything. Xiao Xian couldn't help but complain. Granny isn't a 3-year-old. She can surely take good care of herself. Lancheng, if she is deliberately hiding, we won't be able to find her even if we dig 3 feet into the ground. Gu Lancheng's financial strength is weak. His connections have collapsed, and his single-mindedness can't sustain his full passion, so he eventually gave up helplessly. However, a week later, the police department called. Gu Lancheng? The other party's voice was majestic. Gu Lancheng's voice was filled with the impatience of being harassed. It's me. Who are you? I am an officer of the Adat police station. Please come to the east bridge of the moat as soon as possible. Gu Lancheng said. I'm sorry, I don't have time right now. If it's not something particularly important, there's no need to bother me. Claiming the body, is that something that counts? The other party's fire was not small. Gu Lancheng's heart sank. What did you say? Claiming a corpse? Whose corpse? A large crack finally appeared in his calmness. Come on. The other party hung up the phone without a word. Gu Lancheng stumbled downstairs. Xiao Xian chased after her. Lancheng, I'll accompany you. Gu Lancheng had just gotten into the car, and Xiao Xian sat in the passenger seat right afterward. She looked at him worriedly. Lancheng, I don't trust you. Gu Lancheng didn't know whether to comfort himself or Xiao Xian. It's fine. Maybe the police made a mistake. Jia Zhen nodded. Aha. It must be. Granny has always been strong and optimistic. And when it comes to things she must be thinking of screwing over the other party as well as never letting herself suffer. How could someone as strong as her go down this path? Joshing was being rough with his words. Gu Lancheng was very flattered. He drove smoothly to the east bridge of the moat, and just as he got out of the car, he realized that a bunch of people were gathered there, and the cordon had been drawn full. Gu Lancheng heard the surrounding crowd chatting. A female corpse, soaked to the point that her body is swollen, aged around 50. I heard that she used to be a noblewoman from a powerful family. It's a pity. Gu Lancheng's body trembled violently and ran inside with a white face. Officer. He walked up to the officer, but never had the courage to look at the body on the floor. The officer sneered at him angrily. You're finally here. Take a look. Is this your mother who has been missing for days? Gu Lancheng gathered all his courage and finally glanced down at the corpse. Just after this glance, he could no longer move away. The whole person faltered before kneeling in front of the corpse. Mom! He couldn't cry, but that face was twisted in an extraordinarily ugly way. How could it be you? Mom, why don't you want your son anymore? Gu Lancheng's whole body trembled as he cried. The policeman sighed. Your mom has been in the water for a few days, so it's obvious that she must have been missing for a few days. As his son, didn't you realize your mom was missing? Gu Lancheng glared at Xiao Xian with an expressionless face, and Xiao Xian was scared to death. She was the one who had stopped Gu Lancheng from searching for Gu's mother. Officer, we did look for her. We just didn't find her. It was my negligence. I always thought. My mother-in-law was always strong and optimistic. She wasn't someone who would do something stupid. I thought she was just hiding. Officer, please make sure you investigate the truth. My mother-in-law would never seek her own death. Xiao Xian cried. The officer said, your mom didn't have any injuries on her body, and the medical examiner determined that she choked on her respiratory tract and drowned. It was determined to be a suicide. Jia Zhen shuddered. The way Gu Lancheng looked at her was unprecedentedly cold. At this time, Gu's father also arrived. Apparently the police also notified the deceased's ex-husband. When he rushed to the scene and saw the body of Gu's mother, he unceremoniously rewarded Gu Lancheng with a big slap in the face. You sinful animal. Why aren't you the one who died? After he slapped Gu Lansheng, and not relieved of his hatred, he kicked him hard again. Gu Lansheng didn't move a muscle. The officer dragged the agitated Gu's father. Xiao Xian hugged Gu Lansheng and refuted Gu's father. What reason do you have to blame Lansheng? It's obviously you. You abandoned your wife and child. And that's why your mother-in-law went to seek death when she was unable to get over it. Gu's father grimaced and pointed at Gu Lansheng's nose and cursed. Your mother was angered to death by this unfilial son of yours. She wouldn't let you marry this woman. But you had to. Your mother lived her life for you. She said you were her most successful work. But in the end, you did all sorts of ridiculous things for a woman. Your mom was so desperate for you that she chose to commit suicide. She couldn't see any hope in life. Gu Lansheng's lips moved. Gu's father's accusation cut him to the core. The officer advised Gu's father. Gu Don, please calm down. Gu's father was so angry that he covered his heart. His gaze was like looking at an evil person as he glared at Gu Lansheng. When I divorced your mother, I said that you were the luado that couldn't be helped. But your mother said that you would be able to stand up sooner or later. I told her to give up on you, but she would rather die than drag you along? And in the end, she lost all her savings to you. And you lost her life in the end? Gu Lansheng, you murderer. When the people around them heard this, they all stared at Gu Lansheng with contempt and disdain. Some threw stones at him. It would be better to raise such a son than a barbecued pork bun. Xiao Xian hugged Gu Lansheng and cried bitterly. Don't scold him, please. He's doing it for me. He's only doing it for me. I am physically ill and not liked by my in-laws, but I long for someone to love me too. Lansheng, he's just in love with a woman who's physically ill. He's not wrong, Gu's father said angrily. He's not wrong to love anyone, but he should never, ever, for your sake, lose his heart and cheat Xiaomi's feelings, and take away Xiaomi's kidney. In the end, you were retaliated by others you all deserve to have today. Who told you all to have a wrong heart? Gu Lansheng's behavior, coming out of his father's mouth, immediately caused human and divine indignation. My God, this kind of person, no wonder his own father didn't want him. Simply a black-hearted beast. Xiao Xian hugged Gu Lansheng and cried violently. Don't talk about him like that. He's a good person, driving his own mom to death. What kind of a good person can that be? Gu Lansheng was like a rat in the street, being reviled, and he didn't react, just kneeling in front of Gu's mother. It was like a statue, not moving at all. Finally the officer stepped in. Both of you are family members of the deceased. Who is responsible for the deceased's afterlife? Gu's father said, I divorced her, but it was only because of irreconcilable differences over the child's education, and I do still have feelings for her. I am willing to take care of her afterlife. Coldness shot out from the bottom of Gu Lansheng's eyes. My mother doesn't care about your false pleasing. If you hadn't divorced her, how would she have had a nervous breakdown? My mom's death. You can't escape the blame either. She is dying, but she doesn't want you to touch her again. Chapter 169, Mother Gu's will. Apologize to her. The officer eventually brought the arguing father and son to the station for mediation. You all want the right to dispose of the body of the deceased, which makes it difficult for us. Let's put it this way. If you can provide the deceased's wishes during his lifetime, we will try to honor them, the officer said. Gu's father and Gu Lansheng looked at each other. They knew in their hearts that they had all broken Gu's mother's heart, and were by no means the people that Gu was willingly able to entrust with her afterlife. But they had also been Gu's mother's closest relatives, and whether out of emotion or out of their own reputations, they had to fight over her body. Just when the situation was at an impasse, someone unexpected showed up. Yan Hongxing wore a black suit, his face grave, and Nianqing appeared at the police station wearing a stately black dress, holding Yan Hongxing's arm. When Gu Lansheng saw him, it was like seeing his mother's murderer. His eagle pupils quenched with fire. Yelling, he said, What are you doing here? Yan Hongxing, my mother's death must be your handiwork, right? Yan Hongxing turned to the officer and said, Officer, does he count this as slandering me? The officer reminded Gu Lansheng. Gu Lansheng, if you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. Gu Lansheng glared hatefully at Yan Hongxing, and that look was a naked declaration of war. Yan Hongxing walked up to Gu Lansheng, scrutinizing the haggard Gu Lansheng, and suddenly smiled knowingly. Gu Lansheng, how did you get yourself into such a mess? TSK. Yan Hongxing had a look of pity on his face. Gu Lansheng said indignantly, It's all because of you. Yan Hongxing, you still dare to come. How do you have the face to come? The officer explained the reason for Yan Hongxing and Nianqing's presence here. Gu Lansheng, your mother's last phone call before she was born was to MS. Nianqing, so we've called her over here to find out more about the case from her. Gu Lansheng looked at Nianqing in dismay. Impossible. My mom used to hate her the most. Nianqing handed the recorder to the officer. Officer, when Auntie Gu called me, I obviously sensed that she was not in the right mood. That's why I deliberately had extra eyes and recorded the conversation in its entirety. Nianqing glanced at Gu Lansheng and said, Auntie Gu said that her greatest regret in her life was marrying into the Gu family and giving birth to a son who was no good. She lived her whole life for others. In her old age, she ended up with no one to depend on. So if there is an afterlife, she would rather be an old girl for the rest of her life, not get married, and be the eternal princess at the knees of her mom and dad. The officer opened the recorder. In the recording, Auntie Gu really played the people will die. Their words are also good nature. Between the lines are to Nianqing's guilt. Nianqing, in the past, I was wrong. You are obviously a good wife, good daughter-in-law, but I do not know what to do. Always dislike you born poor. I managed to break up you and Lancheng. Now I've also received retribution. The heavens have punished me by letting me get a woman with no morals. Who knows 3 is 3, as my daughter-in-law. Gu Lancheng seems to have been compelled by her, and he even disowned all his relatives for her. Nianqing, I have no face to beg you to forgive Gu Lancheng and get back together with him. If there is an afterlife, I hope you come back to be my daughter-in-law. The recording ended, and the officer glanced meaningfully at Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng, these words of your mother's were her last message before she died. I think these words are tantamount to her will, since she had the intention to completely sever her relationship with you. So your mom's corpse, you're not qualified to fight for it. The officer added to Gu's father, Mr. Gu, take your ex-wife's body and lead it away. The aftermath of Gu's mother is in your hands. Gu Lancheng completely collapsed. He was so furious that he freaked out and yelled at Nianqing. Nianqing, you're clearly deliberately going against me. You're so cruel. You're upsetting me more than taking my life. My mother died, and you won't even let me honor her with filial piety. He broke down and cried as he spoke. He was in such pain that he thought Nensen would feel guilty. But when he saw that gloating smile swooning from the corners of trapped Nianqing's lips, his entire body chilled. The Zhoumiai who couldn't bear to see him sad and upset is no longer there. Gu's father looked at him with contempt. Gu Lancheng, don't shed crocodile tears. What did you do while your mom was alive? If you hadn't been so obsessed with marrying a woman who couldn't bear children, would your mother have been so heartfelt and desperate? Gu Lancheng held his head and cried bitterly. Mom, I'm sorry. The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and Gu's father led Gu's mother's body away. Gu Lancheng chased after him and asked shakily, Dad, when will mom's body be cremated? When will the funeral be? Gu's father indifferently threw him a sentence. You're not qualified to ask. Then stepped on the gas and whizzed away. Gu Lancheng was sprayed by the exhaust of Gu's father's limousine and fell to the ground. Daddy, give me back my mommy, I beg you. When Yan Hongsheng and Nianqing walked out, they saw Gu Lancheng squatting on the side of the road, crying without any image. Nianqing stared at him, and abruptly thought of herself in her previous life, when her kidney disease relapsed and her whole body swelled up, but she was mercilessly thrown out of the car by Gu Lancheng, and she had squatted in the street bawling like this. She later learns the reason is that after Chao Xin stayed at the hotel inexplicably had an extra pair of men's slippers, so Chao Xin suspected that there was a thief in the room. Gu Lancheng worried about Chao Xin's safety, so he left the seriously ill Xiaomi on the desolate streets. She had questioned him, why worry about Chao Xin's safety, but not worry about her condition? He said coolly, kidney disease doesn't kill you, it's just more suffering. At that time, Xiaomi was as desperate and helpless as Gu Lancheng was now. Thinking about this, she couldn't sympathize with Gu Lancheng's ordeal. Yan Hongsheng walked to Gu Lancheng and very rationally and calmly asked Gu Lancheng a question. Gu Lancheng, this feeling of being betrayed and abandoned by the person you love the most, it hurts, right? Gu Lancheng glared at him with his eyes bared. I really didn't expect that the titular young master Yan would fall for a broken shoe that I don't want. Yan Hongsheng's complexion flashed with a touch of weakness. Fortunately, Gu Lancheng only lightly mentioned the obscure crush in his heart then changed the topic. When you took revenge on me for Nianqing, did you ever think that if one day you also made her slightly unhappy, she would abandon you without mercy and ruthlessly take revenge on you? At that time, your end may not be as good as mine? Yan Hongsheng shook his head. Gu Lancheng, you are really rotten. Your mother sacrificed her life to dissuade you in order to tear you and Xiao Xin apart, yet you ignored her heart for no reason and took her death to anger others. I think your mom will die in peace even if she dies. Something broke in Gu Lancheng's eyes. Nianqing walked over and pulled Yan Hongsheng away. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with this kind of person? Yan Hongsheng pouted. Sister, he said you will fail me in the future? Chapter 170 Fathers Love Hiding Poison. The Greatest Conspiracy. Nianqing coaxed him. Only those who betray their true hearts will be let down. Xiao Shang, you've been so good to me. I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. Yan Hongsheng said pleasantly. So sister and I are running in both directions? Nianqing always felt something strange, but didn't look deeper. That's for sure. Gu Lancheng was so irritated that his heart felt like a million ants were eating his heart. He returned home disoriented, and Xiao Xin, knowing that he was in a bad mood, served him tea and water and took the initiative to cook. she's so solicitous, but she's really just insecure inside. In this way, Gu's mother was preventing Gu Lancheng from being with her, and she was afraid that Gu Lancheng, a great filial son, would really abandon her for the sake of Gu's mother. Xin. Gu Lancheng suddenly called her. Xiao Xin was so scared that she knelt down in front of Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, I beg you, don't break up with me. I know your mom and dad don't like it, but I really love you. Lancheng, for you, I'm willing to wash my hands of lead, do your laundry and cook for you, and be a good wife. Gu Lancheng reached out and tenderly stroked her face. They all say that you are the cause of all my tragedies, but you are the best person in this world to me. No matter how wretched I am, you have never left me. Xin. Don't worry, I won't give up on you. Even if the whole world is against me, I won't give up on you. I firmly believe in my judgment that you are a good girl, worthy of being treated tenderly by me. Xiao Xin was in tears. Lancheng, thank you for believing in me. It's all my fault for not being able to have children for you, and that's why your mom is so disappointed in you. She was like an enlightenment. Lancheng, why don't we have a child, to console your mom's soul in heaven? I think that if she sees my fistful of heart, she will be able to forgive me. Gu Lancheng stretched out his fingertips and gently wiped the teardrops on Xiao Xian's face, movingly saying, Xin, you're so good, how come they can't see it? They all scolded me for being blind and heartblind, when clearly they are the ones who are blind and heartblind. Gu Lancheng put Xiao Xian's hand to his lips and kissed it lightly, choking with red eyes. Xin, the doctor said that your body is not suitable for conception. Xin, you're the only family member I have left in this world. I will never let you suffer a little bit of harm. Don't mention the matter of having a child. The day of Gu's mother's cremation was set for 3 days later. Gu's father had only sent invitations to some old friends in his circle, but Gu Lancheng hadn't even been notified of such an important day. In the end, Yan Shirui secretly texted him, Lancheng, Auntie was cremated today, why didn't you come? When Gu Lancheng learned the news, he drove like a madman and rushed to the funeral parlor. He ran several red lights along the way, but he was still a step too late. He didn't see Gu's mother's last glance, only Gu's father holding his mother's urn. Gu Lancheng instantly went mad. He rushed to Gu's father without a care in the world, and gave him a burst of output. Dad, you took great pains to snatch my mother's body, and I thought that you'd organize a grand funeral for her in a sensational manner. But what was the result? What was the result? You just secretly cremated her in such a low-key manner? How are you doing this to my mom? Gu father looked at the frantic Gu Lancheng with a dark face. Your mother didn't die of an illness, nor was it a natural disaster. Do you feel honored by the way she died? To make a big deal out of it? Gu Lancheng looked at Gu's father incredulously. Why did she seek death? Don't you know? Yes, I admit I'm not a good son, but are you a good husband? You went behind her back, kept a mistress, and had an illegitimate child with her. In order to support the mistress to get to the top, you grabbed my mistakes and took it out on my mom, forcing her to divorce you. The last sentence, he growled out with a snarl. If you don't love my mom anymore, why do you want to fight me for her body? At least I could have sent my mom away in style, instead of letting her go in disgrace like you did. Gu Lancheng exposed Gu's father's scandal, causing Gu's father to be very upset. He boldly ordered his men, drag this asshole down to me. The bodyguards surrounded Gu Lancheng, then nevertheless he resisted, set him up and headed out. Gu Lancheng desperately resisted, and the few bodyguards, mindful of his status, did not dare to harm him. Surprisingly, they let Gu Lancheng break free. Gu Lancheng went straight to Gu's father's side. He knelt straight beside him and begged, Dad, I beg you, please return my mother's urn to me. Let me honor my offerings to her old man. He had no intention of hurting Gu's father, but he was somehow scared and backed away hastily, and the urn in his hand just accidentally fell to the ground. A strong wind blew, swirling the ashes on the ground around. Gu Lancheng was completely bewitched. He stared blankly at the ashes dancing in the wind as tears came to his eyes. The next moment he went berserk, stood up and slammed Gu's father to the ground and, you pay for my mom's ashes. You compensate me. Gu's father was terrified. He was slammed into the wall by Gu Lancheng, and his head hit the stone pillar, instantly bleeding profusely. The sudden crossfire caused Gu's father to become furious. He pointed at the bodyguards and roared, What are you guys standing there for? Why don't you still beat him out of here with a messy stick? The bodyguards were helpless and attempted to go forward and drag Gu Lancheng out. However, Gu Lancheng was as if he was mad at the moment, and no one could touch him. Gu's father copied the stick next to him and then angrily struck at Gu Lancheng. You bastard. It's all because you married a bereaved star, causing our family to fall apart. Under the example of Gu's father, the bodyguards did not care about Gu Lancheng's identity, and ended up copying the stick to violently beat Gu Lancheng, knocking him out hard. After a hurricane, the sky suddenly poured down rain. Gu Lancheng was lying on his back covered in blood at the intersection of the funeral parlor. People coming and going would gaze at him, and some people had to spit on him for a few more mouthfuls. Your mother is dead, and you still scattered her ashes, so that she can't have any peace. You such a son. Your mother gave birth to you is simply the biggest mistake. Gu Lanqing's eyes stirred with fury. How could Gu's father slander him like that? He's his own blood, after all. It rained, mixed with storms, for a whole day. It wasn't until the evening, when all the lights in the funeral home were turned off and it was already late at night, that the rain lessened slightly. After Gu Lanqing realized that Gu's father might have sneaked out through the other doors, he dragged his body and crawled towards the funeral parlor. He wanted to find Gu's mother's ashes, but he entered the funeral parlor only to find that the heavy rain had washed the ground spotless. Gu Lanqing pounded his hand on the ground in pain. Mom, I'm sorry. My son failed to honor my filial piety in life and failed to protect your urn after death. You must be even more disappointed in me, right? Gu Lanqing, whose whole body was injured, cried so much that tears and rainwater mixed and dripped across his face, washing away the scars on his face, and his heart and muscles ached together, pulling his heart on the verge of peeling off like. Suddenly, he saw two familiar figures walk out of the funeral home, his father and stepmother. Gu Lanqing stumbled and crawled over to him, and as he got closer, he heard Gu's father's voice. Wife, she's finally dead. I've thwarted her, and the monks have sealed the path of her transmigration. Are you relieved? Chapter 171 Robbing while the fire is burning. Nianqing cheating money. Xiao Xian's face abruptly turned as white as paper. With her body, if she forced herself to get pregnant, it was tantamount to barging in on the death line. Lancel, the doctor said my body. You don't want to have a child for me? Gu Lanqing's voice abruptly turned cold. I've paid so much for you, and you can't even grant me this wish? Xiao Xian's face was all terrified. Lanqing, Nianqing would never allow us to have a child. What's she got to do with it? Gu Lanqing frowned. Jiazhen said, have you forgotten? She cursed us to die alone. She scolded us for not deserving children. Gu Lanqing stroked Xiao Xian's uneasy eyes. His heart ached for Xiao Xian. Xianer, you are frightened by her. Don't worry, if you are pregnant with my child, I will never allow Nianqing to harm you and the child. Xiao Xian's mind repeatedly rolled over the images from the dream. In the dream, she had forced Gu Lanqing step by step to give up the lives of Xiaoming and their daughter because she was afraid that Gu Lanqing would be held back by his family. In the end, it led to the tragic death of Xiaoming and their daughter. In the dream, Nianqing was reborn by Yan Hongqing's pious plea to Buddha. With full of anger, Nianqing has turned into a vengeful demon. Lanqing, I had a terrible dream. In the dream we killed Nianqing's daughter. Nianqing almost went crazy. She completely lost the belief of living for this. She chose to commit suicide. Gu Lanqing's fingers trembled violently. Female, daughters? The daughter in Nianqing Price's mouth did not match the information exposed by Xiao Xian's mouth. Gu Lanqing knew that there was some important information that must have been forgotten by him. He remembered the city of cycles. He ran upstairs, rummaged through the box, and finally found it again in Jiazhen's dresser drawer. Xiao Xian looked embarrassed. Lanqing, I discovered its secret by accident, so I always can't help but want to touch it and get more information during this period of time. It was only then that Gu Lanqing woke up as if in a dream. So it turned out that he had previously touched the city of circulation to be ineffective because it had already run out of energy that day by Xiao Xian. He carefully touched the city of cycles, reaching out to snatch the urn from Gu's father's hand. Knowing that Gu's father didn't want to see him, he didn't use to show his face, but secretly hid. He knelt on the ground from afar and kowtowed out a few times towards Gu mother's makeshift spirit seat. Mom, my son is unfilial. Nian Shengsheng suddenly remembered Gu Lanqing. Xiao Sheng, have you heard about Gu Lanqing and Xiao Xian's situation? Yan Hongsheng handed her the cell phone in his hand. Gu Lanqing is on the hot search again. Nianqing excitedly took the cell phone, and the full screen of the phone screen was filled with the three words Gu Lanqing. Gu Lanqing drove his own mother to the wall for his daughter-in-law. Is Gu Lanqing a love brain or an infatuated good man? Why is it that after he married Xiao Xian he had a series of bad luck, but still did not change his heart to love Xiao Xian? Mother Gu loves her son as her own, but she was eventually revolted. Interspersed with it was a letter of confession from Gu's father. In his confession, Gu's father exploded all the stupid things Gu Lanqing had done for Xiao Xian. Gu Lanqing, to save the white moon like Xiao Xian, coaxed Xiaomi to marry him, took the opportunity to cheat away Xiaomi's kidney, as well as Gu Lanqing married Xiaomi after the cold violence Xiaomi. After paving Gu Lanqing as a relationship brain, Gu's father starts to whitewash his persona of abandoning his wife and son. Gu Lanqing, for the sake of the white moonlight, hurt the original match Xiaomi, not to mention, he even spent all of Gu's mother's savings, but spent the money unstintingly on Xiao's father, who was in jail for breaking the law. Gu's father realizes that Gu Lanqing is hopeless, so he chooses to abandon him. Nianqing flipped through the comments of the people below, and almost all of them accused Gu Lanqing of doting on his wife and destroying his mother and losing his conscience. Nianqing was so relieved that he couldn't hide the smile under his eyes. Chapter 172 Loss of Decency. Zhou's father breaks down. Nianqing did things quite neatly, and it didn't take long for Qiao's father to be discharged from the hospital. Soon the medical nurse came to the hospital room and directly unplugged the medical equipment from Qiao's father. Zhou's mother stopped the paramedics as she wailed. He's in pain all over his body. How can you let him live if you take out the analgesic pump? The paramedics had vaguely heard about a bunch of bad things about their family, so their words inevitably revealed a chivalrous complaint. You're sick and hospitalized, and you don't expect your own daughter to take care of you, but you expect your adopted daughter to give you filial piety. The key is that you have never supported this adopted daughter. You moral abduction of people. Is not some too heartless? Zhou's father was mortified beyond belief. Zhou's mother wept darkly. It didn't take long for the analgesic pump to be pulled, and the pain in Zhou's father's body began to intensify. Soon, he went from a small moan to a murderous wolf howl. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Doctor, I'm not being discharged. Hurry up and put me on a pain pump. Nianqing was standing in the doorway, holding his arms and looking coldly at Father Qiao. Mother Qiao was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. She could only turn to Nianqing for help. Nianqing, you're an adult, so help him. Nianqing said, haven't I helped enough? The kidneys went to his daughter. What? You still want me to lose money? Mother Qiao knew she was being unreasonable and said in shame. Don't worry, I will never let you lose any more money. I'll find a way to pay for this money. You just need to keep him in the hospital. Nianqing glanced at Mother Qiao's legs and reminded her. He has you, his ex-wife, to support him, but he is living a very nourishing life. But have you ever thought that one day you will be completely paralyzed in bed just like him? And what will you do then? Don't I still have you? You are my daughter, and I have raised you. You have the obligation to support me. Mother Qiao said this with a straight face. A cold grunt escaped Nianqing's nose. How do you have the face to say that? Zhou's mother kept her head down and didn't say anything. Nianqing directly broke the beautiful fantasy in her heart. I won't be staying in the imperial capital for a long time. Zhou's mother's face trembled. What do you mean? Soon I'm going to emigrate and probably won't be back for the rest of my life. A flash of panic appeared in the bottom of Qiao's mother's eyes. You're abandoning me. Nianqing snorted. Then go ahead and sue me. I'll be in court and tell the judge how you used to abuse me. Zhou's mother blanched. Nianqing, you've changed. Nensen said. Becomes less of a bully, doesn't it? Mother Qiao's expression clearly confirmed the speculation in Nianqing's heart. Nianqing also didn't want to nag her and ordered Father Qiao directly. The discharge procedures have been completed. Get up and go home. Zhou's father was in excruciating pain, but struggled to sit up. He turned to Zhou's mother. Honey, help me out of bed. When Zhou's mother pushed her wheelchair over, Zhou's father put his hand on her shoulder. Then the two old men squirmed forward in an eerie position. Nianqing walked ahead, looking back at them from time to time, a smile rippling from the corners of his mouth. Perhaps it was in Zhou's father's mind that time had passed as long as a century, yet in reality he was only a meter away from the bed. In the end, he just couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the ground, begging for mercy with Nianqing. Nianqing, if you're torturing me like this, why don't you let me die a painful death? Nianqing blankly glanced at him, his tone fuming. You never forget to count on me until you die? Humph, I let you die a painful death, and then you instigate your daughter to sue me for murder? Zhou's father lowered his head in embarrassment as he was torn apart. Nianqing said, I won't let you die. On the contrary, I will hang on to your life and make it worse than death every day. Xiao's father's body was in pain, and his heart was in despair. He was so wretched that he fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Just do me a favor and forgive me for my transgressions. You let me be decent. Nianqing looked at him indifferently, then threw him a cell phone. Then let your precious daughter give you decency. With trembling hands, Xiao's father dialed Xiao Xian's number. Xiao Xian picked up the phone, and Xiao's father was in old tears. Xian, can you come to the hospital to see Dad? Xiao Xian ignored the mournful helplessness of Xiao father's tone. She was more than capable of using the bitter trick and said, Dad, I'm sorry, my daughter has been too busy this time. Lanchang is in a bad mood. I have to take care of him. Just take good care of yourself. I'll have Nianqing come over to take care of you. Then without waiting for Father Qiao to say another word, Xiao Xian decisively hung up the phone. Zhou's father looked at the phone, his eyes indescribably despondent. Nianqing would only fall on his sword. It's useless for you to sell yourself short in front of her. People like your daughter are extremely selfish and self-interested. She will only spend her energy on people who can give her something to rely on. As for you, you've lost your utilization value to her. Zhou's father blanched, seemingly completely desperate for Xiao Xian. Xiao's father suddenly made a major decision. He lifted his head with a firm gaze and said, Is it true that if I give you the house, you'll be able to give me a good end? Nianqing said, I don't want your house for nothing. You can stay in the hospital from now on with peace of mind. the medical expenses, and the nursing fees will be deducted from the house payment. Joe's father was painfully determined. Okay, I agree to give you the last house in my name. Nenson smiled with a raised eyebrow. I'll go check you in. Nothing seems to have changed. Everything seems to have changed again. By the time Gu Lancheng climbed out of the quagmire, it was already half a month later. He stood in front of the mirror and looked at his haggard self in the mirror, with his beard and sunken eyes, and he even despised himself a little. He gave himself a pep talk. From today, Gu Lancheng, you must be ready to go, either to take Gu back, or to step on Gu completely under your feet, to comfort Mom's spirit in heaven. Gu Lancheng's resurgence was, more than he had imagined, too difficult. He didn't have any money on hand, nor did he have any rich properties to take as collateral. That's when Xiao Xian thought of the only vacant property in the Qiao family. She came to the hospital in an unprecedented manner, and contrary to her previous indifference, she was very cordial to Joe's father. Dad, you won't blame me if my daughter hasn't come to see you in a long time. Joe's father burst into tears when he saw his baby girl. He took Xiao Xian's hand, aggrieved like a child. Xian, Dad doesn't blame you. Daddy knows that you're busy during this time. In the future, you should come to see Dad more often. Jiazhen squeezed out a few tears. Okay, Daddy. Nianqing only felt irony when she looked at the picture of their father's kindness and daughter's filial piety. She simply exposed Xiao Xian's true colors. Sister, are you simply here to see Dad, or do you have ulterior motives? Xiao Xian's face showed weakness, but she had been spoiled by Xiao father and always felt that no matter what she did, Xiao father would not blame him, and she got right to the point. Dad, can you transfer that house of yours to me? Joe's father was dismayed, shocked, then panicked. He looked at Nianqing, then at Xiao Xian, his old face bloodless. Nianqing counted away his house one step ahead of time. So you can see how deep her city is? Chapter 173, Defecting to the Yin Family. A turnaround in life. The house. It's gone. Joe's father shivered. Xiao Xian instantly lost her temper and yelled, Dad, did you sell the house? She also managed to get to the point of the matter. What about the money from the sale of the house? Father Joe glanced at Nianqing. Xiao Xian understood, and she instantly turned to Nianqing in a frenzy of rage. It was you who compelled my father to sell the house while I was gone, right? So the house payment is in your hands, so hurry up and give it back to me? I'm my father's real daughter. I'm the only heir. Nianqing turned on the recording function of her cell phone, then coaxed Xiao Xian into her trap step by step. Sister, what are you thinking? Dad isn't dead yet. Whether it's his house or his money, it's all his own. Xiao Xian said, I am his guardian. I have the right to keep it for him. Nianqing sneered. You still know that you're his guardian? Ah, then where were you when he was sick? Since you gave me full authority over him, I'm his guardian, right? You're not even his real daughter. So what? The law doesn't say that adopted daughters don't have inheritance rights. Xiao Xian panicked. She knelt at the head of the bed. Dad, you're not really going to give her the house, are you? Joe's father nodded. You always do not come. I look forward to the right and left to look forward to you. I need my daughter to sign the consent form for my surgery. I need my daughter to handle all kinds of payment matters for me. Since you do not come, I can only beg her, and I have not been good to people. Why should she run errands for me for no reason? So I gave her the house. Consider it a reward for providing for me. Xiao Xian broke down and yelled, I can raise you too? I'm the one who is your daughter. Dad, if you give her the house, your daughter won't have a home. Xiao's father said in a bad mood. What did you do earlier? Calling the phone does not answer. Send a text message does not return. Do you have me as a father in your heart? Xiao Xian thought that Xiao father would still be like before. When she cried and sniffled, Xiao father immediately coaxed her. She cried, Dad, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. I will be good to you in the future. Late. The deal to buy and sell the house is done. Joe's father burst into old tears. Xiner, Daddy has loved you all your life. Dad is old and sick now, so have mercy on me and let me live for myself. Xiao Xian glared viciously at Nianqing. Since you got my father's entire fortune, my father will be in your hands from now on. Nianqing laughed. Including your father's afterlife? As long as you're not afraid of being poked and prodded, I don't really care. Xiao Xian loved face, and how much Xiao father loved her. Her friends and family around her knew. Now if she were to abandon Xiao father, she was only afraid that the saliva of these people would be able to drown her. Thinking that you don't want the house to suffer too much, you said viciously, I will make you spit out what you swallowed. Nenson returned to her, and I will make sure you pay me back what you owe me. Jiaxing's hand groped her waist as she grabbed the door and fled. When Xiao Xian returned home, she hugged Gu Lancheng and cried aggrievedly, Lancheng, my father is angry with me because I've been too busy taking care of you lately to pay attention to him. He gave the house to Nianqing in a fit of anger. Whoops, I don't have a home anymore. Gu Lancheng managed to be taken by her, and he guiltily cupped her face. Xin, don't worry, I will definitely rise. I'll buy you many houses by then. Xiao Xin felt that she had lost and gained, and was in a good mood. But your startup capital, it's gone. What to do? Gu Lancheng said. Yan Shirui and I are childhood friends. Uncle Yan has always treated me like his own, so if I'm in trouble, he certainly won't turn his back on me. I'll go and beg him to give me a chance to cooperate. As long as I can get him great benefits, he will definitely cooperate with me, Xiao Xian said. But he's also Yan Hongqing's father? Gu Lancheng, after this calamity, seemed to have become incredibly permeable. Humph, in the eyes of a cheating man, how is blood kinship more important than benefits? Jiaxing blushed darkly. The cheating man, Yan Hongqing's father and Gu Lancheng's father, may not be Gu Lancheng himself? Seeing that Gu Lancheng seemed to have become heavy-handed, a touch of uneasiness slipped through Xiao Xian's heart. Yan family villa. Gu Lancheng comes to visit Yan Shirui and Yan's father at Yan's house and coincidentally bumps into Yan Hongqing head-on. Both men stopped at the same time, quietly examining each other, all with scrutiny, questioning, and some inscrutable anger. Gu Lancheng, if you're counting on my father and my untalented older brother to pull you through, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. Gu Lancheng took a step closer and forced himself to look at Yan Hongsheng. Yan Hongsheng, the Yan family is still not in your hands. You can't be their master either. Naked contempt, but Yan Hongsheng is as calm as he is. Gu Lancheng, there are some things that can't be taken at face value. Gu Lancheng's eagle pupils contracted violently. He boasted that he had read countless people and had a very sharp eye. However, facing a teenager who was only in his 20s, he was inexplicably shocked by the mysterious and profound aura of the other party. How could there be such a person in this world, with a clean face but a heart that was completely inscrutable? This person's city is cultivated at first glance. How will we know the result if we don't try? Gu Lancheng shrugged. Yan Hongsheng then sidestepped. It is also true that there are some southern walls that you will not turn back until you hit your head. Gu Lancheng then swept past Yan Hongsheng and stepped away. Yan Hongsheng's words, however, seemed to cast stones like water, sending ripples through Gu Lancheng's heart. Is he really hitting the wall? His heart was in turmoil. When he came to Yan father's room, Yan father and Yan Shirui had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Gu Lancheng, Yan father was quite warm to him. Lancheng, knowing that you were coming, uncle deliberately postponed a few meetings. Thank you, uncle, for your love. The pleasantries were still as polite as before, but Yan's father's attitude towards this fallen prince master was still visible in subtle ways. He stayed seated in his swivel chair, unlike before when he would get up to greet the crown prince, and the courtesies were shallow, after which Yan's father went straight to the point. Lancheng, you came to see uncle, saying that you have something important to discuss. Then let's cut the crap and get straight to the point. Once upon a time, it was Gu Lancheng who dominated the pace of the conversation, but now Yan's father was more than a little contemptuous of Gu Lancheng, which made Gu Lancheng's heart very unhappy. But now that he had nothing, he had also learned to keep his head down. Uncle Yan, I would like to apply for the position of vice president of Yan Group. Yan's father was dismayed. Even though the major families were on good terms, the most taboo thing to do was to hire the scions of other families to come to their own companies. After all, this was tantamount to burying a hidden bomb for the family company. Gu Lancheng, however, gave a great temptation. Uncle, I can help you to take away the big clients of the Gu Group. Moreover, with me helping brother Chirue, his performance will certainly shine. Master Yan will certainly recognize brother Chirue's ability, and when choosing a successor, Yan Shirue's chances of winning over Yan Hongsheng will be much higher. Chapter 174, Gu Shao turns over and fights for his life. The offer is too tempting. Gu Lancheng was, after all, the former crown prince, and his ability was obvious to all. Yan's father only hesitated slightly before agreeing to Gu Lancheng's conditions. Good, Lancheng, I'll trust you for once. Tomorrow you will come to Yan Group to work. Gu Lancheng still had the same expression of favor and disdain. He only had the good sense to change his tone to address Yan's father as Chairman Yan. Chairman Yan, you also know my situation. I was abandoned by Gu and I'm having a hard time making ends meet right now. So can you advance my salary for a year? Yan's father smiled lovingly. This is a good thing to do. Then he turned his head and instructed Yan Shirue. Chirue, Lancheng's salary is as much as yours. You total it up and give Lancheng an extra advance on his salary. Also, you let Lancheng live in your house in Lingjiang for the time being. Yan Shirue hugged Gu Lancheng's shoulder and leaped. Dad, I'll get on with it. Yan Hongsheng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking grimly at Yan Shirue and Gu Lancheng, who walked out of his father's study hooking up. As the saying goes, 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. Gu Lancheng this time evening his father. I am afraid that another storm will be set off. And Yan Hongsheng is most worried about Nianqing. She worked hard, thought that she would be able to move down Gu Lancheng immediately, and then pull away from the imperial capital to go to her own life. But she didn't expect fate to play such a big joke on her. Gu Lancheng was back on his feet. He could foresee that Gu Lancheng's achievements this time would not be inferior to the previous ones. After all, the Yin family had given him a much stronger backbone than the Gu family. Hospitals. When Xiao Xian appeared in the hospital room dressed in gold and silver and bejeweled, Nianqing was directly confused. Father and Mother Qiao were heartily happy to see their precious daughter's face flushed with red after being washed away from her previous disheveled state, which was exactly what one should expect when one is in good spirits. Xin, are you developed? Mother Qiao was as if she had turned over a surf and was on the verge of crying with joy. Xiao Xian walked up to Nianqing in a high and mighty manner, flaunting her status today. Nianqing, I won't bother with you after you went to all the trouble of lassoing away my father's house. It's just a few $1 million of broken house. She raised her pigeon egg hand and deliberately ruffled her hair. My Lancheng is now developed. He has become the vice president of the Yin family, which is a much stronger family than the Gu family. Not only is Yin Dong treating him differently, but Yin Qirui, who is his childhood friend, is even more favorable to him. My Lancheng's income is even higher than before. When Nianqing heard this, his frail body couldn't help but tremble. All her efforts, was it a lost cause? When Xiao Xian saw this, she laughed even more and couldn't straighten up. I have to thank you for creating those many setbacks and bumps in the road for Lancheng, which prompted him to be able to fight back from the brink. Nianqing's lips trembled, but he couldn't say half a word. Xiao Xian was even more nonchalant and said to her, thank you for helping me care for my father during this time. Take that house as my reward for your hard work. From today onwards, I will hire someone to take care of my dad again. So get lost. You are not needed here anymore. Nianqing doesn't know how he left the hospital. Lost in thought, he headed outside the hospital. The piercing laughter of Zhou's father and Jiazhen coming out. Hospital entrance. There was a Rolls-Royce parked. Nianqing looked fixedly at the man in the driver's seat. Gu Lancheng was wearing a well-tailored suit, had a fresh haircut, and had a cigar in his fingertips. Elegant, energetic more than before. Nianqing slowly walked over. Gu Lancheng saw Nianqing in the rearview mirror. He turned his head slightly. Arrogantly, he said, what? Seeing that I am now developed, do you regret going against me? Or do you want to rekindle your old feelings with me again? Nianqing's dark pupils were filled with stormy anger as she looked at him. How did you roll over? As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you can't win 100 battles. However, Gu Lancheng was very curious that Nianqing did not please him. He rested his hands on the steering wheel, the luxurious steering wheel, and his white fingers complemented each other's luxury. Gu Lancheng said, Nianqing, I was born a rich young master with a golden key, and an exquisite life is what I was meant to live. Even if I occasionally hit a low point, with my connections and abilities, I'll be able to get back on my feet in no time. He scornfully looked at Nianqing, so that's why I value my family of origin. You, on the other hand, your family of origin is so bad that your life has been branded as a beggar from the moment you were born, and you will never be able to wash it off. Don't look at you now. Evening. Yin Hongshang live a few days of good life. Sooner or later we'll be tired of him. Being abandoned is your norm. Well, that's not flattering, but I'm telling the truth. Nianqing's fists were clenched tightly, her blood boiling all over her body, that fire in her chest as if it would burn herself to ashes if it didn't spurt out. Gu Lancheng, an animal like you who pissed off his own mother and was abandoned by his own father. It's a joke for you to talk about the superiority of your family of origin. Gu Lancheng kicked the car door open and madly pushed Nianqing against the door, his large vice-like hands strangling Nianqing's throat. Nianqing laughed instead of being angry, his smile demonic and magnificent. If she couldn't punish Gu Lancheng, then let her fight with her life. A life for a life. And she would be able to avenge her daughter's death. Gu Lancheng, am I wrong? You are the murderer. You killed your mom. Your mom was so good to you, gave you her entire fortune, and you lost her retirement capital. You left her with nothing to live for. You drove her to her death. You unfilial son. Gu Lancheng's eagle pupils were blood red as he increased the strength in his hands. Shut up. You shut up. Nianqing only felt her breathing tighten, and soon she turned purple from the lack of oxygen to her brain. But she still smiled and provoked him. Her smile was contemptuous of him. When Nianqing was about to get his revenge, suddenly a silhouette sped over like lightning. Asshole, let go of her. Yin Hongsheng swung a fist at Gu Lancheng's head. He used 10 layers of strength, and Gu Lancheng's body immediately stumbled and fell to the side. Nenson's airway was released and a large amount of air entered, but it caused her to choke and cough. Yin Hongsheng nervously asked, Sister, are you alright? Nianqing looked at Yin Hongsheng, helpless tears glistening in his eyes. She wanted to hug him and cry. In this world today, there was only Yin Hongsheng to rely on, but in the end, she was angered by Yin Hongsheng's redemption, which destroyed her failed scheme. Who asked you to save me? Her aggravation turned to anger as she pounded her pink fists on his chest. Yin Hongsheng naturally knew how bitter she was in her heart. he just rubbed her into his arms and held her tightly, letting her hit him and scold him. He did not say a word. Chapter 175, Being Attentive to Nothing. It's either you're a traitor or a thief. Nian Cheng. It's not worth it to risk your life for this kind of scum. You wait and see. He won't be able to shine for long. This kind of man who steps on the bones of his closest relatives to climb up the ladder. The higher he climbs, the more painful the fall will be. Yan Hongsheng comforted Nianqing. Gu Lancheng stared at them unbelievably. It turned out that Nianqing was willing to die with him in order to put him to death. Gu Lancheng was chilled to the bone. Nianqing, did you just provoke me on purpose? You wanted me to kill you, to make me pay for your life? Isn't that right? Nianqing's eyes were watery, but when she glared at Gu Lancheng it was as if she was a brave warrior who had heroically stood up for justice. She didn't hide her cruel thoughts just now. She just lamented. Yes, why don't you strangle me? That way you would be the murderer. I would have been able to take revenge. Gu Lancheng shook his head in fear. You are insane. A psychopath. I only took your kidney, yet you not only want to ruin my reputation, but also take my life. You are simply unbelievable. Nianqing's body shivered. You are not wrong even if you are executed by lynching. Yan Hongsheng sensed that Nianqing was unusually agitated, and he could only forcefully intervene in Gu Lancheng and Nianqing's argument. He angrily blamed Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng, there is never hatred in this world without a reason. You owe Nianqing too much. If you want to know why Nianqing hates you so much, then you should look for the answer in the City of Cycles. After saying that, Yan Hongsheng hugged Nianqing and left. Gu Lancheng looked at Yan Hongsheng's back and chewed on Yan Hongsheng's words. His intuition told him that something had happened between him and Nianqing that he probably didn't know about. Gu Lancheng got back into his car and stepped on the gas to frantically rush home. When he got home, he searched the checkroom of his large flat suite a little bit for any sign of Cycle City. He searched his closet over and over many times and couldn't find it, and then finally went through Chao Xian's checkroom. And finally, in her jewelry box, he accidentally found the City of Cycles. He's like a fool, standing motionless. City of Cycles, how did it end up in Chao Xian's jewelry box? So she secretly used Cycle City behind his back? Why didn't she come clean with him? Gu Lancheng always felt that some things did not seem to be developing in the direction he expected. He took the City of Cycles and headed out the door. Gu Lancheng came to the accommodation that the company had prepared for him. Perhaps to prevent being suddenly disturbed, he had an extra mindfulness. He turned his cell phone into flight mode and then locked the door of his room tightly behind him. He reclined on the couch in the living room, his fingertips repeatedly rubbing the City of Cycles. Like a walk in the park, his mind played out scenes of Nensho's interactions with him. For a long time, from the day he picked Zhou up, Zhou had looked at him with adoration. When did the detached indifference she couldn't hide in her eyes when she looked at him begin? Was he so negligent of her that he was surprised he didn't know what specific thing she hated him for? He suddenly squeezed the City of Cycles. Could the City of Cycles really give him answers? He meditated hard but without result. At last the brain was exhausted and he went to sleep. Almost as soon as he closed his eyes, he began to dream. In the dream, he brought Jazan to her despite Zhou fierce resistance to identifying with her father's sister. Chao Xian was happy. She took Xiaomi's hand and exchanged pleasantries one by one. She had a gentle personality on the surface and spoke in a soft voice. In Gu Lancheng's opinion she was unusually gentle to Xiaomi. He even felt that his decision was good. Having this sisterly reunion was not saying bad things to Xiaomi, but he ignored the nothingness in Zhou eyes. She stammered, "You don't have to be nice to me. We have a shallow destiny in this life. You be your rich girl and I'll be my weed. That's fine." Chao Xin, however, cried sadly, "Sister, do you dislike your sister? It's hard for me when you reject me like this. You know, sister has been reading you for so many years, thinking about you all the time." Zhou shrugged off her hand lightly. "If you missed me, this isn't a big city. You should have come to see me a long time ago." Chao Xian was a little embarrassed. She turned her head to look at Gu Lancheng and begged him for help in a pitiful manner. "Lancheng, my sister doesn't seem to like me." Gu Lancheng saw Chao Xian, who was sobbing, and immediately condemned Xiaomi in a serious manner. "Your sister, she's not in good health, so don't be angry with her. Listen to whatever she says, don't disobey her." Zhou then lowered her head and responded with a good-natured, "Got it." Gu Lancheng broke out in a cold sweat. Sleep is all but gone. Zhoumi's line, "If you really missed me, you would have come to see me a long time ago." Gu Lancheng was given a blow to the head. Chao Xian's true feelings for Xiaomi, clearly is the majority of the components of the show. She was begging Zhou, so naturally she wanted to please Zhou, but he only cared about doting on Chao Xian at that time. So he disregarded Xiaomi's grievances and was strong and domineering, only allowing Xiaomi to passively accept his arrangements. After a short period of awakening, Gu Lancheng went back to sleep in a daze. This time, the dream was more real. Chao Xian's condition was developing rapidly, and when Gu Lancheng saw Chao Xian, whose entire body was swollen and in pain. The brokenness in the bottom of his eyes showed a touch of strong determination. He's going to speed up Jomi's kidney donation. To this end he brings out Joe's father in an attempt to sensitize Jomi to his father's love. Xiao's father is a sophisticated old fox. He certainly knows that to make Xiaomi willingly donate a kidney, he has to make up for Xiaomi's missing years of fatherly love. So he began to send care for Jomi frequently, with gifts coming in an endless stream. It's just that many of those gifts were freebies that he asked the salesman for when he bought the genuine goods for Xiao Xin. Father Xiao felt that Xiaomi didn't deserve to use authentic luxuries at all. She should be grateful to him for being able to use the freebies. However, Jomi received the gifts and pressed on without getting lost in the false sentimentality. She threw all the gifts into a discarded cardboard box, and the gifts were not even unwrapped. In the dream world, Gu Lancheng was stunned by the scene. Thinking back, it was true that Xiaomi had never worn jewelry given to her by Xiao father Xiao Xin. Ridiculous. After wishfully expressing their care for Xiaomi, the group of them felt that the time had come for her to return the favor for what they had given to Xiaomi. They even had the chutzpah to show their hand to Jomi. Father Xiao found an opportunity to call Xiaomi home, and specially ordered the maid to cook a few more dishes. Then when the meal was on the rise, Father Xiao subconsciously mentioned Xiao Xin's illness. For Xin's illness, the hospital said it's already at the point where a transplant must be done. But this kidney source, it's not very easy to find. As he said this, he kept flicking his eyes at Xiaomi, but Jomi just kept her head in her mouth and ate, not picking up his slack. Joe's father added, the doctor said that it is best to utilize a family member for the kidney source, and that the exclusion reaction is small. Jomi was just amazed. You're donating a kidney to your sister? Joe's father's face was like a pig's liver. I'm too old for this. Jomi said, live and let live. Father Qiao's and their faces instantly became even more ugly. Chapter 176, Attacking the Heart. Crazy for Love. When Xiao's father went out on a limb, the pressure was put on Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng was a businessman, and he knew that the sisterly bond between Xiaomi and Xiao Xian was not good enough for Xiaomi to willingly donate a kidney for her. So he decided to settle for less, sacrificing his own great interests. He found Xiaomi and confessed to her in a direct and raw manner. I think I might like you a little bit. I'm willing to marry you. But, he was going to talk about the conditions of marriage. But Xiaomi was dumbfounded by his sudden confession. She touched his forehead and shook her head in suspicion. There's no fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Brother Lancheng, is Uncle Gu forcing you to get married as soon as possible? If so, I can marry you, but it can only be a fake marriage. We'll get divorced in a year. That way you'll be able to deliver Uncle Gu. Gu Lancheng was dumbfounded. He had always thought that he was worth a lot of money. But any girl he set his eyes on should just wave and the other should crawl over to him like a licking dog. But Jomi had always kept a decent distance from him, and it had brought him to his senses. This little girl has a brain. If it wasn't true love, she would never be ambiguous. So he changed his mind from luring to attacking. He began to spend more time with her and also had his secretary pick out gifts for her. However, Jomi receives his gifts and simply locks them in a drawer. Under Gu Lancheng's joyful pursuit, Xiaomi finally sent out a soul-torturing question. Brother Lancheng, have you been idle lately? Gu Lancheng was a bit vain. No, I'm busy. Then why do you have so much time for me? Can't you see? I'm courting you. Gu Lancheng's ears turned red after saying this. Not an instinctive physiological reaction of hormones, but shame at his own calculations. But Jomi saw his ears redden and was so damn sure she believed him. He was so offensive that the love words came out as nothing more than water under the bridge. This makes outsiders misunderstand their relationship. The media is a big deal. Prince foster system love. The girl he loves, he personally cultivated. It is true that the prince is not an extraordinary person. Jomi is smart and sober, but in the end, it was a lack of love since childhood. And when she was treated a little bit more favorably, she was a little bit lost. Not to mention that the other party is such an excellent prince. She finally fell in love with Gu Lancheng. Thus, her status with Gu Lancheng was reversed. Once upon a time it was Gu Lancheng who picked her up, but now she is picking up Gu Lancheng. Once upon a time it was Gu Lancheng who was below for her and she was moved to tears. Now she was learning to do laundry and make soup for Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng and Xiaomi's two-way run-to. But the radical collapse of Xiao Xin. She, her real girlfriend, argued with Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, I'm not happy. You're too good to Xiaomi. I'm jealous. Gu Lancheng was heartbroken. He couldn't bear to see Xiao Xin upset, so he was unwilling to accompany Xiaomi to do another play. He showed his cards to Xiaomi. Nini, your sister and I are childhood friends, although I have a shallow destiny with her. But seeing her now being tortured by the disease, my heart aches for her. I heard Uncle Qiao say that you match her blood type and are a relative. If you donate a kidney for her, the chances of her survival are very high. I know this is a very excessive request of mine. After donating a kidney, although it doesn't affect her life, but her physique may be worse. He promised with conviction. But don't worry, I will marry you and will treat you well for the rest of your life. So you don't need to work hard to support your family. I'll let you live a carefree life. Definitely let you live a long life. Are you in love with her? Jomi asked, getting right to the point. Her eyes were clean and clear, without a trace of impurity. Gu Lancheng panicked for some reason, and he was honestly terrified. What are you saying, silly things? I love you. It's just that your sister saved my life once upon a time, and I'm grateful to her, so I thought of repaying this favor. Jomi didn't say anything for a long time. Gu Lancheng felt panicked. Intuition told him that Jomi didn't believe him, but Xiaomi finally sighed and said, Brother Lancheng, I trust you. Who made us lovers? Lovers should trust each other and be loyal to each other. I'll make up for what you owe her for you. Gu Lancheng was stunned in place. The code of lovers that Jomi adhered to, trust each other, be loyal to each other, makes him panic. The next day, Gu Lancheng, perhaps to keep his promise, perhaps to alleviate his guilt, or perhaps to buy Xiao Xian a faster time for the transplant surgery, pulled Xiaomi up. Me, today is a good day. Let's go get a license. Jomi naturally rejoiced. They got the marriage license and walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gu Lancheng received a call from Xiao's father. Lancheng, Xianer heard that you and Xiaomi got a license, and she went on a hunger strike. No matter how I try to persuade her, it's useless. Gu Lancheng's face was tense. I'll be right over. It was raining particularly hard that day, but Gu Lancheng turned his head and threw Xiaomi by the side of the street. Me, there's something going on in the company that requires me to go back and deal with it urgently. Jomi was then very open-minded. Then hurry up and go. Gu Lancheng didn't even care to ask her how she was going to get back before driving off. Jomi waited in the miserable wind and rain for half an hour the day before he could get a cab. Gu Lancheng rushed to the hospital, and when Xiao Xian saw him, she aggravatedly jumped into his arms wailing and crying. Lancheng, do you not want me anymore? Gu Lancheng completely forgot about his status as a married man. He patted her back and soothed her. Xianer, I married Xiaomi all for your sake. Don't hurt yourself anymore. If you do this, won't my efforts be in vain? Xiao Xian was pacified by Gu Lancheng's loving words before she stopped fooling around. And Jomi came home and sat at the windowsill looking at the rain beating down on her with a light happy smile on her face. However, because she thought of something, she suddenly slapped her face and reminded herself, Xiaomi, don't think of relying on Brother Lancheng to live the life you want. You don't deserve him. You have to work harder. Then you have to be better to be worthy of standing together with him. Jomi, never a dodderer. That night, Xiaomi sat on the bed, her shy face like a flaming rose, but she waited for a long time, until drowsiness came and she couldn't bear to fall asleep, and she didn't wait for Gu Lancheng's return. The next day, Gu Lancheng went home, as if his absence last night was very much taken for granted. There was no apology or explanation when he confronted Jomi, just breakfast with her as usual. It wasn't until he finished half of the pizza that he realized with hindsight that Xiaomi didn't seem to move her chopsticks. She just looked at Gu Lancheng quietly, her eyes rippling. What's wrong? Gu Lancheng asked indifferently. Brother Lancelot, did you forget that we're already licensed? Gu Lancheng almost choked, and it was only then that he clearly realized, after receiving a license, he is a husband, and there is responsibility on his shoulders. Instead of doing whatever you want as before, he's a little upset. This kind of thing, how can I forget? Gu Lancheng squeezed out a fake smile, but the guilt inside was missing. Jomi said, Brother Lancheng, if you're not ready to get married, we can actually. Gu Lancheng instantly panicked. Chapter 177, Sinking for Love, a Deception. He's been acting for so long, how would he like to take credit for it? But the resigned look in Jomi's eyes was a wake-up call. Jomi wasn't so good at fooling around? The next time, Gu Lancheng was transformed into a model husband. He left early and returned late every day, and he brought little gifts for Xiaomi every day, even going so far as to plant Xiaomi's favorite flowers in the garden in order to touch her. When Jomi saw the garden full of roses, she cried tears of joy. She hugged Lancheng and choked. No one has ever been willing to go through this trouble for me. Brother Lancheng, thank you. Gu Lancheng felt proper at that moment. Then he climaxed his love affair by embracing her that night and saying over and over again that he loved her. As if to confirm his sincerity, he wanted her. All of Jomi's constraints were attacked by the intensity of his love. So, when Gu Lancheng once again exclaimed in front of her, I heard that your sister's illness seems to have reached an advanced stage. The seemingly sparse and ordinary tone of voice was Gu Lancheng using all his strength to hide his full of love. Jomi cupped his face. If I give her my kidney, she can renew her life. Gu Lancheng pressed down the infatuation under his eyes. Me, you are a kind child. If you really saved your sister, your father and your sister will definitely be grateful to you. Jomi said, but surgery is risky. I'm afraid in case. Gu Lancheng forcefully interrupted her. It won't be. Me, I asked the doctor about it. He said that the technology of such a surgery is very mature, and it's being performed by one of the leading experts in the country. You'll be fine. Jomi was a little confused. However, under Gu Lancheng's compulsion, the uninitiated Xiao Mijin believed that this surgery was very safe and wouldn't leave her with much after effects. Then she was ushered into the surgery in a state of confusion. On the day of the surgery, Gu Lancheng waited outside the operating room. He paced back and forth, incredibly worried that his white moonlight, Xiao Xin, might make a mistake. After the surgery, Jomi was the first to be wheeled out by the doctor. She was very weak, but when she saw Gu Lancheng, and his face full of worry, she smiled contentedly. She wishfully thought that Gu Lancheng was all this nervousness for her. She was very touched and even made an effort to reach out her hand, wanting to give him some encouragement. Gu Lancheng could only shake her hand when he saw this. Then her raised hand collapsed helplessly, but her fingers clasped Gu Lancheng's tightly, as if they were a couple in love. At this time Xiao Xin came out. She was in a poor state. Her face was green, her eyes were half closed, and she didn't look angry. She cried out morosely, "Lancelot!" Gu Lancheng suddenly broke away from Xiao Mi's hand, and he immediately ran to Xiao Xin in the back. "Shiner, are you okay?" Jomi's eyes were questioning, lost, and more than anything else, tiredly submissive. Until the doctor sent Xiaomi back to the hospital room. Xiaomi did not see Gu Lancheng. Xiaomi's heart was vaguely uneasy, and there were also malicious speculations about Gu Lancheng. However, she always felt that people's hearts were good. Gu Lancheng would not do that kind of unscrupulous thing. She didn't want to think so badly of him. Gu Lancheng remembered Xiaomi only after putting Xiao Xin to bed late at night. He came to visit Xiaomi as if he had completed a mission. The surgery was a great success. He reported the happy news to her. The doctor said that your kidneys are very healthy. Your sister might even have a normal life expectancy if she takes good care of it. Jomi looked at him fixedly, the loss hard to hide in her eyes. "Brother Lancelot, I thought that the first thing you would say would be that you cared about me, didn't care for her, but word for word cared for her sister." Gu Lancheng's face showed embarrassment as he held Xiaomi's hand and coaxed her. Me, it's clearly you that I'm praising. You are the hero. I'm proud of you." Jomi smiled reluctantly. Gu Lancheng stayed for 10 minutes or so, then hit the idea of going home to rest. It's getting late, so get some rest. I'll just go home." After saying that, Gu Lancheng got up and left. Xiaomi let out a self-pitying sigh in the dark night. Perhaps it was this sigh that awakened Gu Lancheng's conscience. He folded back in front of the hospital bed and asked, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Jomi took his hand and put it to her heart. Gu Lancheng's face was obscure. Xiaomi said, "Brother Lancheng, do you really love me? Why can't I feel your love?" Gu Lancheng looked at Xiaomi's pale face, a touch of guilt rising in his heart. I'm just going home to fetch you some clothes. I'll be back with you soon." The loss in Jomi's heart was ironed out quite a bit. Hospitalized for a few days, Gu Lancheng spent most of his time with Xiao Xin, only taking some fragmented time to visit Xiaomi. But Jomi just assumed he was busy with work, so she went easy on him, until her body recovered to 4 or 5 points. Every day, when she was bored, she would utilize her cell phone to brush up on some of the boring things she was watching. On this day, the circle of friends that Xiao Xin had just updated popped up. Jomi's hand slipped and clicked on her friend's circle. Then, she saw a scene that made her chopped liver. Gu Lancheng was in Xiao Xin's hospital room, feeding her. In the photo, both gazed at each other. The love in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Jomi was so angry that she broke the 4 and then bawled her eyes out. The blood traveled backwards, and soon Jomi was having an uncomfortable reaction. Jomi had already gone into a coma when the nurse realized that she was not in the right state. Gu Lancheng as a family member was grabbed by the doctor, who chided him. "Why didn't anyone guard your wife while she was getting an infusion?" Gu Lancheng, "Doc, how did you become a human husband?" Gu Lancheng. The doctor looked at Gu Lancheng's gaze was full of discrimination, and he euphemistically and implicitly fought for Xiaomi injustice. If the kidney donor has a long or short life, but the recipient is alive and well, who would dare to donate a kidney in the future? These words were like a blow to the head, waking Gu Lancheng up. Yeah, he can't bully Jomi to such an extent. Chagrined, he stood guard outside the resuscitation room, then made an agonizing decision. He had given Xiao Xin a second life. He had no shame for her, and it was time for the rest of his life to make it up to Jomi, who was his wife. As if he had a clear conscience, he didn't leave Xiaomi's hospital room for the next almost 24 hours. When Xiaomi awoke, she heard the nurse's envious voice, "You were so happy. Your husband was so nervous when you fell into a coma. He didn't leave you for 24 hours. Jomi is a particularly easily satisfied person. Maybe she was making a big deal out of it, she thought. Let's leave this matter at that." And so, she buried her doubts deep in her heart. Chapter 178 Ambiguous Relationship. Original mate gives way. Gu Lancheng's obvious detachment made the sensitive and fragile Xiao Xin feel bad. As a result, she began to appear frequently in front of Xiaomi and Gu Lancheng, and the three of them were in the same frame, while Chao Xian would inadvertently reveal her special concern for her brother-in-law. For example, when eating, she would give him food. Gu Lancheng also accepted it with peace of mind, and they ignored the dismayed, questioning look under Xiaomi's eyes. Even when Gu Lancheng left home, Chao Xian would snatch the tie from Gu Lancheng's hand and tie it for him personally. Xiaomi always exuded a stunned expression, but Chao Xian and Gu Lancheng only cared about enjoying the joy brought by their lovers. Who cared about Xiaomi's feelings? It wasn't until Gu Lancheng realized afterward that Xiaomi was questioning him that he lightly said, "Don't think too much about it. Your sister, she's a blogger in the fashion industry. That's why she's so enthusiastic about helping me match my tie." Zhou nodded awkwardly. Instead, she said, "I just think that you are a married man. You should abide by the principle that men and women are not related. Brother Lancheng, being clean is for your own good, as well as for her." After saying this, Xiaomi turned around and left. Gu Lancheng's face burned, and Zhoumi's condemnation doubled his morals. So after Chao Xian's condition stabilized, he found Chao Xian and calmly confessed to her, "Xian, we should try to see each other as little as possible in the future. I married Xiaomi, so I have to be responsible for her. This is what I owe her." Chao Xian's tears poured down. "I should have known that I would get her kidney but lose my love. Then I would have preferred not to live." Gu Lancheng's heart ached for her. "Xian, this is our own choice. We can't have both and be insatiable. Isn't that right?" Chao Xian accepted Gu Lancheng's arrangement on the surface, but after Gu Lancheng left, a vicious light shot out of her eyes. She was so angry that she slammed her teacup to the ground and roared, Xiaomi, you stole my boyfriend. I won't let you live well." Then she searched around for Zhoumi's social apps. Even more, she registered a small number and approached Zhoumi in a fake way, asking Zhoumi to add her as a good friend. Then she set her friend circle to be only for what Xiaomi had seen, and every day she would post some photos about her and Gu Lancheng during their hot relationship. Zhoumi's first reaction to seeing the photos was shock, then anger at being lied to, and finally a helpless bawling. "Brother Lancel, you lied to me. You lied to me." She slumped on the table, crying her heart out. "So you and my sister are lovers and it's her you love? If it's her you love, why did you lie to me?" That night, Zhoumi, who had learned the truth, was perhaps frustrated by the cruelty of reality. She actually came down with a fever. However, the high fever hit her recently operated body so hard that her soul kidney developed an immune promise and she began to urinate blood. It was the first time she had faced such a situation, and when she saw the fiery red urine in the toilet, she panicked and called Gu Lancheng. "Brother Lancheng, I seem to be sick. Can you take me to the hospital?" However, it was Chao Xian's voice that came from the other end. Sister, Lancheng, he's busy right now. I'll have him call you back later." Xiaomi's whole body was weak, her body was burning, and she humbly begged, "Sister, I'm really having a hard time. You let Brother Lancheng answer the phone." "Sister, why are you so unintelligent? I've told you that Lancheng is busy." Chao Xian hung up the phone. Zhoumi spent his days in waiting, but instead of waiting for Gu Lancheng's call back, she saw Chao Xian's bragging in her circle of friends. "Someone peeled the shrimp for me. I'm so happy." There was a photo hanging in the circle of friends. Gu Lancheng's finger was still wearing a wedding ring. Xiaomi's tears came to her eyes in an instant. "Brother Lancelot, you have a cruel heart." Zhoumi dragged her wobbly body to give herself the fever-reducing medicine forbidden to soul kidney patients. That day, Zhoumi collapsed on the floor and it wasn't until the early hours of the morning that she woke up leisurely. Strangely enough, her body's fever had subsided and her strength had returned, but the pain in her lower back and abdomen had intensified. She didn't have time to go to the hospital to see a doctor before Gu Lancheng came home in the early hours of the morning. By that time Zhoumi had packed up her woes and was sitting on the couch. Gu Lancheng glanced at her, his tone disgruntled. "I heard your sister say you called me? Something's wrong?" Zhoumi faded. "It's fine." She was completely disappointed in this man. Gu Lancheng naturally heard the dissatisfaction in her tone, and he angrily threw his clothes and jacket vigorously onto the sofa. "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Did I ask you to wait for me? No, so it's your own problem if you don't sleep properly yourself and are here wishfully waiting for me to come home." Zhoumi stared at him sadly, the loss in her eyes, momentarily so intense that it looked like a nuclear reactor reaction had occurred. She didn't say anything, seemed to have run out of energy to argue with him, and got up and slowly headed upstairs to her bedroom. Then she put away all the clothes that belonged to her, transferred to the guest room, and started the days of separation from Gu Lancheng. Gu Lancheng found her incomprehensible. What upbringing! He was so angry all he wanted to do was to sprout expletives. The rift, once created, the trust between two people begins to crumble. Every day Gu Lancheng didn't come home in the future. Xiaomi could see pictures of Gu Lancheng showing love to her in Chao Xian's circle of friends. On Xiaomi's birthday, Gu Lanchang and Xiao Xian traveled to Malta. When Xiaomi was sick, Gu Lanchang and Xiao Xian were attending the event. When Xiaomi was short of money, Gu Lanchang gave Xiao Xian expensive luxuries. Zhoumi finally decides to give up on this love that is full of holes. On this day, she personally came to Gu Lanchang's company. However, they saw Gu Lanchang and Xiao Xian walking out talking and laughing. When Gu Lanchang saw Xiaomi, he said impatiently, "Why are you here?" "Zhoumi," I said, "I had something to find you, but you weren't coming home, so I had to find it myself." Gu Lanchang said, "I have a meeting soon, let's talk about anything at home." Zhoumi, however, stopped him. "It won't take long to delay you." She handed Gu Lanchang the divorce agreement. "Just sign it." Gu Lanchang opened it and was dumbfounded when he saw the divorce agreement inside. "What are you making a scene about again?" He didn't think Zhoumi was willing to leave him. "I'm not making a scene. I really want a divorce. I'll make room for Jazan." Gu Lanchang was fuming at these words. "I'm innocent with her." "You're sick," Zhoumi said. "Innocent?" Zhoumi stepped forward and yanked out the diamond necklace around Xiao Xian's neck. "Is this your birthday present to her?" Gu Lanchang said. "Your sister's birthday. As her friend, is it a problem to give her a gift?" Zhoumi pulled the necklace from around her neck again. "This is what you gave me for my birthday?" Zhoumi's necklace. A miniature version of Jazan's necklace, and with a cheap material change. Chapter 179, the child is weak and the cause is found out. A female employee passing by in the surroundings instantly revealed an expression of living a long time. Gu Lanchang's face was a bit unsettled as he indignantly glared at the assistant next to him. After all, he had asked his assistant to choose the gift for Zhoumi. He didn't know that the assistant would be so perfunctory to Zhoumi. Xiaomi's eyes and nose were watching, and she was even more disappointed in Gu Lanchang, saying, "So my gift wasn't bought by you at all, right?" Gu Lanchang was ashamed and reached for Xiaomi's hand, which shrank back. Gu Lanchang was stunned, and finally overbearingly pulled her to the other side. "Mimi, I'm the one who mishandled this matter. I'll be sure to subsidize you with a gift that you're happy with," Xiaomi said. "Brother Lanchang, don't fool yourself, you do not love me. What you love is just what's inside me." In one sentence, Gu Lanchang's moralizing was a shot in the dark. Gu Lanchang was a man with the best face, and he was afraid that Xiaomi would stab him in the back with his morally corrupt calculations. Moreover, he was also a man with an unresolved conscience, and his remaining conscience also made him feel that he shouldn't fail Xiaomi. After all, he had promised Xiaomi that as long as she saved Xiao Xian, he would take care of her for the rest of her life. Gu Lanchang patiently pacified Xiaomi. "Mimi, your sister and I are a thing of the past. In the future, you are Mrs. Gu. This will not change at any time. Go back. I'm not going to divorce you." Gu Lanchang thought that his not getting divorced was the biggest favor to Xiaomi. Unbeknownst to him, his entanglement made Xiaomi anxious. It was as if she was a trapped beast driven to the brink of extinction, and she couldn't find an exit no matter what. She panicked in her heart, and suddenly her eyes went black and her whole body fainted. When she woke up, Gu Lanchang was at her bedside. His eyes were zinging with laughter. "Me, the doctor said you're pregnant. You're going to be a mom." Zhoumi's hand slowly crept up to her stomach. This life couldn't have come at a worse time, but she loved the child too much, and she made a decision right away. "Gu Lanchang, you really don't want a divorce?" Gu Lanchang nodded. "Me, I promise to take care of you for the rest of your life. I won't go back on my word." Zhoumi said sadly, "This child is a gift that belongs only to me in this world, so I will give birth to this child." She handed Gu Lanchang a warning look. "If you don't divorce, then I want you to raise your hand and swear that you will treat him well in the future. If you can't do that, you'll be a traitor to your family and not be allowed to die." Gu Lanchang raised his hand and swore without thinking. "Good, I will treat this child well. If I harm this child, let me be a traitor to all my family and not be allowed to die." After the oath, he added, "Me, he's my child too, so how could I possibly hurt him?" "You are being overly concerned." Zhoumi stopped looking at him and just blandly said, "I'd like to rest for a while, so you can go out first." Because of the baby's arrival, Zhoumi subsided for a long time. It wasn't that Xiao Xian didn't act like a demon, but Xiaomi had shielded her and wasn't willing to bother with her anymore, nor was she willing to compete with her for Gu Lanchang. In her heart, the child was the only one across the board. Gu Lanchang's love, since it was so cheap, she didn't want it. Zhoumi's calmness, however, was what made Xiao Xian completely panic. She was furious at home. If Xiaomi gave birth to Lanchang's child, then her position as Mrs. Gu would be secure. And how hard is it for me to get to the top? Xiao's father was giving advice. "Xiner, don't cry. Whenever you cry, it's hard for dad. Tell me, what do you want daddy to do to make you feel better?" "I want Xiaomi's child to die in the womb." A vicious light shot out from the bottom of Xiao Xian's eyes. Xiao's father rubbed his hands together. "The child is in her stomach now, and Xiaomi doesn't leave the house. This matter is really a bit tricky. Xiao Xin said. Dad, she has to go to the hospital every month for pregnancy tests. I remember, aren't you quite familiar with the director of the Women's and Children's Hospital? You just need to instruct her to prescribe some special medicine for Xiaomi so that the development of the fetus will be affected and the fetus will naturally not be born. Father Xiao looked at Xiao Xin in shock and said, would it be too harsh? Xiao Xin compelled. Dad, think about it, if I become Mrs. Gu, you'll be the Crown Prince's old man. With your company being taken care of by the Crown Prince, are you still worried about having no business? People die for money. Birds die for food. Zhou's father then threw the not so much kindness out the window. Okay, for the sake of your happiness, Dad will help you once. Father Qiao's eyes revealed a determined light. So the next time Zhoumi went for a pregnancy test, her primary care doctor said that the fetal image was unstable, and she prescribed her some medication to stabilize the fetus. Zhoumi took those medications and instead experienced symptoms of preeclampsia. But perhaps the baby was not meant to be, and Zhoumi managed to get through the long pregnancy smoothly. It wasn't long before Zhoumi gave birth. A daughter was born, but she suffers from a pre-existing condition. Not content with that, Xiao Xin snapped at Xiao's father. Why don't you let her put down harder drugs? Zhou's father was embarrassed. You can't make it too obvious. It'll arouse Zhoumi's suspicion. Xiao Xin said. Gu Lancheng loves daughters the most. Maybe he'll be attracted to Xiaomi's daughter and fall completely in love with Xiaomi. Father Qiao sighed. Gu Lancheng is too womanly. He obviously loves you, but for the sake of his damn moral sentiments, he even abandoned you to take Xiaomi. Xiao Xin clenched her fists and said definitively, I can't let Lancheng like this child. Hospitals. Zhoumi was in tears as she held her tiny child. In particular, the doctor told Zhoumi the cause of the child's congenital heart disease, MS. Zhoumi, during your pregnancy, did you take some inappropriate medication? The child may be malformed because of the medication. Xiaomi looked at Gu Lancheng with wordless blame in her eyes. She mistakenly thought that the medication used in the surgical process might cause the child to be deformed and disabled. After all, it was Gu Lancheng who had taken the risk of sharing a room with her in order to gain time for the surgery. Then, without considering that she might be pregnant at all, he dragged her to the transplant surgery. He only had Xiao Xin in his eyes, but he completely disregarded the safety of his own child. Gu Lancheng drooped his head and was silent. He feels deeply guilty about his wife and daughter. Me, don't be sad. As long as we love our daughter well, she will grow up happy even though her body is almost there. Get out. Zhoumi's voice seemed to be wrapped in wind and snow. Gu Lancheng froze. Since childhood, no one had dared to order him like this. He was a little upset, but the nurse told him, maternal hormone secretion is unstable. The mood will become bad, even easy to depression. The family needs to be more tolerant. Only then did Gu Lancheng reluctantly go out. Once he was out, Zhoumi reported the names of all the medications she had taken during her pregnancy to the doctor. The doctor's expression grew more and more grave as he listened. All of these medicines, taken individually, are birth-preserving and nutrient-enhancing, but two of them, when taken in combination, are prone to cause fetal miscarriage or are highly teratogenic. Zhoumi sniffed and blanched. These two medications are clearly the birth control medications prescribed to her by her doctor. It is no wonder that after switching to these medications, she experienced a preeclampsia. I know. Zhoumi's face was dark. Chapter 180, Unworthy of a Father. Worthy of a mother. Zhoumi, who has been gentle all her life, shows her sharpness for the first time, but only to get justice for her daughter. When she appeared in front of her responsible doctor as Mrs. Gu, that doctor visibly panicked when he saw the sinister light in her eyes. Zhoumi, is there something you want from me this suddenly? She dealt with Zhoumi perfunctorily, looking for a way to retreat as she did so. Look, I'm going to be late for work. Can anything wait until I get off? Zhoumi glared at her coldly. You don't have to rush to work because the odds are that a doctor with a bad heart like you won't be able to make it to work in the future. The doctor blanched slightly and forced himself to calm down. What do you mean? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Xiaomi handed her incriminating evidence to her. That doctor saw Xiaomi's checklist, as well as the empty pill box. She ate the hand she handed out was obviously a little shaky. Xiaomi, I have prescribed you all the medicines according to your physical condition. These medicines are absolutely fine. Zhoumi said angrily. How is it okay? My child was born with a pre-existing condition, and the two medicines you prescribed clearly have the possibility of causing teratogenicity. You are a professional doctor. I don't believe you don't understand. Because of Zhoumi's noise, he attracted passers-by. The passers-by pointed at the doctor. This doctor is so unethical. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be a doctor. Some people started taking pictures and the doctor was flustered at the sight. She begged Zhoumi, let's talk somewhere else. This is going to be too much for the hospital. Xiaomi was cold. When you did this, did you ever think that it would affect the hospital's reputation? Since you don't even care, why should I care? Xiaomi took out the attitude of putting everything on the line. In this matter, Xiaomi, will not be finished with you even if I put my whole life on the line. The doctor was frightened, and she finally begged Zhou, you come with me somewhere, and I'll explain myself to you about this. Zhou then followed her to an unoccupied area, and the doctor changed her face to one of resignation. Miss Zhou, it was your father who told me to do this. Zhou's pupils trembled. Is there any proof? The doctor hesitated for a split second, nodded. Give me the evidence. The doctor said. Good. Zhou didn't know what state of mind she had left the hospital in, but she was filled with grief for sure, that her acceptance of her father's love had been the one that had given him the opening to destroy her. When Xiaomi appeared at the Qiao family's home in a huff, Xiao's father could not hide the dislike in his eyes when he saw her. What are you doing here? Zhou questioned him. Why did you hurt my daughter? Father Qiao didn't expect his sins to be discovered so quickly by Xiaomi, and the teacup in his hand slipped onto the coffee table, spilling tea in all directions. Don't get excited. The wily old Father Qiao immediately babbled. How could I possibly harm your child? That's my grandson after all. There's no reason for me to do that. Xiaomi's gaze turned to the gloating Xiao Xian at the side. Of course you have a reason. If I can't give birth to a healthy heir for the Gu family, your precious daughter will have a chance to give birth to a son for Gu Lancheng. Xiao Xian jumped up. Xiaomi, what are you talking about? It's obviously your own body that's not up to the task and can't give birth to a healthy child. And you're planting it on us. Lancheng and I are innocent. Xiaomi was so angry that she threw up her hand and slapped Xiao Xian. I can't give birth to a healthy child? Xiao Xian, if I hadn't donated a kidney for you, how could my health have gotten so bad? You white-eyed wolf. Does Gu Lancheng know that you are such a green tea whore? Xiao Xian dropped to sit on the floor, but aggrieved and raked up tears. Dad, look at her. I knew that if I wanted one of her kidneys, I would be morally kidnapped by her for the rest of my life. Father Qiao was enraged. Xiaomi, if you're here to cause trouble, you're not welcome here. Zhou glared at Zhou's father. It doesn't matter if I'm not welcome here, it's fine if I'm welcome in court. You'll see me in court. Zhou's father was flustered to the naked eye. After Zhou leaves, Zhou's father and Jiazhen discussed their strategy. Xiao Xian said, Dad, what should we do? If Lancheng knows that I'm the one who harmed his sons and daughters, he won't forgive me. Father Qiao gritted his teeth. Xian, just pretend you don't know about this matter. I'll take it all on. Xiao Xian's eyes instantly lit up. Dad, you're so kind. Don't worry, as long as Lancheng doesn't blame me, with how obsessively he loves me, he definitely can't afford to send you to jail. Jiaxing's guesses hit the ground running. When Xiaomi told Gu Lancheng about Father Qiao's evil behavior, Gu Lancheng was initially shocked. It's simply outrageous. He came to Zhou's house in a rage to confront Zhou's father. However, when Father Qiao saw him, he directly knelt down in front of Gu Lancheng and confessed. Lancheng, I'm not going to hide it from you. I did do this. He found a noble reason for his evil behavior. I had selfishness. I always felt that Mi had just had surgery at that time and her body still needed to recuperate. She couldn't get pregnant and have children. I intended to do it for her good, but Zhou resented me. Lancheng, it is me who is sorry for you. He performed a bitter trick, fiercely flinging his own slaps. When Xiao Xian saw Qiao's father mutilate himself, she was so scared that she closed both eyes and fainted. Even though Gu Lancheng was angry at Father Qiao's unauthorized decisions, the fact that he cared about Xiao Xian overshadowed his resentment towards Father Qiao. He carried Xiao Xian to the hospital. When he returned home, Zhou greeted him with anticipation. Brother Lancheng, did you solve him? Gu Lancheng's face was grave. Let's forget about this matter. Although your father made a mistake, his initial intention was all for your own good. He just felt that your poor health made it inappropriate to get pregnant, and in order not to affect your father-daughter relationship, so he secretly took this gentle way to try to get you to have a natural abortion. I just didn't expect. Zhou's blood turned cold all over her body. She didn't expect Gu Lancheng to fall in love with her brain to such an extent. You believe him? Why don't you believe me? Gu Lancheng frowned. Zhou couldn't contain her whole body from shaking. You don't deserve to be your daughter's father. She ran upstairs in tears. I'm not going to rest on my laurels on this one. Gu Lancheng steeply raised his voice. Your sister was so furious because of this incident that her old illness returned and she has been hospitalized. That's the end of this matter. No more fooling around. Zhou's face is white as a sheet. She knew that once Xiao Xian was involved, heavenly principles could change here in Gu Lancheng. What if I have to insist? Gu Lancheng tore his face off. Xiaomi, a mantis, do you think it's useful? Chapter 181, Destroying Evidence, Concealing the Big Lie. The stubborn and headstrong Xiaomi ended up doing the mantis thing. She collected evidence of the crimes committed by Qiao's father and the doctor, but she didn't expect that in the end she would fail, and the one who stood in her way of justice was Gu Lancheng. Because Xiao Xian cried in front of Gu Lancheng, Lancheng, you know my father best. He is a loving father who has always loved his daughters very much. He treats me well, and he will only treat Xiaomi better. He has owed Xiaomi for so many years, and he has always thought about compensating her. My dad's intentions are for Xiaomi's good. He just felt that Xiaomi had just undergone kidney donation surgery and her body should not be pregnant. However, he was afraid that blatant discouragement would cause Xiaomi to recoil, so he secretly contacted the doctor and used the gentlest method to try to get her to abort. Why must Xiaomi hold on to dad's fault and not let go? Dad also just loves her too much. Gu Lancheng looked at Xiao Xin, who was crying her eyes out, and his heart then ached. He pulled Xiao Xin up and promised her, Xin, don't worry, I won't hold uncle responsible, but in order to appease your sister, your father must personally apologize to her. Jiazhen cried out in joy. Okay. Gu Lancheng organizes a family banquet in order for Xiaomi and Xiao's father to put aside their old grudges. At the banquet, Xiao Xin wears a gorgeous evening dress, while Xiaomi, who has just given birth to a child, not only has an out-of-shape body and a swollen face, but also has been running around for days, and her heartbreak has made her face waxy and haggard. Xiao Xin blocked Xiaomi in the bathroom and wantonly taunted her. Sister, look at you like this. It's just too earthy. Whether it's Lancheng or my father, how could they possibly damage me for your sake? Xiaomi was so angry that she grabbed her by the collar. Xiao Xin, what do you mean by that? Xiao Xin smiled very smugly. What does it mean? Sister, it means that even if I were to kill your daughter, my father and Lancel would stand by me without hesitation. Xiaomi's eyes were bloodshot. I have long guessed that you instigated dad to hurt my daughter? Xiao Xin, I'm your sister, I even saved you. How could you hurt my daughter so viciously? But at that moment, a figure suddenly walked in at the door. When Xiao Xin saw him, he immediately squeezed out a few crocodile tears. Sister, I apologize to you on behalf of dad. Don't be angry. You're still in your monthly cycle. Being angry isn't good for your body. When Gu Lancheng saw that Xiaomi was choking Xiao Xin to death, he quickly stepped forward and pushed Xiaomi away. Xiaomi, are you crazy? She's your sister. She's not well, you know that? How can you hurt your sister? Xiao Xin weakly buried herself into Gu Lancheng's arms and very generously said, Lancheng, don't blame your sister. She was just in a bad mood. So when she saw me pleading for dad, she didn't hold back her hand. Xiaomi was pushed to the floor by Gu Lancheng, her head hitting the corners of the bathroom's bath cabinet, and she only felt a sharp pain coming from her head, but she was still furious by Xiao Xin's performance, and she pointed at Xiao Xin and angrily cursed. It's a shame that you don't become an actress. Xiao Xin pampered Gu Lancheng. Lancheng, I'm suddenly a little dizzy and uncomfortable. Gu Lancheng hugged Xiao Xin and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn Xiaomi, your father and your sister went to so much trouble to apologize to you, and you still don't know enough? Gu Lancheng is gone. Xiaomi shuddered and climbed to his feet. She went back to her bedroom and after briefly treating her wounds, she opened a drawer and prepared to submit to the court the evidence she had gathered on Zhou's father's crimes. However, the drawer was empty. There's nothing left in her drawer. She went crazy looking for clues in the surveillance. But today's surveillance, surprisingly, wasn't on. Xiaomi then knew that this was a deliberate destruction of evidence. And who else could be behind it but Gu Lancheng, who was incredibly familiar with the family. She hugged her knees and sat on the floor in tears. I hate myself for being gullible to Gu Lancheng. After crying, she got back up and geared up. She went back to the hospital and printed out her medical records. This time, however, the medical records clearly showed signs of having been altered. Xiaomi saw the new medical records and just felt the world go black before her eyes. It turns out that in the face of capital, they are really able to cover the sky with just their hands. Gu Lancheng, why did you do this? You deceived me and lied to me. I hate you. She cried her heart out. Late at night, Xiaomi dragged her tired body back home. When Gu Lancheng saw her, his face was stern. Where have you been? You didn't care even though the child was crying like this? If you're not prepared to be a mom, then I'll hire a nanny for the child. Xiaomi was too tired, too exhausted. Breathlessly, she said, no, my own daughter. I can bring her up by myself. But she didn't realize that this plot to murder her daughter wasn't over yet. Day 2. Xiao Xin then pretended to be fine when she came to the Gu family, and she pretentiously said to Gu Lancheng, Lancheng, my sister has done me a favor, and now that she's in the middle of her monthly cycle, I can't leave her alone as a sister. In the future, I'll help her with the child. I love children anyway, not to mention that this child is also my own niece. Gu Lancheng readily agreed. Xin, it's still you who is generous. Xiaomi simply took out her whole body to resist against Xiao Xin's arrival. Gu Lancheng, you tell her to get lost. I won't allow her to get close to my daughter. She'll hurt my daughter. Gu Lancheng stared with copper bell eyes, and against Xiao Xin's generosity, Xiaomi appeared to be suffocatingly narrow-minded in her heart. He coldly said, enough, Xiaomi. Look at yourself. Simply unbelievable. Jomi was in agony and despair, and her husband's distrust may have made her angry. Then her body began to run a fever now and then. Gu Lanchang would have even more reason to leave the child in Xiao Xian's care. In the beginning, Jiaxing took care of the baby pretty well, but every time Jomi offers to see the child, and Jiazhen delivers the child to Jomi, the child always gets sick the next day. It's either diarrhea or allergies. Gu Lanchang then felt that Xiaomi was too young to take care of the child, more firmly decided to leave the child in Xiao Xian's care. And so the baby slowly grew to 3 months. Xiaomi's body has recovered and she offers Gu Lanchang to take care of the child herself. Gu Lanchang just indifferently asked her back, "Can you do it?" Jomi reassured him, "I'll try to learn to be a good mother." Gu Lanchang directly refuted back, "I see that Xian'er is taking care of it quite well. Let her take care of it for now." Xiaomi stubbornly insisted, "Gu Lanchang, that's the child I carried and gave birth to. You have no right to deprive me of being a mom." Chapter 182 Green Tea Boutique. Breaking up mother and daughter. Gu Lanchang was stunned and finally nodded. When Gu Lanchang arrives at Xiao Xian's place and informs her that the child must return to his biological mother, he doesn't expect Xiao Xian to cry her heart out. She aggressively said to Gu Lanchang, "Lanchang, I've raised my child for so long that I've grown attached to her. Now that you've suddenly taken her away from me, I really can't bear to part with her. What to do? I can't let her go." Gu Lanchang's face stiffened as he was puzzled. Why were women naturally so possessive of their children? And he, the real father, just thinks the child is a dispensable being? He glanced at the baby in the swaddling clothes, and at this look, Gu Lanchang froze. The child, who was originally born as a strange and ugly child, has now become pink, big eyes, round like Jomi. A softness rose in his hardened heart as well. He walked to the child and carefully picked up the child. In his heart, he lamented more than once, "So this is my daughter? This is my Gu Lanchang's own daughter." Fatherly love, too, was aroused in that moment. Xiao Xian's heart unnaturally dropped when she saw Gu Lanchang's doting expression. She knew that Gu Lanchang would be attracted to this child. More than anything, she couldn't let Jomi take the baby. "Lanchang, why don't I come to your house and babysit?" Xiao Xian proposed. Gu Lanchang stared at her in a daze. Xiao Xian said, "This way my sister can see the child, and I can take good care of the child, so that you have no worries." Gu Lanchang nodded. "This is good." Just like that, Gu Lanchang took his daughter home. But he was followed by an uninvited guest, Xiao Xian. Jomi saw her and coldness shot through his eyes. "What did you bring her for?" Without waiting for Gu Lanchang to explain, Xiao Xian affectionately took Xiaomi's hand and furtively said, "Sister, you're a new mom and don't have experience in taking care of children yet. I can help you over following during this time. After you are able to take good care of the child, you can rest assured that I will leave her." Jomi looked at her askance breathlessly. "What? You've had a baby before?" Xiao Xian's face went a shade of red and a shade of white. "Me? I'm your sister. How can you denigrate my innocence?" Jomi said. "Since you've never had a child, how can you claim to be experienced?" Xiao Xian was so angry that she was in tears. "Lanchang, look at her." Gu Lanchang was in a state of rage. "Xiao Mi, why are you so ungrateful? Also, watch what you say. Don't teach the children a bad lesson by being so rude." Xiaomi took the child from Gu Lanchang's arms and then went upstairs, no longer paying attention to these two people. Gu Lanchang was so angry that he kicked the chair over on the floor. That night, Jomi was upstairs tucking in the kids. Gu Lanchang and Xiao Xian were downstairs having a little night talk. Xiaomi could see it clearly. Xiao Xian boarded the door, but it was just to get close to Gu Lanchang, right? But Xiaomi didn't want to compete with her for Gu Lanchang. After all, a marriage without love was just a grave. She only wanted to utilize the Gu family's resources to properly raise her daughter. Whenever her daughter didn't need the Gu family, that was when she left it. Jomi didn't realize that her decision would harm her daughter. She endured the humiliation of continuing to stay in the Gu family for 3 years, and by the time her daughter was 3 weeks old, she had already emerged as a pixie with flowing hair. She is not only pretty, but also has a very sweet mouth. At her 3rd birthday party, she even played the violin with a hand that amazed the audience. The little one instantly captured the joy of the Gu family elders. Gu Lanchang's attention to this daughter, too, had gone from a lack of attention at the beginning to becoming more and more close to her. When the banquet was over, Gu Lanchang took the initiative to find Xiaomi, who was dissatisfied with his daughter's name. "My daughter's name, Nini, is too vulgar. How about changing it?" Jomi simply ignored him. She gave her daughter such a cheap name because she was very sick as a child. She wanted her daughter to be well fed. That's why she gave her such a name. How could Gu Lanchang know her intentions? He would only dislike her for being uneducated. Xiner has given the child a foreign name. Gu Xin. Xin. Thriving. What do you think? Xin. The same Xin. Jomi was instantly sickened and wanted to vomit. "I don't agree. Why should I let outsiders take my daughter's name?" It's not like her mom and dad are dead. Gu Lancheng blushed with dislike. You're simply unbelievable. Gu Lancheng domineeringly announced, the name is settled. After saying that without waiting for Xiaomi to resist he hurriedly left. That night, Zhou hugged Nini and asked her, your aunt named you Gu Xin. Do you like it? Nene shook her head vigorously with red eyes. Mom, I like Nini, not Gu Xin. Why? Nini wrapped her arms around her mom's neck and pouted. Because I like mommy and I don't like bad aunts. Zhou was dumbfounded. Nene, who told you that? Nene said, Auntie was in a place where no one was, and she pinched me and hit me. It hurts so much. Nene even rolled up her pant legs after she finished and showed her mom the incriminating evidence her aunt had left behind. Seeing the large swath of bruises and purples, Zhou was so heartbroken that she hugged her daughter and bawled. It's all mommy's fault. Mommy didn't protect you. Nini, from now on mommy won't let her near you again. Nene broke into tears. That's wonderful. She was even so happy that she rolled on her bed. After that, every time Xiao Xian found various excuses to come to Gu's house to see her children, Xiaomi would refuse them to see each other for various reasons. After many times, Xiao Xian cried to Gu Lancheng, Lancheng, does my sister not like me? Why won't she let me see Xin? Obviously, Xin was raised by me, and I've done a lot of hard work without any credit. I feel so sad when I can't see Xin. Gu Lancheng huffed. Xiaomi is really getting more and more unlikable. He came home and taunted Zhou to death. You are narrow-minded, and if you educate your child in this manner, the child will only become as heartless as you. Zhou didn't make a sound. She had gotten used to not listening to Gu Lancheng's words and not carrying them out. But when little Nini saw her father bullying her mother, she was so angry that she clenched her fists and growled furiously. Daddy, you are not allowed to scold mommy. It's me who doesn't own up to not wanting to see my aunt, because I don't like her. Gu Lancheng thought that Nini's mastery was all authorized by Xiaomi. He hated Xiaomi even more. This child, sooner or later, will be ruined in your hands? It's better to let Xiao Xin continue to carry it. He hadn't finished his sentence when Zhou suddenly turned and went into the kitchen. Holding a kitchen knife in his hand, he slammed it hard on the coffee table. Whoever dares to take my Nini, I'll fight her to the death. Crazy. Gu Lancheng felt that Xiaomi was unbelievable. Nene threw herself into her mom's arms and cried her heart out. Mom, I don't want to be separated from you. Zhou put down the knife and crouched down to hug Nene. Don't worry, no one wants to separate us unless I die. Gu Lancheng despaired. This child will be destroyed by you sooner or later. Chapter 183, Death of the Daughter, Breakup of the Husband and Wife. Xiaomi looked at Gu Lancheng's stormy appearance. She was surprisingly calm instead. Gu Lancheng, I'm not divorcing because I don't want Nini to grow up in a family that lacks a father's love and end up growing up to be a psychologically dysfunctional child. Just like me. After a pause, Xiaomi continued. However, if the father's existence has become a shackle, I don't mind pulling out the tumor. Gu Lancheng, this is my last chance to give you a chance. If you continue to favor Xiao Xian's interests in such a way that you can't distinguish between right and wrong, then let's get a divorce. Gu Lancheng's handsome face instantly darkened. Divorce? Do you have the courage? He just assumed she was joking, and took off with a full head of steam. This is the first time that Jiazhen has lost to Zhou. Gu Lancheng went against Xiao Xian's wishes and didn't fight for Xiao Xian's visitation rights to Nini. Xiao Xian was upset, so after careful design, she conceived a very vicious idea. On this day, she drank mango juice that could cause her severe allergies in advance. Then she came to the Gu family, literally pleasing Xiaomi without any limits. Sister, my sister knows that you love little Xin, so I won't steal her custody from you. I just bought a lot of gifts for Xin today, and I want to give them to her myself. Is that okay? Zhoumi's body blocked the door panel, manipulating his hands with a grim face. We don't have anyone named Xin here. You're in the wrong place. Get lost. Xiao Xian's face turned white with anger. Xin is the name I gave to your daughter. And Lancheng agreed to it. Lancheng also gave her a household registration. And this is the name on the household registration book. Zhou was furious when she heard the news. The daughter is mine, and I can only say what the daughter's name is. What are you, an outsider, bothering about? How could she possibly tolerate a person who had secretly hurt her daughter to title her child? Xiao Xian suddenly rippled with an evil cold smile as she put her mouth to Xiaomi's ear and whispered, Xiaomi, Gu Lancheng doesn't love you, much less your daughter. Your daughter wouldn't even have a name if I hadn't graced her with one. In the end, your daughter is just like you, just a cheap life. She was born in the wrong mother's womb. Zhou was so angry that she raised her hand and slapped Xiao Xian hard. Jiazhen slid down to the floor, wailing and crying. Sister, I came to see you and the baby with good intentions. Why are you still bullying? Xiaomi frowned, confused as to how Xiao Xian had switched her lips all of a sudden, when a man suddenly rushed in at the doorway and ruthlessly pushed her to the ground. Xiaomi, I didn't give you the title of Mrs. Gu for you to use as a bully. Gu Lancheng yelled hysterically at Jomiai. Jomiai only felt ridiculous. Mrs. Gu, she can't eat or drink, and she can't seek justice for her daughter. What's the use of having it? Since you're afraid that this Mrs. Gu of mine will borrow your power, then you should hurry up and take it back. I don't care for it. Xiaomi resounded. Gu Lancheng was furious, but Xiao Xian suddenly covered her stomach and screamed with a pained face. Lancheng, I'm in pain. However, even when she was in so much pain that she was almost dying, Xiao Xian didn't forget the reason she came here in the first place, and she pointed at Xiaomi. Sister, what the hell did you give me to drink? Is there a mango in the drink? It's not like you don't know that I'm allergic to mangoes. Ha! Jomiai was wide-eyed and a little confused. Gu Lancheng had then viciously slapped her. Xiaomi, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. If your sister has a death, I'm not done with you. Jiazhen was taken to the hospital. The doctor said that Xiao Xian was allergic to mango, which caused her nephritis to flare up. Xiao Xian also slipped the doctor a red packet, so that the doctor would talk about her condition in a serious way every time in front of Gu Lancheng. Every time Gu Lancheng heard about Xiao Xian's pain, he felt a little more resentment towards Xiaomi, but this was not enough. Xiao Xian, in the end, actually wanted to completely pull out the hidden danger that lay between her and Gu Lancheng. She faked an explosive exacerbation, and even had her doctor falsify a blood test for platelet deficiency, which required a blood transfusion as soon as possible. The situation is urgent and Gu Lancheng pulls Jomiai to the hospital. At that time, Xiaomi was still holding the child she picked up from school when she was dragged to the hospital by Gu Lancheng. Unfortunately, Jomi has always been physically ill with a fungal infection in her body and is not quite qualified to donate blood. The nurse who had been punched by Xiao Xian suddenly said, the child is also related to the patient, and the blood type suitability should be high as well. Gu Lancheng rescue heart anxious. Press simply did not think of this situation. Nurse did not investigate the relationship between the child and the patient, and said this kind of words clearly have ghosts. But he was only concerned with saving Xiao Xian, so he directly asked the nurse to carry the child. Immediately test the child's blood type. Xiaomi was so angry that her whole body shivered. Gu Lancheng, she's so small. You're not going to let her donate blood, are you? It's just donating blood. There won't be any risks. Gu Lancheng said blandly. Xiaomi, however, went all soft. Gu Lancheng, you're crazy. You're crazy. How can you, when your daughter is so young? She was like a broken-hearted sister-in-law Xianglin. Gu Lancheng was so angry that he suddenly pinched her throat and angrily questioned. This is what you owe Xiner. Xiaomi, it was you who caused Xiner to live and die, so you should pay for her life. It was either you or your daughter. The world has always been fair. Jomiai couldn't speak, but those eyes were zinging with tears. She regretted it. Regret entangling with Gu Lancheng. She was determined to get a divorce after this one, but accidents happen. Her daughter Nini contracted a bacterial infection during a blood transfusion and began to suffer from round after round of fever. Xiaomi was so desperate that she called and texted Gu Lancheng for help, but Gu Lancheng didn't return any of her messages. At this moment, Gu Lancheng was guarding Xiao Xian's side at all times. When the doctor gives Nene a critical notice, Jomi is so scared that she faints on the floor. Nene is in the hospital, calling for her dad over and over again, while Jomi can only hug her and cry in pain. Then Nini, who probably sensed that her dad wasn't coming back, wiped the teardrops off her mom's face and said, very knowingly, Mom, we don't want our dad anymore. Dads are bad dads. In the last moments of Nini's life, Jomi carried Nini on her back to the 10,000 Buddha's temple, where she knelt down the 3,000 steps and kowtowed reverently. Lord Buddha, the believing girl, Jomi, is willing to be transformed into a stone bridge for millions of people to trample on. I do not ask for Nini in this life, but only for Nini in the next life, to be reborn into a happy and fulfilling family. Nene just died in Jomi's arms. Before she died, she said her last words. Mom, in the next life, I'll come back for you and still let you be my mom. But you mustn't want daddy again. Just let daddy and great auntie be together. Jomi's tears dried up and she couldn't cry. Her expression was particularly twisted and looked very bizarre. Yet, it was painful to look at. It's too much for her. Chapter 184, Double Pith Love Affair. Redeeming each other. The temple's presiding officer took pity on Jomiai and performed a simple spell for Nini without compensation. Then instructed Jomiai, be sure to bury her at the place where the sun rises on the East Mountain at the stroke of midnight tonight, which will help her soul to reunite and reincarnate in the next life. Xiaomi, for the sake of her child's good, shamelessly dialed Gu Lancheng again. She wanted Gu Lancheng, the father, to help her daughter one last time, that is, to send her to Dongshan. But Gu Lancheng's phone couldn't be reached. When Jomiai came down from the temple, the sky was somehow drizzling with gooseflesh. A thin layer of ice and snow had begun to pile up on the ground. The heartbroken Jomi, thus carrying her daughter on her back, trekked through the icy sky and snow. She was already weak, and with the recent overwork because of her daughter's affairs, every step she took was exceptionally difficult. Finally she collapsed on the side of the road and pounded the ground with her fists in despair. Jomi, you are useless. You didn't protect your daughter when she was alive, and you couldn't help her after her death. No wonder Gu Lancheng dislikes you. Ooh-hoo. She curled up on the ground, tears dripping one by one onto the snow. At this exact moment, her phone also popped up a message that killed her. Xiao Xian circle of friends flaunted pictures of Gu Lancheng and her traveling together in Europe. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Jomi. The entire person seemed to have lost all support and collapsed stiffly to the ground. Only those eyes were left to bloom a little. It was also at this time, a luxury car, like a wolf whistling in the north, came speeding in like a tornado. The car stopped in front of Jomi. In the driver's seat, the reserved man kicked open the door, a handsome face and expression of overwhelming panic. He was practically on his knees, except that he was tall, and with the black trench coat he wore, he looked from afar as if a man like a god in the sky was looking down on his pale. His eyes were full of compassion. Prince, Xiaomi recognized him. He is Gu Lancheng's nemesis, although the age is younger than Gu Lancheng. But I heard that this person's methods are very bold and venomous, and at a young age, he sat on the throne of the prince. Xiaomi thought that the enemy of her enemy was her friend, so even though she knew that Yan Hongsheng was someone she couldn't afford, she wanted to ask him for a favor. You say. Yan Hongsheng's voice, however, was very gentle. It was not the same as the legendary impression. Can you give me and my daughter a ride? The man had probably been rushing around in the snow and wind for too long. His voice was a little hoarse. Good. He started by holding the baby in Jomi's arms and putting it in the car. Then folding back, he carefully took Jomi again and placed her next to the baby. Thank you, Prince. Jomi thought that he probably didn't know that he was holding a corpse, or else why was he so motivated to cooperate with her? After all, such a luxurious and beloved car will have bad luck if it is ever loaded with corpses. Xiaomi was doubly tormented all the way. Yan Hongsheng was obviously kind enough to help her, but if she hid the fact of her daughter's death and allowed him to give her a ride, then wouldn't he resent her when he knew the truth? Yan Hongsheng sent Xiaomi to Dongshan and turned his head to look at Xiaomi, only to realize that Xiaomi was apologetically shedding tears as she looked at him and shamefully said, Young Master Yan, I'm sorry, I was really desperate. I had to send my daughter here. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. Young Master Yan, I wish you a prosperous future and a smooth life. Yan Hongsheng didn't say anything, he just stepped out of the car, then pulled open the door and very gently asked Xiaomi, I heard that this is a feng shui treasure. Bury her here. If there is an afterlife, you mother and daughter will surely be reunited. How? Xiaomi realized that Yan Hongsheng already knew the truth about her daughter's passing, and she was full of gratitude to Yan Hongsheng. Thank you. After she said this, her body fell backwards. A great smell of blood overflowed. Yan Hongsheng grabs Xiaomi's wrist, only to realize that she has already committed suicide. Yan Hongsheng choked with grief and roared, Ah sister, how could you give up on this world? You still have me. I'm Shang. You're Shang. Yan Hongsheng buried Jomi and Nini together and erected tombstones for them. The energy of the city of cycles, seemingly drained, suddenly went out. Crystalline jade instantly turned into lightless stone. Gu Lancheng suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood and woke up from his sleep. His whole face looked as if it had attracted dirt and was particularly dark. He sat there motionless, his two eyes as if they were dead fish eyes, not angry at all. I don't know how long it was before I heard Gu Lancheng's low as a mosquito nagging murmur. This is not true. This is not true. How could XINR be so bad? This was followed by a flash flood of emotions as he roared. Ah! He slapped himself hard, a dozen times, slapping himself black and blue, but he couldn't feel the pain, because his pain nerves were numb. He walked through the images from the dream again as his mind traveled. He tried to lie to himself that everything in the dream was fake. However, everything in the dream was so real, as if dusty memories were lifted. He could feel the stories. He was the one who experienced them. He was like an enlightenment, and at this moment, he finally figured out many of his earlier confusions. For example, why did Jomi suddenly go overseas without saying goodbye after donating her kidney? And then his attitude towards him went down the tubes? For example, why did Xiaomi change her name to Nianqing? And why was Yan Hongsheng so nice to Xiaomi? Like, why does Jomi hate him so much? Hate him so much that she can't wait for him to go to hell? He seemed to have some understanding. Could Jomi have been reborn? She came back to take revenge with the unwillingness of her past life and the great mourning of losing her daughter? If all this is true, oh, then he's a joke. He mistook a ruthless, inconsistent, vicious, hypocritical wolf in sheep's clothing for an intelligent, kind, gentle, playful, understanding flower? Gu Lancheng. How could he fall in love with a poisonous woman like Xiao Xin? Suddenly, Gu Lancheng's cell phone rang. The familiar ringtone of the cell phone was once Gu Lancheng's favorite sound to hear. But now, Gu Lancheng was flooded with physical discomfort. He ran to the bathroom and vomited. Only when the bell ended did Gu Lancheng return to his room. He threw himself onto the big bed and closed his eyes in quiet contemplation of his life. He may have lived a confused life before, but in the future, he will have to live a clear life. He must find out for himself who Xiao Xin was.